Ding! A crisp sound suddenly woke the man from his coma. The man's eyes swept around vaguely. The shabby thatched house in front of him, which was only 20 square meters, became the man's only living space. At this moment, a cold system prompt sounded that could not be ignored. Congratulations on becoming a wilderness survival player. Every day, the location of the safe house will be randomly refreshed. You must stay in the house at night, otherwise you will die. What's worse is that besides you, there are ferocious beasts all around. Suddenly, a severe cramp came from the stomach, reminding the man harshly that if he didn't find food as soon as possible, he would die of hunger. At the moment when the man was seeing stars and almost losing consciousness, he saw a shabby wooden box in the room, which seemed to give him a glimmer of hope for life. However, just as the man was about to open the box, the system suddenly popped up an option. A dangerous result can be ruled out. This seemingly insignificant golden finger has become a life-saving straw that is more valuable than any weapon in this wilderness full of dangers. When you open the door, you may encounter a beast territory, a resource land, a barren land, or a treasure land. You can exclude one of these options. You can rule this out? Interesting. Huyu was stunned for a moment, and without thinking, he directly ruled out the beast territory. I don't know what the guy surrounded by cockroaches and rats was thinking. He didn't rule out the first option. After eliminating the options, Huyu pushed the wooden door open. In front of him was a wilderness with nothing but a few short sycamore trees. Did I randomly find myself in a wilderness? I can't be so unlucky. Huyu took a step forward and heard another reminder. The remaining time for this exploration is 11 hours and 45 minutes, and the exploration distance is 100 meters. Please choose one of the following directions to explore: east, south, west, north, and south. The deviation to the left or right cannot exceed 2 meters. Note: once you have chosen a direction, you cannot change it. You can only go forward or backward. East. As the saying goes, the purple air rises in the east. As children of our great celestial empire, we naturally choose the east. After Huyu made his choice, the scene before him began to rotate until it faced the direction where the sun was rising. The sun shone on his face. Huyu was stunned by the scene in front of him. Treasure chest. A huge wooden treasure chest was right in front of him. It seems that the place I randomly landed in is not a barren land, but a place where treasures are hidden. I have officially left Africa and entered Europe. Ding. Player Shuren is the first to open the wooden treasure chest, opening the wooden treasure chest ranking list. Huyu tilted his head. Wooden treasure chest ranking? What the hell? He casually took out his notebook and found that the page at the back that was originally stuck had come apart, and there were exactly 7 words written on it. Wooden treasure chest ranking. Huyu looked at it carefully and found a line of words written on it. Those who have not opened this type of treasure chest cannot view the ranking list. What the hell? You told me that the leaderboard was turned on, but you won't let me see it. Aren't these a man and a woman taking off their clothes and preparing to play landlord on the bed? What nonsense. You're sick, Huyu complained, and planned to open his own treasure chest first. When he was about to close his notebook, he found that the chat interface was boiling. Wooden treasure chest. Shuren, is Boss Sure here? Can you tell me what's inside the treasure chest? Yes, there is also a treasure chest in front of me, but the system prompts me that I need a key to open it. The key is near the treasure chest. Look carefully. The last message was followed by 2 words. Shuren, the deity came out to respond. Huyu didn't close the notebook in a hurry, but continued to look at the chat interface. Anyway, there was still a lot of time, and the exploration distance was only 100 meters, so he could still hold on. It would be better to see how others opened the treasure chest first. Found it. The person who asked how to get the key earlier sent another message. It seems that Shuren was right. Gurgle, my stomach rumbled again. Huyu frowned slightly and prepared to close his notebook and open his treasure chest. But at this moment, a prompt box suddenly popped up in front of him. Ding. Congratulations to player Lu Rinjia for becoming the first player in this game to die in a treasure chest trap. Huyu closed his notebook and froze. Lu Rinjia was the one who had just sent the message in the chat interface. Huyu lowered his head and looked at the chat interface. He found that the messages that were swiping across the screen suddenly stopped. Only one message, found it, remained at the bottom of the chat interface. The avatar of Lu Rinjia also turned gray and black. Is he dead? A message popped up again, followed by similar questions. Huyu couldn't help but send a message in the chat interface. Shuren, what's in your treasure chest? Shuren seemed to be waiting in front of his notebook and quickly answered Huyu. Shuren said, it has nothing to do with you. The answer is simple, and it also echoes everyone's expectations. After all, this concerns their own safety. In the wilderness, there are no other people like them. Gulp. His stomach rebelled again. Yu couldn't stand the feeling of hunger anymore. He closed his notebook and started walking forward. No matter what, even if there was Sadako in the treasure chest, I would eat it. Step 1. Yu formally walked out of the thatched hut and heard a prompt in his ear. Supplies found. Hey, do you want to collect it? Collect your sister. The treasure chest is in front. I must go to open the treasure chest first. Yu dragged his hungry body forward. Every 2 or 3 steps, he would hear a system prompt in his ears, asking whether he wanted to collect certain resources. But besides hay, there is wood and even burnable odorous waste, the legendary animal manure. Yu ignored all of it and went straight to the treasure chest. Wooden treasure chest. Normal, this is different from a safe. This is a treasure chest. You can't just open it. You need a key. Yu reached out his hand, but instead of looking for the key, he tried to open the treasure chest directly. Ding! Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, basic supplies, survival kit, advanced treasure chest key, architectural blueprint. You can exclude one of the options. Hint: when the treasure chest is opened, 2 options will be randomly selected. Do I need to choose? Of course, it is to exclude the treasure chest trap. Wait. Yu suddenly paused. He looked through all the options again and found something surprising. Among these options, except for the treasure chest trap, the rest were all advantages with no disadvantages. In other words, as long as the treasure chest trap is eliminated, there will be no danger. But Lu Renjia is dead. He did not eliminate the treasure chest trap. Unless his IQ is lower than 70, he will not exclude this option. Then there is only one answer. Is Yu the only one who can rule out these options? Yu felt his breathing become rapid. If this is true, then he will be rich. But this matter cannot be told to others, otherwise I will inevitably fall into danger. Eliminate the treasure chest trap. In order to hide this secret, Yu did not speak, but silently said in his heart, Ding! Do you want to open the treasure chest? This action will consume 1 wooden key. Done. You can eliminate options by reciting them in your mind, so the possibility of being exposed is minimized. No, Yu didn't have the key now, so he had to look around. He looked around and found that besides the treasure chest, there was only half an inch long weeds. There was only one place where the key could be hidden. Under the treasure chest. Yu reached out and lifted up the treasure chest, and found that there was indeed a key underneath. Like the treasure chest, this key was also made of wood. Wooden key, warrior. Go open the corresponding treasure chest. I guarantee it's not empty. Yu's mouth twitched, and he was almost used to this style of complaining. He put his hand on the treasure chest again, looked at the prompt, and chose yes. The treasure chest was finally opened. A bronze light stung Yu's eyes. He stared at the items in the box and couldn't help falling into deep thought. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the iron key. Excellent. Iron key. Excellent. Please use force when opening the treasure chest. Rusty keys are like some people's heads and are not very useful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining rope 20. An iron key, the surface of which was covered with mottled rust. Looking down, there was a bundle of ropes under the key. Yogong's joy of leaving Africa and entering Europe disappeared in an instant, and he felt as if he had been forced back to the African continent. However, ropes are an extremely valuable resource without a processing table. Each rope can be used as an important exchange item in certain situations. Some people even exchange a bucket of instant noodles for a rope. As for the iron key, Yu suddenly realized that if every treasure chest has a key, then where there is a key, there must be another treasure chest. His eyes lit up, and he looked up at the wilderness ahead. Apart from the conspicuous sycamore tree, there was only a patch of weeds ahead. If there really was a treasure chest, it should be near the sycamore tree. Yu's hope was aroused. He hurriedly stuffed the key into his bag, carried the rope on his shoulder, took out his notebook and checked the last page of the wooden treasure chest ranking list. He wanted to know what Shuren had opened and why he dared to say, it has nothing to do with you. The leaderboard opened, showing 3 names. 1. Yu 2. Shuren 3. Lu Renjia. Yu's own name was ranked first, and he tried to click on Shuren's name, but nothing happened. Is it possible that the ranking list is only sorted by the quality of the items, and there is no way to view the specific items? Boring. Yu complained softly and closed his notebook. Yu knew that the most urgent task at the moment was to solve the problem of food and water. They could study these things later. He has explored 67 meters from the thatched hut to now. There is no edible resource around except hay. Yu continues to move forward without hesitation. He believes that things will turn around. When he dragged his tired body to the phoenix tree, the system prompt made his heart beat faster. Ding! There seems to be something under the phoenix tree. Do you want to dig? This digging may trigger finding a treasure chest. Empty. You can exclude one of the options. One word. Absolute. Even if Jesus came today, I would still be a European. Huyu felt that his tear glands were moved by his good fortune, and even a little hot. As expected, life is always ups and downs. Who can know? Huyu silently chanted, "Eliminate the void," in his heart, then fell in front of the sycamore tree and began to dig frantically. Even though his fingers were rubbed red by the soil, he did not stop for a moment. Finally, with all his might, Huyu dug out the buried item, an iron treasure chest. It seems that not only must there be a key where there is a treasure chest, but there must also be a treasure chest where there is a key. Huyu saw the treasure chest and collapsed on the ground. Ding! Iron treasure chest. Excellent, don't throw away the used treasure chest. Put it into the forge, and you will get brand new iron blocks. Of course, the premise is that you can take it away. Huyu was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at the wooden treasure chest not far away. Damn! After being split open, can it also be turned into wood? He smiled. Fortunately, the treasure chest was not far away, so he could take it back later. Huyu took out the key from his pocket and prepared to open the iron treasure chest. Ding! Do you want to open the iron treasure chest? This action will consume one iron key. Opening the treasure chest may trigger excellent supplies, excellent survival suits, architectural drawings, advanced treasure chest keys. You can exclude one of the options. No treasure chest trap? Huyu paused, realizing that the items that each treasure chest might drop were random. After some hesitation, he chose to exclude the advanced treasure chest key. Huyuk didn't want to look for another treasure chest again. He didn't dare to take the risk of betting on the relationship between the key and the treasure chest. In any case, there should be food in the remaining supplies or survival kits. Fill your stomach first. After eliminating all the options, Huyu inserted the key into the lock of the treasure chest and turned it gently. The treasure chest did not open. Huyu rolled his eyes, and thinking back to the system's prompt, he had to adjust his posture. He steadied himself, put both hands on the key, and turned it sharply. Click! With a crisp sound, the treasure chest slowly opened, and a faint blue light illuminated the surroundings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the iron treasure chest, obtaining the survival suit, excellent, and obtaining the architectural blueprint, log cabin. Survival kit, excellent. It includes a backpack, a compass, a fire axe, a dagger, rubber gloves, a water bottle, a single soldier ration, and a box of condoms. Don't get me wrong. Condoms have their own unique uses in wilderness survival. For specific uses, please refer to various wilderness survival items. Of course, if you have other uses, I won't ask any more questions. Architectural blueprint, log cabin humph. This is only slightly better than a thatched cottage. What's so great about you? Congratulations to the host for becoming the first player to open the iron treasure chest. Do you want to announce it to the whole server? When Huyu saw the last prompt, he suddenly hesitated. He didn't want to stand out, but seeing so many strange comments, he couldn't help but ask, if I publish the announcement, will there be any reward? The system seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then responded with a prompt in a tentative tone. Fill your kettle with water. Deal. Huyu agreed without hesitation, watching the new content appear in the prompt box. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to open the iron treasure chest. Iron treasure chest ranking opened. Somewhere in the wilderness, a man wearing the same windbreaker as Huyu froze. The old Soviet brand sawdust bread in his hand suddenly dropped, and the prompt box in front of him stunned him. 5 seconds ago, he just saw Huyu's name in the wooden treasure chest ranking list. 5 seconds later, the system announcement showed that this man had opened the iron treasure chest. Shuren felt that the bread in his hand was no longer fragrant. What is this? The Emperor of Europe? He was unwilling to accept it. He suddenly stood up and looked around. He knew that there must be some mechanism that he had not discovered. He quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find another iron treasure chest. Huyu was sitting leisurely on the ground at this time. He took out the kettle, drank 2 sips of water, screwed on the lid, and smiled with satisfaction. Huyu took out the individual rations from his backpack, spread out his notebook, and prepared to continue checking the chat interface. Just as Huyu was about to enjoy the quiet, he noticed the topic in the chat interface. Almost everyone was discussing beast attack. Someone's thatched hut was attacked by wild beasts, and there was more than one. Huyu turned his head and found that his own thatched hut was shaking slightly. Chapter 4. Is a panda also a bear? Huyu stood up suddenly, looked at the thatched hut in front of him, and began to calculate in his mind. The distance from the sycamore tree to the thatched hut was about 70 to 80 meters. This distance was just right for Huyu to finish eating the compressed biscuits while walking. Although eating while walking was not easy to digest, it was the most practical way. After Huyu made his decision, he took out a compressed biscuit from his rations, took a bite, and started chewing. The fire axe was hung on one side of the backpack, and the water bottle was on the other side. Yu put the kettle away and took out the fire axe. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly felt something was wrong with the axe in his hand. Why is there so much rust on this fire axe? Is it of good quality? Yu complained in his heart, but at this moment, the system's note suddenly popped up. Fire axe, good quality, don't underestimate the rust on it. You'll need a tetanus shot when you chop it. It seems that he can only use it as it is. Yu took a bite of the compressed biscuit, picked up the fire axe, put on his backpack, and walked forward carrying the iron treasure box. Walking to the place where the wooden treasure chest was previously placed, he put down the iron treasure chest, but felt that the burden was too heavy, so he decided to deal with the beast attack and then come back to get the treasure chest. Just as Yu was thinking this, the system prompt sound suddenly rang, and a message popped up. Congratulations to player Pao Hui for becoming the first player to die under the paw of a wild bear. Yu was stunned for a moment, and then he learned about the beast attack from the system information. He took out a notebook from his pocket, opened the chat history, and saw several messages asking for help. Help! The bear is about to knock down my wall. Should I run away? Don't run away. I just came out of the house, and the bear has been following me. It climbed up a tree and waited below. It seems like I can't go back. Kill it. Only by killing the bear can we solve the problem. That's easy to say, but it's a beast weighing 200 or 300 pounds. How can we kill it? Don't you have a rusty dagger in your wooden box? We can kill the bear and eat its meat. Bear meat. Yu's eyes lit up when he heard it. As a citizen of the Celestial Empire, who doesn't know that bear paws are delicious? Although it is extremely difficult to eat now that they are in the wilderness, getting a bear paw is nothing, and even panda paws are not cared about by anyone. So Yu's fighting spirit increased greatly. He ate the biscuits in a few bites, took a gulp of water, and continued to walk towards the thatched house. Soon, the front door of the thatched house came into view. The house was still shaking slightly. Looking from the front, there was no living creature. It should be behind. Yu approached the thatched hut gently. After reaching the door, he still did not see any trace of the bear, so he put his backpack at the door, raised the fire axe with both hands, and quietly went around to the back of the house. Be gentle. Don't make any noise. Yu secretly told himself that when he saw the bear, he would chop it with an axe, and the crisis should be resolved. However, when Yu went around to the back of the house, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. A little black and white creature, only half a meter tall, with short and thick limbs, was sitting by the earthen wall, whimpering and patting the wall with its mouth, as if it was acting coquettishly. Yu was stunned. What the hell is this, a panda? He couldn't believe how such a cute panda could appear here. Seeing the panda's adorable appearance, his hunting plan instantly disappeared. Who would kill a panda that is only half a meter tall? Just as Yu was stunned, the panda seemed to notice him, turned around and looked at him. His eyes swept across Yu's face, and finally stopped on the axe in his hand. Yu quickly hid the axe behind his back, not wanting the other party to feel any hostility. He also knew in his heart that if a fight really broke out, he might not be able to gain an advantage. Then, the panda suddenly yelled, stood up, and ran towards him. Yu subconsciously wanted to step back, but before he could dodge, the panda fell to the ground with a thud. The panda's short legs couldn't even run over there. After falling down, it cried and slapped the ground, seeming very aggrieved. Yu hesitated for a moment, thinking that this little guy had a low IQ and would not deliberately lure him into the trap and then launch an attack. So Yu gritted his teeth and decided to help it up. Yu put the fire axe behind him and slowly approached the little panda. The panda continued to cry and seemed to be unconcerned about Yu's approach. Yu was not in a hurry to pick up the axe to fight back. Instead, he thought that the red panda looked a little silly and cute and did not look like it would attack at all. Finally, Yu gently reached out his hand and touched the top of its head. The panda seemed to feel very comfortable, immediately stopped crying, and looked up at him. Yu did not stop and stroked its back fur, smiling and saying, "Be good, it won't hurt if you rub it." At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host for taming the pet, panda, unnamed. Congratulations to the player Yu for becoming the first player to tame a pet. Do you want to announce it? Congratulations to the player Yu for becoming the first player to survive the beast attack. Do you want to announce it? Yu was completely stunned when he saw this information. Yu actually managed to capture a pet by stroking its fur, and even survived the beast attack with ease. What is this? It seems that I should change my career and become a Pokemon trainer? Yu thought about it for a while, but ultimately did not choose to publish this information. He realized that this system could communicate, and since it could communicate, perhaps it could also conduct transactions. Yu sat on the ground, petting the panda, and calmly asked the system, "It's fine to publish it, but what benefits can you give me?" The system did not answer immediately, as if it did not understand what Yu was saying. He continued, "Don't play dead. Unless you can give me something in return, I will not publish it." The system finally agreed. "What do you want?" Huyu thought for a moment and decided to put forward his own conditions. Chapter 5. None of your business. Ropes. Wood. 100 pieces of wood and 30 pieces of ropes. That's my bottom price. Huyu did not ask for food anymore, but chose other resources. These resources will allow him to live a better life, especially to upgrade the thatched hut to a wooden house. Although this panda is still small, its strength should not be underestimated. Just now, it almost collapsed the house with a few palms. This is no joke. There may be greater threats at night. It's better to upgrade to a wooden house first. With these resources, plus the wooden house blueprint in hand, I can give myself more security. Huyu made a decision. After a little thought, the system gave a reply. Deal. At this time, the system prompt box did not pop up resource information, but directly displayed an announcement. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to capture a pet. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to survive the beast attack. Pet rankings and beast attack scoreboards are now open. Huyu stroked the panda's fur while opening his notebook. He did not rush to check the leaderboard or chat interface, but stayed on the first page and saw a message, upgrade to a cabin. Upgrade. Huyu decisively chose to confirm. Unexpectedly, a new prompt popped up at this time. Upgrade to a wooden house. May trigger. Redwood wooden house. Golden Namu wooden house. Wangwali wooden house. Agarwood wooden house. Mixed wooden house. You can exclude one of the options. Huyu was stunned. This was a big problem. He had no idea which wooden house was the best. In terms of value, the Agarwood house should be the most expensive and could repel mosquitoes and insects. But in terms of sturdiness, the Wangwali wood house and the Golden Namu wood house were obviously better. As for the mixed wooden house, he was a little worried about the quality. What should we do? Should we exclude the mixed wooden house? Who was hesitant? At this moment, the system prompt box covered it again. Mixed wooden house. The exterior is made of golden Nanmu to ensure the solidity of the building. The bottom is made of Wangwali wood, and the interior is decorated with agarwood, which has the function of repelling mosquitoes and insects. If I were you, I would scrape some agarwood powder and sell it every day, which would definitely be enough for a day's food. Huyu's eyes lit up, and he had an idea in his mind. He finally decided to rule out the mahogany house. Mahogany? How can this kind of wood be worthy of my status? He chuckled and confirmed his choice. The wooden house is under construction. It will take 10 minutes. Please wait. A white light instantly enveloped the entire thatched house. Huyu looked at the prompt in front of him and knew that he had to wait 10 minutes for the result to be revealed. However, he was not in a hurry. Anyway, he had food and drink and pandas to pet, so he was not in a hurry at all. At this moment, the panda made a sound, raised its head, and stared at the white light in front of it with its two black eyes, as if it had sensed something. Huyu smiled and said, "By the way, I have to give you a name." He held the panda in front of him and looked at its chubby appearance. "You are so fat. How about calling you Fat Bear?" The panda seemed to dislike the name and whimpered. Huyu smiled and changed his words. "Then call him Xiaobai." The panda tilted its head slightly and did not seem to object. Instead, it smiled. Huyu was also a little speechless. "You have been judged as a wild bear by the system. Why do you like this name?" Huyu called out again, "Xiaobai?" The panda smiled. "Wow." Huyu also smiled. Huyu picked up Xiaobai and walked back to the gate, ready to continue enjoying the individual rations. When I opened the bag, I found, in addition to compressed biscuits, a can of meat, a piece of chocolate, and a box of fruit candy. The soldiers' rations were really complete and met all kinds of nutritional needs. Huyu put Xiaobai aside, opened the chat interface, and opened the can of meat. The rich aroma of meat wafted into his nose, which was simply a pleasure. What's going on? The system just prompted that someone survived the beast attack. A message popped up, followed by, "Not only did he survive the beast attack, he also tamed the panda. He's simply a god." Huyu smiled slightly and saw the following message. "Huyu? This name looks familiar." Huyu looked at the message and couldn't help laughing. "Shuren, it's you." Then, Shuren's message made Huyu laugh. "Why is mine a brown bear and yours a panda? I don't accept it. Are you a tamer? Even a panda can be very scary when it grows up. A slap from it is as powerful as that from a wild bear." Huyu chuckled and looked at the next message. "Huyu, what did you get from the iron treasure chest?" When Huyu saw Shuren's name, he immediately smiled. "It's you, an old acquaintance." He scooped a spoonful of meat with the attached plastic spoon and put it into his mouth, typing 4 words. "It has nothing to do with you." The chat channel was silent for a while, but then it became lively again. "Master, please tell me how to tame pets. I'll exchange it with resources." Half a bottle of mineral water for a method to tame pets. The person above, wake up. Half a bottle of mineral water? I'll exchange it with a bucket of instant noodles. Huyu looked at this information and a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that there were quite a few people who obtained extra resources. It's time to stock up on food. Just as Huyu was about to discuss the details of the transaction, Shuren sent another message. Drawings. I'll trade you the drawings of the wooden processing table. Huyu's eyes lit up and he decided to accept the proposal. Okay. Huyu sent a message in the chat interface and continued. But I want to make it clear in advance that this method has only been used once, and the target was a panda. If you use it and it doesn't work, you can't ask me to return it. After seeing this message, many people hesitated, but many still chose to trade, especially Shuren. I agree, mall trade. Huyu also nodded, and then found an extra line of words on the page. Player Shuren requested a trade. Do you agree? Number of trades, 0/5. Is there a limit on the number of trades? Huyu didn't care so much and directly chose to agree. Chapter 6, Woohoo. Take off. Soon, an interface popped up. On the left was Huyu, with nothing underneath. On the right was Shuren, with a blueprint underneath. Huyu looked over and saw a message. Architectural blueprint. Wooden processing table, a simple and rough processing table that can be used to make some wooden tools. I hope you don't smoke or light a cigar when using this. Cigars? Even for survival in the wilderness, they could produce such luxury goods. Huyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Since he was sure it was something valid, he typed a line of words in the transaction box. Raise your right hand, touch the top of the beast's head, and then look it in the eye, and you will have conquered it. After completing it, he clicked the confirm transaction button, and then patiently waited for the other party to confirm. Almost at the same time, the other party also clicked to confirm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the architectural blueprint, wooden processing table, *1. I got it. Huyu was secretly happy. At this time, Shuren was looking at the brown bear outside the window that kept hitting the wall, and sighed. I hope this thing can be useful. Shuren stared at the window, which was about 1.5 meters high, and could only see the brown bear's waist. Touch the top of the beast's head. Shuren's face showed confusion. The brown bear outside is at least 3 meters tall. Asking me to touch its head, is it like delivering food to it? Shuren couldn't help but type in the chat interface. Huyu? Are you kidding me? Seeing this message, the chat interface suddenly became lively. Did you make the deal? Boss Sure, what's the method? Please share. The above person, you got it for free and ruined your character. I'll give you a bottle of mineral water. Please give me a second-hand strategy. Huyu looked at the information and smiled. This method is real. If you don't believe it, forget it. As for buying the strategy, your boss sure won't tell you what you get out of the wooden treasure chest. Do you believe he will give you the real strategy? Asshole. Shuren couldn't help but curse. Even if Huyu hadn't said this, he wouldn't dare to sell this strategy. After all, the outrageous degree of this strategy could make people doubt whether they had taken the wrong path. By the way, there are only 4 transactions left. First come, first served. Huyu sent a message in the chat interface, and then the mall page began to jump wildly, full of information requesting transactions. Huyu picked out 4 names that he liked and traded with them, in exchange for 5 bottles of mineral water, 2 boxes of canned food, a wooden key, and a treasure chest. Someone got the treasure chest, but didn't open it. After all, who would risk opening a treasure chest when they have enough resources? Everyone knows that treasure chests may also hide dangers. When the 5 transaction quotas were used up, Huyu reopened the chat interface and sent a message. By the way, the beast that attacked my thatched cottage was a female giant panda about 60 centimeters tall and strong. If the target species is different, this method may not work. As soon as this message was sent out, Shuren and the other people who bought the guide were all shocked. They were not so lucky to encounter a baby panda. If they really encountered that kind of bear by chance, they would have collapsed long ago. Done. We have food for tomorrow. Huyu happily threw a piece of candy into his mouth, put the resources he traded into his backpack, opened his notebook, and counted down the time. 3, 2, 1. The moment the wooden house was completed, a flash of white light appeared in front of my eyes, and a 3-meter-high wooden house appeared in front of me. The roof was conical and had a window. The original thatched house was also transformed into a wooden house. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a hybrid wooden house. Huyu. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to own a wooden house. Do you want to make a server-wide announcement? Hybrid wooden house. Huyu looked at the wooden house in front of him and was so excited that he almost wanted to jump up. It is warm in winter and cool in summer, has a sturdy appearance, and has built-in mosquito and insect repellent functions. This is great. Huyu couldn't help but feel excited, as if he had won the first prize. Calm down, calm down. Hu took a deep breath, put on his bag, picked up shabby, opened the door of the wooden house, and walked in. As soon as he entered the house, the sweet smell that hit him refreshed him. Ding. Affected by the scent of agarwood. Work efficiency +1, rationality +1, sleep quality +1. Hu's eyes lit up. There is actually a gain effect. This wooden house is too powerful. However, after a quick look, there was nothing in the room except the wooden box at the door. No table, no chair, no bed, nothing. It seemed that Hu still had to make some furniture himself. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades, we still need to work hard. Hu muttered with a smile, and his mood calmed down a lot. He casually put the sleeping Xiaobai next to the wooden box and opened his notebook. Hu was ready to continue negotiating with the system. But first he had to see what the building behind the wooden house was, so that he would have a goal. So he clicked the upgrade button. Ding. Do you want to upgrade the cabin to a wooden house? Consumable materials. Wood 0/200, rope 0/100, nail 0/50, /falcon structural skill, wooden house blueprint 0/1. Tip. The wooden house provides an exploration distance of 10 meters forward and 1 meter to the left and right, and is immune to damage from F-level beast attacks. Wooden house. Unlike a simple wooden house, an excellent wooden house has 1 bedroom, 2 living rooms, and a long enough viewing balcony. If you go to the beach randomly, this is a single-family sea view villa, but there is no kitchen and bathroom. Hu carefully read the prompt box and couldn't help but frown. F-level beast attack? Beast attacks are divided into levels? If that's true, then I have to upgrade my wooden house quickly. Hu's mind moved, and he immediately shouted, System, you can publish it. Give me the wooden house blueprints. The system said, Impossible, change it. Chapter 7 Humph, man. The system rejected Hu's request. It seems that this system guy can't meet all conditions. Why not? Hu asked subconsciously, but what he got in return was a long silence. It seemed that it really didn't work. Not sure if the system had any hidden secrets. Hu didn't want to cut off his own escape route, so he changed the conditions. Okay, just give me an iron saw and a few hundred pieces of wood, ropes, and iron blocks. The system said, wooden ropes are okay, but iron blocks and iron saws are not okay. Hu frowned. What is this? He guessed that this system must have some kind of judgment mechanism, otherwise it would not answer so straightforwardly. Could it be? A possibility came to Hu's mind, and he turned around quickly, opened the door, and ran out. There is also a wooden treasure chest and an iron treasure chest outside. Hu came to the 2 treasure chests and picked up the iron treasure chest. System, how can I transform this thing into iron? Ding. Convert to 10 iron blocks, consuming 1 iron treasure chest. Yes. Hu chose to confirm without hesitation. Soon, 10 more iron blocks appeared on the interface. Hu asked again, can you give me the iron block and iron saw now? Iron block is fine, but iron saw is not. Yes. Hu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the rewards given by the system can only be the resources that you have obtained, and they can only be resources such as water, wood, ropes, and iron blocks. It can't do anything about tools and building blueprints. But this is enough. Hu said, 100 pieces of iron, 200 pieces of wood, and 100 pieces of rope. Give them to me, and I will let you publish them. The system said, unable to pass. Please reduce at least 50% of the resources. It seems that we can't ask for resources without limit. But 50% is enough. Hu thought unwillingly. Then 150 pieces of iron. Hu did not ask for wood or ropes. He had these basic resources, but not much. However, iron blocks were different. The conversion path for iron blocks is iron treasure chest or other channels, but this is not accessible to players at this stage. If Hu traded the iron for wood or rope, he would get more than he did through the system. This is how the middleman makes the difference. Deal. 150 iron blocks instantly appeared on Hu's notebook, and the system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding. Congratulations to player Hu for becoming the first player to build a log cabin. Log cabin ranking list is open. Ranking list? Oh, right. Hu saw the system prompt and remembered that he had opened 2 ranking lists before. He turned 2 pages back and saw the Beast Raid scoreboard. 1. Hu. 2. William Austin. 3. Oda Nikechi. 4. Luo Jin. There was a long list of names behind the Beast Raid scoreboard. It was not until the 97th that Hu saw Shuren. As for the names behind him, he did not see any of them in the chat interface. Either these people are screen peepers who only like to peek and not chat, or the chat interface only shows one area. There are more people living in the wilderness, but Hu just doesn't know. The latter is more likely. Hu turned the page again. This page was the pet rankings. Unlike the Beast Raid rankings, there were only 2 names on it. 1. Luo Jin. 2. Hu Yu. Only second in the pet ranking. Hu Yu was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the pet this person subdued was more powerful than Xiaobai? Luo Jin? This was the only Chinese name in the top 5 of the Beast Raid ranking, besides Hu Yu. And judging from Luo Jin's name, she should be a girl. And judging from the time the system announced it, Luo Jin should have been a pet obtained shortly after he tamed Xiaobai. Hu Yu remembered the name and turned to the next page. Cabin rankings. There was only one name on it, Hu Yu. Just as he was feeling complacent, the system notification sounded again in his ears. Ding. F-level Beast Raid has ended. The system will distribute rewards based on the ranking on the Beast Raid scoreboard. Congratulations to player Hu Yu for becoming the first in the Beast Raid scoreboard. He will receive 1 copper treasure chest and 1 copper key. The top 10 players will receive 1 iron treasure chest and 1 iron key. The top 100 players will receive 1 wooden treasure chest and 1 wooden key. After the system announcement ended, a white light flashed before Hu Yu's eyes, and a treasure chest shining with bronze light fell in front of him, with a key placed on top of the treasure chest. Hu Yu didn't rush to open the box, but took out his pocket watch. 10:30. If he remembered correctly, the beast attack should have happened around 10 o'clock, which means that the F-level beast attack would last for half an hour. Hu Yu silently recorded it in his heart, picked up the copper treasure box, and walked towards his cabin. As soon as he opened the door, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Xiaobai has woken up. It is squatting next to a wooden box, doing an action that all living creatures would do. Shit. Xiaobai, Hu Yu exclaimed. This is the only agarwood furniture in the whole room. Xiaobai seemed to be frightened. His body trembled, and black, unidentified objects were discharged from his lower body, piling up on the ground. Just when Hu Yu was about to pick up this guy and beat him up, he received a system prompt. Ding. Animal feces found. Panda after using. There is a certain probability of avoiding F-level beast attacks. Although it is just excrement, judging from the color, it is top grade. It is better to eat with chocolate. Do you want to collect it? Woo. Xiaobai slowly stood up while Hu Yu was in a daze, turned around and faced him, his eyes full of doubts. It seemed as if he was asking, did I do something wrong? Hu Yu's expression changed from horror to surprise in an instant. He had never expected that he would have a byproduct after adopting a pet. The goddess of luck must have a crush on me. Collect. Hu Yu confirmed, and the excrement on the ground flashed a white light and turned into resources stored in the data of the notebook. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining animal feces, Panda, *10. No trace left. The last trace of psychological burden disappeared, and there is no need to collect it by yourself, and it will not leave any traces. What are you hesitating about? Hu Yu walked up to Xiaobai, picked him up, and gave him a kiss. Xiaobai, don't worry about it. Just poop in the house. Don't go out and let other bastards take advantage of you. Woo. Xiaobai tilted his head, indicating that he didn't understand what his master was saying. He was so angry just now, but now he's become a little baby? Humph. Man. Hu Yu rubbed Xiaobai for a while, then opened the chat interface and typed a line of words in it. Appointment for tomorrow's transaction limit. 10 items with a chance to avoid F-beast attacks, in exchange for iron saw manufacturing diagram, falcon structure skill book, 10 iron treasure chests plus keys. Any of the 3 can be traded. Please contact us if you are interested. Chapter 8. Ancient Core Technology. As soon as the news spread, the survivors who were celebrating their escape suddenly became quiet for a moment, and then they started to talk. Everyone started to discuss, and the atmosphere instantly became heated. An item to avoid beast attacks. There are actually 10 of them. If we have this, won't we be able to rest easy? A player said excitedly. Are you stupid? Mr. Who was talking about F-level beast attack, not E-level beast attack. Another survivor responded calmly. So what? It's only the first day. Will the system let us face an E-level beast attack directly? Another person disagreed. Could this be something that came out of the bronze treasure chest? It's simply a magical artifact. The players became excited. 10 iron treasure chests. Even if I can't use them in today's transaction, I won't lose anything if I can find one, said a player, with greed in his eyes. Boss, can I pay in installments? A curious voice came. Installment payment? Another player laughed. You are dreaming. This is a wilderness, not a shopping mall. If you die tomorrow, I will be the one who loses money. Hu Yu did not answer, but just looked at the screen quietly, and the chat history was refreshed quickly. He knew that it was almost impossible to collect all 10 iron treasure chests, but the iron saw manufacturing diagram or the skill book of mortise and tenon structure should not be difficult to find. As for those who speculated whether this was a reward from the bronze treasure chest, Hu Yu could only shake his head and smile. They were really too naive. Hu Yu knew in his heart that this bronze treasure chest was definitely not opened from a box. and even the ranking list had not been released. How could it be possible that I opened it? As for what the item was, Puyu was not in a hurry to explain, leaving them with a little suspense. After all, the sacred object of refuge in their minds was nothing more than the excrement of their pets. A smile appeared on Huyu's face. He took out the copper key and inserted it into the keyhole of the treasure chest. His goal was clear: supplies. Although Huyu had plenty of food and water, it was only noon on the first day, and no one could predict what would happen next. Moreover, he also had a cute money printing machine named Xiaobai by his side. He couldn't let it starve to death, could he? Huyu hoped to store as much food and water as possible in case of emergency. Ding! Do you want to open the copper treasure chest? Opening the treasure chest will consume 1 copper key. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, appropriate supplies, excellent tools, excellent architectural blueprints, excellent weapons. You can exclude one of the options. This time there was no advanced treasure chest key, but there was an additional excellent weapon option. Huyu glanced at the fire axe in his backpack and wondered, is this a tool or a weapon? Without hesitation, he chose to eliminate the treasure chest trap. Huyu twisted the copper key, and a slight click sounded. Then he placed his hands on the treasure chest and slowly opened it. A dazzling blue light instantly illuminated the entire field of vision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining architectural blueprint, earth stove, 1, iron block 50, wood 100, black soil block 50, mineral water 10, instant noodles 5, ham sausage *5. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to open a bronze treasure chest. Should we announce it? Huyu looked down at the blueprint in his hand, the earthen stove. The other supplies looked pretty good, especially the iron, wood, and water, which were enough to support his life for a while. But this earthen stove? Huyu was a little hesitant. Looking at his compact wooden house, he couldn't help but wonder, should I build a stove in such a small house? Even if there is no fear of fire, the thick smoke from burning is enough to choke people. Huyu put the blueprint aside, opened his backpack, and checked the other items he had obtained. 10 bottles of mineral water, 5 sausages, 5 buckets of instant noodles. These foods were enough for him to survive the next 2 days, but could instant noodles really be soaked in cold water? It seems that I still have to build this earthen stove, Huyu said to himself. Huyu checked the detailed instructions on the architectural drawings and decided to start construction. Architectural blueprint. Earth stove, one of the core technologies in ancient times. Only by mastering this technology can a series of dishes be invented. If you want to build it in a wooden house, then I can only wish you a good journey. Building an earth stove will consume 30 black soil blocks, 5/L water. Do you want to proceed? The last sentence seemed to imply that the earthen stove could not be built inside the house. Huyu took the drawing and chose to build it. The notebook automatically turned to the first page, and a dotted line appeared outside the house, marking the construction range of the earthen stove, which was exactly 2 by 2 in size. Huyu moved the earthen stove to the front of the house and confirmed the construction with a glance. 10 bottles of mineral water disappeared in an instant and were replaced by 10 empty bottles. A white light flashed outside the house, and the earthen stove was built in an instant. Construction completed, building score +5. Huyu silently calculated in his mind what this building score was used for, but the system did not explain further. Huyu flipped through the blueprint and found that it also included a blueprint for a wooden processing table. Since the stove was already built, he might as well get the processing table done as well. Whether to build a wooden processing table, materials consumed, 50 wood, 10 iron nails, can be reduced if you master the structure of the falcon. Huyu looked at the nails and thought, wouldn't a block of iron work? He didn't expect Shuren to be willing to trade them. At this stage, no one could make a processing table. He tried to communicate with the system. Can you give me 100 iron nails? The system said, unable to trade. As expected, the system would not let him easily get supplies that did not belong to him. Then let's talk about food. Huyu looked at Xiaobai. I have canned meat. Just give me 100 or so. The system said, unable to trade. At least 90% reduction. Huyu widened his eyes and continued to test. Then let's go with 19 cans. The system said, unable to trade. At least 45% reduction. Huyu was so angry that he kept cursing. This system is really untrustworthy. Just now they clearly said that a 90% cut would be enough, and now you want me to cut it again? You are simply asking for more. Huyu wondered in his heart whether this system would be rational. After a while, the system finally gave a reply. Deal. 19 cans of meat appeared in the wooden box. Huyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally received some compensation. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to open a bronze treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest ranking list is now open. Huyu secretly rejoiced. It felt good to cheat the system, but he also felt a little regretful. If only there was a 2 Zao ranking, he could cheat again. Forget it, that's enough. Huyu muttered to himself, pushed open the door, and walked out of the wooden house. In front of him, the earthen stove stood quietly next to the house. Huyu frowned, thinking that it was too close to the wooden house. If any flames sprang out, the wooden house would easily be ignited. Huyu walked closer and saw a prompt box pop up. Do you want to light the stove? Consumption, 2 wood/minute, 1 flame of any nature. Huyu suddenly remembered that how could he light the stove without a flame? If he wanted to make instant noodles, he still had to prepare a flame and a big pot. However, Huyu's heart moved, and he looked towards the wilderness in the distance. Maybe there would be a turn for the better. Chapter 9 Stop. Huyu continued exploring without stopping until he dug up the iron treasure chest under the Polonia tree. Then he suddenly stopped. Huyu had walked about 80 meters when he encountered a beast attack on the way and had to retreat back to the thatched hut. It was not yet 11 o'clock, which meant that Huyu still had about 9 hours and more than 10 meters of unknown territory to explore. Huyu was thinking to himself that if he could find another treasure chest, maybe he could get something related to fire, or even a big pot. Huyu thought of the wooden treasure chest he had traded back before, and decided to wait until he had no other choice before opening it. Huyu made his decision, turned around, and returned to the cabin to pack his backpack. He planned to take everything in the survival kit, fill up the remaining 2 bottles of mineral water, and take a box of canned food, making his best preparations. Just as Huyu was about to leave, Xiaobai suddenly ran up and hugged Huyu's legs tightly, looking at him with watery eyes, as if saying, "Don't leave me. Baby, why do you rely on me so much?" Huyu squatted down and stroked Xiaobai's soft fur. "I'm going on an adventure, not to meet other pandas. You stay at home and wait for me to come back and take you to eat delicious food, okay?" Woo-woo, Xiaobai seemed to be protesting. Huyu smiled, picked up Xiaobai, and said seriously, "Okay, don't run around. You must follow me. If you don't listen, I will abandon you." Of course, Huyu couldn't bear to leave Xiaobai behind. This little guy was not only cute, but also produced treasures. More importantly, it could accompany him and relieve his loneliness in the wilderness. Huyu certainly didn't want it to stay in the house alone, nor did he want it to run away, get lost, or encounter danger. Oh well, Xiaobai seemed to understand and let out an excited cry. Huyu also showed a satisfied smile, put it on the ground, pushed open the door, and walked out. After walking a few steps, Huyu couldn't help but turn around and look back. He found that Xiaobai was following closely behind him, keeping a distance of less than half a meter. When Huyu stopped, Xiaobai also stopped immediately, as if looking at him, as if he completely understood what he meant. "Well, it seems that I understand," Huyu said to himself and continued walking forward. Every 10 meters, Huyu would look back to make sure Xiaobai was still following him. Such a little guy was actually really reliable. When Huyu walked under the sycamore tree, he suddenly stopped. At this time, the morning mist had dissipated and the view became wider. Not far in front of him, there were 3 treasure chests. One was a wooden treasure chest, one was an iron treasure chest, and the other was a copper treasure chest. "Hey Xiaobai." Huyu stared at the treasure chest in front of him, smiled, and said to himself, "Do you think the goddess of luck has a crush on me? If so, she doesn't need to prepare these little surprises. How about just telling me directly?" Woo! Xiaobai tilted his head, seemingly not understanding what he was saying. "Forget it. In that case, I can't refuse the gift from the goddess of luck." Huyu smiled happily and walked forward. 5 meters, 10 meters. Just when Huyu was about 2 meters away from the treasure chest, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Ding! The host has explored the wilderness for 100 meters and cannot continue to explore. Please return in time. Huyu's face turned pale instantly. It was only 2 meters away. 2 meters away, and the system told him that he couldn't continue exploring? Huyu hurriedly asked, "System, what will happen if I continue to explore?" "The base will be destroyed, and you will become a savage in the wilderness." "Damn it," Huyu cursed angrily. Xiaobai behind him immediately hugged his legs, as if he had sensed Huyu's anger. Feeling the warmth on his legs, Huyu suddenly had an idea. He understood that although the system said, "cannot continue exploring," it did not restrict the pet's actions. In order to avoid being judged by the system as out of exploration range, Huyu deliberately took a step back and then quickly picked up Xiaobai. Huyu said, "System, what if my pet runs out of the exploration area?" The system said, "No penalty will be triggered." Great. Huyu was secretly happy. He turned around and squatted down, put Xiaobai on the ground, and pointed to the copper treasure chest not far away. "Do you see that square thing?" Xiaobai nodded, seeming to understand. "That's our treasure. Help me push it over," Huyu said, pointing at the copper treasure chest. Woo! Xiaobai tilted his head, indicating that he was not quite sure. Yes, that's it. Hu gestured for it to follow his movements. Xiaobai seemed to understand and began to crawl on all fours, slowly walking towards the copper treasure chest. It easily passed through Hu Yu's exploration area and slowly walked to the treasure chest. Then, Xiaobai started pushing the treasure chest hard, as if preparing to push it further. That's not the case. Hu Yu quickly called out to it, turned around and walked to the treasure chest, posed, and motioned Xiaobai to follow him. Xiaobai seemed to understand, and quickly went behind the treasure chest and continued to push it forward. Soon, the copper treasure chest was pushed in front of Hu Yu. Well done. Hu Yu squatted down happily, touched Xiaobai's head, pointed to the other 2 treasure chests and said, Xiaobai, there are 2 more over there. Help me push them over. Soon, Xiaobai pushed all 3 treasure chests in front of Hu Yu. The question was, where was the key? The key to the wooden treasure chest was at the bottom of the chest, and Hu Yu saw it at a glance. But he couldn't find the keys to the iron and copper treasure chests. This was impossible. Could it be that the chests didn't have keys? Just as he was wondering, the sun suddenly shone down, and a bright light pierced his eyes. Hu Yu subconsciously looked up and saw 2 keys hanging on the branches. He could take them down with just a slight jump. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Stop! Hu Yu was shocked and turned around to see that it was a person. Chapter 10. National Dance Without Clothes. To be precise, the person standing in front of Hu Yu should be a woman. Just when Hu Yu was stunned, the girl in slightly cool clothes and carrying a backpack ran towards him quickly. Hu Yu subconsciously reached for the fire axe next to his backpack, took a half step back with his left leg, and took a defensive posture. Just as the system said, this is the wilderness. There are no other creatures in the wilderness, only low IQ beasts and high IQ beasts. Even if the woman in front of him looks harmless, Hu Yu can't take it lightly. However, before Hu Yu had time to take out the fire axe, the woman had already stopped in front of him, standing opposite the treasure chest at a distance of just the center line. This coincidence puzzled Hu Yu. What's more, there is a sycamore tree next to where the woman is standing. Hu Yu looked up along the trunk and found that there were 2 keys hanging on the branches. 1 iron key and 1 copper key, exactly the same as what he saw just now. This means that no matter who gets the treasure chest first, the key on the head can be used to open the treasure chest. I think you should have discovered it too. The woman spoke slowly. Her eyes fell on Xiaobai at Hu Yu's feet, and she smiled bitterly. These 3 treasure chests should be outside our exploration area. Originally, we had to work together to get them. However, you have a pet and I don't, so you got it first. And then, Hu Yu shrugged and took back the hand that was about to take the fire axe. At this moment, the situation was as she said. The 3 treasure chests were indeed at the limit of the area they explored. If they wanted to get these treasure chests, cooperation was the only way. For example, Hu Yu's mind moved. You can use a long and strong enough branch to push the treasure chest to the other side, or make a hook-like tool to pull the treasure chest back. Of course, the premise is that the other party will not interfere. Hu Yu smiled and said to the woman in front of him, You don't want me to share the treasure chest with you, do you? The woman shrugged and smiled charmingly. Why not? Hu Yu, from the current rankings I know, you have a lot of survival resources, and you should even have some to spare. For you, a copper treasure chest may be important, but a wooden treasure chest, or even an iron treasure chest, should be dispensable to you, right? Hu Yu's heart was moved when he heard this. She seemed to have recognized him as the player who had a panda pet. Dispensable? Hu Yu asked back. You used the wrong word. Hu Yu pointed at Xiaobai who was holding at his feet and said, Do you see this guy? He can eat 5 cans of meat in 1 meal. I don't know how many resources I need to feed him. The woman paused, obviously a little surprised. 5 cans? So many. Hu Yu smiled smugly. You don't have a pet, so you don't know the importance of these foods, right? The woman was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, If it were me, it would only become a reserve food, even if it was a panda. Oh, whoa. Xiaobai seemed to understand what she said and roared, looking a little angry. Hu Yu smiled and said, Xiaobai, let's ignore her. He bent down and picked up Xiaobai, glancing at the woman in front of him. Okay, we don't need to waste time. I can give you the treasure chest. After all, no one knows whether it will be a trap or resources after opening it. But, the woman's eyes lit up. Trade, huh? I like it. She smiled and tossed her hair. Brother Hu, do you like watching folk dance? The kind where people don't wear clothes. You don't wear clothes? Hu Yu frowned and asked. Then how do I know which ethnic group's dance you are dancing? The woman's smile froze. She didn't expect Hu Yu to respond like this. Hu Yu waved his hand and said, Don't think too much. My sexual orientation is normal. It's just that I'm not interested in the goods you offer. The woman was stunned for a moment and smiled. Then what do you want? Hu Yu smiled. Isn't it obvious? I won't give you the copper and iron treasure chests, but I can give you the wooden treasure chest. The price is the 2 keys on your head. How about that? The woman frowned and shouted angrily. Who you? You are too greedy. You want to exchange an iron key and a copper key for a wooden treasure chest? Why don't you let me add something else? Who you shrugged. If you want to. I don't want to. The woman cursed angrily. The wooden treasure box plus the item you mentioned in the chat interface, the kind that can avoid beast attacks. Hu Yu's heart moved, and he understood her real intention. What she wanted was Xiao Bai's excrement. However, Hu Yu was not going to let her succeed easily. Hu Yu wanted to earn more. That won't do. Hu Yu shook his head. Since you know what kind of item it is, you should also know that I have already made an appointment with someone else. I don't want to trade 9 items with others when the time comes. The woman seemed to have expected Hu Yu to say this, and immediately replied, I don't want that wooden treasure chest anymore. I have a way to help you get the wooden key, but I also want to exchange for a prop. So straightforward, Hu Yu was curious. What have you been through? Why are you so afraid of beast attacks? The woman's expression suddenly twisted, and she began to complain. A beast attack? That's not an beast attack. It's a terrorist attack. Have you ever seen cockroaches that big? They climbed directly onto my window. I finally waited for them to start fighting, but the brown bear came again. I could only tremble in my room. She continued to complain, and Hu Yu listened carefully, gradually coming to the conclusion that she was lying. She might have indeed encountered cockroaches, but no resources was obviously false. So your name is? Hu Yu asked tentatively. Su Yun. You can just call me a Yun. The woman replied. Okay, Su Yun. Hu Yu smiled. The deal is okay, but I have one more condition. Su Yun was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Do you want to watch folk dance again? No, I want. Hu Yu smiled meaningfully. Chapter 11. Transactions that bypass the system. Hu Yu raised his finger and pointed at Su Yun. You. Before he could finish, Su Yun smiled bitterly and said, Actually, if you can come over, I don't mind having some kind of relationship with a handsome boy. After all, in the wilderness, no one knows when they will meet their own kind again. No. Hu Yu shook his head and explained, I'm talking about the backpack behind you. Open it and show me what's inside. If there's something I'm interested in, I can give you another prop in exchange. Su Yun's face turned dark in an instant. Isn't this considered as a voluntary sacrifice by me? You still have this reaction. Straight man. Even if you can't come, at least show that you care a little. Even though she was embarrassed, Su Yun still really wanted the prop that Hu Yu mentioned. If we can really avoid the beast attack, it will be a life. It is much more valuable than these resources. Okay. Su Yun exhaled, placed the backpack in front of her, squatted down, slowly opened the backpack, and took out the things from it one by one. A half-eaten can of food, a bag of instant noodles, half a bottle of mineral water, and a box of matches. This is everything in Su Yun's backpack. To prove this, she deliberately turned her backpack upside down and shook it hard twice. Poverty. Too poor. Even if Hu Yu built an earthen stove, he had far more resources than Su Yun. If she can't find other resources, she will probably starve to death tomorrow. But Hu Yu still saw something that interested him. Matchbox. Fire is as important to the wilderness as clean water. How is it? Have you made your choice? Su Yun urged. I've chosen it. Hu Yu raised his hand and pointed to the matchbox on the ground. 3 keys, plus that box of matches. I can give you a prop. Make a deal. She didn't pay any edible supplies. This was already the best price in Su Yun's mind. But Su Yun squatted down and took back all the props except the matchbox. Before we trade, I also need to verify your so-called props, right? That makes sense. Hu Yu put his backpack on his chest and took out a box of canned meat from it. He took it in his hand, and before he could open it, Su Yun sneered, Don't tell me that this thing can prevent beast attacks. Canned meat is rare, but it's not something those stupid people like to eat. Don't be impatient. Hu Yu opened the can, scooped out 1/3 of the meat with the canning iron sheet, and placed it in front of Xiao Bai. This little guy has just performed a great deed, so naturally he should be rewarded. Xiao Bai looked at the food in front of him, first leaned over to sniff it, and then swallowed it in one gulp. Fortunately, this guy is not picky about food. If it only eats bamboo, I don't know how to feed it. Hu Yu smiled and rubbed Xiao Bai's head, then finished the remaining cans on his own. Gulp. A clear swallowing sound came from not far away. Hu Yu looked at Su Yun in front of him and asked, Do you want to eat? Think. Su Yun nodded vigorously. This is canned meat. In the wilderness, this food is more precious than chocolate. Not only can it replenish calories, it can even make you feel full. Who wouldn't want it? If you want to eat, then eat it. Hu Yu glanced at her backpack and said, I see you still have half of it. That thing is life-saving. Who would be willing to eat it as a snack? Su Yun didn't say anything, but just looked at Hu Yu with contempt and kept cursing him in her heart. Straight guy. You'll never find a girlfriend. Huyukai ignored her and took out a portion of Staubice excrement from his notebook and put it in the can of meat that he had eaten. That's why he took out canned meat as a snack. After all, not everyone is willing to be a catapult thrower. All right. After Huyu packed the things, he closed the lid of the can and placed it in front of him. If you bring me what I want, it will be yours. A massive dark gold solid was placed in the can. Even though Su-yun was far away, she could easily tell what it was. She looked up at Huyu, preparing many vicious words in her mind, but in the end she only uttered 3 words. Are you kidding me? Who tricked you? Huyu pointed at the prop in front of him and said, although this thing is excrement, it is the excrement of my xiaobai. It's an iron-eating beast, one of the ancient mythical beasts. Its excrement can naturally prevent beast attacks. It's all written in the system description. Su-yun didn't say anything, but 3 words were written all over her face. I don't believe it. Huyu was in a stalemate with her for a while, but when a cool breeze blew, he decided not to wait any longer. Are you willing to trade or not? If not, I will go back. It's just 3 keys, isn't it? It's not worth my time. Trade. Su-yun gritted her teeth and pointed at the can in front of him. Send the things over first, and I'll give you the key after I verify it. Huyu rolled his eyes, picked up the can, and prepared to leave. This girl is teasing him. If I deliver the things to her and she just turns around and leaves, there's nothing I can do. Seeing Huyu was about to leave, Su-yun hurriedly shouted, okay, don't move. I'll bring the things over. Have to compromise. In order to avoid another beast attack, Su-yun had to take the risk of making a deal. The story she told earlier was not a lie. After going through so much, she urgently needed someone to talk to. Huyu is the only option. Okay, then I'll give you another chance. Huyu said this, turned around again, and put the can back to its original position. Soon, he saw Su-yun running back, and in just 2 steps she picked up a long stick from the ground. It is called a long stick, but in fact it is just a few branches tied together end to end with a few ropes, and its length is about 4 meters. It was enough for her to stand still and get the key above Huyu's head. However, these branches are too long and have poor stability, so all we can do is rely on Su-yun on how to operate them. Su-yun first took the key off her head, hung it on the top of the long stick, and stretched it in front of Huyu. Huyu took down 2 keys, 1 copper and 1 iron, and smiled. Miss Su, I'd like to trouble you to help me take down my key as well. Snort. Su-yun snorted coldly, stretched out her arm, took the key from above Huyu's head, and placed it in front of Huyu. Soon, the wooden key and the matchbox were delivered to Huyu respectively. Su-yun was so tired that he was sweating profusely. He threw the long stick casually and threw the other end in front of Huyu. Huyu, it's your turn to deliver the things now. I'm coming. Why are you in such a hurry? Huyu muttered as he picked up the long stick. This is the first time I see someone looking for shit and being so anxious. The sound was not loud, but Su-yun heard it clearly. But she didn't dare say anything more, for fear that Huyu would go back on his word, and then she would be at a real disadvantage. But Huyu still keeps his word. He used a long stick to push the can in front of Su-yun. Take a closer look. If there is no problem, our deal is done. Su-yun squatted down and picked up the can on the ground. After receiving the system prompt, she put the can and the props away together. No problem. Have to. Huyu received the answer, picked up the key on the ground, prepared to put the 3 treasure chests into the notebook, and then leave. He didn't intend to open the box in front of this woman. If something was exposed, it would be a waste of time. Etc. Su-yun called Huyu. Brother Hu, are you interested in playing another game with me? Chapter 12. The girl who brought her household registration book to find a brothel owner. Game. Yes. To be precise, it should be a gamble. Oh. Huyu found it a little funny and tilted his head to look at Su-yun. Bet? What do you want to bet on? Or, what else can you bet with me? Wait a minute. Su-yun ran back without thinking, and soon came out dragging the body of a brown bear over 1 meter long. The corpse's internal organs had been completely removed, and its 2 hind legs had been chopped off, leaving only a torso and a pair of bear paws. Otherwise, Su-yun would not have been able to drag the bear corpse. Huh. This. Su-yun was panting, but she still had a smile on her face. Is that enough? This is a lot of money to bet. Even though raw meat cannot be stored for a long time, as long as Su-yun wants, she can use this bear corpse to exchange for a large amount of resources. The fact that the bear corpse was missing its 2 hind limbs was enough to prove that she knew this and had already made the deal. After all, it is totally impossible for a girl to eat 2 bear legs alone. And the value of these 2 bear legs is absolutely incomparable to the supplies in her backpack. This also proves 2 points from the side. First of all, the story she told earlier was true. If there were no cockroach rats, it would be impossible for a woman like her to kill a brown bear of this size. Secondly, she lied to Huyu. The supplies Su-yun has are definitely not as simple as the things in her backpack. Hey. Su-yun smiled and patted the backpack behind her. You told me to open my backpack at the beginning, but you didn't ask me how many resources I had in total. If you feel you've lost out, You can't blame me. It's all because you didn't explain it clearly. Okay. Yu smiled kindly. So Miss Sue, you have taken out the gambling money, but how are you going to gamble with me? There are no poker cards or mahjong here. Are you going to play rock, paper, scissors with me? Treasure chest. We bet on you opening the treasure chest. Suyun pointed at the 3 treasure chests in front of him and said, you are now at the top of the wooden treasure chest and iron treasure chest rankings. If I'm not mistaken, you should also be at the top of the bronze treasure chest list. As the top 3, do you dare to bet? What do you want to bet on me getting? Hu was puzzled. Of course not. Suyun smiled and panted, looking very tired. I think you also know that there is a trap in the treasure chest. Let's make a bet to see if there is a trap in your treasure chest. When Hu heard this, he almost went crazy with joy. Why do you want to bet on something else? So, girl, you came here today with your household registration booklet to find the brothel owner to sell your body? Hu suppressed his laughter and looked at Suyun seriously. Are you sure? Then what do you want from me? Everything. Suyun uttered 2 words and looked at Xiaobai greedily. If you trigger the trap, you probably won't survive. When the time comes, you will hand over your pet, backpack, and all the resources inside to me. I can also help you take good care of your pet, right? You are really a little angel who cares about others. Hu couldn't help but say. Giving away the key is not enough. He also plans to give away bear meat. Isn't this a little angel? However, to Suyun, these words sounded like a mockery. She smiled unabashedly and said, Hu, don't say such harsh words. You have to open the treasure chest when you take it back. I just gave the 2 of us a chance to get rich. Whether you want it or not is up to you. No. I really thought you were a little angel. After Hu finished explaining, Suyun blushed a little. It's not like she hasn't been praised by others over the years, but in this case, being praised as a little angel by a straight man has a different meaning. But besides being a part-time money-giving boy, he is also a little angel who loves to dance naked folk dance. The mumbling sound reached Suyun's ears, and her face instantly darkened. Can we get over this? Okay. I won't tell you. Hu pointed at the treasure chest and said, I'm betting on this game. Just tell me how to open it. Simple. As if Suyun was afraid that he would go back on his word, she deliberately relaxed the rules. If you open one of the 3 treasure chests and survive, I'll give you half of the bear meat. If you open 2 treasure chests and survive, I'll give you the whole bear. If you are still alive after 3 treasure chests, I will. Give me everything you have. Hu took over the conversation, not letting her say anything eye-catching. How? He didn't say he wanted all her resources. That would be too easy for her to hide, and there was no need for that. Although she didn't have many resources, they were barely enough for a meal. Hu had no reason to refuse this opportunity of making huge profits with no investment. Good. Suyun agreed immediately. It is not only to gain access to Hu's resources, but also to verify something. What exactly is a treasure chest trap? If there were no similar experiments, I would not have the answer before I fell into the trap. I don't know when I will meet my kind again, and my kind won't open treasure chests in front of my kind. So, this is the best chance. Then I'll start. Hu squatted down and inserted the wooden key into the treasure chest, and a prompt immediately popped up in front of him. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, basic supplies, building blueprints. You can exclude one of the options. 3 options? In other words, as long as you eliminate the treasure chest trap, you will definitely get a building blueprint and basic supplies. But to put it another way, if the person who opens the treasure chest is not you, then there is a 2/3 chance that this person will step into the trap. A thought came to Hu's mind. He suddenly wanted to know what the treasure chest trap was, but of course not now. Eliminate the treasure chest trap. Hu gently turned the key and opened the treasure chest. He deliberately let out a scream, which frightened Suyun's heart. What's wrong? What's wrong? It's actually an architectural blueprint. Hu showed a surprised expression on his face, picked up a blueprint from the treasure chest, and read the words on it. Wooden bed construction blueprint. Looks like I don't have to sleep on a thatch pile tonight. Oh, there are also 3 bottles of mineral water, some wooden ropes. It seems that I am lucky. Suyun had a dark face and kept comforting herself in her heart. It's okay. It's okay. As long as this guy opens the treasure chest trap, everything will be mine. Hey. Hu shouted forward. What are you standing there for? Cut the bear in half and send it to me. Snort. Suyun snorted again, but still took out a fire axe of the same model as Hu from her waist, turned the bear over, and planned to break it in the middle. This axe, Hu didn't see it just now. Soon the bear's body was split in half. Just as Hu was wondering how Suyun was going to move the bear's body over, she actually ran away again. But Hu was not worried that she would not come back. It's just half a bear's body, but it's not as valuable as the resources on my body. Soon she came over pushing a small wooden cart. She placed the bear's body on the wooden board and pushed it directly to Hu. You must return this wooden cart to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to get the other half of the bear's body. Su-yun was still threatening. Of course, of course. Hu Yu replied, put the bear's body behind him, and kicked the wooden cart back again. But I would like to ask, where did you get this wooden cart? You are allowed to draw up the blueprints for the wooden bed, but I am not allowed to draw up the blueprints for the wooden cart. Su-yun rolled her eyes at him and said, keep going. Are you afraid? Chapter 13. How about a dance to celebrate? Hu Yu smiled, squatted down again, and inserted one of the iron keys into the treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, basic supplies, building blueprints. You can exclude one of the options. Still these three options. Could it be that the copper treasure chest behind is also like this? Then I will make a fortune. Not to mention the materials. Even these architectural drawings are good stuff. Eliminate the treasure chest trap. Hu Yu turned the key and used some effort to open the iron treasure chest, and then he saw a deep blue light up before his eyes. A blueprint lay quietly above some resources, and Hu Yu reached out to take it. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the architectural blueprint, iron pot. Architectural blueprint, iron pot, an arc-shaped iron container, specially customized for a certain ancient core technology. If you want to use it as a weapon, I suggest you use another kind of iron pot, a frying pan. Ah, another scream sounded, and Su-yun stood on tiptoe and looked over here. What's wrong? What's wrong? Another architectural drawing. Hu Yu stood up and fished out the blueprint from the treasure chest. He took a closer look and his expression turned ugly. Iron pot? What's the use of this thing? It can't be used to cook itself in an iron pot, right? Although he said that, Hu Yu was already very happy in his heart. Flame and iron pot, these two reasons for me to come out and explore are all solved. The goddess of luck is no longer secretly in love with me. This is already considered an open love. Hu Yu smiled and put the architectural drawings into his notebook. Then he squatted down and collected the other resources in the iron box, muttering to himself, 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 cans of food, a piece of chocolate. Not bad, eh? After putting all the things into the backpack, Hu Yu stood up and looked at Su-yun. There is no trap in the treasure chest. Now is the time to pay the chips. For you. Su-yun gritted her teeth and said only these 2 words, then placed the other half of the bear's body on the wooden board and pushed it hard in front of Hu Yu. Hey, thank you, Boss Su. Hu Yu smiled, and instead of unloading the bear carcass from the small wooden cart, he put the other half of the bear carcass on it. Boss Su, I won't give you this wooden cart for now, right? Anyway, there is only 1 copper treasure chest left. If I create a treasure chest trap, the red panda will have to push the wooden cart back for you. If I win, you can just throw the backpack over to me. I believe you can still throw it over a distance of 3 or 4 meters, right? Su-yun had a dark face and did not answer Hu Yu's question. Stop talking nonsense. There is only 1 treasure chest left. Are you afraid? Are you kidding? I wouldn't dare to. But you had no choice but to smile kindly. Okay. I'll open it right away, Boss Su. Don't worry. As he spoke, Hu Yu squatted down again and inserted the copper key into the keyhole. When he saw the prompt pop up in front of him again, his pupils suddenly shrank. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, excellent weapon. You can exclude one of the options. 2. There are only 2 options. According to the previous system prompts, each treasure chest will randomly select 2 options as the items in the treasure chest, so this treasure chest is bound to have a treasure chest trap. If someone else opened it, the first 2 treasure chests would allow him to barely survive, but this treasure chest would be a sure kill. But fortunately, the person who opens this treasure chest is yourself. Eliminate the treasure chest trap. After Hu Yu made his choice, he turned the key and opened the treasure chest, and a faint purple light emerged from it. Ah! The third shout. Su-yun felt that she had become immune to Hu Yu's screams. As long as she didn't see this straight guy lying on the ground, she would not believe that he was dead. 1 second, 2 seconds. When she saw Hu Yu take something out of the treasure chest and slowly stand up, she immediately made a decision in her heart. Run. She has lost enough and doesn't want to contribute anything she has anymore. But just as she started to move her legs, Hu Yu's voice floated from behind her. I suggest, you better not run away. The man's voice was very soft but extremely attractive, like a psychologist counseling a patient. But Su-yun didn't want to listen. She continued to run forward, but just when she took the 3rd step, a sharp sound of breaking air came from behind her. Click. Su-yun stopped and turned her head to look at the sycamore tree beside her. An arrow penetrated into the tree trunk, and the white feathers at the tail were still trembling slightly, proving that it was fired not long ago. Be good, turn around. Hu Yu's voice sounded again. Su-yun subconsciously raised her hands and slowly turned around. When she turned around to face Hu Yu, she saw what she least wanted to see. Crossbow. A crossbow made of pure iron, with an arrow on the bowstring, and a cold light flashing at the tip of the arrow. This is a long-range attack weapon. In this situation, if anyone has such a weapon, whether it is a transaction or a gambling game, it will become a one-sided situation. No, If anyone has this weapon, there will be no more gambling, only trading. Huyu did not take it out before the transaction, and he did not take it out when the gambling started, which only proves one thing. The crossbow was taken out of the bronze treasure chest by him. I said. Huyu smiled and stopped pointing the crossbow at Su Yun. Boss Su, why are you doing this? Since you lost the bet, it would be better to just admit it. Why do you need to run away? Yes, brother Hu, you were right. Su Yun smiled along and didn't dare to refute it all. She took off the backpack behind her and threw it at Huyu without thinking. Maybe because of fear, the ball was thrown only a little closer to Huyu, but not in front of him. Su Yun panicked again. She quickly raised her hands and said, Brother Hu, I didn't mean it. I know. Don't you still have a long stick? Help me push it over. Well, Su Yun walked forward, raised the long stick again, hooked up the backpack, and stretched it towards Huyu. When Huyu got the backpack, she suddenly felt liberated. I have given you all my resources. You can't waste arrows to kill me. Yeah, not bad. Huyu transferred the contents of the backpack into his own backpack, and then threw Su Yun's backpack onto the bear's corpse. He looked up at her again and said, There is one last thing I need to trouble you with. You say. Su Yun subconsciously thought that he wanted to watch folk dance, but she couldn't say it out loud for fear of being despised again. It's very simple. Just do some folk dance to celebrate. Su Yun? Didn't you say you didn't want to watch it before? Bastard. Chapter 14. Excellent food. Bear paw instant noodles. Huyu watched a folk dance without having to take off clothes, but in the end he couldn't tell which ethnic group the dancers belonged to. After Su Yun finished dancing, he let her go. After all, we are all human beings, and Huyu doesn't want to kill his own kind on the first day in the wilderness. Afterwards, Huyu dismantled the 3 treasure chests and pushed the bear carcass on the wooden cart back to his cabin. He first consumed a certain amount of resources to cast the iron pot and the wooden bed respectively, and obtained a 10-point construction score. When building the wooden bed, he did not see any options. When the wooden bed was completed, it automatically became made of agarwood, exactly the same as the wooden box at the door. However, I didn't see any system prompts afterwards, which means there was no iron pot ranking list or wooden bed ranking list, including no weapon ranking list. After finishing all this, the time on the pocket watch was already 6:30 in the afternoon. His stomach is hungry again. In that case, let's have a bowl of simple instant noodles. Huyu placed an iron pot on the earthen stove, struck a match, lit the wood, felt the temperature of the flame, poured 2 bottles of mineral water into the iron pot, and then lit a bonfire next to the earthen stove. Click. He swung the fire axe and chopped off a bear paw. He licked the saliva at the corner of his mouth, but felt a little dissatisfied. It would be perfect if there was a small jar of honey. Use Phoenix wood to roast the bear paw until it is 70% done, then cut it into several small pieces with the fire axe, throw it into the pot, and watch the noodle soup turn golden with fat. The fragrance spreads for miles. When Huyu looked at the noodle soup in the pot, he suddenly remembered something. Damn it, I don't have a bowl or chopsticks. I don't know if this is intentional or to save costs, but this bucket of instant noodles doesn't even have a plastic fork. How damaging. When faced with delicacy of this level, you can't just grab it with your hands. Even if I put aside my pride and eat it with my hands like those Indians, I can only eat it cold. Forget it. It doesn't matter if it's a little rough. Let's cut some wood to make chopsticks first. Huyu had just put out the fire in the earthen stove and took out a piece of wood from his notebook when the system prompt sounded in his ears. Bite. Bear paw noodle soup. Excellent grade satiety plus 75%, enjoyment plus 35%, physical fitness permanently +1 when consumed for the first time. Note. Instant noodles with bear paws? What kind of new Versailles scene is this? Congratulations to the host for being the first player to cook a delicious meal. Do you want to announce it to the entire server? Huyu. Omega. I received a system announcement. It looks like there will be a food ranking list. Huyu put the wood into his backpack and said to the system, Give me a set of silverware, the kind with a knife and fork. Now even the silver treasure chest hasn't appeared. There is no doubt that the system will not agree to my condition. But this does not prevent Huyu from bidding. Learning to bid high every time is a basic quality of a profiteer. Huyu obviously learns very quickly. Unable to complete the transaction, please change the transaction content. Then a copper set. I can pay with copper. The 2 copper treasure chests brought Huyu 20 copper blocks, more than enough to make tableware. Unable to. Then 50 bottles of mineral water. Huyu interrupted the system. It seemed that he still couldn't find a loophole in the system. Just when he was about to bargain with the system again, a white light flashed in front of him. Make a deal. 50 bottles of mineral water were lined up in front of him, and a system announcement also appeared in front of him. Bite. Congratulations to player Huyu for being the first player to cook excellent food. The food ranking list is now open. Actually, agreed. Huyu was a little surprised. In his opinion, 50 bottles of mineral water were undoubtedly a sky-high price, and he even planned to bargain. But now it seems that this time, last time, and the time before that, the system completed the deal on the third round of bargaining. If I offer a high price 3 times, will it agree? Piyu kept this in mind, then took out another piece of wood and used the fire axe to make a pair of rough chopsticks. Start enjoying the food. I don't want wooden bowls or anything like that. Anyway, I am an old eater, so it doesn't matter if I work in a big pot. By the way, you opened the chat interface. As expected, there was an uproar inside again. Excellent, great? Gourmet? What the hell is that? Isn't it some dark dish like roasted cockroaches or rats? Is the person above stupid? How can this kind of food be considered a delicacy by the system? I guess. Boss who must have obtained some precious ingredients, so he cooked such a fine meal. Like bear paws or something like that. The sender of the last sentence was Su-yoon. Piyu sipped a mouthful of noodles, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he typed in the chat interface, "The above guess is correct. I simply roasted the bear paws and threw them into the instant noodles." Luxury. As a billionaire, I would never have been willing to use bear paws to make instant noodles in my previous life. In the last life, the upstairs suddenly felt sad. Asshole. At the other end of the forest, Su-yoon bit into a dry instant noodle pancake. Why? That's my bear paw. Although she hated him, Su-yoon still swallowed the instant noodles in her mouth, and then asked in the chat interface, "Boss who, how did you get the hot water?" Soon others followed suit. "Yeah, I have instant noodles here, but there's no hot water, so I can only eat noodles." Boss who, you must have dug up some hot spring water. Huh? The above idea is unique. If I use hot spring water and bear paw to make instant noodles, will it create a top-notch delicacy? This is a question worth thinking about. He thought to himself, but typed in the chat interface, "No, I just opened 1 or 2 architectural drawings and then got a clay stove and an iron pot. After the fire is lit, pour a few bottles of mineral water into it and cook noodles, right?" The chat interface suddenly fell silent. 1 or 2 architectural drawings. Or just, what is this? A wilderness survival version of Versailles? Seeing that no one was chatting and some were even looking for other topics to talk about, Piyu lost the desire to watch any further. He ate up all the noodles and bear paws, scooped out the noodle soup from an empty mineral water bottle and drank most of it, and put the remaining half back into the mineral water bottle. Belch. This was the most filling meal he had had today. The whole bear paw weighed nearly 1 kilogram, and together with a packet of instant noodles, 80% of it went into his stomach, and the remaining 20% went to Xiaobai, who was looking at him with envy. Piyu didn't even know he could eat so much. It's already 7:30, and there's still half an hour before dark. According to the system prompt, it's dark. It's better not to stay outside. Piyu tidied up and took the iron pot with the smell of noodle soup into the wooden house, and Xiaobai followed him into the wooden house. Eat well and have a good sleep. Piyu threw the iron pot aside, lay down on the wooden bed without pillows or bedding, and put his hands behind his neck. Good night. The first day in the wilderness. As he said this, he closed his eyes. I don't know how long it took, but a wet and slightly prickly feeling appeared on my face. Piyu opened his sleepy eyes and found that Xiaobai was actually licking the side of his cheek. It was already pitch black in the wooden house. It's not even daybreak yet. Piyu muttered, propped himself up, and held Xiaobai in his arms. Don't they say that pandas sleep for a long time a day? Why are you awake? Are you hungry? Woo-woo. Xiaobai shouted twice and pointed out the window. Chapter 15. Night walk? That's okay. Outside the window? Is there anything outside? Piyu muttered something and thought of the system's prompt again. If what the system says is true, then what kind of dangers are there in the wilderness at night? Curiosity kills the cat. Piyu hesitated for a while, put Xiaobai on the wooden bed, and walked towards the window. It is impossible to open the door. If the door opening kill is triggered, no one will be able to inherit your inheritance in Huabei. Close to the window, Piyu could only see the wilderness covered with a thick layer of white dew through the wooden railings. On a night without light pollution, the moonlight always looks so dazzling. But it doesn't matter. Woo-woo. Xiaobai was still shouting, his stubby fingers still pointing out the window. Did you sense anything? Piyu asked Xiaobai, and walked to the door involuntarily and tried to push it. Anyway, it's just a try. As long as it's not opened, it should be fine. Bite. Open the door and you may encounter an E-level beast attack, a wolf feast, a nightmare invasion, or a mysterious airdrop. You can exclude one of these options. What the hell? Except for the second one, the next 2 left you confused. Nightmares? Do these things really exist? And that mysterious airdrop? What are you going to use? A plane? A hot air balloon? Or a flying dragon? Piyu shook his head, not ruling out any of them, and just moved his hand away from the door panel. He doesn't plan to gamble. Even if you eliminate one of the unfavorable options, there is still a 2/3 chance of triggering an unfavorable event. Anyway, I have enough resources, so why waste time? However, Yu opened his notebook and prepared to see how his peers made their decisions. Help? I heard wolves howling outside. Could there be beast attacks at night? We don't need to worry about it, right? The system said that as long as we don't go out at night, nothing will happen. Not going out? How can I not go out? I have used up all the food and drinks. If I don't go out, I won't make it to tomorrow. The one upstairs is Neobai's cousin, Shabby, right? You don't accumulate resources during the day, and now it's night, you're actually planning to go out to look for food. None of your business. Shirin, yes. What the above person said is right. Don't care what others think. The most important thing is to have enough food. Go out and find food. I will support you spiritually. Yu frowned. This guy. His method of persuading people to step on landmines is just too despicable. I guess only those who don't find enough resources during the day and plan to try their luck at night would believe him. Yu was just thinking about it when the system prompt suddenly sounded. Bite. Congratulations to player Shazibin for becoming the first player to die in a night raid. Shazibin? Isn't this the awesome younger brother from before? He really went out. Yu shook his head. It seemed that there was no shortage of simple-minded idiots wherever he went. Shirin, it seems to be dangerous indeed, so let's not try it. Nonsense. Do you even need to tell me that? Suyun, where's Mr. Hu? Why don't you go out and give it a try? Yu looked at his old acquaintance's speech and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like you really want to kill me. I just tricked you. No, I want a bear corpse from you? Is it necessary to target me like this? Yu, no, I have enough resources, there is no need to go out. Shirin, yes. For those who don't have enough resources, think carefully. Maybe the night in the wilderness is like a treasure chest. There may be traps, or there may be resources. If you don't go out and try, you might starve to death on the straw pile tomorrow. There is some truth in what you said. After all, you did see a mysterious airdrop in the options. He did not refute Shirin, but just silently looked at the content on the chat interface. Try it? Shirin, don't you just want us to step over the mines for you? Shirin, yes, that's what I thought. If you have the resources, you don't have to go. Haha, this guy is quite honest. Yu chuckled and sent a message in the chat interface. Actually, Shirin is right. In addition to dangers, there are also resources in the wilderness at night. As soon as these words came out, the chat interface exploded again. Many people, even those who had the resources to get through the night, joined in, and most of them asked the same question. Yu, how did you know what he said? They need an explanation. This is the benefit of being a big boss. Every random sentence has extraordinary credibility. People like Shirin are simply incapable of achieving this. Yu looked at the chat interface that was swiping frantically. He only sent one sentence out. Believe it or not, if any of you want to go out, you will see the resources I mentioned. I'm neither your father nor your boss, so why should I explain to you? Go out if you want. I just want to see who of you can trigger the mysterious airdrop. After a while, there were obviously fewer people in the chat interface, and I didn't know how many people pushed open the door and walked into the wilderness. Until another system prompt sounded. Bite. Congratulations to player Suyun for becoming the first player to succeed. Suyun. This girl succeeded. The chat interface exploded again, and many people with resources began to get eager to try. But Yu did not move. He just sent a message in the chat interface. Boss Su, what resources have you found? Suyun. Hey, brother Hu, you care about me so much? Shirin, lady upstairs, let me teach you a standard answer. No, I can't. Suyun, it has nothing to do with you. Yu, I'm so angry. How about I push the door open and give this girl a couple of crossbows? Just as Yu was thinking about it, a dazzling white light suddenly came from outside the house. He walked to the window and saw a light source coming from the air, as if something was passing through the air, etc. Could this be an airdrop? If the airdrop only appears now, then the reward Suyun successfully obtained from the night walk is not an airdrop. Is it possible that, besides the airdrop, there are other reward options? Yu closed his notebook, walked to the door again, and tried to push it. Bite. Open the door, and you may encounter treasure chest reset, wolf feast, nightmare invasion, mysterious airdrop. You can exclude one of the options. A-level beast attack is gone. One more treasure chest reset. It seems that the options outside the door will change, but we don't know the source of this change yet. Do you want to push the door? This is a problem. If you push the door open yourself, excluding one of the options, the probability of being attacked is 1 in 3. This is not high anymore. Bang. A muffled sound came from not far outside the door, and Yu suddenly felt like a deer bumping into his chest. If he guessed correctly, the airdrop should have landed outside the door. To be called an airdrop, the contents must be extraordinary. Let's bet. Eliminate the nightmare invasion. Yu ruled out one of the unfavorable options and prepared to push the door with a crossbow. Chapter 16 Airdrop. There are only 2 options left that can be triggered. If no airdrop falls, Yu will definitely experience a wolf feast. It's called a feast. I guess there should be a lot of wild wolves. Hu thought about it and couldn't help but tighten the crossbow in his hand. This was also his only confidence. Repeating crossbow, excellent weapon made based on the repeating crossbow designed by Jujutsu and Fu. Due to a mysterious force, the wood and iron blocks in your inventory will be automatically converted into crossbow arrows in the box. Don't think about being a crossbow wholesaler. The crossbow arrow will automatically disappear after 10 minutes of leaving the crossbow. It is known as a must-have for murder and robbery along with Han Xiaoban Budian. There is no upper limit on the number of crossbow bolts that can be generated. As long as Hu has enough materials, this crossbow will be equivalent to a pistol with slightly smaller power and unlimited ammunition. If you are careful enough, there will be no problem dealing with a pack of wolves. Of course, that's assuming the wolves don't transform into werewolves on a full moon night. But even so, for the sake of his own life, he still has to prepare a plan B. Noob. Hu took out 2 ropes, connected the ends together, tied one end around his waist, put the other end in Xiaobai's hand, squatted down, and spoke to it earnestly. Xiaobai, if I call your name later, you will pull this rope hard, understand? Judging from the situation where Xiaobai hit the thatched hut before, there is absolutely no problem in saving Hu from danger at the critical moment. The only problem is, can it understand what Hu is saying? Xiaobai tilted his head, his eyes full of confusion, but he still nodded. Hu smiled and rubbed its head. Xiaobai is so good. Having said that, Hu turned around and came to the door again. Call. After taking a deep breath, Hu Yukai reached out and pushed the door open. The night breeze was always cooler, blowing away any remaining sleepiness he had. Hu took a step toward the door and looked up into the sky. The dazzling white light slowly fell like a falling star. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The landing point was not far ahead. Done. It seems that the goddess of luck goes to bed quite late. In order to pursue me, she even arranges benefits for me late at night. I'm really embarrassed. Hu had a smile on his face, but he did not untie the rope on his body. Instead, he turned around and waved at Xiaobai, signaling it to come out of the house. Airdrops are airdrops, but that doesn't mean they are without danger. Even the treasure chests have traps, so who can prove that airdrops are harmless? To be on the safe side, it is absolutely necessary to have Xiaobai to provide support from behind. Xiaobai ran out of the wooden house with his thick little legs, and didn't forget to hold the rope in his mouth. When it came to him, Hu picked it up and started walking towards the point where the light was. White light is right in front of us. After walking about 50 meters, the light became brighter and brighter. I don't know which wicked person designed the airdrop. In the middle of the night, they actually used a high-brightness incandescent lamp as the signal source. Are you afraid that others won't see you? Fortunately, he has not obtained any firearms now. Otherwise, you would have suspected that there were at least 10 red dots floating on his forehead. Rustle. A slight sound came from the front, and Hu hurriedly stopped. Very close. It's the sound of some creature touching the hay. But it shouldn't be human. This place is only 4 or 5 meters away from the white light. Adding the 50 meters he had walked before, it is only 55 meters to his wooden house. Unless Su Yun is so greedy for airdrops that he abandons his base, no human will come here. Excluding humans, there should be only one possibility. Wild wolf. Wu Xiaobai raised his head in confusion and looked at Hu dully, as if asking him why he didn't leave. Shoo. He raised his index finger to his lips, made a soft, hushed sound, and took another step, walking forward gently. So what if there is a wild wolf ahead? The airdrop is just around the corner. Why not take it? Are there wolves? Kill them to improve the diet. My African friends told me that wolf meat tastes good, with a fishy taste, but eating too much can easily cause acne. Then sell it to that woman Su Yun at a high price. As Hu was thinking, the white light in front of him was suddenly covered by a black shadow. A wolf. A giant wolf at least 2 meters long. He squatted down quickly and aimed the crossbow in his hand at the belly of the black shadow. But he didn't shoot in a hurry. Wolves are social animals. If this wolf isn't a rebellious teenage cub, there are probably other wild wolves around. If we shoot now, it will likely trigger a large-scale wolf attack. Even if Hu has something to rely on, he doesn't want to face the attack of a pack of wolves. I just hope that this wolf will leave here soon after exploring. Sudden. The wild wolf seemed to have discovered something. It turned its head suddenly and looked in the direction of Hu. The direction and location are absolutely perfect. Discovered. Hu's heart trembled, and he pulled the trigger without thinking. The crossbow arrow made a sound of breaking through the air and went straight into the wild wolf's waist. Ouch. The wild wolf raised its head and let out a long howl, preparing to rush towards Hu. But at this moment, another crossbow arrow shot out and penetrated its throat, and the arrow even shot out half an inch from the back of its head. Bang! The wild wolf fell to the ground with a thud, its limbs twitching continuously, but it could no longer make any sound. Call. Hu let out a long sigh, put Xiaobai on the ground, and immediately ran towards the airdrop site. When the wolf was injured and howled to the sky, he confirmed two things. One thing is that there are indeed other wild wolves around, otherwise it would not make a howling sound like a call for help. The other thing is, these wolves are not around. Otherwise, when he shot the first arrow, he would have been attacked by other wild wolves. Now, he confirmed the third thing. If you want to get the airdrop, you must take it and return to the base before other wild wolves find this place. Otherwise, the main course of the wolf feast might be me. Who told him that he is just an archer now? Competing with wild wolves in close combat is simply courting death. It took less than 4 seconds to run a distance of 5 meters. As soon as Huyu appeared in front of the airdrop, the dazzling white light disappeared instantly. He took a closer look and paused in his movement. This so-called airdrop is actually just an iron box with a parachute tied to it and a small light bulb on top of the parachute. That's it. How can you put things in such a small iron box? No matter how much you complain, you can't do without this thing. Huyu reached out and stuffed the iron box directly into his arms, then turned around and ran towards the cabin. As for the wolf's body, let's leave it to nature. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning the mysterious reward, airdrop. Do you want to open it now? Huyu glanced at the system prompt and came to the place where he put shabby and found that it stayed there obediently. He picked it up and continued running towards the cabin. The second prompt box also popped up. Opening the airdrop will trigger excellent skill books, excellent building blueprints, excellent tool blueprints, excellent weapon blueprints. Holy shit, they're all blueprints. Now I'm rich. Chapter 17 Double Rewards. Shooting Mastery and Falcon Structure. Ouch. The sound of wolf howls was heard outside the house, and Huyu couldn't help but shiver. It seems that the options listed by the system are not aimless. Even if you trigger the airdrop, the wolf feast may still happen. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have to face a whole pack of wolves later. Call. Huyu let out a long sigh and patted the iron box in his arms. I am indeed the man that the goddess of luck chases after me. I am worthy of it. Now it all depends on whether this airdrop will give me face. Exclude weapon blueprints. This thing is the most useless to Huyu. He already has an excellent bow and crossbow, so why does he need a bicycle? What he wanted most was a skill book. It didn't matter if it was a falcon structure or not. After finishing the elimination, he walked straight to the wooden bed and sat down, put the iron box on his knees, rubbed his face vigorously, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and prayed. Goddess, please bless me and let me get the skill book. As soon as he finished speaking, Huyu reached out and opened the lid of the iron box. A deep blue light exploded before my eyes. Before Huyu could see clearly what was inside, the system prompt sounded again. Ding 1. Congratulations to the host for being the first player to get the airdrop, triggering double rewards. Congratulations to Huyu for becoming the first player to receive the airdrop. Should we announce it? Double. Huyu widened his eyes and ignored all subsequent prompts from the system. He stared straight at the things in the iron box. Book. It's a skill book. If it's doubled, that would be 2 skill books. It is true that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. This time I made a fortune. The cover of the first book was blue, but there was no words on it. From the looks of it, you had no idea what skill book it was. Huyu picked it up, and a reminder sounded in his ears. Bite. Discovered an elite skill, Shooting Mastery. Do you want to learn it? Shooting Mastery, excellent. After you have mastered this skill, if you are still infertile, please see a professional doctor. Huyu tilted his head, narrowed his eyes, and moved his hand holding the skill book a little further away. This shooting seems to be a little different from what I thought it would be. Never mind, it's a skill after all, so I'll just learn it first. Study. Mastered Shooting. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to master the skill. Should we announce it? That's it. That's all? Huyu didn't feel anything different, but when he picked up the crossbow, he suddenly felt a lot more refreshed. He subconsciously closed his eyes, raised his hand, aimed out the window, and pulled the trigger. A pleasant sound of breaking through the air was heard, followed by a wailing sound. Ahu. Huyu opened his eyes, his heart filled with shock. Hit. He got up in a hurry and walked to the window. With the help of the cunning moonlight, he could clearly see the wolf pack in the distance. Outside the wolf pack, there was a wild wolf with an arrow in its waist. That's nearly 50 meters away. This shooting proficiency also comes with vision correction. Huyu was ecstatic. If he wasn't afraid of attracting wild wolves to the base, he would have directly shot at the wolves with a bow and crossbow. For the sake of my fragile little cabin, I decided to give up. There is also a second skill book. Huyu returned to the bed and took out the second book from the iron box. Bite. Discovered an excellent skill, Falcon Structure. Do you want to learn it? Falcon Structure, excellent. The crystallization of wisdom from Eastern civilization. It only takes a few pieces of wood to build a solid building. In the West, we usually call it the mysterious Eastern power. This must not be science. It must not be. This is really. I feel sleepy, and there is a pillow. But you can't find anything else to say except, I love you, goddess of luck. Study. Has mastered the structure of Hayabusa. After mastering both skill books, he felt that he had reached the peak of his life. System, give me 2 chances to get a down pillow. Unable to reach a deal. Goose down pillow. None. Memory pillow and 4-piece bedding set. This is the 3rd bid, and it's higher than the previous 2. If your last guess was correct, the system will agree to the 3rd price, no matter how high it is. Bite. Transaction successful. It really worked. Puyu widened his eyes, and just as he was overjoyed, he heard a muffled sound. A wooden pillow hit the wooden bed hard. 1 second, 2 seconds. Bite. Congratulations to Huyu for becoming the first player to open an airdrop. The airdrop ranking list is now open. Congratulations to Huyu for becoming the first player to master the skill. The full-time leaderboard is now open. The prompt for the opening of 2 rankings has appeared, but there is still only 1 wooden pillow on the bed. It seems that this bug cannot be exploited. If the results of the 3 negotiations are not suitable, the system will automatically select an item that meets the price and is similar to the proposed target for transaction. But the price should be settled according to the system's bottom line. A wooden pillow, even if it's not a building, is it still a tool? Using 2 system announcements to exchange for a tool is considered a profit. As for the material, sleeping harder is good for your cervical spine. Puyu hypnotized himself, slowly lay down on the wooden bed, sniffed the fragrant scent, and slowly opened the notebook. The chat interface has exploded. It's Huyu again. Who the hell is this guy? Airdrop. It seems that boss who didn't lie to us. There are really resources out there. Please give me the private chat information of Mr. Hu. Waiting online. It's urgent. Team up for a night trip. Anyone brave enough? Let's go out and give it a try. Stop messing around. Do you think you are Mr. Hu? What if you died? Huyu. Suyin thought for a long time and finally sent a message in the chat interface. Did you get your skills from the airdrop? Huyu didn't want to pay any attention to this woman and just turned a few pages. The Nightwalk leaderboard is on the second to last page, and there aren't many names on it. 1. Huyu. 2. Luo Jin. 3. Oda Nakachi. 56. Su Yun. There are 56 names in total, which means that only 56 people successfully walked out of their base in the dark and survived. This ratio is not that high. Huyu turned the page again and saw the full-time ranking list, with only 1 name on it. That's yourself. Bite. There are still 10 minutes left before the night walk ends. The system prompt sounded, which was very similar to the prompt before the last beast attack ended. Maybe at the end of this night march, rewards will be given to the top of the list. 10 minutes passed quickly. Huyu was lying on the bed, flipping through the chat interface and taking the time to look at the name on the night travel points list. Until the system released the end of night walk, the top 10 names did not change much, but the number of names increased from 56 to 100. It seems that someone tried to travel at night until Huyu received the airdrop and succeeded. Bite. The night walk has ended. The system will distribute rewards based on the ranking on the night walk scoreboard. Sure enough, there is. Huyu rubbed his hands excitedly, waiting for the system to give him benefits. The requirements are not high. Just 10 or 8 more copper treasure chests would be enough. Chapter 18. Little Day. I'm having a pretty good time. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first on the night walk scoreboard. He will receive 1 copper treasure chest and 1 copper key. The top 10 players will receive 1 iron treasure chest and 1 iron key. The first 100 players will receive 1 wooden treasure chest and 1 wooden key. Another copper one, and only 1. It seems that the preciousness of the silver treasure chest may be beyond my imagination. Huyu looked at a copper treasure chest that suddenly appeared in front of him and had no desire to open it. Come to think of it, my luck for today has almost run out, so I might as well save this box and open it tomorrow. With this thought in mind, Huyu closed his eyes and prepared to go to sleep, but the system prompt came to his ears again. Bite. The system will be updated to version 1.1. Version update. This system is a bit wild. It even has automatic updates. Update content. Open System Mall. System Mall. All items obtained by all survivors can be purchased in the mall. The transaction currency is copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. Note, there are 2 ways to obtain currency. The first is to open treasure chests of the same quality, and the second is to obtain rankings on various leaderboards, except the scoreboard. The rankings will be settled once a day at midnight. The first place will receive 10 gold coins, the second to 10th place will receive 5 gold coins, and the 11th to 100th place will receive 1 gold coin. A series of system prompts caused a huge stir, and Huyu, who was lying on the wooden bed, immediately turned over. Settle the account. In addition to the 2 scoreboards, there are now 3 treasure chest rankings, a building ranking, a full-time ranking, a food ranking, a pet ranking, and an airdrop ranking. There are 8 rankings in total. Except for the pet ranking, you should be at the top of the rest. From this, I can get 75 gold coins the next day. Although I don't know what the prices are in the system mall, these 75 gold coins will definitely make me the richest man in the wilderness. I can't believe it. Who, will be able to become the richest man one day. No, to be safe, you should check all the rankings first. Who hurriedly opened his notebook and started looking from the first ranking list. Wooden box rankings. He remembered that he became the top of the list after he opened the survival kit and the iron key. There should be no one. Shit. Who looked at the names on the leaderboard and was shocked. 1. Oda Nakachi. 2. Who 3. Not important. Who couldn't help but frown. This little thing that seems to be living a pretty good life is actually number 1. Did he take out the McDonald's family bucket from the wooden box? No. I can't let this guy take the top spot on my 9 rankings. That's right. Who suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered something. Don't I still have a wooden treasure chest? I got it in exchange for it last time by using the method of taming Xiaobai. However, I was busy opening the bronze treasure chest at that time, so I automatically ignored this little baby. Now it seems like it's time to witness your own bloodline. Who walked straight to the wooden opening. He placed the wooden treasure chest next to the agarwood box. The key was inserted in the keyhole. It could be opened with just a slight twist. He squatted down, and as soon as his hand touched the key, the system prompt popped up. Opening the treasure chest may trigger skill books, basic supplies, building blueprints. You can exclude one of the options. Hiss. What a treasure I have stumbled upon. There are 3 options, none of which are treasure chest traps, and there are even building blueprints and skill books. This is just a wooden treasure chest. TSK, Mr. Oda, it seems that you will definitely lose the title of the top of the list. Who eliminated the basic supplies, but did not open the treasure chest. Instead, he continued to turn the pages. There are 8 pages in a row, including 2 scoreboards and 8 rankings, and Who is at the top of the list. The only exception is this wooden treasure chest ranking list. He selectively ignored the pet rankings. Who's hand slipped, and he subconsciously turned to the chat interface. Suddenly, I found that Shuren and Su Yun were swiping the screen frantically. Shuren, hey, why hasn't Mr. Who come out yet? Is he busy looking for the wooden treasure chest to draw the prize? Su Yun, the guy upstairs, can you speak? Who is Mr. Who? Is it necessary to haggle over 5 gold coins? It's just a ranking list, so what's the big deal about being the second place? Shuren, Hu Lao Air? Haha, this name's Su Tuda Lao. These 2 guys, are they too idle? Who rolled his eyes and sent a message in the chat interface. I see that you 2 get along so well, and your words are so foul. Maybe you were neighbors in your previous life? Neighbor, a passerby whose name looked vaguely familiar asked, what do you mean, Mr. Who? But, Who smiled and said, the man is on the left and the woman is on the right, which is just right. As long as these 2 open their mouths, they will either fart or fly. There is no good life for them anyway. The chat interface suddenly fell silent, followed by a burst of laughter. Countless ha-ha-s were swiped up crazily, and I don't know how many people were grinning like a pervert in front of their notebooks. Hu Lao Air. Su Yun was thin-skinned and couldn't help but scold. No matter how arrogant you are, it can't change the fact that you were the second on the list. Really? Who asked back, opening the wooden treasure chest while typing into his notebook. Then I will teach you a proverb today. What does it mean to look at the sky with your buttocks, having no vision? Bite. The wooden treasure chest was opened, and inside lay quietly a white notebook and an architectural blueprint. Before Who reached out to take it, many people had already seen that the names on the wooden treasure chest ranking list had changed. 1. Who 2. Oda Nakachi. First on the 7th list. No, first on the 9th list. Who did not immediately go to get the skill book and building blueprints, but instead sent a message in the chat interface. Today's teacher whose small class is over. Please remember to review. There will be a random check tomorrow morning. After sending the last sentence, Who closed his notebook. Let's leave it to the people to deal with this matter. This kind of work is not for me, the richest man in the wilderness tomorrow, to do. Who smiled and took out the white skill book from the treasure chest. Bite. Found a junk skill, chopping wood. Do you want to learn it? Chopping wood, garbage. First you need an axe, then a tree, and the rest. I guess you don't need me to teach you, right? Wow, this thing can be considered a skill? It really is garbage. But it's always good to have more skills. Who still chose to learn, and then looked at the architectural drawings in the wooden treasure chest. After seeing this, he froze in place, looking at the text in the system prompt box. with the word unbelievable written all over his pupils. I must be dreaming, right? Chapter 19 Get. Wooden house blueprints. There are 4 big words written on the architectural drawing. Wooden house. Huyu rubbed his eyes vigorously and read the system prompts carefully 3 times before he finally confirmed one thing. The blueprint in my hand is real, and it is indeed a wooden house. Architectural drawings. Wooden house compared to the cabin. This is the real base. Villas and tiled houses are both reinforced concrete structures. But can these 2 things be the same? No wonder I can regain the top spot on the wooden treasure chest ranking list. Even without that useless skill, this architectural blueprint alone is enough to get to the top. Huyu was filled with excitement. He opened the first page of his notebook and clicked on Upgrade. Byte. Should we upgrade the cabin to a wooden house? Consumable materials. Wood 95/200. Rope 43 out of 100. Hayabusa structural skill. Wooden house blueprint 1/1. Required tools. Iron saw 0 to 1. Wooden hammer 0/1. Not enough resources. Now I have 170 iron blocks, but not enough wood and rope to build a wooden house. Even if I have enough resources, I still don't have an iron saw or a wooden hammer. Alas, the revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Huyu sighed and lay back down on his small wooden bed. The situation is now decided. Unless the goddess of luck opens the box herself, even if Jesus comes, she can't stop me from being number 1 on the 8 lists. I said it. Huyu picked up shabby, laid on the bed, smiled, and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, before the sun came out, Huyu felt the warmth on his face again. New. Woo-woo. Xiaobai tilted his head and stood at the head of the bed, looking at him with cute eyes. Seeing this kind of look, no matter how angry Huyu was, he couldn't let it out at all. What else can you do? You have a pet that you can only pamper, right? Huyu rubbed its head and couldn't help but complain. I say, you must have been a face towel in your previous life. Woo. Xiaobai tilted his head, and when he saw Huyu sitting up, he threw himself into his arms, then hugged his neck and started acting coquettishly. You're so clingy, are you hungry? Huyu said that he then felt something was wrong. There seemed to be a hint of blood in Xiaobai's mouth just now. Wait a minute, a dead bear. Huyu hurriedly got up holding Xiaobai, walked to the door and took a look. Then he was stunned. The bear carcass that was originally covered in flesh and blood now is just a pile of bones. No, to be precise, there are several mysterious items that can avoid beast attacks. Bite. Found material bear bone. Excellent. Do you want to collect it? I found animal feces. Panda. Should I collect it? That was nearly 2 days worth of food for me. How could it just be transformed into a mysterious item? Xiaobai was still hugging my neck, making happy and coquettish sounds. Forget it. What bad intentions does the red panda have? Anyway, panda feces can be exchanged for some food. Maybe I can even make a small profit. Oh, collect it. Huyu sighed, and the floor of the entire cabin suddenly became brand new, without any residue left. Bite. Obtain bear bones *20, animal feces, panda *11. Including the 9 from yesterday, he now had a total of 20 mysterious items. It is best to sell them in packages, otherwise the transactions will be wasted. Oh, and speaking of trading, Huyu hurriedly walked to the wooden bed, put Xiaobai on the bedside, took out his notebook, and turned to the mall page. In addition to the 2 options of buy and sell, there is a new option. Mall. Huyu clicked in, and a search bar immediately appeared in front of him, with the currency balance displayed in the lower left corner. Gold coins, 75, silver coins, 0, copper coins, 0. It seems that the 2 copper treasure chests opened before the mall update will not be counted for copper coins. Fortunately, I was smart enough to leave a copper treasure chest to open today. Huyu tried to enter wood in the search bar. A wood icon immediately popped up, with the price and purchase quantity box displayed below. 1 copper coin equals 1 wood. It wasn't too expensive, so Huyu first bought 200 sets from him, and then began searching for ropes, wooden hammers, and iron saws. At this price, less than 5 gold coins are enough to collect all the materials to build a wooden house. But he bought all the wood, ropes, and wooden hammers, and only spent 1 gold coin in the end. But when he wanted to buy an iron saw, a message popped up saying that his query was fruitless. Is it possible that no player has unlocked the iron saw yet? Huyu was speechless, but this was also expected. It's only the first day, and no one except me can build the wooden house. Who can make an iron saw? It seems that the plan to build a wooden house will have to be postponed. But there is something else that can be built besides wooden houses. Woodworking table. Now that he has mastered the skills of falcon structure, he only needs to spend 50 pieces of wood to directly build a processing table. 5 minutes later, The morning light shines through the window and reflects on the brand new agarwood processing table. After 2 experiences of adding furniture, Puyu was sure of one thing. As long as the furniture is added to the mixed wooden house, even if it is made of the simplest wood, the material will be directly judged as agarwood. If it were before the time travel, this piece of furniture would have cost at least tens of millions. The wooden processing table was completed and the construction score increased by 5 again. As soon as you walked to the processing table, the system prompt popped up. It's 8 o'clock. Players can start exploring the wilderness. It's 8 o'clock? But you didn't pay much attention to the time, nor was he in a hurry to go out and explore. He put his hand on the processing table, and another system prompt popped up. Wooden processing table. Production list. Wooden sword, wooden shield, wooden bow, wooden hammer. A series of wooden tools and weapons appeared on the list, even wooden birds and wooden toys. And finally, Puyu came to a conclusion. There is currently no usable one here. But it's better than nothing. At least it's a piece of agarwood furniture. Just think of it as a solid air freshener. Just use it for now. Cluck. His stomach rumbled, and Puyu once again recalled the fear of being dominated by hunger yesterday. He hurriedly opened his backpack, took out a can of meat, and finished the entire portion in 3 or 5 bites. He also drank up the remaining noodle soup from last night. And finally, he was half full. Breakfast. Eating too much is bad for your health. After eating and drinking, Puyu stretched his body and walked to the bronze treasure chest that had not been opened last night. A good day starts with opening a treasure chest. The key has been inserted into the keyhole by the system. You just need to turn it. Puyu squatted down and reached out to hold the key. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, excellent tools, excellent weapon blueprints, excellent seeds. You can exclude one of the options. TSK. What a pity that no skill book appeared. It seems that today's luck is not as good as yesterday's. Fortunately, when he said this, there was only a panda next to him and no other survivors. Otherwise, he would have died here today, killed by the sour lemon smell from other survivors. Eliminate the treasure chest trap. Chapter 20, Luo Jin appears. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 mysterious seeds, excellent grade, and 1 copper hoe. Mysterious seeds? Puyu was stunned and reached out to take out a pack of oil paper from the treasure chest and looked at it carefully. This thing looks a bit like watermelon seeds. Mysterious seeds, excellent before a bug transforms into a butterfly. You never know whether it is a silkworm or a maggot, and the same goes for seeds. Although I don't know what kind of seeds these are, but who cares? When I go out later, I will plant them in a circle around the house. Anyway, they can't be plants like the piranha plant, so I will just plant them for fun. As for the copper hoe, it probably appeared for turning the soil and sowing seeds. Puyu put the hoe and seeds in the treasure chest and ignored them, walking towards the door. It's 8 o'clock, time to start a new day of exploration. Although the resources he has now are enough for him to eat for more than 10 days, he can't just live off the resources, right? What's more, he also wanted to see what a wooden house looked like and what the difference was between it and a log cabin. With my right hand on the door, the system prompt arrived as promised. Open the door, and you may encounter a land of resources or a barren land. You can exclude one of the options. 2 options. Compared to the previous day, there was no place for treasure and no place for wild beasts. Is there any need to choose? Eliminate the wasteland. Resources. Puyu was ready to open the door with great anticipation, but before he could push it open, a second prompt popped up in front of him. Open the door, and you may get a normal fishing rod, a fine fishing rod, an excellent fishing rod, or a mysterious fishing rod. You can exclude one of the options. Fishing rod. Could it be that the resource area the system is talking about is a fish pond? But even if it is a fish pond, why do they give fishing rods to the survivors? Is it a welfare? Puyu was full of doubts and ruled out ordinary fishing rods. He reached out and pushed the door again. This time, there was no system prompt. The wooden door slowly opened, and a fishy smell hit him in the face. This is the beach. Puyu looked ahead and saw only an endless blue sea. A few pure white seagulls soared in the blue sky, occasionally chirping, and the clear sound of waves echoed in the distance, as if welcoming someone with them. It seems that the fishing rod should be used for sea fishing. Bite. The system prompt sound rang in my ears, and a series of system prompts popped up crazily. It has been detected that all players have left the base, and the survival ranking list has been opened. Congratulations to Player Bell for becoming the top of the survival rankings. Regional administrator privileges are enabled. If you rank first in the survival rankings, you will get regional administrator privileges. Regional administrator, the authority dog responsible for banning people, can get an extra 5 gold coins every day. Settlement after midnight. Congratulations to the host for becoming the second on the survival list. You have obtained the administrator privileges for this area. Just second place? Yu frowned slightly, but when he thought that the first place was the legendary Bear Grylls, he could understand. But then again, this big guy actually traveled through time as well. If he couldn't rule out the option, then this wilderness survival was probably a crossing plan tailor-made for him. But unfortunately, I am the protagonist now. Therefore, you'd better leave the top position in the survival ranking to me. Yu took out his notebook and opened the last page of the survival ranking list. He found that this list was different from the previous ones. In addition to the names, it also had numerical values. 1. Bell, resource score, 129, estimated survival time, 29 days. 2. Yu resource score, 329, estimated survival time, 13 days. 3. Luo Jin, resource score, 97, estimated survival time, 11 days. What is this? Because he's Bear Grylls, he can live longer with fewer resources? That's fair. Not fair at all. Who the hell wants to be second? Especially when my resource score is higher than his. Yu rolled his eyes and said directly to the system, "System, I will give you one more chance to re-rank the scores." The system did not answer. Yu smiled. "If you want to make a deal with me again in the future, I advise you to consider my suggestion carefully." The system remained silent, but it only lasted 3 seconds. Bite. Due to a bug in the system update, the survival ranking list will be reorganized. Yu looked at the last page in the notebook. Bell's name was erased from the first page and came to the second page, and his name naturally took the first place. Snort. It's really like a spinning top. It won't spin if you don't draw it, right? At this moment, Bell, who was chewing beetles in a desert, was stunned. F***K? Yu smiled with satisfaction. As soon as he walked out of the cabin, a prompt box appeared in front of his eyes. Do you want to enable administrator privileges? Is this even worth thinking about? Yes. Just as he confirmed it in his mind, a translucent virtual screen appeared in front of his eyes. Regional rating E. Administrator. Yu. Administrator privileges F. Number of people 99. Manageable system. Chat interface. Is it just the chat interface that can be managed? Or are there other management functions available after the administrator privileges are upgraded? Yu stared at the chat interface in confusion, and another translucent virtual screen appeared in front of him. Shit. The second and third best guys on the survival list are in this area. Watch your words upstairs. This is first and third place. I seriously suspect that Mr. Who has a PY transaction with the system. Otherwise, how could it be possible to change the rankings? That's inevitable. Otherwise, where did they get 329 points of resources? I only have 25 points. Please help me. Boss Who, Boss Luo, let's go fishing together. Boss Who, are you selling the items for avoiding beast attacks separately? I'll give one, thank you. Luo Jin, hi. Is everyone by the cliff by the sea? Why can't I see anyone? This is the chat interface. There was no need to open the notebook. It appeared right in front of me. Not only that, there was also a very familiar name hanging at the end of the chat interface. Luo Jin. First in the pet ranking. Fifth in the beast raid ranking. Third in the survival ranking. The only one who stepped on his head. Yu couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't this nonsense? If you can see others, others can also see you. Ranked third on the survival list. Why don't I just hide aside and attack you?" Whoosh. A crisp sound rang out, and Yu saw an extra message in the chat interface. And it was he who sent this message. This is voice. As soon as the voice came out, the direction of everyone's discussion changed. Fuck. Why can the authority dog send voice messages? Is this the boss? His way of chatting is different from ours. Boss Who, try to see if you can send an emoticon. Give me an H-pick, no holy light, no censorship. The next ones are all +1. It seems that there are quite a few hungry male compatriots. Yu looked at the guy who called himself a power dog and stared at his name. Soon, a small interface popped up. Detailed information, /coordinates, /mute. That's quite a few features. Yu clicked on the mute button and was immediately given a 30-minute meditation session. Player Losky has been muted for 30 minutes. The system prompt was directly displayed in the chat interface, and all the clever people who wanted H pictures didn't dare to post it anymore. This is a ban. This chat interface is the only way for everyone to vent their loneliness. If it is banned again, it will be like being in jail. Yu ignored these guys and set his eyes on Luo Jin's name. Open the details. A profile box with a profile picture suddenly appeared before my eyes. Yu was stunned when he saw what was in front of him. In this world, are there really humans who can grow up like this? Chapter 21. Why is the appearance of the fishing rod so cool? Puyu lives in the era of big data and claims that he has seen many beauties on certain apps and platforms. But even though he has seen 3,000 beauties, he was stunned when he saw Luo Jin's avatar for the first time. He didn't even know how to describe this face, as if all the words in the world to describe beauty would be a blasphemy to her beauty. If I have to sum it up in one word, it would be immortal. This thing only exists in dreams and is rarely heard in heaven. Hiss. Puyu took a deep breath and tried to look away from the portrait, but he couldn't do it. It's over. It seems that the goddess of luck will have to continue to be in unrequited love for a while. With this in mind, Puyu reluctantly closed his personal information and instead fixed his eyes on the coordinates. 200 meters ahead on the right. Not far. Puyu took a step forward without thinking, and a system prompt came to his ears. The remaining time for this exploration is 11 hours and 40 minutes, and the exploration distance is 100 meters. Because this area is special, the fixed exploration direction is west, front. Note, once you choose a direction, you cannot change it. You can only go forward or backward. Oh no, damn it. If you can only explore straight ahead, you will definitely not be able to see Fairy Luo. Never mind. Anyway, we are all trying to survive in the same world, so there is still a chance. Let's go to the beach first. I don't know where the fishing rod distributed by that rubbish system has gone. It hasn't arrived yet. Puyu had an idea, picked up Xiaobai who was standing beside him, and walked forward. But at this moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in the sky. It even covered the sun's light. Everyone in the area subconsciously looked up and gazed toward the sky at the same time. The seagulls scattered, and countless sea fish jumped out of the sea, seeming to be cheering, but also some seemed to be frightened. One after another, dolphins, sharks, and even mermaids began to swim towards the sea, their eyes all locked on the golden thing in the sky. What on earth is that? Puyu raised his hand to cover his forehead and half covered his eyes, trying to see clearly what that golden light was. The chat interface is always messing up. What the hell? What on earth is that golden light? Is there anyone who can see it clearly? I don't know. I was at the beach and saw a lot of fish gathering around me. I saw it too. There was a mermaid. She was so pretty, and her upper body was naked. The above person has gone off topic. Warning of silence. Luo Jin. I saw the golden light seem to be falling towards me. Is it an airdrop? It's not an airdrop. Puyu sent a voice message. I received an airdrop before, and it was the white light from an incandescent lamp, not this golden light. This should be something long and narrow. Mr. Who is online to answer your questions. It's coming down. It's coming down. I can see it clearly. What the boss said is right. It's a long strip of something. I just can't see clearly what it is. I saw it too. Because Hu Yu had learned shooting skills, he was able to see clearly what was wrapped in the golden light at the first sight. Unfortunately, it was too far away and he could only see a rough outline. However, as the golden light fell, Hu Yu saw it more clearly. There seems to be a silver-white line hanging on the top of this long object. Boss Luo, is the thing still falling towards you? Can you see what it is? Luo Jin. No, it's in the wrong position. It seems to have fallen to my left. Left? Luo Jin is in front of me on the right. So isn't her left side directly in front of me? It's in the shape of a long strip, with uniform thickness overall, a string hanging from the top, and it's falling right in front of me. Wait, this can't be my fishing rod. This thought popped up in Hu Yu's mind, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. Bang! The golden light fell, and a loud bang exploded from the front. Hu Yu even felt a sense of impact coming towards him. It's fallen. Are there any good brothers nearby who can go and have a look? It might be some treasure. Luo Jin. It's on my left, but it's too far away. I can only see the golden light in the distance. I envy Boss Luo. I can't even see the golden light. The school of fish has dispersed. No, they are not scattered. They are swimming in one direction. Boss Luo, check to see if they are swimming to your left. Luo Jin. Yes, it's true. I won't say any more. I'm going to start fishing. A series of messages flashed across the chat history, but Hu Yu had no intention of reading them. He just stared at the prompt box in front of him, feeling his heart beating like a deer in his chest. Your fishing rod has been received. Please go to the coast to collect it in time. Fishing rod. Arrived. On the coast. That thing is really my fishing rod. Hu Yu rubbed his face, put the back of his hand into Xiaobai's mouth, pressed its head and bit it, and finally made sure that he was not dreaming. But why is the appearance of a fishing rod even cooler than me, the owner? Hu Yu complained, but the joy on his face could not be concealed. He held Xiaobai in his arms, hummed a song, took cheerful steps, swung an excellent crossbow, and walked towards the coast. Fishing rod baby. Your master is coming. Judging from the way it appeared, qualities like excellent and outstanding are definitely not worthy of this fishing rod. In other words, I must have triggered the option of the mysterious fishing rod. But what is the mystery of this fishing rod? Who doesn't know yet, but it's impossible for him to just appear in a mysterious way, right? With a heart full of doubts, Who walked through the jungle by the sea. The moment he walked out of the jungle, golden light filled his entire vision. A slender fishing rod, with a silver fishing line hanging from it, is stuck on the shore, waiting for its owner to come. Someone is coming. Luo Jin. I saw a figure appear beside the golden light, but it was too far away to see who it was. Judging from the body shape, it should be a man. What do you mean it should be a male? Little Luo Jin, have you ever seen a woman who is over 1.8 meters tall, with muscular body and short hair? Although there may be some, they are very rare. Sure, then wow. Who is that, brother? Come out and tell us what is in the golden light. Who looked at the name that popped up on the chat interface, and suddenly his head tilted. It's this guy again, what a fate. He didn't speak before, probably because he was afraid of being silenced by himself. However, under the temptation of the mysterious treasure, he couldn't help but speak. In that case, player Shuren has been banned for 24 hours. Who smiled kindly and sent a voice message in the chat interface. It has nothing to do with you. Shuren, who was somewhere, was stunned for a moment. He clenched his fists when he heard Hu's voice coming from his ears. Depend on. After sending the message, Hu no longer paid attention to the problem with the chat interface. Although Shuren had been banned from speaking, many people were still asking frantically about the golden light out of curiosity about the treasure. He naturally wouldn't care. The most important thing now was to get the fishing rod first. Hu continued to move forward, but just when he was about to touch the fishing rod, a system prompt sounded. Bite. The host has explored the wilderness for 100 meters and cannot continue exploring. Please return in time. Hu, winky face. Chapter 22, Epic. The favor of the Sea King. What the hell is this? Goddess of luck, you must have been drunk yesterday. It was just a couple of meters away. Couldn't you calculate it more accurately for me? Hu complained wildly in his heart, but then he calmed down. Isn't it just 1 or 2 meters? At this distance, my Xiaobai can even push a treasure chest over, so shouldn't it be easy for him to get a fishing rod? Hu put Xiaobai on the ground and pointed to the fishing rod that was shining with golden light not far ahead. Xiaobai, do you see that golden thing? Xiaobai nodded, but then hugged Hu's thighs, hiding his entire bare body behind his legs, and nodded tremblingly. Woo. This voice sounds a bit like pleading. Hey, don't be afraid. It's just a broken fishing rod. Strictly speaking, I'm still in the same boat with you. Bears catch fish, fishing rods fish, and pandas are roughly equivalent to bears, so there is nothing wrong with this inference. Hu held Xiaobai in front of him, but as soon as it came into contact with the golden light, the whole bear jumped up and hid behind him, refusing to move forward another step. Finished. Xiaobai was very afraid of the golden light and didn't dare to move forward. It seemed impossible to let it pull out the fishing rod. What else can we do? We can't do without a base. Oh, right, the base. As long as you upgrade the base into a wooden house, with the extra 10 meters of exploration distance provided, you can take out the fishing rod. Now we have the drawings and the materials. The only thing missing is one thing. Iron saw. But when Iron Saw searched in the mall before, he didn't find it. There is no iron saw, but where is the drawing of the iron saw? Hu frowned, opened the mall, and entered the iron saw drawings. Bite. Search complete. The iron saw drawing lies quietly on the page, and the price is marked in the box below. For gold coins. The price was far higher than most of the materials Hu had exchanged before. Changed. In an instant, only 70 of the 75 gold coins were left, and Hu felt like he was about to die of poverty. Iron saw blueprint. Excellent iron block. 20/20ths. Wood. 5/5. Processing table of any quality. 1/1. Do you want to build it? Build. Forging an iron saw will trigger forging failure, and you can get a refined iron saw, an excellent iron saw, or a mutant iron saw. You can exclude one of the options. They're all metal saws anyway, aren't they the same? Hu ruled out forging failure. No matter what kind of iron saw he got, as long as he could build a wooden house, that would be enough. 30 seconds passed. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mutant iron saw. Please collect it in your notebook. Mutated? Could it be that some kind of spirit weapon or something like that would appear? Hu's imagination ran wild, but when he took out the mutant iron saw from the warehouse, he discovered a problem. It turns out that my imagination is still no match for the system. Iron saw worshipped by the chainsaw killer. Perfect. There is a chance to obtain double the materials when cutting. Quality additional skill. Perfect. You can accumulate worship when cutting flesh and blood. When the worship reaches 100%, It can evolve into a chainsaw. Note: a metal saw that doesn't want to be a chainsaw is not a good tool. What the hell is this? I just want an ordinary iron saw. Why did you make me such a weird thing? No matter how much he complained, Huyu had no choice but to put it into his notebook and then turn to the first page. Upgrade. Upgrade to a wooden house. Is there any need to ask? Of course. The wooden house is being built. It will take 10 minutes. Please wait. Tip: because your wooden house is a mixed wooden house, the wooden house will be fixed as a mixed wooden house after upgrading. The construction of the wooden house has begun, and your exploration range has expanded. Perfect. This is the first time that Huyu feels that the system is user-friendly enough. Although the exploration distance increased by 10 meters forward and 1 meter left and right is not much, it is enough for Huyu to give full play to his abilities. My little fishing rod baby, I'm really here this time. Huyu took 2 steps forward and came straight to the fishing rod that was glowing with golden light. Because he was afraid of the golden light, Xiaobai kept hiding behind Huyu and didn't even dare to look at it. Luo Jin, it's moving. That person has walked in front of the golden light. Is it Boss Hu? But why did he stop for a moment? Luo Jin, I don't know. I haven't seen any Mr. Hu either. Let's not talk about this for now. Have you caught any fish? Why aren't any of my fish biting? Boss Luo is asking you. You have so many fish over there. Have you caught any? Luo Jin, no, none of them are biting the bait. Huyu glanced at the message and found nothing special. So he took a deep breath and reached for the fishing rod. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fishing rod. Sea King's Favor, Epic. Sea King's Favor, time-limited epic item. You can catch 100% of the items that are not higher than the epic level, and it has a fatal attraction to fish below the perfect level. Quality additional skill, epic, and lower bait level +1. Special bonus, time limit 24 hours remaining. Note: I wanted to fish my brother into the fish pond, but he turned out to be the king of the sea. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to obtain an epic item. Should we announce it? As soon as the fishing rod was obtained, the golden light disappeared instantly. Huyu only felt one word, that is, awesome. But this Aquaman doesn't sound like the real Aquaman. Huyu looked at the fishing rod in his hand that was shining with gold powder, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Since you gave me face last time, I will give you 10 bear paws this time. Is that not too much? From the sea, there are a lot of sharks here. Just catch some and get some shark fins, and then eat bear paws and instant noodles. Swish. I can't stop drooling just thinking about it. Make a deal. With one transaction, 10 bear paws fell into Huyu's warehouse, and a system announcement popped up in front of all the survivors. Congratulations to Huyu for becoming the first player to obtain an epic item and opening an epic chapter. Epic. Oh my god. Could this epic item be the golden light just now? I would like to call Huyu the eternal god. Huyu's mouth twisted. Oh god? They are just a bunch of non-chiefs. Be careful about being banned from speaking upstairs. Wait, was this system created by Blizzard? Will Legend be the next level after Epic? Luo Jin, I see clearly. This epic item is a fishing rod. As expected of Mr. Hu, his fishing tools are a little different from ours. I want a tutorial on epic fishing gear. I'd even spend all my money to get it. Huyu curled his lips and said, don't compare your family property with my nanny's pocket money. Welcome to watch the survival guide of the crooked-mouthed boss, Huyu. The chat interface was asking questions frantically, but Huyu just tilted his head, his big eyes full of confusion. The system just displayed the ranking list, right? Chapter? Another new thing. Huyu was a little confused, but didn't pay much attention to it. He just picked up the fishing rod and walked towards the cliff by the sea. Get your fishing rod and start fishing. When Huyu reached the cliff, he was about to swing the pole when he suddenly thought of a question. I have the fishing rod, but where is the bait? Chapter 23. The generosity from the richest man. As the saying goes, rely on your parents at home and rely on your friends when you go out. Judging from the chat records, those who have already started fishing should have got the bait. In that case, why not just ask them directly? Ahem. Huyu cleared his throat and looked at the chat interface in front of him. Everyone, where did you get your bait? As soon as the voice was uttered, everyone went wild again. Master Ball captures the upstairs. It's the Wild Hu boss. Brother, you have a nice voice. Do you need someone to warm your bed? What does a nice sound have to do with a warm bed? Your family sleeps with a radio in their arms. It's collapsed. The image of the evil and crazy Mr. Hu in my mind has collapsed. He doesn't even know where the bait is. The upstairs is forbidden to speak. Luo Jin, it depends on what you want to use as bait. If you want earthworms, you can dig them up in moist soil. You can find them in the soil near the sea. If you want to use blood bait, it may be more effective. I used blood bait, But unfortunately, I didn't catch any fish, so I don't know the exact data. Still, beautiful people have kind hearts. Huyu smiled and said, got it. Thank you. Luo Jin, you're welcome. Huyu started looking around after he finished speaking. Hey, that's not right. Since they have already dug up earthworms, why should I dig them? Can't I just go to the mall and buy them? I am the richest man now. To bow down for a few earthworms is not in line with our temperament. Thinking in his mind, Huyu opened the mall interface of his notebook, but instead of entering earthworms, he entered fish bait. 3 items appeared on the notebook. Earthworms, junk bait. Do you think you are in a river or a pond? You want to go fishing in the sea with this bait? Forget it. Live shrimp, common bait, small carnivore. Okay for fishing sea bass, but as for large fish, why don't you starve them for a few days? Mixed flesh and blood, excellent bait, a carnivorous bait made by a player. Its effect is unknown, but it has not caught any fish yet. It seems like none of them is reliable. Not to mention the first 2, the price of the last bait alone is 10 silver coins. That's 1/10 of a gold coin. Huyu naturally couldn't bear to buy it, but he had a new idea. Self-made. Since Luo Jin can control himself, then naturally I can too. Huyu took out a piece of bear paw from his notebook and, suppressing his sympathy, used a fire axe to dig out a piece of meat the size of half an egg, which was still covered in blood. That is the essence of the entire bear paw. The remaining bear paws were not worth eating, so Huyu just threw them to Xiaobai, which tasted quite delicious when chewing them. He left Xiaobai where he was, hung the flesh and blood on the fish hook, took a few steps forward, and cast the rod. The silver-white fishing line drew an arc in the air and fell into the sea with blood and flesh. Just at the moment he cast the rod, all the fish on the sea surface dived into the seabed. Even the mermaids, whales, and tiger sharks. Huyu also breathed a sigh of relief. He wouldn't dare to fish for those sharks. The place where they were standing was called a cliff, but in fact it was not very high from the sea level. According to Huyu's estimation, it was only 2 or 3 meters at most. Even the scales on the tail fin of the mermaid who had just submerged in the water could be clearly seen. At this distance, if the tiger shark wanted to jump up and eat him, he would only have enough time to shout for help. Not to mention the whales in the distance. That thing, as long as it swims to the surface and doesn't run aground, I can eat him with my mouth open. As for the mermaid, Huyu wanted to catch one for fun, but it depended on whether others would give him the face. Have you ever seen a mermaid being caught with bear paw meat? It would take a diamond ring as big as a pigeon egg to do that, right? After casting the rod, Huyu began to do nothing. Standing on the beach, feeling the sea breeze, watching those guys bragging in the chat interface, waiting for the fish to be hooked. It's quite enjoyable. It would be perfect if there was a glass of iced cola and a beach chair. It would be better to add a group of beautiful girls in bikinis, and then be a gentleman and apply oil on them. Thinking of the beautiful girl, Huyu couldn't help but look to the right. Luo Jin, it's on the right. The entire cliff edge was unobstructed, and Huyu could clearly see a figure who was just like him, holding a fishing rod and fishing quietly. It's a pity that the distance was too far, at least 160 or 70 meters. Even if Huyu had mastered shooting, he couldn't see her profile clearly. It's better to just fish honestly. As soon as Huyu turned his head, the fishing rod in his hand began to tremble. Hooked. Reel in the line, lift the rod, take a half step back, and prepare to lift the rod. A violent tug came from the other end of the fishing rod. Huyu exerted force with his wrist to turn the fishing reel, but felt very tired. It's a big thing. Huyu leaned out, trying to see what kind of fish it was, but he could only see a series of water splashing on the sea surface, and could not see what was under the sea at all. My strength is not enough, but I can apply for off-field assistance. Xiaobai was chewing on a bear paw. When he heard Huyu calling him, he raised his head and looked at him. Come here. Help me, Huyu said as he continued to back away. He was afraid that Xiaobai would be scared and not dare to step forward, so he planned to hand over the fishing rod first. Unexpectedly, when Xiaobai heard it, he ran up directly, looked at him with his cute big eyes, and tilted his head slightly to the left, as if asking questions. Hold it. Hold on. Huyu stuffed the fishing rod into Xiaobai's hand and said, push harder. Come on. Let this fish see what the power of a bear is. As for the quality of the fishing rod, Huyu is not worried about that. After all, it's an epic prop. It can't be destroyed by a panda and a fish, right? Xiaobai held the fishing rod with both hands, his whole body standing still like a panda, and he looked at Huyu with a puzzled look. It seems to be asking, is this difficult? Huyu Shuai blushed, but he didn't care about it. He put both hands on the reel and started to turn it hard. Just as the force on the other end of the fishing rod began to weaken, a prompt box suddenly popped up in front of him. Bite. Fishing for resources may trigger rewards, gold coins, a superior fish, a superior potion, Excellent bait, iron treasure chest, and key. Hu paused for a moment. Could fishing also trigger an option? But apart from the second thing, tell me what else can have such great power in the sea? Potions? Gold? Treasure chest? Hu's rebellious psychology took over, and he eliminated the excellent fish. He wanted to see what this system could hang on his fishing rod. 20 seconds later, the silvery white fishing line, dragging something, emerged from the water. Hu stuck his head out, took a closer look, and froze in place. Facts have proved that the system is worthy of being a system. Even the way it makes trouble is different from the way normal people think. Bite. Congratulations to player Hu for becoming the first player to successfully fish for resources. Should we announce it? Hu didn't answer, but just continued to close the club. You know what? That thing hanging on the fishhook really attracted him. Chapter 24, Aquaman Rankings. A small fish the size of a palm, colorful and covered with scales, was hung on the hook and was slowly pulled up. The indescribable fragrance lingers in the nose and throat. Just a sniff will make you want to indulge in wild thoughts. It seems like wandering in some kind of building named after a color. If nothing unexpected happens, this faint fragrance is emanating from the colorful little fish in front of us. But this thing should be a bait, right? Hu thought about it and took the fish off the hook. A system prompt immediately popped up in front of him. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an excellent bait, colorful scale fish, *1. Colorful scale fish, excellent one of the deep-sea fish. It exudes a unique fragrance all over its body. Because it is extremely rare, it is known as the most difficult sight to see and the most difficult delicacy to taste. I don't know how bad the taste of the guy who reviewed the food was. He can even eat this. If you are extremely hungry, let alone beautiful fish, you can even swallow the beautiful woman. But then again, Hu looked at the colorful scaled fish flapping its wings in his hand and suddenly fell into deep thought. This colorful scaled fish is both a fish and a bait. So how can I use it to fish? With the way it flapped its wings just now, I'm afraid it would have been in great trouble before I could catch any other fish. Do I have to wait until it dies before I can fish with it? Hu was full of doubts. He thought that there was still a chance for a system announcement, so he might as well ask for a clue. This is an excellent bait. If I use it well, I might be able to catch a perfect fish. Then I'll be rich. System, how can I use this colorful fish as bait? The query was fruitless. The host does not yet have the information. Nonsense. Why would I ask you if I already know the answer? I'll give you a chance to make an announcement. Make a deal. How to use the colorful scale fish. Stun. Hook. Wait for the fish. Hook. Lift the rod. And it's over. Bite. Congratulations to Hu for becoming the first player to catch fish resources. The Sea King ranking is now open. Hu, a winky face? That's it. 12 words in total, including end. You only took my chance to make an announcement once? Fake businessman. Just wait and see how I'll trick you next time. Hu felt that he had suffered a loss and subconsciously forgot that he had actively requested the system to trade. He squatted down and threw the colorful scaled fish in his hand to the ground. The fish had hit the ground, and the colorful scaled fish flapped its wings twice before it ran out of strength. Its tail slapped the ground lightly, but it no longer had the momentum it had before. After picking up the colorful scaled fish, Hu put it on the fishhook. When he was about to cast the rod for the second time, a piece of news appeared in front of him and immediately attracted him. Luo Jin. Question: what are the ways to cook shark? How to cook shark? Could it be that? Hu took a step forward, stood on the edge of the cliff, turned, and looked towards the coast on the right. I saw a shark nearly 2 meters long flopping on the sea. 2/3 of its body had already left the sea, leaving only its tail on the sea. What a shark! If the colorful scaled fish is an excellent resource, then sharks should at least be considered a resource of the same level. He had the favor of the Sea King and bear paw meat, so he could catch colorful scaled fish, but what did Luo Jin have? Is it possible that besides the goddess of luck, there is also a lucky man who favors these good-looking girls? While he was daydreaming, a discussion had already started in the chat interface. As expected of Boss Luo, who is ranked 3rd on the list, he is only a little bit behind Boss Hu, and he caught a shark so quickly. By the way, what kind of fish did Mr. Hu catch? Boss Hu twisted his lips and said, "Humph. The fish I caught are visible to you mortals. You are lucky to receive the news. You should be grateful. Here they come. The crooked mouth party is always here." Hu's mouth twitched. Where did he learn this habit? If your mouth corners are crooked, be careful that you may get Parkinson's disease when you are middle-aged or old. Luo Jin, I caught it. But this shark is a little weird. Strangeness. Hu subconsciously asked, what's strange about this? If there is anything strange, it would be that you caught a 2-meter-long shark. I had to ask Xiaobai for help to catch that palm-sized colorful fish. How did a weak-looking girl like you catch a shark? However, this kind of question should involve confidential information. Even if who you wants to ask, the conclusion he can come to will only be a forward mantra. It has nothing to do with you. Luo Jin, stomach. It looks like there's something in its stomach. It's bulging. Abdomen. Are the resources in the fish's belly? Cut open the fish's belly and take a look. Who knows, there might be a surprise inside. But you have to be careful when you open the stomach. After all, this system, it doesn't do anything related to humans. As soon as the voice was sent out, Luo Jin nodded. That makes sense. Since there are traps in the treasure chest, it is not impossible to put 1,000 arrows piercing the heart in the fish's belly. Luo Jin looked at the shark lying on the ground, took a step back, took out a knight's sword from his backpack, and went around behind the shark. This is the correct way to unbox. Wrap around. Place the opening of a treasure chest or anything potentially dangerous facing outwards, and open it from the back to minimize the risk. This is also one of the methods that Luo Jin discovered on his own. The long sword sank into the fish's belly, cutting through the flesh, and a glass bottle slid out directly. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a healing potion. Excellent. *1. Healing potion? Can this fucking potion be put into a fish's stomach? Your master must be Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, right? Luo Jin complained, put the potion into his backpack, smiled again, opened his notebook, and typed in it. Sure enough, there are resources. Thank you, Mr. Hu, for your guidance. Before Hu Yu could reply, Luo Jin clapped his hands and kicked the shark aside. Done. Next one. She walked to a wooden barrel, reached in and scooped out a mass of flesh and blood, wrapped it up and hung it on the fishhook, then swung her hand and cast the rod. Fish coming. Hu Yu was far away from Luo Jin and could only see the silhouette of the person, so he naturally had no idea what happened during the whole process. However, when he saw the message sent by Luo Jin, he understood one thing. Resources and fish coexist. Only when you catch the fish can you obtain the resources in its body. So no matter what you choose just now, you will catch a fish. So here comes the question. Could there be a kind of resource inside the body of the colorful scaled fish? Hu Yu turned his gaze towards the already fainted colorful fish. My dear, since you have fainted, why don't Doctor Hu perform surgery on you? As the saying goes, be careful with your assumptions and be bold in seeking evidence. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Chapter 25 Epic. Mermaids. In the end, Hu Yu did not gut it. If he killed the colorful scaled fish, the bait would lose its effectiveness and he would get nothing in the end. That would be a waste of time and effort. For the sake of the overall situation, he simply touched the fish's belly. Judging from the feel, there shouldn't be anything inside, right? At least there wasn't anything hard. It seems that the harvest of bait will not come with any other rewards. Hu Yu was a little disappointed and threw the fishing line out. A colorful scaled fish hung on a fishhook as it flew through the air. The sunlight just happened to shine on its scales, like a bright star exploding in front of everyone's eyes. I just saw something fall into the sea. It was emitting colorful light. I saw it too. That direction seems to be the direction of Boss Hu. Luo Jin, at the scene. It was indeed thrown down by the boss. Judging from the action, it looks like a cast pole. Is it some kind of bait? The above person gave the right answer. I just went to the mall and searched it. It is indeed a bait. It is called colorful scale fish and the quality is excellent. As for the price, I suggest you make sure you are mentally prepared and check it yourself. The chat interface fell into a brief silence, and everyone seemed to have gone to the mall to search for prices. Hu Yu was also a little curious, so he took out his notebook and opened the mall page. As an excellent fishing bait, how much would it cost? For example, the price of fine-grade bait in the mall is only 1 silver coin, but the price of colorful fish is about 5 or 6 times more expensive. Oh shit. Hu Yu finished his search and looked at the price in front of him with an expression of disbelief written all over his face. Colorful scale fish, excellent bait. Price, 1 gold coin/bar. Are you selling bait or fish? Hu Yu's mouth twitched. It's so expensive. Only a fool would buy it. This is a gold coin. This number is a sky-high price for most players nowadays. Even if a few players are on the leaderboard and have the capital to buy it, they probably won't be willing to spend this money. It's too expensive. After seeing the price, most people started to dig into the chat interface again. Hu Yu's mouth twisted. Humph. Mortals, worship me. Even if I make this secret recipe public, you guys won't be able to learn it. This time I actually recognize the crooked mouth party. My youth is over. Is there any big guy who wants to buy some bait and try it out? What if you catch something good? You'll die if you try. This is premium bait. Without a premium fishing rod, it's useless to try. Excellent fishing rod. Where is it so easy to get? Huyu smiled and shook his head. Judging from the options triggered when he pushed the door, the excellent fishing rod should also be included in the mysterious fishing rod. Only the survivor who triggers the mysterious fishing rod can get an excellent fishing rod. Otherwise, grab your fine fishing rod and go fish for some trash. Boom. A crisp sound exploded before my eyes. The entire fishing line was instantly taut, and Huyu hurriedly used both hands to hold the fishing rod tightly. Another fish is caught. New. Huyu called out, and Xiaobai, who was still sucking the bear's paw, immediately looked up, ran to his side skillfully, stretched out his two hands, waiting for Huyu to hand him the fishing rod. As the saying goes, if you don't have enough strength, Xiaobai will come to make up for it. Huyu handed over the fishing rod without hesitation, but did not let go. He dragged the reel with both hands and began to reel in the rod. But when he poked his head out from the shore, he was completely stunned. This fish is not big, and its length is only about 1.78 meters at most. But no, it should be said that it is her. With one hand, she had taken the colorful fish off the hook and was chewing on it. With the other hand, she was pulling one end of the fishing line, and her tail fin was still swaying excitedly. This is a fucking mermaid. I was actually caught by a colorful fish like this? No, that's not right. A more accurate adjective should be dot rather than dak. The reason she was able to get out of the sea was entirely because she was holding on to the fishing line, not because she was hooked. Hiss. Huyu took a deep breath. At this moment, he was less than half a meter away from the cliff. As long as he reeled a few more times, he could fish the mermaid up. But at this moment, Huyu stopped reeling in the line. He is hesitating. This is a mermaid, a legendary creature. If we catch her, who knows who will eat whom? But if he just let it go, he would lose a gold coin, plus the essence of a bear paw. Fish, or not fish? Now it has become a philosophical question. Just when Huyu was struggling, the prompt box finally appeared in front of him. When fishing for resources, you may trigger mermaid's gift, mermaid's blessing, mermaid's return, mermaid's curse. You can exclude one of the options. After taking a quick look at all the possibilities, Huyu immediately picked up his fishing rod. What is this guy still hesitating about? Remove the mermaid's curse. Huyu began to reel in the line again, but at this moment, the mermaid had already eaten the palm-sized colorful fish and let go of the fishing line with her right hand. He jumped up with one leap and directly jumped onto the cliff without even lifting the rod. The fish tail, which occupied 2/3 of her body length, curled on the ground, supporting her entire upper body, and a pair of deep blue eyes were locked on Huyu. Bite. Congratulations to the host for catching the deep-sea mermaid. Epic. Epic chapter update. History. Epic. Above excellence is perfection, and above perfection is epic. In other words, I skipped a level in fishing? Huyu was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand, ready to greet the mermaid. Hi. Can you understand me? The mermaid doesn't reply, but cups her hands and holds them under her face. Huyu tilted his head. What does this mean? Could it be that your deep-sea kindergarten also teaches children to put their hands under their faces to pretend to be flower buds? Just as he was wondering, a teardrop slid down from the corner of the mermaid's eye. Tears flowed down her cheeks, passed through the colorful fish scales hanging at the corners of her mouth, and slowly fell into her hands. The tears that were originally liquid turned into solid in an extremely unscientific way. The mermaid pushed her hands forward and handed the teardrop to Huyu. Is this for me? Huyu asked politely. If he took it without asking, he was afraid that she would bite him when he passed by. Don't be fooled by its pretty appearance. The teeth in its mouth are of the same size as an iron saw. The mermaid also tilted her head, as if she didn't understand what Huyu was saying. She didn't wait for him to come over, but directly threw her tears into the air. The crystal-clear beads drew graceful arcs in the air. The mermaid grinned, tilted her body back, and fell behind the cliff. Huyu was stunned. He didn't know where to look. Are they tears flying towards me? Or are they mermaids with great figures performing diving? This is such a hard choice. Huyu took a step forward and followed the mermaid as she fell into the sea. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Huyu felt a wetness between his eyebrows. It's tears. This thing seemed to have an automatic navigation function and landed steadily between Huyu's eyebrows. Bite. The system prompt came. Huyu just glanced at the prompt and hurriedly opened the mall interface. This blessing is 2 bug. Colorful scale fish. 10. Bye. Nothing else to say. Just based on this mermaid's blessing, I must fish for a mermaid again today. No. 10 times. Chapter 26. Why not? Asked the magical conch. 10 colorful fish baits were stored in the warehouse in the book, and the gold coins Huyu owned dropped from 70 gold coins to 60 gold coins. As for this silly I mentioned earlier, what's wrong with being a little silly? Isn't it cute? Not to mention, you looked at the prompt box that had not disappeared in front of him, and there was only one thought left in his mind. I'm the one who takes care of all the mermaids in this fish pond. Mermaid's Blessing, epic buff, increased the level of fishable resources by 1. Duration, 24 hours. Note, if you are favored by mermaids, you will be treated kindly by all fish. The premise is that you are handsome enough. Resource level +1. What a concept. Now I can use the favor of the Sea King to catch epic resources with excellent bait. If I add one more, it should be legend. If the legend is true, maybe we can even fish up the Sea King himself. Puyu had a smile on his face. After he put the colorful fish on the hook and cast the rod again, he turned his eyes to the chat interface. Are you sure? It's a mermaid, right? Nonsense. The epic chapter has been refreshed. Can't you see it? Then the question is, why did Mr. Who catch all the mermaids and then release them back? The people above will understand if you do a multiple choice question. A. Hu Lao believes in Buddhism. C. Mermaids are not pretty enough. D. Hu Lao is gay. You don't have any B. I think you figured it out. Puyu looked at them with a frown on his face. Can't these guys have pure thoughts? Just when he was about to mute these two guys, Luo Jin sent a message on the chat interface, attracting his attention. Luo Jin. You don't anybody want to try fishing for a mermaid? It seems like the boss just caught it with a colorful scale fish. How about, give it a try? Try? Do you have an epic fishing rod? Puyu complained in his heart, but didn't say much. If he spoke up now, people would just think that he wanted to monopolize the mermaid's resources. It would be better to let this group of young people give it a try. No one will die anyway, and at most it's just a waste of a gold coin. It just happens to contribute to increasing my wealth ratio. Boom. There was another light sound, and Huyu immediately grabbed the fishing rod, ready to call Xiaobai. But when he was about to exert force, the fishing rod in his hand was lifted up lightly. The weight has increased, but it's very light. So much so that Huyu was able to lift the rod with his own strength. But this time, it shouldn't be a mermaid. Huyu felt a little disappointed, but he still started to reel in the fishing line. But when he stuck his head out to see what it was, everyone is dumbfounded. What the hell is this? All I saw was a pure white conch about the size of 2 fists hanging on the hook, and the colorful fish worth 1 gold coin had disappeared. I've only heard of fish eating conchs, but who has ever heard of conchs eating fish? Your system is unscientific. Complaints are complaints, but the thread still needs to be collected. After all, a colorful scale fish was used. What if there is a chance of a turnaround? Huyu reeled in the line quickly, not wanting to waste his limited fishing time. The fishing line was quickly reeled in, and the pure white conch fell into Huyu's hands. And at this moment, a prompt box suddenly appeared. Magical conch, epic item. You can ask a question every day, and the conch will give you a relatively accurate answer. Quality additional skill, epic. After asking 100 questions, you can upgrade to an all-knowing conch. Note, Patrick, why not ask the magical conch? Wow. Patrick is here? Is the Krabby Patty also an epic delicacy? I think it's very likely. But having said that, this magical conch seems to be quite useful, but I don't know how accurate this relative accuracy can be. Huyu picked up the conch and asked it, when will the next beast attack in this area be? Beast attack. This is the most difficult survival challenge to overcome in the wilderness. I was lucky enough to get Xiaobai last time, but this time, I may not be so lucky. Buzz. There were bursts of buzzing sounds coming from the conch, followed by a sound that could only reach its extreme. 10. Could it be 10 o'clock? Yes. The last beast attack also happened at around 10 o'clock. Maybe it was the system's rules that determined that the beast attack would only occur at 10 o'clock. It's only 9 o'clock now, and there's still an hour to get ready. That's enough time. 9. Huyu. Confused face. 8. All right. Stop counting. Huyu put down his fishing rod and prepared to run back. The wooden house has been upgraded, but it can only avoid F-level beast attacks. But if it is any level, then all Huyu's efforts yesterday were in vain. But at this moment, a wave suddenly rose up in the distance on the sea. The schools of fish that were originally floating around the coastline disappeared in an instant, and a bright white silver light exploded in the distance, rushing across the sea at an extremely fast speed. With his eyesight thanks to his mastery of shooting, he could only roughly estimate that it was a square object. Judging from its size, it looks a lot like a treasure chest. Silvery white. Square object? Could it be a silver treasure chest? 5. The sound of the conch rang in his ears, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. This is a silver treasure chest. If you miss it, you don't know when you will meet again. But beast attacks. Never mind. Huyu weighed the pros and cons for a while and made up his mind within 2 seconds. I'm not going back. The silver treasure chest is important. If an E-level beast attack is triggered, the worst that can happen is that the wooden house will be destroyed. As long as the base is fine, it is just a matter of spending some gold coins to buy materials from the mall and rebuilding one. But the silver treasure chest is different. As long as you get it, you can open another leaderboard. That's 10 gold coins in one day. Let's bet. 1. The conch shell countdown ended, and the system prompt arrived as expected. Fight. F-level beast attack will begin in 10 minutes. Please pay attention to protection. The bet was right. It's an F-level beast attack. But why 10 minutes later? Is this the relatively accurate answer? Cole, who you instantly breathed a sigh of relief and felt a lot more relaxed. But the survivors in the chat interface were different. Beast attack. The beast attack is coming again. Fuck. What kind of rubbish system is this? Why are there beast attacks every day? Oh right. I remember boss who said he has an item that can evade F-rank beast attacks. Does anyone know what it is? I'll go to the mall and check it out. Oh yes. I almost forgot that Xiaobai's excrement has not been sold yet. I might as well sell it. Puyu cleared his throat and said to the chat interface, Ahem, as a regional administrator, I am embarrassed to see you being attacked by beasts. I have a total of 20 props here, in groups of 5, which can be exchanged for various skill books, building blueprints, tool blueprints, and weapon blueprints. The highest bidder wins. If you are interested, you can send me a purchase application directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Puyu's shopping mall page began to vibrate. Player Shuren requested a trade. Do you agree? Player Luo Jin requests a trade. Do you agree? Player Anderson requested a trade. Do you agree? Number of transactions, 0/5. More than a dozen transaction information popped up, and the first one was Comrade Xiaoshi. It seems that even though this guy has been banned, he still pays close attention to the messages in the chat interface. Puyu ignored others and accepted Luo Jin's transaction request first. It's not that I'm attracted by her beauty, but I care about the price she offers. Ranked 3rd on the survival list, this is definitely not just bragging. Sure enough, when he opened the trading interface, the things in the trading box made his eyes light up. Chapter 27, I want to know too. A skill book. Puyu hasn't checked the details yet, but judging from its light-colored cover, this should be an ordinary level skill book. But why doesn't Luo Jin learn it himself? This is a skill book. No matter what skill it is, even if it is a filler skill like chopping, learning it can improve your survival efficiency. Could it be that this book is some kind of skill exclusive to men? Puyu was puzzled and looked at the cover of the skill book. Elementary cooking, general level. Once you can tell the difference between salt and sugar, you can throw this book away. Well, you call this elementary cooking? Just call it cognitive learning for creatures without taste. No wonder your master took it out to exchange for shit. Puyu smiled bitterly and said directly in the chat interface, Miss Luo, you are not kidding, right? Luo Jin, isn't that the skill book you asked for? Well, this can indeed be considered a skill book. In order to maintain my ranking in the full-time rankings, it's not a loss to change. Anyway, all I have to pay is Xiaobai's excrement. Puyu did not answer, but placed the 5 pieces of excrement on the transaction column, clicked confirm, and waited for Luo Jin's response. 1 second, 2 seconds. Luo Jin on the coastline was stunned. She looked at the items on the trading column and carefully read the system description no less than 3 times before she was sure that Puyu was not teasing her. This is no longer just recycling waste. It's like turning stone into gold. Luo Jin turned around and looked at the pure white falcon on his shoulder. Xiaobai, you said you are also a pet, and your ranking is higher than this guy's pet. Why can't you make these things for me? The falcon glanced at its owner, raised its neck high, and seemed to not want to pay attention to her. I am a noble white-feathered golden falcon. How could you see me when I am flying? Forget it, it's not a loss to exchange it, so I'll just give this skill to him. Luo Jin sighed and selected OK in the transaction column. After the transaction of the 2 items was completed, someone started asking questions in the chat interface. Miss Luo Jin, may I ask what that mysterious item is? +1 for asking. Mr. Who can only trade 5 times a day. I'm afraid it won't be my turn. Boss Who smiled crookedly. What I give you is yours. What I don't give you is something you will never find again in your life. Stop making trouble, you crooked mouth people. Be careful that Boss Who will ban you from speaking. Puyukai didn't have time to cast a silencing spell on this guy. He was selecting people to trade based on their rankings on the survival list. 3 minutes later, the transaction of the remaining 15 items was completed. Puyu also obtained a skill book, 3 tool blueprints, and a building blueprint. It seems that there are many lucky people in this wilderness survival. Except for the skill book, which is just for makeup, the rest of the drawings are pretty good. Architectural blueprint. Wooden fence. All soil within the fence is marked as a base, and the growth rate of all plants and livestock is increased by 1. Note: have you ever heard of mending the fence after the sheep have been stolen? If you have, don't have any illusions about the strength of this fence. Building a wooden fence will consume wood *50, and a wooden house needs to be built. Do you want to proceed? Yes. I was just wondering where to plant the mysterious seeds. Now I have a wooden fence. Tool blueprint. Wooden lounge chair mood +1. Stamina reduced by -1/minute. Note: wherever you fall, lie there for a while. Building a wooden recliner will consume 30 pieces of wood and 20 iron nails. Can be exempted if you master the structure of the falcon, and you have the tool iron saw 1/1. Do you want to proceed? Conduct. I can finally lie down and fish, but what the hell is that mood and physical strength? This is not the first time Huyu has seen these two numbers, but he still doesn't know what they are used for. Even the physical strength and power that was previously revealed is the same. This system does not provide a character panel, so God knows what these numbers are used for. As for the remaining two tool drawings, one is a wooden barrel, the other is a wooden bathtub. One is soaking feet, the other is scrubbing body. If the wooden barrel had not been exchanged as the second one, he would have definitely exchanged only the wooden bathtub. A white light flashed under his body, and the wooden lounge chair had been completed. Huyu held the fishing rod in his hand and lay down on it. Feel the comfort brought by the shaking. The school of fish has retreated, and even if we use colorful scale fish as bait, no fish will take the bait. There are still 5 minutes before the beast attack, which is enough time for those guys who bought Xiaobai's excrement to make arrangements. But even if those guys don't tell others that they bought excrement, I won't be able to sell them mysterious items anymore, right? If there is excrement in the system mall, but you thought about it and open the mall interface. In order to plan to sell shit in the future, he needs to verify one thing. Search, pets, bite. No results found. Huh, no. Huyu raised his eyebrows and continued searching in the mall interface. Search, panda. No results found. Search, items to avoid beast attacks. Beast trap, normal 3% chance to avoid F-level beast attacks. Multiple placements can be stacked. Price, 20 silver coins. Realgar, normal 10% chance to avoid snake attacks. Multiple deployments can be stacked. Price, 30 silver coins. Animal feces, panda, there is a certain chance to avoid F-level beast attacks. Price 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin. This price is almost enough to drive the colorful fish away. At this stage, there are no more than 800 people who can come up with this price. This is even if all the people on the leaderboard are unique. Huyu also drew a conclusion from this. The system will not hinder his plan to make a fortune. After all, there are far more survivors who master various blueprints than those who can take out a gold coin. He stretched out his body while lying on the wooden recliner. Perhaps because it was a wooden house, the material of the wooden recliner was also agarwood. Lying on it, he couldn't help but feel sleepy. Besides, there were no fish caught now, so Huyu closed his eyes naturally. 5 minutes later. Bite. A slight sound from the system woke Huyu up. F-rank beast raid has begun. Beast raid rankings reset. Just start. Why bother me to sleep? Can the beast attack come to my side? Huyu complained in his heart and was about to close his eyes and go back to sleep. But before he could close his eyes, the scene he caught out of the corner of his eye entered his mind, causing him to jump up from the recliner. What the hell? What the hell is that? The voice was automatically sent to the chat interface, almost scaring all the survivors hiding in the huts and cabins. It's just an F-rank beast attack. Why are you so nervous? You ranked first last time. In addition to Huyu and most of the people, there was another person standing on the beach. A falcon stood on her shoulder. Her eyes looked at the sea at the same time, and her heart was full of shock. Luo Jin scattered the feces around the cabin and returned to the beach to continue fishing, but just as she returned to the beach, she heard Huyu's shocked roar. She stared blankly at what was in front of her and replied subconsciously, I want to know too. Chapter 28. Something more interesting than a group of bikini girls fighting. The sea surface was still calm, and a silvery white light was floating on the sea. No, to be precise, it was not floating, it was placed. The light is not placed on the sea surface, but on the back of an animal. It was only because the distance was too far that Huyu mistakenly thought that the treasure chest was floating on the ocean. But it's different now. The treasure chest is only 10 meters away from Huyu. Looking down from the cliff, he can easily see the situation under the sea. That's a whale. To be precise, it should be a light golden killer whale. Its light golden body makes it particularly eye-catching under the sea, and paired with the silver treasure chest on its back, it is a complete eye-catching artifact. It's even better than a group of beautiful girls in bikinis fighting in front of you. Gulp. Huyu swallowed his saliva and saw a message sent by Luo Jin in the chat interface. Huyu, did you see it? I don't think I'm blind yet. Hu complained. He had already stood up from the recliner and pulled up the fishing rod stuck on the ground. I don't know what that is, but it's definitely good stuff. The silver treasure chest behind it alone is enough to prove this. If I could catch it, today would be the day with the biggest harvest since I entered the wilderness. Even though it was only the second day. Even the retreat of the school of fish just now might have something to do with this guy. It can make an epic mermaid leave, maybe. Its level is legendary. What did you two see? Can you tell us about it? Luo Jin simply replied with 2 words. Whale. That's all I can say. As for the treasure chest, what treasure chest is there? There's just a whale. After all, I was not the only one who bought props from Huyu, but he and I were the only ones left on the coast. If other people came, who knows what kind of trouble they might cause. She believed that Huyu also had this tacit understanding. Whale. Wasn't there one just now? What are you guys so surprised about? What we saw just now were all small whales. Could it be that Bosu saw a blue whale? But don't those creatures usually move around in the center of the sea? Blue whale. Boss who? Catch the blue whale so we can open our eyes. Huyu's mouth twisted. Blue whale? Oh, jump up and move on your own. These guys are really imaginative. A blue whale weighs over 100 tons. What do you think, I'm a crane? Huyu rolled his eyes. Continue to observe the fish below. This pale gold killer whale was still far away from the coastline, several meters away from where Huyu had dropped the bait. It was unknown whether it would get closer. Clang. A cry exploded on the right. Huyu subconsciously turned his head to look towards Luo Jin and saw a pure white falcon with a few strands of gold on its wings swooping down from the cliff. The target is the treasure chest on the back of the killer whale. This is a pet. Could it be that Luo Jin's pet is a falcon? That's a bit too handsome. Huyu turned around and looked at his own xiaobai and immediately became envious. A falcon. This is the pet a real man should have. Things like pandas are clearly exclusive to soft girls. Huyu complained in his heart, but his eyes were closely following the falcon. Luo Jin, is that your pet? Luo Jin, yes. She had no intention of hiding anything, and when the falcon swooped down, she was already prepared to be discovered by Huyu. Reveal the pet's type in exchange for a silver treasure chest. Worth it. Huyu directly took out his crossbow, aimed at the center of the falcon and the killer whale, and fired. Want to steal the treasure chest? Why don't you ask me first? The crossbow arrow was shot out. The white-feathered golden falcon dodged immediately. The crossbow arrow almost passed by its back, but did not cause any damage to it. It continued to flap its wings in the air, but did not dare to get any closer. At this moment, the fishing rod at Huyu's feet trembled slightly. But Huyu didn't pay attention. His eyes were always fixed on the front. I said. Huyu lowered his arms and said helplessly, Miss Luo, are you too anxious? Why don't you wait until the killer whale gets closer? This killer whale was clearly a high-quality fish, and the only thing that could have caught it was probably his own fishing rod. The longer it stays on the beach, the more likely it is to take the bait. As for Luo Jin, unless she also has an epic fishing rod, she has no chance at all, so she can only use external means to obtain the silver treasure chest. Luo Jin, oh, boss who? You're joking. Are you afraid that my falcon will disturb your fishing? Threat. A naked threat. Why don't we wait a little longer? Who you said? Luo Jin asked back. What are you waiting for? Is the beast attack over? This broken interface doesn't allow private chats, so in order not to reveal the existence of the silver treasure chest, the two of them can only play charades like this. But you also knew what she meant. Once the beast attack was over, there would be more than just 2 people competing for the silver treasure chest. The best way now is to cooperate. If they work together, both will benefit. Otherwise, neither of them will be able to get the treasure chest. If it doesn't fit. Before he could utter the word Zwa, the scene in front of him changed instantly. I saw a killer whale nearly 10 meters long leaping out of the sea, as if it had wings, flying over the sea, the cliff, and even the golden falcon hovering in the air. Huyu and Luo Jin were both stunned. Wonderful sight. A light golden killer whale basked in the sun, turned sideways, and fell into the sea in a perfect parabola. But the strange thing is, the killer whale seemed to have a silver-white thread in its mouth. Etc. Silk thread? Could it be? Huyu immediately grabbed the fishing rod and ran madly towards the woods behind him. Step by. Come with me. Hooked. If nothing unexpected happens, the killer whale has taken the bait. Now the important thing is how to catch it. A 10-meter-long killer whale must weigh at least 10 tons. No matter what, first find a tree to wrap the line around. We can't let this guy get away. Just as Huyu was looking for a tree with his fishing rod, someone asked a question in the chat interface. Did you see that just now? That looks like a killer whale? A pale golden killer whale? Is the person upstairs stupid? How could there be a pale golden killer whale? Although albinism is uncommon, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Weak albinism can cause this phenomenon. What the hell are you talking about? Didn't you see what's on the killer whale's back? What is that? Why can't I see it? After he said this, no one answered him anymore. Only questions came out of the chat interface, but no answers. However, Hu saw it all while running wildly. It seems that when the killer whale just came out of the bath, quite a few people saw the silver treasure chest. As long as the beast attack is resolved, they will probably rush over as soon as possible. We must resolve this quickly. At this time, the fishing line has been wrapped around the 8 nearest coconut trees. As long as the fishing line is not broken, the killer whale should not be able to escape based on the strength of the force alone. 2 bosses, you are on the coastline, can you tell us? There are also people who haven't eaten the melon yet, so they ask in the chat interface. Luo Jin did not answer, but just stared at the killer whale on the sea. She just saw the fishing line too. When she turned to look at Hu Yu, she saw him running towards the coconut grove behind him with a fishing rod. A terrible thought came into her mind. Could it be that he wants to catch this killer whale? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible to do. Chapter 29. Donor, you are very wise. After a few seconds, Luo Jin sorted out his words and typed again on the chat interface. Hu Yu, why are you running back? Do you want to fish this killer whale? No matter how many guesses you make, it is better than a direct answer from the person involved. That was a killer whale weighing nearly 10 tons. Could humans catch it? No one sent any more messages, but waited for Hu Yu's answer. Hu Kai ignored them and wrapped the fishing line around a few more trees. After making sure that the killer whale would not break it, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Now it's time for step 2. Luo Jin, cooperate. Hu Yu uttered the 4 words he hadn't finished before, stuffed the fishing rod into Xiaobai's hand, and ran to the coast. Give me the box. I'll exchange it for resources. He had no means to get the silver treasure chest off the killer whale's back, but he had a way to fix the killer whale. And this was something Luo Jin couldn't do. It's a pity that time is tight. Otherwise, Hu Yu wouldn't have secured the killer whale first, and then discussed the details of the cooperation with Luo Jin. Cooperation? Box. Luo Jin sent 2 messages in a row in the chat group. Boss Hu, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? As soon as the message was sent, the white-feathered golden falcon hovering in the air swooped down again towards the silver treasure chest behind the killer whale. There was a hint of a smile on Luo Jin's lips. Now that the killer whale has been fixed and the treasure chest is within reach, why are we still talking about cooperation? Do you have the capital? Oh, Hu Yu sneered, took out a crossbow with his right hand, and waited with his knees lowered. Miss Luo, I think you have 3 seconds to consider otherwise. Luo Jin, otherwise what? Shoot my pet with a crossbow, then no one can get the treasure chest. As soon as the message was sent, Luo Jin heard a biting cold wind coming from the left. When she turned around, she saw a silver light coming towards her. Puff! A crossbow arrow sunk into the soil. The location was not far in front of her. Luo Jin's pupils shrank, and he took a breath of cold air. She already knew that Hu Yu had a bow and crossbow, but she didn't pay much attention to it. After all, the distance from the cliff to the sea surface is not far. Being able to shoot the falcon with a crossbow does not mean that her life can be endangered. But now, the crossbow arrow was not far in front of him. Hu Yu said calmly, "You still have 1 chance. Fortunately, the crossbow in my hand is powerful, and a mere 200 meters is still within its shooting range." Luo Jin gritted his teeth. Damn it, doesn't this guy know how to be gentle with women? How about taking a gamble and holding him steady first, and then running after getting the treasure chest? As long as I run fast enough, the crossbow arrows won't be able to catch up with me. But the prerequisite is, you have to stabilize him first. Okay, deal. Luo Jin's message appeared in the chat interface, causing many people to speculate. Deal? Box. Is there a treasure box on the whale's back? It can't be a copper treasure box, right? Bronze treasure chest? Then boss who shouldn't take it seriously. Wait, just now a brother mentioned silver light. Could it be a silver treasure chest? Quick, whoever ended the beast attack, go and take a look. That's the silver treasure chest. Exposed, but also expected. Anyway, by the time they get here, they should have the silver treasure chest. Clang. An eagle's cry was heard, and the white-feathered golden falcon prepared himself mentally and pounced towards the treasure chest behind the killer whale again. But strangely enough, this killer whale seems to have eyes on its back. When the white-feathered golden falcon pounced on the treasure chest behind it, it actually reacted again, twisted its body, flew into the air, and slapped the golden falcon with its right fin. Fortunately, Gene Falcon was prepared and dodged sideways. But the treasure chest missed again. As the killer whale leaped up, the fishing line beside Hu Yu was instantly straightened, and the coconut grove behind him made a sound of trees breaking. It should be able to hold up, right? Wait, what is that? Hu Yu just glanced at the fishing line and then set his eyes on the killer whale again. He suddenly discovered that the killer whale opened its mouth when it fell, and inside its mouth, there seemed to be something flashing silver light. Silver light, Treasure chest. Could it be that this silver light is the key to open the silver treasure chest? Who the hell arranged this? It's not enough to take the treasure chest from the killer whale's back. You also have to take the key from its mouth. Do you really think I'm the king of the sea? No. Luo Jin's message popped up on the chat interface. In this state of killer whale, there is no way he can get the treasure chest. She no longer concealed the existence of the treasure chest. Now most people in the chat interface have guessed that there is a treasure chest on the killer whale's back. There is no point in hiding it any further, so it is better to be open and honest. I'll see if I can weaken it a little. Huyu opened his mouth and aimed the crossbow in his right hand at the killer whale under the sea. The distance from this place to the sea surface is no more than 10 meters. The crossbow arrows are enough to cause damage to the killer whale, but the size of the damage, that depends on the quality of the killer whale's skin. After all, what Huyu was holding was just a crossbow, not a barret. Swish. The crossbow arrow broke through the air, sank straight into the sea, and pierced the killer whale. But it was just a stab. Huyu waited for a few seconds, and the sea surface was still azure blue, without any sign of blood. But the crossbow arrow he fired did hit the killer whale. It just caused no damage. Luo Jin. Boss Hu, can you do this? Why is your crossbow so soft? It's not strong at all. Huyu rolled his eyes, silently raised his right hand, and shot a shot in the direction of Luo Jin. Boom. The crossbow arrow penetrated into a tree trunk next to her and went straight through. Still soft. Huyu asked back. Luo Jin stopped talking, fearing that this guy would shoot the crossbow at him, which would be a waste of time. What to do? These 4 words were the only ones left in Huyu's mind. The system placed the silver treasure chest on the killer whale's back and stuffed the key into its mouth. It looked like a dead end. But if it is really a dead end, why put the treasure chest and the key in front of us? There must be another way. Huyu put down the crossbow in his hand, and the crossbow hit his knee, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He stared at the crossbow in his hand and thought of an idea. Luo Jin. Huyu squatted down, took out a rope from his notebook, cut it into 3 ropes of equal thickness with a fire axe, connected the ends together, tied one end to the tail of the crossbow arrow, and stepped on the other end. Let your pet go twice in a row. When the killer whale just falls into the water, we should be able to take out the treasure chest behind it. Why bother? Luo Jin sent 3 words, and then another new message came out. I just saw the silver key in the killer whale's mouth. Even if we get the treasure chest, we have no chance to get the key. Donor, why don't you be merciful and release it? 5 cans of meat and 5 liters of hot water. Huyu didn't waste any more time talking to her. Help me get the treasure chest up, and I'll give it to you. As for the key, I have my own way. Hot water. How could he have hot water? This thing is deadly attractive to women in the wilderness. This. Luo Jin hesitated for a moment, wanting to ask where the hot water came from. Double. Donor, you are very intelligent. My Buddha will definitely save you. Chapter 30, The Only Way. So what? Who is still puzzled? Buddha has money. Oh no, it's the destined person. This price is no need to think. Luo Jin immediately blew the whistle and gave orders to the white-feathered golden falcon hovering in the air. After the first 2 attempts, she has come to a conclusion. Although the killer whale could sense the danger behind it, its speed was not as fast as the golden falcon. According to Huyu's method, as long as he attacked twice in succession, he would definitely be able to get the treasure chest. But how can Huyu get the key? Is it possible to pick up objects from a distance? Never mind. What's being traded is just the silver treasure chest, not the key. Luo Jin's heart was full of doubts, and at this time many people escaped the beast attack and came to the coast from the base. They looked down at the pale golden killer whale under the sea, their hearts filled with shock. But more of it is greed for the silver treasure chest. Silver treasure chest. It's really a silver treasure chest. So what? Can you get the treasure chest from the killer whale's back? Those 2 bosses can't do anything about it. Just because I can't do it doesn't mean you guys can't do it. Brothers, let's cooperate too. Cooperation? Are you sending yourself to die? Buy 2 get 1 free at a funeral? 20% off for 20 tables of banquet. Who will cooperate with you? No one paid any attention to the young man above, and many people consciously changed the subject. Look, there's an eagle on top of the killer whale. What a handsome falcon. It must be the pet of one of the 2 bosses, right? It should belong to Boss Luo, a guy who bought Xiao Bai's excrement from who you spoke. Wait, what is that falcon doing? Before most people could figure out the situation, the white-feathered golden falcon had already received the order from its master and swooped down towards the treasure chest behind the killer whale for the 3rd time. Huyu was also prepared. He predicted the position of the killer whale's jump and the timing of its mouth opening, and aimed the crossbow in that direction. There is only one chance. You must shoot the crossbow arrow into the killer whale's mouth and pull it when the crossbow arrow passes through the silver key, but has not penetrated the killer whale's flesh. Wrap the silver key in the rope and pull it out before the killer whale closes its mouth. This is difficult because the arrow of the crossbow is straight, not curved. Otherwise, the difficulty of this plan will drop by more than one level. But this is the only way at the moment. The golden falcon has approached the treasure chest. With the experience of the previous 2 times, its diving speed has become slower, and it even has some strength left when approaching the killer whale. When it was less than half a meter away from the treasure chest, the killer whale jumped out of the sea for the 3rd time. The light golden body flew into the air, drawing a perfect arc in the air. You held the crossbow in both hands. The arrowhead locked onto the corner of the killer whale's mouth, and he listened to his own breathing and waited silently. Suck! The golden falcon dodged the attack of the killer whale and heard the sound of a tree trunk breaking again. Cull! The killer whale's mouth opened slightly, and its body was already falling. At this time, it was more than 5 meters away from the sea surface. It also came to the top of the cliff. Suck! His big mouth opened completely, and the silver-white light exploded in Yu's eyes. The time is now. Yu raised his hand, pulled the trigger under his index finger, and shot the crossbow arrow out. A flash of silver light shot out with the rope, and before the killer whale closed its mouth, the crossbow arrow and the rope sank into it. Yu held his breath, his eyes moving with the fall of the killer whale. When he saw the 2 silver lights almost overlapping, he immediately grabbed the rope that had not yet been straightened and pulled it back. The force was so light that it only caused the arrow to pause. He pulled the rope to the left and saw the silvery white light in the killer whale's mouth tremble. Although the amplitude was not large, it was enough to make Yu's chest flutter. Now that we have access to the silver key, the plan is halfway to success. Now there is only the most important half left. The killer whale's mouth is almost closing. Yu immediately pulled the rope and started running backwards while the arrow was still powerful enough. Inertia. As long as the arrow bypasses the silver key and uses the bent rope to form a simple knot, Yu can use his own running and the inertia caused by dragging the rope to drag the silver key out. As for whether he could escape from the killer whale's mouth and reach the shore with the silver key, then we can only depend on whether the goddess of luck is still online. But this is the only way. Yu will not be satisfied if he doesn't try. Yu started running wildly. There was only about 10 meters from the killer whale's mouth to the edge of the cliff, plus the distance of the rope, so he had to run nearly 30 meters. Of course, the faster the better. Yu lowered his head and ran wildly. He could always feel the weight of the rope in his hand. Goddess of luck bless you. As long as I roll the key up, I will cooperate with you in any position you use in the future. 30 meters away. Yu stopped running, propped his hands on his knees, and panted a little. The key should be coming up. He wasn't looking at the chat interface, so the message wasn't sent. Yu stood up, turned around, and looked forward along the rope in his hand. The rope lay straight on the grass, extending to the other end of the coconut grove. Judging from the refraction of light, there is indeed a luminous object hanging at the end of the rope. But at that time, was it an arrow or a key? Yu couldn't see clearly and was not sure. The ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her parents-in-law sooner or later. Go and take a look. Yu opened his legs, the little deer in his chest still pounding. He jogged along, taking the time to glance at the chat interface. What was that just now? A crossbow? It must be a crossbow, right? But why would Mr. Hu tie a rope to the crossbow? Yu's mouth twisted. Ba, this is called compassion. I can kill you, but I don't want to. This year's crooked mouth party is boring. Let's change it to the next one. What the hell? What did I see? Boss Luo's pet grabbed the silver treasure chest. Arrested? Yu immediately quickened his pace. He had to get back to the coast before Luo Jin left. Otherwise, without the threat of the crossbow, who knows whether she will trade with me? Without paying any more attention to the chat interface, he reached the distance of 30 meters in the blink of an eye. There was an arrow hanging at the end of the rope, and not far from the arrow was the silver key. Done. Yu bent down to pick up the silver key, then immediately ran forward, while keeping an eye on the right to see if there was any figure passing by. Luo Jin. He looked at the chat interface and directly opened the group chat. I got the key. Can the transaction begin? Deal? What deal? Luo Jin's message popped up. By the way, Mr. Hu, do you think I'm pretty? Yu. What does that mean? You need to give some flattery before the deal? But to be honest, the word beautiful is not enough to describe you. It's okay. Yu nodded and replied. Luo Jin. So you should know the saying, beautiful women are the best at deceiving people. The message refreshed, and Yu's mouth twitched. At this moment, a figure happened to walk through the jungle on his right. Yu didn't hesitate at all, raised her crossbow, and aimed at the coconut tree closest to her. Pull the trigger. The arrow penetrated the tree trunk again. Then, have you ever heard that a child who tells a lie will have his tongue cut off? Chapter 31. The Killer Whale. Looking at the crossbow arrow that was less than 2 meters away from him, Luo Jin stood obediently in place, holding a notebook in his hand, and quickly wrote 4 words on the page. Dad, spare me. Huyu looked at the refreshed message and the corner of his mouth twitched. Your moral integrity is really inversely proportional to your beauty. Ahem. Huyu cleared his throat and didn't intend to embarrass her too much. I won't take advantage of you. 5 canned meats and 5 liters of hot water in exchange for the silver treasure chest. Now the crossbow is aimed at Luo Jin, but Huyu does not intend to let her hand over the silver treasure chest directly. This is in the wilderness. If I really push her into a corner and Luo Jin refuses to make the deal, and I shoot her to death, can I still get the silver treasure chest back? This is obviously impossible. Harmony brings wealth. Why fight and kill? Good. Luo Jin agreed readily. Now I am at the mercy of others. How could I refuse? Let's start trading. A transaction message popped up, and Huyu saw the silver treasure chest lying quietly on the right, but he felt a little embarrassed. Trade hot water. He doesn't have any hot water right now. The reason why he put hot water into the trading column before was mainly because he knew the importance of this thing to all survivors. 5 liters of hot water. In some cases, that's enough to equal 10 liters or even more of water. And this is a resource that is unique to me. Even the system mall doesn't have this kind of thing now. If this condition is not put forward, Luo Jin will never agree. I don't have hot water now. I have to boil it now. Huyu said. Then I'll wait for you. Luo Jin hurriedly uttered 4 words. She hoped that Huyu would quickly move the crossbow away and stop aiming it at her. The feeling of having your life in the hands of others is more than just uncomfortable. Okay. Huyu smiled, but did not put down the crossbow. Come with me to the base. I will boil water outside, and you will watch from the opposite side of me. I'll let you know as soon as I'm done cooking. Isn't this old lady still in your palm? Luo Jin was a little angry, but just when she was about to politely reject Huyu, a new message appeared on the chat interface. Originally, everyone was watching their show and no one interrupted, but now a piece of news suddenly popped up, which forced people to pay attention. Oh shit. Look, that killer whale is flipping over. A piece of news instantly ignited everyone's curiosity. He's got upset stomach? Is he dead? What should we do? If the killer whale dies here, can we still catch fish? Maybe the treasure chest and the key are the killer whale's true body. They were taken away by the 2 big guys, so the killer whale died. Never mind the burps. If we can't catch any fish, we won't have the resources to survive. That's right. If the killer whale dies here, won't the fish stop coming here? How can we fish? 2 bosses, since you can't trade, why don't you return the treasure chest and key to the killer whale? Oh, Huyu smiled coldly. Which hospital was the child upstairs born in? I will help you condemn them. What does this mean, boss Hu? Luo Jin then asked back. They actually threw the baby away and gave the placenta to other parents to raise. This is so unethical. After saying that, could you put that guy on a 24-hour mute package to let him know what the evils of society are? After the matter was settled, no one dared to talk about returning the treasure chest and key. After waiting for a while, Luo Jin sent another message. Huyu, what do you think? How can I see it? I am neither Yuan Fong nor a magical conch, so how can I see it? But then again, the bronze treasure chest corresponds to excellent. The silver treasure chest corresponds to perfect at most, and the killer whale can scare away epic mermaids, so it should not die because of a perfect level thing. There must be some other reason. Go check it out. Huyuk didn't want to waste his remaining 8 colorful scaled fish, so this sea area had to be cleaned up. I'll go take a look. Will Miss Luo come with me? Luo Jin, who was 200 meters away, rolled her eyes. Do I have any other choice? Okay, let's see how boss who shows off his magical powers. Isn't your flattery a bit too obvious? Huyu shook his head, but didn't say anything. He walked straight forward. The figure on the right also moved in the same direction. Xiaobai was not far ahead. When Huyu walked to its side, he subconsciously took the fishing rod from its hand. It doesn't matter if you don't take it, but you'll be shocked when you do. Bite. The golden killer whale, legendary, is exhausted. Do you want to catch it? Fishing for resources, you may trigger rewards. A large amount of gold coins, legendary pets, black jade treasure chests and keys, legendary materials. You can exclude one of the options. Hiss. Huyu took a deep breath. His eyes bulged out in disbelief as he stared at the prompt box in front of him. Legend. Exhaustion. Fishing. These 6 words completely pierced Huyu's heart. The second prompt box was even more so. That huge amount of gold coins seemed so insignificant among these rewards. It seems that I am the true son of destiny. Eliminate a lot of gold coins. Fishing. Hu turned his head away and didn't look at the chat interface, so he didn't send these 2 words as a message. He has gradually mastered the trick of group chat. Bite. Caught the golden killer whale, legendary. Strength determination in progress. Huh. Hu tilted his head. Is there still a need to make a judgment? Judgment failed. Nonsense. If I had enough strength, I would have raised the rod long ago. So all these tips are about prostitutes, and we can only look but not eat? Then what are you looking at for me? Just when Hu was getting angry, another system prompt popped up. Due to phishing failure, the second option is automatically selected. Second option? What is the second option? Hu returned to the previous prompt box and looked at them one by one. Lots of gold, legendary. Wait, legendary pets. Could this be the second option? Concluding the master-slave contract? Please wait. Congratulations to the host for taming the pet. The golden killer whale, unnamed. Congratulations to player Hu for becoming the first player to obtain a legendary item. Should we announce it? Really successful. Hu widened his eyes, raised his hand and pinched the muscles on his arm, feeling the pain and confirming that he was not dreaming. A huge surprise rushed into my mind. He even wanted to announce the news directly so that those mortals could see his invincibility. But a new problem emerged, forcing him to put this surprise behind him. This killer whale can only live in water, right? Although I have adopted a legendary pet, I can't take it away at all. And from what those guys said, my pet will die soon. If those beasts find out about this, won't they laugh at me? So it's better not to publish the announcement. Hu made up his mind that he would rather give up some resources than let the system announce the news. When he made up his mind, he suddenly found that the reel on the fishing rod began to rotate by itself, and the fishing line was reeled in at an extremely fast speed. Could it be that the fishhook automatically loosened because the killer whale became a pet? Hu was still puzzled. As the fishing line was reeled in, he slowly walked towards the cliff. After all, it is your pet, and you should see it off to the end. But just when he reached the edge of the cliff, the light golden figure jumped out of the sea for the 4th time. Hu. 0. Holy shit, is this a fake corpse? Chapter 32. Killer whale, just a running dog. Hu was completely stunned. Judging from the chat interface, this killer whale has already flipped over, right? Why is it jumping around like a tiger now? But this should be a good thing, right? Proof that I have a living legendary pet, even if it's just an untouchable killer whale. Except Hu. Everyone at the beach was stunned. Isn't the killer whale already dead? What is this? Is this a fake corpse? Is there any Taoist priest to help him? The Taoist priest said that the things in the sea are not my responsibility. Please find the Sea King. Stop it. What should we do now? The killer whales are still around, so we can't fish. I think I have a solution. The last message was sent by Hu via voice. Everyone in the chat interface was stunned. Luo Jin, She only sent out one word, but asked sarcastically that it was full. Miss Luo doesn't believe it. Hu asked back. He stood on the edge of the cliff, looking down at the cheering killer whales on the sea. How about, let's make a bet. Luo Jin, what does Mr. Hu want to bet on? Hot water. A bucket of hot water would be best. It would be best if I could take a bath. Whatever. I won't take advantage of Boss Hu. Including the resources we just traded, there are a total of 10 cans of meat and 10 liters of hot water. After Luo Jin thought it over, he sent the message. A whole bucket of hot water enough for a bath was obviously unrealistic. Even if you could afford the price, she didn't have a container to hold the hot water. Moreover, judging from the deal he just proposed, this price should be the bottom price in his mind. Any more, maybe he won't admit it. Good. Hu agreed immediately. It was a bet that he was sure to win anyway. It didn't matter what the other party wanted to bet. What mattered was, what stakes could she place? What about you? Luo Jin, I don't have much resources, so I'm just waiting to use this silver treasure chest to exchange for something. Mr. Hu, you don't want to use my box as a bet, do you? Isn't this nonsense? I have transformed from a donor into an official. If I don't want your box, do you think I want you as a person? But I have to be able to eat it, right? Hu didn't say what he was complaining about, but just silently replied, how about using that box as a bet? No problem. The transaction is going on as normal. The bet is not about what you want, but what I have. Then what can you come up with? Luo Jin typed a big word on the chat interface, and then paused for a few breaths before displaying the second message on the chat interface. Although I am a humble person, I believe I can match the bet given by Mr. Hu. If you win, my body will be yours. Hu rolled his eyes. That's it. Hu wouldn't even believe a single punctuation mark in the above words. After the brief confrontation just now, Hu had already figured out what Miss Luo was thinking. Even if she won the bet, she would never admit it. This bet is nothing but a blank check. Change it. Hu spat out 3 words. No change. Just this one. Luo Jin actually started to cheat. Either you gamble or you don't gamble. She felt something was wrong. Originally, this was just a joke. Why did you ask about the bet so seriously? Unless he really has a way to keep the killer whales away from the coast. If she used this bet, she could still find an excuse to avoid it or cheat. But if she used other bets and refused to admit her loss. Crossbow warning? Never mind. Hu knew that this person would not be fooled, so he didn't delay any further. It's more important to get the silver treasure chest first. How can exchanging for some resources be more important than this treasure chest? He squatted down, put his hands over his mouth, and shouted to the sea, "Hey, killer whale down there, please swim away." The seaside was suddenly silent, with the echo of Huyu's roar filling the air. There was nothing he could do about it. Huyu hadn't mastered any other way to control his pet yet, so he could only give orders by shouting. After the dead silence, laughter began to rise from the coast. Haha, is this Boss Hu's method? Luo Jin, stop laughing. Boss Hu, thank you for the hot water. We are professionally trained and will not laugh. Unless, we can't help it. Ha 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 ha. The people upstairs, please be careful. Beware of the warning of the great silence spell. No matter what, I have to laugh. Boss Hu, your method is too primitive. It would be better to just piss down there to scare the killer whale away. Huyu ignored them and didn't even speak in the chat interface. Because none of that matters. The important thing is, a voice appeared in his ears. It was not a system prompt, nor was it the sea breeze, but an indescribable high-frequency tone. It's like the howling produced by 2 microphones suddenly pointing at each other while in use, but it's lighter than that. It was this voice that Huyu got a message from. Good. Just this one word. Then, Huyu saw the killer whale under the sea turn around and start swimming towards the depths of the sea. Not a trace of nostalgia. Wait. Stop laughing. Look at the sea. At this moment, all the laughter around stopped abruptly. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open at the killer whale flying away on the sea, with only 4 words engraved on their faces. Incredible! The killer whale was swimming extremely fast, swimming farther and farther, all the way to the deep ocean. Even Huyu could only see a light golden shadow. The silence had not yet ended when another howl sounded in my ears. This seems to mean, is it far enough? Huyu froze in place, feeling a little helpless for a moment, and subconsciously yelled, "That's enough, just stop there." The sound was not loud, but in the dead silence around, it was enough to be heard from far away. The light golden shadow stopped instantly and just lingered in the light blue, no longer moving forward or backward an inch. Everyone was stunned. If the first time was a coincidence, could the second time be a ghost? Call. Huyu exhaled, with a smile on his face, and stood up with his hands on his knees. He teased in the chat interface, "Where are those crooked-mouthed gangs? Show me your power." How can scholars act like a show-off? They have to show off their abilities in front of others. As if they had received a call, countless crooked-mouthed people came out. Huyu's mouth twisted. Killer whale? Just a running dog. No, I'll do it. Huyu twisted his mouth and said, "All living beings are nothing but straw dogs to me." Boss Hu is awesome. Live broadcast when collecting bets. There's a talent upstairs. Someone, give me some chicken legs. Luo Jin, how did you do that? The crooked building soon became crooked, and Huyu looked at the last message and smiled. Finally, I only said one sentence. Chapter 33. Let's talk about 50 cents for excitement. Come here. Huyu smiled and said, "Come over and I'll tell you." As soon as these words were spoken, countless onlookers started to make a fuss. Yes. Boss Luo, you have already lost the bet, so it's time to pay it back, right? Live. Kiki. Luo Jin laughed dryly twice. Boss Hu, I was just joking, so let's not talk about the bet. Then let's not talk about it. Huyu had no intention of really letting Luo Jin come over. Not to mention whether she was willing or not, or whether she would be forced, Huyu himself didn't dare to let her come over. Not to mention anything else, if she really abandoned her base and came here, would Huyu still be able to sleep with her? Aren't you afraid that you'll roll all the way to the Naya Bridge and drink Mingpa soup? But the deal? Huyu asked tentatively. When he said he would not discuss the deal, he had already moved his gaze to the right. At this time, there was no one on the right side of the cliff. Only a few scattered coconut trees could be seen. I guess Luo Jin must have escaped. You can give up this person, but you must get the treasure chest. Of course, the deal must go through. Luo Jin replied as a matter of course. The keys are in your hands. It's meaningless for me to hold the treasure chest. It's better to exchange it for some hot water. You're right? Huyu raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Happy cooperation. After watching Luo Jin send out the last message, Huyu left the wooden lounge chair where it was, shouldered the fishing rod, turned around and walked towards his wooden house, with Stabby following behind him. After a busy morning, I went back to boil some water so I could have lunch. By the way, after this wooden house was built, I haven't been back to see it yet. And that beast attack. Look at the time, this beast attack should be over by now, right? Bite. The F-level beast raid is ended. The system will distribute rewards based on the ranking on the beast raid scoreboard. What a coincidence. Huyu smiled, opened the beast attack points list, and suddenly discovered something. My name is still at the top of the list. Could it be that this beast attack scoreboard is still calculated cumulatively? Just when Huyu was confused, 3 system prompts popped up in succession. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first on the beast raid scoreboard. He will receive 1 copper treasure chest and 1 copper key. The top 10 players will receive 1 iron treasure chest and 1 iron key. The first 100 players will receive 1 wooden treasure chest and 1 wooden key. A flash of white light appeared before my eyes, and a copper treasure chest emerged from the ground, with a key already inserted into the keyhole. Well, this is an unexpected surprise. He walked to the treasure chest, but did not open it directly. Instead, he put the treasure chest into the notebook warehouse and prepared to open it later. The most important thing now is to boil water first and then trade back the lovely silver treasure chest. As for the copper treasure chest, it's just a bonus. Piyu continued to walk back, and when he arrived at his base, he was completely stunned. Is this still my base? Although it is still a wooden building, it is completely different from the previous small and exquisite shabby wooden house. Judging from the appearance alone, the size of the base has expanded 3 times. A long wooden corridor surrounds the wooden house and is thoughtfully equipped with handrails on the outside. It should be the viewing balcony mentioned in the description. The triangular roof has a slightly European style, which doubles the original height of the space, which was less than 3 meters. Whether it is the balcony or the windows, they are all made of high-quality Wangwali wood. Judging from the patterns, it is full of the taste of money. If this wooden building were placed in modern times, its price would probably be enough for a set of Thompson first class. If it wasn't just 1 floor, this would be a small villa. If you move the lounge chair back and put it on the balcony and add a pot of tea. Wow, it's so beautiful just thinking about it. This wooden building is good in every way, except that it feels extremely eyesore. Earth stove. This thing is totally not on the same level as wooden buildings. Huyu has a mild obsessive-compulsive disorder. If the earthen stove was not needed now, he would have definitely demolished it and replaced it with other buildings. But now, just bear with it for a while. Huyu picked up Xiaobai and smiled unconcealedly. Let's go, Xiaobai, and see what our new home looks like. As he approached the gate, a refreshing fragrance wafted into his nose and throat. Judging from the smell, it should be the scent of agarwood. Open the door and an even richer fragrance will hit you. Huyu took a deep breath and was stunned. From the outside, it seemed that the size of the house had expanded 3 times, but once you got inside, it was more than 3 times larger. The area of nearly 70 square meters seems extremely empty. Originally, there was only 1 window next to the main door, and now there is another one. There is also a sandalwood door inside the house, which should be the bedroom door. Too bad it's too empty. If there was a fish tank, a sofa, a TV, and a computer. Bang. Huyu raised his hand and patted his face lightly. What are you thinking about? This is the wilderness. Even if we had a TV, there would be no electricity. But you can still tweak the sofa and fish tank. Huyu threw Xiaobai aside and walked towards the bedroom. After opening the door, a bedroom of about 6 or 7 square meters appeared in front of me, and the layout was quite reasonable. The wooden bed was placed on one side, and there was a window not far away, through which one could directly see the scenery outside. Too bad it's still too empty. Huyu threw the copper treasure chest and the key into the bedroom, walked out and closed the door, then made the wooden barrel and bathtub that he had obtained earlier and placed them in the room. Because both wooden barrels and bathtubs need to be exposed to water, the material they are made of is not agarwood, but wangwali. When I got to the door, Xiaobai fell asleep again hugging the wooden box. Huyu didn't call this guy. He gently opened the wooden box, took out 7 bottles of mineral water from it, and put them in his backpack. Together with the 5 bottles originally in his backpack, it was enough to boil 5 liters. 10 minutes later, the 5 liters of warm water were refilled into the mineral water bottle. Due to the physical properties of plastic, he did not want to make the water too hot. He found Luo Jin on the chat interface, sent a trade request directly, and then said to the chat interface, "The water is ready, let's start the trade." After sending the message, Huyu felt a little uneasy. Now she is no longer in the crossbow's sight. If she regrets it. Bite. Player Luo Jin accepted the deal. A system prompt pops up, and then the transaction bar appears in front of you. Agreed. A stone hanging in Huyu's heart fell. He placed 10 bottles of mineral water and 5 cans of meat on the transaction bar and clicked confirm. Soon, a silver treasure chest was placed on the trading column on the right. As long as Luo Jin clicks to confirm, This silver treasure chest is his. But at this moment, a box appeared behind Luo Jin's name on the right side of the transaction column. Brother Hu, how about some exciting chat about 50 cents? Talk about something exciting? What exciting things can this single man and woman talk about? Who you thought for a while and wrote in his notebook, What do you think of the situation in Syria? Luo Jin? Chapter 34, Divine Skill. Advanced Appraisal. A few seconds passed and Luo Jin still hadn't confirmed, and Hu couldn't wait any longer. Wow. Miss Luo, are you still there? I really want to reply to you that you are not here. Luo Jin took a few deep breaths and uttered a new sentence. Then I'll just say it straight. Brother Hu, you are already #1 on the pet rankings. So that killer whale just now is your second pet, right? That's right. Only then did you remember this matter. After I tamed the killer whale, the ranking on the pet ranking list would naturally change. Others might not know, but Luo Jin had been on the list from the beginning, and with her mind, she would naturally find something wrong. Combined with his previous behavior of letting the killer whale swim far away, all of this is not difficult to guess. Yes. Hu did not deny it and answered directly. So what does this have to do with our deal? No. Luo Jin's answer was also very simple. I'm just curious, just asking. As soon as the message was sent, she clicked confirm on confirm transaction. The silver treasure chests all went to the opposite side, while the water and canned food fell in front of her. The silver white box looks particularly eye-catching under the sunlight. Without thinking, Hu took out the silver key from the notebook and inserted it into the keyhole. Hold it gently, without turning the bucket, but wait for the option prompt box to appear. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, excellent supplies, perfect building blueprints, excellent tools, perfect skill books, golden keys. You can exclude one of the options. So many options? And there are 2 kinds of quality items in the options. In addition to perfect grade products, there are also excellent grade products. Apart from the treasure chest trap, the rest of the rewards are really mixed. For example, some excellent supplies and perfect skill books. These 2 things are totally not in the same league. However, although there are many options, you can only eliminate one. Eliminate the treasure chest trap. After eliminating the options, it's time to unbox. Goddess of luck bless you. I am a studious child, so please give me the skill book. Hu prayed to the person he secretly loved in his heart and reached out to turn the silver key. Click. With a crisp sound, the treasure chest slowly opened. A deep purple light lit up, and Hu's eyes immediately lit up. After unboxing several times, he has come to a conclusion. The color of light determines the quality of the unboxing product. For example, the survival suit you get when you unbox it for the first time is of excellent grade, and the light is light blue, while the light of the excellent grade crossbow is light purple. This deep purple light, no matter how you put it, it is definitely an excellent product. If it's not a perfect level architectural blueprint, then it must be a perfect level skill book. It's best to have both. Hu moved forward and, regardless of the blinding light, stared straight at the contents of the treasure chest. That is, a book. Skill book. Hu reached into the treasure chest with trembling hands, held both sides of the skill book with both hands, and picked it up. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Advanced Appraisal Perfect Skill Book. Do you want to learn it? Huh? The excitement subsided instantly. Is it just an identification? Can this be called a perfect skill? Can you even identify the chemical composition of that thing? Useless. Hu complained, but still chose yes. No matter what, this is also a perfect level skill book. Bite. Advanced identification has been mastered. The skill book was taken away, and the deep purple light disappeared, but there was still something lying quietly in the treasure chest. Hu took a closer look and was stunned. Key. Golden key. If my inference yesterday was correct, then where there is a golden key, there must be. Golden treasure chest. Silver can only reach perfect, so shouldn't gold be able to reach epic? He hurriedly put the golden key away, but the moment his palm touched the golden key, a prompt box popped up. Do you want to use advanced identification on it? Even a blind man can see this golden key, so is it still necessary to identify it? Although he thought so, he still chose to use it. After all, there's no harm in giving it a try. Bite. Advanced appraisal. Golden key. Distance to open treasure chest. 1.24 kilometers. Hiss. Hu took a breath of cold air. Several key points instantly emerged in my mind. First of all, this advanced identification can identify the existence of surrounding treasure chests through keys. Then the extra copper key and iron key can detect the 2 types of treasure chests around. The range is at least within 1.24 kilometers. Secondly, it proves yesterday's guess that where there is a key, there is indeed a treasure chest. Because this silver treasure chest was carried by a killer whale, the location where the silver treasure chest was first seen was almost 1,000 meters away. The last point is also the most important one. This advanced appraisal is not useless. At least this one method of use is enough to deserve the rating given to it by the system. Huyu was ecstatic. He put the golden key into his notebook and decomposed the silver treasure chest into silver ingots. At this time, the system prompt also popped up. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to open the silver treasure chest. Should we announce it? Daily price negotiation begins. 30 gold coins. Unable to trade, please. 20 gold coins. That's the price of the 2 top rankings. Can you please not be so stingy? The system was silent for a while. Make a deal. Bite. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to open a silver treasure chest. The silver treasure chest ranking list is now open. The survivors in Huyu's area were all mentally prepared. Everyone was watching the transaction between Huyu and Luojane, so they naturally knew that it was only a matter of time before the silver treasure chest was opened, so they were not surprised. But there are still some curious babies swiping the screen in the chat interface. Boss Hu, what's in the treasure chest? Please share. It will warm the bed. Why should I tell you about the box that someone else opened? Huyu's mouth curled up. It's just a legend. You're so brave. You opened so many treasure chests without triggering the trap. A person's luck is limited in life. Whoever uses it up first will be the first to leave. Humph. You were just jealous. Huyu just glanced at it and ignored it. Instead, he walked to the front of the wooden house, raised his hand, and slowly brought his palms together. As a pseudo-academic master, he needs to verify one thing. Do you want to use advanced identification on it? Yes. Bite. Advanced appraisal. Excellent grade mixed wooden house. Its blueprint can be calculated. Do you want to continue? Bang. 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 He looked at the prompt in front of him and only heard the sound of his heartbeat in his chest, as if he had fallen into a mysterious state. Calculate the drawings. How many gold coins are a plan of a wooden house worth? 80? 100? No. It is priceless now. If you throw this blueprint out, it will be enough to bankrupt the second richest man in the wilderness. This advanced appraisal, isn't it a bit too perverted? Huyu was filled with excitement and slowly said, continue. Bite. Calculating, please wait. Chapter 35, Advanced Appraisal, a trash worse than a panda. Bite. There was a crisp sound in my ears, and a prompt box popped up in front of my eyes. Insufficient intelligence, unable to deduce. Huyu? It's not very harmful, but it's very insulting. If you can't deduce it, just say so, okay? What's wrong with adding a lack of intelligence? You are making trouble for me. Huyu rolled his eyes, ignored this crappy skill, and prepared to start cooking noodles. I only drank a bottle of noodle soup this morning. After a whole morning of hard work, I am already hungry. I just poured 6 liters into the pot, and after boiling it, there was 1 liter left, which is perfect for cooking noodles. He put a pack of instant noodles in it and built a fire next to the earthen stove, ready to roast the bear paws and the colorful scaled fish. Instant noodles with bear paws, that's just standard. Yesterday, it was barely worthy of my status. Now, sorry, I have a legendary pet. Bear paw instant noodles? That's a thing of the past. There just happened to be 8 colorful scaled fish, so I could try out the delicious food the system had mentioned. After knocking them unconscious and removing their scales, they threw one into the noodle soup, then skewered another one on a tree branch and roasted it. And as for the rest, let's have some sashimi. Anyway, it's just a palm-sized fish, and with bear paws and noodles, it's just enough to eat. The noodle soup was boiling in the pot, the bear paws and fish were constantly turning over the fire, and Huyu fell into deep thought while smelling the distinct aromas. From yesterday to now, several particularly strange words have appeared in the system prompts. Physical fitness, strength, and intelligence. These things are the conditions for measuring a person's physical fitness, but such conditions are not displayed in the system, which is a big problem. I can't see the value, so how can I increase it? An idea suddenly popped up in Huyu's mind, and he looked down at his right hand. How about identifying yourself? With a thought, he placed his palm on his shoulder. Bite. Do you want to use advanced identification on it? Yes. Advanced identification. Name, Huyu, gender, male, race, human. Physical strength, 74/101. Intelligence, 12. Strength, 7. Agility, 6. Skills, advanced appraisal, perfect. Mastery of shooting, excellent. Mortise and tenon construction, excellent. Chopping junk, elementary cooking average. Note, a piece of trash that is worse than a panda. Huyu? I suspect you're implying something about me, and the evidence is solid. It's just a skill, but you dare to taunt your master. Believe it or not, I will delete you directly. Bite. Have you forgotten the skill, advanced appraisal? No, I was just kidding. Huyu turned his eyes to the roasted bear paws on the campfire. From the results of the appraisal, the extra 1 in physical strength should be the increase from eating bear paw instant noodles last time. But how can this intelligence be improved? To what extent can we derive the blueprints of wooden houses? It would be impossible to figure it out by thinking so hard. So Hu Yu took out his notebook, opened them all, and typed intelligence in it. If someone obtains something that can improve intelligence at this stage, it will definitely appear in them all. But unfortunately, no results found. Hu Yu entered physical strength again, and a box popped up in the mall instantly. Bear paw instant noodles, excellent, a delicacy carefully cooked by player Hu Yujing. It can increase your physical strength by 1 point. Price, 5 gold coins. You are robbing me. No, you don't do that even when robbing me. Hu Yu almost cursed out loud. 5 gold coins. That's 500 pieces of wood. Just for a bowl of instant noodles? He immediately searched the prices of instant noodles and bear paws in the mall and found that the former was only 1 silver coin, and the latter was only 5 silver coins. Why are you selling something worth 6 silver coins for 5 gold coins? The price has almost doubled. Could it be because of the hot water? Or is it because of the special combination of instant noodles and bear paws? Oh, that's not right. If those players knew about the existence of attributes and understood the importance of attributes, then bear paw instant noodles would definitely be popular among the public, and the market would definitely be huge. In that case, what if I take his place? Although I am now the richest man in the wilderness, I can exchange bear paw instant noodles for more resources. Suppose a person wants to use unused resources worth 5 gold coins to exchange for gold coins in the mall, but can only exchange for 4 gold coins. If you want to buy bear paw instant noodles with these 4 gold coins, you will need to add another gold coin. But if they buy from me, I will directly receive the resources worth 5 gold coins. Then wouldn't I just make nearly 10 times the profit for nothing? I even save the time of collecting resources. If I fix the transaction content to architectural drawings or tool drawings, wouldn't some guys who have obtained duplicate drawings come to my door happily? This business is doable. The corners of Hu Yu's mouth gradually rose. He seemed to see himself becoming the #1 food tycoon and real estate tycoon in the wilderness. As long as you can master enough food recipes with certain attributes, you will have countless resources and blueprints in the future. It seems that basic cooking is still useful. While he was daydreaming, the bear paws and colorful fish had been roasted to about 70% done, and the instant noodles had been soaked, ready for him to taste. Just right. This time, let's try the combination of colorful fish plus bear paw plus instant noodles. He took 2 branches from the campfire, walked to the earthen stove, and threw them in. In an instant, white light flashed. Bite. Congratulations to player Hu Yu for cooking bear paw colorful scale noodles. Excellent. It's just excellent? That's a gold coin worth of food. And it's only improved by 1 grade? Hu Yu was a little unhappy, but when he saw the details of the food, he was just surprised. Bear paw colorful scale noodles. Excellent, a convenient food that combines the best of land and sea. Except for being inconvenient, it's great in every way. After consumption, intelligence increases by 0.2. Intelligence. Whatever you think comes true. Isn't this a way to increase intelligence? But it's just this number. Do you dare to be more generous? At least it's an even number, right? Complaints aside, we still have to eat. After all, even if we only take into account the cost of production, the price of this bowl of noodles is already more than 1 gold coin. But you picked up the fire axe and skillfully carved out a pair of chopsticks. He then cut the remaining wood into pieces and used them as boards. He sliced the 3rd colorful fish into sashimi and placed them on the board, preparing to make sashimi. The white and tender fish meat was stacked on the wooden board, and the original rich fragrance became slightly lighter, but it was more distinct. In the sunlight, the layers of white meat were like the gradually exposed shoulders of a beauty, tempting people to commit a crime. Bite. Congratulations to player Hu Yu for cooking and obtaining a colorful scale. Excellent. Raw colorful scale. Excellent if possible. I would like it to swim in my mouth instead of in the sea in front of me. Agility plus 0.1 after consumption. Well, I said that this excellent food was not grand enough, but looking at this 0.1, which is almost just to make up the numbers, I take back my previous insulting words to you. The food is ready. Now it's time to enjoy it. Half an hour later. Hu Yu ate heartily, and after filling his stomach, he performed another identification spell on himself. The increased values have been increased, and the physical strength has been fully restored. Full status. He took out his pocket watch and checked the time, and found that it was already around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There are still 7 hours left before the end of the exploration. If you want to go out after 7 hours, you will have to wait until nighttime. It's still early now, so go to the beach and have a look. You might find clues to the gold treasure chest, so you can fish for some more resources. It's only 1.2 kilometers, not too far. Maybe you can communicate with Xiao Jin, pale gold killer whale, and even ask it to deliver goods to your door. But you made up his mind, extinguished the bonfire and the earthen stove, walked into the wooden house, picked up stabby, picked up the fishing rod and walked towards the beach. He had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly remembered something. The previous senior appraisal complained that I was not as good as a panda, so why not? Appraise Sibai. Huyu reached out and rubbed the panda's head, and the prompt came out. Bite. Do you want to use advanced identification on it? Yes. Chapter 36, writing as appraisal, reading as mockery. Bite. Intelligence is too low to be identified. Huyu was stunned. He looked down at Xiaobai in his arms, and Xiaobai also looked up at him, tilted his head, and made a very cute sound. I say, you use this skill specifically to taunt me, right? You said I have low intelligence for deducing the blueprint, but I am identifying a foodie panda, which is my own pet, and you still said I have low intelligence. Isn't this too much? Even though he complained, he had no choice but to. It would be better to get more food to nourish the brain. Huyu raised his hand and rubbed Xiaobai's head, then smiled and said, forget it. Anyway, no matter what its attributes are, it's already my pet. Why worry about so much? Let's go fishing. There is a golden treasure chest waiting for my favor. Not long after, Huyu came to the coast with Xiaobai in his arms. The wooden lounge chair was still there, swaying slightly in the sea breeze. He placed Xiaobai next to a wooden chair, knocked a colorful scaled fish unconscious, and hung it on the fishhook. While eating, Huyu also deliberately searched for fish bait in the mall. So far, the colorful scale fish is still the highest level fish bait. Half of the 10 colorful scaled fish that were exchanged last time are still left, which comes in handy. Cast the rod, drop the bait, and splash water on the surface. As Huyu cast the rod, people on the chat interface became excited again. Boss Hu? Boss Hu is back. How did the people upstairs know? Could it be that you were also with Boss Hu like Boss Luo? Are you stupid? Did you see that colorful light? Half an hour ago, no one dared to use the colorful scale fish to fish. Besides Boss Hu, who else can cast a colorful scale fish to fish? Huyu was stunned, and he lay back on the wooden lounge chair with the fishing rod in his hand, looking at the chat interface and asking, no one dares to use it. What's going on? The voice rang in everyone's ears, and the chat interface began to refresh. Didn't you, Boss Hu, catch a mermaid? Someone spent a gold coin to buy a colorful fish to try it out, but the result was. In the end, not only did I not catch the fish, but the fishing rod was pulled down by the fish. That's it. Who you asked? This is nothing. If you have the courage to fish with colorful scale fish, you have to take this risk. But this alone is not enough to scare away those who try to catch mermaids. Of course not. Luo Jin suddenly interrupted. There are two unlucky guys. As soon as they threw the bait, they were pulled into the sea with their fishing rods. Their whereabouts are still unknown. It must have been eaten. Another person spoke up. I didn't dare to say it just now, but I was near the second person. After he went down, I saw blood staining the water surface red, but it disappeared quickly. Have eaten? Huyu was stunned. Could it be that after the killer whale left, some carnivorous fish swam into the sea below? If that's the case, fishing with a colorful scale fish yourself is not safe. What if I get? Bang. Oh no. The fishing line was instantly tightened, making a slight sound. A strong force came from the other end. Huyu hurriedly grabbed the fishing rod with both hands and stood up from the wooden lounge chair. Fuck. There is something down there. See you bye. The sound spread to the ears of all survivors in the area, including that name. Noob. Luo Jin frowned slightly and turned to look at the white-feathered golden falcon on her shoulder. Could it be that his pet is also called Sibai? Oh, it's fate. 200 meters away, another little white fish heard its owner's call and immediately jumped in front of him, grabbing the fishing rod with both hands. Huyu didn't let go and held the fishing rod desperately. When he saw the messages sent by those people, he was scared. I was afraid that Xiaobai would be dragged down by the fish below, but I also didn't want to waste a colorful fish. Anyway, we have to fish this thing out to see what it is. The man and the bear had to use all their strength to barely maintain their balance. Huyu's right hand holding the reel was so full of veins that it was throbbing, but he couldn't turn it at all. This is not a solution. We can only wait until it is exhausted and then have a chance to catch it, but this is too passive. Unless. Xiaobai, let go. Huyu shouted, and Xiaobai immediately let go, and he also let go of the reel at the same time. The silvery white fishing line was pulled out quickly, and a splash of water quickly disappeared on the sea. But Huyu didn't care about that and immediately ran back dragging the fishing rod. Target, coconut grove. Just wrap the fishing line around the trunk of a coconut tree before it runs out, use the lever, and then control the reel to easily fix the fishing rod. Xiaojin got into trouble with this last time. I don't believe you are better than him. Huyu quickly ran to the coconut grove. At this time, about 1/3 of the fishing line was still on the reel, enough for him to wrap around about 3 or 4 coconut trees. But at this moment, the fishing line suddenly stopped. A system prompt popped up, and Huyu was stunned for a moment. Bite. Fishing resources, you may trigger rewards, a small amount of silver coins, perfect fishing nets, fishing traps, excellent piranhas. You can exclude one of the options. Hu narrowed his eyes and shrank his head back. What the hell is this? Forget about the mermaid's blessing and the magic conch. Among the options given, even the colorful scaled fish is not as good as it. Hu didn't know what to say for a moment, but subconsciously excluded a small amount of silver coins. Now he is the richest man in the wilderness with 90 gold coins. This small amount of silver coins is nothing more than change to him. As for the rest, let's fish them up and see. During the whole process, there was no force on the other end of the fishing line. After eliminating all options, Hu began to reel in the line and walk towards the beach while reeling in the line. By the time he reached the beach, he had recovered most of the fishing line. Things also surfaced. A fishing net. From the looks of it, there's something moving inside the fishing net. But it was covered with so many layers of moss that I couldn't see what was inside at all. Did you catch it? I think I saw Mr. Hu collecting his rod. Luo-jin. I did catch it, but it was green, and I couldn't recognize what it was. Hu curled his lips and said, "That's just your hat. Don't be surprised." Someone, drag the guy upstairs out and castrate him for 5 minutes. Boss Hu, please tell me something. What on earth is this? Hu smiled helplessly and continued to close the club. To be honest, I want to know too. According to the system prompt, this is most likely the perfect fishing net in the options, but why is there something in here? With doubts in his heart, Hu finally lifted up the green thing and put it on the shore. The salty and humid smell of the sea hit him in the face. Hu frowned and looked at the green ball in front of him. The surface was covered with moss at least 3 or 4 centimeters thick, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. How about a round of identification first? I really don't want to touch this thing with my hands. Bite. Do you want to use advanced identification on the object half a meter away from you? Eh? There is such a feature? That's pretty thoughtful. Chapter 37. Perfect Fishing Net. The age of fishing begins. Yes. When in doubt, identification comes first. As long as there is danger, I will kick this thing back into the arms of Mother Ocean. Advanced appraisal. Moss-covered fishing net. Perfect. The fishing net has been sleeping on the seabed for who knows how many years. After being rubbed by the tides and waves, it finally wrapped some mysterious items and formed a ball, waiting for the right person to untie it. Note: as long as you don't mind the dirtiness, I suggest you don't need to wear gloves. Volume: 3 cubic meters. Weight: 15 kilograms. Contained object: intelligence is not. Hu automatically ignored the last 4 words and stared at the fishing net in front of him. It is definitely a perfect fishing net, but as for whether it is genuine or not, you can tell at first glance that it is not genuine. Hu immediately opened the mall interface and started searching for gloves. The hands of the richest man in the wilderness must never touch such a disgusting thing. Rubber gloves, normal, promise me. Don't use them for weird things. Price: 1 gold coin. Hiss. A little expensive. This is almost as expensive as the colorful scale fish. Hu looked at the moss-covered fishing net in front of him and finally gritted his teeth and bought it. A pair of brand new rubber gloves appeared in his hands. After Hu put them on, he slowly approached the fishing net and reached out to wipe off the moss on the surface. As soon as the moss was wiped off, a layer of light green patterns and a pure white glaze base appeared before our eyes. Hu paused for a moment, and then his right hand began to tremble slightly. This is blue and white porcelain. Why is this thing wrapped in a fishing net? Is there a maritime Silk Road in this world? Hu was still puzzled, but he understood one thing. The things in this fishing net may be more precious than the fishing net itself, at least from a cultural perspective. Continue. An hour later. The other survivors had no idea how many fish they had caught, but Hu Kai had just cleared all the moss off the fishing net. It's so joyful without the chat interface where Hu shows off his power in front of people. I caught it. A copper treasure chest. Damn it. The big guy above. But I suggest you don't open the box casually, otherwise you will die like a certain you. I haven't spoken for an hour. Can anyone tell me where I've been? In the last chapter, it was said that someone caught everyone's green hat, but who knew there was a piranha in the hat? The moment he lost consciousness, he was killed by the fish's teeth. Stop making noise. The last 2 words were uttered by Luo-jin. Ever since Hu pulled up Lu Fu's fishing net, she has been observing the situation on the left. I saw the transformation of the green ball into the fishing net and witnessed a feast. What's wrong? Did you poke Boss Luo's heart? It seems so. Otherwise, why would you be so nervous? Oh my. This guy won't admit his gambling losses, but I didn't expect his heart to follow him. Luo-jin couldn't stop people from speaking, so when the spectators faced her, they naturally wouldn't be too cautious. After sending these 2 words, she realized her gaffe. But this cannot be blamed on Luo-jin. Anyone who sees this scene will lose their mind. Even Hu is. As he wiped the fishing net bit by bit, he felt as if he had bought a scratch ticket at a lottery shop. Scratch 1 box and win 100,000. Another grid, 200,000. The 3rd box for 100,000. Until the end, A scratch ticket bought for $5 won 10 million yuan, even though it was written on the ticket that the maximum prize was 200,000 yuan. If I had to describe the feeling, it would be dreaming. It had to be the kind of dream I had in the middle of the day when I fainted from heat stroke while moving bricks on a construction site. Because it's totally unrealistic. The fishing net had been dismantled, and the contents were gradually placed on the ground. A large blue and white porcelain jar, inscribed in the Yuan dynasty, a porcelain pillow, also in blue and white, a set of tea sets from the Ru kiln, a pair of porcelain bowls in dotsai pattern, and very ordinary chopsticks with a ruby inlaid on the top. And the material seems to be ivory. In addition to these things, the rest are 2 pieces of craft paper and a musket. You picked up one at random and looked at it, and the system prompt popped up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the architectural blueprint. Carved screen. Excellent. Pick up the second one. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the architectural blueprint. 8 Immortals tea table. Excellent. When it was the turn of the musket, Huyu's face turned dark instantly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon. Fire gun. Normal. Damaged. Fire gun. Normal damage, the most basic thermal weapon, but due to excessive damage, it is no longer usable. Note, just treat it as a collection, boy. Otherwise, please buy insurance before using it. Everything is great, except for the last musket. You either don't give it to me, or you give it to me and tell me I can only keep it as a collection. Are you sick? But why are bows and crossbows considered excellent weapons, while muskets are considered ordinary weapons? According to the classification of cold weapons and hot weapons, no matter how bad the musket is, it should be an excellent or even perfect level. This is ordinary. It obviously doesn't match its temperament. Just ignore it for now and clean it up later. It will at least give people a scare. As for the other things, you could only describe them in 2 words. Huge profit. The large Yuan blue and white porcelain tank can be used as a fish tank. Although it is not as transparent as glass, it can still be used. Porcelain pillows are also suitable. If it is hot, it can also relieve the heat. The Ru kiln tea set has to wait until we get the tea leaves before it can be used. The colorful bowl and ivory chopsticks are the most practical and can be used at night. It's a pity that this chat group doesn't have the function of taking photos and posting pictures. Otherwise, if I put these things in the group, it would be strange if those bastards didn't envy me to death. But then again, the most valuable thing here is not the above, but the fishing net. Perfect fishing net. Throw in a few colorful fish, and then spread them into the sea. Still need to fish? Just scoop it up. Although the quality of the fishing net is not as good as the fishing rod, it does not prevent me from catching fish when I go fishing, right? Huyu thought it through thoroughly and took action immediately. He stuffed 2 of the remaining 3 colorful scaled fish into the fishing net and threw it into the sea. He stepped on the recovery rope of the fishing net, ready to collect the net at around 7 o'clock. After 6 hours, there should be some gains. He put the last colorful fish on the hook, cast the rod, and swung the line, splashing waves on the sea. Done. Huyu clapped his hands, took off his moss-covered gloves and threw them aside, pressed the recycling rope under the wooden chair, and focused his attention on the chat interface again. I was busy admiring the porcelain just now. Who has time to look at the chat interface? Now is a good time to see what these bastards are talking about. As he watched, the smile on Huyu's face began to fade away. These guys really don't know what the Great Silent Spell is, right? Chapter 38 Report. Detailed data of the Sea King ranking. Half an hour later, a satisfied smile appeared on Huyu's face. A total of 35 young comrades with incorrect ideas have now all been locked up in a small darkroom. Don't even think about speaking again within 24 hours. I don't know if the ban will last until tomorrow. It would be fun if these people are still banned after the area is divided again. The chat interface suddenly became beautiful with nearly 40 people missing. But the only bad thing is, the last colorful fish didn't catch anything. Until a time that even Huyu himself could not have imagined. The man lay on a lounge chair, feeling the sea breeze, and having eaten and drunk his fill, he soon fell asleep. The breeze is not dry, and the afterglow is just right. By the time Huyu opened his eyes, it was already evening, and his stomach, which had just been filled with bear paws and colorful scale noodles, was hungry again. Goo. Really? I ate so much high-protein food, but I'm still hungry so quickly. Huyu rubbed his sleepy eyes and couldn't help but complain. I eat so much. Those who know me will know that I am improving my attributes, and those who don't will probably scold me to death. Especially those guys who hate the rich. He took out his pocket watch to check the time and found that it was almost 7 o'clock, and there was still more than an hour before nightfall. If he wanted another bowl of bear paw and colorful scale noodles, he had to return to the wooden house within half an hour so that he would have enough time to cook. Half an hour. It should be enough for me to close the net. Noob. Huyu patted the panda curled up on his lap and said, Wake up, don't sleep anymore. Xiaobai looked up and made a complaining sound. We have to go home. Huyu smiled and picked it up, turned around and put it on the ground, then bent down to get the fishing net's recovery rope. Come on, give me a hand. Xiaobai was a little reluctant, but still held one end of the recovery rope with both hands, and together with Huyu, began to pull it up. At this moment, Luo Jin, who had originally planned to return to the base, stood there in a daze. She fished here for an entire afternoon and harvested a lot of resources, but she never heard any news about Huyu again. Looking to the left from here, you can just barely see a figure lying on a chair, propped up with his arms, slowly getting up, as if he just woke up. Asshole. What a great thing it is to have so many resources. With plenty of resources, can you just do nothing and sleep on the beach while enjoying the sea breeze? It's a pity that the wave didn't hit you directly. But she didn't dare to say these words in the chat interface, not because she was afraid of being banned, but because she was afraid that Huyu would say something back to her. Hey, how did you know? After a day of contact, Luo Jin knew that this guy could definitely do it. In order not to cause trouble for himself, Luo Jin wisely chose to shut up and quietly watch what this guy wanted to do. By the way, she opened the chat interface and wrote in a very surprised tone, "Look, it seems that Mr. Hu has caught something again. Except Huyu himself, no one can see Huyu's situation more clearly than her. The reason I made this statement is actually to arouse discussion about Huyu and to get real information about him out of it. This trick. Luo Jin has tried it many times and it always works." As expected, the chat interface was soon filled with discussions about Huyu, even though so many comrades with incorrect ideas had been banned. Brother Luo, stop playing around. Can't you see what Brother Hu caught? Alas, Boss Hu is Boss Hu. I only caught 3 iron treasure chests and some useless resources and fish all day, and I was almost dragged into the sea by a fish. Only 3 iron treasure chests? I have 5 bronze treasure chests. Even though they haven't been opened yet, they are still comparable to the silver treasure chests that the 2 big guys fished out. Fuck. The upstairs is awesome. Heh, the copper treasure chest that I dare not open is not as profitable as the fish I caught. I ate some and sold some to them all. I got 2 gold coins today. Huyu smirked and said, 2 gold coins. Please don't take out the change. Thank you. Many people are discussing Huyu, and many are bragging about their gains today. In a resource-rich place, it is normal for the gains to outweigh the risks. Even Huyu himself did not expect that today's gains would be so much that it is almost terrifying, especially when he and Xiaobai pulled up the fishing net. Luo Jin saw that the timing was right and asked the question at the right time. You said that we have a lot of resources, but why is Boss Hu still ranked first on the Sea King ranking? I haven't seen him fishing all afternoon. When he saw Luo Jin's name, he would always pay attention to it unconsciously, and he also saw this message. Baby, do you want to know about legendary pets? Let alone one afternoon. Even if I give you 10 years to fish here, you still can't surpass me. What's more, if I pull up this fishing net, you won't be able to surpass me in 20 years. Huyu didn't answer at all. All his energy was put into the fishing net. Even though he and Xiaobai tried their best, they could only barely make the fishing net float to the surface of the sea so that they could see the tip of the iceberg inside. Bite. There is 1 hour left in the fishing time. Now let us know the top 10 results of the Sea King ranking. As soon as the system announcement came out, everyone including Luo Jin's eyes lit up. Report the results. This means that everything Huyu catches will be exposed to her, and the same goes for hers. Although it is said that wealth should not be shown off, it doesn't matter. No one would want to go beyond the exploration range and cause trouble for them, right? Huyu is still closing in, and the system prompt has been refreshed. 10th place, sure and colorful scale fish, excellent. *1, copper treasure box and key *1, hermit crab, excellent. *3, 1 to 3 meter long squid, ordinary, *1, and several resources. Value, for gold coins. Resources worth 4 gold coins. Who is this Shuren? He's quite powerful. The first person to be sanctioned by Boss Hu's silencing technique. When it comes to silencing, few people are interested in the topic. No one wants to tread wildly on the brink of social death, right? 9th place, value, 6 gold coins. 3rd place, worth 86 gold coins. 2nd place, Luo Jin, colored scale fish, excellent. *5, silver treasure box, excellent. *1, copper treasure box and key *3, iron treasure box and key 2, skill book, excellent. 1, and some resources, value. 218 gold coins. Everyone gasped. 218 gold coins. It is nearly 3 times the value of the resources caught by the 3rd place. Apart from the silver treasure chest, the most valuable item is probably that unknown skill book. It's so terrifying. Are the Crooked Mouth party members here? I suggest adding a series of Crooked Mouths by Luo the Great. Luo Jin's mouth twisted. Fishing, we are professionals. No way upstairs. You still have to rely on our big boss who for your crooked mouth. Oh right. You said. Boss Luo is only second, so how many resources did Boss Who catch? The system reported the results of the 10th to 2nd places, and who you just happened to drag the fishing net ashore. He looked at the things in the fishing net, and crystal clear, drool hung from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 39, Extremely Poor Quality Blueprints. First place, Huyu. Architectural drawings, excellent. Asterisk 2, colorful fish, excellent. Asterisk 1, Rukiln tea set, excellent. Asterisk 1, blue and white porcelain pillow, excellent. Asterisk 1, yuan blue and white fish tank, excellent. Asterisk 1. Dotsai porcelain bowl, excellent. Asterisk 1, ivory ruby chopsticks, excellent. Asterisk 1, silver key, excellent. Asterisk 1. The system announcement stopped here, and the value of all resources had not yet popped up, but most of the survivors were already stunned. Can anyone tell me if I am dreaming? What the hell? Why can we only fish when we fish, but Boss Who can catch porcelain when he fishes? Rukiln. A set of Rukiln tea sets. Boss Who. I am willing to give all my resources to exchange this set with you. No. One tea set. Just one will do. Those two high-quality architectural blueprints appear so poor among Boss Who's resources. Oh, what's the use of porcelain? In prosperous times, it would be valuable as a collection, but this is the wilderness. All the porcelain added together may not be as good as a mouthful of fish. As soon as this message appeared on the chat interface, a second prompt box popped up in front of everyone. 8 to 9 kilograms king crab, excellent. Asterisk 5, black gold half-head abalone, excellent. Asterisk 10, bluefin tuna cub, excellent. Asterisk 3, 5 to 6 kilograms yellow croaker, excellent. Asterisk 3. Fishing net asterisk 1, perfect. The second prompt box popped up, and not only Huyu, but almost all the survivors drooled. Normally, a king crab that weighs 5 kilograms is considered top quality, and a king crab that weighs more than 8 kilograms. I'm afraid it's going to become a spirit. And the half-head abalone. The weight of an abalone is related to the number of heads. One head of abalone means that the abalone weighs nearly 1 pound. As the saying goes, 2 abalones are worth a fortune, and a single abalone is worth 10,000 gold. As for this half abalone, it is extremely rare in the world. This is especially true for baby bluefin tuna. The red meat in the belly of bluefin tuna is known as the best sashimi, but most of the bluefin tuna caught are large adult fish. Although there is a lot of meat in the belly, it is far less tender than that of young bluefin tuna. But not many people have the opportunity to taste the meat of its cubs. One reason is that it is difficult to capture the cubs, and the other is that after the cubs are captured, most of them are used for breeding. For the same price, if you have to choose between eating 1 bite of meat with 100% meat quality and eating 100 bites of meat with 90% meat quality, most people will still choose the latter. As for the yellow croaker, living gold is the best name for it. Most of the yellow croakers on the market are small fish weighing 1 or 2 kilograms. The occasional ones weighing more than 5 kilograms are all top-notch delicacies that are regarded as treasures by gourmets. There is only one name to describe this thing that weighs more than 10 kilograms. King of fish. And all these things were caught by Huyu using a fishing net in an afternoon. Boss Luo, do you know where Boss Who is? The exact location. There's no point in asking this. I just want to go over and have some fish soup. Team up. 2/100. I want fish soup too. Boss Luo, let's go together. Fight the local tyrants and divide the land. Wait, didn't you notice one thing? Where's the mermaid? Didn't Mr. Who catch a mermaid? There was a moment of silence on the chat interface. Up to now, the value of the resources Huyu had fished for had not been announced. Sure enough, the third prompt box soon popped up in front of everyone. Mermaid, epic. Asterisk 1, magical conch, epic. Asterisk 1. 2 epics popped up in succession, followed by a string of ellipses, as if telling everyone it wasn't over yet. Epic, or 2. Where's the one who wanted to drink fish soup just now? Take me with you. I want to go too. Is the person above trying to find the magical conch? Are you afraid of being warned by the great silence spell if you tell me now? Wait, didn't you realize that this system announcement hasn't ended yet? Huyu was very troubled. The reason why he hasn't released the announcement about taming the killer whale is that he doesn't want these guys to know anything. Since ancient times, money has moved people's hearts. Even if I had the resources I announced earlier, the chances of that group of people abandoning their base and coming to trouble me would be very small. But if I announced that I had a legendary pet, someone is bound to be tempted. As for Luo Jean, she herself has a pet, and she knows that she is proficient in bows and crossbows, so the probability of her being tempted is very small. Only those who don't know their own strength would think of coming for a fight. As the saying goes, you don't have to worry about thieves stealing, you have to worry about thieves thinking about stealing. Huyuk didn't want to be stabbed in the back while he was cooking noodles. But now that the system has announced the Sea King rankings and the killer whale's identity is about to be announced, Huyu is also hesitant. Why not announce it in advance? That way, at least we can earn some resources. Just when he was struggling, the last system prompt popped up. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Legend, asterisk 1, value. 18,736 gold coins. For black spots. Huyu looked at the shielding symbol in front of him, and his heart suddenly became happy. It seemed that as long as he didn't announce it, the killer whale's identity would not be exposed. Perfect. Just when Huyu was feeling happy, the chat interface suddenly became dead silent. Legend. This is just a legend. More than 10 seconds later, when Huyu had already begun to untie the fishing net and was about to put the fish into his notebook to take away, someone spoke in the chat interface. Boss Luo, this legend. Luo Jean, don't ask, I want to know too. That being said, she had actually guessed it. Legend equals killer whale equals Huyu's pet. This is an obvious logical chain and is not difficult to analyze. But why would she tell others? Something worth 18,000 gold coins. I'm afraid it's more than all of us put together, right? Be more confident. You are almost worth more than 100 Luo bosses. Let's team up and drink fish soup. I don't want this base anymore. I have to get Boss Hu to sign it first. Huyu frowned and cast another silencing spell, silencing all those who had previously said they wanted to drink fish soup. He smiled and said to the chat interface, "What a loud conspiracy. If you have the guts, come and have some more fish soup." After this was said, no one sent messages anymore, and Huyu just quietly picked up the fish. All these things added up to nearly 150 kilograms, almost catching up with Huyu's own weight. If we add the weight of the wooden recliner and the porcelain, it would be impossible to move it just by lifting it. But fortunately, Huyu has a notebook, and he can use the built-in storage in it to load and unload, which is really convenient. But when he put all the king crabs into the warehouse, a system prompt he had never seen before popped up. Byte. The warehouse is full. Please clean it up or upgrade the building level before using it. Huyu? The warehouse is full. Huyu stared at the pile of porcelain on the ground and fell into deep thought. It seems there is only one way. Moving. First move some things back to the base, then come back. But according to the current warehouse capacity, Huyu has to run at least 3 times, and that's when he carries a backpack. Including the time for cooking noodles and eating, there are less than 20 minutes left, 3 trips. It seems we have to hurry. Chapter 40, Tsunami? Tsunami. 23 minutes later. Huyu ran back and forth 3 times with his backpack and finally transported all the resources back to the base, including the little white one that didn't want to walk and was clinging to me. He thought about taking it down, but when he saw that cute face, he couldn't bear to do it. What bad intentions does the red panda have? Isn't it just wanting to be lazy? Call. Huyu panted heavily and lay on the wooden recliner, not wanting to move at all. Finally, I finished moving, but I seem to have forgotten something. It feels like when you walk out of the gate of your community and suddenly someone asks you if the door is closed. You will always hesitate, because you are not sure. Same thing with Huyu. He clearly remembered that he had packed all his things into the warehouse and backpack and moved them back, but he always felt like he had forgotten something. Never mind. Let's eat first. If you forget something, you will remember it sooner or later. Huyu lay on the chair, not wanting to move at all. He took out the can of meat, opened it, and used the cleaned ivory chopsticks to pick it up. Cook noodles? What noodles to cook? You need to save money, you know. Although so many seafood are lying in the warehouse, diligence and thrift are the traditional virtues of the great Chinese nation. If you can eat canned meat, just eat canned meat. Extravagance and waste are not recommended. This is definitely not because of laziness. After eating 6 cans of meat and drinking a bottle of mineral water with Staobai, Huyu finally felt like he was alive again. There were still 25 minutes until nightfall. Huyu originally planned to take a nap, but he couldn't fall asleep. He was worried that there would be someone who was not afraid of death and would stab him in the back. He might as well get all the architectural drawings he got today. The house is empty anyway, so it would be nice to have some more agarwood decorations. Should we build a carved screen and an 8 Immortals tea table? Consumption. Huyu didn't even look at the resources behind it and just clicked confirm. 10 seconds later, 2 white lights flashed. A 2-meter-long agarwood carved screen appears in the hall, adding a bit of charm to the empty hall. The 8 Immortals tea table is behind the screen, and the large table is also equipped with 8 small wooden chairs. Huyu placed the Ru Kiln tea set on it, and the layout immediately stood out. If it were in the modern world, not to mention anything else, this agarwood 8 Immortals tea table alone would be enough to buy a courtyard house if it were auctioned off. If we include the Ru Kiln tea sets, then the courtyard must be at least 5 in and 2 across. Huyu shook his head and smacked his lips, then poured half a bottle of mineral water into the teacup and sat on a wooden bench to taste it quietly. It doesn't make any difference. Huyu complained and put the tea set back into the warehouse. If Stabby accidentally broke it, he would have nowhere to cry. Now he has no space at all in his warehouse. The large yuan blue and white porcelain jar was placed on the side of the wooden door. It contained 10 bottles of mineral water and the 3 bluefin tuna. The porcelain pillow is placed on the wooden bed and used when sleeping at night. As for the big fish, Piyu had no choice but to store them in the warehouse together with roux-kiln tea sets, because only in this way would their delicious flesh not be destroyed. But here comes the disadvantage. Tools like iron saws and fishing nets had to be stuffed into the wooden box. Piyu also placed more than 30 bottles of mineral water, 8 bear paws, and 10 cans of meat in a corner of his master bedroom. I was afraid that Xiaobai would get hungry, so I just ate all the food for him. In the remaining time, Piyu also used the architectural drawings of the wooden fence. There happened to be 10 excellent mysterious seeds. Piyu waved the copper hoe and buried them all in the ground. If nothing else, it would be great if you could grow some fruit for me. I eat a lot of meat and fish every day. If I continue to eat for 2 or 3 days, I will definitely get constipated. You can't rely on the vegetable packets and instant noodles to adjust your nutrition, right? After finishing all this, there is only 1 minute left before nightfall. Bite. There is 1 minute left until night falls. Survivors, please return to your base. The system prompt sounded, and Huyu moved a chair into the room, lay on it, rubbed Xiaobai's fat round head, and recalled what he had gained and lost today. A minute passed, and Huyu had almost remembered everything. He finally remembered that he had forgotten something. Fishing rod. The favor of the Sea King. He forgot his fishing rod on the beach. There was a colorful fish hanging on it. By the time he remembered, the system prompt had already arrived. Bite. As night falls, please do not go out at will. After the prompts were over, Huyu started to feel entangled again. It is possible to travel at night. Last night proved it. But is this necessary? The fishing rod will expire tomorrow, so it's not necessary, but the colorful fish on the hook. That's worth a gold coin. If there is no danger, Huyu has no reason to give up the colorful scale fish. How about, try pushing the door. If there is no danger, it's okay to go and come back quickly. Huyu hesitated for a while, and first of all the guys who had been banned from speaking were released. Night travel. It takes not only luck but also information. One more person means one more way to get information. A series of unblocking notifications were sent out, and Huyu said to the chat interface, "Night has fallen. You should know that I received an airdrop last night. I can now tell you responsibly that the airdrop was obtained by me during my night walk, and it contained 2 excellent level skill books. The reason I tell you this is not a gift, but a transaction. There are resources and dangers when traveling at night, but what these dangers are, I don't know, so I need you to explore the way. If you have the guts and want to get rich overnight, just push the door open and leave. Don't say I ate alone." He didn't mention the news in his series of words. However, he believed that as long as someone dared to walk out of the base, when that person encountered danger, the first people he would think of for help would be the people in the chat interface. This is the only life-saving straw. Even if they hate themselves and don't want to share the news with themselves, they will definitely do it. Go with the flow. This is an open strategy. Of course, there will be many people who will not leave the base, just like no one is answering Huyu's questions now. Everyone cherishes their life, except those who seek death themselves. No matter who it is, we have obtained enough resources today, and no one would want to risk their life again. Huyu also knew the result. He shook his head, put Xiaobai on the wooden chair, and walked to the door. Since no one is showing me the way, I'll go find the information myself. He placed his hand on the door panel and a prompt box popped up. Push open the door. It may trigger dolphins dancing after tsunami, shark attacks after tsunami, fish attacks after tsunami, fish gathering after tsunami. All tsunamis? What does that mean? Just when he was confused, the system prompt popped up. Bite. Morning. Morning. The tsunami is approaching. All survivors, please evacuate. Evacuate. Huyu. Winky face. Chapter 41. On the self-cultivation of argumentative people. 2 prompts popped up in succession, and it was not difficult to draw a conclusion. The tsunami is coming. No matter what options Huyu rules out, the tsunami will come, but the events after the tsunami will be different. Rule out shark attacks. I've been having too much nutrition recently, so I won't eat shark fin for now. Well, it's definitely not because I've watched too many shark horror movies from America. After eliminating the options, Huyu did not push the door directly, but closed all the windows in the room first. Although he did not expect such things to be very watertight, they could at least block some seawater. Then he moved out some things that were not afraid of water from the warehouse and put the 3 bluefin tuna pups back into the warehouse. Huyu was not afraid of anything else except the tsunami that would take away all these top-quality ingredients. It took less than 2 minutes to finish dealing with these things. Huyu quickly picked up Xiaobai, opened the door, and walked out. Judging from the options triggered by pushing the door, this tsunami is not scary. What is scary should be the chain reaction caused by the tsunami. If you stay in the house, it's no different from waiting to die. The wooden door was pushed open, but there was no sign of the tsunami that the system had mentioned. Hu Yu stared at the chat interface and said, "Everyone, we are all the same kind. Don't say I didn't remind you. If you want to survive, it is best to get out of the base and find a commanding point near the base, such as the roof or the surrounding coconut trees. Of course, you don't have to believe what I say. Just be moderate with your well-intentioned reminders so that others don't think you have ulterior motives. Going out? You think we are fools? That's right. The tsunami is coming soon. If you go out now, you'll be blown away by the water." These two are children who have been blessed by the great silencing spell. Now when they hear what Hu Yu says, they will unconsciously retort. But Shirin is different. As a survivor who stayed in the same area with Hu Yu yesterday, his psychological quality is obviously better than those two argumentative people upstairs. Shirin, Mr. Hu. Mr. Hu, why do you say that? Do you have any clues? There are no permanent enemies in the wilderness, only good people who help you survive and bad people who hinder you from survival. The two are not in conflict. I have no reason to tell you. But you said calmly that giving the previous hint was already the result of his kindness. Yes. Luo Jin had already climbed onto the roof, sitting cross-legged on the roof of the cabin, feeding the golden falcon on his shoulder with cut fish meat. This is just a reminder from Boss Hu. You can listen to it or not. If you don't want to go out, just close your eyes and go to sleep. Close your eyes and open them again, and the tsunami will pass. Luo Jin didn't finish the second half of the sentence. If he closed his eyes and never opened them again, it would have nothing to do with him, right? What a great couple. The people above are jealous. I think there is nothing wrong with what the two bosses said. Stop it. The tsunami is coming. As soon as the message came out, no one spoke in the chat interface anymore. Some people were struggling, some tried to push the door, and some did not doubt and directly pushed the door and left the cabin. However, after pushing the door, they were still struggling and didn't know where to go. Roof? Or coconut tree? There is no one to show them the way. Hu Yu and Xiaobai climbed onto the roof and looked down at the nearby coast. With the help of the moonlight, he clearly saw a white line rushing towards the shore, but at this height. That's too low. According to a rough estimate, this so-called tsunami is only about 3 or 4 meters high from the sea surface. By the time it crossed the cliff and reached the shore, it was only less than 2 meters high. That's it. It can't even flood an ordinary cabin. You call this a tsunami? I would believe you even if you said it was a bigger tide. Hu Yu couldn't help but frown. If that was all, then the warning that popped up by the system was an exaggeration. Unless, there is more than one tsunami. Soon, the waves hit the cliff, and waves about 2 meters high remained on the ground. As the terrain tilted, they rushed towards the base where everyone was. That's it. Is it a wave or a tsunami? Someone in the chat interface expressed the same confusion as Hu Yu. Hu Yu's mouth twisted. Help. You must get out of here quickly. Otherwise, if a tsunami comes, I won't be responsible for anything that happens to you. The guy upstairs must be tired of living. He actually dared to use the crooked mouth style to imply Hu boss. Remember the names above. If I, the crooked mouth party, see them, I will never tolerate them. Give the upstairs another silent package. I think he just likes the feeling of peeking at the screen but not saying anything. But then again, Mr. Hu, aren't you making a big deal out of nothing? No. Is our boss whose matter called making a mountain out of a molehill? This is called being cautious. Haha. The chat interface was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Most of the guys who had been banned by Hu Yu would now jump out and mutter a few words. Pity. Hu Yu ignored this group of jumping clowns, but just looked at the sea quietly with a dull and unbelievable expression. Peace. A whole area of uneven waves rushed towards the shore. The lowest wave was even as high as the previous one. If all these waves hit the shore, Hu Yu couldn't imagine the scene. It is estimated that everyone's base will be submerged by the seawater. As for to what extent, that depends on how big the waves are. Call. Hu Yu looked down at Xiaobai in his arms and said, "Thank your master. If I hadn't noticed and brought you to the roof earlier, you would have had to bathe in sea water at night." Woo-woo. Xiaobai didn't quite understand what Hu Yu meant. He tilted his head, stared at him for a while, and then buried his head in his arms. What bad intentions could a red panda have? If you don't understand, just go to sleep. What a lazy bear. Hu Yu complained, looking down at the periphery of his base, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. The problem in the house shouldn't be too serious, but this earthen stove and the mysterious seeds that have just been buried won't be damaged by the seawater, right? How about digging up the seeds and waiting until the tsunami is over? Hu Yu hesitated for a while, but still didn't go down to dig out the seeds. Anyway, the goddess of luck is all family. If you round it off, this seed can be considered her godson, so nothing should go wrong. Before long, wave after wave hit the shore, and in just 10 minutes, the seawater had already soaked halfway up the wooden door. The earthen stove and wooden fence had been submerged, And even if you wanted to go down and dig out the seeds, he couldn't do it now. As for the rest, nowadays, most people's base is still thatched huts, and only a few people own wooden cabins. In this area, except for Luo Jin who lives in a wooden cabin, the rest of the survivors all live in thatched huts. Those who went out to find the commanding heights were fine, at least the important resources were with them and would not be washed away or soaked by the seawater. But the survivors who stayed in the base were miserable. If you don't open the door, you can only watch the thatched hut continue to be flooded and the living space continues to be compressed. If you open the door, you will have to bear the risk of the house being flooded or even washed away by the sea. The thatched hut originally had a musty smell, and now that it's soaked in seawater, there's no way anyone could live in it. Luo Jin sat on the wooden roof, watching the water level rising, and couldn't help but speak in the chat interface. My friends in the room, what do you think is better, breaststroke or backstroke? Boss Luo is so mean. Those guys who didn't go out probably can't even open their notebooks now, so they can't see you talking at all. Oh, yes. Luo Jin pretended to be enlightened. Oh, doesn't this let down Bossu's efforts? They can't talk anymore after the ban was lifted. It's so tragic. Just because you can't see the chat interface doesn't mean you can't hear me talking. Buyu smiled and was about to complain about those idiots, but he saw a new system prompt appear. Byte. Tip. When the water level exceeds 70% of the base, the drifting mode will be turned on. Chapter 42 Like a seaweed. Drifting? Does it mean drifting in a base or drifting by yourself? I guess it is most likely the former. If so, then. Buyu couldn't help but move his gaze to the right. The girl who is so beautiful that she doesn't look like a carbon-based creature is about 200 meters to the right. If I can drift there. Hi. Hello. Could you please redeem my bet this morning? But it's flooded, so I can't do more than I want to. Just give me some kisses, hugs, and lifts. Buyu was still thinking randomly in his mind, but his eyes never forgot to look at the large white waves in the distance. Even now, the sea is still flooded. Although the height of these waves is not enough to cover any wooden house or thatched house, they are endless and there is no telling when they will stop. Thinking of this, Buyu looked at the chat interface and smiled kindly. I guess those young comrades who are still hiding in their houses and refusing to come out have no time to look at the chat records. How about? Let me tell them the good news myself. Ahem. Buyu cleared his throat and spoke cordially to the chat interface. My fellows, I have good news and bad news to tell you. Everyone, which one do you want to hear first? Bad news. Good news, good news. You must hear the good news first. Luo Jin, I want to hear good news, too. But boss who? Your good news is not related to the bet we made this morning, right? You said you wouldn't bother with me. I still remember it. The little girl has a good memory. The drifting hasn't started yet. Buyu didn't dwell on it, just kept smiling and said, then I'll tell you the good news first. The good news is, ladies and gentlemen, from my point of view, there will be no waves higher than our roof in at least half an hour. This proves that we are above the roof, so we are safe for now. Nonsense. It would be better if there was a big wave and captured you guys in the picture too. Shuren is now trapped in a thatched hut, and the sea water rushing in from all around has almost soaked him into a salted fish. Although the hint who you gave him earlier made him extremely tempted, out of responsibility for his own life, he chose to wait and see first. But this wait-and-see attitude trapped him in his own base, unable to go out. As the saying goes, hesitation will lead to defeat, and decisiveness will lead to failure. Shuren expressed the first half of the sentence vividly. But now, hearing Huyu's good news, a sense of luck came over me. Although I didn't go out just now, as long as there are no big waves and I wait quietly for the seawater to drain out, can I survive? Even if after the flood, the thatched huts are no longer habitable and some resources are soaked in water, at least we have saved our lives, right? But at this moment, Huyu told him the bad news. That's the good news. As for the bad news, the waves will continue for at least another 30 minutes. Comrades who are still in the house, have you heard the song? Like a seaweed. Seaweed. As soon as these words were spoken, all the survivors, whether they were soaking in water and unable to communicate with their laptops or occupying high ground and able to use the chat interface normally, were stunned. 30 minutes. Damn, the flood before Nuwa repaired the sky was probably about this. No wonder the system popped up a prompt to tell us that there is more than 70% chance of drifting. It turns out they are waiting here. Buyu smiled and sang half of the song before shutting up, silently taking out a perfect-grade fishing net from his backpack. As the sea water rushed in, many fish were also brought ashore. The water is still shallow now, and with Huyu's eyesight, he can clearly see a lot of shallow water creatures swimming nearby. Lobsters like Australian lobsters and tiger lobsters are the majority, and there are also some scallops and oysters floating on the water. It's just right to catch a few fish in the net to make up for the lack of food variety. After all, it's easy to get tired of eating abalone, king crab, and the like every day. At least we need some lobster and scallops to improve the diet, right? Hu put the sleeping Xiaobai at his feet, threw down the fishing net, and then he remembered something. Options after pushing the door. He had ruled out shark attacks, but there were also dolphins dancing with him, fish attacking him, and fish gathering together. But now, he didn't see any fish or dolphins. There were only lobsters and scallops under the water. If you do not trigger the unique option, then when the water level rises a little more, other survivors will encounter the same situation as you. Maybe it's a school of fish, maybe it's dolphins, or maybe it's a shark. If a survivor hiding in a house encounters a shark, the scene of blood dyeing the sea red and attracting countless sharks swimming over suddenly appeared in my mind. After yesterday's experiment, Hu has come to a conclusion. The options given by the system will change according to the surrounding environment. If someone dies in the water and blood spills, it will attract more sharks. Even if you rule out the option of shark attack, there may still be shark attacks. 70% of the submerged volume. By that time, the water surface might be less than 1 meter away from me. As long as it was a shark, it could pounce on me and eat me. To avoid this from happening, we must minimize casualties. Quick. Hu hurriedly said to the chat interface, everyone hiding in the house, get out. Don't worry about whether the water gets into the house. Get out first. Climb as high as possible. Quick. Luo Jin noticed something wrong in Hu's tone. You were just joking and singing before. Why are you suddenly anxious now? She couldn't help but ask in her notebook. Boss Hu, what have you discovered? Shark. Hu did not dare to hide it. There will be a shark attack later. Whether it is a thatched hut or a wooden house, it may be destroyed. If someone dies in the mouth of a shark, the smell of blood will attract more sharks. By then, no one around will be able to escape. If you understand, get out now. Don't worry about the things in the house. Quick. The word he kept emphasizing was fast. Because since some time ago, the speed at which the waves rushed towards the shore increased. It originally took 10 minutes to reach half the distance to the wooden door, but now only 7 minutes have passed, and the wooden door is almost submerged by the sea. If you don't push the door open, the water pressure inside and outside the wooden door will reach its peak, and you won't be able to go out whenever you want. There are also some who don't want to believe Hu and don't even dare to go out to gamble. Hu could only pray that his young wife would protect them, and that they would not encounter sharks. Otherwise, if something happens to a survivor, the entire family's ancestral graves will probably be dug up by other survivors nearby to express their condolences. No one is talking in the chat interface now. Many people are waiting silently, waiting for those guys who haven't come out yet to send messages. Even if 1 or 2 people listen to Hu, that would be good. Some people started to get confused. If there really are sharks, then is the roof also unsafe? Or, give up the base? Anyway, this place is rich in resources, so we won't starve. Hu naturally wouldn't have such an idea. He held the increasingly heavy fishing net in his hands and drooled uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Lobster, scallops. It would be perfect with some garlic chili and vermicelli. 43. Eating more shark fins will only cause internal heat. Unfortunately, imagination is just imagination after all. Garlic and chili peppers are considered higher plants no matter which system they are in. Unless you are extremely lucky, don't even think about getting it in a short time. Set up the net. The fishing net floated to the surface with at least 20 or 30 kilograms of lobsters and scallops. Perhaps it is because the ecological environment is too good. By visual inspection, no lobster in the fishing net weighs less than 5 kilograms. Bite. Congratulations to the host for catching 5 medium-sized tiger prawns. Excellent. 5 medium-sized Australian lobsters. Excellent. 5 American lobsters. Excellent. And 120 scallops. Excellent. Congratulations to player Hu for becoming the first player to capture resources during the night walk. The night walk rankings have been updated. The second announcement was released directly to all survivors without Hu's confirmation. It seems that this kind of updatable ranking list will not give him the opportunity to take advantage of others. But it doesn't matter. What can compare to the temptation of the big lobster in front of you? Although this grade of lobster is not as good as the yellow croaker and abalone mentioned above, it is also considered a top-quality product. Lobsters are very strange creatures. They are one of the few creatures that can achieve theoretical immortality. As long as it has enough energy to continuously shed its shell and does not suffer from shell disease during this period, its growth cycle will be infinite and its volume growth will also be infinite. So even in the modern world, you can occasionally see lobsters weighing more than 18 pounds. The few that Hu caught only weighed 5 or 6 pounds each, which was not too rare. But if he eats it, one is enough for his meal for the day. After closing the net, Hu never lowered it again. Just put all the lobsters and scallops into the warehouse and squeeze out the remaining space. Even if he fished out something else, he would have nowhere to store it. Besides, the water level has now completely submerged the wooden door and is only less than 1 meter away from the roof. I am afraid that if there are 2 more waves, the conditions for drifting will be reached to 70%. Hu folded the fishing net and stuffed it under Xiaobai's plump body. He looked into the distance, feeling a little worried. The moonlight was still bright, its clear glow spreading across the sea, illuminating the light blue dorsal fins of each individual animal extremely clearly. Even if you had not mastered shooting, he could still see clearly what it was in this situation. Shark. A group of sharks. Unfortunately, the size of this species cannot be determined from its dorsal fin alone, so we can only simply judge its number. After a rough count, Hu had an idea in his mind. More than 30 sharks. If each person encounters only one shark, there will be more than 30 lucky people who have the opportunity to observe their big white teeth up close. This is a hidden attraction that you can't see in the aquarium. Out of humanitarianism, Hu looked at the chat interface again. Friends who can still see the sea, if possible, I want you to take a look at what is on the sea in the distance. Luo Jin, boss whose tone is quite relaxed. It seems that you are not afraid of these sharks. I'm not afraid. At most, I'll just eat a few more shark fins, which will only cause me to get irritated. Hu teased and took out the crossbow that he had previously tucked behind his back. As long as the shark dares to come around, he will shoot it without hesitation. If there is a chance, it is not impossible to catch a few more with a fishing net. I don't know. Luo Jin hesitated for a while, but still sent a message in the chat interface. Do I have the honor to have dinner with Mr. Hu? The meaning is very clear. It is even more obvious than what the girl who wanted to dance folk dance said yesterday. As long as the drifting starts, the two bases will have a chance to gather together. Hugging together for warmth is a great way to increase your chances of survival, especially if you hug a big, thick leg. The biggest leg in the area right now is Hu. Luo Jin knew that he had a crossbow, and the shark was not a big threat to him. As long as he stayed close to him, his chances of survival would be greatly increased. But the prerequisite is, he has to agree. Otherwise, if I approached rashly, I might be killed by the shark's crossbow before the shark attacked me. She was on the roof now. A roof without any shelter. Hu hesitated. He stared at the chat interface, and only one thought popped into his mind. She wants to come over? Hu had no reason to refuse. He just smiled and replied, okay, as long as you can come over, I'll cook. Alas, I can't boil water now, so I can't cook. Otherwise, I can make you some lobster and bear paw instant noodles. I have a barbecue grill here. Luo Jin said in surprise. We can grill lobsters. Good job. Hu's mouth twitched. Why do you have a barbecue grill? No, why would you bring a grill to the roof? I remember it was supposed to be waterproof, right? Of course, Hu would not ask this question, but just replied, okay, but it's a pity that there is no garlic sauce or something like that. Eating only 5 or 6 pounds of lobster would be a bit greasy, right? Including Luo Jin, all the survivors had speechless expressions on their faces. What is this? Versailles in the wilderness? We can't even make a pack of instant noodles now, and you'll feel sick just thinking about eating 5 or 6 pounds of grilled lobster. You don't say a single word that a human would say. I really feel sorry for the lobsters. Why don't they get fed up with you, you bastard? Complaints can be made, but in order to avoid being sanctioned by the big censorship technique, these words will never appear in the chat interface. Luo Jin also calmed down and silently typed in the chat interface. Okay. After the message was sent, a system prompt popped up shortly. Bite. When the water level exceeds 70% of the base, the drifting mode starts. As soon as the prompt came out, Hu felt that the wooden house he was sitting on was floating up like a kayak. He had no doubt that if he had a pair of oars, he could wander around with his base. But unfortunately, without oars, we can only rely on the waves if we want to drift. It's starting to drift. Luo Jin's message appeared on the chat interface. Boss Hu, let's go to the middle. Okay. Hu responded, but the water is now flowing backwards. It's impossible to meet the grill girl unless you really have a pair of oars. He hurriedly opened them all and started searching. Search for paddles. No results found. Sure enough, there is no. I don't know if Luo Jin has any means to move the base. Hu was a little disappointed, but what happened next directly diluted his disappointment. He widened his eyes and fixed his eyes on the right. Call. He took a deep breath and shouted to the chat interface. Luo Jin, run away. The faster the better. Shark. Here comes the shark. The more than 30 sharks seen earlier were divided into 5 groups, each with at least 6 sharks, and one of the groups swam towards the direction where Luo Jin was. If there were no other bases around her, then Hu could be sure of one thing. This group of sharks is looking for her. Could it be that the little darling goddess of luck was jealous and saw Luo Jin being intimate with me, so she deliberately took revenge on her? Chapter 44. Only people with low EQ say thank you. Luo Jin received the message. She was stunned at first, then looked in front of her, and was completely stunned. 7 sharks with their dorsal fins erected swam along the current, less than 5 meters away from her. Although the water surface at this time only submerged 70% of the base, it was less than 1 meter away from the roof, where she was. As long as the shark opens its mouth, she will definitely not be able to escape. Unless, strike the fish before the shark opens its mouth. Luo Jin had no choice but to take out the long sword he had opened from a copper treasure chest. Although this is an excellent weapon, it is far inferior to the crossbow in Hu Yu's hand. But at this time, it would be nice to have a weapon that suits you. A fastest shark has approached the wooden house. It seems to want to be the first fish to eat the fairy. Luo Jin was also ready, holding the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands and staring at it. At this distance, she only had one chance to stab the shark. If she missed, she would be dead. The tender little white hands were trembling a little. It would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. But what can we do if we are afraid? Isn't it just a matter of facing it? Luo Jin exhaled a breath and hypnotized himself silently in his heart. Phew, don't be afraid. Isn't it just a bigger fish? Can it be more ferocious than the wild wolf yesterday? As long as you stay calm, there will definitely be a way to deal with it. Just as Luo Jin was hypnotizing himself, an arrow flew through the air. The iron arrow sank into the shark's head under the water. The blood dyed the water surface scarlet, just like poppies attracting poisonous insects, instantly exciting the other sharks. They quickly swam to the shark and began to tear its flesh apart. This shark takes a bite. It's not very tasty, I won't eat it. Another shark came over. Really? Let me try? Oh, it's really not tasty. The third shark didn't believe it and took another bite. Several sharks ate all of them, and the first shark was reduced to a skeleton. Only then did its fellow sharks give a unanimous evaluation. This shark really doesn't taste good. As the group of sharks were eating each other, Luo Jin breathed a sigh of relief. She lowered the sword in her hand and sent a message to Hu Yu. Thank you. The arrow was obviously shot from the direction where Hu Yu was. Apart from him, Luo Jin couldn't think of anyone else who had a bow and crossbow and would save him. Only people with low emotional intelligence say thank you. Hu Yu replied, and then smiled. Those with high emotional intelligence would just pledge their love to you. Spit. Luo Jin spat, but sent a message in the chat interface. Okay, as long as you bring the 3 letters and 6 engagements, I will marry you. 3 letters and 6 engagements? Girl, you must have traveled from ancient times, right? This is in the wilderness. And there are 3 letters and 6 betrothal gifts. Why don't you let me find a matchmaker to propose marriage? Hu Yu muttered something in his heart and continued to raise his crossbow to shoot. 6 sharks left. If all the problems were not solved, Hu Yu estimated that Luo Jin would surely die in the sea. Anyway, there is no competition between the two of them now. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. 6 sharks, only 6 arrows were used. As long as there is no second group of sharks around, Luo Jin's safety should not be threatened. After all, there are still a lot of waves on the sea. As long as the waves continue to advance, the shark blood will quickly dissipate in the sea water. I said. After Hu Yu dealt with all the sharks, he made a suggestion to Luo Jin. Miss Luo, do you have a way to get the shark's body? I want to try shark fin instant noodles. Let me try. Luo Jin replied, looking at the 6 complete shark carcasses and 1 shark skeleton in front of him and fell into deep thought. This shark must weigh at least 200 kilograms, right? And it's in the water, so it must weigh more than that. It would be strange if you could get shark fin. That being said, but considering that Hu Yu saved him, Luo Jin didn't mind giving it a try. After a whole day of communication, Luo Jin boasted that he had seen clearly what kind of person that Mr. Hu was. Foodie. A typical Chinese foodie. There are only 2 things in the eyes, edible and inedible. At most, we can divide the edibles into 2 categories, delicious and not delicious. Shark fin is obviously one of those foods that is edible and delicious. As long as I get this thing, maybe I can exchange some resources with him. Luo Jin was racking his brains to figure out how to get the shark fin, but Hu Yu was no longer interested in eating shark fin noodles. Luo Jin's night walk incident has ended, but it has just begun. The dolphins, who also have blue dorsal fins, didn't come, so the fish came. Small fish of various colors were swimming around the seabed. Even with Hu Yu's eyesight, he couldn't see how many were swimming around the base. At least there are thousands of them. There were 2 options that previously belonged to the school of fish. One is fish gathering. The other is fish attacking. If it was the first case, then Hu Yu wouldn't have to worry about his own safety, but if it was the second case, then he should regret it. If a shark attacks, he still has a bow and crossbow to shoot and defend himself, but what should he do if a school of fish attacks? Crossbows? Even a Gatling gun might not be able to kill all these thousands of fish. Fishing nets? I'm afraid even if I had 10 times as many fishing nets, they wouldn't be enough. Could it be that? Is this all I can do? He couldn't think of any other solution, unless a whale could swim over and swallow all those little fish in one gulp, and it had to shut its mouth before it swallowed him. But how is this possible? Even the director of the lottery office wouldn't dare to make up such a story. Noob, Huyu smiled bitterly and picked up Xiaobai from the roof. It seems that your master can only stay here. He is ready. As soon as the schools of fish showed signs of attacking, he would throw Xiaobai onto the nearest coconut tree. At least it can save its life. I just don't know if this stupid bear can survive alone in the wilderness. Just think about how much I worry about this pet. Pets wait. Pets. I also have a killer whale whose presence is not that strong. As long as the killer whale can be summoned, let alone thousands of small fish, even if there are tens of thousands of them, they would probably only be enough for it to have one meal. Come to think of it, why are all the pets I adopt such big eaters? Could it be that they take after me? Huyu shook his head, threw away these unimportant things, stood on the roof, tiptoed, and looked out at the sea. I asked Xiao Jin to go far away before, and I don't know if I can call him over. Give it a try? Try it out. Xiao Jin, come to the rescue. Maybe it was because I was shouting at the chat interface. Something resonated among the people around me. The shouts echoed on the water. Who was not sure if Xiao Jin could hear the call for help, but a leaping sea snake confirmed one thing. It's not gathering, it's attacking. The dynamic vision brought by his mastery of shooting allowed him to dodge sideways and watch the sea snake fall back into the water. Cull. Huyu took a deep breath and cursed at the fish under the water. What the hell is this system? Sea snakes can also be counted as fish. You are such a little genius. Chapter 45 begins. Legendary lineage. As soon as the first fish starts to attack, there will be a second. Now the water surface is less than 1 meter away from the roof, and most fish can jump out of the water and attack Huyu. For example, sailfish. A swordfish about 1 meter long jumped out of the sea not far away, and its long and sharp beak pierced straight towards us. Huyu hurriedly dodged sideways, but at this moment, a fish also flew into the air from the water on the left. No, it's more than that. Fishes flew into the air from the waters on all sides, and their target was only Huyu, who was standing in the middle of the roof. Want to hide? You can't hide at all. Unless you have wings and can fly, it is impossible to remain unscathed when surrounded by enemies. Or, Huyu watched the base being gradually pushed away by the water, surrounded by tall coconut trees, and a bold idea popped up in his mind. Abandon the base, hold Xiaobai, and find a coconut tree to save your life. If the fish school's target is only the base, then he only needs to abandon the base to save his life. But if the fish school's target was him, then abandoning his base would undoubtedly be putting himself to death. Before his thoughts could become actions, the swordfish's bite was less than 20 centimeters away from him. Huyu had no choice but to lower his head, lie down, and lie horizontally on the roof, covering the still sleeping Xiaobai with his chest. Countless fish flew past my eyes, and several of them collided in the air, deviated from their original trajectory, and fell into the water. But luckily, the fish did not appear to be changing their target. They jumped out of the water, always aiming at the empty space above the roof, not Huyu. In other words, as long as Huyu maintains this posture, he will not only not be attacked by the school of fish, but he can even enjoy this wonderful sight under the moonlight. Snap! A small swordfish was hit in the air and fell onto Huyu. It was so miserable after leaving the water that Huyu felt pity for it and carefully put the swordfish into the warehouse. Bite! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a young standing-winged swordfish, common, *1. We are all fish anyway, so it doesn't matter if we squeeze together. Who says I am a kind person? You want to attack me, but I will give you a warm home. He is simply a great philanthropist of the modern era. It's definitely not because I'm greedy for its body. Cull, Huyu felt that the crisis was finally over, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He held Xiaobai in one hand and put the other hand behind his head, admiring the wonder in front of him. By the way, you can also take a look at the group of funny people in the chat interface. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. From the moment he called out Xiao Jin, the entire chat interface began to scroll by like crazy. Xiao Jin? Who is Xiao Jin? Boss whose mistress? Boss Luo. Someone is trying to take your position as the queen. Luo Jin twisted his fingers and smiled. Xiao Jin? Our own. Stab that little bitch to death with a needle. Fuck. Stop the palace fighting for a minute. Guess what the hell I saw? What's that upstairs? Can you just tell me what you see? There's no video function here. Whale. Killer whale. Pale golden killer whale. There was a moment of silence on the chat interface, and then someone popped up to ask, Is it the one from today? No matter the size or color, there is no difference. It is very likely. Why is the killer whale here? Is he here to seek revenge on Boss Hu? He fished the key out of his mouth alive today. Don't say it. It's really possible. The direction the killer whale is swimming in is the same as where Boss Hu is. Coming? Really? When Hu Yu saw the news, he was instantly ecstatic. If Xiao Jin really heard my call and swam to find me, then wouldn't I take off on the spot? With a killer whale at the side, not only do the small fish dare not act rashly, but he even has a tool fish for directional drifting. As long as I can lock on to Luo Jin's location, then I can, don't think too much. I mean to discuss the matter of the 3 letters and 6 engagements. Hu Yu suddenly became excited, and while waiting for Xiao Jin, he continued to read the chat records. Revenge? Whales will seek revenge on humans. This is ridiculous. This is the wilderness. Is there anything impossible? So, please allow me to burn the first stick of incense to Boss Hu. The second pillar. I am the second pillar. Why isn't Mr. Hu talking? Are you scared? As expected, releasing these guys out would only bring trouble to oneself. Hu Yu complained, but did not ban them. He just said to the chat interface, well, friends who are burning incense, please stop for a moment. I don't know if you have heard of a word. This word is also written into a fable. I think you should have heard of it. What's that? A weasel wishing a happy new year to a chicken? As long as you, Boss Hu, think you are a chicken, then it's fine for us to be weasels. Ha ha ha. That upstairs is too much. But I like it. Which incense stick is it? I have to burn all the incense before Mr. Hu dies in the belly of a fish. Otherwise, what if he turns into a vengeful ghost and comes to seek revenge on me? Luo Jin, the word you said, should be sitting in a well and looking at the sky, right? Seeing the news sent by Luo Jin, the entire wilderness was filled with joy. Ha ha, sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Us, Boss Luo, if you have time to be a supporting actor, you might as well run away. I remember that you two are not far away. What if the killer whale comes and eats you as a midnight snack? The chat interface is still full of incense, and messages from these jumping clowns come one after another. Hu Yu just smiled, and after negotiating the price with the system, he waited quietly. Bite. Congratulations to player Hu Yu for becoming the first player to obtain a legendary item. The legendary lineage is now open. An epic chapter? A legendary lineage? What's beyond the legend? Hu Yu had an additional doubt in his mind, and there were 50 more gold coins in the warehouse. These 50 gold coins are the price of this announcement. It seems that the amount of resources obtained will vary depending on the level of this announcement. As soon as the announcement came out, the chat interface fell into silence. Not long after, Luo Jin edited a message and sent it out. What? Don't laugh anymore. How about you guys open this legendary genealogy again and see what the legendary item of Mr. Hu is? After this message was sent, there was still no response, as if someone really went to look through the legendary genealogy. Luo Jin sat on the roof, a smile on his face, and continued to write on the chat interface. Forget it. Why don't I just tell you directly? It's a killer whale. Before Luo Jin's message was sent out, Hu Yu's voice echoed in the ears of all the survivors in the area. He was lying on the roof, looking sideways at the pale golden figure approaching from a distance, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. In fact, the little Jin I just called is this killer whale. This answer. I don't know. Are you satisfied with it? Chapter 46. Target, Golden Treasure Chest. Silence. The wilderness, which was originally filled with screams and cries for help, suddenly became dead silent. The survivors who could flip through the notebooks all went to look at the last page of the legendary genealogy, while those who didn't have time to flip through the notebooks had dull looks on their faces. How is this possible? They didn't dare to believe what Hu Yu said, but whether it was from the pedigree or the behavior of the killer whale. What Hu Yu said is all true. He was the first to obtain an epic item, and he was also the first to master a legendary item, whether it was the mermaid that could only be looked at but not eaten, or the bluefin tuna that was edible and beautiful. It's all him. This wilderness survival, couldn't it be designed just for him? Beiyi made an envious sound. Everyone had this idea in their mind, including Hu Yu himself. But soon, he threw this idea out of his mind, slowly stood up from the roof, and put Xiao Bai, who had been sleeping soundly, at his feet. Because of Xiao Jin's arrival, the school of fish has left, so there is no danger standing on the roof. Xiao Jin, Hu Yu looked down at the pale gold killer whale under the water and tried to call its name. High-frequency ultrasonic waves came from under the water, and for some reason, Hu Yu felt a little excited from it. It seems happy. The killer whale's huge body circled around the wooden house again and again. With its body size, it was enough to wrap around the entire house. Big. Really big. I didn't feel anything when I looked down at it from the coast, but now when I observe Xiao Jin up close, I find that if it wants to, It can probably knock down the entire house with one tail. It's just a pity. Hu had no way of getting the coordinates of the base of the incense-burning party. Otherwise, he would have to go and return the gift, right? Burn incense? Oh, I'll let you fly directly to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the moon. Do you believe it? But I don't have the coordinates of those guys, but I have. Hu turned his head and looked to the right. With the help of the moonlight, he could clearly see the small wooden house not far away. The girl on the roof seemed to be directing a falcon to catch a shark not far away. This girl, wouldn't she really want to fish out that 200-300-pound shark? Why don't you go and help her? Helping others is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. We must help. Hu squatted down, reached his hand into the water, and touched Xiao Jin's smooth skin with his fingertips. Xiao Jin, can you take me to the right? While speaking, he also activated the writing appraisal, which read as a skill of humiliation. Although this advanced appraisal cannot identify Xiao Bai, it also prevents him from identifying Xiao Jin. It doesn't consume any mana anyway, so you can take a look at it. Bite. Do you want to use advanced identification on it? Yes. Advanced identification, species, mutated killer whale, level, legend, name, Xiao Jin, owner, Hu age, 4 years, length, 13 m, weight 11 t, dorsal fin length. A series of detailed information about Xiao Jin appeared in the prompt box, and Hu was stunned. What is this? Xiao Jin is a legend. A legend? Why can I identify its information, but Xiao Bai's identification is a string of extremely insulting words? Isn't it just a little fat panda that eats and sleeps and eats? Could it be that it also inherited the bloodline of its ancestor, the iron-eating beast? As the legendary Mount of Qiyu, there must be a reason why it cannot be identified. Hu shook his head and threw away the thoughts in his mind. What are you thinking about? This is in the wilderness, and it has something to do with the adventure with Qiyu. What if I was able to identify Xiao Jin because of that epic fishing rod? Oh, that's right. Fishing rod. Since Xiao Jin is here to protect me, shouldn't I be able to go and get the fishing rod back? Hu looked ahead, then turned to look to the right. Anyway, it's still early. Why not find a fishing rod first, and then go find Luo Jin? After finding Luo Jin, 2 of us sat on the roof, bathing in the moonlight, each holding a fishing rod. She leaned on my shoulder. I put my arms around her waist, and then we went fishing together. Isn't that beautiful? It's decided. Hu patted Xiao Jin's head. Xiao Jin, can you push me to the front? I didn't insert the fishing rod too deep before. After being washed by so many waves, it should float up, right? Ing. Xiao Jin cheered and seemed to like the name very much. He circled around the wooden house, put his head on the house, and started swimming forward. It is a piece of cake for a 13-meter-long killer whale to push a large wooden house. Even. Slow down. Slow down. Hu held on to the roof tightly with both hands, feeling that if he let go even a little, he would fly out due to inertia. If I had known this, I would have installed a safety belt on the roof. Hu didn't know how many times he yelled slow down before the killer whale behind the house slowly slowed down. Just at this moment, Hu saw the fishing rod entangled in a coconut tree. The colorful fish on the hook has disappeared, leaving only the fishing rod being dragged by the fishing line and drifting with the current. Just ahead, Hu said to Xiao Jin behind him, Xiao Jin, just move slowly over there and stop in front of the coconut tree. Let's go right while I get the fishing rod back. This is already a complicated command. If Hu said this to Xiao Bai, that guy would probably just tilt his head and start to act cute to get away with it. But Xiao Jin is a legend. With a whimpering sound, Xiao Jin pushed Hu towards the coconut tree at a very slow speed. When he could just reach the fishing rod, he stopped. During the whole process, Hu did not give any other orders, and Xiao Jin carried them out strictly. It is worthy of being a legendary pet. Hu smiled, stood up on the roof, and began to untangle the fishing line entangled in the coconut tree. But just as he stood there, a flash of golden light in the distance attracted his attention. That direction is gold treasure chest. Call. Hu let out a long sigh of relief, let go of the fishing rod, looked up at the sky, put his hands together, and stared at the bright moon in the sky. Xiao Xing, you are so good to me. I can't bear it. Originally, he thought that he only had the golden key and would not get the treasure chest. After all, that place is more than 1,000 meters away from the base and on the sea, so it should be impossible to get it. But now, the waves hit the shore and the drifting begins. According to the rules given by the system, the base can move with you, so it does not count as leaving the base more than 110 meters. And he also summoned Xiao Jin. As long as Xiao Jin pushes me, what does it matter how far the golden treasure chest is? Isn't it still in my pocket? But all this was too coincidental. So coincidental that if any one of the prerequisites was missing, he would never be able to touch the golden treasure chest. But these coincidences just collided with each other. After Hu Yu finished praying, the corners of his mouth curled up wildly, and he continued to untie the fishing line entangled around the tree trunk. 5 minutes later, after the fishing line was dismantled, the waves that were one after another calmed down a lot, reducing the resistance to moving forward. Done. Hu Yu carried the fishing rod on his shoulder and pointed it towards the golden treasure chest like swinging a sword. Now, target the golden treasure chest. Go, Pippi Whale. Bing! A loud cry was heard, and the killer whale actually understood its nickname. It continued to act as a tool fish, pushing the base forward. Chapter 47. What a damn waste of life. The killer whale maintained its previous speed and gradually swam towards the golden treasure chest. At this speed, we will reach our destination in less than half an hour. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Hu Yu sure wanted to get the golden treasure chest as soon as possible, and then go fishing with the sweet and cute girl, and chat about life by the way. But these layers of waves have no eyes. Now Xiao Jin has pushed the base across the previous coast, so the waves they are facing now are all over 1 meter high. If he is not careful, he will most likely be thrown directly into the arms of Mother Ocean. So he had to control his speed, and even had to distract himself to take care of the sloth bear that was about to wake up. I don't know what the structure of this thing is. It can actually sleep even with such cold waves hitting it. The heart is really big. Hu Yu held Xiao Bai in his arms with one hand and held on to the roof beam with the other hand, trying his best to prevent this guy from getting cold. If I catch a cold, I can just drink a bottle of healing potion, but if the panda catches a cold, God knows whether this healing potion is race neutral. If that doesn't work, can he fish a veterinarian out of the sea? As Xiao Jin moved forward, the golden light in front of him became bigger and bigger, from the size of soybeans to the size of quail eggs. By the moonlight, Hu Yu vaguely saw a small island not far away. If I'm not mistaken, this golden treasure chest should be on the island. But the distance is too far. About 15 minutes have passed since Hu Yu decided to go look for the golden treasure chest. Logically, he should have been halfway through the journey. But roughly speaking, the golden treasure chest is still 700 to 800 meters away from him. Or even farther. Could it be that there is some other trick going on? This is not impossible. After all, it takes a lot of effort to get a silver treasure chest. So how can a gold treasure chest be obtained so easily? Hu Yu frowned and stuffed Xiao Bai, who was in his right hand, into the armpit of his left hand and held it tightly, while he took out the golden key from the warehouse with his right hand. Advanced identification. Byte. Advanced appraisal. Golden key. Distance to open treasure chest. 0.96 kilometers. Hiss. Hu Yu took a breath, afraid that a sloth bear would fall into the water, so he hurriedly stuffed the golden key back into the warehouse and hugged Xiao Bai with his right hand. This is so damn unscientific. The last time I identified a key was at my own base, and I remember the distance was 1.24 kilometers. Now I have crossed the coastline and have been moving in that direction for 15 minutes. Even the waves are moving in my direction. Logically speaking, it is impossible to shorten it by only 300 meters. There must be something wrong here. Hu Yu frowned, lowered his head to avoid a wave, and began to calculate in his mind. If I only shorten the distance by 300 meters in 15 minutes, including the distance from the base to the coastline, then according to the rules of relative motion, the remaining 900 meters would take at least 45 minutes. It is around 8:40 now. It will be roughly 9:30 when we get the golden treasure chest. If we have to return to the base, it will be 10:30. If we still want to find Luo Jin's base, we have to calculate the advance of the waves on his base. This way, it will be before 11 o'clock, or even half past 11, so it won't be difficult to go fishing with my sister. Even if we make it, we only have half an hour. I'm afraid you can't even catch a colorful fish, so what's the point of talking about life? In order to meet netizens offline, we must save time. Unless Xiao Jin is forced to give up his base. Xiao Jin was pushing the base and had to slow down in order to take care of himself. If he let it swim at full speed towards the location of the golden treasure chest, the time could be greatly shortened. But the question is, can it reach its destination and get the golden treasure chest? Just take a gamble. Anyway, the goddess of luck is about to become my wife. So why should I be afraid that this low-probability event will not happen? Besides, as a legendary pet, Xiao Jin shouldn't be troubled by such a small matter, right? Xiao Jin, stop for a moment. Hu Yu shouted, and Xiao Jin immediately stopped pushing. Due to inertia, the base still drifted forward for a distance. Before he could open his mouth to call, Xiao Jin went around to the front of the base. His head slowly floated out of the water, and he waited quietly for Hu Yu's order. So nice. It's simply not on the same level as a certain lazy bear that's still sleeping. Xiao Jin. Yu squatted down, put Xiao Bai in his left hand, and stroked Xiao Jin's head with his right hand. Can you see the golden light over there? It is a small box, the same one you carried earlier. Go and see if you can bring it over here. The killer whale turned in a circle, swam away, surfaced, and pointed its right fin in the direction of the golden light. It seems like he is asking where it is. Right. Yu nodded, but he was worried, so he repeated it again. Just bring the treasure chest back. The sooner the better. Oh. After the howl ended, Xiao Jin swam straight towards the golden light, and his speed was more than 3 times faster than before. Good fellow. Yu looked at the water splashing away and couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if I have adopted the bolt of the killer whale world as a pet? At this speed, people who don't know would think it's a small torpedo. Before he could finish his sigh, a wave came over. There was nothing special about this wave. It was about the same size as the previous waves, but now we don't have to worry about Xiao Jin supporting us from behind. As the waves came, Yu hurriedly hid Xiao Bai in his arms, holding onto the roof with both hands. But even so, the waves still made the base shake. The tilt angle exceeded 25 degrees at one point. Fortunately, the frequency of the waves has slowed down a lot now. If it were still the same frequency as before, this base would probably not be able to hold on for more than 3 or 4 times and would be completely overturned. When the base became stable, Yu heaved a sigh of relief, looking at the splashing water in the distance and muttering to himself. Fortunately, those fish schools didn't chase us here, otherwise the waves and the fish schools. I'm afraid Xiao Jin will go to the sea to fish me out later. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu felt a chill on his back. He turned his head hurriedly and saw a sea snake about 3 or 4 meters long floating on the water. Its fist-sized head was raised high, and a pair of scarlet snake eyes were staring at him. Shit! Yu cursed out loud and took the time to look up at the sky. Xiaoxing, although it is the greatest luck to have your dreams come true, please don't make this come true for me. These wishes are damn wasteful. The goddess of luck did not reply, and Yu did not dare to look any further and quickly turned his gaze towards the sea snake. Now that the sea snakes have come, how far can the other small fish be? What to do? What to do? It's still not too late to call Xiao Jin back now, but there are no other creatures around. Can I get Xiao Jin, who has already gone far away, to respond just by relying on my own voice? Or just hold on by yourself? As long as you hold on until Xiao Jin gets the treasure chest back, you can be rescued again. But what if it can't get the treasure chest? Will Xiao Jin come back? The order just given was to return after obtaining the treasure chest. What if this guy is stubborn and doesn't come back without obtaining the treasure chest? Yu was extremely conflicted, but at this moment, another wave came from behind him. He dodged in a hurry, but didn't notice that Xiao Bai in his arms had already opened his eyes. Chapter 48. Waiting online, very urgent. The waves are okay, as long as you keep your body steady. No matter how big the waves are, they will only be a little cold and chilling. But it's different for sea snakes. Yu held Xiao Bai in one hand and grasped the beam with the other hand, staring at the sea snake, ready to dodge at any time. Now the school of fish has not arrived yet, and there is only a sea snake floating on the water. As long as this wave passes, Yu will have time to take out his crossbow and kill the sea snake that is coveting his body with one arrow. But when the waves hit and Yu was about to take out the crossbow from behind him, he saw an incredible scene. Its head popped out from its arms, its dark eyes staring at the sea snake, its head tilted slightly. Woo! When this extremely cute voice sounded, Yu actually saw the sea snake in front of him pause. The whole snake's body stiffened instantly and fell into the water like a long stick. What's going on? Yu couldn't help but frown. In order to prevent the sea snake from diving into the water and attacking, he pulled out his crossbow and fired at the water surface. The arrow sank into the water and pierced the sea snake. The snake did not dodge or evade, and even after the arrow hit its body, it remained stiff. Yu scratched his head. Could it be that he was overwhelmed by Xiao Bai's cuteness? That's too outrageous. Woo-woo. Xiao Bai raised his head and protested to Yu twice. Okay. Yu rubbed the guy's bare head and said, Not outrageous, not outrageous. It was only because of your cuteness that we escaped. I'll treat you to a big meal when I get back. Woo. Xiao Bai shouted excitedly and buried his head again. But it is indeed strange. Xiao Bai's identity may be far more than just an elite-level pet. His advanced identification skills could identify the legendary Xiao Jin, but not Xiao Bai. And from what he had just seen, Xiao Bai could even play the same role in deterring other creatures as Xiao Jin. However, this was only the second day in the wilderness, and Yu had not yet fully understood this world. He also had no idea about the wonders of Xiao Bai. Never mind, just keep it for now. This guy won't starve with 3 meals a day. Yu stopped struggling. Seeing another wave coming, he quickly put away his crossbow, grabbed the beam with one hand, and watched from the corner of his eye to see if there were any schools of fish attacking him. I don't know how long it took, but the intervals between the waves became longer and longer, and even the height dropped from 1 meter to less than half a meter. If this continues, the tsunami will probably be over soon. Although the height of this tsunami has always been quite funny, as long as the tsunami ends, the seawater on the shore will quickly recede. If by that time I have not reached the shore and am still on the sea, then the base will remain drifting. Wouldn't it be impossible for me to return to the base? So if it's midnight and the base moves, will I move with them? Or will I be left where I am? This is a very serious problem. But you can now stand steadily on the roof. He looks far ahead and finds that the golden light is moving towards him quickly, from the size of a quail egg to the size of a pigeon egg. This means that Xiao Jin has obtained the treasure chest. Finally, there is good news. At its current speed, it would only take 10 minutes at most to arrive in front of it. The only thing left to consider is how to get back to the shore with the base before the waves recede. 10 minutes. It was fast and slow at the same time. When Xiao Jin came in front of Huyu, the gold was lying quietly on its back, almost exactly the same position as the previous silver treasure chest. Huyu stretched out his hand, easily picked up the treasure chest, and placed it on the roof. He took out his pocket watch and checked the time. 10:25. It took longer than expected. No wonder the waves have begun to recede. It is estimated that the system has left some time for the survivors to return to the base. According to this time calculation, the tsunami is likely to end completely at 11 o'clock, including the remaining seawater on the coast will also recede. By then, the rafting will be over. If Huyu wants to meet an online friend named Luo, he has to hurry up. The warehouse was full and his backpack was left in the house, so he had no choice but to hold Xiaobai in one hand and hold the treasure chest with the other. Now is not a good time to unbox. Xiao Jin, please send us back. Can you be a little faster? Ah. As soon as Huyu finished speaking, Xiao Jin rushed forward towards the base, and his screams continued to echo on the sea. This speed is a little faster, but only slightly faster than the speed it just got back. Huyu could no longer open his eyes, and the muscles on his face were trembling as if he was tap dancing. Whenever he opened his mouth to speak, the sea breeze blew into his throat, and he couldn't make a sound at all. Xiaobai was instantly awakened from all sleepiness and held his owner's arm tightly, as if he loosened his grip even a little, he would have to go into the sea and feed the sharks. Although I still don't know who will eat whom. This speed continued for about a few minutes. Huyu felt that his face was about to be blown stiff, but Xiao Jin stopped it this time. Cull. Huyu took a breath, let go of Xiao Bai and the golden treasure chest, clenched his fists, and rubbed both ends of his cheeks. Xiao Jin, why don't you leave? As soon as he finished speaking, Huyu looked in front of him and immediately knew the answer to his question. The coconut trees swayed in the moonlight, and occasionally a few unripe coconuts fell to the ground, as if they were the result of being hit by the waves. The point is, on the ground. The tsunami is over, and the seawater on the shore has receded. The half-meter-high waves he encountered earlier were probably just the aftermath of the tsunami. He had been on the sea before, and his inference about when the tsunami would end was just his guess. Now the base is still floating on the sea, with a horizontal distance of about 3 meters from the coast and a height difference of about half a meter. It is indeed not high, but the distance between this wooden house and the surface of the water is less than half a meter. If you force your way ashore, there will only be one result. The roof of the wooden house was directly lifted off, and Huyu and the beams returned to the shore. As for the rest, it will most likely become marine debris and continue to float on the sea surface. Not only that, if the rooftop is not considered a base, then he will lose the protection of the base. At best, he will stay in the area and not move. At worst, who knows what the punishment will be for losing my base? If I were to be wiped out, I wouldn't have anyone to cry to, right? So can a rooftop be considered a base? Obviously not. Looking at it this way, isn't it, that I am doomed? Could it be that this goddess of luck has fallen in love with someone else? Seeing that I haven't accepted her for a long time, she wants to kill me? You can't play it like this. It's cold. Huyu spat out 2 words, looked at the chat interface in front of him that had rarely been refreshed, and said to everyone, question, how to open the gate of the base in the sea water, waiting online. It's urgent. Someone was trapped in the base before and must have tried something similar. The only difference is that they pulled the door, while Huyu pushed it. The latter should be easier, right? Chapter 49, The Real Tsunami. What does this mean, Mr. Hu? Didn't the sea water recede? Could it be that he is mocking those survivors who just came out of the base? After all, they couldn't read the notebook before. The above analysis is good. It is very likely. Stop swearing. Stop swearing. Your head will explode if you keep swearing. Hu Yu's mouth twisted. Oh, when mortals look up to gods, they cannot understand the gods' thoughts. Hello. Hu Yu saw that the topic had gone off the track and shouted, "Stop it. I'm still on the sea. If you can find a way to open the door of our base in the water, I will not treat you unfairly. Only limited to the first 10 people who provide information." As soon as these words were spoken, regardless of whether Hu Yu was joking or not, some methods of opening the base suddenly popped up in the chat interface. And these top 10, they were all sent by Luo Jin. Luo Jin. First, use a sufficiently sharp object to punch a hole in the wooden door. Although this will increase the water pressure, you can also use the flow of water pressure to push the door open. It's easier than pushing it by force, but the base will be submerged in water. So professional. Hu Yu felt a little surprised. Luo Jin had not been trapped in the base before, but judging from the method she gave, it was extremely credible. But the consequences? Hu Yu was unwilling to bear it, so he continued to read the second one. Luo Jin. I wrote the first one. Anyway, Boss Hu, you said that the first 10 methods were given, but you didn't say that they had to be useful methods, so is it okay for me to take up one more seat? Click. Hu Yi clenched his fist, and his joints made a slight sound. He couldn't help but feel an itch in his palms, and wanted to hit someone. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Luo Jin. You're really too naughty. He set his eyes on the third message. Luo Jin. Don't read it, including this one. The following 7 are all nonsense. The main purpose is to try to see if I can get more resources. Sir, this is all I have in mind. Will you not fulfill my wish? I finally understand why there is a saying that kings in ancient times did not hold court early in the morning. Putting aside your face that brings disaster to the country and the people, with your temper, no one except a Buddhist emperor can tolerate it without back pain. Hu Yu was about to continue looking through the chat records to see if he could find some practical solutions. Oh, Xiao Jin suddenly let out a howl behind him, as if he had discovered something. Stop it. Hu Yu said something soothing and just turned around to pat Xiao Jin on the back when he suddenly froze. The sea surface is actually shaking. The sea surface, which was originally moving at an extremely slow frequency, suddenly accelerated, as if something was pushing the water's surface from behind. Hu Yu frowned, stood up, and looked into the distance. The moon was setting, and he could only roughly see the sea surface by the moonlight. It seemed like something was approaching the shore quickly. From his perspective, he could only see a white line. Oh, the white line. Could it be that the tsunami that the system mentioned has not yet arrived? Those minor incidents before were really just waves. This is very possible. Whether it is the end of the beast attack or the end of yesterday's night attack, the system will issue a prompt. But this time the sea water had clearly receded from the coast, but the system prompt had not arrived yet. Otherwise, Hu Yu would not have misjudged the time it would take for the waves to disappear. If that's the case, Hu Yu took a deep breath, as if he had seized an opportunity. This time the height of the waves was at least over 10 meters. As long as they can make it through, the water surface created will be enough to allow the base to return to the shore. As long as you can get through it. Easier said than done. But let's give it a try. Hu Yu made up his mind. Since it was still early for the waves to rise, he might as well tell the group of animals about it. Ahem, everyone, let's not discuss how to open the base gate for now. I have another announcement to make to you. As soon as these words came out, Luo Jin responded instantly. Luo Jin, what do you mean? You're not going to give me the resources anymore, right? Do you have anything else in your mind besides resources? You fairy, shouldn't you think more about how to take care of your skin? Hu Yu complained in his heart, but still took over the conversation. If we can still survive after the tsunami, I don't suggest giving you some resources. Of course, I have to exchange it for shark fins. The sea water has receded, and the shark's body is naturally left on the ground. Isn't it easy to get some shark fins? After the tsunami? Boss Hu, what do you mean? Wasn't the tsunami over? Boss Hu, don't make such a joke. It's almost 12 o'clock. The tsunami should be over by now. Oh, Hu Yu sneered. If what happened just now is also called a tsunami, don't you think this so-called tsunami has too little killing power? The chat interface suddenly stopped refreshing, and everyone was thinking about the question he raised. Yes, the waves just now can only be considered as ripples at best. If they want to be called a tsunami, they will probably have to return to the embrace of Mother Ocean to be fed for 2 years. I won't keep you in suspense. Hu Yu smiled bitterly. The real tsunami should be coming soon. The height is estimated to be close to 20 meters. If it is filmed, I am afraid that many bases will be destroyed. You guys hurry back to the base. It's best to hide in a corner. You should be safe once it's past midnight. Although there are many people who have offered incense to him, we are all human beings after all. Hiding the news, watching their fellow humans die in the natural disaster. Hu Yu can't do such a thing. Really? I don't believe it. Hey, don't use some famous host quote to be cute at this time. Boss who? Do you know the exact time? Tsunami. Damn it. I only have a thatched hut. How can I escape the tsunami? You're not alone upstairs. I'm also in a thatched hut. I'm not sure of the time. Who replied and didn't look at the chat interface again. He couldn't bear to see his fellow human beings die in the natural disaster, and he had no reason to unconditionally do his best to help this group of people. Being able to tell them the news was already the greatest kindness he could show. In the next period of time, he has to consider his own life. There aren't many ways to avoid a tsunami, but who figured out too. First, upgrade and reinforce the base. As long as the base is not destroyed by the waves, you can hold on to the beams, and you should be fine. Now I have a golden treasure chest in my hand. If the goddess of luck really favors me, it will be easy to get the next level of building drawings from it. As for the materials, I still have more than 130 gold coins in my hand, enough to spend however I want. Who opened his notebook and clicked the upgrade button on it. Byte. Upgrade to wooden villa, excellent. Consumable materials. Wood, 245/1500, rope, 100/1000, nails, 0/2000, /exempt if you have a falcon structure, wood with a diameter of more than 3 meters, 0/4. Construction score, 235/300, wooden villa blueprint, 0/1. Tools, iron saw, wooden hammer, any ruler. Hiss. Who looked at the data and couldn't help but gasp. This request is a bit too outrageous. Not to mention the ridiculously large quantities of some of the basic materials mentioned above, just the construction score, and wood with a diameter of more than 3 meters would take me till the monkey face horse moon. I built the wooden processing table, earthen stove, 8 immortals tea table, carved screen, and wooden fence by myself, which only increased the score by 35 points in total. Considering that the basic score of wooden houses is 200, there is still a gap of 65 points. These are 11 ordinary architectural drawings and 6 semi-excellent architectural drawings. What a sky-high price. The first plan didn't work, so who gave up decisively and turned to look at the tsunami that was getting closer in the distance. It seems we can only use Plan B. Chapter 50 Self-Developed Tools. Who took out a large amount of wood and ropes from the space and began to build fixtures on the roof. Although tools such as iron saws are in the house, this does not prevent Yoshio, who has mastered the structure of the falcon, from showing off. A good cook cannot cook without rice, but as long as there is rice, it can be a little unpalatable. Soon, a simple fixing device made of ropes and wood was ready. The size is built according to Xiaobai's body shape. Just stuff this lazy guy in and take out its limbs, then fix it to the roof. It took 1.5 minutes, and the materials used were about 5 parts of wood and 10 parts of rope, which was not too much. Just when Huyu was about to start building tools to secure himself, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Byte. A new type of tool has been detected and is being judged. Judgment passed. Tool blueprint. Simple fixture, normal, mastered. Tip. After mastering the tool drawings, you can consume materials to manufacture unlimited quantities. Congratulations to Huyu for becoming the first player to develop a tool independently. Will this be announced to all servers? Is it possible to develop tools independently? Now that I have mastered the falcon structure, I can just make some furniture. As long as they pass the assessment to become buildings, won't the score be maxed out quickly? Wow, wooden villa. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I won't announce it yet. Huyu decisively refused. It would be difficult to announce the reward now even if he got it. It would be better to wait a while. Try this simple fixing device first. Huyu squatted down, stuffed Xiaobai into the fixing device, and performed the identification technique at the same time. Advanced appraisal. Simple fixing device. Normal can withstand impact forces not exceeding F level. Creator. Huyu. Just F level? This is really too much. But it's better than nothing, so get yourself another one. Huyu opened the drawing page of the notebook and found that the drawing of the simple fixture had been pinned to the top and marked with a pure white border, followed by a mathematical symbol representing infinity. Byte. Do you want to make a simple fixing device normal, consuming 20 wood and 40 ropes according to the target size? Yes. Building tools, possible results, simple fixtures, sophisticated fixtures, luxury fixtures. You can exclude one of the options. Huyu. Omega. Little luck. It seems you still love me. Exclude easy fixtures. A white light flashed, and this time Huyu didn't have to do it himself. A fixing device appeared in front of him. It was the same model as the one on Xiaobai, but there was still a big difference. What Huyu built with his own hands was just ordinary wood, but what the system built was actually made of Wangwali. He casually cast an identification spell on the fixed device, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Byte. Advanced appraisal. Luxury fixture. Excellent, can withstand D-level impact. Note, Wangwali wood is used as a fixture. I don't know which prodigal son destroyed it. It's actually shipped. Being able to withstand D-level impact is already the limit of what he can produce. He doesn't dare to ask for more. Yu turned his head and saw that the tsunami was about to hit. He hurriedly got into the fixing device and started to dismantle Xiaobai's fixing device. Consume the materials again and create a new one. A white light flashed, and another prodigal son's product was built on the beam of the house. Yu stuffed the sloth bear in. During the whole process, the guy didn't even open his eyes. It's so sleepy, and I don't know how it got dark circles under its eyes. The 3 fixing devices consumed 30 pieces of wood and 60 pieces of rope, and the remaining space was enough to put the golden treasure chest in it. Living creatures are okay, at least they can withstand the impact. But if the golden treasure chest is placed on the roof, if it is knocked into the water by a tsunami, Huyuk will suffer a huge loss. Everything is ready, just waiting for the tsunami to come. Since he just needed to lie down, Huyu turned his gaze to the chat interface. Judging from the message records above, most people have believed what Huyu said and have started to prepare. As the saying goes, it is better to believe it than not to believe it. Anyway, we are all in the base, so the worst that can happen is that we can just sleep a little longer. It's better than being blown away by a tsunami. There were even quite a few people discussing the best way to avoid tsunamis, and the scene was surprisingly kind. Huyu nodded with satisfaction, and even caught a few people who had previously burned incense and banned them from speaking for 24 hours. If this really lasts for 24 hours, then these guys won't be able to send any messages when they explore tomorrow. I let you burn incense, but now get out of here and go to the dark room. Not long after, the waves became larger and larger. Huyu calculated the time and estimated that the tsunami was coming soon. Xiao Jin. Huyu shouted, and Xiao Jin immediately swam in front of him, surfaced with his head out of the water, and looked at him quietly. You go first, you don't have to stay here. The tsunami had not yet approached, and Huyu was afraid of being attacked by a school of fish. He was also fixed on the beam of the house and had no way to avoid or resist, so he did not let Xiao Jin leave first. Now that the tsunami is not far away, it is impossible for the fish to launch an attack, so there is no need for Xiao Jin to stay. A doubtful voice sounded, and Huyu nodded. Yes, you go first. As long as I come back in the future, I will definitely look for you first. Oh my! Xiao Jin whined twice, jumped out of the sea, and rubbed Huyu's face with his head. Fortunately, this guy controlled the strength just right. Otherwise, his handsome face would have been turned into a car accident scene. Huyu's arms were restrained, so he could only reach forward with a very small amplitude and stroke Xiao Jin's face. All right. Let's go quickly, or else when the tsunami comes, then. Before he could finish his words, Huyu felt his body being lifted up. The whole person and his base were instantly lifted into the air, and the palm that had not yet touched Xiao Jin's head was also pulled away. The prelude to the tsunami is coming. Go! Huyu shouted, and his voice was also transmitted to the chat interface. This voice was not only directed at Xiao Jin, but also a warning to the group of the same kind. The power of this tsunami is greater than he imagined. The initial wave alone is enough to lift up the entire base. Huyu felt himself gradually rising into the air, and an idea popped into his mind. If I had known this, I would never have gotten a golden treasure chest. Although a golden treasure chest is rare, it is not as rare as your life. Xiaoxing, you must remember this. If I can't get anything good out of it, you'll never get out of bed when I catch you. Huyu was complaining in his heart as the tsunami behind him was gradually approaching. The waves pushed the wooden house very high into the sky. If someone were still sitting on the roof and looking at it now, they would be able to see Huyu's hideous face. Aya! The screams echoed in the sea and the wilderness. Even if Huyu didn't have acrophobia, he was almost scared into having a mental illness. The tsunami continued to advance, and soon Huyu thought of something. A matter of life and death. The tsunami had already pushed him ashore, but when the time came, how was he going to land? Do you want to save face? Chapter 51, Landing. The Luojin base was discovered. It's impossible to break on the face. If this handsome face of mine is ruined, let alone 1 golden treasure chest, even 10, I'm afraid they wouldn't be enough to compensate. Huyu also believed that Xiaoxing would not do anything so drastic. Soon, the tsunami reached its peak, and the base flew directly into the sky, almost shoulder to shoulder with the moon. Maybe because of Huyu's scream, many people in the chat interface were scared. Help! Bossu, please stop singing so high notes. Other people sing for money, but you sing for your life. I've decided. From now on I will call Boss, Hu Guyu. Stop arguing. Don't you realize something is wrong? Why is Mr. Hu screaming? It's because of the tsunami. The message was forcibly sent before it was finished. If who you guessed correctly, this lucky man should have been hit by the tsunami. Tsunami? Damn. There's no way there's really a tsunami. Luo Jin. Boss Hu, you must stay alive. Looking at the message sent by Luo Jin, who you finally felt a warm feeling in his heart. It's great that there are still people who care about me. But just when he was moved, the second message came out. Remember, you still owe me 10 resources. What will I do if you die? Have to. Hu Yu's face turned cold. It was my fault that I had a little fantasy about you. As the tsunami progresses, there are fewer and fewer conversations in the chat interface. It is estimated that many people have already encountered the tsunami. I guess everyone is busy holding their breath now. About half a minute later, the momentum of the tsunami began to decrease from the original height of 20 meters to about 10 meters. Hu Yu has also become accustomed to the feeling of flying at low altitude. When he opened his eyes, he could vaguely see the situation on the ground. We are now some distance away from the coconut grove. The further we go, the sparser the coconut trees become, and the fewer bases we can see. If I'm lucky, as long as there are no coconut trees where I land, nothing serious should happen to me. But the most frightening thing is landing facing a coconut tree. Even if the house was fine when it landed, and I was lucky enough not to be thrown out by inertia, as long as I crashed directly into the coconut tree, then I guess my head will be hit and become a sakama. The height of the tsunami continued to decrease, and when it was only 5 or 6 meters, Hu Yu actually saw a falcon flying at a low altitude. The whole body is pure white, with only a few golden feathers on the wings. This is the white-feathered golden falcon, Luo Jin's pet. Could it be that Luo Jin's base is nearby? Hu Yu was suddenly delighted and started searching below. After a while, he locked onto a small wooden house. The level of the wooden house is not high, but not everyone can build it. If he guessed correctly, the wooden house not far ahead should be Luo Jin's base. And until now, this base has not been hit by the tsunami. Luo Jin, Hu Yu asked in a hoarse voice into the chat interface. You haven't encountered the tsunami yet? Luo Jin, who said that? I've been flooded by the sea, and many resources have been soaked in water. I can't use them anymore. I'm just waiting for you, Boss Hu, to support me. Caring for the weak and helping the poor and needy is the traditional virtue of our great Chinese nation. This base is indeed yours. When Hu Yu saw the message, he understood. If you were soaked in sea water, would you still have time to send me a message here? I don't even know where to blow bubbles now. Luo Jin was silent for a while, and when the water level dropped another meter, she sent a message. Gurgle gurgle. Humph. You want to get away with it by being cute? Do you think you are my xiaobai? Hu Yu didn't say anything else. According to the speed of the tsunami, he would land soon. By then, he would have to face the inertia of being pushed forward by 300 meters. Whether you can break the car, that is a question. Hu Yu closed his eyes and counted silently in his heart. 5, 4. Bang. Before the count to 1 was over, the waves threw the entire wooden house out and it fell to the ground, making a sound of wood rubbing against the soil. His limbs were stuck tightly by the rosewood, and his chest and abdomen were shaking violently. Hu Yu felt like he was about to vomit what he had eaten in the evening. But there is a silver lining in this misfortune. The fixed device can withstand the inertia brought by the tsunami. At least I don't have to hit the ground with my face. It was like riding a roller coaster 10 times. When Hu Yu's face turned pale, the wooden house finally stopped. And the tsunami ends here. Bite. The strait has ended, and the night travel scoreboard has been refreshed. First place, Hu Yu, 1350 points, riding the wind and waves, plus 1,000, obtaining resources, plus 350. Act 2, Luo Jin, points, 760, remaining calm in the face of danger, 500, resources obtained, 260. Third place. The first place will be awarded with a copper treasure chest and a key *1. The second to 10th place will be awarded with an iron treasure chest and a key *1. The 11th to 100th place will be awarded with a wooden treasure chest and a key *1. It's over. It's finally over. Seeing the night move points leaderboard refreshed, Hu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight is much more exciting than last night. Not only did you get a golden treasure chest, but you also experienced a roller coaster constructed by nature. The reward is the same as last night, so it's meaningless. But there's an extra surprise. Hu Yu raised his head, huddled up and came out from behind, holding Xiao Bai, who was either frightened or asleep, and looked to the left not far away. It was a wooden house, and a white-feathered golden falcon was hovering on the roof. That was Luo Jin's base, only 3 meters away from Hu Yu's current location. As long as he wanted, he could walk into her house within the explorable area. Of course, Luo Jin can do the same thing. Noob. Hu Yu smiled at Xiao Bai, who was still sleeping, and said, "Let's go see the fairy." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down from the roof. The tsunami's impact force did not seem to exceed level E and did not cause any damage to the house, and even the wooden fence survived. Hu Yu first walked around to the door of his house and threw Xiao Bai into the house. Then he took out the crossbow and looked around to confirm that no one was heading towards the base where Luo Jin was. The commotion just now was quite loud, and Hu Yuk didn't want this girl to steal his home when he was going to look for Luo Jin. After all, there are a lot of valuable things in the house. Even if we put aside the epic iron saw, the exquisite 8 Immortals tea table and carved screen alone are wonderful items. Hu Yu, holding a crossbow, gradually approached the wooden house. From the appearance, the wooden house should be made of Wangwali wood, but he didn't know whether there was agarwood structure inside. If so, this is a hybrid cabin of the same level as my previous cabin. Hu Yu came to 1 meter outside the wooden house and found a white-feathered golden falcon standing on the roof, staring at him with a pair of green eyes, as if it would attack if he took another step. As a gentleman, Hu Yu stopped 1 meter away, lowered his crossbow to his knees, and shouted into the room, "Miss Luo, come out and chat for 5 cents." Chapter 52, The Second Gamble. Golden treasure chest? Standing outside and greeting is polite, and holding a bow and crossbow is for self-protection. Both of these behaviors are essential if you want to communicate with others in the wilderness. Hu Yu's voice echoed in the wilderness. Before Luo Jin could respond, a system prompt popped up. Bite. Warning, there are 3 minutes until midnight. Please return to the base as soon as possible. 3 minutes? This time is enough to chat about life, but if you want to make new friends, it is definitely not enough. At least not enough for Hu Yu. I won't come out, will I? The sound is like that of an oriole, light as a flying wild goose, and like a clear spring flowing through a stone stream, piercing the bones and scratching the heart. This was the first time Hu Yu heard Luo Jin's voice. Before, he could only see words. If he had heard the voice earlier, he might not have gone looking for the golden treasure chest. Before Hu Yu could speak, the voice in the room rang out again. Boss Hu Yu heard it too. The base will start moving in 3 minutes. Even if you and I want to do something or chat, we don't have time, right? With this voice and these lines, Hu Yu couldn't help but let it go even if he didn't want to have any dirty thoughts. He obviously just wanted to chat about life. Miss Luo, you are joking. Hu Yu smiled faintly and said, "This is also the first time I have met one of my kind in the wilderness, and I just wanted to communicate with them up close. Also, don't you want to exchange resources with me? In order not to waste transactions, why don't we trade face to face?" Ahem. That striptease girl named Sue doesn't count as one of us. She's so stupid that she can't be counted. Luo Jin was hiding behind the door of the cabin. When he heard Hu Yu say that, he was not moved at all. She had retrieved the shark and had separated the shark fin from the carcass. But even if she wanted to exchange the shark fin for some common resources, she would not risk going out. You have a crossbow in your hand. What should I do if you covet my body and threaten me with a crossbow to make me do something shameful? This is in the wilderness. Luo Jin would naturally not be so careless. It's easy to talk about the deal. Luo Jin was also worried that he would break into the house, so he had to try his best to delay. How about we discuss the price first, and if the price is right, we can do the deal. Good. Hu Yu's main purpose of coming here was to collect food. After hearing Luo Jin's proposal, there was no reason for him not to agree. There are 7 sharks in total, 7 pairs, and 14 shark fins. I will use 28 canned meats, or equivalent supplies in exchange. How? The price is neither high nor low. Canned meat costs 3 silver coins each, and although shark fins are rare, they are just parts of ordinary sharks, and their price is at most slightly higher than that of bear paws, which cost 5 silver coins. The price of 6 silver coins offered by Hu Yu was considered a bargain, but not too much. 56 copies. Luo Jin directly quoted a price. Good job. You learned how to bargain from the Andes at the vegetable market. You doubled the price once you quoted it. Do you think I'm the government of the late Qing dynasty? Impossible. Hu Yu immediately refused. The best I can do is give you 30 copies. 90 silver coins. That's already a lot. No. The sudden act of coquettishness caught Hu Yu off guard. Hearing this charming voice and recalling the face he had seen before, he almost dropped the crossbow in his hand. Don't act like a spoiled brat like that. This is a foul. Ahem. Hu Yu coughed twice and forcibly diverted his attention. 1 gold coin. This is my bottom price. If you agree, take out the shark fin. If not, then we don't have to talk anymore. Looks like I need to change my approach. Luo Jin frowned, knowing that if he continued to delay with the price, Hu Yu would definitely break in, and all his efforts would be in vain. She took out her pocket watch and saw that there were still 2.5 minutes to midnight. excluding the time it takes Hu Yu to enter the base. She still needs to delay for 2 minutes. Hu Yu stood outside the house, also looking at the pocket watch in his hand. 2 minutes. He must make a deal within 2 minutes, otherwise it would not be worth the risk for just a few shark fins. The air fell into silence. Okay, at the price you said. Suddenly, both of them spoke at the same time, and it was almost impossible to tell who spoke first. Hu Yu, this is so embarrassing. Why didn't I hold on a little longer? This is a gold coin. Luo Jin hid behind the door and tilted his head. Did you just say, okay? No, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. He denied it 3 times in a row. All right, let's put the price aside for now. How about we make another bet? Luo Jin didn't seem to care, because her goal of delaying time was not to make a deal. As long as the deal is done, no matter what the price is, she must meet Hu Yu. Luo Jin obviously had no confidence in a netizen who had only heard the voice and was holding a lethal weapon in his hand. So her real way of delaying time is what she just said. Gambling. Hu Yu asked back. Knowing that he didn't have enough time, he began to speak faster. Is it another gambling game where the bets can't be paid out? Of course not. Luo Jin retorted, stood up from behind the wooden door, and walked to the window, but did not show his face, only his body. Under the moonlight, Hu Yu could clearly see the shark fin in her hand. I can give you the shark fin for free, and the price can be the same as you mentioned at the beginning. 28 cans of meat are my compensation for your winnings in the previous bet. However, the transaction must be carried out tomorrow, using one transaction number. Luo Jin's voice was very flat, with a somewhat tepid feeling, and before the transaction, you must agree to this bet. Interesting. Hu Yu raised the corner of his mouth. You have to tell me what the bet is first, right? Golden treasure chest. Luo Jin uttered 4 words and threw a piece of shark fin out of the window. Let's bet on who will open the golden treasure chest first. Previously, you and I each got the silver treasure chest and the key, but you were the only one who opened it. Even if you were lucky, it may not be the case in the future. As for the bet, the loser has to promise the winner 3 things. No matter what. This portion of shark fin is my sincerity. Do you dare? Hu Yu looked at the shark fin on the ground and was stunned. What is this? You have nothing to do, so you have to give me 3 conditions, right? No, that's not right. Hu Yu quickly realized that Luo Jin was stalling for time. The shark fin fell on the ground. There was no way he wouldn't pick it up. As long as he picked it up, it meant he agreed to the bet. Once the bet is established, no matter who wins, in the random wilderness every day, it is difficult for the winner to find the loser, let alone the 3 conditions. But it's rare to find a girl who has both intelligence and beauty. Hu Yu shook his head and smiled silently. Since she was on guard against him, he would fulfill her wish this time. If she didn't want to meet him, then she wouldn't. Anyway, my pure purpose has been achieved, and I have not lost anything. What's more, I don't have enough time. As for the gambling, I will definitely win. Whether the bet can be fulfilled depends on whether Comrade Luo Jin is self-conscious enough. Okay, I promise. Snort. I will open the golden treasure chest when I get back and show you what it means to be the chosen one. Chapter 53. Unboxing. Perfect grade architectural blueprints. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked up to the shark fin and picked it up. Bite. Tianjiu fin. Excellent scientific name is shark fin. It is the most premium ingredient among shark fins. Although it tastes similar to vermicelli after being cooked, its taste is definitely extraordinary. Fine ingredients? It seems that the price I gave was indeed a bit low. The shark was underwater just now, and you couldn't recognize its specific species, nor did he know its quality, so the price was naturally calculated according to that of ordinary ingredients. He held the shark fin in his arms and glanced sideways into the window, but could only see darkness. Then, good night, Miss Luo. Good night. Luo Jin uttered 2 words, and he felt like a huge rock pressing on his chest had finally fallen off. She quietly walked to the window, half bent her knees, and looked through the window to make sure whether Hu Yu had left. During this process, she also had to ensure that Hu Yu could not see her face. Based on the experience Luo Jin had accumulated over the past 18 years, she didn't dare let Hu Yu see her face. Otherwise, something bad is bound to happen. 1 step. 2 steps. Hu Yu took 3 steps holding the shark fin and was about to reach the door of his residence when he suddenly felt someone staring at him from behind. He turned his head subconsciously and saw nothing, but Luo Jin saw it clearly. The clear light fell on the side of his face, engraving a handsome curve from the bridge of his nose to his jawbone. Coupled with the narrow eyes with built-in eyeliner, Luo Jin felt that he was about to fall. How can there be such a good-looking person in this world? Yes, Luo Jin is stunningly beautiful, but Hu Yu is not bad either. Otherwise, a certain woman named Su wouldn't have repeatedly suggested dancing that kind of folk dance that doesn't show the ethnicity. If I had known this guy would look like this, I wouldn't have kept myself to myself for a second. Luo Jean was about to open the window and say good night again, but she found that Hu Yu didn't see her and just walked back with the shark fin in his arms. Bang! The wooden door closed, and Luo Jean felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. Before she could come to her senses, the system prompt popped up. Bite. Warning. There are still 30 seconds left before the base is moved. Please return to the base as soon as possible. 30 seconds? Just unpacking the box should be enough. But you put the bluefin tuna and the swordfish into Yuan Qinghua's fish tank and put the shark fins into the warehouse. Then he took out the golden treasure chest and the golden key. Xiaobai won't eat these living things, but if the shark fins are left outside, I guess the next day you will only be able to see a few piles of feces from excellent pets. Unbox first. Hu clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and prayed to Xiaoxing. I wish you all the best. Just give me 3 or 5 epic skill books. If there are too many, 7 or 8 excellent architectural blueprints will do. After finishing the prayer, Hu half knelt in front of the golden treasure chest, inserted the key into it, and a prompt box popped up in front of him instantly. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, perfect level supplies, perfect level building blueprints, epic level weapons. You can exclude one of these options. Perfect, epic. No matter which one comes out, it is the best of the best. Just as Hu was feeling his heart beating with excitement, another system prompt popped up. Tip. Gold treasure chests and above will only give you 1 reward. A reward? Hu couldn't help but frown. Although the quality of this reward was high, if there was only 1. It's such a bummer. But it's better to have it than nothing. Eliminate the treasure chest trap. As long as they don't release those perfect grade supplies, I'll be making huge profit. After the elimination, when Hu was about to turn the key to open the treasure chest, the 3 pointers of the pocket watch coincided. It's midnight. Hu only felt a black screen before his eyes, and he passed out instantly. Plop, plop. Stop it. Hu opened his sleepy eyes and found that Xiaobai had pounced on his face again, washing his face and skin with her soft red tongue. You're here again. He picked up Xiaobai, held him in his arms and rubbed him. Look at you. You don't sleep when you should, and you disturb my sweet dreams every day. Can't you just be a lazy panda that eats, sleeps, and eats? Why do you have to be an alarm clock? Woo-woo. Xiaobai protested in a low voice and waved his limbs in the air, but he couldn't hit Hu. After a while, its stomach began to make protesting sounds. Goo. Oh, so you're hungry. You really get hungry when you wake up, and you eat when you wake up hungry. Hu carried it into his bedroom, took out a can of meat, opened it, and placed it in front of Xiaobai. It can already eat canned meat on its own. And Hu, he still has something important to do. Open the treasure chest. He remembered that he had eliminated all the options last night, and now all that was left was to turn the key. Hu carried the greedy bear and the canned meat out of his warehouse, closed the door, half knelt in front of the golden treasure chest, turned the key, and the treasure chest slowly opened. A deep purple light exploded, and his face turned a little ugly. I have tried it last time. Dark purple represents perfection. In other words, this treasure chest either contains perfect level supplies or perfect level building blueprints, and it is impossible to contain epic level skills. Why? Xiaoxing? Are you still asleep? How about I send you the little white alarm clock? Forget it. It's already open. I just hope it's not supplies. Hu stretched out his hand and sank into the deep purple light. The light instantly disappeared a lot, and he could see clearly what was lying in the treasure chest. A drawing. It's an architectural drawing. Currently, his construction level is only excellent, and the overall standard is not even up to the level of building an excellent building. Now he got a perfect architectural blueprint. This pie in the sky is too big. Hu took the blueprint from the treasure chest, and the system prompt came as expected. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect architectural blueprint. European-style castle, 1/3. Architectural blueprint. European castle physical limit plus 100, physical recovery speed plus 10/1 hour, charm plus 20. Quality additional skills, perfect wisdom increases by 0.1/day. Note, as long as you live in it, wear a tuxedo, and grind out 2 canine teeth, you will be able to live forever. Well, then a vampire will definitely come to your house as a guest, and you can become immortal if you bite him. Congratulations to Hu for becoming the first player to open the gold treasure chest. Should we announce it? Out of attributes? If physical strength represents the degree of hunger, then the physical strength recovery speed it adds represents. As long as I live in it and consume no more than 10 energy per hour, I don't need to eat. That's so boring. Isn't life all about eating, drinking, and having fun? Eating comes first. As for that quality added skill, this is the real magical skill. As long as you live in it, your intelligence will increase. If Melatonin and 6 Walnuts knew about this, wouldn't they exchange their shares for the house? But Hu looked at the suffix on the drawing and couldn't help frowning. What does this third mean? Could it be? This is just a fragment of the picture? Byte. A system prompt suddenly popped up and answered his confusion. Chapter 54, Desolate, Desolate, Desolate. Tip. There is a high probability that a partial picture will appear in the perfect level or above architectural drawings, and a very low probability that a complete picture will appear. Well, the system has come out to explain. That means I worked so hard last night and only came up with this incomplete picture? Huyu frowned, but did not give up. He sent the blueprint for advanced appraisal. Byte. Advanced appraisal. European-style castle. 1/3. Perfect level architectural blueprint. Distance from similar blueprints. What? The description came to an abrupt end, and Huyu's eyes widened suddenly. Could it be possible that this advanced appraisal can also determine the distance to the second drawing? What kind of appraisal technique is that? You might as well just change your name to Treasure Hunting Guide. The distance is too far to judge. I'll just say. Huyu looked at the supplementary description at the end and felt a little disappointed, but also a glimmer of hope. Although the advanced appraisal gave a judgment of the distance is too far, it also proved from the side that as long as you get closer to the second drawing, you can get it accurately. This is the distance. It shouldn't be less than 1,000 meters. After all, the last time the gold treasure chest was marked at 1,000 meters away. All right. Huyu stretched his body. Now that all the treasure chests had been opened, it was time to see what to eat for breakfast. Would you like to have a lobster, a half-head abalone to replenish your body, or a bowl of yellow croaker stewed noodles? This is such a hard choice. Just as he was struggling with the breakfast menu, another system prompt popped up. Byte. The settlement of various lists has been completed. Congratulations to the host for winning 155 gold coins. 5 coins for the administrator's salary, 10 coins/item for the first settlement of the epic chapter, and 20 coins/item for the first settlement of the legendary lineage. Hiss. Huyu looked at the gold coins that had arrived in his account and couldn't help but gasp. Now he had surpassed Luo Jane and topped the pet rankings. Adding the 2 scoreboards, in the newly opened Aquaman rankings, survival rankings, and silver treasure chest rankings, he would be at the top of the 13th list. That doesn't even include the epic chapters and legendary lineages. After the gold coin settlement was completed, the wealth in Huyu's hands reached 294 coins. Even if all of them were replaced with colorful scale fish, he would have enough to eat at the buffet for more than half a month. And as long as no one surpassed him on the various rankings tomorrow, he would get another 110 gold coins. This does not even include the gold treasure chest rankings and administrator salaries that will be open today. I can't believe it. I've been a social animal for most of my life, but now I can get paid for doing nothing in this wilderness. How can this be called wilderness? This is clearly paradise. But you couldn't hide the smile on his face. After receiving a huge sum of money, he immediately opened the system mall. Search, skill book. Yesterday, he only had about 100 gold coins and didn't even dare to search for such things in the mall. A colorful scaled fish alone cost 1 gold coin. God knows how much a rare item like a skill book would sell for. If you can't afford it, you might as well not watch it. But now, Hiki. Byte. Search completed. Chopping wood, trash level skill price, 10 gold coins. Hiss. You're selling a piece of junk for 10 gold coins? Are you trying to rob me? That's not right. I may not be able to make more money than you even if I rob you. Basic cooking, normal price, 50 gold coins. Huyu suddenly didn't want to read on. According to the price increase, he would probably die on the spot when he saw the advanced appraisal. But driven by curiosity, his gaze gradually moved downwards. Falcon structure, excellent price, 200 gold coins. Well, I can't afford it anymore. But fortunately, I have mastered these skills so far. But the next one. Proficient in animal language, excellent able to master the basic language of most animals, and can barely understand and communicate with them. Note, if you have mastered the language of animals, try not to enter the kitchen, especially the Cantonese kitchen. That place is like hell to you. Price, 240 gold coins. Good stuff. If I master this skill, wouldn't I be able to communicate with Xiaobai? This is better than just listening to its woohoo cry, right? He shifted his gaze towards Xiaobai, who was licking the bottom of the meat can, and instantly forgot the thought that had just come out of his mind. Forget it. If it could understand what it says, wouldn't it be pestered for food every day? He shook his head and had no intention of looking at the remaining skills. After closing the notebook, he walked to the door. The third day, the third place. I don't know where I will randomly go this time. Of course, no matter where it is, it would be best to meet Luo Jean randomly and let her witness the grand scene when I opened the gold treasure chest ranking list. I pressed my palm on the door and a system prompt popped up immediately. Open the door, you may encounter a wasteland, a wasteland, a wasteland. You can exclude one of the options. Huyu rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not seeing things. 3 options, all of them are wasteland. Is there a bug in this system? He moved his palm away, planning to try again after 8 o'clock, so he took out his pocket watch and checked the time. 7:59. There is 1 minute left before the daytime exploration begins. Even if there is a bug, the system should be able to fix it before the daytime exploration begins. Click. The hour hand moved to 8, the second hand and minute hand coincided at 12, and the movement made a slight sound. Time is up. Yu exhaled a breath of foul air and pressed his palm against the door again. Bite. Open the door, you may encounter a wasteland, a wasteland, a wasteland. You can exclude one of the options. Still the same. Could it be possible that 3 wastelands will appear at the same time? Then you're asking me to rule out a useless option? But if you stick your head out, you will be killed. It's better to go out and see what kind of wilderness it is. Anyway, I have enough resources. Not to mention that it is a wilderness outside. Even if I lie on a wooden chair, I will have enough food to eat for half a month. At worst, just treat it as a day trip in the desert. As long as the guy has a good attitude, anywhere is Bali. Yu felt relieved and was about to push the door open to go out, but he found that the wooden door could not be pushed open, and the prompt box showing the exclusion of an option was still in front of him. Well, it seems that one must be excluded. Eliminate wasteland. As soon as I thought about it, one of the 3 options flashed and disappeared, and the prompt box disappeared soon after. Yu exerted force again, and the wooden door slowly opened. As soon as he opened the door, he froze in place. This is also called desolate? Even if you say that this place was plowed by nuclear weapons, I will believe it. Yellow sand. The air was filled with yellow sand. Whether it was on the ground or in the air, there was only this thing. It seemed that if you took one more breath outside, your stomach would be filled with sand and dust. Plants? Water? Wild animals? Forget about that. You may not even find a cactus here. Can such an environment be called desolate? System, you really deserve this word. But just when Yu was about to close the door and stay in the wooden house for the day, a series of system prompts popped up, forcing him to walk out of the wooden door. Chapter 55. You can do whatever you want if you have money. Bite. Congratulations to the host for becoming the first player to grow plants. Do you want to announce it? Warning. The plants you are cultivating will die in 30 seconds if exposed to sand and dust. It is detected that you have served as a regional administrator, so the system automatically determines that you are the administrator of this area. Regional rating, D. Administrator, Yu. Administrator authority, E2/5. Number of people, 99. Manageable system, chat interface, new permissions, take photos, send pictures. Note, the number of times you serve as an administrator can increase your administrator privileges. Increased privileges can unlock new system features. A series of prompts popped up, and Yu was most concerned about the first and second ones. Plant. The mysterious seeds I planted yesterday were successful, but in this environment, the newly born plants simply can't stand it. Yu frowned, and for a moment he had no idea how to solve the problem. A yellow wind blew, and he closed the wooden door first, then stood behind the door, frowning and saying nothing. If it's just about replenishing water, it wouldn't be difficult to create a desert oasis by exchanging Yu's gold coins for mineral water. But this dusty environment is not just dry, it is also attacked by high temperatures and small debris. In this environment, it is definitely not something that can be solved simply by drinking water. What should I do? This plant has just grown, and I don't want to see it die. Why not? Asked the magical conch. Yu took out the conch from the warehouse. He always kept valuable and small items like this in the warehouse. Even though the warehouse was full last night, he didn't need to take anything out. If it was carried away by the sea, he would have no way to deal with it. Is there any way to save the plants outside? The conch shell vibrated slightly, and then a sound came out. In the back. Just 3 words, and the voice stopped abruptly. It appeared extremely abruptly and ended very suddenly. Later, Yu turned his head and looked behind him, and found that there was no one else except a half-full sloth bear who lay down to sleep. Could it be that it means further behind? But no matter how far we go, this place is all yellow sand and dusty. Is there any chance of a turnaround? Whatever, let's try it first. I can't let my precious seeds die, right? Yu pushed the door open again and took the first step against the wind and sand. Bite. Please choose a direction to explore. The back of the house is west, which happens to be facing away from the current wind direction, so it's west. West. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden house began to move, and the wooden door was shifted to the west. The wind and sand were immediately blocked by the house, but there was still a lot of yellow sand blowing from the top and sides. The reduction in wind and sand has caused the survival time of the plants in the prompt box in front of you to increase by 20 seconds. I can live a little longer. But what does the conch mean by behind? Yu is still confused. Whether facing west or east, it's all barren. Not to mention grass, even a larger sand slope can't be seen. This relatively accurate answer is a bit too abstract. It's like guessing a riddle. Just when Huyu was wondering, someone sent the first message in the chat interface of the new area. Help? Why can't I exchange water in my mall? I used a lot of materials to exchange for 2 silver coins, but why can't I buy 50 copper coins of mineral water? You are not the only one upstairs. I am the same. Not only can I not exchange mineral water, but even canned meat and some other foods cannot be exchanged. Is there something wrong with the system? Is there any big shot who can come out and explain it? Isn't the biggest boss our regional administrator? Boss who? Can you exchange some resources? Can't exchange resources? Huyu couldn't help but frown. The land in front of him was barren. If he couldn't exchange resources from the mall, wouldn't those survivors who didn't accumulate enough resources be? Let me try. Huyu uttered 4 words, opened the mall, searched for the colorful scale fish, and planned to exchange one to give it a try. It turns out that the price tag on the colorful scale fish is gray. He had never encountered such a situation before. Not only the colorful scaled fish, Huyu also tried some other edible resources and found that none of them could be exchanged. However, non-edible resources such as wood and ropes are not anomalous. This should not be a problem with the system. Huyu said to the chat interface, all edible resources cannot be exchanged, only some inedible resources are not abnormal. I guess this is caused by the external environment. Since the system randomly sent us to a barren land, it definitely doesn't want us to use the system mall to exchange food. That would be meaningless. When the news reached most people, some people who were not familiar with Huyu started to jump up and down. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Huyu, you should be the person with the most gold coins in the wilderness, right? I have some extra mineral water here. I will sell it to you for 1 gold coin per bottle. Do you want it? The guy upstairs is crazy. 1 gold coin. I have 10 gold coins here. Huyu, you can buy the one upstairs first and come back to me when you've finished drinking. Canned noodles and mineral water. Please make way for those upstairs. Large quantities, professional wholesale, only 8 gold coins per portion. Bossu, please recognize me. These people, are they probably crazy about gold coins? Huyu has a lot of gold coins, but no one knows how much more his resources are than the gold coins. Mineral water? There are about 30 bottles left. Canned meat? Well, this thing is a little less, but I'm going to eat abalone for breakfast. Why are you talking to me about canned meat? Do you recall the past and cherish the present? It seems. I have to cut a crack in your buttocks so that you can open your eyes. It just so happens that we have an additional photo and image function, so I'll let you see what it's like to eat seafood in the desert. But now the point is, seed. After Huyu came out, he discovered that the seeds he had buried yesterday had already sprouted out of the soil, but after being blown by the wind and sand, each of them seemed to have no vitality. He walked to the wooden fence, reached out and grabbed the tender leaves, and threw them out with a high-level identification. Bite. Advanced identification, mysterious seeds. No one knows what kind of plant this is until it blooms and bears fruit. But what we know now is that it will soon become a dead seedling. My goodness, can't you even tell the advanced level of identification? Huyu frowned slightly, hurried back to the house, took out 2 bottles of mineral water, unscrewed the caps, and planned to let them absorb some water first. Just as he picked up the bottle and poured water on the ground, Huyu silently muttered, "Take a picture." Snap. A soft sound was heard in my ears, and a picture of mineral water pouring onto the ground appeared in the upper right corner. It is detected that you have taken a picture. Do you want to send it to the chat interface? So thoughtful. Yes. Huyu smiled as he watched the picture appear in the chat interface and said calmly, "The mineral water you were talking about? Is this it? The one that sells for 10 gold coins. Give me 1,000 or 800 bottles, and I'll take a bath. Don't ask me why I bought expensive things, because I have money and I can do whatever I want." Chapter 56. It's really hard to refuse someone who looks like that. The crowd that was originally comparing prices fell silent instantly. Others can only send text messages. Why can you send voice and pictures? Such doubts filled the minds of all the survivors in the area, but no one asked. Because in addition to this, as the system prompt sounded, a bigger doubt emerged. Bite. Congratulations to Huyu for becoming the first player to open a gold treasure chest. The gold treasure chest ranking list is now open. After watering the seedlings, Huyu gave the system a price and sent out the announcement for the gold treasure chest. 100 bottles of mineral water, 20 cans of meat. The price was much higher than the first day. Huyu didn't know what the price was related to. Maybe it's the quality of the leaderboards you unlock or the number of days you survive in the wilderness. After the silence, the chat interface suddenly became crazy. Golden treasure chest? Am I seeing things? The announcement has already been made. How can there be any mistakes? Fuck, I haven't even opened a bronze treasure chest yet, and Mr. Who has already started opening gold treasure chests. Is there any justice in the world? How can we have fun like this? Wait a minute. Since Huyu's voice can be transmitted directly to our ears, and he can even send pictures to the chat interface, then, is it possible that he could impersonate a system announcement? Good job. Huyu looked at the message sent by the person behind him and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. What kind of imagination is this? Could it be that the child has started to have paranoia because of the excessive stimulation? Is there a psychologist? Go and check the child out. The discussion continued in the chat interface, and Huyu only watched for a while before turning his attention back to the seedlings. After all, Luo Jin was not among the group of people who spoke just now. In another desolate place, Luo Jin just pushed open the wooden door and became the administrator of the area. But just as she was about to say the first sentence in her administrator career, a system prompt sounded. Byte. Congratulations to Huyu for becoming the first player to open a gold treasure chest. The gold treasure chest ranking list is now open. Luo Jin. Confused face? What the hell is this? It's not even 8:15 yet, and this guy has already opened the golden treasure chest? Luo Jin complained, not noticing that his voice was transmitted to everyone through the chat interface. But fortunately, even if he lost the bet, he was not in the same area as me. Otherwise, if he proposed some excessive conditions. When Luo Jin thought of this, her cheeks began to turn slightly red. She placed her hands on her chin, closed her eyes, and shook her head slightly, as if she was thinking of something embarrassing. Oh, with that look, it's really hard to be rejected. The words were heard by all the survivors in the area, but Luo Jin still didn't know what had happened. I don't know if she will default on her debt. Huyu muttered, squatting down and re-examining the young seedlings after watering. 3 requests that will not be rejected. This requires careful consideration. But before that, let's save these young seedlings first. Anyway, there are not many resources in this barren land, so I can't take care of these seedlings wholeheartedly. They now have about 1.5 minutes left to survive, all of which has been increased by watering. If a bottle of mineral water can increase survival time by 1 minute, then if all the 133 bottles of mineral water in his stock were used up, it would only be enough for 2 hours. This method definitely won't work, so the only option is. Huyu turned his gaze behind him. The magical conch just now gave him a solution. It was just 3 simple words. At the back. But the scene behind doesn't look like there are resources, could it be? Huyu moved his eyes to the ground, and a bold idea popped up in his mind. Since there is nothing on the ground, could there be something underground? Don't those treasure hunting and adventure novels all say that there can be groundwater in the desert, and as long as the groundwater seeps to the surface, there will definitely be an oasis? I don't dare to ask for an oasis, but if there is groundwater, in mineral water wholesaler to know, just put the groundwater into bottles, use 5 trading privileges to sell it to the 5 richest people in the area except yourself, drain their resources, and then they can use the remaining 4 trading privileges to sell it to the next richest survivor, and so on. As for the price, it is naturally calculated according to the proportion of resources and water usage they occupy. Just calculate the amount of water used by all survivors in a day, and then measure what percentage of all survivors' resources it occupies, and set the price. In this way, the least amount of water resources can be used to exchange for the maximum amount of other resources. Why not all resources? Huyu also took into account the water owned by some people and the abundant water, but this is enough. As long as he can dig out the underground river, he can use this method to earn 70% of the resources held by all survivors except himself. This is still the least. The minimum water intake of a person per day is no more than 500 milliliters, which is the amount of a bottle of mineral water. The water resources he currently has are enough to implement this plan, but he is not planning to sell them. If a large amount of water resources is sold without developing groundwater, it may be possible to earn some other resources, but if there is an emergency situation that requires water, then he will need to spend at least 10 times, or even higher, to buy water. Huyu didn't dare to gamble. Now that the plan is set, let's take action. He poured another bottle of mineral water on the seedlings, and seeing that the survival time increased by another minute, he immediately turned around and ran into the house. Digging requires tools. It just so happened that I had a copper hoe with me last time I was growing seeds, so it can come in handy. Taking out a hoe from the bedroom, Huyu began looking for a digging point. The answer given by the conch is only the direction, not the distance, neither the horizontal distance nor the vertical distance. The limit of my exploration is 110 meters forward and 3 meters to the left and right. If I dig this road 1 meter deeper, that would be 660 cubic meters of soil. After getting the answer, Huyu felt a cramp in his wrist. Even if we pull out that sloth bear to serve as a soldier, he may not be able to finish the digging even if he doesn't eat or drink for a day. So you have to find the exact point. The best way is to drag the hoe back and forth and dig up the surface soil. You should be able to see some clues, right? Yu is a man of action. He does what he says. After giving Uncle Young's seedling a bottle of water, he started running wildly in the wilderness. Holding the copper hoe in one hand, he made a yeah gesture in front of his eyes with the other hand. Take a photo, send it, and leave a message. Are there any friends who want to run with you? You have to keep exercising every day so that you can survive in the wilderness. All the survivors had an idea in their minds. Luxury. This is a wasteland. Why don't you just lie down and save resources? Why are you running? I hope you choke to death by drinking mineral water soon. Chapter 57. Beast Attack. E-level. 1 hour later. Yu dragged the copper hoe back and forth 6 times, digging almost all the ground in his exploration area, but the digging was not very deep, only 2 or 3 centimeters at most. During this period of time, he drank 5 bottles of water and donated 60 bottles of water to Uncle Young Sprout. There were only 66 bottles of water left in the warehouse, and plastic bottles were piled on the ground outside the wooden fence. No. Yu supported his knees with his hands, gasping for air, as if he would fall to the ground if the wind blew. This is a distance of nearly 7,000 meters. Even though his physique has been strengthened and he runs very slowly, he really can't stand this sudden run. What's more, in order to solve the problem of seedlings as soon as possible, he only ate 2 cans of meat for breakfast. I didn't touch any lobster or abalone. The water now was only enough to last for another hour. Yu took 2 breaths and looked back at the yellow soil he had dug. The loess was loosened, but the layer underneath was still the same loess, except that it was yellower. Yu could not see any difference. Could it be that the behind that the conch mentioned is outside its own exploration area? If this is true, the seedlings will definitely not survive. While digging the soil, he did think of other ways, but neither transplanting the seedlings indoors nor storing them in a warehouse to avoid the wind and sand worked. Yu even looked for props to protect against sandstorms in the mall, but to no avail. In addition, the wind and sand have begun to change direction, and it is estimated that it will not be long before Yu will have to face the wind and sand again. Whenever the sandstorm came, Yu had no choice but to hide in the wooden house, and the results of the seedlings, at most they could be pulled out and put in instant noodles as vitamin supplements. There is no other way. What other way is there? Just when Yu was struggling, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Bite. There are still 10 minutes until the E-level beast attack begins. Survivors, please be prepared. Beast attack? E-level? How can animals survive in this crappy place? Yu was stunned for a moment. If it was an E-level beast attack, it couldn't be solved by Xiaobai's excrement. He glanced sideways at the seedlings, gritted his teeth, and decided not to go back to the cabin. Instead, he moved out the wooden lounge chair and sat on the wooden fence. It's just an E-level beast attack. With an excellent level crossbow and proficient shooting, it should be easy to solve. There are still 66 bottles of water. I leave 26 bottles for myself, which means there are 40 bottles left, which is equivalent to 40 minutes. After dealing with the beast attack, there are still about 20 minutes left. If you can't find a solution during this period of time, then you have no choice but to give up. But then again, Yu looked at the chat interface and asked curiously, the beast attack is about to begin. What kind of animals can emerge from this barren land? No matter what kind of creature it is, it needs water. If there are still creatures in this wasteland that can launch beast attacks, it proves that there must be a water source. There is nothing wrong with your thinking. The beast attack in the desert, could it be a rattlesnake? No way. I'm most afraid of snakes. Even if it's not a rattlesnake, you can imagine how terrifying an E-level beast attack is. The last F-level beast attack I experienced was from a big brown bear. If it's an E-level, could it be a pack of wolves? I remember there is a kind of wolf that can live in the desert, as long as it's not a snake. Yu looked at the messages in the chat interface and found that there were only a few guesses. Wolf, snake, camel, desert eagle, and some people even guessed elephant. Although these creatures may survive in a desert environment, Yu feels that these simple creatures should not appear in an E-level beast attack, and it is very likely that mutant species will appear. Yu frowned and lay on the wooden recliner to recover his strength, preparing for the beast attack in 10 minutes. Bite. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the system prompt arrived as expected. E-level beast attack begins. Survivors, please be prepared. As soon as the system prompt ended, Yu felt the ground shaking. It seems as if something is about to break out of the ground. He hurriedly put away the recliner, sprinkled a bottle of water on the seedlings, and looked at the ground with extreme vigilance. Yellow sand. The yellow sand jumped up from the ground. It was because the ground was shaking. It wasn't an illusion just now. The ground was indeed shaking, and it must be related to the beast attack. Could it be an elephant? But looking around, not to mention an elephant, there wasn't even a single tusk to be seen. If the elephants were still outside who used sight and could produce such tremors, there was no telling how many of them there were. Just as he was guessing the type of creature that attacked, a useful message appeared in the chat interface. It's a lizard. A sand lizard. It's so big. How can there be such a big lizard? Are the two of you upstairs acting? As a biologist, I can tell you responsibly that the body length of a sand lizard will not exceed 70 millimeters. Even the very large ones are only a. Damn, what the hell is that? Why does it look exactly like a sand lizard? This slap in the face comes so quickly. The corner of Huyu's mouth twitched. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. The E-level beast attack did produce mutant species. Everyone encountered sand lizards, so the noise on their side was most likely caused by sand lizards. Is the biologist here? Huyu asked in the chat interface. A bottle of water in exchange for all the information of the sand lizard. Would you like to do it? Change. The biologist quickly sent the message, followed by many others who wanted to impersonate him. Huyu smiled, took out his notebook, opened the mall page, entered the person's name, and initiated a transaction request. Looking at the transaction page, Huyu suddenly remembered something. By the way, the shark fins from Luo Jin haven't been traded yet. After dealing with the beast attack, I'll send her a trade request. For lunch, have a simple dish of shark fin, abalone, bear paw, lobster, and stewed noodles. This is the peculiarity of instant noodles. You can add any ingredients into the noodles, and they will taste like instant noodles after they are soaked, except for the different taste. I just don't know what the texture of the sand lizard's meat is like. Otherwise, it would be great to stew it in a pot. Bite. The other party has accepted your transaction request. Do you want to start the transaction? Yes. But you put a bottle of mineral water on it and clicked confirm. Soon the other party also clicked confirm, and a series of messages appeared in the system prompt box. Sand lizard. There are a total of 38 known species in the same genus, most of which are rare species. They are good at digging holes and live in holes all year round. They do not need to drink water and can replenish water by preying on ants, insects, or a series of smaller creatures. Usually the size is between 50 millimeters and 60 millimeters, but due to its small size, it has no edible value. The first part is quite serious, but the last sentence. Scholar, you were trying hard to save your dignity. But you looked down at the still shaking ground and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How big would a creature that is usually only 5 or 6 centimeters in size be after mutation? Sudden, a big hole appeared in the yellow earth in front of Huyu, and a giant creature drilled out directly from the ground. Could this be a sand lizard? Chapter 58, Hungry Sand Lizard. Feed online. 5 or 6 centimeters. How could the thing in front of me be longer than 5 meters? It was even almost as big as Xiaojin. In front of it, Huyu was at most a slightly larger mouse. As long as it wanted, it could just open its mouth and swallow him directly into its stomach. Maybe you don't even need to chew. What to do? What to do? Huyu's brain was spinning rapidly, and he went through all the possible solutions in his mind, but the final result was, there is no way. Crossbow? The crossbow arrows might hurt the sand lizard, but it would be fine if one arrow could kill such a large creature. But if one arrow failed to kill it? Huyu just felt that he was not dying fast enough. The sand lizard in berserk mode is probably many times more terrifying than it is now. Run away? The sand lizard is blocking the front of the exploration area. Do you want to slide over and cut open its belly? A certain Siberian tiger calls himself an expert. Hiss. Just as Huyu was thinking, the sand lizard crawled down from above, staring at him with a pair of egg-sized brown-green eyes, and slowly protruded from its mouth a long light red tongue. He is about 6 or 7 meters tall, and his standing height is more than 1 meter. Although his legs are quite short, when he raises his head, he is able to look Huyu at eye level. Huyu tilted his head, a little curious. Brother Sand Lizard, did you learn this move from your Uncle Snake? It seems that your bloodline is not pure. The man and the lizard stared at each other, just as the sand lizard raised its front legs and was about to take a step forward. The wooden door opened. A sloth bear rubbed its eyes, slowly walked out of the wooden house, ran directly to Huyu's feet, hugged his thighs with both hands, and whimpered. When Huyu saw this posture, he knew that this guy wanted someone to hold him. But now is the time to hug the bear. Huyu ignored Xiaobai at his feet, and instead took out a crossbow from behind him, put it on his arm, and aimed the arrow with a cold glow at the sand lizard's eyes. Animals have very sensitive senses, especially when weapons are pointed at their vital points. He didn't dare to shoot the sand lizard and risk it going berserk, but that didn't mean he couldn't threaten the sand lizard with a crossbow. Now, Huyu can only pray that the sand lizard will give up. Woo-woo. Xiaobai was not picked up as usual, and he couldn't help but act like a spoiled child. He just lay on the ground, closed his eyes and started rolling around, looking like he was about to cry, make a fuss, and even commit suicide. At this time, the sand lizard lowered its hind legs that had just been raised. The sole of the foot landed in its original footprint. Brother Sand Lizard. Huyu smiled awkwardly. Look, I'm still busy coaxing the children here, so I don't have time to greet you. How about, come again next time? Both Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai have shown the ability to understand human language, and Huyu hopes that this sand lizard is no exception. But after about a minute, Huyu's arm holding the crossbow felt a little sore, but the sand lizard was still standing there, neither advancing nor retreating. Xiao Bai stopped rolling around and instead hugged his thighs, rubbing his face against them, showing his characteristic of being a naughty bear. How about trying food? An idea popped up in Huyu's mind. He switched the crossbow to his left hand, took out a can of meat from the warehouse with his right hand, opened it, and threw it at the sand lizard. Of course, he was aiming at the ground in front of the sand lizard. Otherwise, if the can of meat hit it, it would go berserk in anger and there would be nothing he could do. The can fell to the ground, and the aroma of meat wafted into the sand lizard's throat. It lowered its head, sniffed carefully, then suddenly opened its mouth, stuck out its tongue, and rolled the can into its mouth. Good man, you even ate the canned food. Are you that hungry? If your stomach or intestines are cut, don't blame me. The sand lizard closed its mouth and looked around with its pupils, as if it was weighing something. Is it not enough? Yes, considering the size, if you don't eat 100 or 80 cans of meat in one meal, it is equivalent to losing weight. But if I want to feed it completely, I might not be able to keep the food in my warehouse. Try again. For the sake of his own life, Huyu took out another can of meat and threw it at the sand lizard. Just like last time, the sand lizard lowered its head, opened its mouth, rolled up its tongue, and swallowed, all in one go. The second can of meat was thrown out, the sand lizard was still standing there, and at this time someone started speaking in the chat interface. I found it. I found it. It seems that as long as I feed the sand lizards, I won't be attacked. What the guy above said is nonsense. I've thrown 5 cans of meat in it, but it won't leave. Could it be that they want us to feed them until the beast attack is over? You might as well eat me. I don't have many resources to begin with, and there's no way I can find any in this wasteland. Now I have to feed the lizards. Are you kidding me? Feed until the time is up? Even if one can is fed every minute, the beast attack will basically last for half an hour. How many of you can stand it? Huyu's brows gradually relaxed. It would be great if that was true. It's just food. He has plenty of canned meat. No matter if others can afford it or not, he has plenty of resources anyway. Just as he was about to feed the lizard with canned meat in his left hand and feed the seedlings with mineral water in his right hand, Xiao Bai got angry. Seeing that its master didn't hug it, but used its own food to feed the slutty bitch outside, it stood up from the ground with its hands on its hips. Less than 1 meter tall, it raised its head, glared at the sand lizard, and roared, "Ah, holy shit." Huyu was startled and the mineral water and canned meat in his hands fell to the ground. He immediately picked up Xiao Bai and used a crossbow to intimidate the sand lizard. Yes, you are an iron-eating beast, but you are a degenerated iron-eating beast. You can only make a living by being cute now. Do you think you are still in the Chiyu era? Why bother with this sand lizard? It's just canned meat anyway, just give it to it. Huyu complained in his heart, but to be honest, he didn't have the heart to teach the cute thing in his arms a lesson, so he could only hold the crossbow and smile at the sand lizard. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, big brother sand lizard, you continue. Before he could finish his words, Huyu suddenly froze in place. The sand lizard was seen trembling all over, as if it had encountered something terrifying. It took 3 steps back, and after making sure there was no danger, it swung its tail, turned around, and ran away. You know what? Its 4 legs look short, but it runs really fast. Xiao Bai made a disdainful sound, as if to say that it was the one that ran fast. That's enough. Seeing that the danger was over, Huyu slammed his head on Little White's head and said, "Little guy, you are lucky this time, but next time don't show your teeth to something bigger than you. Otherwise, I'll feed you out." Woo-woo. Xiao Bai whined in grievance, turned around and threw himself into Huyu's arms, but unfortunately his front legs were too short, so he could only crawl on his chest and couldn't hug him. Okay, I'm still feeling wronged. Huyu squatted down, opened the can of meat that had not been opened yet, and handed it to Xiao Bai in his arms. Here, eat it. Don't be angry after eating. Xiao Bai shouted excitedly, jumped out of his arms, holding the can in one hand and scooping out the minced meat with the other, eating with great pleasure. As for Huyu, when he squatted down just now, he saw something in the pit where the sand lizard jumped out. If it's that thing, maybe it can really save the seedlings. Chapter 59, Survivors from 200 years ago? A mineral water bottle. Under the scorching sun, the clear liquid in the plastic reflected waves of light. Huyu walked slowly closer, looked down at the water bottle in the pit, and felt indescribably excited. If this is the solution that the conch mentioned, then it has only one identity. Unlimited mineral water bottles on a certain website. The liquid inside is almost infinite. As long as he unscrews the bottle cap, he will have unlimited fresh water resources. If this is true, he will be the first and only business in the wilderness that can provide a stable supply of fresh water. Such profits are so huge that no one can imagine. But Puyu reached out, fished the mineral water bottle out of the pit, and threw an identification spell over it. Bite. Advanced identification, a bottle of mineral water that couldn't be more ordinary. Note, to be honest, I don't know why you would cast the identify spell on an unopened bottle of mineral water, which makes me have to consider whether to add consumption conditions to the identify spell. Puyu? No. Since this is not the kind of unlimited mineral water, why is it called a solution by conch? Could it be that this is also within the range of relatively accurate answers? No. Wrong. There must be something underneath this. Puyu frowned, unscrewed the bottle of mineral water, and drank it directly from his mouth. But just as the liquid entered his mouth, he noticed something was wrong. This taste seems a bit astringent. In the past 3 days, he didn't know how much mineral water produced by the system he had drunk, but whether it tasted after boiling or when drunk directly, it was much better than this. If compared, he would rather believe that the bottle in his hand was expired. But can mineral water expire? Anyway, Puyu himself has never encountered it. He moved his eyes to the water bottle in his hand and found that like most water bottles, it had a production date and expiration date printed on the neck of the bottle. The mineral water produced by the system is printed with today's date, but this bottle. October 29th, 1821. 200 years. Was there mineral water 200 years ago, asshole? Puyu frowned and quickly spat out the water in his mouth. Who is so immoral? He would have thrown away water bottles 200 years ago. What will happen if he grows up? After saying this, Puyu was stunned. In the real world, there were indeed no mineral water production lines 200 years ago, but this is not necessarily the case in the wilderness. There is a system here, which means everything is possible. But even if there are systemic factors, the mineral water would not appear in this place for no reason, unless 200 years ago, someone had come to this wasteland and buried a bottle of mineral water here. Puyu couldn't help but feel horrified when he thought of this. If it is really as I thought, then when I am in a random place in the wilderness, will I be randomly found together with those predecessors? As soon as this thought came to mind, Puyu shook his head. Wrong. If predecessors really exist, then what about those lists that I opened? The system announcement said that he was the first player to open it. It couldn't be that those predecessors hadn't even opened a wooden box in 200 years, right? Puyu frowned and pondered, but he couldn't figure out the meaning of this bottle of mineral water. But out of trust in the conch, he still poured the remaining mineral water on the seedlings. This water is not drinkable, so why not use it to water the flowers? The mineral water from 1821 is more precious than the Lafite from 1982. It's a bargain for you, young seedling. Seedling? Once the liquid soaked into the sand, the seedling's viability time increased by another minute. Alas, it seems that even the mineral water from 1821 can't save you, young man. Puyu sighed and focused his attention back on the pit. Since this bottle of water is not the answer to the conch, there must be something underneath. Done. Even if I dig up canned meat from 1821, I can use it to mine for stone. Of course, if I can dig up a lot of mineral water, that's fine too. At least the seedlings are protected. Puyu carried a copper hoe, jumped directly into the pit, and dug a hole in the direction where the mineral water was unearthed. After digging in the shovel, there was neither canned meat nor mineral water as expected, but a pocket watch. The texture, size, and even style of the pocket watch are exactly the same as the one in Huyu's arms. Goosebumps appeared all over my body again. If mineral water cannot provide concrete evidence of the existence of the predecessors, then this pocket watch is the ironclad proof. Huyu bent down and picked up the pocket watch. The hoe strike just now did not hurt it, but instead scratched it from the side. He pressed the button on the top of the pocket watch, and the cover popped open instantly without a trace of aging, and the 3 needles inside also moved accordingly. The only difference was a piece of paper. A piece of white paper was folded into a small square and placed on the surface. The moment Huyu opened the pocket watch, it fell into the pit. Huyu bent down again, picked up the piece of white paper, slowly spread it out, and looked at the words on it. His expression became more and more uglier. Hello, lucky guy. If you pick up this pocket watch, it means that I am dead, and I, like you, am also a chosen person participating in this so-called survival game. Haha, if this is really a game. I don't know how many resources you have now, but there are 3 things I must tell you. Accumulate, accumulate, accumulate again. Don't think you have enough resources, and don't think you only need enough to eat and drink. This is the opinion of someone who has experienced it. What I am going to tell you next is related to this accumulation. The essence of this world is actually seeking. The black word stopped abruptly. Huyu was confused. The last word seemed to be half-written. As for what it was, save Bulgo go. I can't guess it at all. Senior, if you want to spoil the story, just spoil the whole thing, okay? My grandma once said that if you finish your sentence halfway, your tongue will get rotten. Who knows? The fate of the dog who breaks the chapter will be even worse. Oh, that's not right. This dog who cuts off the chapter seems to have really died. See, I told you not to cut off the chapter casually. Who you complained in his heart, then frowned and put the pocket watch into his arms. The sound of two pocket watches colliding seemed something was wrong. He hurriedly took out the two pocket watches at the same time, and only after comparing them did he discover that the materials of the two pocket watches were completely different. My piece is obviously made of silver, but the one I picked up, it also looks silver, but is harder and brighter in color, especially in the sun, when a layer of colorful light appears inside. As for the specific material, Puyu himself couldn't tell, but it felt very high-end anyway. Could it be that this pocket watch is the key to saving the seedlings? Puyu thought about it and climbed out of the pit, threw the pocket watch into the pile of dirt, and watching the time decreasing second by second, he couldn't help but slap himself lightly. What are you thinking about? Even though this world is wonderful enough, it cannot violate the basic law. After he finished, he turned around and jumped back into the pit, ready to continue digging. But he didn't notice that the pocket watch in the pile of soil was emitting a strange, colorful light, wrapping all the seedlings inside. And when the colorful light flashed and disappeared, the time above the seedlings began to decrease again. Chapter 60, Notebook from 200 years ago. Warehouse, here I come. Puyu jumped back into the pit, and just as he swung the hoe to dig the soil, he discovered a problem. There is something brown under my feet. It's only less than 20 centimeters away from where the pocket watch was just unearthed. Now that I have a pocket watch, could this thing be? A bold idea popped into his mind. Puyu put the hoe aside, stood on the other side of the pit, squatted down, and swept away the soil. He found that what he had thought of was underneath. Notebook. A notebook that can open the chat interface, various rankings, the mall, and the warehouse. It's rich. It's really rich now. Maybe something that can save the seedlings is stored in this notebook's warehouse. The pocket watch is more advanced than mine, so this notebook must not be much worse. Puyu felt his heart beating like a deer and slowly turned the title page. The title page has a detailed map of a person's base printed on it. Just based on this, we can know how far the senior has gone in the wilderness. When he opened the first page, Puyu was stunned. A building resembling a ship's hull appears on the pages of the book. It is impossible to tell what material it is made of, nor is its exact proportions. Judging from its appearance alone, it is no different from most ships. But the boat is full of holes all around, the kind that if you take it to a scrap metal recycling station, the boss will have to ask, is it okay to give it a 50% discount? That's it. A ship? Puyu frowned. Could it be that our class has thatched huts, while their class has broken wooden boats? Feeling doubtful, he clicked on the upgrade button. Bite. It has been detected that the base, the Midgard Python-type floating carrier, Myth, is in a highly damaged state and cannot be upgraded. Please try again after repairing. Hiss. Puyu took a breath and felt his hands holding the pages of the book shaking. God. Mythical base. This is not just a small broken ship. It's clearly an interstellar battleship. Even if it is severely damaged, even if the scrap metal collector offers a 50% discount on it, it would still be a huge sum of money. Since the bases are all mythical level, then the things in the warehouse. Puyu felt like he didn't win the lottery, but rather got all the lottery winning numbers for the next 10 years. I guess only those nouveau riche who become rich overnight can experience this feeling. My mind is full of extravagant ideas, all of which I have thought about for a long time, but had no money or time to do, and now they are within reach. With excitement in his heart, Puyu turned to the second page. This page stores various drawings. Apart from anything else, there should be quite a few buildings here. What the hell is this? Before Puyu could complete his vision of a beautiful future, he looked at the pages of the book in front of him and instantly felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell. Empty. There is nothing else written on it except the two words, drawings. Cull. Puyu let out a long sigh, freed one hand, and breathed from top to bottom. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. The senior really wouldn't leave any drawings behind. After all, if the materials are available, the drawings will definitely be used as soon as possible. If the materials cannot even be collected by my predecessors, then there is no point in leaving the drawings to me. Calm down. The next page is the chat interface. It's a good time to see what the big guys are talking about in their world. After adjusting his mindset, Puyu turned another page. Chat interface. There are also a series of words such as administrator on it, and it is the same chat interface as Puyu, who is also an administrator. But his is in front of him, while this is in writing. Regional rating. A-level world S region. Administrator asterisk asterisk. Administrator authority A 987/1000. Number of people 0. Manageable system. Chat interface. Take photos, send pictures, video communication, cross-zone private chat, resource read envelopes, fixed point transmission. Puyu was stunned by the series of messages. But what is that A-level world S area? Isn't there only 1D area given in my notebook? The administrator privileges are normal. It seems that one needs to serve as an administrator at least 1,000 times to have the privileges of an S-level administrator. I don't know if S-level is the highest level. Have to say, this management system is a bit too outrageous. In fact, the permissions before the resource read envelope are all fine. The key point is the fixed point transmission. If I could master this authority and meet that group of incense burners again, Comrade, are you there? Open the door and send warmth. You're welcome. I'm just using the mothership's main gun to warm up your cold little house. Judging from the number of people, these so-called predecessors should have all died. It seems that there is no way to find someone to ask for advice. Puyu shook his head and turned to the next page. The mall still has the same interface, and the warehouse is at the bottom of this page. When he first opened the mall page, the warehouse interface did not appear because there were no resources. The first time he discovered that there was a warehouse in the notebook was after he created the mutant iron saw. From then on, Puyu knew that there was a space hidden in the notebook for storing items. If you want to deposit or withdraw funds, you just need to simply recite it in your mind. But this notebook is different. The warehouse is displayed openly on the mall page. Just click it, and you can see what's inside. Here it comes. The biggest gain is here. Puyu reached out and clicked on the warehouse, and the page of the book suddenly changed. The word warehouse instantly replaced the word mall and appeared at the top of the page. And below, like an old eunuch, nothing. How so? Puyu was stunned. Not to mention a bottle of mineral water, there wasn't even a piece of wood or a rope. The warehouse was empty. Even if a mouse came, it would probably shed tears and leave with a few pieces of mouse shit. Impossible. If there was nothing, why did the bastard leave behind a notebook and a pocket watch? I was calling you senior earlier, but when I found out there was nothing in the warehouse, I changed my address to dog. We Chinese have always been upright. Something is wrong. Puyu exited the mall page, his heartbeat returned to normal, his hands stopped shaking, and his thoughts became clearer. Pocket watch, notebook, everyone in the area is dead. So, can this be a tomb? Thinking of this, Puyu threw the notebook to the ground, clasped his hands together and bowed. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. I didn't mean to bother you. It's all because of that sand lizard that somehow got out of your grave. It's none of my business. In this way, I will immediately return the pocket watch to you, big brother, and you will forgive me this time. The tomb raiders and the like, just take a look. If we ordinary people really come across a tomb, we should bow down to it. It is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. Just as Puyu finished apologizing and was about to go back to get the watch, a voice came from the notebook. Bite. No products related to don't be surprised. This time were found. Is the product you were searching for weasel coat? TSK, this mall is more advanced than mine. It even allows voice input. Puyu complained and said tentatively, little guy, can you help me find something to save the seedlings in the wasteland? Querying, please wait. Chapter 61 VIP Mall. The biggest gain in the wilderness. I actually started looking for it. I can't find it in my mall, so is it possible that I can find it in yours? Puyu smiled faintly and was about to climb out of the pit. Just as he stepped forward, the sound of the notebook came out. Search ended. A total of 172 items were found. Puyu. What the hell? Puyu was stunned. He looked at the dazzling array of products listed on the notebook and stood there in a daze. What is this? Is there any difference between the trial version and the VIP version? Why can't I find anything when I search my own notebook, but yours? Wow, more than 170 kinds. If I used one a day, it would take me half a year. Could it be because? Puyu looked at the notebook in front of him and suddenly understood why this situation occurred. The goods in the mall are all items that players have obtained in the wilderness. They are not in my notebook because no player has found similar items at this stage. The goods in this mall should all have been obtained by the group of predecessors 200 years ago. If this is the idea, then everything will make sense. The corners of Huyu's mouth began to rise. If it was really as he thought, then this would be his biggest gain this time. No, this can be said to be the biggest gain since entering the wilderness. It even exceeds the sum of Xiao Jin, Xiao Bai, and even all the props added together. Warning, the seedling will die in 10 seconds. Seeing the system prompt, Puyu hurriedly climbed out of the pit. I was so lost in shopping at the mall that I almost forgot there were seedlings waiting for me to save. Puyu dug out of the pit, took out a bottle of mineral water, tucked the notebook under his armpit, unscrewed the bottle cap, and sprinkled it on. Clear water dripped onto the young leaves of the seedlings, slid into the soil, and when it reached the roots, the colorful light flashed again. Unfortunately, Puyu still couldn't see it this time. He was busy looking at the products displayed on his notebook, so how could he have the time to look at the seedlings? Even if the colorful light flashed past his eyes, in his eyes, it was just the light and shadow effect produced by the reflection of sunlight in the desert. Elf tears. You're selling a drop of salt water for 10 gold coins. Are you trying to rob me? Puyu looked at the merchandise in front of him and kept complaining. Unicorn blood, 30 gold coins? Ahem, it's not that I can't afford it, I just love animals. No buying, no killing. Highly concentrated seedling protection liquid, 50 gold coins. Isn't it a bit too exaggerated to say that you have transformed from a Western fantasy product to a technological product? Xianling elixir. The world level is too low to be purchased? Well, the immortal cultivation products are here, but why can't I buy them? Puyu tilted his head and looked through the 20 or so items in front of him, and found one thing. Not only the products of cultivation, but also a small number of Western fantasy products and technological products cannot be purchased, and the suffix is world level is too low. Could it be that, before the regional level, there really was a world level? Then why is it that my administrator interface only records the regional level, but not the world level? Forget it. Never mind. Puyu finally exchanged for the elf tier listed first. This item worth 10 gold coins is actually the cheapest among these products. Bite. Successfully purchased item. Elf tiers, excellent. Gold coins minus 10. Remaining currency. 284 gold, 0 silver, 0 bronze. After the purchase was successful, Puyu directly transferred it out of the warehouse. A drop of crystal clear liquid with colorful light inside appeared on the palm of my hand. After it was taken out, it emitted a faint fragrance. As expected of a legendary creature, even its tears are fragrant. If you meet one, you must beat it until it cries. Apart from anything else, just collecting its tears and selling them to the system will earn you a lot of money. Before offering tribute to Master Young Seedling, Puyu used the identification technique to the tears in his palm. Advanced appraisal. Elf tears, excellent after use. It can revive the vitality of plants and keep them full of vitality for a period of time. Note, since the tear glands of elves are not well developed, the number of tears is even rarer than the elves themselves, so I recommend washing your hands with onion juice before beating them. Puyu's mouth twitched. Facing the sudden viciousness of the advanced identification technique, he felt a little at a loss. When he turned around and was about to use elf tears on the seedlings, he was suddenly stunned. Seedling. No, it can no longer be called a seedling. Garlic sprouts as tall as Huyu's calves replaced the young seedlings, and their lush green color made his eyes turn green. Garlic sprouts. The garlic sprouts are so tall. The garlic below must have grown a long time ago. Then, are these tears still useful? No, now is not the time to think about tears, but where on earth did this bunch of garlic sprouts come from? I remember that 2 or 3 minutes ago, the seedlings were only a few centimeters tall at most. Even if we tried to force them to grow, they wouldn't have grown this tall. Let's try some identification first. What if I'm hallucinating? Bite. Advanced identification, mature garlic sprouts. Excellent, a food ingredient that has been artificially ripened. Note, the food ripened by a special metal has a slightly lower quality due to its greatly shortened growth cycle. Special metals? What special metals are there in my land? Could it be that? Pocket watch. Puyu immediately took the pocket watch out of the soil and performed an identification technique. I was so busy saving the seedlings that I completely forgot to use the identification technique on the pocket watch. Advanced appraisal, intelligence. Puyu rolled his eyes, saw the first 2 words, and simply ignored the rest of the lines. Yes, if the garlic was really ripened by the pocket watch, then such a high-end thing must not be something I can identify now. So, welcome the harvest. Puyu put the pocket watch carefully into his arms, put the elf tears back into the warehouse, pressed the garlic sprouts with his right hand, and a prompt box popped up in front of him. Bite. Found garlic sprouts, excellent. Asterisk 10, garlic, excellent. Asterisk 10, do you want to collect them? Yes. With a flash of white light, all the garlic sprouts and garlic were sent to the warehouse. If this place was not a desert, Puyu's first thing would definitely be to process the harvested garlic and replant it in the ground. But since it is a desert, the first thing to do is, garlic lobster, here I come. As for the second and third things, Puyu had already thought about it. Since lunch was garlic lobster, then dinner would be garlic abalone, and midnight snacks. Some garlic scallops would be fine. After all, we can't be too picky about food. We should eat whatever is available, right? It's a pity to waste these raw materials. If they were used to cook a seafood hot pot, it would be perfect. Wait a minute. Maybe things will turn around. But before trying to explore the possibilities of desert hot pot, you still had one thing to do. System, give me another 500 bottles of mineral water, and you can announce the news of my planting. Unable to trade. 400. I didn't even say 499. I gave you enough face. Unable to. 350. That's my bottom price. Make a deal. A flash of white light appeared, and 350 bottles of mineral water appeared directly around Yu, with the water light reflecting on his face. So the question is, what can 350 bottles of mineral water do? Should I take a hot bath, cook hot pot, or sell water to those guys? Why not? Let's all go together. Anyway, the water after taking a bath is still warm, and the water after cooking hot pot still has a smell. These two kinds of water can even be sold at a higher price. Only, I hope I can get some stuff for cooking hot pot in the VIP mall. This is the turning point that you thought of, and it is also the only chance. Chapter 62 come out. Seafood mushroom soup pot. Bite. Congratulations to Yu for becoming the first player to grow plants. The planting ranking list is now open. When the news came out, the people in the desert were stunned. Did you see the announcement that just came out? I really want to say I didn't see it, but my eyes won't lie to me. It's a mirage. It must be a mirage. We are experiencing a collective hallucination. Yes, I agree with the above. It's okay in other places. But how can he grow plants in the desert? Yu, holding garlic.jpg, please upgrade to the latest version of the mobile client to view. As soon as the picture came out, the chat interface suddenly fell silent. There are pictures and the truth behind this. It can't be a collective hallucination, right? While those argumentative people were still thinking about what reasons to use to argue, Yu opened the mall for the VIP version of the notebook. After the last test, Yu knew that this mall contained a large number of things that he had not unlocked, and things like Malatang definitely existed. Unfortunately, I can't exchange the blueprints. No matter what level of blueprint it is, it cannot be exchanged here. I just don't know if it can transcend the system's barriers and buy edible resources from it. Yu did not search for hot pot base because all his ingredients except bear paws were seafood. These ingredients are only suitable for making clear soup, and it would be best if you add some fungi. Now we have the iron pot and water. All we need is the mushrooms and some seasonings. Search, edible fungi. Querying, please wait. Search completed. A total of 3,528 items found. Wow, so many? Even if you eat 10 kinds of food a day, it will take a year. Yu casually ordered a portion of shiitake mushrooms, a common fungus that only cost 1 copper coin. Bite. Successfully purchased item, shiitake mushroom, common, copper coin -1. Hiss. Success. It seems that garlic recipes will have to wait a little longer. Long live hot pot. Even if it's clear soup. Yu looked at the extra mushroom in the warehouse and instantly became full of energy. Since food can be purchased, can't seasonings be purchased as well? Soon, Yu spent about 2 gold coins. He bought all kinds of things like sesame oil, oyster sauce, sesame paste, etc., and used the remaining money to buy a lot of mushrooms and necessary cooking tools. However, he didn't dare to try some fungi he had never heard of. I only bought some familiar things, such as morels, king oyster mushrooms, black pine mushrooms, black and white truffles. Everything else is fine, except that the black and white truffles are a little expensive. White truffle, a fine food ingredient, cost Yu 30 silver coins for 500 grams, while black truffle, also a truffle, only cost 10 silver coins for the same weight. After everything was ready, Yu started to boil water in a big iron pot, and by the way, turn on the photo mode. Friends, you are watching a food program with pictures. Today we prepare a luxurious seafood hot pot for you. Yu took a photo of the 10 empty bottles of mineral water in the iron pot and sent it to the chat interface. The water has started to boil. Since today's theme is seafood, we did not choose the traditional red-flavored pot base, but a mushroom soup pot. We are going to prepare some mushrooms and put them in the pot to cook. Remember, you must pay attention to the heat. Medium or low heat is best. Help! There's a sand lizard in front of me, and this beast is cooking hot pot. Stop talking. I have no more food to feed the sand lizard. I suspect this guy will soon twist me into a hot pot. Huh? Why don't boss who have any sand lizards? He's already cooking hot pot? Could it be that he's going to cook sand lizards in an iron pot? Yu's mouth twisted. Sand lizard? It's just an appetizer. Here they come. The crooked mouth party is always here. This building is crooked so fast. Yu couldn't help but frown. As a foodie who had been aspiring to eat all over the world since he was a child, he didn't want to be interrupted by other things while sharing delicious food. Watching the chat interface gradually drifting away from his live broadcast, he took another photo, which showed the kitchen knife facing the white truffles and a group of fungi. The kitchen knife was just purchased. It is an ordinary grade weapon. I bought it when I bought the seasonings. Okay, now what we see are the ingredients for this mushroom soup pot. Who you said with a smile. Oda Nakachi. That's white truffles. Such good quality. I've never seen it, even when I was the head chef at Matari Samsung. Huzang. Sell it to me. Sell it to me. Wait. What are you going to do with that kitchen knife? You're not going to. Bang. A new photo appeared in the chat interface. Knife cutting mushrooms.jpg. Most of the fungi, including the two kinds of truffles, were cut into small pieces, especially the truffles that only had fragrance but no taste, which were almost reduced to crumbs. In fact, the delicious thing about white truffles is their fragrance. The taste is simply unmatched by other fungi. So if you want to use it to make soup, it is better to cut it into small pieces. But there is a drawback. It is very difficult to avoid being discovered that truffles have been added. But Huyu doesn't care. He held a bunch of mushrooms and threw them all into the pot. He started stirring the pot with an iron spoon and took a photo and sent it to the chat interface. Many mushrooms into the pot.jpg. Okay, now let's start cooking the soup base. Thanks to the truffles, the soup base already has a fresh aroma. Oda Nakachi, Baka, you are wasting natural resources, don't you know that? You bastard. Truffles are such a good thing, but you used them to make a pot base. Now I want to know what seafood he is talking about. What else could it be? Isn't it just lobsters and abalone? What's so special about it? By the way, don't you want to know where he got all these things from? It's only the third day. How could he collect all these things? As for the last question, Huyu had to fool around himself. Otherwise, I can't tell them that I picked up a notebook from a predecessor who lived 200 years ago, right? Huyu has only one answer to this. It's none of your business. After these 4 words came out, the chat interface was silent for a while. Bite. The E-level Beast Raid has ended. The system will distribute rewards based on the ranking on the Beast Raid scoreboard. It's over? Huyu was stirring the clear soup and was about to take out the lobster and abalone to choose from and take a photo when the system prompt came. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first on the Beast Raid scoreboard. He will receive 1 silver treasure chest and 1 silver key. The top 10 players will receive 1 copper treasure chest and 1 copper key. The first 100 players will receive 1 iron treasure chest and 1 iron key. Upgraded. In the last F-rank Beast Raid, I only got a bronze treasure chest when I was ranked first, but now it's a silver treasure chest. Not only myself, but also the rewards for survivors ranked lower have been increased. It seems that as the level of the beast attack increases, the rewards of this system will also increase. Not bad, not bad. Bang. After the announcement, a silver treasure chest with a key in it fell to the ground, waiting for its owner's favor. Speaking of which, it seems that the bronze treasure chest I obtained through the Beast Raid ranking yesterday has not been opened yet. Now that many people have obtained the bronze treasure box, wouldn't it be easy for me to lose my ranking in the bronze treasure box? No. I have to check the leaderboard. That's 10 gold coins. Huyu opened his notebook and found the page of the bronze treasure chest rankings and discovered that he had indeed dropped from first to second. The one who snatched the title from him was none other than Oda Nakachi from last time. Hey, you little guy who seems to be living a good life. Do you think it's fun to compete with me for the first place every day? Etc. Oda Nakachi? I seem to have seen this name somewhere. Huyu moved his eyes upwards and looked at the chat interface. The name Oda Nakachi was just hanging not far above it. Well, it turns out you are under my control. You just scolded me. If I don't punish you, I'm afraid you don't know why our great China is your fatherland. Chapter 63. Women? They will only affect my speed in cutting vegetables. Huyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but he didn't do anything like using a silencing spell. After all, even if this guy is given a mute package, it won't change his ranking on the leaderboard, right? Especially now. The number of bronze treasure chests has increased significantly. Some guys who are not on the leaderboard but are lucky enough should be able to open them. Even if we deal with this guy, there is no ruling out that there are other people occupying the bronze treasure chest rankings. But there is no need to worry about the iron treasure chest and wooden treasure chest. The rewards given by Huyu are already enough to cap it. No higher. I'm afraid it can't go any higher. Whatever, let's cook first. Anyway, the ranking will be calculated last, so there's no need to rush. Huyu moved his eyes away from the silver treasure chest. What had taken a lot of effort to get yesterday was easily obtained today. What a beautiful day. It would be even better if that flea, who's living a good life, didn't come out and make a fuss. While the soup is still boiling, the beast attack is over, and I think it's time to talk to Miss Luo. Huyu opened his own mall interface, which had a list of transaction records. By clicking on the name of the trader, He could see the transaction content. But I don't know if I can pass this and initiate a transaction request again. Player, Luo Jin, last transaction content, silver treasure chest. Trade again. Huyu opened his mouth tentatively, and a transaction request popped up. Transaction request has been sent. Please wait. Can. Huyu's eyes lit up. I saw from my senior's notebook that cross-zone private chat requires at least C-level administrator privileges. He thought that cross-region transactions were also impossible, but this gave him a surprise. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The soup in the pot is starting to bubble up, but there's still no reply from Luo Jin. Huyu, eh? What is this? Could this girl be dead? Then my shark fin would be 13 portions less. Woman? Women only slow down my ability to chop vegetables. At this moment, Luo Jin curled up in a corner of the cabin, holding the white-feathered golden falcon in his arms, not daring to make any sound at all. The wooden house was shaking slightly, and through the window, you could clearly see a large number of rattlesnakes outside. Like leeches, they were able to cling to the walls around the wooden house, moving little by little on the wooden house, surrounding it completely, and making rustling sounds from time to time. The beast attack is over. But these snakes are still retreating little by little. Although there are about thousands of them, they are actually no longer a threat. But Luo Jin was still trembling. She is not afraid of anything else except this one kind of creature, snakes. Damn it. Damn it. Why the hell is this guy sending a trade request now? The beast attack is over. Can't people take a break first? Luo Jin closed his eyes tightly, bent his arms, and tightly held the white jade falcon in his arms, seeking a trace of warmth. Poor little white cat. It originally wanted to fly out and eat the 2 snakes to improve its diet. But I didn't expect that the owner just held it like that, not giving it any chance at all. But to be honest, it's pretty soft. Forget it. Let's ignore her for now. The soup pot was about to boil. Huyu took out 2 Australian lobsters, a half-head abalone, a king crab, and 20 scallops from the warehouse. These ingredients were placed on the table, and he said to the chat interface, "The beast attack is over. Let's take a look at today's main ingredients." As soon as the message was sent, Huyu took a photo and posted it on the chat interface. Half of the Dragon Palace.jpg. Oda Nakachi. Do these ingredients really exist? Such big abalone, such big lobster, and such big king crab. Ahem. By the way, didn't the person upstairs just say that big? Could it be because I'm too small? Ha. Mr. Oda, it seems that you were not in the same area with Mr. Hu yesterday. Upstairs, from what you said, it seems like you know something. Of course, these things were obtained by Boss Hu last night. In addition to what you saw, there are also... Forget it. Why don't you just go to the mall and search for seafood, and you'll know. The chat interface suddenly fell silent. It seemed that many people went to the mall to search for seafood. I guess that Oda, in addition to searching for seafood, would also search for fungi such as white truffles. Even if he can't afford it now, he will choose to try it when he can. But this can only exist in his dreams. Huyu has already tried it. After he bought mushrooms such as shiitake mushrooms, he opened his own mall and searched for the same mushrooms. Unfortunately, the result obtained is no results found. In other words, even if the things purchased from the VIP mall have reached Huyu's hands, they will not appear in the ordinary mall. This is a complete monopoly. Huyu smiled and waited for Oda to come find him. Before that, you should cut the Australian lobster, chop the king crab, boil the abalone, and get ready to eat. Because there were too many things, Huyu only processed most of them and put the remaining half into the warehouse. Even if there is only half, it is more than enough for him and Xiaobai to enjoy. By the time he had finished processing the ingredients, the soup base was almost ready. Huyu was not in a hurry to put the ingredients into the pot, but instead scooped out a large basin of soup base and soaked the ingredients in it. After taking photos and posting them, I started cleaning. Okay, now the process you see is a simple process of removing fishy smells. Huyu smiled and explained, no matter how high quality the seafood is, it will have some fishy smell when it is cooked, so it is particularly important to remove the fishy smell. Every chef handles it differently. Some use scallions and ginger to cook it, some choose to cover it with side dishes, and I happen to have a pot of mushroom soup. What I chose is to soak the seafood in boiling mushroom soup and then wash it after the water cools down. The seafood processed in this way will not only have very little fishy smell, but also have the aroma of mushroom soup in the meat. Remember, while waiting for the water to cool and wash, you must lower the heat to low so that the mushroom soup can be cooked in the pot at that time. No. Oda Nakachi suddenly posted a message in the chat group. Baka. Baka. You. How can you use such expensive and rare ingredients to cook a cheap hot pot? Sashimi. Raw fish. Even sushi is a good choice. Why would you waste it? Huyu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Originally, he just wanted to teach Oda a lesson. After all, they were all survivors, and there was no need to make things awkward unless there was any deep hatred. But now, who you sneered in his heart, thinking that this guy must have seen the prices of these ingredients in the mall. King crab and half abalone are both 1 gold coin, while Australian lobster is 50 silver coins each, and scallop is 5 silver coins each. All these ingredients cost 4 gold coins, not counting the various fungi that sink to the bottom of the soup. It's only the 3rd day. How many people can afford nearly 5 gold coins for this meal? Who you can do it, so can the wealthy young woman Luo Jin, and maybe the 2nd-ranked Bai Yi who is on the survival list can do it. But not Oda. The result of the 1st place in the bronze treasure chest has not been settled yet, and he has only received the reward for the 2nd place in the wooden treasure chest, but that only has 5 gold coins. These 5 gold coins were used to buy other necessities, so how could there be any spare money for this meal? Oda, right? Who you asked back to the chat interface, his tone becoming much colder. How about we make a bet? If you win, I'll give you this pot of soup. If you lose, how about giving me your life? Chapter 64. Life is short. Do you want to speed up? Tough attitude and handsome posture. This is who use attitude towards the outside world. Coward? That doesn't exist. He did not let the unknown source of resources affect his pursuit and sharing of delicious food. If it were someone else, they would most likely choose to hide themselves. For good things like seafood mushroom soup pot, why not just keep it to yourself and enjoy it? Why post it on the chat interface to attract hatred? But who you just refused? Envy? Unhappiness? Jealousy? So what can you do? Come through the chat interface and bite me, bastard. Originally, who you had no intention of doing anything to that little classmate Oda. But you can be unhappy, you can curse, even if you are at the top of the bronze treasure chest list, but you did the only thing wrong. Okay, what's the bet? Oda thought for a moment before carefully agreeing. It's not that he hasn't heard of Hu Yu's name. In the past 3 days, he would hear the name of this Chinese man from the system almost every once in a while. If possible, he even wanted to make friends with this senior. If nothing else, strength is king. Now this person wanted to make a bet with him. He was not unfamiliar with the word gamble. Unlike China, the bets in Sakura country were almost all open. As long as there is hope of winning the bet, there is no way Oda will refuse. Simple. Hu Yu curled his lips and said, "Let's make a bet. How about opening the treasure chest?" Open a treasure chest? Bronze treasure chest? Could it be that this Chinese guy wants to repeat the miracle from last time and surpass me in the treasure chest rankings? Cute, so cute. Oda, who has 2 excellent architectural drawings in his hands, doesn't know how to lose. He straightened his clothes with a smile and typed on his notebook very neatly. Treasure chest? Hu sang, "Please tell me more about it." The rules are simple. I'll trade you a treasure chest, and you just have to open it. Hu Yu took out the unopened copper treasure chest from the warehouse. He had not touched the key inserted in it yet, a copper treasure chest. If you open it and the trap doesn't get triggered, you win. If it does, I don't have to collect the bet. Bronze treasure chest? Open it for me. As long as it's not a trap, I win. Ha. Oda laughed wildly 3 times towards the sky. Today is really my lucky day. Not only did I get my first bronze treasure chest in my life, but I also opened 2 excellent level architectural drawings. Not only that, someone even personally delivered a pot of soup made from the finest ingredients, and even came with a 2nd copper treasure chest. Traps? Are traps that easy to find? I opened 10 treasure chests, but I didn't encounter a single trap. The Chinese are all idiots. With trembling hands, Oda wrote, "Okay," on his notebook, and then began to wait in the mall for Hu Yu's trade request. "Oh, do you agree?" Hu Yu smiled faintly, extinguished the fire in the earthen stove, and prepared to use the residual heat in the stove to simmer the soup base. Next, he is going to conduct an experiment of epic-making significance. Eliminate the options first, then give the treasure chest to someone else to open, and he will trigger the reward after eliminating the options. This experiment works in theory. After Hu Yu eliminated options many times, he came to a conclusion. The exclusion option occurs before you do something. For example, opening a treasure chest or pushing open a wooden door. To truly complete the entire action, you need to perform another confirmation operation yourself. If that is the case, then after excluding the options, if you give the treasure chest to someone else and have them open it, will it also trigger the content after excluding the options? This is Hu Yu's confidence in the bet. Generally, a bronze treasure chest will have about 3 options to choose from. If you eliminate one, there will be 2 left. 50% chance. If that guy is lucky enough to survive, I will give him the mushroom soup pot, and then I can exchange it for some liquid poison from the VIP mall. It was only the 3rd day, and there was no way there could be poison in an ordinary mall, so he probably wouldn't think in that direction. The worst that can happen is that we lose some resources, but at least we can send this guy to hell. Forgive? It's the king of hell's business to forgive you, and I'm only responsible for sending you to see him. Who you reached out and touched the cold copper key. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger. Treasure chest trap, sophisticated architectural blueprints, excellent tools. You can exclude one of the options. Oh no, there are 3 options in total. If you exclude one of the rewards, you will get 2 at random. Oda-san, it seems that you can't even taste the seafood mushroom soup with added ingredients. Exclude sophisticated architectural drawings. His thoughts fluctuated, and Huyu quickly took his hand away from the key. Now, this is a triggered explosive which, if not handled with care, will burst forth with the brilliance of artistic truth. What? What is the truth of art? Of course it is explosion. Huyu smiled, clicked on Oda's name in the chat interface, and selected Trade Request. Transaction request has been sent. Please wait. Bite. The other party has accepted your transaction. Please go to the mall page to make the transaction. Huyu flipped back and came to the mall page. Before, I had to wait for confirmation, but now it's my turn to confirm. Oda is such a fool. Life is short, so why do you have to take the fast track? Huyu carefully placed the treasure, dynamite, box on the transaction interface, but before he clicked confirm, he suddenly remembered something. The last time I opened the copper treasure chest, I got 10 excellent seeds and a copper hoe, which was also of excellent grade. Both of these items were of excellent grade, but together they allowed me to take the second place. Could it be that this Oda has opened an excellent skill book? Or an excellent building blueprint? No matter which one it is, there are at least 2. Otherwise, you will never surpass your own ranking. Thinking of this, Huyu suddenly came up with an idea. Before clicking confirm on the transaction interface, Oda became anxious as he saw the copper treasure chest right in front of him. He began to ask in the chat interface, "What's the matter?" Who's saying, "Are you going to regret it?" If you regret it, I can understand. As long as you can apologize to our great Sakura nation and admit that hot pot is inferior food, then I will forgive you. Bet. You don't have to do it. Provocation method. The Chinese people are most susceptible to this. After saying these words, even if you didn't want to agree to the bet with me, it would be useless. I am such a clever little ghost. You think the express lane is too slow, and you have to give yourself a nitro sprint to be satisfied. This sentence was just Uyu's own complaint, and it was not transmitted to the chat interface. He first rubbed his stiff cheeks, forced a smile, and asked in a kind tone, "I don't intend to regret it. I just feel. I seem to be at a loss." Oda Nakachi, loss? Shuren, isn't it a loss? This who boss won, but he didn't get anything. Instead, he lost a bronze treasure chest. And if you win, you not only get a bronze treasure chest, but also a pot of seafood mushroom soup. This is not fair. Hey, it's you again, bro. We have been together for 3 consecutive copies, so we must have some connection in our previous life, right? Just when Huyu was about to take advantage of the situation to respond, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Bite. It is detected that the host has actively proposed more than 3 bets and won the first 3 times and obtained the skill of Gambler. Congratulations to Huyu for becoming the first player to acquire a skill by himself. Should we announce it? Gambler? Huyu clicked on the skill details and took a look, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This skill is quite interesting. Chapter 65, Gambler. Excellent level blueprint obtained. Gambler, excellent after proposing a gamble, you can forcefully lock the stakes. After the gamble is over, you can directly receive 1.5 to 2.0 times the stakes. Level up by obtaining perfect level items through skills. Note, if you don't make up for your losses after losing, you are more stupid than a pig. But this sentence was originally meant for those pigs. In one word, absolutely. Originally, Huyu was worried that after he raised the bet, this guy would open the treasure chest and die, and he would not be able to get his bet back. He planned to persuade him to give the bet to someone for safekeeping first, and then give the bet to himself after he won. But if the things were handed over to one person like this, let alone whether Oda would agree, even Huyu would find it hard to believe that the person would not embezzle it. But it's okay now. As long as you have this skill, you will not only be free from worries, but you can even get extra bets. Hey, people from China, what do you want? Shuren, what else can I do? Isn't the stakes all about relative value? Looking at this name, Huyu's eyes lit up. This is what I was originally planning to say, but now that it's said by my good brother, it seems even more appropriate. Shuren looked at the message he sent, not knowing whether it was good or bad. Originally, after seeing Huyu become the administrator, he had no intention of showing up. But faced with this situation, no matter how big the hatred between the 2 people is, they have to speak up for their own family first. Oda's message appeared in the chat interface. From the name, he could easily tell that Shuren and Huyu were both from the Celestial Empire. This group of guys is like this. They fight fiercely when there are no outsiders around, But if others intervene, they join forces. Hate. Raise. This time Huyu took the initiative to speak. Oda, I am not afraid to tell you. Last time I got 2 excellent items from the copper treasure chest. One was the garlic seeds I planted, and the other was an excellent tool. And you are now ranked above me, so what you have obtained must be not simple, right? It's not a skill book. It's not a skill book. If it was an excellent level skill book, Oda must have used it. Even if he wanted to use it as a bed, it would be impossible. There is only the building blueprint, and it cannot be consumed within a short time after being obtained. He prayed silently in his heart. He didn't have time to look at the ranking on the full-time list, so he asked directly. Right. Oda did not hide it. I obtained 2 excellent architectural drawings. One is the drawing of a wooden villa, and the other is the blue stone well. Hiss. Huyu took a long breath and felt his brain trembling slightly. Putting aside the importance of the wooden villa, just this blue stone well. It is indeed an excellent building. If a well is built, wouldn't it be possible to have nearly unlimited water resources as long as some water drawing tools are equipped? Even in hot environments, this well water can even help relieve heat and reduce body temperature. If you want to use these 2 items as a bet, I can agree, but... Oda spoke again. If I lose the bet and trigger the trap, how can you get these bets? Wanting me to hand it over to someone else in advance is impossible. Don't worry, I have my own way. Huyu smiled. So you agreed, right? He gave a confirmation signal, and as long as Oda nodded, the gambler skill would be activated. Yes, I agree. Oda nodded and sent a message in the chat interface. If I win, this bet will be meaningless. If I lose. After triggering the trap, he can still survive, right? As for the blueprints, whoever wants to take them can take them. It has nothing to do with me. Bite. Player who uses the skill gambler. The architectural drawings, wooden villa, and architectural drawings, blue stone well, you own have been locked. The ownership will be determined after the gambling game is decided. What is this? Oda panicked. He didn't expect Huyu to have this trick. Similarly, another prompt popped up in front of Huyu. Bite. Player who uses the skill gambler. The seafood mushroom soup pot, excellent perfect, you own has been locked. The ownership will be determined after the gambling game is decided. Excellent perfect? Floating grade? I guess the cooking is not finished yet, so the grade has not been determined yet. Huyu just glanced at it and answered Oda's question on the chat interface. As you can see, it's just a small skill. I have already confirmed the transaction. It is your turn now. Get ready to open the box. It should be said, prepare to die. After Huyu finished speaking, he no longer cared about Oda. The bet had already been made. If I were Oda, I would definitely click to confirm the transaction and then happily open the bronze treasure chest. As for the rest, there is no suspense at all. The only thing Huyu is worried about now is what extra rewards he will get after acquiring the gambler skill. Even if it is the lowest 1.5 times, it is still an excellent architectural drawing. Huyu opened the lid of the pot, and a burst of sweet fragrance wafted out. The rich aroma mixed with a hint of sea flavor filled his nose and throat, and he felt like he was back in the ocean. The Australian lobster and king crab in it have been cooked red, 20 scallops are floating in the soup pot, and the abalone has shrunk into a ball, sucking up a lot of soup. He picked up the soup spoon, skimmed off the foam, scooped a shallow spoonful, and slowly put it into his mouth. The taste of truffle instantly fills the entire mouth, followed by the sweet aroma of lobster and crab, the freshness of scallops, and the aftertaste is the richness unique to abalone. Bite. Transaction successful. It seems the guy still can't resist the temptation. Sure enough, coincidences and opportunities often come to those who are prepared. If there had not been the bet mentioned above, he would not have obtained the gambler skill. Without this skill, he would not have been able to convince Oda, let alone get the 2 blueprints. It's just right. Use this seafood mushroom soup pot to reward yourself. Huyu smiled and poured the seafood and soup base in the pot back into a big pot, preparing to take it into the house to share with Staobai. After all, the king crab alone weighs nearly 20 kilograms. Excluding the shell, the crab meat would weigh about 15 or 16 kilograms, not to mention the 2 kilograms of abalone and some fungi. Fortunately, I cut off a small half in advance and put it in the warehouse, otherwise this amount. I'm afraid even Staobai and myself may not be able to finish it. The last drop of mushroom soup slid into the pot, and the system prompt popped up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the delicacy, seafood mushroom soup pot. Perfect. The first consumption can increase physical strength by 1, intelligence by 1, agility by 1, and strength by 1. Each subsequent consumption will reduce the effect by half. Note, it sounds nice to call it seafood mushroom soup pot, but it's actually just a pot of stew. Just as Huyu picked up the edges of the pot and was about to push the door open to go into the house and taste it slowly, a system prompt sounded. Bite. The bet is complete. Congratulations to Oda Nakachi for becoming the first player to die in a gambling game. Huyu looked up at the sky with a smile on his face. It's just right. It seems that I can take pictures and share the delicious food with my good brothers. He just used his shoulder to push the wooden door open and walk to the eight immortals' table. Before he could put the pot down, the third system prompt popped up. When I looked, I almost couldn't hold the soup pot steadily. This reward, isn't it a bit too outrageous? Chapter 66. As a businessman, it is normal to be a little forgetful. You place the soup pot on the eight immortals' table. The warm aroma blended with the cool fragrance of agarwood, floating lightly into the nose and throat, making people feel refreshed. The bowls, chopsticks, and spoons were already prepared. Whenever he wanted, he could enjoy the delicious food that had been prepared for a long time. But when he sat on the wooden bench, the first thing he did was not to pick up the crab legs and eat them, but to take out 4 pieces of brown paper from the warehouse. 4. These 4 cards are the rewards given by the system. The first 2 were lost by Oda Chuchi de Huyu, and the last 2 were obtained by using the gambler skill. Double the rewards. Get rich instantly. Huyu looked at the folded drawings in his hand and couldn't help but take a deep breath, his mind filled with yearning for a better life in the future. The prize is drawn. Xiaoxing, you must bless my husband. The first 2 pictures are of a wooden villa and a bluestone well, which is not surprising. The remaining 2 photos turned out to be a bluestone garden and a bluestone swimming pool. Wells, gardens, swimming pools, villas, cute pets, and delicious food. Not to mention in the wilderness, even in this world, not everyone can live in such a house. But there is only one flaw. Well, Huyu sighed, looked at the drawings displayed on the table, and instantly lost interest in tasting the food. These drawings are indeed top-notch, but at the same time, they also increase the demand for construction. The moment he touched the drawings, 4 prompts popped up in succession. Should we build a bluestone well? Excellent. Consumable materials: stone, 0/600, wood 235/1000, cement, 0/300, sustainable water source 0/1, bluestone well blueprint, 0/1, tools, masonry knife, any ruler. Should we build a bluestone garden? Excellent. Consumable materials: stone, 0/800, wood 235/1500, cement, 0/400, bluestone garden drawing 0/1, tools, masonry knife, any ruler. Should we build a bluestone swimming pool? Excellent. Consumable materials: stone, 0/200, wood 235/500, cement, 0/100, bluestone swimming pool blueprint, 0/1, water 202/500, tools, masonry knife, any ruler. Another one is the construction data of the wooden villa. Even if the villa is excluded, the materials for these 3 excellent buildings alone are enough to give Huyu a headache. Stone? Although this thing is not difficult to find, if you want to collect it, you need tools, right? And cement. Not to mention how complicated the mixing process is, it's hard to find quicklime and iron powder. Even though this is the bluestone swimming pool with the least amount of materials among the 3 buildings, and it looks the simplest. 500 portions of water. 1 portion is 1 liter. That's 1,000 bottles of mineral water. Converted into gold coins, it would cost 5. I don't know how hard it is to make money, right? Life is not easy, the handsome guy sighed. Huyu Yuan thought that his resources were sufficient. But I didn't expect these 4 excellent drawings alone would be enough to empty out most of my wealth. If you want to build a garden and a swimming pool, you can still build one. Stone, cement, and masonry knives should be available in the VIP mall. Price is not a problem, but I am afraid that I can't find the source of goods. But only this well. Huyu was so angry that he almost slammed the table. He thought that this well would be a sustainable water source once it was built. Who knew that it would consume a sustainable water source to build it? What a fucking waste. But there is still good news, at least now I am at the top of the bronze treasure chest ranking list. As long as you can keep going until tomorrow, you will make huge profit. In fact, it was a bloody profit. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Eating is more important. After I finish eating, I'll check how much these things are worth in the VIP mall. I can't empty my nearly 300 gold coins, right? Huyu took a photo of the seafood mushroom soup pot on the 8 immortals table and sent it to the group. Seafood mushroom soup pot.jpg. What you are seeing now is the finished product of this food show, the seafood mushroom soup pot. I won't say much else as I'm busy eating. I'll show you a live picture of the charcoal grilled dragon palace later. As a preview, we will have new ingredients this time, such as yellow croaker, colorful fish, tiger shrimp, bear paw, etc. Not a human being. Not a human being. I only ate 1 bite of bread today and threw the rest of the food to the sand lizard. This thing wants a barbecue tonight. Be careful what you say upstairs. Later, Bossu will give you a treasure chest, and I want to see if you can open it. Huyu's mouth slanted. Treasure chest? I only need 1 word to kill people invisibly. Shuren. Mr. Hu, do you still want the soup base after you finish it? Can I take it back? After sending the message, Sure Anjing waited in front of her notebook, her heart pounding. Oda Nakachi has passed away, so I can be considered to have made a contribution. If possible, this person shouldn't reject me, right? P was stunned when he saw the chat interface. Oh yes. Can't I sell the leftover soup or the water used to wash the ingredients? These are all water resources. After all, we have to accumulate capital and build the blueprints, otherwise you won't want to sell it. Wouldn't it be nice to save this water for Xiaobai to take a bath? After washing, it will be a fungus-scented white baby. How comfortable it will be to hold it. But it's easy to take a bite when you hold it while sleeping, right? A mouthful of fur is fine, but if it bites it back. Wow, that's hard to imagine. Thinking of this, Xiaobai, who had sneaked in to eat, suddenly stopped and stared at Huyu with his dark eyes. Human, you seem to be thinking of something very rude. Huyu shook his head and threw his thoughts away. Making money is the most important thing now, so let's let Xiaobai evolve into Ju and Xiang Xiaobai later. Thinking of this, he picked up an abalone, cut it in half, and put it in an iron bowl. He also scooped some soup into it, waved to Xiaobai, and asked it to come over to eat. By the way, Huyu took out the cleaning water that was originally stored in the warehouse, took a photo, and sent it to the group. Here, warm mushroom soup. Although there is no seafood in it, the mushroom soup is a real mushroom soup. 3. No, for gold coins per liter. 8 gold coins per package. Pre-order now. Although the cost price of the mushroom soup pot is only 4 gold coins, the prerequisite is that you have to be able to buy it. Not to mention that this is in the wilderness. Even in a normal wilderness, you can't buy these things. In this case, it is naturally a rare commodity. It's just double the profit. You won't let me make any money from it, right? Huyu thought to himself, silently forgetting that 4 gold coins were the cost of a pot of soup, not the cost of washing water. As a businessman, it is normal to be a little forgetful. For gold coins per liter? That's the price of 800 bottles of mineral water. You're comparing mineral water to a mushroom soup pot? You must be crazy. Wait, what's with the white smoke above? Could it be? It's still hot. Right. Huyu looked at the news in front of him and instantly remembered a selling point. That's right. This guest has a good eye. This pot of mushroom soup is indeed hot. The temperature is about 80 degrees. If you buy it back, you can drink a mouthful of warm soup. Not to mention hot soup. Not many survivors could even have a sip of hot water in 3 days. Although the earthen stove is just an ordinary level building, it is still difficult to obtain it. Who said there are no such things as blueprints for sale in the mall? Shuren, excuse me, boss who, how many liters of soup are there in this pot? Looking at the only 9 gold coins in the mall, Shuren decided to make a big move. If only. As long as he stops answering himself, it's none of your business. Chapter 67. A person who eats a lot has a soul for eating, and a person who eats a lot has to use a basin to drink soup. He was stunned, somewhat surprised at Shuren's attitude. The fact that he could ask such a question proved that his family wealth was at least higher than 7 gold coins, which gave him room for bargaining. Otherwise, he would be asking for trouble. TSK, it seems that the young man made a lot of money yesterday. He knew what this guy was thinking. He just wanted to buy back the soup and distribute it to other survivors to make some profit. The abacus is quite good. When Shuren saw that Huyu no longer answered, his heart beat faster. Buy a pot of soup with 8 gold coins, add some fresh water, and divide it into 4 groups, 3 gold coins and 2 liters per group, and you can earn 4 gold coins. This business is a sure win. 3 gold coins is expensive, but it's enough to buy 2 liters of warm mushroom soup in the desert. That's already a fair price. What's more, I have prepared enough fresh water, enough for trading. Huyu saw through his thoughts, raised the corner of his mouth, and said slowly, please send me the transaction application. Since this guy spoke up for me before, I'll give him this chance. Although his attitude was not good on the first day, he admitted his mistakes and was able to correct them, which makes him a good comrade. What's more, in this wasteland, it would be difficult to find a survivor who could take out 8 gold coins at once. Okay. I'll send it over right away. Shuren was careful. After sending the transaction request, he put all 9 gold coins into the transaction column. There are no eternal enemies or friends in the wilderness, only eternal interests. Judging from the experience of these 3 days, going against Huyu is going against interests. Shuren would never be as stupid as a certain Oda. Although there were some misunderstandings between them before, now is the best opportunity to make peace, so he must seize it. Huyu looked at the number in the currency column and asked in the chat box, Mr. Sure, did you give the wrong gold coin? The extra one is to apologize to you. Shuren wrote in his notebook, Brother Hu, I was a little disrespectful to you before, so I should buy some cigarettes and alcohol to apologize. But this is in the wilderness, so please accept this gold coin as my apology. If you don't accept it, you are looking down on me, the Shermo people. This guy is quite sensible. Huyu placed the mushroom soup pot and basin on top, smiled and clicked to confirm. I'll take the gold coins. and I'll come to you for business in the future. Hey. Shuren immediately responded, Brother Hu, you are so generous, I will definitely. The rest was just nonsense, and Hu closed his notebook without finishing reading it. Is the seafood mushroom soup no longer fragrant? Or is the shrimp, crab, and abalone no longer tasty? What is there to talk about with a rough guy here? People who work hard to eat have a good eating spirit, and people who work hard to eat have to use a basin to drink soup. Start eating. Half an hour later, Huyu and Xiaobai finished up the whole pot of broth. Apart from various shells, there was only a shallow layer of broth left at the bottom of the pot. More than 10 kilograms of meat were completely eaten up by the man and the panda. Hiccup. Huyu covered his stomach and burped. Xiaobai next to him ate too much and fell asleep with his head on his thighs. I don't know why, but since coming to this wilderness, his appetite has been getting bigger and bigger. He used to be able to eat 60% full with a packet of instant noodles, but on the first day, he ate a whole bear paw with the noodles, and even more at night. On the third day, he even ate nearly 10 kilograms of meat. This is definitely an appetite that indicates fatty liver disease. But if you don't eat so much, the feeling of hunger will be transmitted to your cerebral cortex, forcing you to make a choice. Eat or starve. Especially when he first came to the wilderness, if he didn't find bread and water, he would really start gnawing on his arms. Hiccup. Huyu burped again, looked at the soup left in front of him, and thought for a moment. He picked up the basin and drank the remaining soup. Original soup, original food, by the way. Only those who have experienced extreme hunger can understand this feeling. I'm full. Huyu rubbed his stomach and took out a notebook from 200 years ago. If nothing unexpected happens, there are definitely materials here to build excellent buildings, but the problem lies in the price of these materials. Search for cement. Bite. A total of 26 types of cement were found. Ordinary cement, excellent, a common building material, usually used to sink corpses, transport drugs, or a series of covert activities. Price, 10 silver coins/piece. Are you sure this is a note about building materials? Huyu's mouth twitched, and he began to count. 3 excellent level buildings require a total of 800 units of cement, which means 8,000 silver coins and 80 gold coins. The price is good, not too expensive. As for the other 25 types of cement, Huyu didn't even look at them. According to system conventions, they must be more expensive than the first one. Search for stone. Bite. A total of 7,890 pieces of stone were found. Wow, there are more types than fungi. I guess all kinds of minerals are included. Huyu set his eyes on the first product. Ordinary stone, find the texture is very ordinary. The hardness is very ordinary, and it is an ordinary material used only by ordinary people. Price, 1 silver coin. Wow, your price is really unusual. Among the 3 architectural drawings, stone is the most used material, with a total of 1,600 copies. Converted into gold coins, it would cost 16 gold coins. Fortunately, now together with the cement, it only costs 96 gold coins, and less than 100 were used. The remaining rulers and masonry knives are simple and should not be too expensive. The only one left is sustainable water source. Apart from anything else, the name alone was enough to make Huyu hesitate. Since this thing has the prefix sustainable, don't expect the price to be low. But out of curiosity, he still searched in the mall. Bite. A total of 891 sustainable water sources were found. Huyu didn't look at anything else and directly set his eyes on the first item. Steam collector, excellent, it can collect water from the air, with a collection capacity of 0.5 L/day. Note, it is recommended to replace the filter every day, otherwise heavy metal poisoning is none of my business. Price, 1,258 gold coins. Hiss. Huyu took a breath of cold air. Is this a building that can be built at this stage? What a joke. More than 1,200 gold coins. Even for me, it would take at least 2 weeks to get everything together. Forget it, I'll just use this architectural blueprint to trick my other good brothers. I just don't know how many square meters an excellent level building can add. Now I'm still 65 points away from building a wooden villa, and I don't know if 2 excellent level buildings are enough. Just when Huyu was about to close the VIP mall, a product at the back caught his attention. Holy shit, this can't be such a coincidence. Can this be considered a sustainable water source? Chapter 68, Desert Swimming Pool, Online Exercise. The all-knowing conch, legendary item, the product of the evolution of the magical conch. You can ask a question every day, and the conch will give you the correct answer. Quality additional skills. 1 L of Fountain of Wisdom can be produced every day, which can increase intelligence after taking it. Note, in order to stop answering your unnecessary questions, even the conch was forced to produce water. Price, 59,999 gold coins. 10. A full 60,000 gold coins. Even if you save 200 coins a day, it will take a whole year to collect enough. Is this a legendary item? Love it. Huyu's originally silent heart suddenly became excited. According to the notes on the item itself, as long as you ask 100 questions, the conch will be upgraded. One a day, that's 100 days. So according to the price and the number of questions, I can earn 600 gold coins for free just by asking one question. Huyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Bluestone well? What kind of well? I don't know. I've never seen one. What is that? Is it that the fountain of wisdom is no longer fragrant, or that the seafood mushroom soup is no longer tasty? Why drink your cold well water? Not building it anymore. As for the remaining 2 drawings, start construction. Huyu took back the bluestone well drawings, spent 70 gold coins to buy all the materials and tools for the remaining 2 drawings, and click confirm in the construction interface. The build time takes about 3 hours. Well, it's a good time to take a nap, and when I wake up I can see the brand new garden and swimming pool. Huyu walked back to the bedroom, picked up Xiaobai who was lying on his lap, lay down on his own agarwood bed, and fell into a sweet dream. Just when he fell into a deep sleep, transaction requests kept popping up on the mall interface. Player Luo Jin requests a trade. Do you agree? Damn it. After the snakes passed, Luo Jin sat there and waited for a while before he slowly stood up, holding onto the wall. What is that stinky man doing? Didn't you want to trade? Why are you ignoring me again? Did you die among the snakes? Luo Jin frowned. After last night's tsunami, most of the food he had stored had been consumed. Now all that was left in the warehouse were the shark fins, some warm water, and 3 cans of meat. With this food, it would be no problem to explore in an ordinary wilderness for a day. But this is in the middle of nowhere. Exploration does not gain resources, it only consumes energy. 3 cans of meat. Not enough. She could only use shark fins to exchange resources with Huyu, so that she would have enough food to last until the end of the day. After all, in addition to the beast attack, there is also a night walk at night. Cluck! There was a rumbling sound from his stomach, and Luo Jin pressed his hand on his lower abdomen. No, let's not worry about that stinky man for now. Eat the remaining canned meat. If he doesn't reply to me, I will sell the shark fins to others. Fortunately, this little white one doesn't eat as much as the other one. Luo Jin only distributed some of the minced meat, and the white-feathered golden falcon had almost finished eating it. Soon, all 3 cans of meat were finished in just 6 minutes. Luo Jin wiped the corner of his mouth and frowned. Wrong. This is not right. According to my normal appetite, 2 cans of meat would fill me up at most. Today, I ate 3 cans of meat, but I was still not even 60% full. Could it be that the increased appetite was caused by excessive shock? Never mind. I'll go to sleep first. Sleeping is the most energy-saving behavior. After I wake up, if that guy still doesn't contact me, I'll just twist his head off. Twist both of them off. 3 hours later. The sun was setting, the afterglow was spreading over the yellow sand, and half a salted egg yolk was hanging in the sky. Swish. Feeling a warm touch from the right side of his cheek, Huyu opened his eyes, just in time to see that stupid bear licking his face again. Noob. Huyu propped himself up, picked it up, and placed it in front of him. Promise me, don't wake me up in this dirty way again, okay? Xiaobai tilted his head. Woo. Never mind. Huyu rubbed the guy's head and put it aside. Suddenly, I feel that being proficient in animal language seems to be quite useful. If I have spare money in the future, I should change it. After saying this, he took out his pocket watch from his pocket and prepared to see how long he had slept. This watch still belongs to him, and that antique was thrown into the ground by him long ago and used as fertilizer. 1745. There are still more than 2 hours and a quarter before the exploration time ends. After 8 o'clock, we will probably start our night walk again. I don't know what it's like to travel at night in this desolate place. Forget it. Let's go and take a look at our own garden and swimming pool first. Huyu stretched lazily and just stood up from the bed, his brows furrowed into a ball. Cluck. My stomach. I'm hungry again. A chill swept from his head to the soles of his feet. Huyu felt that all the hairs on his body stood up and goosebumps covered the ground. How is this possible? Even if we exclude what Xiaobai ate, I still ate 7 or 8 kilograms of meat and more than 3 L of mushroom soup. After eating so much, I'm hungry after sleeping. If a person only eats canned meat every day, wouldn't he turn into a skeleton after waking up from sleep? There is a problem. There must be a problem. If there aren't rules in the wilderness that I don't know about, then there's something wrong with this desolate land. Huyu frowned and looked at Xiaobai who was about to hug his thigh. Suddenly he understood why it woke him up. Most likely he was woken up by hunger and couldn't find anything to eat. So he called me to wake him up. He took out a can of meat, opened the iron lid, and handed it to Xiaobai. This guy took it and started to eat it directly. His movements were a bit rough. Sure enough, Even Xiaobai was affected. Hu frowned and walked out the door while looking at the chat interface. Good afternoon, beasts. As long as it's not my fault, these guys should have discovered it. Let's see how they react first. For a moment, no one responded to Hu. Generally at this time, even if there is no topic, someone will jump out to chat for a few words. After all, this is the only entertainment activity in the wilderness. Hu snorted. Where are the people? Were they all eaten by the sand lizards as snacks? Shuren. Brother Hu, please don't waste your energy. Everyone is hungry now, so how can we have the energy to reply to messages? I guess they are all asleep. If it weren't for the need to maintain a good relationship with Hu, Shuren probably wouldn't even have sent this sentence. Hungry. So hungry. Even if he drank the whole pot of mushroom soup and slept till now, there was nothing left in his stomach. Originally, after getting the mushroom soup, he planned to split it up and sell it to make money. But once I had a taste of it, I couldn't stop myself and just drank it all down. I just didn't expect. Even if he drank all the mushroom soup, he was still as hungry as a dead dog. Now he could only lie on the ground and chat with his brother Hu. It seems that I am not the only one. Hu muttered something and frowned in confusion, but after pushing open the door, all his confusion turned into joy. The wooden fence is still outside the house, while the garden is a bluestone circle of about 10 square meters built on the left side of the house. It is filled with some loess, but only loess. The garden is built, but the system doesn't send flowers? Straight guy? The swimming pool is built on the right side of the house. It is not as big as a standard swimming pool. It is 4 meters wide from left to right and 10 meters long from front to back. The depth should be between 1.5 meters and 2 meters. I don't know where the 500 L of water went, but it actually filled up such a swimming pool. But, swimming pool, here I come. Anyway, I have food to eat, so I won't starve to death. I'll take off my clothes and swim 400 meters first. Chapter 69. The novice period ends. The truth of the world. As the saying goes, drink while you can and sleep with a girl in your arms at night. There is a full swimming pool of water right in front of me, so there is no reason not to take a bath. It's been 3 days. Hu hadn't had a proper bath for 3 whole days, so it was a good opportunity to solve the problem all at once. Puff. After taking off his clothes, Hu jumped directly into the swimming pool. After all, this was a desert and there was no one around. Of course, do whatever makes you feel comfortable. The surrounding yellow sand emits the heat stored at noon, turning the water in the swimming pool into a semi-cool temperature, making it extremely comfortable to swim in. Coupled with the desert afterglow, the water temperature is just right. Hu swam around first and suddenly remembered something. I have already learned how to swim, so there is no reason not to share it with my good brothers, right? He leaned on the edge of the swimming pool, let his long legs float in the air, and took a photo to send it. Brothers, we ate too much at noon. Let's swim to digest it. We'll continue in the evening. Let's barbecue. Click. Shuren felt like his teeth were broken. Why? Why am I not sleeping and watching this beastly show? Boss Hu, please spare my life. I really have nothing to eat. Please stop posting pictures. I was wrong. I shouldn't have posted pictures of delicious food late at night. If I was wrong, please let me go to hell instead of letting the devil from hell torture me. Hu twisted his lips and said, Mortals, if you are willing to kneel down and pray, the gods will watch over you and grant you food, cloth, carriages, horses, and houses. I knelt down. What about you? Wow, this generation of crooked-mouthed people are also smuggling their own agenda. But you suddenly felt a sense of evil interest, clicked on the name of this member of the Crooked Mouth Gang, and sent a transaction request. Almost instantly, the other party accepted the trade request. Hu threw 5 extra sausages from his warehouse, clicked the confirmation button, and said 3 words calmly, reward for you. This sausage was obtained on the first day, but since the bear paw noodles came out, Hu still wants sausage? The person on the other side was instantly excited and quickly blurted out a string of nice words, but Hu didn't bother to read them. Because when he opened the trading interface, he received hundreds of messages. Player Luo Jin requests a trade. Do you agree? Asterisk 99 plus. Oh my god. What is this crazy woman doing? Is she harassing me by spamming my screen? Hu looked at the last one and clicked confirm. This transaction request did not have a time suffix, and he did not even know when the message was sent. Byte. The other party has accepted your transaction request. The trading interface had just been constructed when a roar came from the other side. Hu quickly covered his ears and smiled awkwardly. Miss Luo, what's wrong with you? Voice? Luo Jin actually communicated with him using voice. It seemed that she had become the administrator of that area. But this attitude. Why does she look so much like a wife who caught her husband running out and surfing the internet all night? What's wrong? You still dare to ask me what's wrong? Although Luo Jin's tone was fierce, it was a little empty, as if he was forcing himself on. Don't talk nonsense. 50 cans of meat. Not one less. Trade shark fins. As she said that, she put the shark fin on the trading interface. 13 copies, all of them are excellent grade Tianjia wings. The price I mentioned last time was. I don't care. Unlike the delicate last time, Luo Jin this time is simply a thug. Either give me 50 cans of meat, or I'll sell the shark fins to someone else. Too anxious, this is not like the Luo Jin I knew yesterday. Hu Yu frowned. Could it be that she encountered the same thing as him? Only hunger can turn a lady into a complete thug. If we take advantage of this, the price can be easily lowered. But there are only 50 cans of meat, which is less than 2 gold coins when converted. These 14 portions of Tianjia wings are more than enough. What's more, there is a more important reason. For this reason, Hu Yu will definitely help Luo Jin overcome the difficulties. That is. Good. Hu Yu agreed and directly bought 100 cans of meat from the VIP mall for 3 gold coins. He also took out 100 bottles of mineral water from his inventory, placed them on the transaction interface, and clicked confirm. Luo Jin was stunned, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed that he had seen the numbers in the lower left corner of the canned meat and mineral water correctly. 100. 100 copies each. Was I starving? Could it be that this was only a 10-count portion? Was I seeing an extra zero because I was dazzled? Luo Jin read it several times, but still didn't dare to confirm it. What? You don't want the canned meat and water? Hu Yu took the initiative to speak. It's a little hot. Luo Jin then asked back, Uncle Hu, could it be that you gave it to me on purpose because you felt sorry for me? Then I will laugh. Don't laugh yet. Hu Yu interrupted her. Do you still remember the bet? Click. Luo Jin felt his heart tremble. Oh yes. The golden treasure chest was opened by this stinky man, so by that calculation, don't I have to agree to his 3 irresistible requests? If he were. Luo Jin blushed and said hurriedly, remember, but the gambling and other things, we will talk about it in detail after we meet. I am tired and want to sleep. My dear, please leave now. Before she finished speaking, Luo Jin hurriedly clicked to confirm the transaction. The shark fin was delivered to the other side, and the 100 canned meats and mineral water fell in front of her. Call. Luo Jin let out a long sigh, looked at the canned meat and mineral water in front of him and smiled. Step by. Come down and eat. Your master, I almost sacrificed myself for this little bit of food. You can't blame me for not letting you go out to eat those junk food. The white-feathered golden falcon rolled his eyes and didn't want to talk. These are junk food, you stinky master. Meat. Hu Yu chewed on Luo Jin's last words and smiled bitterly. If you want to cheat, then cheat. Why do you still want to meet? The wilderness is so vast, who knows when we will have the chance to meet again. After saying that, Hu Yu started swimming again, ready to start the barbecue after swimming for a while. After all, there is nothing interesting in that chat interface anymore. Ever since he gave 5 sausages to the members of the Crooked Mouth Party, it is now full of members of the Crooked Mouth Party. All that's left is to elect the party leader. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Hu Yu finished swimming, dried himself, and prepared to start barbecue. 6:30. I'm hungry, so I plan to eat some canned meat and then grill it. 7 o'clock. Eating canned meat. Hu Yu, oh Hu Yu, you can't go any lower. Now, immediately, buy a grill and prepare to grill. 7:30. I am full of canned meat. Barbecue? What kind of barbecue? You eat so much protein in one day, and you are not afraid of getting acne. Postponed. After eating and drinking, Hu Yu lay on the wooden recliner, holding the fan he exchanged from the VIP mall, waiting for the night to fall. When the hour hand pointed to 8, Hu Yu immediately opened his eyes, and the system prompt came as expected. Bite. The novice period is over. It's time to tell you the truth about the world, survivors. Chapter 70. Best Newcomer. Get the crystal treasure chest. The truth of the world? I'm still the essence of human beings. Hu Yu complained and continued to lie on the wooden recliner, watching the system prompts refresh one by one. 1. The wilderness is not just one world. It is divided into 7 levels according to different world systems, and the one you are in now is the lowest level F world. Oh, ants struggle at the bottom of the world. F-class world? Hu Yu stood up from the recliner, frowning. No wonder that notebook had the world level marked on it, but my own notebook didn't. Now they match. 2. Depending on how long you survive in the wilderness, your physical constitution will automatically change. For example, laziness, gluttony, arrogance, greed, etc. Yes, it is the 7 deadly sins, but I can tell you a way to get rid of one of the original sins for free. That is, excessive sexual desire leads to disaster, cut off to cure forever. Damn, even nuclear radiation and mutation are not as torturous as you. Hu Yu stood up directly from the recliner with his fist clenched. No wonder. No wonder my appetite is so terrible now. When I was facing Luo Jin at the beach, my mind was full of that kind of thing. It turns out that it was all caused by original sin. Well, it's definitely not that I'm greedy for Mao Jin's body. As for the method of quitting original sin, I have an incompatible relationship with gambling and drugs. 3. When this world can no longer pose a threat to a survivor, you will enter the next level of the world. All resources it controls in the low-level world will be reduced in a certain proportion, including but not limited to the gains brought by buildings, currency, food resources, etc. Usually, we call this kind of behavior ascension. But whether it is riding a crane to the west or ascending to heaven, that depends on your luck. Ascension can also mean riding a crane to the west. Your Chinese teacher must have died with regrets. But what he said does make sense. If a person's original sin grows to a certain extent, he will need a lot of resources to survive. If there are not enough resources, coupled with the ascension, won't he die on the spot? If possible, it's better to be salty. Before Hu Yu could finish his thought, the fourth prompt popped up. 4. The stability of any world is different. The lower the level, the easier it is to collapse. When a low-level world collapses, all survivors will be forced to enter the next level world. Want salted fish? Oh, I suggest you go to the coffin and dream, Dira. What? Isn't that a countdown to the end of the world? Hu Yu frowned and said nothing. No wonder. No wonder the predecessors from 200 years ago would warn him like this. Seeing this hint, he suddenly understood. Why did that senior die without leaving any ashes even though he already had an interstellar battleship? If the world collapses too quickly, original sin grows rapidly, and the proportion of resources after ascension is reduced too much, then no one can survive except the gods who starve to death. Not only Hu Yu, but all the survivors now have only one thought in their minds. Survival in the wilderness. Now the real struggle for survival begins. The 3 wildernesses ahead are really just at the novice level. Bite. When Hu Yu heard the system prompt sound, he was stunned for a moment. Isn't this a reminder? What the hell is this sudden ding sound? The reminder is over. Now we will calculate the results of the novice stage and evaluate the best newcomer. Hu Yu's eyes suddenly brightened up, and the gloom in his heart was alleviated a lot. Evaluation often means reward. And apart from myself, who is at the top of both the 13th ranking and the 2 points rankings? Who else can be named the best newcomer? Bear Grylls? Go eat cockroaches next to you. According to statistics, all survivors have experienced 3 different types of wilderness. There are currently 13 leaderboards and 2 scoreboards. According to the rankings on each list, the best newcomer is Hu Yu. I'm so excited. No way. I am sure to be the best newcomer, but the question is what the reward is. Ever since he learned about the existence of original sin and the collapse of the world, Hu Yu has been crazy about accumulating resources. Reputation is not important. The resources you get are the most valuable. Reward yellow. Before Hu Yu could see his reward, everything in front of his eyes went dark and he fainted. Not only him, all the remaining survivors also lost consciousness, and even the system prompts froze in place. The word yellow actually began to distort gradually and was erased from the prompt box bit by bit, and then replaced by crystal treasure chest and key. And part of the text in the previous prompts was also erased. The part that was erased happened to be the second one, the part that belonged to the original sin. No one saw this scene, and no trace was left. The next moment, the cover of the pocket watch buried in the ground popped open, and the minutes began to spin rapidly, forming an illusion, until the 3 needles overlapped and pointed to 12. Early morning. Bite. The settlement of various rankings has been completed. Congratulations to the host for winning 135 gold coins. Administrator salary 5 coins. The system prompt woke Hu Yu up. He opened his eyes while sitting on a wooden recliner. Xiaobai next to him was still hugging the chair legs, making a whooshing sound from his mouth. He raised his hand and pressed it on his forehead, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Hiss. I didn't drink last night. Wrong. Rubbing his head, Hu Yu suddenly remembered something. Last night, wasn't he waiting for the award for best newcomer? Why did he suddenly faint? Hypoglycemia? Even though I only ate 13 cans of food for dinner, I didn't suffer from hypoglycemia. Could it be because of the time? Every time it was midnight, he would faint for no apparent reason. Apart from this reason, he could not think of any other possibility. Only time. Has it really reached midnight? Hu Yu couldn't remember, so he could only scratch his head and stand up from the wooden recliner. No matter what the reward is, it should be in your hands. If it is not in the warehouse, it should be around your residence. You can look for it yourself. As soon as he turned his head, Hu Yu was stunned. A crystal clear treasure chest that reflects the morning light outside the window stands on the ground, quietly waiting for its owner to favor it. This is crystal? Crystal treasure chest. Something even higher than a golden treasure chest just fell into my hands. This award for the best newcomer is a bit too outrageous. My little heart was beating uncontrollably, and I hurriedly took out the silver treasure chest that I was rewarded yesterday. Since we are unboxing, we have to open them together. This silver treasure chest is just right to rest my hands. This is a crystal treasure chest. A gold treasure chest is perfect at the lowest price, and a crystal treasure chest can get an epic item at the lowest price. If you are lucky, you may even get a legendary item. Although treasure chests above gold level will only produce one item, for items of this level, occasionally getting one is a blessing from God. Hu rubbed his paws excitedly, walked slowly to the silver treasure chest, and held the slightly cool key. Yesterday, 2 excellent grade buildings were completed, and they were only 5 points away from meeting the construction standards for wooden villas. As long as you can get any architectural drawing from this box, you can start building the wooden villa. A better life is waving at me. No, why? I feel like I forgot something. Chapter 71, Firearms. World level difference? No matter. Let's unpack first. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, excellent architectural blueprints, perfect weapons, excellent tools. You can exclude one of the options. It's a pity that there is no skill book. But it wasn't a perfect architectural blueprint, which was too good to be true. If there was another fragment of a perfect architectural blueprint, you would probably faint. Eliminate the treasure chest trap. As the key was turned and the lid opened, the treasure chest suddenly emitted a deep purple light. A piece of brown paper and a long sword lie in the treasure chest. It looks like weapons and blueprints. Hu ignored the long sword and took out the brown paper directly, praying in his heart. Please bless me, please bless me. Please don't let it be the same kind of cheating thing as Qingshi Shuaging again. My little heart can't bear it. Is bluestone floor tile built? Excellent. Consumable materials, stone 0/2000, cement 0/1000, bluestone floor tile drawings 0/1. Tools, masonry knife, any ruler. Note, the floor tiles will be laid outside the building, within the occupied area. There are only 2 materials. Besides stone and cement, there are no other material requirements. This simple and crude excellent building is completely different from a certain well. Hu smiled with satisfaction and put the craft paper aside. He planned to buy materials from the VIP mall after unpacking the box and start construction. Look, there is a big sword in front of you. A perfect level weapon is just a sword? It's probably not as good as my excellent level crossbow. But considering your rank, I'll still give you some face. Hu thought about it, reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword, and threw it over with an advanced appraisal. Bite. Advanced appraisal. Sword bathed in dragon blood. Perfect. This iron sword that has been bathed in dragon blood can deal double damage and slow down the bleeding process when attacking dragon creatures. Quality additional skills. Perfect. Holding this sword, you can gain the attention of dragons, and all dragons within a 1-kilometer radius will stare at you. Note, don't say I didn't tell you. Using this sword to pierce meat will lock in all the juices except the blood. It will be so delicious when roasted. Hu raised his eyebrows. Is this a barbecue grill or a dragon-slaying sword? But then again, dragon? Are there dragons in this wilderness? Even though a 5-meter-long sand lizard has appeared, the idea of a dragon. Isn't it a little too fantastical? I don't know if it's a giant lizard with wings, or a belief of our great celestial empire. Hu shook his head, put the grill back into the silver treasure chest, and looked at the crystal treasure chest. The highlight is coming. After opening the box, you can only get one item, which means you only have one chance. Hu rubbed his hands, took 3 deep breaths, and finally placed his hand on the crystal key. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger legendary skill books, epic weapons, legendary building blueprints, legendary materials. You can exclude one of the options. No treasure chest traps. In other words, you can eliminate one unwanted reward from these 4 options and get one from the other 3 choices. Legend, epic, legend, legend. Except for one weapon, the rest, whether it is skill books, building blueprints, or materials, are all legends. Hu swallowed his saliva. Is this the quality of the crystal treasure chest? It's ridiculously high. The options are out, and now the problems have also arisen. Undoubtedly, the most useful item in this treasure chest right now is the legendary skill book, which is of the highest level and can be used immediately after obtaining it. Of course, it is best to be able to open it. The second is architectural drawings. Although it cannot be built now, it will save a lot of time in collecting drawings in the future. You should know that there are no drawings in the VIP mall. Hu is very conflicted now. Should we exclude epic weapons or legendary materials? Neither of these items is very useful, and both can be purchased from the VIP store. How about Let's take a look at the weapons in the mall first. You took out the VIP notebook from the warehouse, opened the mall page, and entered the weapons. Fight. A total of 1,985,765 results were found. Over 1.9 million weapons. Good man, you can't have included the troublemaker in this. You looked down the page and found that the first one was tree branch. How long do I have to wait to see this? Since I am proficient in shooting anyway, it would be more practical to just look for shooting weapons. Search for shooting weapons. Fight. A total of 58,786 results were found. Well, that's much less now. You looked carefully and found that the first one was the crossbow he was using. F. Continuous crossbow. Excellent grade weapon. Price. 120 gold coins. F. What do the letters at the beginning of this crossbow mean? Who was still puzzled and continued to read. E. Ordinary Desert Eagle, ordinary grade weapon, the signature of the old-fashioned hunting pistol, but due to its excessive recoil and the empty gun weight exceeding 2 kilograms, it is difficult to be used on the battlefield. Note, as an old guy, you should just stay in the collection room. Price, 10 silver coins. You rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not seeing things. The price is 10 silver coins. Is this the price of a pistol? Even if it is an ordinary Desert Eagle, this price is ridiculously low. You frowned and tried to click to buy? Fight. Purchase successful, due to the world level difference. Currency settlement *100. What? You watched as 10 gold coins were directly deducted from his account, and the Desert Eagle fell into his palm. World level difference. He instantly remembered the third system prompt he saw last night. When he came to the next world, all resources would be reduced according to a certain ratio. Could it be that this ratio is 100? A chill swept through my heart. 100 times reduction. If this also includes the size of the ingredients and their abilities. That's too horrible. And now I only have 344 gold coins in total. If I go to the E-level world, won't it directly become 3 gold coins? No. Resources. Currency. Food. Before going to the next world, I must accumulate enough to survive even if I reduce it by 100 times. Otherwise, with my current appetite, there is no way I can survive. By the way, the first tip last night told us that the world has levels, and the third tip said that the resources will be reduced when we go to the next world. So, what is the second tip? You frowned, but he couldn't remember anything. The system has prompted it, but there is no record, so it cannot be seen. Forget it. After I push the door open, I'll go ask other people. Since I can buy firearms, even if the price is a bit high, I will not use weapons from the lower world. So, excluding epic weapons. After eliminating all the options, you put his hand on the crystal key again and twisted it gently. Chapter 72, Legendary Skills. Another base appears. The lid of the crystal treasure chest slowly opened, and orange light filled the entire room. A square book lay quietly in the treasure chest, waiting for its owner to read it. Book. It's a skill book. You took a deep breath, held it, and felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. A perfect high-level appraisal is already amazing. If it is a legendary skill book, then it would be. You shook his head, not daring to think about it, and hurriedly reached out to take the skill book out of the treasure chest. The dark orange cover was a bit eye-catching, as if it was sprinkled with a layer of gold powder. Ink-colored fonts dotted the upper right corner of the cover, with 2 words printed in ancient small seal script. What to eat? Before you could understand what was going on, a system prompt popped up in front of him. Fight. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Gluttony, Legend, skill book. Do you want to learn it? Gluttony? This name sounds familiar? Oh, isn't this the name of one of the 7 deadly sins? My goodness, is this a skill or a curse? I already have a big appetite, and if I start to overeat, you might as well just let me go to the zoo and eat elephants. However, out of respect for the legendary skill, you would not directly use it to pad the corner of the table. He would first send it for advanced appraisal to see. Advanced appraisal, Gluttony, legendary skill book named after one of the 7 deadly sins. This skill is endowed with power that did not originally belong to it. Master the glutton, and everything it devours will become nutrients for its growth, whether it is air or microorganisms. Note, once you master this method, you will no longer need stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets. Judging from the description, this skill is extremely powerful. But, for some reason, you always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put it into words. It feels like you clearly want to say something, but after being interrupted, you can't remember what you wanted to say. The discomfort is no less than having your spell interrupted when you sneeze. Never mind. I can't just leave the legendary skills unlearned, right? If I do, even the insignificant ones will look down on me. Study. Fight. The book turned into a white light and disappeared in Huyu's hand, and a new skill was added to his skill bar. Gluttony. Before his heartbeat returned to normal rate, Huyu felt a pang of hunger coming from his stomach. Cluck. I'm hungry, so I might as well try the effect of binge eating. Huyu casually took out a can of meat, opened the lid, and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. Bite. Gluttony. Physical fitness plus 0.01. Got it. This gluttony actually directly increases attributes. This is the data, 0.01. If you use this to dismiss beggars, it would be considered an insult to their dignity. But Huyu continued to stuff the minced meat into his mouth, and a bold idea gradually took shape in his mind. Eating canned meat itself will not increase attributes, but delicacies such as bear paw instant noodles and seafood mushroom soup pot will increase some attributes just by eating them normally. If we take gluttony into account, will that double the effect? Try it, you must try it. Soon, the entire can of meat went into Huyu's stomach, and his physical fitness increased by 0.1. Although the number is not large, it is good that they can be accumulated. I don't know if it's because of overeating or because his appetite has been stimulated, but Huyu is getting hungrier and hungrier. Looks like it's time to prepare breakfast. The amount of food a person has is limited. If one only fills his stomach with canned meat, wouldn't the bear paws and abalone in the warehouse be wasted? Open the door and get ready to cook. Huyu put his hand on the door with great interest, waiting for the system prompt to pop up. Apart from anything else, you can't give me 3 wastelands this time, right? If it's still like this, I will. I just had to accept my fate. Bite. Push open the door, you may encounter the outskirts of the Red Dragon Forest, C, the Howling Abyss, B, the top of the White Dragon Snow Mountain, S. You can exclude one of the options. This is. Huyu was stunned. There is no barren land, no treasure land, and no rich land. Instead, there were some place names that he had never heard of, and these place names were followed by levels. Could this be the regional level? The last time the wasteland was rated only D, there were already sand lizards over 5 meters long. Then these places. Huyu shook his head, not daring to think about it. Red Dragon Forest? White Dragon Snow Mountain. Could it be that there are really dragons in this world? If we look at the system rating, this is not impossible. Gulp. Huyu swallowed his saliva and excluded the top of Bailong's Snow Mountain. Regardless of its rating or the environment suggested by the place name alone, it is not a place I can go to right now. Steady. Try to be steady first. After eliminating all options, Huyu gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and pushed the door open. The wooden door opened, and a uniquely humid and hot air from the forest blew in my face. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves and hit the blades of grass. Huyu looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned for a moment. It's not because of the forest, but because of a building in front of you. A base that was much more advanced than his own wooden house was right in front of him, no more than 5 meters away. The swimming pool is even almost right next to someone's big iron gate. The iron gate is solid, with no hollows, so the scene inside cannot be seen directly from the outside. Huyu couldn't see inside, and inside couldn't see outside either. Cull. Huyu took a long breath and forced himself to calm down, but his hands still couldn't help shaking. This kind of building is not something that can be built by survivors of his generation, and there is only one reason for its existence: the base of the previous survivors. Apart from this, Huyu couldn't think of a second possibility. What to do? What to do? Survival in the wilderness naturally follows the laws of the dark forest. In the wilderness, everyone is a hunter with weapons, but some hold shotguns, some hold stone axes, and some hold wooden sticks. Once a hunter spots an enemy, the first thing he does is usually to attack, regardless of whether he has the ability to hurt the enemy or not. The resources of the forest are limited, so the presence of other hunters is a threat in itself. Huyu thought that what he was holding was not a wooden stick, but in front of the previous survivors, what he was holding was definitely not a shotgun. If he could escape, the first thing he would do would definitely be to leave quietly. Can you run? Cluck. His stomach rumbled with hunger again. Huyu frowned and had to gently close the wooden door and take out the only 10 cans of meat in the warehouse. There were originally some canned meat left, but they were all eaten when I was lazy last night. Just when he was planning to fill his stomach with canned meat and then think about how to protect himself after he was full, a system prompt popped up in front of him. Bite. It is detected that you have served as a regional administrator, so the system automatically determines that you are the administrator of this area. Regional rating, C. Administrator, Huyu. Administrator authority, E 3/5. Number of people, 99. Manageable system, chat interface, take photos, send pictures. Admin, me or an admin. Huyu turned his head and fixed his eyes on the pair of large iron gates. If I were still the administrator, would there be no one in this manor? Chapter 73, Manor in the Red Dragon Corpse. If the players from the previous session existed, then I could not possibly be the administrator of this area. If I became the administrator, it would naturally prove that the survivors from the previous session did not exist. Since it doesn't exist, isn't that base area ownerless? Huyu frowned, not feeling happy about his own inference. He just sat on the wooden recliner, tapping the surface of the canned meat with his fingers. This is all just speculation. If for some reason the last survivor is unable to serve as the area administrator, then you can't just break into someone else's base. That's just like an old man licking his lifeline. He thinks his life is too long. But if you don't try, the gate of that base faces his own swimming pool. As long as you open the door opposite, you will definitely find his wooden house. Huyuk didn't dare to put his life in the hands of a stranger. Mad, let's bet. Huyu gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, opened the can of meat in his hand, and swallowed it quickly. It is obviously impossible to go out and make a delicious breakfast now, so I have to make do with canned meat. Soon, 10 cans of meat went into Huyu's stomach, and a slight feeling of fullness was transmitted to his brain. All the canned meat in the warehouse has been consumed. This has also served as a motivation for me. Next time I must cook it myself and not just eat canned meat for the sake of convenience. Breakfast problem solved. Now it's time to look at the shotgun. Huyu opened the VIP mall and began to search for firearms that he could use. Buy. As for the Desert Eagle, although it costs 10 gold coins, it's not very practical, so I'd better just keep it as a collection. After browsing the mall, Huyu finally chose the modified M4 assault rifle. Although this rifle is not as convenient as a pistol, its performance is above the standard level when performing assault missions. The most important thing is its price. Only 2 gold coins are needed. The normal version of the M4 only costs 30 silver coins and is considered an ordinary weapon, but this one with the word modified added to the prefix is an excellent grade weapon, and its price has increased 7 times. If you take into account the world level difference, that would be 200 gold coins. This directly emptied Huyu's family fortune by more than half. However, when the gun fell into his palm, there was only one word in Huyu's mind. Worth it. Modified M4, excellent weapon, a firearm that has been improved through some technology, adding the function of automatic bullet replenishment on the basis of the original. In addition, the firing rate, shooting distance, and shooting power. These haven't changed at all. Note, no esports player likes to use this kind of gun because it has a fatal flaw. You can't change bullets. There was a popular saying in the past that 300 million mice have a shooting dream. But the fact is that every man would want to hold a real gun in his hand and shoot a shot. This kind of lethal thing, no matter at what era or in what form it appears, will induce a riot of male hormones. Now, Huyu's dream is half fulfilled. The other half, of course, has to wait until he gets a sniper. As he was proficient in shooting, he quickly checked the M4 as a whole and found nothing wrong with it except that the magazine could not be disassembled. Cull. He let out a long sigh, put the nylon belt over his shoulder, held the gun in both hands, pushed open the door, and walked out. But before he took 2 steps, he frowned and turned to look behind him. I say, Xiaobai, are you hungry again? A certain cute creature hugged Huyu's calf, locking its limbs tightly, and it was unclear whether it was hungry or wanted to go with him. Huyu had no choice but to pick up Xiaobai by the waist and said, whether you are hungry or want to go with me, you have to stay in the cabin. You are not allowed to come out until I come back. Got it. As he spoke, he exchanged 5 cans of meat from the mall again, opened them all, and put them behind the door. When he bought the canned meat, he also bought all the materials for building floor tiles, 20 gold coins for stone, and 100 gold coins for cement. Now he only has 24 gold coins left in his warehouse. The richest man in the wilderness is on the verge of bankruptcy. Start building. A flash of white light appeared, and after 3 hours of construction, the bluestone floor tiles will cover the entire base. And Xiaobai? The can of meat had been in the house for a long time, but it had not yet been taken down from his arms. Huyu had no choice but to carry it inside, put it on the floor, rubbed its head, and said, we agreed not to come out. After saying that, he closed the door. If he were to go exploring the wilderness normally, it wouldn't matter if he brought Xiaobai with him. But this time, we are going to a place that seems to be the base of the previous generation of survivors. We are taking Xiaobai with us. It is not a hunting dog. Do we really expect it to get away with it at the critical moment? Don't be silly. Huyu shook his head and walked slowly towards the swimming pool. When he was about to touch the iron door, the system prompt popped up. Bite. The remaining time for this exploration is 11 hours and 25 minutes, and the exploration distance is 110 meters. Please choose any direction to explore, The deviation to the left or right cannot exceed 3 meters. Note, once you choose a direction, you cannot change it. You can only go forward or backward. Now there are more than just 4 directions: east, south, west, and north. A doubt arose in Hu Yu's mind, but he didn't delve into it. He just put his hand on the iron gate and waited quietly for a miracle. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds passed, and the prompt box I expected did not pop up. It seems that what happened behind the iron gate is destined and will not change. Push the door. Hu Yu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and pushed the iron door open. Squeak. A sharp and piercing friction sound was heard, and the iron gate was slowly pushed open, revealing the scene inside the base to Hu Yu's eyes. Manor. This is a real manor. It has everything, including a racecourse, rockeries, fountains, lawns, gardens, swimming pools, and large villas. A 3-story villa that is nearly 20 meters wide and long stands before your eyes. It has an overall European style, and the sidewalls are carved with various patterns in marble. But even such a villa is painted entirely in ice blue, and some places are painted with cartoon patterns of the Snow Queen, who you almost thought he had arrived at Disney theme park. But besides that, what else is there in the manor? The pungent smell of blood penetrated into the nose and throat. Corpses lay one after another in the manor, covering almost every inch of land in the manor. And the fountain bubbling with blood, the flies flying around, the bullet shells everywhere, all told him one thing. This is not paradise, but hell. Especially those corpses. The nearest corpse was only half a meter in front of Hu Yu. Its red pupils, sharp teeth, scaly skin, and a pair of slender wings all told the visitor its identity. Dragon. The red dragon in the red dragon forest. Even though it is not as huge as the imagined red dragon, all its physiological characteristics tell Hu Yu that it is a western dragon that can soar into the sky. That is what we call a giant lizard with wings. Not just this one. There are no less than 1,000 such corpses in the entire manor. And all the red dragon's heads are facing in one direction, outside the iron gate. It seems that before they die, they all want to escape from here. What on earth could cause a group of red dragons to die here? Hu Yu shuddered when he thought of this. Even with the modified M4 in his hand, he was a little afraid to move forward. Chapter 74. Who are you? There are 3 situations in life where it becomes difficult to refuse requests from others. The 3 situations are: New Year's Day. He is still a child. He is already here. Once triggered, even if you don't want to agree to something, you will go over it in your mind first. Will doing this cause any particular harm to you? If not, then just agree to it. Especially the last one. Now that I'm here. Hu Yu smiled bitterly and said to himself, we are already at the door. It would be very rude if I don't go in and pay a visit to the host. Let's go and have a look. After saying that, he walked towards the red dragon corpse closest to him. Before visiting, it is better to identify this red dragon first. This way, you can not only know what it is, but also have some idea of the strength of the owner. After all, it would be a waste to leave so many corpses in the manor. I just got a perfect grill, which can be used. Coming to the red dragon's corpse, Hu Yu reached out and pressed on its head, releasing advanced identification. Bite. Advanced identification, red-winged dragon. Dragon subspecies, a branch of the red dragon. It only has elementary intelligence, so it often wanders around the outskirts of the forest, worships high-level pure-blooded dragons, and has a suppressive effect on other non-dragon beasts. Note: peel off the scales of the dragon's wing, brush it with a layer of Dan liquid, coat it with breadcrumbs, and fry until both sides are golden brown. The kids next door are crying with envy. Not a red dragon, just a subspecies. Hu Yu looked at the red-winged dragon in front of him with a wingspan of 2 meters and was somewhat unbelievable. If creatures of this size are just subspecies of dragons, then wouldn't real dragons be as big as the villa in front of us? Can I still use my own barbecue grill? If the dragons were really attracted, who knows who would be roasted? Hu Yu shook his head, cleared the thoughts from his mind, and continued walking deeper into the manor. The further I go, the more regretful I feel. The garden had been crushed by the corpse of the red-winged dragon, and the unknown flowers had long since withered. The surface of the swimming pool had long since been dyed scarlet, and the border was faintly cracked, and the tennis court, stable, lawn, and all the surrounding facilities that could be seen were no longer recognizable. If it weren't for these corpses, this manor would be a rare work of art. But unfortunately, it would be great if I could collect all of this. Even if I don't use it to build buildings, just handing the materials over to the system for recycling will replenish my small treasury. Hu Yu couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, imagination is just imagination after all. Now he doesn't even know whether the owner of this house is alive or not, but he has already started to covet other people's property. It's a bit too early. Yu smiled bitterly and looked up at the villa. Thump. The heart suddenly stops. There was only one open window in the entire villa, with dark brown curtains fluttering in the wind, and a jet-black gun barrel pointing downwards. It seemed it was aimed right at him. Yu stood there, his eyelids twitching slightly, and he couldn't help but feel like retreating. A cold wind blew, the curtains fluttered back and forth, but the gun barrel did not move. Yu gritted his teeth and took a few steps back. As the distance increased, he saw that there was no figure behind the gun barrel, and the gun was just leaning against the window frame. Cull. It almost scared me to death. Yu let out a long sigh and continued walking towards the villa gate. Because his attention was focused on the direction of the villa, he did not notice a round head in black and white poking out from behind the iron gate. Noob. After it finished the 5 cans of mead, it immediately ran towards Yu. When it saw Yu's back, it hurriedly followed him. As for the corpses of red-winged dragons on the road, Xiaobai doesn't take them seriously at all. Yu's hand was already on the door of the villa. He didn't know when he developed this habit, but he always paused for a moment before pushing the door, even if you know that no prompt box will appear. Yu felt the coldness in his palms and took a step forward, staring carefully at the seemingly marble door. That's not right. This touch seems to be Hetian jade. Both Hetian jade and marble are stone materials. If you look from a distance, pure white marble in the sun is not much different from Hetian jade. But it's different when you walk in. Hetian jade and marble are completely 2 different levels. If this entire gate was made of Hetian jade, with its quality as smooth as mutton fat and as white as frost and snow, the price of this pair of gates alone would exceed the price of the entire marble manor. Snort. Mutton fat jade is amazing. As long as you are not at home, I will take down the door and carry it back. I can't dismantle the swimming pool and garden, and I can't even lift the gate. It has been nearly 10 minutes since I entered the manor, and there has been no movement in the villa. I guess there is no living person inside. In that case, I'll gladly accept this door. I wonder if the perfect iron saw can saw it off. Yu muttered as he pushed open the white jade door and was instantly stunned by the scene before him. Neat, luxurious, and glittering. A long corridor appeared in front of me. 2 meters ahead and turning left was the living room, and further ahead was the stairs. There were some famous paintings hanging on the walls along the way, and some withered flowers were placed on the flower stands. Logically speaking, these furnishings are very ordinary, but whether it is the flower stand, the picture frame, or the floor tiles under your feet, they are all made of jade. The flower stand is made of jasper, the picture frame is made of black jade, and the floor tiles under your feet are made of mutton fat white jade. If Huyu's Agarwood house is a luxury, then this jade villa is a national treasure. No, it should be called a miracle. Huyu choked up, held the gun in both hands, and continued to move forward, shouting, "Is there anyone? I'm a new survivor. My base is right next to yours, and I came here specially to visit you. Even though I have a gun, want to eat the red-winged dragon outside your door, and covet your front door, I am still a good neighbor." The voice echoed in the villa, and after a long time no one responded. Huyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just when he was about to put away his gun, a clear female voice exploded from upstairs. "Who are you?" "Someone." Huyu's body froze, and his whole body felt as if he had been electrocuted. His scalp was numb to his toes, and he couldn't even think of running away. This is the ruthless man who slaughtered all those red-winged dragons outside. Even if I want to run, can I get away? He put his finger on the trigger and turned his back to the wall. As soon as he said a word, Huyu felt his voice trembling, so he coughed twice and pretended to be calm. "Ahem. I'm your next-door neighbor. This time I happened to be next to you by chance, so..." Before he could finish his words, a calm female voice rang out again from upstairs. "Who are you?" Huyu leaned against the cold jade wall, feeling his back almost soaked with sweat. Chapter 75 made. Robot. Did I answer the wrong question? Huyu's pupils shrank, and he quickly replied. "Huyu. My name is Huyu. Boss, don't think my name is a bit sloppy, but I am a very honest person. If you say you are here to visit, then you will definitely not do anything else. If you don't like it, I can leave right away." "You. Who are you?" The third time. Huyu didn't know what the boss wanted to ask, but it was a bit strange. The same question was asked 3 times, and the tone of the boss above was exactly the same. It was like a recording. "Boss." Huyu had a guess in his mind, but he still needed to confirm it. "Didn't I say my name is Huyu? Could it be that you still want my resume? I am not here to apply for a job." This statement can not only lead to the next topic, but is also humorous and polite. If the person above was a normal person, he would never repeat the same question for the 4th time. If it repeats, it will prove that the person above is not human at all. The sound echoed for a while, And then the female voice from upstairs slowly came. Who are you? The fourth time. The person upstairs is indeed not a human. Who became excited instantly and immediately walked around the jade wall and headed upstairs. But just as he turned and reached the stairs, no, dozens of black gun barrels were pointed at his head. The cold touch, coupled with the indifferent female voice, the same question rang out for the fifth time. Who are you? This time, who finally saw clearly who made the sound. A robot. A female robot with an expressionless face and at least 20 gun barrels sticking out of its body. She was wearing a full maid outfit, revealing a pair of mechanical calves with a pale silver luster. Her meticulously carved face had no expression, only her eyes were flashing an eerie red light. Finished. These are the only 2 words in Yu's mind. His judgment was correct. The person upstairs was definitely not a human. But this thing is a fucking robot. If it was a human, he could still use his special talents to swindle his life out of someone else's hands. But if it was a robot, have you ever seen anyone fooling a robot? Even if there is, Yu hasn't reached that level yet. He had no choice but to raise his hands to indicate that he was not a threat, and forced a kind smile on his face. Just as he was about to step back slowly, a system prompt popped up. Bite. Answer the secret command, and you will trigger the following choices. Unlock visitor rights. I am a guest. Unlock housekeeper rights. Your Highness, I am your most loyal servant. Unlock master rights. 9,527. What are you doing? Be hunted down, get lost, or other insulting words. Yu's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. After ruling out the last option, he immediately said, 9527. What are you doing? As soon as the words fell, the red light in the maid robot's eyes went out instantly, and a pair of green lights lit up instead. No one knew where the gun barrels were put away, and they were replaced with a broom. Master, 9527 is performing cleaning duties. Please give me your orders. Good man. You are telling lies with your eyes open. You were clearly carrying out an assassination mission just now. If it weren't for my quick wit, you would have shot me in the head. Yu's mouth twitched. It was not good to complain in front of this person, but since the sound just now was made by a robot, does that mean there is no one else upstairs? Can you please have less twists and turns every day? I almost had a heart attack because of you. Ahem. Yu coughed twice, looked at the obedient robot maid in front of him, and decided to play it safe first, and took the initiative to ask, is there anyone upstairs? Have. The robot maid replied obediently. The master is sleeping and does not want to be disturbed. Yu. Is this true? I have little education, please don't lie to me. I've already come home, but your master is still sleeping upstairs? How many sleeping pills did he take to sleep like this? Wait a minute. The exterior wall of the villa is painted with the Snow Queen, so could your master be Sleeping Beauty? Well, that's not very likely. Yu stood at the stairs, gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, made up his mind, and walked up. We're already at the stairs. Don't even mention that you might be Sleeping Beauty. Even if you were Snow White's stepmother, I would still come up and peel an apple for you. Stepping on the jade steps, Yu quickly reached the second floor of the villa. Perhaps because she was afraid that he would disturb her master's rest, the maid followed him. After the man and the machine had walked upstairs, the round black and white head poked out from the jade door again. The dark nose twitched, as if it smelled the scent of its master, and then it swaggered through the corridor. Come to the second floor. Yu glanced around and found a door wide open not far from the stairs. Out of curiosity, he walked to the door and took a look, and was instantly stunned by the scene before him. It's full of treasure chests. The lowest grade ones are all golden treasure chests, while the highest grade ones are made of jade, which come in 2 types, black jade and white jade. But unfortunately, all these treasure chests have been opened. It seems that this is a collection room, which contains treasure chests that the owner of the villa has opened before. Judging from the quantity, even if he opened 1 treasure chest a day, the owner of the villa would have lived in the wilderness for no less than 100 days. This is just the treasure chests above gold. I really don't know what else can threaten the life of a survivor like this. Yu closed the door and continued walking to the top floor. If nothing unexpected happens, the master bedroom is on the 3rd floor, and the window that was opened earlier is also on the 3rd floor. When he reached the 3rd floor, he found there was a big door blocking the stairs and the 3rd floor. This kind of design is usually only used when leading to a balcony, and it seems a bit abrupt when it appears here. Yu didn't care about these things. He reached out and pushed open the white jade door. As the door opened, a cold wind blew in my face, carrying with it the scent of moist earth and a hint of blood. Yu turned his head and found that the cold wind was blowing from outside the window, and right next to the window, there was a figure standing. The figure was wearing a red dress, with long black hair blown by the wind, and even carrying a faint fragrance. But you couldn't tell whether it was the incense in the room or something else. There was only one thought left in his mind. Fake. This is definitely fake. But at this moment, a female voice that was 90% similar to the robot maid's voice sounded. You're here. Huyu's eyes widened, and he hypnotized himself frantically in his mind. This is fake. This is definitely a robot. It just has more hair. This is the only thing she should say. Sit down. The second sentence floated out slowly, like inviting an old friend who had not seen him for many years. Before Huyu could react, the third sentence floated into his ears. The room is a bit messy. 9527. Come and clean it up. Just as he was standing there in a daze, there was a collision from behind. 9527. Start cleaning procedures. The robot maid bumped past him and rushed directly into the room. She ran to the open window at lightning speed, placed the gun of unknown model on the bedside, and closed the window. With a broom in one hand and a rag in the other, he actually started cleaning. Huyu felt a little dry in the mouth, and for a moment he really didn't know what to say. What to do? What to do? Chapter 76. Dying and sick. He woke up and asked the visitor where he came from with a smile. You can't run away, so you might as well be generous and take the initiative to say hello to this person and try to leave a good impression. Apart from anything else, judging from the tone of her previous speech, she doesn't seem like a difficult person to get along with. Cole, Huyu let out a long sigh and forced a smile. Senior, I am sorry to come to visit you, and I didn't bring anything with me. Do you like seafood? Do you want to know about 18 to 19 gene king crab? Or half a head of abalone will do. Let me tell you, abalone contains a lot of gelatin, which can be said to be an excellent product for nourishing and beautifying the skin. So we're going to have this for lunch. As soon as he finished speaking, Huyu chewed over what he had just said. Be neither humble nor overbearing. Proceed step by step. Be polite and even a little playful. As long as you are a normal person, you will never do this to yourself. But the prerequisite is, she has to be a normal person. For someone who has lived in the wilderness for so long, it would probably be abnormal to be normal. Huyu waited for the other party's answer, but he didn't expect to hear. I'm already dead. The sudden and different words caught him off guard. Dead? Can the dead still talk? Could it be that you are the legendary one who saw his deathbed and asked the visitor where he came from with a smile? Before he could open his mouth, the second sentence floated out. I don't know if it's Shang Yun or Harris who's coming. The woman's tone was a little sad. Of course, it could be someone else. If 9527 was also destroyed. Something is wrong. Why do these words sound more and more like a last will? Could it be that? Huyu mustered up his courage and walked slowly towards the red-dressed man, smiling and saying, Senior? What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? If it was Shang Yun. The woman smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, I didn't keep my promise to you. The diamond treasure chest has been opened by me. Diamond chest? Huyu's pupil shrank and he just stood there in a daze. Judging from what the woman said now, she was indeed dead, and these last words were preserved by her through some means. As for the diamond treasure chest she mentioned, Huyu searched the room but found no trace of the treasure chest. In the treasure chest room before, he didn't see the so-called diamond treasure chest. Unfortunately, I triggered the trap, and my greatest legacy is left in. Never mind, I won't tell you about it, lest Harris find out. Anyway, you know where it is, right? The password is our birthdays added together. The woman's next words aroused Huyu's curiosity again. Trap? Could it be that this is the cause of death of this senior? Apart from this, Huyu could not think of a second possibility. Many red-winged dragons died in the manor, but their corpses were only scattered around the outside of the villa. This master bedroom, or even the entire villa, showed no signs of damage. Therefore, the woman in red obviously did not die from the attack of the red-winged dragon. If it was true, as she said, that she opened the diamond chest and triggered the chest trap, then this was most likely the cause of her death. Even, it could be the cause of death of those red-winged dragons outside the house. As for Harris, the woman in red spoke again. If you find this room first, please tell Shang Yun what I just said, and the reward is my gun. You always wanted it, didn't you? Right, Huyu said shamelessly. From now on my English name will be Harris. A survivor who can open a diamond chest must have extraordinary weapons. That's perfect. I'll just consider it as compensation for the mental damage you caused me by scaring me so many times. But, Huyu frowned again. Something was wrong. Since the weapon wielded by this woman is a firearm, she should be a survivor from the E-class world. Why did she die in the F-class world? Either she, like herself, also possessed the senior's notebook, or she was a survivor in the E-class world and could find some way to return to the F-class world. The former is unlikely, but the latter is still possible. If it was someone else who came. The woman's voice suddenly turned 3 degrees colder, and then she seemed to remember something. Forget it. If you can bypass 9527 and come here, I can't do anything to you. I still say the same thing. Tell Shang Yun my last words, and the rest is up to you. After finishing his last words, Hu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he still stopped where he was. He is afraid. I'm afraid this senior still has some tricks up his sleeve. What if I am not one of Shang Yun or Harris, and she lets 9527 attack me again? Even though this maid robot is still cleaning, Hu Yuk still remembers the time when she was covered in gun barrels. Although this possibility is not very high, after all, she still needs to pass on the message herself, leaving her greatest legacy to Shang Yun. Shang Yun. Hu Yu repeated the name silently in his mind and kept it firmly in his heart. If they met, he would tell her what he had just heard, which would be considered as taking on a job, and the reward for work. Hu Yu's eyes were fixed on the gun of unknown model, and he walked slowly towards the person in red. Just when he came in front of the man in red and was about to reach out to grab the gun, the woman's voice suddenly exploded. That's right. Hu Yu felt his heart skipped a beat, jumped back, and flew directly to 1 meter away. The woman in red spoke again. If you are someone else, please be sure to go to the cellar. Go. I wouldn't go? Damn it. He's still so scary even after he's dead. Do you have any sense of public morality? Hu Yu complained wildly in his heart and waited for a while. After making sure that the man had no intention of speaking again, he approached again. This time he learned his lesson. After getting close, he did not go straight to get the gun, but went around to the opposite side of the woman in red. Due to the narrow space, Hu Yu did not dare to touch her body casually, so he almost moved closer to the body of the woman in red. If you don't want to be scared, you have to understand the working principle first, right? If it is really a repeater, I will smash it on the spot. But just this one look frightened him so much that he almost fell out of the window. Fortunately, 9527 closed and locked the window, so Hu Yu just bumped into the glass, feeling his chest pounding. A fair and tender face appeared before his eyes, with eyes closed and lips painted with soft red lipstick, appearing to be no more than 20 years old. Cull. His breath couldn't help but spray on her face, forming a layer of light frost. If Luo Jin is a goddess rarely heard of in the fairy world, then this one is an elf living in the human world. Just looking at it up close can easily make your heart beat faster and your breathing become heavier. It's just a pity. If this person hadn't died, maybe we could have made friends. But you took a few deep breaths, and when he calmed down, he gradually moved his gaze downward and began to look for the thing that could have been used to make the last words. Although he didn't find the repeater, he did discover the cause of death. An ice cone. The icicle sank into her lower abdomen, but there was no trace of blood. It even made people wonder if the girl in front of them would be resurrected if the icicle was pulled out. Hu Yu stared at the ice cone, and the thought kept growing in his mind. Chapter 77. Ice Cone. Treasure chest trap? Hu Yu sat on the windowsill, staring at the icicle. This was the only thought in his mind. His fingers gradually moved closer to the icicle. Just as he was about to touch the ice cone, a sound came from outside the door. Bang. It feels like something is banging against the door. Hu Yu's thoughts were pulled back. He turned to look at the maid robot mopping the floor. 9527. Go open the door. Yes, master. Hu Yu hid half of his body behind the female corpse, and as soon as he found something wrong, he would immediately take out his M4 and shoot. 9527 quickly came to the door and slowly opened the jade door. A familiar voice slowly sounded. Ouch. Noob. How did it come? Hearing a threatening voice, 9527 immediately put away the broom and got out of the gun barrel. An unknown biological threat has been discovered. Do you want to execute the cleaning procedure? No. Hu Yu immediately refused, then walked around the female corpse and jumped down from the windowsill. Xiaobai? Wu. When Xiaobai heard his master's voice, he bypassed the maid robot, ran quickly on all fours, and came in front of Hu Yu. Hu Yu picked it up and rubbed its head lovingly, but he scolded it. You bastard. Didn't I tell you to wait for me in the house? What are you doing here? Are you running around after finishing the canned meat? If you run around again next time, I will throw you away. It's impossible to lose it. At most, it's just a threat. Xiaobai pretended not to understand. He buried his head in Hu Yu's chest and refused to raise it no matter what was said. Hey, don't try to get away with it. I'm telling you. Hu Yu stretched out his hand and grabbed the skin on the back of Fate's neck and lifted the guy from his arms to his front. Tell me, will you dare to do it again next time? Woo-woo. Xiaobai closed his eyes and kept swinging his limbs, as if he wanted to hug Hu Yu, but more like he was begging for mercy. This guy is so cute that it's unfair. No matter how ruthless Hu Yu was, he could only do this. He then lifted it onto his shoulder and patted it on the back. Stay still, don't run around. Woo. Yu turned around, his eyes fell on the person in red, and he was suddenly stunned. The ice cone that was originally stuck in her lower abdomen actually moved to the back of the woman in red. His face was imprinted on the transparent ice surface. The self on the ice seemed to be looking at him. This feeling is 100 or 1,000 times weirder than looking in the mirror. Yu paused, and the thought of pulling out the ice cone came to his mind again. Gradually, he didn't know when he stretched out his hand. His fingertips were suspended in the air, just a hair's breadth away from the ice cone. Woo-woo. Xiaobai's voice exploded in his ears, and Yu felt his mind was a mess. He subconsciously stopped moving, closed his eyes, and shook his head. He only discovered it when he opened his eyes. Xiaobai, who was originally lying on his shoulder, ran to his arm at some point, hugged his forearm tightly with his limbs, and looked at him vigilantly with a pair of eyes. What's wrong with me? Yu couldn't help but frown. He wanted to look at the ice cone again, but his view was blocked by Xiaobai. That's right. Icicle. Yu seemed to have thought of something horrible. He immediately took a step back and turned his back to the woman in red. The woman in red died from the trap of the diamond treasure chest, and she only had an ice cone, which could be fatal. Does that mean? Ice cone is the trap in the diamond chest. It's such a simple logical connection, but I just figured it out now. No, that's not right. Yu frowned and pursed his lips into a straight line. The moment I saw the ice cone, the diamond chest didn't even enter my mind. All I wanted to do was pull it out. It was only after Xiaobai appeared that he briefly got rid of this idea, and the logical deduction was even more so after his sight left the ice cone. Is this a treasure chest trap? It's clearly a halo that lowers your intelligence. Yu originally thought that most of the treasure chest traps were bombs, poison gas, and the like. At most, the more advanced ones were ferocious beasts and poisonous insects. I didn't expect there was such a thing. If I pull it out and trade it to someone else as some kind of item, will the other person? No. Yu raised his hand and patted his head. How come he didn't see the icicle and was thinking about pulling it out? It seems that this place is not suitable for staying for long. Better to slip away first. But before you get lost. Relying on the memory in his mind, Yu slowly backed away with his back to the woman in red, walked to the head of the bed, and reached out to touch the gun. In order to avoid any further trouble, he didn't even use the advanced appraisal. He just went straight into the warehouse and walked quickly toward the door. 9527, come out. Yes, master. Yu pushed open the door, carried Xiaobai and left the master bedroom, and stopped at the stairs to the second floor, while 9527 followed behind him. When he reached the second floor, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't go upstairs, he would never think about pulling out the ice pick again. As for the cellar mentioned by the woman in red, Yu was a little confused. If I go to see it, I'm worried that it's a trap she set, and if I don't go, I'll always feel like I've missed something. No matter what, let's first clean up the second floor and see if there are any treasures. There are 4 rooms on the second floor. In addition to the treasure chest room we saw earlier, there are 3 more. It is estimated that these 3 rooms are also places to store something. After all, living together in the wilderness is probably impossible. Cluck. After the shock, Yu felt hungry again. Hold on. You must not eat any convenience foods anymore. There are still so many top-quality ingredients in my warehouse. I will go back and cook them after I have looted the manor. You must hold on. 1 hour later. The 4 rooms on the second floor were completely searched, and except for the various treasure chests in the treasure room, he didn't collect any useful resources. Because the remaining 3 rooms are the cloakroom, the game room, and the KTV. But he discovered one thing. There is electricity in this villa. Not only can it be used in KTV, but the computers in the game room can also be started normally. But unfortunately, apart from a few standalone games, the rest of the data in the computer is useless. So, he played CS for an hour in the game room and took a dozen photos of himself playing games and singing. Save it. When the work is done, I will envy those beasts to death. Strangely enough, today's chat channel was exceptionally quiet. Apart from a few people discussing how to distinguish north from south in the forest, there was almost no sound. He didn't have time to find topics to talk about, and he didn't even have time to post an announcement for a food show. But he was not completely without gain. Treasure room. A total of 10 gold treasure chests, 30 crystal treasure chests, 50 black jade treasure chests, and 68 white jade treasure chests were harvested. There are a total of 158 open treasure chests. Judging from the numbers alone, the owner of the villa seems to be deliberately collecting these treasure chests, and no one knows what they are used for. Now that I have an A-class notebook, the warehouse is naturally large enough. Not to mention all these treasure chests, it is enough to store up the entire manor. Only. This is our base. It's impossible to fit anything in there. But you came to the first floor. Compared with the second floor, this place seems even more barren. In addition to the huge living room, there is also a study, a kitchen, and a sauna room. It's really enjoyable. The search of the upper 3 floors has been completed. If you guessed correctly, the weapons warehouse, food warehouse, and even the warehouse for props and some important materials should all be in the cellar. So we still have to go to the cellar? But, big sister, please tell me where the entrance to the cellar is. There's not even any coordinates here. Do you want me to dig a hole? Chapter 78. I need to make a living, and I also need resources. The staircase leads only to the 2nd floor and does not lead to the so-called cellar. You looked around, but couldn't find the entrance to the cellar, not even the sewer. 9527, do you know where the entrance to the cellar is? Hearing this, 9527's eyes instantly turned red, and the gun barrel on his body was pointed at Huyu again. Harris, don't even think about touching my warehouse. The tone and voice are exactly the same as the woman in red. It seems that some key command has been triggered. Huyu smiled bitterly and said hurriedly, 9527, what are you doing? As soon as the words fell, the maid robot's eyes turned green again, the barrel of the gun was put away, and the broom was taken out again. Master, I am performing the cleaning task. What can I do for you? Yes, cleaning task. You almost swept me. Huyu complained in his heart. Come to think of it, if the cellar is a warehouse, then there is no reason for the villa owner to ask his own robot. If someone asks, it must be an outsider. Only. Who is this Harris? Judging from the various measures set up by the woman in red, it is very likely that he came to this room. But this is in the wilderness. Is it really possible to just visit someone casually? Wait, it seems to be possible. He suddenly remembered the administrator privileges he saw on the A-class notebook. The last privilege was fixed-point teleportation. Could it be that Harris, like the owner of the notebook he picked up, also has Class A authority? If this is true, then the owner of this villa may be richer than he thought. And the gun lying in the warehouse is probably unimaginably powerful. Thinking of this, Huyu sat down on the sofa, put his feet on the coffee table, took out the gun from the warehouse, and fired a high-level appraisal shot at it. Bite. Advanced appraisal. Intelligence is not. Depend on. Huyu rolled his eyes and ignored the rest of the prompts without even reading them. He took the gun back to the warehouse and had no intention of using it until he determined the specific data of the gun. Anyway, the M4 is enough for now, so there is no need to take risks. What if this gun is made of life or energy as bullets? Huyu can't stand it. Collapsing on the sofa, Huyu finally found a trace of warmth that could only be found in the real world. If possible, he really wanted to lie down on it and take a nap instead of looking for a cellar. Cluck. His stomach rebelled again, and Huyu had to get up from the sofa. Let's look for it again. Finally, search the 2nd floor again. If you still don't find anything, go home. Anyway, there are still nearly 10 hours until 8 o'clock in the evening, so it won't be too late to come and look after dinner. Huyu Gang stood up and was stunned when he looked at the LCD TV in front of him. Television. That's right. TV. There is no signal in this wilderness. Even if you can find a power source, you can't search for a video signal, right? Then doesn't this TV have any meaning to exist? Could it be that this cellar is hidden behind the TV? You seem to have grasped a clue and immediately walked around the coffee table and came to the TV. In order to avoid triggering any trap, he did not touch the TV directly, but turned sideways and looked through the gap between the TV and the TV wall. From the surface, there is no gap in the wall, and unless you take the TV down and check it carefully, you can't see any clues. 9527, Huyu shouted immediately. Yes, master. Huyu took a step back to make way for the maid robot. Take down the TV. There are ready-made tools here, so there is no need to do it yourself. Yes. 9527 responded, walked to the TV, and gently lifted up the entire TV with both hands. The smooth wall was exposed. No matter how you looked at it, it was just a simple jade wall. Could it be that I was wrong? Huyu frowned. If there was no passage behind the TV, then he really didn't know how to get to that damn cellar. Outside the villa? There are so many dragon corpses piled outside. Even if there is enough space in the warehouse, it will take at least 2 or 3 hours just to move them in, not to mention finding the entrance to the cellar in such an environment. Even if we want to move, we have to wait until I'm full, right? Cluck. His stomach rebelled again, and Huyu had to think about eating first. But before that, let's move some things back first. For example, that computer that can play CS. Although he has no power supply now, it doesn't mean he won't have it in the future. Move it back first. It can also be regarded as some of the resources collected. He took out his VIP notebook and was walking upstairs when he suddenly stopped. Notebook. Why didn't I think of it before? Since the survivors 200 years ago all had notebooks, there is no reason why this one doesn't have one. As long as we find the notebook, why bother looking for the cellar? Aren't all those good things stored in the warehouse? Huyu was instantly excited, but then he was stunned. expression gradually became solemn. He knew why he hadn't thought about the notebook before. That icicle. As long as that ice cone is there, let alone trying to find the notebook, you will most likely die just by getting close to it. No matter how nice the notebook is, it is not as important as your life. But you couldn't help but feel tangled. There are no resources in the notebook warehouse from 200 years ago, perhaps because they were lost in advance or for some other reason. But this person died from the treasure chest trap. There must be a lot of resources in that notebook, and there may even be clues to finding the seller. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked a stranger to look for that seller, right? There is only one reason that can explain it. No matter who comes, as long as they find the notebook, they will be able to find the entrance to the seller, so she will directly give the information about the seller. After figuring this out, Hu finally understood. It seems. I have to go to the third floor again. Hu took a step up, then turned around and walked down the stairs, holding shabby, and walked out of the house without looking back, cursing. Psycho. I am trying to survive. Why take this risk? Resources? What's the point of having more resources? What if you have the life to earn but not the life to spend? Wouldn't it be delicious to go back and eat barbecue? Anyway, I won't go to the third floor. Whoever wants to go can go. Hu cursed all the way back to the wooden house. Make a fire, boil water, take out the fresh bear paws, and throw them on the chopping board. Bang. Not reconciled. Hu turned his head and looked at the manor behind him. The iron gate was open and he could vaguely see the person in red standing at the window. There are a lot of resources right in front of us, but we have to give them up because of the life-threatening danger. This is human nature, but no matter how you think about it, or when you think about it, you will feel unwilling. Hu looked at the bear's paw in front of him and knew well the old saying. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want to save your life, you naturally have to give up some interests. But I just don't believe this. I want to protect my life. I want to work. I'm determined to get this resource. It's not like there's no other way out. So why should we escape? Two different plans gradually took shape in Hu's mind. As long as one of them was effective, he could safely reach the third floor. But if neither of these two works, Hu shook his head and threw away the thoughts in his mind. There was no point in saying these things before the plan was verified. Chapter 79 Solution. The first method, VIP Mall. If I'm not mistaken, the effect that the ice cone has on me should be of the type of mental interference. As long as there are items that can reduce or even be immune to mental interference, you can go upstairs and search for them after purchasing them. As for the gold coin issue, not to mention that there are so many materials in Hu's warehouse. Just from the countless red-winged dragon corpses in the manor, if you hand them all over to the system for recycling, you can earn a lot of gold coins. As long as the price of this item is not too excessive. Hu opened the VIP store and began searching items to avoid mental interference. Bite. A total of 249 items were found. Wow, that's quite a lot. Hu looked at the first item. Generally speaking, the first item is the cheapest. Mental shielding device. Excellent. This product was developed by nuclear technology at the end of the 25th century. It can not only interfere with human brainwaves, but also block all quantum information from the outside world. Note, we don't produce forests. We are just porters of plants. Price, 1 gold coin. Well, this thing blocks quantum information and interferes with my brain waves. I might as well just get a frontal lobotomy. Next, first generation quantum blocker, excellent, produced by Hashan Technology. It can block all quantum information within 1 cubic meter. However, due to the imperfection of the product, leakage accidents usually occur. Note, if you need a personal accident insurance, please give priority to our nursing insurance. Price, 5 gold coins. Well, you don't need to read the rest. Hu closed the search interface. The price of the second item alone was beyond his affordability. Yes, the corpses of that group of red-winged dragons can be sold for a lot of gold coins, but there is always an upper limit. The price is 5 gold coins. After taking inflation into account, it is 500 gold coins. Could that pile of materials really be worth that much? It seems. I have to use the second method. Hu took the conch out of the warehouse with some hesitation in his eyes. It would be fine if this conch was more reliable, but this relatively accurate answer, what if it also blocks my brain waves at the same time? At this time, the art of language will be tested. I need a cheap solution that does not harm myself, but can block or reduce mental interference. One question involves so many factors. Fortunately, Hu's mother tongue is Chinese. If it were any other language, it would take who knows how long he would have to repeat this series of requests. The conch reacted for a moment, and then there was a tremor. Left. Hu. That's it. I didn't give you food, so what? Last time, it was from the back. This time it was from the left. Are you a primary school student learning directional nouns? If so, then you should at least give it a try. Despite his complaints, Yu still turned his head and looked to the left. On the left is a forest. I can't tell what kind of trees there are. It's so lush and green that I can't see the end. Not to mention whether there is a way on the left. Even if there is, Yu can't find it. Because the direction of his exploration has been determined, and the manor is right in front of him. Woo woo. Xiaobai seemed to smell the food, ran over from the left, hugged his thighs, and rubbed his head against them. Okay, I'll cook right away. Yu bent down, raised his hand, and rubbed the little guy's head, but frowned after he stood up. I used both methods. One has no money, and the other can't find it. Is it really true that I can only wait? The left side. Yu shook his head and looked at Xiaobai, who was holding his left leg. This guy just ran over from the left, right? That's right. It must be. I felt it was strange before. I was about to touch the ice cone, but when this little guy appeared, my attention was focused on it. Could it be that this is the solution that Conk mentioned? Very likely. After all, there are only trees on the left except for this guy. Considering what happened last time on the third floor, it is definitely the solution that Conk mentioned. What's wrong with a pet that can't even identify itself having the effect of avoiding mental interference? Isn't this normal? No. Yu bent down, picked it up, and gave it a fierce kiss on the face. You are worthy of being a national treasure. Nothing can stop you. Woo woo. Xiaobai dodged with his head tilted in disgust, while his hands kept reaching forward to block Yu's attack. Hey, don't hide. Just one kiss. Yu laughed happily, and after a while, the gloom in his heart was finally swept away. Isn't it just an icicle? Want to embarrass me in the next life? Please turn yourself into a beautiful girl. Maybe I will be attracted to you for a little while. Yu looked at the chat interface that had been silent for a long time, and took a photo of the bare paw on the chopping board. Good brothers. It's almost lunchtime. Are you ready for lunch? As soon as the message was sent, the chat interface instantly became active. What the hell? What did I see? Isn't this Yu, the best newcomer, is actually in our area? As soon as I saw the upstairs room, it was the first time I saw Mr. Hu. He has no style at all. Bear paw, is that what Mr. Hu eats for lunch? It's a pity that I don't have a camera, otherwise I would let you see what Spanish Iberico pork ham is. The chat interface suddenly fell silent. Those who had been in the same area with Yu no longer dared to send messages. Provocative. Is this guy's mind full of ham? How dare he challenge Boss Hu? Yu was also stunned when he looked at the chat interface. Iberico pork ham. It seems that it is quite good to cook soup with shark fin. It is just missing some key ingredients. Otherwise, a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall would be perfect. That's right. I might as well just a Buddha jumps over the wall for dinner, just to celebrate getting the notebook and resources. Yu was already thinking about celebrating in the evening, and had long forgotten the words he had just used to provoke that person. He didn't take this level of provocation seriously. He took out the unfinished ingredients from the seafood mushroom soup pot last time, took another photo, and sent it to the chat interface. Half a king crab, half an Australian lobster, lots of fungi, 3 bear paws, JPG. Abalone is not suitable for grilling, so Yu did not take it out, planning to use it when making Buddha jumps over the wall in the evening. Okay friends, the Wilderness Food Show is back online. Are there any old friends who were in the same area as me last time? Come out and say hello. The chat interface became active again. Did you hear that the victims from last time have come out to gather together? The one eating ham upstairs, please open your eyes and see if Mr. Hu is eating your ham? Yu's mouth twisted. Ham? It's just a salty and quick food. How can it be as delicious as seafood? Shuren, to be honest, after drinking the mushroom soup, what the above person said is right. William Austin, condemn. This behavior must be condemned. Chinese. What do you want to do by posting these pictures when we are all hungry? Do you still have any gentlemanly manners? Well, look at this guy who is not worried about anything. He is obviously from the beautiful country. Chapter 80. The Gaze from the Dragon Clan. Yu rolled his eyes and ignored the guy. If you don't want to watch it, you don't have to. Your chat interface is not right in front of you like mine. If you don't want to see it, why don't you just close it? Why are you nagging me here? He is hungry now and has no time to care about these weird things. Eating is the most important thing. Yu broke open the remaining 2 bear paws, brushed them with the barbecue sauce he bought from the mall, and set them aside. Next, it's time to inject soul into the food. Sword bathed in dragon blood. Although its notes are quite unreliable, Yu still wants to give it a try. Anyway, there are no signs of dragons around, so it should be okay to grill some meat, right? Yu held the hilt of the sword, pierced 3 bear paws cut in half, and roasted them over the fire in front of him. The wood used to make the fire was not ordinary wood. Generally, fruit wood is used for barbecue, among which Qinggang wood has the best taste, but Yu used agarwood. Kainam is also a kind of agarwood, but because of its high oil content and peculiar fragrance, it is hailed as the best agarwood and is mostly collected. Used for barbecue. This is something that people living in the real world would never dare to think about. Just 1 gram of medium-quality agarwood costs over 6 figures. Grilling it? I'm afraid you won't be eating roasted dragon meat. But Huyukai doesn't care about these. Kinda? It's just taking down the wooden fence at home. Since we have a garden anyway, and the garlic seeds have been transplanted into the garden, then the wooden fence is useless, right? Just right for barbecue. White smoke curls up, drops of moist yellow fat drip into the fire, the aroma of meat and agarwood blend together, making people salivate. Huyu also deliberately bought some white truffles, intending to sprinkle some on the meat after it was roasted. That taste, tisk, my mouth is watering just thinking about it. Just as Huyu was about to take a photo and post it, a system prompt popped up. Bite. There are 10 minutes left before the D-level beast attack. Survivors, please be prepared. Click. The sound of wood breaking was heard, and Huyu was stunned for a moment. 10 minutes? D-level beast attack? You are really teasing me. Bear paw meat is thick to begin with, so it only takes 10 minutes at most to be cooked through, and that doesn't even include the time it takes to eat. Goo. Thinking of barbecue, Huyu's stomach growled again. If it was an F-level beast attack, or even an E-level beast attack, Huyu wouldn't take it seriously, but a D-level. He couldn't help but think of the corpse of the red-winged dragon lying in the manor. If the D-level beast attack refers to the red-winged dragon, then he is still sitting here barbecuing. Isn't he just seeking his own death? Furs, ha ha ha. Grilling? Yellow monkey, keep grilling. William, Furs, where is your demeanor? I believe that even if the beast attack doesn't come, Huasha's friends will stop his barbecue behavior. Don't you think so, Huasha's friends? Huyu raised his eyebrows and couldn't help laughing. Where did these fleas come from? Are they here to perform a duet for me? Anyway, he just put the two of them on a 24-hour silence plan. The chat interface suddenly became quiet. The fleas stopped talking, and the normal people began to look for ways to avoid the beast attacks. Huyu's was still sitting there, constantly turning the bear paw on the sword blade. No matter what, the bear paws still have to be roasted, otherwise it would be a waste of the fire, right? 10 minutes passed quickly. The skin of the bear paw began to become crispy, the meat inside was almost cooked, and the beast attack was about to come. Bite. Congratulations to the host for cooking an excellent delicacy, roasted bear paw with agarwood. Roasted agarwood bear paw. After consumption, strength plus 0.5, agility plus 0.5, only effective for the first consumption. D-level beast attack begins. Survivors, please be prepared. Here it comes. Huyu raised his sword and took a bite. The crispy skin was cut off by his teeth, and the gravy instantly filled his mouth. If the barbecue I ate before was like chewing wood, then this bite of bear paw was like drinking soup. How can it be so juicy? It seems to be due to overeating. The bear paw had clearly just been roasted, but when Huyu put it in his mouth and chewed it, he could not feel any heat at all, only warmth in his mouth. Bite. Gluttony. Agility plus 0.1, strength plus 0.1. 1 bite. This is the effect of just 1 bite. The last time I added 0.1 agility was when I ate the colorful scale fish. Huyu started to eat the paws frantically. If Staubai hadn't started to grind his teeth towards his calf, he wouldn't even have given it one of the bear paws. Because I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. This is how someone who has been hungry for a long time feels when taking the first bite of food. The hunger was suppressed originally, but it was this first bite of food that completely liberated this demon. Beast attack? What beast attack? Is there anything more serious than eating? Only half a minute later, the first bear paw was stuffed into Huyu's stomach, and a black shadow flew over from the horizon, flapping its wings, as if looking at its prey. But this prey seems to be eating? Shame. This is a humiliation to the noble dragon race. Ouch! The red-winged dragon roared, interrupting someone's eating. At this moment, Huyu tore off a piece of bear meat and looked up at the red-winged dragon, his eyes full of cruelty and hunger. Seeing this look, the red-winged dragon trembled slightly and even began to think of retreating. At this moment, the positions of hunter and prey seemed to have switched. Huh, that's not right. Gulp. Huyu swallowed the bear meat in his mouth and gradually found something wrong. This is a fucking red-winged dragon. Just now, was I still fierce to it? Who gave me the courage? Fish Liang. Huyu himself didn't know what had just happened, and the red-winged dragon did not launch an attack. The man and the dragon just stared at each other. No, if this goes on, I won't be able to hold on any longer. Whatever, I'll just give it a shot first. Huyu slowly put the grill in his left hand, put his right hand behind his back, and planned to take out the M4 and shoot. This process must be slow. I can't let the red-winged dragon realize that I'm a threat, otherwise if it swoops down on me, I'll be dead. The red-winged dragon was suspended in the air. With only rudimentary intelligence, it had no ability to think at all. Now it was just instinctively afraid of Huyu. To be precise, he was afraid of Huyu just now. As for now, Before the red-winged dragon could make a judgment, it saw a long and thin object pointing at it. For some reason, it felt an unprecedented threat from this thing. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and the copper metal instantly pierced through the red-winged dragon's head. Fight! Beast Raid Scoreboard. Player who you killed one red-winged dragon, with a score of 100, temporarily ranking first. Dead. Who you watched the red-winged dragon fall to the grass. Its body twitched twice, and then became motionless, and he was suddenly at a loss. He died immediately? A D-level beast attack, is that easy? Then I'll continue to eat. Who you raised the corner of his mouth, picked up the grill in his left hand, and continued to eat the bear paw. Fight. Trigger the additional skill of the Dragon Blood Sword. You are being watched by the dragons. Warning. Warning. Due to unknown reasons, the D-level beast attack you experienced has transformed into a C-level. Unknown reason? What else could it be? Isn't it just this barbecue grill in my hand? Before who you could react, a roar suddenly rang out. Ouch! Different from the previous roar of the red-winged dragon, who you clearly felt pressure and excitement from this roar. But so what? It's just a dragon. You can't withstand bullets. Unless there are 1,000 or 800 of you, I won't be afraid of you. Thinking of this, who you's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. 1 kilometer radius. There can't really be so many people coming? Chapter 81. Hesitation will lead to defeat. Decisiveness will lead to failure. It's too late to throw away the grill now. And even if you did, where would you throw it? 1 meter? 10 meters? Or 100 meters? Even if he was thrown into the warehouse, those red-winged dragons would have already discovered who you. Now his only choice is to face it, even if there are thousands of red-winged dragons in front of him. Just when Hu Yu was struggling, the chat interface suddenly exploded. Is this a D-level beast attack? It's a dragon coming. A dragon? It's just a big lizard with wings. Wow. Wow. It collapsed my wooden house with just 1 claw. Help. Boss Hu. Father Hu. How did you kill the dragon? I'm about to be. Dad. I call you Dad. Can you give me the method to slay a dragon? I'll pay. I'll pay you as much as you want. Wait a minute. Did you guys notice something? At this point, the chat interface suddenly fell silent, and no new messages were refreshed for more than 10 seconds. Hu Yu frowned and asked, wait a minute. Those who are calling you Daddy, what happened? Shuren. Brother Hu, the red dragon here suddenly disappeared. It seems to have flown to the east. Mine too. You're not alone upstairs. The dragon on my side is gone too, but it's flying westwards. Etc. Hu Yu thought of something and asked in the chat interface, did the dragons in your area all fly to the location where the sound was made just now? If so, that's the worst case scenario. All. No, at least most of the red-winged dragons are marching towards him. Shuren. Yes. Hey, Boss Hu, how did you know that? Need I say that? I guess the dragon on Boss Hu's side has also been attracted away, right? Is the person upstairs stupid? Boss Hu killed the red dragon. Wait, Boss Hu, that noise, could it be the sound when you killed the dragon? As much as I hate to admit it, you're right. Hu Yu did not answer. Now that he had gotten the answer, he dared not waste any time. The first thing is to find strong enough fortifications. 1 or 2 red-winged dragons can be killed, but dozens or hundreds of them. It's better to hide for now. Fortunately, there is good news. The strongest fortification is right in front of us, the Manor Villa. Only by entering the Jade Villa first can we resist the attack of the red-winged dragon. But what should we do with wooden houses? Although wooden houses are rated higher than wooden houses, their sturdiness is not necessarily much better. Judging from the chat log just now, someone's wooden house was destroyed by a claw, so my own wooden house probably won't last long. Unless, upgrade. Hu Yu hurriedly carried Xiao Bai on his back, holding the barbecue grill in his hand, and ran towards the manor at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The bluestone floor tiles have been constructed, and the building score has reached 325, exceeding the construction requirements for wooden villas. Now all we need are the materials to build the wooden villa. 1,500 pieces of wood and 1,000 pieces of ropes. The price of both is not high, only 25 silver coins in total, and the 4 pieces of wood that are more than 3 meters long are the main ones. Search, wood longer than 3 meters. It's too late to look for it. Now I can only buy it. Fortunately, the VIP mall has a voice search function, which allows you to shop while running. Fight. A total of 98,642 results were found. The cheapest one, buy me 4. This wood can't be more expensive. Hu Yu still has 24 gold coins now, so he can buy it even with 5 gold coins. Purchase completed, a total of 4 gold coins consumed. What the hell, 1 gold coin per tree. I might as well chop it myself. When the prompt sounded, Hu Yu also came to the outside of the iron gate carrying Xiao Bai. He had no time to feel the pain. Still in the base, Puyu saw that the red-winged dragons had not arrived yet, so he stopped outside the iron gate. He opened his own notebook, purchased the remaining materials, and clicked the upgrade button. Byte. Upgrade to wooden villa, excellent. Consumable materials. Puyu had seen this series of information, so he simply omitted it and confirmed it directly. Yes. I saw a flash of white light before my eyes, and the wooden house was instantly covered by the white light, even including the swimming pool and garden in front of me, as well as the earthen stove next to the house. It will take 3 hours to build. Please be patient. Since your wooden house is a mixed wooden house, it will automatically become a mixed wooden villa after upgrading to a wooden villa. Call. The first thing is half done. Just as Huyu turned around and was about to push open the iron gate and walk into the manor, a roar sounded above his head. Ouch! The cry was the same as the previous red-winged dragon. It seemed that the nearest one had arrived. Huyu didn't even raise his head. He just raised the M4 and pulled the trigger. Bang! The second gunshot was heard. A wailing sound was heard from above, and the shadow began to expand. Fuck! You're going to die, and you still want to drag me down with you. Huyu complained, hurriedly pushed open the iron gate, and started running towards the villa. There are so many red-winged dragons lying in the manor, but the main body of the villa has not been damaged. This proves that as long as you enter the villa, you will be relatively safe. Thinking of this, he took another bite of the bear paw. This is definitely not greed, but to increase attributes. One bite of it will increase your agility by 0.1. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. Villa, here I come. Holy shit. What is that? Huyu Gang pushed open the iron door and stopped walking as soon as he looked up, looking at the scene in disbelief. The Jade Villa has 3 floors in total, and above the 3rd floor is a European-style triangular roof, with a large one in the middle and 2 small ones on the sides. Now, the tops of these 3 triangles are all covered with red pterosaurs. There are 5 of them standing on the biggest one in the middle, and 3 and 2 on each side. There are a total of 10 red-winged dragons, and now they are all staring at Huyu. Finished. Originally, I wanted to find a defensive fortification and then launch a sniper attack. Now the enemy has reached the top of the fortification. How can I fight? Huyu took a step back. Just as he was about to leave the manor and find a way out, a sharp wind sounded behind him. No need to look, no need to think. This is definitely the wind generated by the flapping wings of some large creature. There are blockades in front and pursuers behind. It's definitely too late to retreat. Now the only thing to do is rush forward. Take a gamble. I bet those red-winged dragons can attack me before I enter the door. Xiaobai, you have to hold me tight. Don't blame me if you run away. Huyu felt a hairy arm tightening around his neck. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward. He didn't dare hesitate any longer. The longer he dragged on, the more red-winged dragons would appear around him. Who knows? There will be a real dragon coming. The villa is his only lifeline. As the saying goes, hesitation will lead to defeat, and decisiveness will lead to failure. But now, even if it's given to him for free, he can only take a chance. Stepping over the corpses of red dragons, Huyu gritted his teeth and kept moving forward, praying in his heart that the red-winged dragon would not attack him. But prayer, in the end, is just prayer. Seeing Huyu running towards them, the red-winged dragons immediately opened their mouths, revealing their fangs dripping with mucus. 1 end, 2 ends. All 10 red-winged dragons on the roof swooped down, with only one target. That's Huyu. Chapter 82. Let's fuck him first. 10 meters, 5 meters. When Huyu was 3 meters away from the gate of the villa, the claws of the first red-winged dragon had already arrived in front of him. I don't know if it's because of the improved physical fitness or a psychological effect. At this moment, Huyu felt that the red-winged dragon seemed to have slowed down a lot, just like what was written in those movies and novels. It seemed as if something was playing in slow motion in front of him. He didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately raised his gun, aimed at the red-winged dragon's abdomen, and fired a shot. Then he immediately turned sideways, using its falling body to block himself, and took this opportunity to continue running forward. The bullet penetrated the scales and sank into the skin. The red-winged dragon instantly lost control of its body and allowed inertia to send it in front of its own kind behind it. Seeing the 2 huge red-winged dragons collide, several other red-winged dragons immediately flew into the air, staring at the black thing in Huyu's hand, with fear flashing in their pupils. What is this thing? It can actually kill its own kind instantly. The red-winged dragon only had elementary intelligence. Before, seeing Huyu was so small, it naturally wanted to bully him, but now, any race will develop fear after witnessing the death of their own kind, especially those with low intelligence. Huyu took this opportunity and ran to the door of the villa. Unlike last time, this time he pushed the door open and ran in without any hesitation. Cole. I let out a long sigh, and that familiar voice sounded in my ears again. Who are you? I said. Huyu smiled bitterly. Don't you have any other words in your vocabulary? Could it be that your master is the one who escaped the legendary quality education? Complaining is purely to relieve tension. But Huyu didn't expect that the maid robot would actually come down from upstairs and point the black gun barrel directly at him. Hiss. Huyu quickly put away his smile and answered seriously. 9527. What are you doing? The barrel of the gun was quickly retracted and replaced with a broom and sackcloth. Master, 9527 is performing cleaning duties. Please give me your orders. Good man, cleaning task? How many times have you almost cleaned me up? Huyu didn't dare to complain because he had important things to do. He hurriedly carried Xiao Bai to the second floor and came to the treasure room that had been emptied. It's better not to go to the third floor for now. The situation is still unstable. If something happens to me again, with internal and external troubles, I will die here even if I am a god. Huyu pushed open the door of the treasure room, opened the window, and looked inside the manor. This is the central location of the second floor. Looking out of the window, you can not only see more than 70% of the scene in the manor, but also see the situation outside the Iron Gate. There are more and more red-winged dragons around. Judging from the situation at the entrance of the manor alone, there are at least 30 of them. Huyu didn't have time to count the exact number. He just took a quick glance, hid under the window, and asked on the chat interface, is there anyone who has a red-winged dragon now? As soon as the message was sent, the chat interface exploded instantly. Fuck. Boss, who is still alive? Red-winged dragon? Could it be that the name of this dragon clan is Red-winged dragon? Some people say that the red-winged dragon is seeking revenge on you, and I said that's nonsense. How could such a thing happen? Huyu rolled his eyes at the two people upstairs, then stuck his head out and took a picture of the scene outside the window. Dragons dancing wildly.jpg. The chat interface was silent for a while, as if they were digesting the information brought by this picture. Huyu wanted to save time, so he asked again. I'll ask again. Who else has a red-winged dragon? Don't waste time. Holy shit. It's actually true. What the hell did I see? There are two red-winged dragons lying on the ground. Could they be? The people above, you are focusing on the wrong thing. Corpses. Why are there so many corpses of red-winged dragons in this place? 382. I counted them. Those corpses plus the dead red-winged dragons. There are a total of 382. Actually, I think you're focusing on the wrong thing. From the angle of the camera, didn't you notice that Mr. Who was at least 3 meters in the air? So, what do you want to say upstairs? The only human who can kill so many dragons and fly 3 meters in the air is Superman. Shurin. Bye-bye. Brother Who, I want to buy the complete body of a red-winged dragon for 10 gold coins. The building was getting more and more crooked, and no one answered his question, not even Shurin. Huyu shook his head and stopped looking at this annoying chat interface. But he also got the answer he wanted from another angle. No. If there were other red-winged dragons in other survivors' bases, they would have been clinging to Huyu's thighs and asking for help, and they would not have had time to chat and brag. If not, Huyu raised the grill in his hand and started eating again. Then let the red-winged dragon fly for a while, and have a good meal first. About a minute later, Huyu had eaten both bear paws clean. As for Xiaobai, this guy had already eaten one, and no matter how cute its eyes were, Huyu would never give it another bite. After eating 2 bear paws, Huyu's attributes were slightly improved. Agility increased from 7 to 8.6, strength increased from 8 to 9.5. I don't know what these data specifically represent, but Huyu does feel that his strength and speed have improved. I'm almost 60% full, and the red-winged dragons outside should have gathered by now. Huyu turned around, carefully poked his head out, and looked out the window. A sea of red. The once lush forest is now only a sea of red. The sky and the ground were full of traces of red-winged dragons, some standing on tree branches, some standing on the ground, covering the entire forest completely. But strangely enough, although the manor was already very crowded inside and outside, none of these red-winged dragons were hovering in the air, nor were there any signs of them attacking the villa. It seemed as if they were waiting for something. At this time, there were still more than 20 minutes left before the beast attack ended, and the number of red-winged dragons had exceeded 100, with more coming one after another. If he waited any longer, whether he waited until there were more than 1,000 of them before launching a general attack, or waited for something bigger to come, it would be like waiting for death for Huyu. Seizing the opportunity is the best way. Let's fuck him first. Huyu simply set up the gun on the window, switched from point fire mode to sweeping mode, and just fired randomly with his eyes closed. Anyway, there are unlimited bullets and plenty of red-winged dragons, so just treat it as a lucky draw. Every bullet will randomly select a lucky audience member to die or be seriously injured. There will definitely be no empty ones. It's a pity that who doesn't dare to use number 9527. Otherwise, just lift her out, start the cleaning mode, and sweep back and forth with 20 or so gun barrels. TSK, that picture is so beautiful just thinking about it. Ouch. The sound of gunfire continued and wailing could be heard in the manor. Just when who felt the gun barrel was getting hotter. The villa is shaking. A red-winged dragon with a broken wing attacked the villa. Bang. This feeling is no different from a magnitude 3 earthquake. Although there is a shaking sensation, it is very mild and you just know there is an earthquake. But with the first one, there will be a second one. Soon, the impact came again. Before the shaking ended, the third red-winged dragon rushed over. Do you regret it? If this continues, the villa may not be able to hold up if more than 10 red-winged dragons continue to attack it. But at this moment, 9527 came to the door with a broom in his hand, his eyes flashing red. 0.02% damage to the exterior wall detected. Do you want to start the cleaning procedure? Chapter 83, Body Search. The loophole in quality education. The case has been solved, and it's proven that your master is definitely the one who escaped the quality-oriented education. Cleaning procedures. Everything is a cleaning procedure. Is your vocabulary so poor? But Puyu is now in a panic. Since 9527 has a solution, let her try. At worst, we can go out and have a robot battle against the red-winged dragon, which is better than just sweeping around here. Well, more than 20 gun barrels shooting randomly is definitely better than just one. Yes. Puyu responded and suddenly felt the villa under his butt move. It seems that it was lifted up apart. He was a little confused, only to see 9527 continue to say, authentication has been completed, and the cleaning process has begun. The first item is to sweep the dust. Sweeping dust? Do you really think? Bang. A sound 100 times louder than a gunshot exploded in his ears, frightening Xiaobai, who was still angry, so much that he trembled and immediately hugged Puyu. Puyu himself was also stunned. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all his hearing, and only felt that there were hundreds of trains whistling in his ears. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? The chat interface in front of me was silent for a while, and then messages started to pop up. What was that just now? Something exploded. Could it be that the red-winged dragon dropped a meteorite directly to kill Boss Hu? I think it's more likely that it was Boss Hu who dropped the meteorite. Let's not talk about this for now. Do you have any potion to cure deafness? Give me a dozen first. Puyu looked at the chat interface and silently complained. If you have this kind of medicine, please leave me a dozen. What on earth happened? Puyu rubbed his confused head and forced himself to stick his head out of the window. This investigation was completely blind. Countless silver steel pipes were displayed under the villa, with the smallest diameter exceeding 50 millimeters. White smoke was coming out of each silver steel pipe, as if announcing their achievements. As for the red-winged dragon, the old corpses were covered with a layer of fresh corpses, and the entire forest outside the manor was cut in half, leaving only a dazzling white light standing out from the crowd. Fortunately, I upgraded the base first. Otherwise, with this round of volleys, I would definitely not be able to save my dilapidated house. Bang. Puyu felt something tapping his shoulder. He turned his head suddenly and found that 9527 was handing him a bottle of green potion. Is this a medicine for deafness? You were so thoughtful. But why couldn't you tell me in advance? Puyu took the potion with a dark face and cast an advanced identification spell on it. Advanced identification technique. Eardrum repair potion. Excellent, just one drop can instantly repair the eardrum and remove earwax. Note, come and have a drop before going to the disco, and you will be the most cheerful person in the place. Looks like it's for external use. Puyu unscrewed the lid and put a drop of it into each of his left and right ears. It was like a drop of wind oil, and he felt refreshed instantly. Now, he could finally hear the wails of the red-winged dragons outside the manor. Bite. Beast Raid Scoreboard. Player who killed 178 red-winged dragons, with a score of 17,800, temporarily ranking first. Hiss. Puyu took a deep breath. Nearly 200 red-winged dragons died, and all the kill points were counted on him. This wave is a huge profit. It's a pity that these points can only be used to calculate rankings and cannot be exchanged for other rewards, otherwise it would be even more exciting. Puyu shook himself and propped himself up from the floor. Anyway, we have survived the beast attack. I guess. I got myself a silver treasure chest for the last E-level beast raid, so it's unreasonable that I don't get a crystal treasure chest as a reward for this C-level beast raid, right? Puyu stretched his body and planned to go to the third floor to get his notebook while he was still hungry, and then go to the cellar. By the time we find the cellar, the beast attacks might be over. Wow, what a wonderful day. I got a lot of good things. Of course, it would be even better if we could take this robot maid home, but considering her dependence on this villa, it doesn't seem easy. Try it again when you leave. Puyu smiled and picked up Xiaobai. The M4 had been taken back to the warehouse, but the barbecue grill was still in his hand. If he could attract some more red-winged dragons, he would have another pair of red-winged dragon wings. Isn't it beautiful? Puyu danced with his sword and slowly walked out of the treasure room, letting 9527 follow behind him. He doesn't dare to mess with this person now. It turns out that the seemingly innocent and harmless robot maid can also wield such a powerful weapon. Owner. Before Puyu stepped onto the stairs, 9527 asked from behind, "Do you want to proceed to the second step of the cleaning procedure?" There is a second step? I guess it should be a matter of grinding bones and scattering ashes. I'm going to use those red-winged dragons to make coke dragon wings, so I can't let them be scattered. No, in the cleaning process. Puyu said casually and came to the door of the third floor again. He casually placed the grill at the door, held Xiaobai in front of him with both hands, and let out a long sigh. Huh. Xiaobai, our wealth later on will depend on you, a bear. Although I know that you have to bear responsibilities that you shouldn't bear at your age, you must know that only you can do this. Woo. Xiaobai tilted his head to indicate that he didn't understand. You don't have to understand. Just don't run around. After Puyu finished speaking, he pushed the door open and walked in, with the momentum of a hero who would never return. It's not like he hadn't thought about asking 9527 to get the notebook. He came up with this idea when he returned to his base and his intelligence regained a high ground. But what if 9527 touches the body of the woman in red and becomes the same as the last time he heard about the cellar? Wouldn't he be asking for trouble? For something this important, it's better to do it yourself. Puyu stared at Xiaobai's eyes, glanced at the jade bricks under his feet, and walked towards the woman in red, relying solely on memory. He didn't even dare to look up, for fear that the ice cone had run away to some other place. After walking a few steps, the woman in red did not speak as she did before, but remained silent. This proves that the will can only be triggered once, and before he came here, neither Shangyun, Harris, or anyone else had ever come up. The notebook is most likely still with her. This is rare good news. But Puyu couldn't laugh now. Even though he deliberately slowed down his pace, he had already arrived in front of the woman in red. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the hem of her skirt. He probably will never forget that bright red color in his entire life. Call. Puyu let out a breath, not daring to move his eyes away from Xiaobai at all. Let's get started. He loosened his right hand, held Xiaobai in the crook of his left arm, and stretched out his right hand towards the lower back of the woman in red. The woman in red was wearing a red skirt. There was not much space in the skirt to put things, just around her waist. And that is exactly where the ice cone is. Stay calm. Stay calm. It's not like I haven't hugged a girl's waist before, so why am I so nervous? Besides, there's only a corpse in front of me. Puyu hypnotized himself and slid over with 3 fingers along the silk surface. Holy shit. The delicate and smooth touch was transmitted from the fingertips to the cerebral cortex. Puyu's eyes suddenly widened and he hurriedly took a few steps back. This is impossible. Why is this fish that has escaped the net so slippery? The feeling I just had could never happen on a dead body. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 84. Slay the Dragon? Slay the Dragon. Usually a few hours after a person dies, the body will gradually become hard and develop rigor mortis, which is commonly known as rigor mortis. This is a physiological change caused by the cessation of blood circulation, and there is only one possibility for the warm and delicate touch just now. She is still alive. Even if she has her eyes closed, can't speak, has no breathing or heartbeat, and even no body temperature, she may still be a living person. It's just, in a strange state, like a vegetative state. This is the biggest possibility. Apart from this, you couldn't find a second explanation. Although there is a similar phenomenon in a certain female corpse unearthed in the world, whose skin remains soft thousands of years after death, you felt that. It's most likely that it was soaked in corpse water. Why don't you let her put it in this vent? In less than 2 years, she will be dried up like a mummy. But, so what? You gradually calmed down and held Xiaobai close again. No matter whether you were dead or not, you were just a wooden man now, unable to speak or move. He must find the notebook. As the saying goes, the first time is new, the second time is familiar. You put his hand on her waist again. After going through a series of contents that might be 404, he finally found the second item besides the ice pick. Unfortunately, this thing is not a notebook, but a key. Judging from the buttons above, this is most likely some kind of means of transportation. Either a car or a battery car. But you felt that the latter possibility was more likely. After all, he didn't see any pattern on it. Battery car key? This woman already has a manor. Why does she still carry a battery car key with her? Is she planning to experience life? Maybe you're tired of riding horses and riding an electric scooter is a different experience. But you didn't care. He put the electric bike key into his pocket and looked at the side of the woman and read. It was a jade bed. Regardless of whether the material was precious or not, the ingenious carving technique alone was enough to earn it a rating of above excellent. Since it's not on me, the thing is very likely in here. But you turned around, lifted the quilt and pillow, and carefully checked if there was any mechanism, but unfortunately, the entire jade bed was pure white. Not to mention the secret compartment, even if there was a fly under the bed, but you can see it clearly through the bed. No. How could there not be? Huyu frowned and had to hold Xiaobai and retreat to the door. He had searched the woman's body thoroughly, but found nothing else except the electric bike key. Not to mention the notebook, he didn't even see the pocket watch. Either the things are hidden somewhere else, or the survivors of this generation simply don't have these two things. Taken away in advance? The possibility of this happening is almost zero. If someone could take the notebook away, the red-winged dragon's corpse shouldn't be in the manor. Huyu took out the electric bike key and placed his thumb on the button without applying any force. Could it be that the key point lies in this key? This thing must be very important, otherwise she wouldn't keep it close to her body. It could be the key to solving all mysteries, or it could be the manor's self-destruct device. Ever since witnessing the cleaning process of 9,527 pairs of red-winged dragons, Huyu was no longer surprised by what happened in this manor. It's just a self-destruct device. Even if you say this manor is actually an airship, I will believe it. While Huyu was thinking, a roar came from outside the window. Different from the roar of the red-winged dragon, this dragon roar is exactly the same as the sound when the system prompts that the beast attack has been upgraded. Majestic, noble, but with a hint of tyranny hidden inside. Huyu didn't know how he could hear so many things. But at the moment the sound was heard, Xiaobai also turned around and howled. Ouch! A cute but not intimidating voice echoed in the villa, as if confronting the huge monster outside the house. Shoo! Huyu quickly covered the baby's mouth. Just from the roar, he could tell that the guy outside was definitely not a red-winged dragon. It would be fine if I hid myself, but if I was discovered… Bang! Before Huyu could figure out his next step, the villa began to shake again. Warning, warning. 9527 was standing at the door, his eyes flashing red. Detected 0.1% damage to the exterior wall. Do you want to start the cleaning procedure? Yes. Huyu confirmed it without even thinking about it. Even though this 0.1% is small, with so many red-winged dragons launching attacks, just now, only 0.02% of the damage was caused. The damage caused by this one attack alone was 5 times that of that one. You can imagine what kind of monster is outside the house. The information was confirmed. Huyu hurriedly covered his ears, and Xiaobai followed suit by drooping his upper limbs over his ears. But the imagined sound of artillery fire did not sound. It is detected that the cleaning procedure will cool down in 23 hours and 48 minutes and cannot be executed. 9527 answered calmly, as if he had been prepared for it. However, Huyu, fuck, it's cooling down. Why didn't you tell me earlier? This feeling is no less than seeing a touch of red when visiting a brothel. Forget it. Let's see what's going on outside first. Huyuk didn't dare to look out of the window on the 3rd floor. Instead, he hurried to the 2nd floor with Xiaobai in his arms, intending to observe the situation outside from the treasure chest room. Because we left in a hurry, the door to the 3rd floor was not closed. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the ice cone seemed to have moved outward a little bit. Pushing open the door, Huyu entered the treasure room again. The window was not closed last time, so he could see what was happening outside the house directly from the door. A body of crimson scales slowly retreated, as if preparing for the next impact, and as it retreated, its huge body gradually appeared before our eyes. Its entire body is covered with red scales, and its pair of wings alone is enough to cover an entire villa. Its body is so huge that it can hardly be contained in an entire manor. Red pterosaur? Compared to this guy, those things are like an eagle and a fly. Although the names are similar and even homophonic, they are completely two species. If a 5.56mm bullet can take the life of a red pterosaur, then this guy? At least 556mm ammunition is needed. This is a dragon. A true Western dragon. Although it is also a big lizard with wings, its size is a bit too big. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is a giant whale flying in the sky. At least Xiao Jin is not as big as it. While Huyu was stunned, the chat interface had already exploded. Although everyone's base is not in the way, since they are in the same area, the location is not far away. There is no reason why such a big guy would not be discovered when appearing in the air. But apart from fear, They had no other opinions to express. Slay the dragon? They didn't have the courage to do things that only existed in Western mythology. At most, they would just take a closer look at the red dragon when it descended, which was considered a rare courage. But Puyu had this thought, especially when he used the advanced identification technique on the red dragon. Chapter 85. Black Sniper slays the dragon. Advanced identification. Growing red dragon, legendary creature. The moment it came out of the eggshell, it was destined to be one of the future rulers of the world. Of course, it is also the main ingredient of the delicious 5-dragon stew, mythical level. Note, all dragon slayers will face a problem, which is how to deal with the corpse of such a big creature. Later, they compiled a whole set of recipes. Puyu's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but think of the weapon that looked like a sword, but was actually a barbecue grill weapon. Even a recipe has been compiled. Is it too much to use weapons as a barbecue grill? What evil intentions did the warriors have? They just wanted to eat dragon meat. The same goes for Puyu. But he had another reason. If he didn't kill the dragon, the jade villa in front of him would be knocked down by the red dragon sooner or later and become his grave. I don't know if I will meet the one in red after I die if I am buried in the same grave. Puyu shook his head and threw away this strange thought in his mind. Rather than being killed by jade, it is better to give it a try. With a thought in mind, Puyu walked to the window with the dragon blood sword in his hand, his pair of clear black and white pupils staring at the red dragon not far outside the window. Using cold weapons against the enemy while holding hot weapons is an extremely stupid act. But the effect of this grill is so delicious. It's not the aroma of the barbecue, but the aroma of the description of it from the advanced appraisal. Deal double damage when attacking dragons. This description doesn't say that only this sword deals double damage. If Puyu's interpretation is correct, the damage caused by anyone holding this sword will be doubled. As long as it is interpreted correctly, this sword will be more than just a barbecue grill, and it will truly be worthy of the level of a perfect weapon. In order to verify his understanding, Puyu took out the M4 and aimed it at the enchanting red eyes when looking at the red dragon. Eyes are always one of the most vulnerable parts of a living organism. This puts males at a disadvantage, because their other most vulnerable point is often known to all creatures. Originally, that place was Puyu's target. However, the advanced appraisal did not reveal the gender of the red dragon, and Puyu did not have time to judge, so he had to settle for the next best thing. Anyway, both targets are round, so there is not much difference. His right index finger was on the trigger, and the moment the red dragon closed his eyes and opened them again, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew out and hit the red dragon before he closed his eyes for the second time. There was no health bar as he had imagined, nor was there any bright red number popping up. Puyu could only rely on his own experience to judge the damage he had suffered. But I have no experience at all. This is my first time slaying a dragon. Puyu was shot and immediately squatted down and hid himself under the window. Ah! A loud dragon roar sounded, and even though Puyu was inexperienced, he confirmed one thing. Red dragon, not dead. At least there is no danger to life now. The bullet did not pass through the lens or penetrate the brain, but was blocked somewhere. It seems that even with double damage, this 5.56 bullet is not effective. Puyu complained and began to look for a place to hide in the treasure room. It is estimated that it won't be long before this adult red dragon will crash into the villa again, unless there are more powerful weapons. But now I have no gold coins, no materials, and no time. Where can I get a stronger weapon? Etc. It's not like that. The M4 was put into storage and replaced by a black sniper rifle. Regardless of the background or appearance, the lethality of this gun is definitely higher than that of the M4. But Puyu didn't dare to use it indiscriminately. Bang! There was a loud bang. Puyu saw with his own eyes a dragon claw sticking out from the window and rubbing against the end of his hair. The sharp nails were unlike any keratin he had ever seen, but more like some kind of metal. The moment they came in, they cracked the window frame. Damn! What can't be used indiscriminately? If you don't use it anymore, your head will be knocked off. Puyu gritted his teeth, looked up at the dragon claw above his head gradually retreating, knowing that it was about to launch a third attack. The next buffer period will be his best chance. After the dragon claws were completely pulled out and the heavy breathing in his ears subsided a lot, Puyu slowly poked his head out of the window. The red dragon's left eye is gone. Light golden blood flowed from its eye sockets, and the dragon wings waved. With every flap, several corpses of red-winged dragons were blown away. The strong wind rushed in through the window, causing the muscles on his face to tremble. This is bad news. If Puyu fired a gun in this situation, even if he had mastered shooting, he could not guarantee that he could hit a certain part. But there is good news. This red dragon is big enough that even if you shoot with your eyes closed, you will definitely hit a part of its body. As for where it is, Huyuk can't guarantee it. The black sniper was placed on the window frame. Huyu tried his best to lower his body and wanted to open his eyes to aim, but the sand always got into his eyes disobediently. He had no choice but to close his eyes, clench his teeth, and pull the trigger. The gun was not loaded, the safety was not on, and Hu Yulian didn't even know whether it had a safety. But he has only this one choice. The expected gunshots did not sound, but the whistling wind outside the window stopped. The strong wind suddenly stopped, and the dust gradually subsided. Just when Huyu was about to stick his head out to see what was going on, a muffled sound came from outside the house, followed by a tremor. Bang! This is like the sound of something huge falling. As far as Huyu knew, there was only one thing outside the house that could be called a huge object. Red Dragon. But he clearly didn't hear the gunshot. Not to mention the gunshot. He didn't even feel the recoil at all. Could it be that this is still a laser gun? There's no need to make it so long, right? It can't have other uses, right? It's cold and uncomfortable. No, what am I thinking about? Huyu raised his hand and patted his head lightly, took a few deep breaths, put the black sniper into the warehouse, and planned to stick his head out to see what was going on outside. And at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Fight! Congratulations to Huyu for becoming the first player to slay a dragon. Should we announce it? Congratulations to Huyu for successfully slaying the dragon and earning the title, Dragon Slayer. Congratulations to Huyu for becoming the first player to receive the title. Should we announce it? The Sea-Level Beast Raid has ended. The system will distribute rewards based on the ranking on the Beast Raid scoreboard. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first in the Beast Raid scoreboard. He will receive 1 crystal treasure chest and 1 crystal key. 5 prompts popped up in succession. Even if Huyu didn't believe it, he had to admit one thing. Red Dragon is dead. However, his greatest reward was not the series of rewards in front of him, but the Red Dragon corpse outside the house that was as big as an entire villa. Just when Huyu was overjoyed, the 6th prompt popped up, completely extinguishing his joy. Chapter 86 Negative buff equals manhwa takeout. Trigger negative buff. Dragon Sun falls. Dragons fall. Dragons hatred plus 1000%. Dragons within a 100 kilometers radius will be watching you. When night falls, you will face the wrath of the dragons. Note, Dragon Slayer, you will pay for everything you have done. Of course, if you want to eat more dragons, I suggest you prepare a warehouse first. What is this? If you don't exterminate my clan, you won't be able to leave today? Huyu could no longer conceal the smile on his face. How could this be considered a negative buff? It was clearly manhwa takeout. Although the dragon outside was just a growing red dragon, it couldn't withstand the black sniper's shot. With this conversion, what can a red dragon do even if it is an adult or peak stage? If 1 shot doesn't work, shoot 10. If 10 shots don't work, just shoot. I still don't believe that you big winged lizards will become another species if you live a little longer. There is a saying that goes, once humans master firearms, no matter how ferocious the beasts are, they can only be treated as protected animals. Even if you are a dragon. If it is not enough, it is purely a matter of equivalence. Huyu smiled, put the grill on his waist, held Xiao Bai in his arms, and stood up from under the window, overlooking the scene outside the window. Hiss. Even though Huyu was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be distracted for a moment when he saw what was happening outside the window. Spectacular? Tragic? These words are not enough to describe the scene before my eyes. Even a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood can barely describe a corner of the manor. The red-winged dragons that had been killed previously had already filled the manor, and the moment the huge red dragon fell, it used its body to crush those red-winged dragons into meat patties. Red blood mixed with minced meat turned the entire manor into hell, and on top of this sea of blood and corpses was the red dragon. Huyu was standing on the 2nd floor, and the red dragon's head was not far in front of him. Dragon teeth, dragon whiskers, dragon scales, dragon blood. All of these were reflected in his eyes, clearly visible. There was still light golden blood flowing from its left eye socket, but Huyu could not see where the other wound was. After all, the corpse was too huge, so huge that even if Huyu stood outside the villa, he couldn't get a full view of it. Call. Huyu let out a long sigh, and the smile on his face bloomed again. It's over. The system prompt came, and the red dragon's corpse was also placed in front of him. He could finally have a good meal. As for the wrath of the dragon clan after nightfall, we'll talk about that tonight. Huyu looked at the 6 hints in front of him, thought about it, took out his notebook, and said to the cover, both can be announced, but I want all the ingredients for Jane Jinxio's 5 dragon stew. Unable to. Half the material. Unable to. Fuck. Huyu cursed inwardly. It seemed that the ingredients for this mythical delicacy were not easy to come by. He had no choice but to take out the black sniper. I want all the information about this weapon. This is the third time. Huyu knows that the system cannot provide all the information. Now it depends on how much useful information it can provide. Fight. Deal done. Nirvana. Mythical weapon. A weapon made of unknown metal. Quality additional skills. Mythical. Remark. Huyu. Is this the message you gave me? Apart from a name and a weird sentence. That's all. Damn. The profiteer is returning the goods. No matter how much they cursed and beat each other, when Huyu agreed to the deal, 2 new rankings appeared on the notebook. Fight. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to slay a dragon. The dragon slaying ranking list is now open. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to achieve this achievement. The achievement ranking list is now open. Including the 2 newly opened rankings, there are now a total of 15 rankings, and the top of each list is the same name, Huyu. This news is enough to drive all the survivors crazy. Fuck. 2 lists appear at the same time. The Huba list is indeed worthy of its reputation. There are 15 top rankings in total. Just in terms of gold coins, Mr. Who must have 150 gold coins a day, right? I'm really envious. Get ready to rob. But it's very strange. Didn't Boss Who slaughter the red-winged dragon a long time ago? Why did this list only appear now? No. I also killed a red-winged dragon. Why can't I open the Dragon Slayer list? Don't be surprised. Huyu smiled, holding Xiao Bai in his arms, and climbed out of the window of the treasure chest room on the 2nd floor. He stepped on the red dragon's eye sockets and prepared to climb onto the top of the red dragon's head. The dragon I killed is not a subspecies like the red-winged dragon. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. So this sentence should not have been told to these guys, but Huyu didn't know why, but he said it subconsciously. Even hearing these words echoing in my ears, I feel indescribably happy. To put it nicely, this feeling is called pride, but to put it bluntly, it is arrogance. Pride is one of the 7 deadly sins. Once these words were spoken, the curiosity of the crowd was completely ignited. That means, you killed the real dragon? The red dragon's body was extremely huge. When it flew out from the red dragon forest, it had been seen by countless people. Now after hearing what Huyu said, everyone naturally thought of it. Compared to creatures of this size, calling the red-winged dragon a subspecies is giving them enough face. No, impossible. That's a real giant dragon. Its body alone is at least 50 or 60 meters long. How could it be killed? I don't believe it either. No picture, no truth. This is the purpose of Huyu's coming out. He stepped on the red dragon's eye sockets and climbed up to the top of its head along the bridge of its nose. He walked to the middle of the 2 dragon horns and turned to face the endless dragon body. Take a photo and send it. Red Dragon Corpse.jpg. Huyu smiled and said, I don't have time to joke with you guys. As soon as the words were spoken, all the suspicions became a joke. Unless someone can prove that the image system can be photoshopped, no one can question the authenticity of what Huyu said. A dragon. It's really a dragon. Shuren, brother Hu, I want to buy dragon meat with a large sum of money. Even if that doesn't work, dragon scales will do. This is a dragon. Although it's not the mythical Eastern dragon, if I could eat a bite of dragon meat. The taste is so wonderful just thinking about it. Let's talk about it later. Huyu replied perfunctorily, then lowered his head to look at the dragon body at his feet. To be honest, this thing is really big, and I don't know if the VIP warehouse can hold it. Huyu went back to the treasure chest room on the 2nd floor, put his hand on the dragon's horn, held the notebook in his hand, and silently recited in his heart. Income warehouse. The dragon body, which was as long as 50 or 60 meters, disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by the crushed corpse of a red-winged dragon on the ground. Originally, he was planning to use these materials to make cola dragon wings, but now, he decided to just use the materials from the red dragon. As for these red-winged dragons, who has time to care about you? Huyu smiled with satisfaction, but he didn't notice that Xiao Bai on his back had touched the outside of his clothes pocket at some point. Since he discovered the wonderful use of the warehouse, he usually doesn't put things in his clothes. Only at the beginning, he put some chocolates and candies in his pockets, intending to replenish calories at any time. But now, there is something in my pocket. The remote control found on the woman in red. Xiao Bai thought it was food, so he reached in with his 2 fat paws and pressed the button directly. Click. Huyu heard a crisp sound, and his eyes widened immediately, and he looked down to his side. New. Chapter 87. The Seller Appears. A chance for resurrection? Many times, when you urgently need to find something, you can't find it, but when you give up or even find a substitute for that thing inexplicably appears. For example, the seller. Yu looked at Xiaobai in horror as he reached into his pocket. He knew there was only one thing there, not the candy or chocolate that Xiaobai was thinking of. Just as his pupils were shaking, the button on the remote control had been pressed. The culprit tilted his head and looked at him with an extremely innocent look. Yu felt his heartbeat quicken, but the fire and explosion he had imagined did not occur, and even 9527 at the door did not carry out the cleaning procedure. It seems like this remote control should not be used to control the self-destruct device. Yu heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly carried Xiaobai to him. The remote control had already fallen back into his pocket. Fortunately, nothing happened. Otherwise, we, the master and the servant, would have to be buried with these giant lizards. Woo-woo. Xiaobai continued to tilt his head, indicating that he didn't understand what Yu was saying. Yu smiled bitterly, put the guy back on his shoulder, and reached into his pocket to take out the remote control. The button has been pressed once, but there is no change on the face of the remote. Could it be that this is the button of some oval-shaped toy? Yu shook his head and turned to look at the robot maid. 9527. Do you know what this is? Master, here are the keys. Nonsense, how could I not know that this is the key? Yu rolled her eyes, but at least the question didn't trigger her cleaning routine. Since I can't get an answer from her, let's go upstairs and take a look. I don't know why, but I've become a lot braver since I slayed the dragon. Just when Yu was about to close the window, he stuck his head out of the window and saw an unbelievable scene. A deep pit. The rockery in the manor had long been crushed by the red dragon, but at that location, all the corpses of the red-winged dragon sank. If it's not a landslide or other crustal activity, then there is only one answer. Cellar. This key is indeed the key to opening the cellar. Yu took Xiaobai off his shoulders again and rubbed his face against hers madly. I love you so much. Xiaobai resisted as usual, but it was useless as usual. After needing Xiaobai for a while, Yu carried it to the first floor, intending to go out treasure hunting. As for afternoon tea, let's celebrate after we finish searching the cellar. At that time, I'll have some braised dragon meat, some fried dragon meat, and some boiled dragon meat. Oh, it tastes so good. I just don't know how long I should stew the braised pork based on the texture of dragon meat. If it takes too long, I can just eat it as a midnight snack. All kinds of meat from the 8 major cuisines appeared in Yu's mind one by one. Unconsciously, he had pushed open the jade door and came to the sunken area of the manor. There's nothing he can do, he's hungry again. I only ate 2 bear paws at noon and was scared by the red dragon. It would be strange if I wasn't hungry. Arriving at the sunken location, Yu Xian exchanged a high-intensity flashlight from the VIP mall. Since it was a product of the E-level world, it cost him another gold coin. Looking at the fun column with only 2 digits left, Yu planned to help these red-winged dragons collect the corpses after exploring the cellar. After all, I'm not a bad guy. If I kill you, I can't leave your bodies exposed in the wilderness, right? That would be too bad. Well, it's definitely not for exchanging gold coins in the system mall. Yu held a flashlight, put one hand on Xiaobai's back, and walked down the stairs slowly. For some reason, the stairs and walls of the cellar were not made of any jade, but an unknown metal material. This made him wonder if there was some other mechanism underneath. As Yu went deeper, the sunlight became thinner, and so far, he had not seen the fallen corpse of the red-winged dragon. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the sunlight completely disappeared, and the corpses of 2.5 red pterosaurs appeared not far from their feet. It's about time, Yu complained. From the moment he entered the cellar, he was counting the stairs in his mind. There were 33 steps in total. Roughly speaking, every 3 steps of the stairs here are 1 meter high. If we calculate based on 3 steps to 1 meter, this place is already 11 meters underground. What could be buried so deep in this cellar? Yu continued to move forward, and when he stepped over the broken corpse of the red-winged dragon, the white light of the flashlight hit an iron door. The iron door has no gaps and looks more like an iron wall, but a translucent screen on the left proves that it can be opened from one direction. Yu walked closer and found that there was only a palm print verification interface on the translucent screen. Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier that there was fingerprint verification? Now I have to go back again. Yu felt numb all over. But there was no other choice but to turn around and walk back up to the cellar. Get the password. I don't know which palm the print belongs to. If I'm really not sure, I'll just cut off both of them. Thinking of this, Yu suddenly stopped, stood on the stairs, and no longer moved forward. Something is wrong. Since the door of this cellar can only be opened through palm print verification, why did she let me come to the cellar? Could it be that the thing inside would rather let her give up one, or even both of her hands in order for me to open it? This is obviously illogical and unreasonable. Who would want to have their hands chopped off after they die? Yu only thought of two possibilities. Either she intends to die together with the person who opens the cellar, or there is something in the cellar that makes her willing to give up both hands in order to open it. The possibility of the former is not high. There is no need for the person who wants to kill the person who enters the villa to go to such lengths. As for the latter, Yu's heart trembled. He believed in one thing from the beginning to the end. That person did not really die. If the cellar is opened, that would be the time when she is resurrected, and even her hands are restored. Then Yu, who cut off her hands, would become a sacrifice. This is a cliched scenario of demons resurrecting, but in a world with dragons, what's new about demons resurrecting? He turned his head to look at the closed door of the cellar, and a bold idea gradually formed in his mind. Why not just carry the woman down with him? Although it is a bit tiring, it is safe. If she really came back to life, as long as she is not a demon and does not eat humans, then I am not the enemy who chopped off her hand, but the benefactor who saved her life. Even if I don't want a full banquet, the red-winged dragon in the manor should at least give me half, right? If she is really a demon. No matter how I open the cellar, I will die. Carrying her down is just a little tiring. What? No cellar? Not to mention Yu, even Xiao Bai would not be willing to give up the resources that are right in front of him. Half an hour later, Yu carried the woman in red to the cellar door again. After putting her down against the iron door, he raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. This girl looks skinny. How come she's so heavy? After a few complaints, it's time to open the cellar. Yu walked to the translucent screen, panting, took the right hand of the woman in red, and slowly pressed it on the screen. Verification successful. Done. After the prompt sound, the iron gate slowly rose from bottom to top. Chapter 88. The cellar is opened. Not a resurrection. Ever since he learned about the cellar, Yu has imagined many times what is stored in it. First of all, weapons are necessary, and judging from the level of the treasure room, the weapons that can be placed in the cellar are at least perfect level or above. The second thing is food. Food is a rare commodity in the wilderness. The first thing most people do after getting gold coins is to buy food from the system mall, and the last resource used to exchange gold coins will inevitably be food. Food is the most important thing for people. This sentence is so appropriate when applied to the wilderness. If it is stored in the cellar, it should be canned food that is moisture-proof and anti-corrosion. As for what will be left, Yu couldn't imagine it. It could be medicine, or something shameful, or even a notebook. However, all this is just imagination before opening the cellar. Watching the iron door of the cellar slowly rising, Yu's expression gradually changed from hope to fear. A whole cellar. There is nearly 1,000 square meters of space, but there is only a room full of figures. In order to prevent water, moisture, and insects from decaying, she even went so far as to put all the figures in sealed cabins. As soon as the iron gate opened, Yu was left in shock. Hundreds of sealed capsules were lying in the cellar, and each of them contained nearly 100 plastic figures. Yu turned his head to look at the woman in red with her eyes closed, with only one thought left in his mind: stab her with a white knife in and take her out with a red knife. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. I didn't become a 2D otaku in my previous life, but in this life I fell into the hands of a 2D otaku girl. Although the facts are already in front of him, Yu still doesn't want to accept his fate. He gritted his teeth and walked slowly into the cellar, moving between the sealed cabins, trying to find other resources hidden in the cellar. Bite! Just as he came to the last row of sealed cabins, a red light suddenly lit up and locked onto his brows. Yu subconsciously raised his hands and dared not move. An alien intruder has been detected and is being judged. Judge? Judge what? You won't just perform the cleaning procedure on me, will you? Yu's eyes trembled as he wondered whether he should run back now. Judgment successful, triggering the fourth response mode. As soon as the words fell, the woman's figure was printed on the metal wall. Judging from the background, she should be in the living room of the villa. She sat on the sofa, wearing a Lolita dress, her almond-shaped eyes twinkling, a smile on her lips, and raised her hand to greet Yu opposite her. Hi. Hello, outsider. If I'm not mistaken, I should be dead. You came to the cellar because you heard my last words, right? Yu did not answer, but silently lowered his hands and looked at the projection quietly, wondering what else the woman wanted to say. Not only did he leave a scary will, he also left another one in the cellar. You have nothing to do, so you just leave a will. I don't know if your so-called greatest legacy also includes a will, but judging from the current situation, this possibility is very high. When it comes to leaving a last word, I would like to call you the best. Even though I was complaining in my mind, the projection didn't stop. Thank you for actually coming to the cellar, even though you may have done something very offensive. The girl on the projection continued to speak, and even lowered her head and blushed. You were shy. It was clearly you who put the cellar key on your waist, so are you blaming me? You almost cursed out loud. But it's okay, I understand. The girl raised her head again, but the blush on her face did not fade at all. I asked you to come here just to fulfill a wish of mine. If I really die, please bury me with my wives. Who you? Well, it's confirmed that this person who slipped through the net is indeed a 2D otaku, and a big one at that. Certainly. As if she was afraid that you would not agree, the girl on the other side of the screen raised her head again and said to him with a pair of twinkling eyes, if you like them too, you can take some of them as a reward. But at most, you can take away a wife in a sealed cabin. Forget it. Look at your reluctant expression. I don't want it. Buyu rolled his eyes, turned around, and was about to walk out of the cellar. Now that I'm here, I might as well bury this fish that slipped through the net. Anyway, her villas saved my life, and the black sniper rifle named Silence saved my second life. With these 2 lives at stake, Buyu has to give them some face. I have the coffin ready. All you have to do is press a button in the cellar. The girl's voice still sounded behind him. Buyu took out the key and pressed the button again according to the will. A new sealed cabin had risen in the middle of the cellar. It was much larger than the other sealed cabins, and there were even yellow and white chrysanthemums beside it. The preparations are too thorough. Buyu couldn't help but complain. It's like I had already guessed that I would die. Although he complained, Buyu didn't notice anything wrong. After all, this is in the wilderness, and there is nothing wrong with a person handling his or her own affairs properly. It's also a rainy day preparation. Should I prepare myself? What if one day I... Pop, pop, pop. Puyolian spat 3 times. What bad luck. I'm living a good life. Why do I have to think about this? Could it be that my intelligence has been reduced again? Complaints are fine, but since I owe someone 2 lives, I must take care of the aftermath properly. Back at the cellar door, Buyu picked up the woman by the waist again and stepped into the cellar door. Clang. A sharp swana sound exploded in my ears, followed by an extremely familiar melody. Isn't this the legendary Chinese funeral song, The Widow Visiting the Grave? Good guy. Buyu was now completely convinced by the big boss he was holding, who had even arranged the funeral music so perfectly. I don't know how this person's brain works. Buyu quickened his pace and threw the woman into the sealed cabin in the center of the cellar before the song was finished. As if sensing that there was an extra person in the cabin, the sealed cabin closed naturally. Bite. Just as Buyu was about to turn around, a system prompt popped up. Starting the unstable gene repair chamber may trigger gene chain repair, gene chain breakage, gene chain remodeling. You can exclude one of the options. What is this? Buyu paused, stopped walking, turned around and looked at the sealed cabin, his eyes full of disbelief. He was not unfamiliar with the term genetic engineering. But when he left this world, this technology had only reached the point where it could barely program genes in the mother's womb. Moreover, even with this technology, it would cost over 100 million yuan to implement it once. But there is only a transparent glass cabin in front of me. Not only is the target the adult fish that have escaped the net, but the operation steps are also too simple. But Buyu had a sullen face, his eyes fell on the harmless face in the sealed cabin, and he fell into deep thought. Making a choice is always something that can be difficult or simple. Usually life and death too. Chapter 89. Manor? Villa? Move the whole thing away. After the prompt box pops up, all the logic is smooth. Why would she even risk losing her hand to lead herself to the cellar? Why did he leave behind so many suggestive last words, each of which indicated that he was dead? Why is there nothing in the cellar except these sealed cabins containing the figures? Why can't I find the really important notebook? There is only one answer to all of this. This guy is not dead at all. Buyu even speculated that if he hadn't moved the whole person down and just used the severed hand to open the door, there is a high possibility that the severed hand ended up in the sealed cabin in some way. Maybe something would tempt me to bury the severed hand in the sealed cabin, or maybe I would use some high-tech to directly transport the severed hand into the sealed cabin and then kill myself. Who knows? That's the pinnacle of genetic engineering. Not to mention a severed hand, even a drop of blood or a cell could potentially recreate a whole her. The matter was done, and Buyu had no intention of dragging her out of the gene cabin, so as not to trigger any other mechanism. As for the options, he didn't dare to choose randomly, and kept his eyes on the first option, intending to wait and see, if possible. Forget it, let's just take a look first. Gene chain repair. Repair based on the gene chain you have, which can purify a series of negative physical states. Time consumption, 8 hours. Mutation probability, 0.01%. The previous words are easy to understand, but what the hell is that mutation probability at the end? Buyu frowned and continued to look at the second option. Gene chain break. Break the gene chain of the organisms in the cabin, thus turning it into energy for the cabin. Time consumed, 1 hour, mutation probability, 0%. Okay, this is understandable. It's just a small incinerator, right? I don't know if there is air pollution. Hu then turned his attention to the third option. This is also the option that interests him the most. What makes humans different from other primates is the genetic difference of a few tenths of a percentage point. And those few tenths of a percentage point are the fruits of hundreds of thousands of years of human evolution. But this so-called gene cabin in front of us can actually reorganize gene chains. This is obviously unscientific. Recombination of gene chains, improve and reorganize existing gene chains. Time required, 12 hours, mutation probability 13.5%. Judging from the description alone, you couldn't find any useful information. But, looking at the girl in the sealed cabin, you couldn't help but mutter, whether it's the first or the third option, I think we can save you. Since you've done so many good things for me, I'll help you this time. Eliminate gene chain breaks. As soon as he finished speaking, the prompt box in front of him disappeared, and there was no movement in the sealed cabin. Hu took out his pocket watch and saw that it was almost 5 o'clock. In other words, no matter whether the first or the third item is triggered, the girl will not see him again after she comes out. This is good, so she won't have to ask me to take the sniper rifle back. There's no need to pass on inheritance and last words myself, right? Hu stretched himself, feeling relaxed, and turned around to walk out of the cellar. When he came to the cellar door again, the projection that had just disappeared on the metal wall appeared again. Thank you, stranger. The girl even deliberately recorded a video of the person who buried her. You are a good person. Can you tell me your name? Call me Lei. Never mind. A real man should never change his name. My name is Hu. Hu smiled bitterly. If you want to repay me, then just treat Jaime as a gift to me, okay? The kind that you don't want to take back. The image on the wall naturally didn't answer. The girl just lowered her head and said, by the way, you probably don't know my name yet, right? Han Ruaer. You can call me Ruaer. Ruaer? That's a nice name. Hu smiled bitterly, turned around, and went up the stairs. Because he left in a hurry, he didn't notice the green light flashing at the bottom of the sealed cabin, nor did he notice. The ice cone began to melt in the sealed cabin, and the girl's eyes trembled slightly. It was like hearing some sound. Hu carried Sebai up the stairs, looked at the corpse of the red-winged dragon in front of him, and started to act. Bite. Red-winged dragon corpse detected. Excellent. Do you want to collect it? Yes. Soon, about an hour later, the corpses of more than 300 red-winged dragons were all loaded into Hu's VIP warehouse. But the next second, he sold most of the corpses to the system, leaving only 2 for himself. One is used to sell the players, and the other is used to try to make some delicious food. The system sells the corpse of a red-winged dragon for 50 gold coins each, so 326 of them means 16,300 gold coins. But this was just the selling price. The system recycled food materials at a 20% discount, and some of the corpses were not complete, so Hu only got 2,800 gold coins in the end. But even so, he was very satisfied. After this trip, it was getting late. I looked at my pocket watch, and it was almost 6 o'clock. There are still 2 hours until dark. But you must finish dinner within these 2 hours, and then, waiting for the so-called wrath of the Dragon Clan. But what a pity. Hu glanced at the manor that was covered in blood and the Jade Villa. If possible, he really wanted to put the entire manor into the warehouse and take it away. Anyway, the woman is still sleeping underground. If there is a chance to move the entire manor or villa, or even take 9,527 away, Hu will do it without hesitation. Anyway, I'll be in a random wilderness every day. How can you find me? Joke. Forget it. At worst, I can just build an identical one later. It won't have all those fancy graffiti on it then. Hu muttered, holding the VIP notebook in one hand and carrying Xiaobai on his shoulder in the other, and walked out of the manor. Anyway, my wooden villa has been built, and the blueprints of the European-style castle are also 1/3 complete. Is it far from the manor villa? Complaints aside, it's really a pity. Knowing that nothing could be done, Hu lowered his head and walked all the way to the iron gate, and even just glanced at the newly built wooden villa. He walked outside the iron gate, took one last look at the manor and villa not far away, and slowly closed the iron gate. But at this moment, a prompt suddenly exploded before his eyes. Bite. An ownerless building below the base has been detected. Do you want to collect resources? Tip. Collecting ownerless buildings will convert all materials in the buildings into basic resources and consume 20% as handling fees. All items in the building will be automatically placed in the wilderness, including but not limited to tools, weapons, food, and other non-building items. Hu. Omega. It seems that the system determines the base level based on the VIP notebook. Xiaoxing. I really love you to death. Yes. Hu shouted at the top of his voice. Soon, a white light flashed, and the second prompt popped up. Collection is in progress. It will take 3 hours depending on the building level. 3 hours? It happened to be shortly after nightfall, so we arrived in time. Just when he was overjoyed, a figure suddenly appeared in the white light and walked towards him slowly. Chapter 90. Wooden Villa? This is clearly a Chinese-style house. 9,527? What are you going to do? But you recognized at a glance that the person in the white light was a maid robot. Her maid outfit made her very easy to recognize. 9527 did not answer his question, but came to him step by step. There was no gun barrel on his body, no broom in his hand, and even the most commonly mentioned cleaning procedures were not on his lips. The whole robot seemed to be stupid, standing there motionless. Hey, talk. Bu raised his hand and waved it in front of her, but she didn't react at all. Could it be that the system has crashed? I was afraid that this guy would clean me out, so I didn't dare use advanced identification on her. Now the chance has come. Bu raised his hand and patted her on the shoulder, silently saying advanced identification in his heart. Advanced appraisal, maid-type robot, perfect, one of the few household products produced by Hashan Technology. Adhering to the company's culture, this robot includes a series of functions such as field combat, anti-theft, air defense, and underwater fishing. After the base is gone, it can be recycled and reclaimed by simply pressing the factory reset button. Quality additional skills, perfect, can be linked to all weapons and tools in the base, and the efficiency of weapons and tools produced by nuclear technology will be increased by 10%. Note, as the saying goes, a robot butler who doesn't want to be an agent is not a good maid. Wow, it really is a humanoid weapon. But then again, this isn't the first time we've seen this so-called nuclear technology. Could it be that there is still human civilization in the E-level world? And that gene capsule, that kind of technology is at least 200 years ahead of the present world. Bu pursed his lips and said nothing. Before he actually went to the E-level world, he could only make random guesses based on the products of the E-level world. But today is another day of great harvest. Bu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He searched around 9,527 and finally found the so-called factory settings button on the back of her neck. After pressing it, 9527 seemed to come back to life. She turned her head and stared at him with a pair of green eyes. Master, please set a password. Shut up, Xiaobai. Bu said it without thinking, and Xiaobai, who was originally drowsy on his shoulder, raised his head and looked at him with extremely strange eyes. Please confirm. The password is Xiaobai. Shut up. Confirmed. Bu nodded. The password should not only be simple and easy to remember, but also unexpected. These 4 words perfectly summarize all the elements of the password. Confirmed. 9527 raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of a smile. Master, please give me a name. Could it be that 9,527 is not her number, but Han Rueyer's bad taste? How about calling Xiao Hong? Bu said this casually and walked towards his own villa. Although it's just a robot, it at least looks like a female. It's so ugly to call it 9527. Anyway, we already have Xiaobai and Xiaojin, so it would be nice to have more robots like Xiaohong. They are all junior ones. Yes, Xiaohong is at your service. Xiaohong put her hands on the hem of her skirt and bowed respectfully at 90 degrees. Seeing Hu Yu walking towards the villa, she followed closely behind him. This was the first time that Hu Yu took a closer look at his villa. I was so busy feeling sorry for her before that I didn't even look at her. But now that I see her, apart from perfect, Hu Yu could not think of any other words to describe this house. How can this be called a villa? It is clearly a standard Chinese mansion. The building is 2 stories high, with 4 raised corners on the roof, and 5 auspicious beasts on each corner. The roof is not covered with glazed jade tiles, but a layer of transparent glass. It is not only waterproof and leak-proof, but also allows you to enjoy the starry sky and bright moon at night. For golden namu trees that can be hugged by 2 people stand around, and are carved with 4 spiritual spirits, a swimming dragon, a colorful phoenix, a black tortoise, and a white tiger, guarding the 4 directions. But what a pity. There were no rockeries, fountains, verandas, bamboo forests, tea pavilions, or fish ponds outside. Even the only garden had only a few heads of garlic planted in it. The house is perfect, but the surrounding environment is not perfect. A house like this should be built in a courtyard, not exposed in the wilderness. Hu Yu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Although we have obtained the materials for other people's manors and villas, wouldn't it be useless without the blueprints? But, looking at the group of guys in front of him who were still asking for the blueprints of the log cabin, Hu Yu still smiled with satisfaction. Anyway, at least he is living a happier life than these guys now. Hu Yu walked slowly to the wooden villa, raised his hand, and threw a high-level appraisal over. Advanced identification. Mixed wooden villa. Excellent building, a work of art built with wangwali, golden nanmu, agarwood, and a series of precious woods. In order to adapt to the wild environment, the glazed tile roof is specially replaced with tempered glass. The total height is 2 floors. The first floor is the reception room, dining room, chess room, bathroom, and kitchen. The second floor is the master bedroom, bathroom, study, storage room, and tea room, with a total area of 240 square meters. The exploration distance increases by 20 meters forward and 2 meters to the left and right. Immune to attacks from beasts of level E and below. Note, as the saying goes, if your horoscope is not strong enough, you can't wear the dragon robe. So this house is also true. If you want to live in such a house, I suggest you consider the Een house first. Huyu rolled his eyes and automatically ignored the notes given by the system. A 240 square meter house. Not to mention the materials, just the building area alone would be considered a luxury house in any city. If it were in HK, for ordinary people, this would be a palace. If this happened in modern times, you wouldn't know how many years he would have to work hard to be able to buy such a house in a 4th or 5th tier city. Now, it's easy to get. By the way, this can be considered as moving into a new house, right? Wouldn't it be a bit immoral if we didn't invite the neighbors to watch? Classmates, Huyu hid Xiaohong behind him and took a photo of his own wooden villa. Come, take a look at our new house. Woodenvilla.jpg. After the picture was sent, the survivor who was looking for the cabin blueprint just now was stunned. What is this? Dimensionality reduction attack? I'm still living in a thatched cottage, and you're living in a big villa? And it's so damn beautiful. If you want to stay here, just stay. Why post it? You are asking for trouble. The survivor's fingers trembled, but he still failed to write the insulting words in the notebook. What's the difference between scolding the administrator in the group these days and joining the National Army in 1949? Soon, words like congratulations filled the chat interface, mixed with some discordant voices. Jingufu, shameless Chinese. How can you live in our country's buildings? You are infringing our rights. You must compensate us. Song Xianen, yes. We will never allow this to happen. You must compensate us 10. No, 100 gold coins. Huyu? No. Where did these two guys come from? Are they just here to show off their presence? Since you make me unhappy, then, I have no reason to make you happy, right? Chapter 92 Achievement/Title, Dragon Slayer. Huyu waved his hand and cast 2 powerful silencing spells on the 2 people, with a validity period of half an hour. This should be enough time for them to reflect, right? The silencing spell was cast, and the chat interface instantly became much more pleasing to the eye. Huyu also put on a smile on his face again. Okay everyone, we said we were going to have a barbecue at noon, but we were attacked by a beast when we were only halfway through, so let us make up for this regret. Huyu held a piece of cut dragon meat in his hand. Since it was the meat under the scales, there was no scales on it, but only a little light red blood. Take a photo and send it. As you can see, this piece is the legendary dragon meat, and it is also the star of our dinner tonight. Dragon meat. Such a big piece? Where did Bossu get it from? Did the person upstairs fall asleep at noon? You don't even know about Bossu's dragon slaying. When the red-winged dragon came, I simply dug a hole and buried myself in it. I almost wrote a will. Do you think I would know? The corner of Huyu's mouth twitched. It's a pity that the brother who spoke last was born at the wrong time. Otherwise, you and Rur would definitely have something in common. The chat interface kept refreshing, and Huyu was also starting to take the next step. In order to maintain the diversity of the ingredients, he took out the leftover seafood that was not grilled from lunch today. These seafoods have been processed at noon, so now they can be grilled directly. The key is how to deal with this piece of dragon meat. Different ingredients require different processing methods to achieve the best texture and taste. Huyu had never dealt with ingredients like dragon meat before, so he had no choice but to cross the river by feeling the stones. But it doesn't matter, the red dragon doesn't have much else but a lot of meat. After removing the bones and scales, the dragon meat weighs at least tens of tons. This is just a rough estimate. He doesn't know the exact value, but think about it. An African elephant 3 or 4 meters tall would weigh 4 or 5 tons. This red dragon, that is about 50 meters long, should weigh at least 50 tons. Not to mention, Huyu weighed the piece of meat in his hand. This piece of dragon meat, which was the size of a head, weighed more than 10 kilograms. Its density was definitely greater than that of elephant meat. Hey, where was I thinking? Huyu shook his head and refocused his attention on the dragon meat. Really, I can't even concentrate on eating. When processing meat ingredients, the most important thing is to lock in the meat juice. Fortunately, there is a barbecue grill. The notes say that as long as you use it to pierce the meat ingredients, it will lock in all the meat juices except the blood. Yu directly cut the dragon meat into about 20 small pieces and then threaded them onto the dragon blood sword, intending to try what it tasted like when grilled directly. Unfortunately, there was too much dragon meat, and it was impossible to roast it all at once. Fortunately, the roasted meat can be directly stored in the warehouse, and it will still be hot when it is taken out, which will not affect the taste. But it is just a little troublesome. If the taste is okay, write this agarwood charcoal grilled dragon meat down in your recipe book and try other cooking methods next time. Xiaohong. Yu shouted and handed the dragon blood sword directly to the maid. Help me grill the meat. You know how to grill meat, right? Master, I will. Xiaohong held the barbecue grill in both hands and went straight to the fire. She knelt down in front of the fire and kept flipping the barbecue grill over the fire with both hands. You really can. Yu originally didn't have much hope. He didn't expect a maid robot that could only perform the cleaning program to be able to barbecue. Unexpectedly, it gave him a surprise. The next step is to process these seafood. He spent some more silver coins to buy another grill in the mall, lit a new fire, and sprinkled some freshly mashed garlic sauce on the lobsters and scallops. Gulp. Yu almost drooled at the aroma that came towards him. 5 minutes later, the first serving of dragon meat was ready. Yu resisted the urge to just pick up the grill and start eating, and sprinkled a layer of white truffle foam on it. Bite. Congratulations to player Yu for cooking the roasted red dragon with Kinnan, epic. Roasted red dragon from Kinnan, epic, a legendary ingredient that was destroyed for some reason. After cooking, it can only become an epic delicacy. What a pity. After consumption, strength plus 19, agility plus 19, intelligence plus 9, only effective after first consumption. Hiss. Yu took a breath of cold air. It's epic. Although it is just an epic delicacy, it adds 47 attribute points. I wonder how many bear paws I have to eat to get enough. It is indeed a legendary ingredient, but why just epic? Yu fell into deep thought. It was destroyed for some reason. Is there something wrong with the way I handled it? No way. Gulp. Hungry. So hungry. I only ate 2 bear paws at noon, and then did so many things in the manner. It would be strange if I wasn't hungry. The gluttony came to his mind again, and even if Yu tried to think again, he didn't have the strength to resist the temptation of the delicious food in front of him. 20 minutes later, the grilled dragon meat and seafood were eaten up by Yu and Xiaobai. Yu was so hungry that he even forgot to serialize the subsequent food program in the chat interface, and his mind was only on eating. No way. That stuff smells so damn good. After the meal, Yu touched his stomach with satisfaction. Just now, while he was eating, attributes were added to his head, and he didn't have time to calculate. Anyway, it's only 7:30, and there's still half an hour before nightfall. It's a good opportunity to give myself a try on the identification technique so that I can make some preparations, right? Bite. Advanced identification. Name. Yu. Gender. Male. Race. Human. Physical strength. 123/123. Intelligence. 33.2. Strength. 49.5. Agility. 48.6. Mastered skills. Advanced appraisal. Perfect. Master shooting. Excellent. Falcon structure. Excellent. Chopping. Junk. Elementary cooking. Average. Gambler. Excellent. Gluttony. Legendary. Title/achievement. Dragon Slayer. Legendary. Note. Humans gradually unlocking the first gene chain. Gene chain again. What on earth is this thing? Yu frowned in confusion. Judging from the data alone, physical strength increased by 20 points, intelligence increased by 21 points, and strength and agility increased the most by a full 40 points. This is not only the effect of roasted dragon meat with agarwood, but also the effect of gluttony. However, Yu also discovered a disadvantage of binge eating. Just like normal eating, if you use gluttony to swallow food a certain number of times, the attribute points you gain will gradually decrease. For example, roasted dragon meat with agarwood. The first 10 times he increased the attributes by 10%, and after that he increased them by 1%. I don't know if I eat dragon meat 100 times, it will only be calculated as 0.01%. It seems that I still need to develop more new recipes, otherwise the attribute points will not increase. Oh, that's right. Yu focused his attention on the achievement. When he was in the villa, he was busy looking for the cellar. When he came out, he was too hungry and didn't pay any attention to this result. I just had a full meal and had nothing to do, so I decided to see what this thing was for. It wouldn't matter if he didn't look at it, but once he did, Yu was immediately panicked. Why didn't I check out this damn achievement earlier? Chapter 92, Dragon Riding Reigns. Dragon Slayer, legendary title/achievement. When you kill a dragon, your name will be engraved in the memory of all living beings in this world. The favorability of creatures with the same title is plus 100, friendly, and the favorability of dragons is minus 1000, hostility. Quality additional skill, legendary plus 500% damage to dragons. When you have this title, the dragons you face will be at least one level higher than the title level. The next dragon you face will be of this level, mythical. Note, it is said that a dragon slayer will eventually become a giant dragon. Unfortunately, this rule does not apply in this world, because a dragon slayer will eventually become a corpse under the feet of a giant dragon. Myth. This is a myth. Puyu felt a sour feeling in his teeth, as if he had eaten a whole lemon. It was indescribable. Although Jaime could kill the giant lizard with one shot, the level of that giant lizard was only legendary. If a being of the same level as Jaime came. Damn, I wish I had seen this title earlier. Puyu turned his head and looked at the manor shrouded in white light. If he had known that a mythical dragon would attack, he would never have converted the manor and villa into materials so early. I don't know if they can withstand the attack of the dragon, but at least they are more resistant than the wooden villa behind them. Gulp. Puyu choked up, frowned, and stood up from the wooden chair. There is still half an hour before nightfall, and he must be prepared to face the mythical creature within this period of time. Find a place to hide first. Puyu looked around and found that he was not feeling well. The last time I was cleaning the villa, all the trees hundreds of meters behind me were destroyed. Now, the tallest building within 100 meters is my wooden villa. This is simply too conspicuous. Well, Puyu sighed and had to put out the fire outside the house. He then took Xiaohong and Xiaobai into the villa. If you can't find any cover, then look for a sniper point. Now the highest place around is my wooden villa. When the time comes, I can climb to the roof and see the difference between this mythical dragon and the one in the legend. Since you can't hide, just face it. Isn't it just a mythical dragon? You are a myth from the F-class world, but the silence in my hand is from the E-class world. Not afraid at all. No way. If there was any obstruction, he would never go to the rooftop to snipe the dragon. But there is no other way now. Puyu carried the sleeping Xiaobai all the way to the second floor of the villa and left it and Xiaohong in the house. Xiaohong, keep an eye on Xiaobai and don't let it run around. Yes, master. Xiaohong responded, bent down, picked up Xiaobai, and began to hum a lullaby. Puyu's mouth twitched. Actually, she didn't need to do this. Unless this guy is hungry, he will never wake up on his own. It's strange that he can listen to lullabies or something like that. With a wry smile, Puyu turned around, pushed open the glass window, and climbed onto the roof with his bare hands. He definitely couldn't do this before, but hasn't he been strengthened now? Climbing over walls and sneaking through windows is so easy. Sitting on the glass roof, Puyu felt like he was back in the treasure room. Although the height is about the same, the field of view is quite different. The location is not bad. Puyu glanced around and found no obstructions within his visual range. This is very important for a sniper. He took out his pocket watch and saw that there were still 25 minutes left. There is still time. Puyu took out the crystal treasure chest that was a reward from the previous beast raid, placed it in front of him, and prepared to open it now. Opening the crystal treasure chest can obtain an epic to legendary item. If this item is like the dragon blood sword and can cause additional damage to the dragon clan, it can be considered a strength improvement. As for purchasing items from the marketplace, with the amount of gold coins he has now, he might not even be able to afford epic items from the F-level world. He might as well hope to open a box. Shaoxing, whether your husband can survive depends on whether you give him face. Puyu prayed in his heart, placed his right hand on the crystal key, and the prompt box appeared as expected. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, epic supplies, legendary building blueprints, legendary weapons, epic tools. You can exclude one of the options. 5 favorable options. Although this crystal treasure chest is not as good as the previous one, it is still pretty good. Even if I don't exclude the option, there is more than 80% probability of delivery. This time, Puyu did not directly eliminate the treasure chest trap, but fell into deep thought. What if you don't eliminate the treasure chest traps, but eliminate the epic supplies? Although the chance of obtaining a legendary item is still 50%, the probability of obtaining an epic item is reduced to 1/4. As long as the goods are shipped, the probability of getting a legendary item will increase to 75%. Anyway, neither epic supplies nor epic tools are of much use, and are not much different from opening a treasure chest trap. It would be better to eliminate one of them and increase the probability of obtaining a legendary item. Although there is a 25% chance of a trap, there is a little red underneath. At worst, just let her open the treasure chest. Puyu's eyes flashed with greed, his lips slightly opened, and he subconsciously wanted to say to exclude epic level supplies. Bang! Before Yu could even open his mouth, he slapped himself in the face. What am I thinking about? Don't be so greedy for legendary items. If you break Xiaohong, wouldn't you lose a lot? Yu shook his head, and his eyes gradually became clear again. He didn't realize anything else was wrong. Eliminate the treasure chest trap. The prompt box disappeared, leaving only a crystal treasure chest on the roof. Yu turned the key, and the treasure chest slowly opened, revealing a deep purple light that sprinkled on his face. The last time Gluttony's light was orange, this time it was deep purple, which meant it wasn't a legend. Yu felt a little regretful, but he didn't know that a seed of greed had been planted deep in his heart. Bite. Before he could see what was in the treasure chest, a system prompt sounded. There is 1 minute left until night falls. Survivors, please return to your base. 1 minute? There was still. Yu hurriedly took out his pocket watch and found that the hour hand was indeed close to 8. A cold sweat slid down his spine, making him feel a little overwhelmed. What's going on? Wasn't there still more than 20 minutes left? Could it be that I opened a treasure chest and entered a time wormhole? Yu was puzzled, but in order to save time, he reached into the treasure chest and took out the things inside. A rope? Or a bridle? Is this an epic item? Without waiting for the system prompt, Yu directly used the advanced identification technique. Bite. Advanced appraisal, dragon reigns, epic tool. Yu. Yulong. Could it be the Yulong I was thinking of? Chapter 93. Is it the shadow of a mountain? Or a dragon as big as a mountain? Bang, bang. The sound of heartbeats rang in his ears, and Yu stared at the prompt box in front of him and continued to read, his eyes filled with anticipation. Advanced appraisal, dragon taming reigns, epic tool can control a dragon no higher than epic level. Note, if you want to catch a dragon, you must first tie its reverse scales, which is the same as grabbing a man's stomach. It really is that thing. Yu's eyes widened. If he had known that there was such a thing, he would have spared one of the red-winged dragons. Although these reigns can only control dragons that are not higher than the epic level, they are still dragons. The kind that can fly into the sky. Riding a dragon to fly into the sky is the dream of most men, second only to flying a sword in the clouds. But then again, since there are epic dragon reigns, will there be mythical items of the same kind? With a thought, Yu directly opened the VIP notebook. Even though I can't afford it now, it doesn't mean I can't afford it even if I sell all the materials of the villa and manor. It is 8 o'clock now. The order to reclaim the villa and manor was issued at about 6:30, and the time for the reclaim is 3 hours, which means in just 1.5 hours, I will own the materials for the entire manor and villa. If the selling price of the materials is high enough, and I am not dead within an hour and a half, and there are similar mythical items in the mall, then it is possible for me to own a mythical red dragon. The sound of his heartbeat became clearer and clearer. Yu's hands trembled slightly as he opened his notebook and said to the VIP store, Search, Dragon Reigns, limited quality mythical grade. Bite. Searching. Found 4 items in total. Yes. Really? Yu looked down and was completely stunned. F. Dragon Reigns mythical. Price. 1,500,000 gold coins. 1.5 million gold coins. Damn. That legendary item, Omniscient Conch, is only 60,000 gold coins. Just because you are 1 level higher than others, you can get 25 times more. Can you have a little conscience? Yu subconsciously wanted to close the notebook, but his eyes couldn't help but scan the following lines. C. Dragon Reigns Mythic. Same name, same grade, but the world prefix is C? Could it be that there are dragons in the sea-level world as well? Bite. Nightfalls.I. A system prompt sounded, interrupting Yu's thoughts. Whatever, what does the sea-level world have to do with me now? Let's first think about how to deal with that mythical dragon. Just as Yu was on guard against his surroundings, a roar rang out. The sound was 90% similar to that of the red dragon, but it was many times louder. Yu immediately covered his ears and looked around, but did not notice any large flying objects approaching. Only a swarm of birds flew in from the depths of the forest. Because the distance was too far, and the moonlight was not bright enough, Yu could not see clearly what it was. But he soon found out. I don't know how many people in the chat interface went crazy because of this. What is that? Did you see that? So many red-winged dragons are flying outside. It's not just the red-winged dragon. I also saw a lot of strange birds. Wait, why did I feel an earthquake? It's not an earthquake. It's wolves. A group of wolves as big as wild bears and tigers are running wildly. I saw it too. But it's so strange. Why didn't they pay any attention to us? Looking at the chat interface scrolling, Yu finally understood what was going on. Escape. These creatures are fleeing. He stood up from the roof and looked down at everything below. Since the treetops had been cut down, he could see the scene below clearly. Countless wolves, tigers, wild bears, and even several elephants were running for their lives. They don't ignore the survivors as the chat interface says, but they don't have that concept at all. If they encounter obstacles, they will still crash into them without hesitation. The survivor who said that the beast ignored him was just lucky. This is classic survivorship bias. Who saw with his own eyes a group of small wild beasts trying to break into his base, but were blocked outside due to the intervention of rules. Wooden Villa, immune to attacks from beasts of level E or below. It was this moment of stagnation that caused them to be trampled under the feet of their companions behind them, and the same scene was repeated by those who came later but did not exceed level E. Of course, there were also beasts above level E that entered his base. The guys crashed into his wooden villa, stepped into his swimming pool, and trampled his garden. But soon this kind of thing disappeared. Because Xiaohong. When the first beast entered the territory, Hu wanted to raise his gun to shoot, but found that Xiaohong had already carried Sibai away. As soon as the second beast's foot stepped into its territory, Xiaohong pushed open the wooden door. She held Sibai in her arms and rocked him gently, humming a lullaby, but more than 20 gun barrels had already emerged from her body. The third beast. Oh, there's no third beast. The second after the gun barrel came out, all the beasts rushing towards the base were wiped out. Hu held up the gun and could only stare at the flames in amazement. This is really too fierce. When the corpses of the wild beasts in front blocked the road leading to this direction, the beasts naturally avoided this place and fled in another direction. After completing the task, Xiaohong put away the gun barrel, turned around and saluted Hu. Master, the cleaning task is completed. Do you want to proceed to the last unfinished task? Keep an eye on Xiaobai. Wow, you cleaned it really well. Hu's mouth twitched. Yes. Xiaohong bowed again, holding Xiaobai, and walked upstairs. The problem of the wild beast was solved, but Hu still frowned. The dragon hasn't come yet. Although this is the outskirts of the Red Dragon Forest, it will take some time for the Red Dragon to rush over from the inner area, but up to now he hasn't even seen the shadow of the dragon. Out of curiosity, Hu asked in the chat interface, has anyone seen a red dragon? Not a red-winged dragon, but a red dragon with horns on its head. It's over. It's over. Could it be that Boss Hu's great celestial empire bloodline has broken out and he's planning to eat the red dragon and turn it into a protected species? Hu's mouth curled up. Red dragon breeding farm. You deserve it. Shuren, Boss Hu, where is the red-winged dragon deal? Shut up. You can't afford it now. Hu responded to Shuren with one sentence. I'll ask again, is there anyone watching? Before he could finish his question, a surprising scene appeared before his eyes, and Hu was stunned where he was. There is a solitary mountain in the distance of the Red Dragon Forest. During the day, under the sunlight, you can see some blurry shadows of the mountain. At night, the light is not as bright as during the day, and the shadow of the mountain becomes less obvious. But now, the shadow of the mountain comes into view again. It still took off into the air and slowly flew towards the direction where Hu was. Click. Hu felt his heart skip a beat. Looking at the mountain shadow approaching, a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. This mountain, could it be that the mythical Red Dragon is? Chapter 94, The Red Dragon, is here. Although it is a little hard to believe, this is the truth. Huyo. I saw it flapping its wings. A pair of wings that were strong enough to cover the sky, and the sun trembled, and a strong wind whistled through the mountains and forests. Hu stood there in a daze, his jaw moving down unconsciously. I am just going to leave a last word. Such a big lump. Even if it is delivered by Dongfeng Express, it may not be able to break through the defense, right? I thought that the growing red dragon of 50 or 60 meters was already big enough, but I didn't expect that its father was actually a mountain. If its grandfather were still alive, wouldn't it be as big as a continent? Hu felt suspicious, but he quickly shook his head and threw the thought out of his mind. He turned around and lay on the roof, then crawled back into the bedroom through the window. The roof can't stay up. If he stayed any longer, before the mythical red dragon arrived, he would be blown away by the wind brought by its flapping wings. What a strong wind. Hu? Boss Hu, the red dragon you mentioned, could it be the thing outside the window? It seems that some survivors have already discovered this. Hu did not intend to hide it. Seeing the mythical red dragon approaching from a distance, he could only smile bitterly. Yes, but this is not an ordinary red dragon, it is a mythical red dragon. Myth? A level above legend? It should be. But why does a mythical red dragon appear now? Isn't it only the 4th day? Yes, it is only the 4th day, but your administrator is lucky. I raised the other person's son on the 4th day. Hu muttered something in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. This is a big pot. Whoever wants to carry it can carry it. I don't want to be infamous forever. I guess he's out here to inspect his territory. In his eyes, creatures like us are no different from ants. He probably won't take us too seriously. I agree with the above comments, but I wonder if Mr. Hu will get angry and prepare to slay the dragon. Hu's mouth twisted. Mythical red dragon? It's just a dish. The chat interface was still filled with laughter. These heartless people thought that the red dragon was just out strolling around and inspecting the territory and would not do anything to them. But Huyu knew clearly that the target of this mythical red dragon was him. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Huyu took a few deep breaths, suppressed the shock in his heart, and raised silence again. Although the possibility of causing harm to it is very low, you should give it a try anyway. He raised the gun, used the muzzle to push the window open a tiny gap, and aimed at the center of the mountain shadow. That position should be the head. The index finger pulled the trigger, and a faint mosquito-like sound rang in the ear. It's launched now? The last time he used silence, Huyu didn't feel any shooting sensation. If it weren't for the reminder of the red dragon's death, he wouldn't even know that he had actually fired a shot. So this time he paid special attention to the sound of shooting. But even so, apart from that faint trembling sound, he didn't sense any other movement. There wasn't even a fire in sight. But he was sure of one thing. The bullet did hit the mythical red dragon. The mountain shadow trembled with a visible amplitude, and even the wings paused for a moment when the bullet was fired. But mountain shadow quickly regained its ability to move and flew towards Huyu again. No effect? How could it have no effect? Although both of them are mythical level, one is a product of the E-level world, and the other is a beast from the F world, so there should be some difference between them. Is it because the distance is too far? It's possible. Huyu turned around and moved Xiaohong to him, then pointed at the mountain shadow in front of him. Xiaohong, can you detect how far away the red dragon is from us? Yes, master. As Xiaohong spoke, a light green laser shot out from her eyes and hit the red dragon's forehead directly. Detection completed. The target is 4.5 kilometers away from us. 4.5 kilometers? No wonder. The current firearms can only effectively shoot at a range of 2.4 kilometers at most. Even mythical weapons will have their power weakened or their trajectory deviated within the 4.5 kilometers range. This is inevitable. Maybe the shot just now did not hit the red dragon's head, but shot at the abdomen or even the tail, so it did not cause much damage. As long as it gets closer, Jaime will be able to severely injure it. No, kill it. Of course, it's best to wait until it enters my exploration range before killing it, so that I can collect its resources. Huyu thought beautifully, and a sense of pride emerged from the bottom of his heart. He even wanted to climb up to the roof, bathe in the moonlight, shoot the red dragon in the head, and then accept everyone's worship. That scene is so beautiful. With the corners of his mouth rising continuously, Huyu subconsciously wanted to push open the window and put his idea into practice. But when he was blown by the strong wind in front of him, he immediately shook his head. Wrong. What's wrong with me? When did you become so arrogant? Facing such a huge monster, wouldn't it be better to hide in the house and shoot from behind? Why are you pretending to be a big shot? Huyu immediately closed the window and continued to ask Xiaohong. Xiaohong, based on its current flying speed, how long will it take to arrive? Replying to the master, in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes? So fast? Does that mean the speed of this red dragon is 90 kilometers per hour? With its size and speed, if I kill it within its territory, the inertia generated when it falls will be enough to smash my wooden house into powder. It seems that I can't wait any longer. Even if I kill it outside the territory and give all its resources to others, I can't risk my own life. He made up his mind, set up silence again, took a deep breath without exhaling, pointed the gun in the general direction of mountain shadow, and closed his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Huyu fired blindly for more than a minute, and he didn't know whether the red dragon was dead or not. He only knew that he kept shooting until the system prompt sounded. Bang. There was a dull explosion in his ears, and no one knew what the sound was, but Huyu kept shooting, and even the general direction did not change. When he could no longer hold his breath, he exhaled and raised his tightly closed eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Huyu thought of many scenes. Maybe the red dragon had already run away, maybe it was seriously injured and fell somewhere, or maybe it was still in the air and continued to move towards him. But the moment the moonlight reflected into his pupils, Huyu was stunned. No matter what, he never expected that this would happen. The wind had died down, the moonlight was mostly obscured, and the red dragon. Right in front of him, a scarlet pupil as big as the entire wooden villa stood upright in front of his eyes. As long as he opened the window and stretched out his hand, he could touch the lens. It should be dead, right? Huyu took a tentative step forward and pushed the window open with trembling hands. Call. Sudden, a muffled breathing sound was heard, and wisps of hot air came from downstairs, accompanied by a fishy smell. This must be the legendary dragon's breath, so it is not dead. Bang. Bang. Huyu felt that the whole world was silent, as if only his own heartbeat was left. Chapter 95. Alive. Xiaohong. Huyu's voice trembled as he tentatively asked Xiaohong beside him, the one in front of me, is the red dragon, right? Master, yes. Xiaohong's voice was extremely indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Hu stood there in a daze. His brain seemed to have crashed, and he had no idea how to deal with what was happening in front of him. At this moment, the huge eyelids slowly drooped, gradually covering the scarlet pupil, and the dragon's breath in the ear began to become long and dull, just like. Fell asleep? Hu choked up, first put the dragon blood sword into the warehouse, and then closed the window with very light force. During the whole process, the red dragon did not make any movement except for its heavy breathing. Could he really have fallen asleep? Could it be that Jaime can only hypnotize creatures of the same level? Come on, sir. So many bullets hit my body, and you tell me it can only help me sleep? Can you be reasonable? Huyu's heartbeat gradually returned to normal and his emotions calmed down a little. He walked to the window and cast an identification spell on the red dragon through the glass. Advanced appraisal. Red Dragon Lord, mythical creature, the ruler of the continent, one of the 5-colored dragon lords. As one of the supreme rulers of this world, its scales can defend against all attacks, and its fangs can penetrate all defenses. Of course, if you ask me what would happen if it used its fangs to gnaw on its own scales, I can only tell you, it hasn't got Alzheimer's yet. Note: as a father who just lost his 28th child, he is extremely angry now. Status: sleeping time remaining, 27 hours. Call. Hu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the information board in front of him. He was finally relieved. 27 hours of sleeping time. In other words, as long as you don't disrupt its sleeping state, nothing will happen. My life is saved for the time being. Why is it temporary? Judging from the notes, this guy will most likely cause trouble for me after he wakes up. If I find him again, I may not be able to put him back to sleep. What to do? Hu muttered, took a few steps back and sat down beside the bed. The Red Dragon Lord is asleep now, but even silence can't cause any substantial damage to it, and I can't send it to see its son. How about, try shooting it in the eye? No. What if it doesn't die and wakes it up? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Hu looked up at Xiaohong and subconsciously asked, Xiaohong, do you have any solution? Xiaohong hugged Xiaobai and turned around. Retrieving information, please wait. Forget it. I guess a guy like you who can only talk about cleaning procedures won't be able to do anything. Hu muttered something, then lay down on the bed, staring at the starry sky in a daze. Anyway, my life is saved today. Alas, it's a pity that I don't have enough gold coins. It would be great if I could buy an item to erase the memory of this big guy, so I don't have to worry about being chased by it. Search completed. Xiaohong suddenly said, there is one method to eliminate the creatures in front of you. Would you like to review it? Hu immediately jumped up from the bed, his eyes sparkling. Speak. Activate the killing mode of silence, and you can eliminate the creature in front of you within 3 bullets. Kill mode. Hu tilted his head and took out Jaime again. This thing has other modes? Do you know how to activate it? The search yielded no results. Xiaohong replied indifferently. Well, I shouldn't have counted on you. Hu took Jaime and looked at it from left to right, but couldn't find any other movable parts except the trigger. Could it be that it's voice-controlled? Hu pursed his lips and frowned as he looked at the huge monster in front of him. According to Xiaohong, if he could activate the killing mode of Nirvana, then he could kill this guy with 3 shots when the Red Dragon Lord was at his weakest, and then harvest a mountain of mythical ingredients and various materials. But if this gun was not voice-controlled, he would fire a bullet at the Red Dragon Lord's eyelid that would cause no real damage. If it wakes up by then, there will be only one result. The Swana starts playing, the white cloth is spread out, and the whole village, young and old, is waiting for the food to be served. Hu was in a dilemma. Let's bet. Anyway, I have saved my life, and at worst I can return it to this stupid dragon. Hu made up his mind, sat on the bed, raised up Jaime, and whispered, activate the killing mode. Just as he finished speaking, he hadn't even opened his own window yet. He had no choice but to get up, walk to the window, and slowly open it, brushing past the Red Dragon Lord's eyelids. After all, it is our own property. We can't ruin it, right? If I really succeed, I can't just install a new window, right? Hu thought it through thoroughly. He retreated back to the bed, raised silence, and took a deep breath. Bite. It is detected that you have inhaled the breath of the red dragon, mythical, and resistance determination is being made. Hu? What the hell is this? Why? Why do I feel dizzy? It is detected that your physical fitness is less than 200, and your intelligence is less than 200. Resistance has failed. You are about to be forced into coma mode. You can't play like this. I can't faint yet. Hu shook his head hard, but he felt that the scene in front of him was only an afterimage. He clenched his teeth, but ultimately failed to pull the trigger, because his last bit of reason told him that in his current state, 3 shots would not be enough to finish the fight. Bang! Hu fell on the wooden bed and fell into a coma. Xiaohong turned her head and scanned Hu's physical condition, then said to herself, the master has fallen asleep, entering night mode. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked to the window, closed the two glass windows, turned around and came to Huyu, took the silence from his hand, and gently placed it on the bedside. After doing all this, Xiaohong smiled with satisfaction, then knelt beside Huyu's bed, watching quietly, without moving. 1 hour and 20 minutes later. Bite. All materials for the manor and villa have been collected. Congratulations on obtaining Surging Spring Perfect Material, *1, Fortune Stone, Perfect Material, *1, Auspicious Cloudgrass, Perfect Plant, *8000, White Jade, Perfect Stone, *16. 000, Cold Iron Alloy, Perfect Metal, *8000, Purple Bonus Seeds, Perfect Seeds, *80, Purple Rose Seeds, Perfect Seeds, *80. The items cannot be recycled because the Snow Queen graffiti, some jade tiles, floor heating, and electrical appliances have been damaged. Some tools have been moved from the cellar to the surface, and because the ground is covered, they have been moved to the surface of the cover. After receiving the message, Huyu just waved his hand and continued to sleep as if he didn't hear it. 2 more hours passed. Bite. The night march has ended. The leaderboard has been updated. First place, Huyu, 271,890 points, controlling the Dragon Master, plus 270,000 points, killing the beast, plus 1,890 points. The first place will be awarded with a gold treasure chest and a key *1. The second to 10th place will be awarded with a silver treasure chest and a key *1. The 11th to 100th place will be awarded with a bronze treasure chest and a key *1. Due to the huge gap between the second and first place points, all rewards except the first place will be downgraded by 1 level. The chat interface was suddenly filled with wailing, while Huyu was still sleeping soundly. As soon as it was past midnight, not only Huyu, but everyone fell into a deep sleep. Another hour passed, and when the hour hand pointed to 1, a sealed cabin on the red dragon scale armor opened. A pair of jade arms stretched out of the cabin, and a woman in a red dress stood out from the cabin. Ah, I'm alive. Under the moonlight, Han Rueer stretched out her body, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed into slits, her face full of enjoyment. 9527, help me. Before she finished speaking, Han Rueo opened her big eyes and stared blankly at what was in front of her. Chapter 96. Perfect level architectural drawings, get square root. The cellar is gone. The manor is gone. The villa is gone too. Only his hundreds of wives in the sealed cabins were left around, and everything else was gone. But fortunately, at least my body did not mutate. But which bastard came and ransacked my house? What is going on? Han Rueo was completely stunned. Bite. It is detected that the base of the player Han Rueer has disappeared, and the system determines that he is a wanderer. Wanderer. Per man who has lost his base, you will not follow the law of 0-point transfer. Go measure the land of this world with your own feet. This is a resurrection, but one's base is gone. This is clearly not my plan. Han Rueer bit her teeth lightly and clenched her fists. Opening the diamond treasure chest was extremely dangerous. In order to avoid the treasure chest trap, she also deliberately used a precious item to move her base to the F-level world. In the low-level world, no one would know what a gene repair chamber is, and no one would be able to move her base away when they are half dead. Even if there is anyone who can do it, it can only be those two guys. Shang Yun, Harris. However, the former would just lie on the gene repair cabin drooling, waiting to wake up, while the latter, that guy, should not be so shameless. Fortunately, I have a trick up my sleeve. Han Rueer stepped out of the gene repair cabin, reached into the cabin, and verified a mechanism with her palm prints. Click. With a crisp sound, an iron box slowly rose from the gene repair cabin. Snort. Han Rueer snorted coldly. Fortunately, the cabin has a video recording function. Harris, wait until I find you, and see how you can quibble. She opened the iron box and took out a notebook, a pocket watch, and a mobile phone. The screen lit up, and after Han Rueer operated it for a while, a man's figure appeared on the screen. Han Rueer stared at the screen in front of her and studied it carefully. Not Harris. The man's figure gradually approached, and his face became clearer. Han Rueer stared with eyes wide open, and raised her eyebrows slightly. This guy is so handsome. No. Han Rueer, now is not the time to be crazy about you. On the screen, the man put her into the gene repair chamber. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a magnetic voice sounded. Whether it's the first or the third one, I think I can save you. Since you've done so many good things for me, I'll help you this time. Eliminate gene chain breaks. The voice is very clear and the pronunciation is very clear. It can be said that he speaks standard Mandarin. Han Rueer frowned, moved the progress bar with her finger, and listened to this sentence again, twice. Until the third time, she repeated it with the man. excluding the break in the gene chain. Who is he? How could a rookie in the F-class world know about the gene chain? He even used the word exclusion. Could it be? A bold idea came to Han Ruer's mind. She didn't move the progress bar but continued playing. The man walked to the cellar door, and the previously recorded voice sounded. Can you tell me your name? Call me Lei. Never mind. A real man should never change his name. My name is Hu Yu. Hu Yu is it? Han Ruer muttered something and automatically ignored the second half of Hu Yu's sentence. The words that brought him nirvana. Silence was reserved for that bastard Harris. It's fine for a stranger like you to play with it for 2 days, but if you want to take it for yourself, this dream is probably too easy to come by, isn't it? Although you saved my life, you also moved the entire house away. We have to slowly settle this account. Han Ruer sneered and used her notebook to collect all the sealed cabins around her. As for the one she used, she placed it directly on the dragon's back. This thing is a disposable consumable. Once used, there will be no second time. It doesn't matter where you put it. Anyway, there is no health inspection committee in this world, and no one will issue a ticket to themselves. After Han Ruer had packed up, she jumped down from the dragon's back, which was nearly 100 meters high, and landed steadily on the ground. She stood up, and not even a speck of dust was raised, let alone any damage. Is this the mythical creature of this world? Han Ruer turned to look at the Lord of the Red Dragon, raised her hand, and stroked the dragon's scales. It's true that each generation is worse than the previous one, but the quality of the meat shouldn't be too bad, right? When she clenched her fist and prepared to attack the red dragon, a system prompt stopped her. Bite. Warning, it is strictly forbidden to use the power of the higher plane in the lower plane, otherwise you will be directly teleported back to the higher plane. Damn it, I don't have a base right now. If I teleport back, that would be courting death. The next morning, before 8 o'clock, Hu Yu woke up from bed. This was the best sleep he had had in days. Apart from having a nightmare. I don't know why, but in my dreams there was always a woman in a red dress chasing him with a gun in her hand, who would start shooting at him as soon as she saw him. It's a pity that I can't see his face clearly, otherwise I would definitely. Hey, that's right. Didn't I plan to snipe the Red Dragon Lord last night? Hu Yu suddenly woke up, and the remaining dreams in his mind were instantly thrown behind him. He jumped out of the bed and looked out the glass window nervously. Although it was pitch black outside, the eyelid had disappeared. Hu Yu took out his pocket watch and looked down at the time. 7:47. Huh, it looks like the base has been forcibly relocated. Hu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and gradually recalled the details of what happened last night. Dragon breath. He must have been knocked unconscious by the toxicity of the dragon's breath, and the Lord of the Red Dragon also fell into a deep sleep, so the man and the dragon slept side by side. It's quite harmonious. Hu Yu turned over and got out of bed, and found a golden treasure chest right in front of him. This thing should be the reward for the night travel points leaderboard, right? That's right. Now that the night walk scoreboard has been settled, then the villa and manor I took over should also be. Hu Yu hurriedly opened the warehouse in the VIP notebook, and when he saw the newly added props, he was immediately overjoyed. Perfect, perfect, perfect. From the grass to the fountain, everything is perfect. What a fucking rich guy. I don't even want to leave the store. Now we have a sustainable water source, but isn't it a waste to use a perfect material to build an excellent building? Do you want to wait a little longer? Maybe we're waiting for some other architectural drawings? Yes, just open the golden treasure chest in front of you. Hu Yu walked to the golden treasure chest, reached out to grasp the key, and waited for the prompt box to pop up. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger perfect level tools, perfect level building blueprints, epic level weapons, epic level materials. You can exclude one of these options. All good stuff. The thing he lacked the least now was weapons. Although they were epic in level, they were no match for mythical nirvana. Excluding epic weapons. With a thought, Hu Yu turned the key of the treasure chest. The treasure chest slowly opened, and a faint purple light lit up. That is, a blueprint. No way. No way. I just wanted a perfect water source blueprint, and you sent it to me, right? Hu Yu thought like he was dreaming, reached in, and took out the blueprint. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect architectural blueprint. European-style castle. This is Chapter 97. This voice is Luo Jin. Hu Yu looked at what was in front of him and continued to read the system prompts. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect architectural blueprint. European-style castle, 1/3. Well, I knew it wasn't that simple. With the nature of the system, it would be a miracle if it could produce a complete blueprint. But it's not bad, at least 2/3 of the goal has been achieved, and the European-style castle is just around the corner. It's a pity for my antique wooden villa. Judging from Hu Yu's aesthetic taste, He definitely prefers buildings with an ancient Chinese style, as this kind of house feels truly warm to live in. But unfortunately, he did not obtain similar perfect level blueprints. Otherwise, he would have definitely given this European-style castle to the system mall. Puyu put the second drawing into his own warehouse, and the two drawings automatically overlapped. Bite. It is detected that the host has more than half of the fragments of a certain blueprint, which can unlock the construction conditions. Do you want to check? Well, taking a look in advance will help with preparation, right? Yes. European castle, perfect building consumable materials. Wood 0/2000, rope 0/1000, cement 0/4000, stone 16,000/4000. Items with an ancient atmosphere, May 8th. Building score 525/800. European castle blueprint 0 out of 1. Tools: iron saw, masonry knife, any measuring tools. Building requirements: race course of good grade or above, golf course of good grade or above, garden of excellent grade or above. Hiss. Puyu looked at the data and took a breath. Different from excellent level buildings, this perfect level building directly adds an additional construction requirement, which also stipulates special supporting buildings. Racecourse, golf course, gardens. The construction difficulty of these is not high, but the rigid regulations make it difficult to implement. He now owns an excellent grade garden, but the blueprints for the other two buildings are hard to find. It would be nice if I could buy blueprints in the VIP store. Puyu shook his head and erased the prompt box from his sight. There is no need to think so much now. The wooden villa has just been built. Let's wait and see after living here for a few more days. What if you find a perfect Chinese building? Xiaohong, Puyu shouted at the top of his voice. This maid hasn't appeared since she got up. Could it be that she went out to challenge the Lord of the Red Dragon last night? After all, in a sense, the giant monster also invaded its base. Master, I'm here. The voice came from behind. Puyu turned around and found that she was holding a porcelain plate in both hands and walking towards him slowly. A burnt aroma slowly wafted over. That was steak. Xiaohong came up to him and handed the porcelain plate to Huyu with both hands. Master, your breakfast is ready. The steak in front of me was cut in half. The surface was covered with a layer of golden crispy crust. The tender red meat was still emitting hot smoke, and there was a layer of dark sauce between the crispy crust and the tender meat. Is this beef Wellington? Puyu took the porcelain plate. Tears welled up in his eyes. It's over, Xiaoxing. I feel like I'm about to fall in love with someone else. No man would refuse a woman who made him beef Wellington for breakfast, even if she was a robot. Oh, except for those who don't eat beef. Xiaohong. Yes, master. Xiaohong bowed slightly. Do you have any other instructions? Since I couldn't find any red wine in your warehouse, I couldn't make the best match. Please forgive me. Punish the shrimp. You've done very well. Puyu gave an encouraging word, but he couldn't think of any other way to reward Xiaohong. You can't give someone 2 non-food batteries, right? Owner. Xiaohong's cheeks turned slightly red, and she even lowered her head. You are too kind. She even blushed. This is too human. Puyu performed an advanced appraisal on the dragon row in front of him. This is not because he is afraid of Xiaohong, but because he wants to see how much property Xiaohong can increase. Wellington tail steak, legendary delicacy. Grind the instant noodles into powder, add mineral water to make flour, and then coat it with a sauce made from black truffles, white truffles, shrimp, and crab sticks. Then, fry the tail steak marinated in colorful fish oil until it is half done, coat it with the sauce, and bake it. After consumption, strength plus 39, agility plus 39, intelligence plus 39, only effective for the first consumption. Note: use the most complicated ingredients to make the most complicated cooking, and a simple delicacy is ready. Puyu was so moved that he wanted to cry. Legendary delicacy. Not only are the data more than twice as high as that of the roasted red dragon agarwood, but the system description is also much longer. This is clearly discrimination against my cooking skills. Puyu finished all the dragon meat on the plate with tears in his eyes, leaving no food for Xiaobai, who was sleeping next to him. In the wilderness, eating such delicious food is a sin. In this case, let me bear this sin alone. The child is still young, so don't torture him. By the time Huyu finished licking the plate, it was almost 8 o'clock. But the strange thing is, it was already 8 o'clock and it was still pitch black outside the window, except for a few rays of sunlight leaking through the roof. Could it be that I had randomly ended up in some dark cave? Bite. The settlement of various lists has been completed. Congratulations to the host for winning 215 gold coins. 5 coins for administrator salary, 10 coins/item for the first settlement of epic chapters, and 20 coins/item for the first settlement of legendary pedigrees. 215 pieces? The dragon riding reigns and the red-winged dragon corpse are both epic. The gluttony skill and the red dragon corpse are also legendary. Plus the 15 rankings and the administrator's salary, it is exactly 215 gold coins. But the roasted red dragon with agarwood and Wellington dragon steak do not seem to be included. That's true. If developing a recipe is considered an item, then it would be too easy to earn gold coins. You had not opened the crystal treasure chest ranking before, so the gold coins brought by the ranking were only 150. Great harvest, including the 2,823 gold coins currently in the warehouse. Huyu's wealth has grown to 3,038 gold coins. Yesterday, the price of gold coins plummeted to double digits, but today it is a 4-digit number starting with 3. This feeling is so sour and refreshing. Huyu stretched his body with satisfaction. He decided to go downstairs first while Xiaobai was still asleep, to prevent this guy from smelling the meat in his mouth. I might as well push the door open and see what's going on outside. Huyu came to the first floor, put his hand on the wooden door, and watched the system prompt pop up. Bite. Open the door, and you may encounter Red Dragon Mountain Range. B. Ascension Cave. C. Endless Abyss. C. You can exclude one of the options. Without even thinking about it, Huyu directly ruled out the first option. I finally managed to escape from the Red Dragon Lord, and you want me to go back? No way. After eliminating the options, Huyu felt that some changes seemed to have taken place around him, but he couldn't tell what the changes were. He didn't care about these things, as long as he didn't meet the Lord of the Red Dragon. Under this premise, I would be willing to fall into the abyss. Huyu pushed open the door, and before he could see what was in front of him, he heard a voice in his ear. Xiaobai, what are you doing? This voice is Luo Jin. Chapter 98. This woman. It's really hard for people not to commit a crime. Some people have very special voices. Once you hear them once, it is hard to forget them. Maybe it is because they are too unpleasant to hear, or maybe it is so alluring that it can etch into your bones. There is no doubt that Luo Jin belongs to the latter. I don't know if her parents saved the world in their previous life, which gave her an angelic face and a witch-like voice. This woman. It's really hard for people not to commit a crime. The agarwood door had just opened a tiny crack when Huyu's hand was already hanging on it, feeling a little at a loss. Nervous. The last time I met Luo Jin was after the tsunami. At that time, it was more like a chance encounter than a meeting. But now, judging from the sound, Luo Jin is only a few meters away. After he pushes the door, he will inevitably come into face contact with her, and by then, the bases of both parties will be extremely close. Encountering something like this in the wilderness is more exciting than meeting your idol on a blind date. Huyu raised the corner of his mouth, not knowing whether she would admit the bet with him. When the bet was made, he had not yet acquired the gambler's skills. If he wanted to cash in the bet, it would depend on whether Luo Jin was self-aware. Be mentally prepared and have a good draft of your first sentence. Huyu put his hand on the door again and gently pushed it outwards, with what he thought was the kindest smile on his face. Miss Luo, we are? Damn it. What's going on? The prepared draft is invalid. Everything before him was so unbelievable that he had to reorganize his words. Luo Jin's voice sounded not far away. This voice is, Huyu? Boss who? Is it you? Yes, it's me. Huyu replied that in this environment, he had to identify himself, otherwise Luo Jin might not be able to recognize him. The random location is a cave. Damn it. I should have thought of this earlier. Huyu complained in his heart and looked around carefully. As soon as he pushed the door open, he found something was wrong. It was dark all around, with only sunlight shining from overhead. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the Ascension Cave mentioned by the system. However, unlike ordinary caves, the caves here should be vertical. The cave is full of stone walls, the bottom is the base, and there is only one passage leading to the sky. Huyu looked up at the sky, his brows furrowed. Is it the type of wasteland again? The cave was extremely narrow and could only barely accommodate the base, making it impossible to explore for resources. The sky is also in full view, and even if you have a flying pet, it is difficult to collect any useful resources from above. Boss who? Luo Jin's voice sounded at the side, and it seemed closer than before. Can you still hear me? Can. Huyu lowered his head and moved closer to the direction where the voice came from. What's the situation over there? Don't you have any resources? Luo Jin smiled bitterly. The cave wall is smooth. It doesn't look like it can be climbed. The surrounding rocks are airtight and watertight. There should be no passage leading to the outside, and there are no signs of any plants or animals. It should be the wasteland, for sure. This young lady is quite professional. Huyu pondered for a moment, frowned, and nodded. Well, it's the same here. Do you have enough resources? It's enough. After the last time I experienced the desolate land, I got used to storing food in the warehouse. But what? Beast attack. Luo Jin spat out 2 words. We have been in the wilderness for 5 days, and we have experienced beast attacks every day. If it is in this environment, I can't imagine how the beast attack will turn out. It doesn't matter how it appears, it won't be as scary as that mythical giant lizard. Huyu muttered in his heart, but said, it's either in the sky or underground. It's still early, so we can act accordingly. As soon as he finished speaking, the time came to 8005. Bite. It is detected that you have served as a regional administrator, and your ranking on the survival list is higher than that of administrators with the same conditions. So the system automatically determines that you are the administrator of this area. Regional rating, C. Administrator, Huyu. Administrator authority, E for fifths. Number of people, 99. Manageable system, chat interface, take photos, send pictures. The administrator interface popped up again. I only need 1 more permission to upgrade. I don't know what surprises the D-level permission will bring. The chat interface appeared, and the group of people inside instantly became excited. Fuck. Boss Hu and Boss Luo. I didn't expect that I would meet 2 of them in the same area in my lifetime. Shuren, really? It's so novel and exciting. Huyu looked at the name in front of him and was stunned. Shuren? Why is this guy here again? How many times has this happened? Is it necessary for him to haunt us? I met that man again. A low voice sounded from the other side of the cave. Huyu was stunned and turned his head stiffly to look opposite. I don't know whether it's good luck or bad luck. Regardless, I can just find him and buy the red-winged dragon to avoid any more trouble. Is that Shuren? Huyu didn't dare to confirm it, but from the tone of his voice, it was indeed Shuren. Sure enough, a message soon entered the chat interface. Shuren, brother Hu, can we trade the red-winged dragon's corpse as we agreed last time? I have collected 40 gold coins. It's really this grandson. Red-winged dragon corpse? Luo Jin's voice rang out from the other side. By the way, you were on the Dragon Slayer ranking yesterday. Was it this one you killed? They are not the same species. Huyu smiled and explained, the red-winged dragon is a subspecies of the dragon race. It can only be considered excellent in terms of rating. The lowest grade red dragon I have ever seen is a legendary one. Legend? Is that still the lowest? Luo Jin asked curiously, what about the highest? The mountain reappeared in Huyu's mind. He was stunned for a moment and uttered 2 words calmly. Mythology. The cave fell into silence. Hi, brother Hu, are you still there? Shuren continued writing in the chat interface. 20 gold coins is about right? The price in the mall is only 50. Is the person above crazy? This is a desolate place. A red-winged dragon's corpse must have at least several hundred kilograms of meat. Is it only worth 20 gold coins? I'll give you 21 gold coins. Some days, the chat turns into an auction. There are now a total of 16 lists open. Although it is difficult to get on the Dragon Slayer list, Crystal Treasure Chest list, and Gold Treasure Chest list, some of the earlier lists are much easier. Adding the resources collected in 5 days, it is not difficult to get more than 20 gold coins. The body of the red-winged dragon. Are you going to sell it? Luo Jin's voice sounded at the side. Huyu was stunned for a moment and replied, yes. Do you want to buy it? I want a small piece to try. Huyu paused for a moment and instantly thought of something. The skill book of elementary cooking was traded to him by Luo Jin. Even if others were unable to unlock cooking, she should have been the first to do so. Now that cooking has been unlocked, the advanced menu will naturally be unlocked, thereby gaining attribute points. Don't underestimate this matter. Only 4 days have passed. How many survivors know the importance of attribute points? For example, Shuren. He is just an idiot who only knows how to eat. In fact, most people don't know the importance of ingredients or attribute points, otherwise they wouldn't say that they can buy a whole corpse for 20 gold coins. Luo Jin said with a hint of smile in his tone, Boss Hu, is that right? Huyu smiled and said, so. I should sell it to them, right? In a competitive environment, instead of doing something stupid like giving swords to heroes, isn't it better to give good things to fools and then exchange them for corresponding resources? The 2 of them looked at each other in silence. Just as the cave fell into silence again, a system prompt sounded. Bite. It is detected that all survivors in the area have a negative desire to survive. Warning. If no survivors obtain any resources within 10 minutes, the desolate mode will be forcibly triggered. Desolate mode. All exploration, eating, and communication are prohibited. Chapter 99. Ascend to the sky? Ascend to the sky. What does this mean? Isn't it still desolate now? By the way, there are restrictions in the wasteland. Just try it, and you will know. Huyu opened the mall and exchanged a bottle of mineral water, which was delivered to him the next moment by the system. It's indeed not. But Huyu looked around again. Just as Luo Jin said, there was nothing to collect here. The chat interface also stagnated for a while. and then began to refresh the screen frantically. Is there a bug in the system? This place looks like a wasteland no matter how you look at it. But why can you still buy food? Are you asking us to dig holes and collect stones? The idea above is good, but I've tried it, and the iron hoe can't dig the stone wall at all. How about a copper hoe? Piyu took out a copper hoe from the warehouse and hit the wall of the cave next to him with the hoe. Clang! The high-quality tool hit the stone wall, only splashing a burst of fire without even raising a layer of dust. No. Where else can the resources be? Piyu frowned slightly, glanced around, and looked up into the sky. Boss Hu, Boss Luo, you two are on the survival list. Can you please think of a solution quickly? All eating modes are prohibited. That would really kill me. It is possible for an ordinary person to survive without food for 7 days or water for 3 days, but this is the wilderness. Not only Huyu, but everyone else's appetite has also been increased many times. Now I don't eat for a day. I'm afraid I'll starve to death if I skip 2 meals. Not to mention I can't drink water. Oh right. Did you also hear the noise next to you? Huyu's pupil shrank. What this person meant was, could it be that the system wants us to obtain other people's resources? Sure, impossible. I tried, but the stone walls here can't be broken even with excellent tools. How can we get to other places? Just because an excellent level item can't be broken doesn't mean a perfect, epic, or legendary level item can't be broken. That's right. Boss Hu, you should have a legendary dragon tooth. Try using it to chisel the wall. Yes. Boss Hu, for our lives, just give it a try. Who is next to Boss Hu? Don't resist when the time comes. Just let Boss Hu get some resources. That way, we will all be fine. Next to me? Who you looked at the cave wall. You don't have to tell me. I want to go over there too. Boss Hu. Luo Jin's voice sounded slowly. Do you really want to come over? Certainly. But it's definitely not because of this reason. Stop it. Huyu smiled and said, although it is possible that the system makes us kill each other, there is another possibility that has not been tried yet, right? You mean, in the air? Right. Huyu turned around, slowly left the cave wall, and walked towards his wooden villa. Let's go to the sky and take a look. Maybe there will be some surprises. After all the survivors push the door, all they will see is a wasteland. There will be no system to remind them what area they might come to before they push the door, so they don't know the name of this area. But Huyu knew. Dangtian Cave. Huyu walked to the wooden villa and looked up again. Is it possible to really reach the sky? Try it from a high point first. Huyu pushed the door open, walked quickly to the second floor of the villa, skillfully opened the window, and climbed onto the roof. Now he was at the commanding height of the base, but looking around he still didn't see anything. Etc. This is. There were actually 3 floating stairs faintly visible in front. No. It was not just floating stairs. There seemed to be something on each step, but unfortunately, even though the stairs were right in front of him, you couldn't see clearly what was on them. He could only see 3 balls of white light. This seems somewhat similar to the light that appears when a wooden treasure chest is opened. Whatever it is, I guessed it right. Go up and take a look. Maybe you can really encounter some surprises. Huyu stepped forward, came to the 3-step floating staircase, and reached out to the middle step. Bite. Climb the stairs. Possible triggers. Wooden treasure chest *1, mineral water *2, wood *2, crude animal trap *1. You can exclude one of the options. Appeared. I guessed it right. Luo Jin. Huyu shouted to the left. Did you see it? What do you see? Luo Jin's voice sounded, his tone full of confusion. I asked Staobai to go up, but he didn't find anything. Otherwise, or you should just come over. Come here. I won't resist. The voice of the last sentence was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. If it weren't for the extreme silence around them, Huyu might not have been able to hear clearly what Luo Jin said. Come over? Huyu smiled bitterly and said, do you think I don't want to? The desolate mode is about to start, so collect the resources first. The floating ladder was only about 1 meter away from the roof, and Huyonen could climb up easily. He eliminated the crude animal trap and climbed up. The white light instantly turned into 2 bottles of mineral water. He subconsciously looked at the 2 steps next to him and found that the 2 steps were slowly moving towards him and gradually merged into a floating step. Bite. Congratulations to player Huyu for successfully climbing the first step. Should we announce it? Yes. There is no need to hide this. Anyway, when they pick up the mineral water, they will know the real location of the resources. It's better to tell them earlier to avoid being annoyed by those guys later. Bite. Congratulations to player Huyu for successfully climbing the first step. F. Ascending to the heavens is now open. Warning lifted. Survivors, please try your best to survive. This list has an F in the prefix. Could it be that there are also rankings in other worlds? Huyu kept this in mind, and then said to the chat interface, the resources are on the roof. When you go up, you will see 3 stairs. It's no different from the previous exploration, but this time, we have to explore upwards. As soon as the voice fell, the people who were originally discussing what the ascension list was suddenly silent. It seemed that they all went to try to ascend to the sky. Yes, a salted fish survivor would not be able to survive until the 5th day in the wilderness. You looked up at the sky. 3 stairs appeared again in the originally empty sky. The difference from the previous ones was that there were 5 more stairs suspended above these 3 stairs. With his eyesight, he could easily see what was on the 5 steps on the 2nd floor. 3 balls of white light, 1 ball of blue light, and a blue bead suspended in the air with a word engraved in the middle of the bead. However, the light around was too mixed, and you couldn't see clearly what the word was. If you want to know, just go up. The bead was on the leftmost step. You moved to the left and touched the step that was also on the leftmost step. Like the 3 steps on the 1st floor, the 3 steps in front were also surrounded by white light. 1 second, 2 seconds. No prompt appears. You couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this was another option that would definitely be triggered? Damn it. I hate things that are out of control the most. Woo woo. A familiar voice sounded from below. You looked down and found that Xiaobai had woken up at some point. It actually climbed onto the roof and was acting coquettishly not far from his feet. Forget it. Let's go down and coax it first. Anyway, the stairs won't run away here, and it will be the same when you come back later. What's more, there will be a beast attack later. I can climb the stairs after the attack is over, so I won't have to worry. You squatted down and wanted to jump off the floating ladder, but a prompt popped up in front of him. Bite. Warning, you cannot leave this staircase. Can't leave. How could this happen? Wait. If each step cannot lead down, then stop. Stop right there. You hurriedly shouted at the chat interface. Don't go up. Don't go up that step. Chapter 100, My Long-Lost Sister. Nonsense. You was sure that his voice reached everyone's ears, but how many people could hear it? Nobody knows. Luo Jin had already climbed onto the roof and looked up at the 3 floating ladders that appeared in front of him, with Yu's words still echoing in his ears. Don't go up? Why? Does he want to dominate the list? Impossible. The top spot is only worth 10 gold coins. He should not care about it. Luo Jin. Boss who? If you want us not to go up the stairs, you have to give us a reason, right? What other reason could there be? It's nothing more than wanting to dominate the list. Greedy. That's right. I've already reached the 3rd level. You? If you're really capable, come and chase me. Shit. There's an iron treasure chest on the 4th step. If we go up further, there must be. Shuren. Brother who? Can I go up or not? Give me a definite answer. Oh. You sneered. Well, it seems that I have been a good person in vain. Yes, with such huge benefits right in front of them. How could this group of people let it go? It's better to just tell you what you think. As for life and death, let's just leave it to fate. Nothing. Yu's tone was much more relaxed. I just discovered one thing. After climbing the stairs, it seems that I can't come down. Can't come down. What are you doing down here? There are so many resources up there. Are you going to go down and eat dirt? Luo Jin, wait. Can't come down means can't go back to the base? Or does it mean that once you go up, you can't go down? It seems there are still smart people out there. Both. You added. For those who want to explore resources, just climb slowly, and I hope you can really reach the sky. However, for those friends who have sufficient resources, I suggest that you treat today as a day off and have a good rest. How can this heaven smell like dry rice? The chat interface fell silent again. Having said that, anyone with an IQ of at least 80 should have guessed one thing. Once you climb the ladder to heaven, there is no turning back. The same is true for Yu. Fortunately, he was now on the 1st step, only 1 meter away from his base. As long as he sat on the steps, he could still barely touch the surface of the roof. I just don't know whether the system will determine that I am in the base in this situation. As for those survivors who climbed to the 3rd and 4th steps, you could only give them 8 words. I can't help you, so just wish you good luck. Shuren, is this true? The chat interface was dead silent, and no one answered Shuren's words. It seems that most of the survivors have climbed the ladder. They probably don't have the mood to reply now. Woo woo. Seeing that Yu didn't hold him, Xiaobai couldn't help but get anxious. His 2 short legs kept jumping up, as if he wanted to jump up and hit his knees. Okay, I'll hug you. Yu smiled indulgently. Now that the matter was done, it was useless even if he was anxious. He could only sit on the stairs and wait until midnight. He hooked Xiaobai, who was playing tricks, with his legs, pulled him up, held him in his arms, and started to rub him. Just when he was enjoying the family happiness, a prompt box suddenly popped up in front of him. Warning, the floating ladder will disintegrate in 10 seconds, and all objects on the stairs will be erased. What? Yu frowned immediately and stood up from the stairs holding Xiaobai in his arms. 10-9. Damn it. It seems that we have to move forward. Hu Yi raised his head and looked at the blue bead that he had originally locked onto. Since we are destined to go up, let's do something exciting. He went straight to the floating ladder on the far left, threw Xiaobai on his shoulder, and climbed up with both hands. The white light disappeared in an instant and turned into a pot of green plants. Before Hu Yu could take a closer look, the plant split into two halves and rushed towards him with its bloody mouth opened. It's a piranha plant. Before he could even stand firm, the carnivorous plant was about to bite his nose. Hiding backwards? It was too late, unless I fell straight down. It seems that I can only keep my head down and move forward. Before Hu Yu could move, a small claw stretched out from behind its shoulder and hit the piranha plant directly on the head. Hu Yu stabilized his body and took out the dragon blood sword to make a horizontal cut. The roots of the carnivorous plant were cut off and turned into white light and disappeared before their eyes. Fortunately, I brought Xiaobai with me. Otherwise, he would be disfigured. Hu Yu smiled bitterly, raised his hand and rubbed Xiaobai's panda head. Be good. I'll treat you to barbecue later. Hu Yu stood still, and the other two floating ladders began to move towards this side. The two rightmost steps on the previous level also disappeared, leaving only 3 floating stairs in sight, and 5 stairs appeared on the next level. It seems to be cyclical. Hu Yu breathed a sigh of relief and was about to walk towards the blue bead when the chat interface became active again. No way. Boss Hu, the stairs have a time limit. We can only go up. Right? What should I do? I've tried all the ways to get down. Even jumping doesn't work. It's over. It's over. I'm afraid of heights, and I don't dare to climb up the 3rd step. What should I do? What should I do? I want to know too. Hu Yu smiled bitterly and said, Am I not on the stairs too? Since it is your own decision, you must be responsible for it. Hu Yu pretended to be calm and said, Aren't you going to compete with me for the top spot on the heavenly ranking? Now, I accept your challenge. Whoever climbs to the 100th floor first will be rewarded with a 5-pound serving of red-winged dragon meat. As the saying goes, there is always a brave man when there is a big reward. This is when no one is willing to do something. For something like this that you have to continue, you only need to pay a small price to get the results you want. For example, a piece of red-winged dragon meat worth less than 10 silver coins can be exchanged for nearly 100 people to explore the way for you. Why not? Hu Yu looked up at the sky. 100 floors. That is a distance of 100 meters, which can cover the exploration area of any survivor. Maybe there will be some turning point. Anyway, we can only go up, so let our good brothers go up and explore the way first. Hu Yu came to the blue bead and finally saw clearly what it was. The word, Zhu, is engraved in the center of the bead, which is probably related to the attribute of intelligence. He reached out and touched the stairs, but no prompt box popped up in front of him. It's another fixed item, but at least you won't encounter the piranha plant. Hu Yu turned over and climbed up. The stairs were reorganized, and a prompt box appeared in front of him. Bite. Stairway to heaven. Intelligence plus 0.1. Well, not bad. It was the 3rd stage. Just when Hu Yu was about to continue, a message from Luo Jin suddenly popped up in front of him. Luo Jin. Boss Hu, how about we play another round? Looking at the words in front of him, Hu Yu couldn't help but frown. What does this mean? Didn't she not go up the stairs? Why is she joining in the fun? Could it be that she also wants to ascend to heaven? Luo Jin, you are not my long-lost sister. Are you kidding? Chapter 101. Help, help. Half a minute ago, just after Hu Yu expressed his guess, Luo Jin took a deep breath, walked to the floating ladder in the middle, and flipped up. The white ball of light disappeared instantly and turned into a wooden key that fell on the stairs. She bent down to pick it up, a smile on her face. It's a wooden key, not bad. Luo Jin looked up at the 2 steps that appeared in the air, his heart as calm as still water, without a single ripple. She believed what Hu Yu said, but since this is a game of survival, there can be no dead end. There must be a way to get resources and return to the base. It's just that no one has found it yet. In that case, Luo Jin opened his notebook and typed the previous sentence on the chat interface with a smile. Stop making trouble. Hu Yu rolled his eyes and looked up at the floating ladder above his head again. You are ranked 2nd on the survival list, and the resources should be sufficient. Why do you want to take risks? Wouldn't it be delicious if the meat is grilled properly? Are the resources sufficient? I am 2nd on the survival list, but I don't have much food stored. The main reason I'm on the list is because I have mastered a lot of skills. Moreover, as her appetite increased, the food she had now was not enough for her and the white-feathered golden falcon to eat for 2 days. If we just sit there and wait for death today and waste our resources, what about tomorrow? What if I really encounter a barren land tomorrow? Therefore, we must make preparations for both situations. Luo Jin smiled bitterly. She had just said that she had prepared a lot of resources, but but in fact she was deliberately deceiving Yu. If I don't say so, if this is really a barren land and my resources are not sufficient, I will definitely buy resources from Yu, and then he will definitely take advantage of the situation. Instead of asking him to sell food to you later, it is better to pretend that you have sufficient resources. When you really need food, you can then show your superiority and exchange other resources for food to avoid being asked for too much by him. I am such a witty yuppie. It's not just about going on an adventure. Luo Jin tried to save face and slowly said to Yu, "Boss Hu, you should still remember it, right? Last time I made a bet with you about the opening of the golden treasure chest, and I lost 3 conditions. How about we make a bet here? Are you sure?" Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I haven't even mentioned this condition yet, but you brought it up first. If you lose, you have to agree to my 4 conditions." "It's a deal," Luo Jin answered very readily, as if he was sure of victory. Could it be that she has mastered the method of returning to the base? Hu was still puzzled, but he also said to the other side, "It's a deal. Bite." Since the bet is not an item, the gambler's skill cannot take effect. Gambler can't take effect? But it doesn't matter. It's a gentleman's agreement anyway. It all depends on whether Luo Jin is self-aware enough. What does that mean? Shi-En's voice came from the other side. "Boss Hu, Boss Luo, are you all going to climb the ladder?" In fact, he had already noticed that Yu was nearby. He had been listening to Yu's voice for 4 days, so it was impossible for him not to be able to tell the difference. The reason he didn't say it was because he was afraid that Yu would bypass Luo Jin's base and attack his base. Luo Jin is a girl after all, but he is a man who has offended Yu. This situation is not impossible to happen. But I have to say it now. Both bosses are going to climb the ladder, which proves that they must have a way to come back. If I follow them, it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Yo. Yu laughed and said, "Are you not going to pretend to be dumb anymore?" Boss Hu, you are joking. What? Did I say something wrong? Yu asked back, "Now that I'm no longer in the base, do you want to come visit me?" Shi-En's heart trembled. Yes. Now that Yu is not in the base, as long as I penetrate the stone wall, I can take all the resources in his base for myself. Even exchange a crossbow from the mall, and you can threaten him with a weaker hand. Shi-En's eyes lit up, but the light soon disappeared from his pupils. No, let's not talk about whether I can dig through the stone wall. I can't even figure out Yu's trump card. If I really figure it out, it's probably more dangerous than climbing the ladder to heaven. A test. This is definitely a test. If you want to continue to establish a good relationship with Yu and pass this test, there is only one way. Shi-En gritted his teeth, walked to the floating ladder not far away, and flipped up. "Brother Hu, you are joking. I have already climbed the ladder to heaven. How can I come to visit you?" "Well, come visit next time." Yu responded casually, not caring at all whether Shi-En came or not. Anyway, Xiaohong is still watching the house. If he really comes over, he will just become a human hornet's nest. Go ahead. Yu looked at the 1 green and 2 white light balls in front of him and reached out to touch the stairs where the green light ball was. Bite. Climb the stairs. Possible triggers. Iron treasure chest *1. Iron key *1. Growing wolf *1. Excellent animal trap *1. You can exclude one of the options. It seems that the color of the light ball here is related to the level. Yu muttered something, eliminated the growing wolf, and flipped over. I don't know if there will be golden treasure chests and keys. I'm still waiting for the Chinese perfect level building drawings to appear. Iron treasure chest. Simple and unpretentious. Yu put it into the warehouse and continued to look up at the sky. If my estimate is correct, this level of stairs is 1 meter. According to the explorable range, I can explore 130 meters or 130 floors. I wonder if I can find a golden treasure chest or a crystal treasure chest on these 130 floors. Never mind, let's climb up first. Suddenly, the chat interface, which had been quiet for a while, became noisy again. What's going on? Why don't I see any more stairs after I reach the 9th floor? You're not alone upstairs, and I didn't see you. You guys think, could it be that we can only reach the 9th floor and then be thrown down? No way. This is at least 3 stories high. Even if he doesn't die, he will at least be seriously injured. Is there no way to go up to the 9th floor? Is it possible that the integer steps have special effects? Yu frowned, but that didn't stop him. After all, he had only reached the 6th floor. Since he had to touch the ladder each time, then sift through and eliminate options, his ascent was slower than most people's. But soon he reached the so-called 9th floor. He didn't gain anything useful from the first 9 floors. They were all things that would be a waste of space if put in the warehouse, and he didn't find an opportunity to return to the base. Yu glanced around in front of him and found that just as they said, there were no stairs above the 9th floor. As soon as he frowned, a system prompt popped up. Fight. All surviving survivors have reached the 9th floor, opening the special stairs. Tip. There is a special ladder every 10 floors, including 5 types: return, blessing, trap, jump, and repair. Each ladder will only be triggered once within 40 floors. Return, blessing, trap, jump, repair? Puyu frowned and fixed his gaze on the first return route. Could it be, this is the way out that I want? Unfortunately, no prompt popped up when I looked at it. It seems that normal people can't get the ladder effect from the prompt, but I'm not a normal person. Puyu took a step forward and placed his hand on the 10th step. Fight. Climbing the ladder may trigger return, blessing, trap, jump, repair. You can exclude one of the options. Puyu once again fixed his eyes on the return journey, waiting for a detailed explanation to appear. Help, help. Luo Jin's voice came from the side, and Huyu subconsciously asked, what's wrong? What happened? Chapter 102, A Surprise from Luo Jin. Hey, speak up, little sister. Puyu frowned and kept asking about Luo Jin's condition, but he didn't get any answer. Damn it. Could it be that she triggered a trap? This is the only possibility. Apart from this, there is no other danger on the ladder. But even if he deduced the cause, Puyu had no way to solve it. The two can now hear each other's voices, but they can only hear sounds. Apart from being able to talk for a while, how can I help when I can't even see you? Luo Jin. Puyu called out again. Can you hear me? The voice echoed in the cave, but there was no response from Luo Jin. Brother Hu, what happened to Miss Luo? Shi-En's voice came from the other side. Have no idea. Puyu replied. What about you? What special ladder did you trigger? It's a blessing. From now on, the rewards for the first 3 steps I climb will be doubled. Yeah, not bad. Puyu replied perfunctorily. He actually wanted Shi-En to fall into a trap. That way he would at least know how far this trap could go. Half a minute passed, and Luo Jin still hadn't replied. Puyu opened the ascension list and wanted to find Luo Jin's name, but he discovered that the first place had reached the 21st floor. It should have triggered the transition. The name of this effect suggests that it will speed up the ascent process. Puyu continued to look down the list. Luo Jin. Found it. 98, 11th floor, Luo Jin. 99, 9th floor, Puyu. The name is still on the list, and it has reached the 11th floor, so it should be fine. But why didn't you reply? You couldn't be trying to trick me, could you? Snort. When I get down, I will definitely ask you clearly. As for the rankings. Anyway, it's only a matter of time before I take the first place, so let these young comrades be happy first. Puyu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the prompt box in front of him, staring at the words, return. Return to the base, and you will no longer be able to climb the ladder. It is indeed it. As expected, the system will not set up a situation where death is inevitable. In this case, there is no reason for me to go back now. Naturally, I should climb a few more floors, preferably to the limit. Let's take a look at the other 4 options. Blessing. Get a random buff effect, valid only in the ladder. This is easy to understand. It should be the same as the mermaid's blessing. Trap. Randomly gain a negative effect, valid only while climbing the ladder, or encounter a crisis. As opposed to blessings, it is best to rule this out for now. Transition. Ascend 9 floors. Isn't this an accelerator? But it can also be considered a different kind of trap. If a survivor encounters a jump when the exploration distance is close to the limit, he will leave the base and lose the base. Then we can only keep going up. Repair. Forced to sleep for 10 minutes. This is good news for insomniacs. But I'd probably rather face a trap than this. 10 minutes. That's enough for me to climb so many stairs. Puyu stood there with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Rule out return trip. According to the system, these 5 special ladders are within the 40 levels, and each will only be triggered once. That is to say, I ruled out the return trip and randomly encountered one of the other 4 possible options. The remaining 3 options would then reform the special stairs of the 20th floor with the return trip. At that time, I can eliminate the return trip again and start the cycle again. I will always return only when I want to. But it may not be the case for others, such as Mao Jin. Even if she does not trigger the return trip in the first 30 levels, there is a 50% chance that it will be triggered on the 40th level. Hee. You bet with me who can reach the 100th floor first. You'd be lucky if you could reach the 80th floor. Luo Jin, it seems like you owe me another condition. Puyu turned over and climbed up to the 10th step. Fight. Player Puyu triggers the warp and arrives at the 19th floor. It's a transition. The process has been accelerated. Puyu subconsciously looked up and immediately reached out to touch the stairs to the 20th floor. As for the resources on the next 9 floors, Puyu was dismissive. To him, those things were nothing more than garbage that could be exchanged for a small amount of silver and copper coins. Climbing the ladder may trigger return, blessing, trap, repair, you can exclude one of the options. For left, after excluding the return trip, the probability of encountering negative effects becomes 2/3. But there is no way. This is something that must be experienced. Rule out return trip. Who Yu's mind moved, and he turned over again. Fight. Player Who Yu triggers the curse. Night. Night. Visibility shrinks to 1 meter, lasting for 9 steps. As soon as the prompt box appeared, Who Yu felt a darkness in front of his eyes, as if he had suddenly arrived in darkness. He looked up and could only see the bottom of the 3 floating ladders. He couldn't see any ball of light hanging above them at all. But fortunately, at least I can see the floating ladder. If you can't even see the floating ladder, it would be like a blind person walking on a tightrope. It all depends on luck. Oh, that's right. Since there is darkness in the curse, is there also a ban on speaking? Is this the reason why Luo Jin didn't speak? No, that's not right. She shouted for help first, and then lost her voice. If it was just a ban, I would never shout out words like help. What on earth did she go through? Hu Yu's heart was filled with doubts, but he continued to move forward. Since he couldn't judge the color of the light ball, Hu Yu always chose the stairs in the middle to climb. If the stairs in the middle could not trigger the options, he would choose the ones on both sides. Climbing in this way is actually a lot faster than before, but the resources obtained are not of much value. Soon, Hu Yu reached the 29th step. The effects of the night dissipated, and Hu Yu regained a clear vision. He looked down and saw that the wooden villa below was already far away from him. In the past, they had only explored in the plain, and walking 20 or 30 meters wouldn't feel anything. But this time, it was a vertical exploration. Hu Youguang could feel the suffocation brought by this distance just by looking down. He quickly raised his head and looked up at the sky again. It's only 29 meters. Even at this distance, Xiaobai is still asleep. Hu Yu, you are a man who is going to climb to a height of 130 meters. What does this height matter to you? Stinky brother. Luo Jin's voice suddenly rang out. Who did you just call a stinky sister? He can still joke around, so it seems like everything is fine. Hu Yu smiled bitterly, and his hand that was about to touch the 30th step of the floating ladder froze. I'm calling you. What's wrong? It's okay. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Surprise? Hu Yu was stunned. Could it be possible that you can come over and chop me down along the network cable? You can come over, but I'm not the one coming. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Yu saw a dark shadow suddenly appear in front of him. This is... What the hell? Chapter 103 Wu Hu takes off. Perfect hot spring. A clown mask suddenly appeared in front of him, and Hu Yu was stunned. Just as he lost consciousness, the clown mask instantly covered his face. Fight. The host encounters a continuous curse, the speechless clown. Silent clown. All external communication is prohibited. This lasts for 10 steps. After the end, it will automatically move to the base on the right. Hu Yu. Damn. Why is there such an inhuman curse? Well, let's talk about it in advance. Luo Jin's voice sounded slowly. Boss Hu, I didn't throw this to you on purpose. It's the nature of this curse. It's going to shift to the right, and there's nothing I can do about it, right? Hu Yu rolled his eyes and tried to speak, but found that his vocal cords had no feeling at all. Oh, forget you can't talk. I will continue to move forward. You have to work hard too, Luo Jin said, and his voice disappeared by his ears. Snort. Do I need to tell you this? Hu Yu rolled his eyes back and looked at the 30th step of the floating ladder again. Although the curse of this silent clown is quite uncomfortable, it will not affect the normal progress of exploration. It is considered a relatively mild curse. It's even less impactful than Dark Night. It's just a little too scary. I just don't know what kind of traps I'll encounter if I go higher. Fight. Climbing the ladder may trigger, return, blessing, repair. You can exclude one of the options. Rule out return trip. Choose between repair and blessing. Hu Yu turned over and climbed up, and the hazy light in front of him instantly turned into golden rain and sprinkled on his body. Fight. Stairway to heaven. Player Hu Yu receives a blessing. Farsightedness. Looking far ahead, you can see the last 3 floors of stairs, which continue for 10 floors. Looking ahead, Hu Yu looked up and found that the ball of light was still the ball of light, but he could see a staircase 3 levels higher than him. Unlike the 5 steps on the second floor, the third floor has 7 steps horizontally, which is equivalent to seeing 1 more step than others. Well, it's a standard blessing. But Hu Yu stared at a staircase on the 33rd floor, staring in amazement. On the stairs, there is a ball of purple light. Judging from the color of the treasure chest light, this is at least a gold treasure chest, or an item of the same level. Unfortunately, the ball of light was on the far right, and Hu Yu could only climb along a fixed route to reach the staircase. Even if you are faced with a staircase that cannot trigger an option, you have to climb it. Then, Let's go. It's just a little bit difficult, but I won't give up. Huyu walked to the far right and raised his hand to touch the 31st step, a step with a blue light ball on it. 1 second, 2 seconds. No prompt pops up. Isn't it such a coincidence that the first block is a fixed option? Huyu had no choice but to climb up, and a silver treasure chest suddenly appeared in front of him. Call. Fortunately, it's just a silver treasure chest. Huyu put the treasure chest away and continued to walk to the far right. He reached out and touched it, and the option immediately popped up in front of him. Like the previous step, the color of the light ball on this step is also blue. The greater the return, the greater the risk. Climbing the ladder may trigger. Excellent skill book, silver key. You can exclude one of the options. Excellent skill book. Can skill books be produced here? Huyu eliminated the silver key without hesitation and then climbed up the stairs. A skill book with a blue cover appeared in front of him, and Huyu bent down to pick it up. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent skill book. Riding expert. Riding expert. Excellent real riding skills do not just refer to riding a horse. Good stuff. It seems that skill books with the word mastery are of excellent grade, while skill books of excellent grade have the suffix expert. I just don't know what the suffix will be for the perfect level skill book. Huyu looked up at the 33rd step of the floating ladder in front of him, and purple light filled his face. He reached out and touched it, and the options popped up. Bite. Climb the ladder. Possible trigger. Perfect grade building blueprint *1. Golden key *1. Dark green lizard dragon *1. You can exclude one of the options. Dark green lizard dragon. Huyu frowned. This should be an animal trap, and judging from the name, it should be a subspecies of dragon like the red-winged dragon. If they met on flat ground, Huyu would have taken out his M4 and fired without hesitation. But this was on a floating ladder. What if you fall down accidentally? Although the system limits the ability to go down the stairs autonomously, it does not specify what would happen if it were affected by external objects. Just in case, Huyu won't gamble, excluding the dark green lizard dragon. The remaining two are all good options. It depends on whether Shaoxing will give me face and give me the perfect level building blueprints. Well, it would be best if we could have a perfect Chinese architectural drawing. Huyu turned over with great anticipation, and the purple ball of light instantly turned into a piece of craft paper, slowly falling to the ground. This is perfect architectural drawings. Unlike European castles, this drawing is square with regular corners and is definitely not an incomplete drawing. Huyu's pupils trembled, and he bent down to pick up the drawing in front of him. This should be the first complete perfect grade architectural blueprint I have ever obtained. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect level architectural blueprint. Sanyang Hot Spring. Sanyang Hot Spring. Perfect building blueprint. Take the first yang, the younger yang, and the older yang among the 9 yangs and combine them. Soaking in it all year round can not only relax your muscles and bones, but also strengthen your yang and energy. Should we build Sanyang Hot Spring perfect? Consumable materials. Perfect grade stone or above, 16,000/1200. Perfect grade sustainable water source, 1/1. First yang items, 0 out of 1. Lesser yang items, 1/1. Old yang items, 0/1. Sanyang Hot Spring Blueprint, 1/1. Tools. Masonry knife, measuring tools of any specifications. Hiss. It is worthy of being a perfect grade building. If it is constructed, it will definitely cost no less than tens of thousands of gold coins. Just perfect grade stone costs 1 gold coin per piece, and perfect grade sustainable water. I checked it last time, and the price was so high that it would make Huyu feel painful. As for the 3 yang things, Huyu didn't know why he possessed Xiaoyang, nor did he know what the other 2 yangs were. But he can search. As long as the total price of these 2 items is less than 3,000 gold coins, he will definitely buy them, and then build Sanyang Hot Spring. It's not for sexual enhancement. Absolutely not. After all, it has been 5 days, and he just wipes his body with warm water every day. This feeling is so uncomfortable for a young man living in the new era. If there was a hot spring next to the wooden villa, the feeling would be completely different. Not to mention, when we finish climbing the ladder, we will dig through the cave wall on the left and bring Luo Jin over. If there is a hot spring by then, when the flowers are in full bloom and the moon is full, the wedding night is full of candles. Cough, cough. Let's search it first. By the way, let's first take a look at what this Xiaoyang thing is, so that we can be mentally prepared. Huyu moved his gaze to the least yang thing, and a prompt box suddenly popped up. How could it be this thing? Huyu hesitated. If he used this thing to build a hot spring, he didn't know whether he would be able to enjoy it alive. Chapter 104, Am I Not Waiting for You? Dear. Red Dragon Spine. Legend: the bones of the Red Dragon Lord's legitimate son, It is a must-try when used to make soup. N. Is it really okay to use a soup bone to create a hot spring? I always feel like I'm being treated to a hot pot. And Xiaoyang, who you remembers that this word first appeared in the Book of Changes and was later annotated as Donggong. Since the red dragon he killed was the legitimate son of the red dragon lord, it was understandable that it was given the attributes of Xiaoyang. But what are Chuyang and Laoyang, who you opened the VIP mall and planned to search, but found that no matter how he slid his finger, no text appeared on the notebook? Damn it. Silent clown. Never mind. Who you had no choice but to put away the notebook. It seemed that he could only continue searching after reaching the 40th floor. Continue. Who you looked up into the sky and found several places with purple light balls, so he gradually climbed up. 10 minutes later, who you came to the 39th floor. The 10th floor was reached, and the mask of the speechless clown fell off automatically, turning into a black shadow and disappearing before his eyes. Help, what the hell is this? Sure An's voice sounded from the right, and it seemed that the silent clown was already in his face. Cole, who you let out a long sigh. The next step was to rest, and he would inevitably fall into a deep sleep for 10 minutes. Before that, let's take a look at what Chuyang and Laoyang are. Search for the things of the first son. Querying, please wait. A total of 3 products were found. 3. Who you frowned, feeling something was wrong. The principle that things are valuable because they are rare applies everywhere. If there are only 2 Chuyang products, a prompt box popped up in front of my eyes. F. Young Dragon's Reverse Scale. Epic material. The reverse scale is the first scale of the dragon race, and is also the foundation of all scales. Price, 1,000 gold coins. D. Hatsuhuri Yonghui. Excellent, unable to view due to world-level restrictions. A. Prosperity. Mythology, unable to view due to world-level restrictions. Cull. Fortunately, it's just an epic prop. An excellent grade red-winged dragon corpse costs 50 gold coins, a perfect grade 1 costs 10 times that, and an epic grade 1 costs 10 times that again. In total, a complete epic grade dragon skeleton costs a maximum of 5,000 gold coins. Now it is just a young dragon's reverse scale, and 1,000 gold coins is reasonable. Buy. After who you bought the young dragon's reverse scale, he kept thinking about the things of the first sun in the D-level world. Early spring sunshine. What kind of world is that can preserve the sun's brilliance? Who was still puzzled, but he couldn't find where to get the answer. Search for Laoyang. Searching, please wait. A total of 3 items were found. 3 more. F. Dusk Dragon's Whiskers. Epic material. The whiskers of an old dragon in its twilight years, the last decayed item on its body. Price, 1,000 gold coins. Same price. Who you didn't even look at the next 2 items and directly bought the Mulong Dragon Beard. Unlike sustainable water sources, both of these materials are relatively common, so their prices are not as outrageous. Once all the materials were gathered, my net worth instantly shrunk by February 3rd. Who you picked up the drawing of Sanyang Hot Spring again. Should we build? Yes. Sanyang Hot Spring is under construction. Estimated time, 5 hours. The time consumed has increased. 5 hours, it's almost 9 o'clock now, so the time is pretty good. Once the hot spring is completed, it will be time for afternoon tea. When the time comes, soak in the hot spring, hold the roux kiln tea set on a Wangwali wooden tray, and take a sip of Dahongpo. In one word, absolutely. Hu Yu's mouth curled up. Although it cost 2,000 gold coins and a lot of resources, he had a hot spring of his own. This feeling is definitely not a sensory feast that can be brought by a string of numbers. As soon as the finger touched the floating ladder, options immediately popped up in front of him. Bite. Climbing the ladder may trigger. Return trip. Repair. You can exclude one of the options. Rule out return trip. Hu Yu flipped over, and the moment he moved his center of gravity to the floating ladder, he instantly fell into coma, and his whole body fell directly onto the floating ladder. Xiaobai woke up instantly. He immediately jumped down from his shoulder and pushed himself upward with both hands to provide cushioning for Hu Yu. Woo! Xiaobai tilted his head, as if he didn't understand why Hu Yu suddenly fell into a coma. It slowly placed Hu Yu on the floating ladder, walked slowly in front of him, and stared at him with its head tilted. Could it be that he is dead? Xiaobai walked up to him and stretched out his short hand to feel his breath. Fortunately, I'm still breathing. Since there is nothing wrong, of course I should continue to sleep. Xiaobai walked happily into Hu Yu's arms, squeezed in, found a comfortable position, and closed his eyes. 10 minutes later, Hu Yu woke up instantly and stood up from the floating ladder. So weird. Unlike the experience of being forced to sleep by the Red Dragon Lord yesterday, this time there was no warning and I fainted directly. If I encounter a transfer-type curse while I'm in a coma, wouldn't I be killed easily? But this is the only solution. If you don't want to return, you can only choose to rest. It's just, I don't know what surprises there will be on the 50th floor. The system said that the 5 options will only be triggered once within 40 levels. It is possible that the options that were not triggered in the first 40 levels will be triggered on the 50th level, or there may be extra surprises on the 50th level. Who you felt that the latter possibility was more likely. After all, it's a ladder to heaven. Something a little bit abnormal is normal, right? Who you looked up at the sky. Now the effect of the long-range vision had passed, and he could only see the stairs of the first 2 floors. Continue. Hey, boss, who are you still there? Luo Jin's voice suddenly sounded, and from the sound of him not far away, that is, still on the stairway to heaven. Still. Who you replied, also proving his position. What floor are you on? Why does it sound like you're higher than me? No, we're only on the 77th floor. Boast. Who you rolled his eyes and said, if you could reach the 77th floor right now, our future children would have your last name. Luo Jin said without hesitation. Okay, it's settled. You'll know if you open the rankings. Click. Who Yu's heart trembled. You answered so readily. Could it be true? Who Yu opened his notebook and found the last page of the ranking of ascensions. 1. Mina, 49 floors. 2. Shin Nuo, 49th floor. 3. Oda Nakaji, 49 floors. Oda Chuji? Why does this name look so familiar? 4. Luo Jin, 48 floors. Okay, I'm kidding you. Luo Jin's mischievous voice sounded again. You should have seen the rankings, right? Hu Yu was confused, but he had to answer. I saw it. What's wrong? Don't you find it strange? Luo Jin explained. Starting from the first place, they have stayed on the 49th floor for more than 5 minutes. I asked the reason in the chat interface, but no one spoke up. It's talking, not answering. I suspect there will be some traps on the 49th floor or the 50th floor. So you're stopping at the 48th floor and not going any further? Aren't you afraid that the stairs will disappear? Oh, I'm waiting for you, my dear. Chapter 105. Luo Jin suddenly appears. Hiss. After hearing this shout, Hu Yu suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. I wasn't scared, but I was stimulated by her enchanting voice. Just by hearing this sound, the hormones engraved in Hu Yu's DNA began to stir. Ahem. Hu Yu deliberately coughed twice. Miss Luo, please respect yourself. Who is your beloved? You can't just say that. Humph. You were just discussing with me whose surname the child should take. Now you deny it? What an irresponsible man. I would like to take on this responsibility. Please give me a chance to fulfill my obligations. Okay, I know what you want to do. Hu Yu interrupted Luo Shijingjin's play and said straight to the point. Don't you just want me to go up and explore the way? Since you are willing to wait, then wait. That's not the case. If the time limit for the 48th floor is about to expire, don't I have to go up as well? She just said she was waiting for me. It turns out that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Luo Jin was embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Humph. Men are children who never grow up. They still care about this. Hu Yu raised the corner of his mouth and cheered secretly in his heart. Yeah, we got it back. But the smile slowly disappeared from his face, and Hu Yu gradually returned to his serious state. Luo Jin's behavior is human nature. Just as he wanted this group of survivors to explore the way for him, others naturally wanted him to explore the way as well. In a sense, that's fair. I just don't know what is above the 49th floor that could have stuck so many people there. Hu Yu looked up at the sky and continued to climb slowly, and soon reached the 48th floor. In front of us is the 49th step. Hu Yu selected one of the stairs with a purple light ball and reached out to touch it. Bite. Climb the ladder. Possible triggers. Golden treasure chest. Golden key. Dark green dragon lizard. You can exclude one of the options. This is normal. The performance is the same as the purple light group we encountered last time, with 1/3 malignant options and 2/3 benign options. Could it be that all those guys on the leaderboard have encountered dark green dragon lizards? The possibility of this is very low. Unless there is no problem with the 49th floor, the problem is with the integer floor, the 50th floor. There are about 60 people left on the leaderboard now, and about 30 guys have triggered the return journey and are now in the base. Among the more than 60 people currently existing, some of them climbed slower than Hu Yu, probably because they were unlucky guys who had encountered some kind of curse. Some of them, like Luo Jin, stayed on the 48th floor to wait and see. The rest were the guys who stayed on the 49th floor. Originally, there were only a few people staying on the 49th floor, but now, including Luo Jin, there are exactly 14. No matter how the people behind asked in the chat interface, these 14 people did not answer and just stayed on the 49th floor. The longest stay time has exceeded 10 minutes. This is far beyond the time the system determines the ladder will disappear. Yu frowned and ruled out the dark green dragon lizard. He turned over, looked down at the golden key at his feet, picked it up silently, and then looked up. What is this thing? 50th floor, there is nothing at all. Sure enough, it was indeed the problem of the 50th floor. Yu was stunned in front of what was happening. Then he waved his hand twice to confirm the fact. It's not a transparent floating ladder, but it really doesn't exist. Could it be that this ladder to heaven was left unfinished and was only built to the 49th floor? No, that's not right. Yu looked up again, squinted his eyes, and found that there was another staircase more than 10 meters above, but it was very blurry. Even with his eyesight, he could only see a shadow. There is something wrong with the visibility of 10 meters. Otherwise, with Yu's eyesight enhanced by his mastery of shooting, the scene 10 meters away could not be so blurry. And that location happens to be the 60th floor, another integer floor. There are no stairs from the 50th to the 59th floor, but there is a staircase to the 60th floor. So, yours is still a hollow, shoddy project. Yu panicked. He turned his head and looked to the left. Hey, Luo Jin, are you still there? Do you see the stairs to the 50th floor? The sound echoed in the cave, but there was no echo. Is he not replying to me? Or, the message has been cut off? Yu looked at the chat interface again. Luo Jin, call Luo Jin. Byte. Due to unknown reasons, the chat interface is temporarily disabled. It seems that this is the reason why those first few were unable to send messages. But, Yu looked down at his feet and felt his calves slightly weak. 49 meters. Now it is at least 49 meters from the ground. This is about the height of the 16th floor of a normal building. And Yu was standing on the ladder without any protection. Only a 1 meter wide and 3 meter long step under his feet. Gulp. Yu choked and forced himself to look up at the sky. Since it is a ladder to heaven, it is impossible to only reach this level. Otherwise, the system would not let those guys stay on the 49th floor for so long. But, where's the next step? In the sky? Or, that's right, the stairs can go up, and naturally they can also go down. Yu looked down again and found that all the steps except the one under his feet had disappeared. There is no way down. Never mind. Let me give you a hint first. Yu took the magical conch out of the warehouse and asked directly. Conch, where's the 50th step? If you dare to answer any direction again, I promise to kill you. The conch shell vibrated and slowly uttered 2 words. Below. Yu's face turned dark and he almost threw the conch down. But I thought that throwing things from high places would damage one's character. So I finally took it back to the warehouse. Under? Yu lowered his head again and found that he got used to this kind of high-altitude scenery after watching it for a while. Besides, there is no wind around, so as long as my legs and brain don't cramp, there should be no problem. But this was the 3rd time, and Yu still didn't see anything below, etc. Oh, I know what below means. Yu walked to the center of the floating ladder, squatted down, and stared at the 1/3 of the floating ladder on the left. The floating ladder he is standing on now is composed of 3 small floating ladders. Since it can be assembled, how about splitting it? If the stairs can still maintain their original floating characteristics after being split, wouldn't they be able to continue moving upwards? Below, it should be referring to the floating ladder under my feet. Give it a try? This is the only way now. Yu took out a copper hoe, held one end of the floating ladder in his left hand, and smashed it down with his right hand at the 1/3 position of the floating ladder. Duong. A muffled sound was heard, and the floating ladder on the left was smashed down. Success. Yu's eyes lit up, and he moved his body to the right, tentatively placing the 1/3 of the floating ladder in front of him. Float. You must float for me. It seemed that what he said in his mind took effect, and the 3-piece floating ladder was really hanging in the air. The location is exactly 1 meter away from the 49th step. Perfect. Yu did not rush to climb, but turned to the right and knocked down the floating ladder on the right. 1 square meter of space is enough for people to stand, and there is no harm in having an extra floating ladder. Yu put the floating ladder into the warehouse and climbed up to the 50th step he had made. As soon as I climbed over, a white light flashed before my eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the scene around him had changed. The cave, still the same cave. However, the walls that separated the base had disappeared, and the entire Dingtian cave appeared before our eyes, and at the same time. Luo Jin in black. And other survivors. Chapter 106. After all, I'm not a devil. Looking around, Yu was located above one of the many small caves. These small caves in front of us are connected to each other and are surrounded by a large cave, just like a beehive. However, it is not as regular as a honeycomb. Some caves are smaller, while some are larger, such as the one in the middle. Yu looked from afar, but could not see the edge of the cave. It was like an abyss, and it seemed that there was no problem stuffing the Lord of the Red Dragon into it. I don't know if there is another dragon leader in there. After exploring the surrounding environment, Huyu lowered his head again and looked at the survivors not far away. 1, 2. After a rough observation, there are a total of 16 survivors around, including Luo Jin. It seems that during the time when I was struggling, 2 more lucky people came to the 49th floor. This is the first time that Huyu has faced so many survivors at the same time. Just when he was about to say hello to his wife, with whom he had not yet obtained a marriage certificate, Huyu suddenly discovered something. The position where these 16 survivors were standing seemed to be shorter than himself, and they seemed unable to see him. The same goes for Luo Jin. Huyu frowned and asked in a very serious tone, Luo Jin, can you hear me? Luo Jin immediately raised his head and looked into the air. Huyu? Where are you? Why can you communicate with me? Can hear sounds but can't see? It seems that the comrades on the 49th floor have not yet figured out the purpose of the system. Oh, maybe this is telepathy. Huyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Don't you think so, dear? Stop talking nonsense. Luo Jin stamped his feet in anger and looked up to find the direction where the voice came from. Have you reached the 50th floor? How did you find the stairs? Can you tell me? I can answer your first question. I have reached the 50th floor. As for your second question, I have no comment. Huyu sat on the floating ladder, picked up the 49th floor floating ladder, and then looked down at the anxious Luo Jin below. But I can tell you a piece of news first. So far, I am the only one who has reached the 50th floor. In other words, I am the only one who knows the way to the 50th floor. Brother you. Luo Jin suddenly became coquettish. Just tell me. At worst I'll admit defeat. Isn't that okay? No way. Compared with one's life, a condition that one doesn't even know what it is obviously not as important as the former. Are you acting like a spoiled brat? Huyu asked back, not buying it at all. I'm telling you, it's useless. He stood up, placed the second floating ladder in the air, flipped over, and climbed up to the 51st floor. Even if you admit defeat, I can't tell you now. If you want to know, wait until I reach the 60th floor. I'll chat with you privately then. If Luo Jin reached the 50th floor, she would have the same vision as Huyu. If she wanted to attack Huyu then, that's so easy. Whether it is the white-feathered golden falcon on her shoulder or the crossbow that can be exchanged from the mall, it can cause fatal injuries to Huyu. He didn't dare to gamble on human nature, nor did he want to point a gun at Luo Jin when she came up. After all, in a sense, he is also the girl's creditor. He didn't want her to get hurt before the 3 conditions were met. Huyu. When Luo Jin heard this, he instantly changed from a Taiwanese to a northeastern person. You idiot. If you have the guts, don't let me catch you. Oh, you're quite arrogant. Why don't you come up here? Huyu said, bending down to pick up the ladder from the 50th floor and put it back on the 52nd floor. I'm on the 52nd floor now. You should hurry up, or your short legs may not be able to catch up with me. Shorty legs. Luo Jin was stunned, stretched out his right leg, and smashed it directly on the floating ladder. Open your dog eyes wide and let me see. My legs that are no less than 100 centimeters long are short legs? Believe it or not, by then. Before he could finish his words, Luo Jin's eyes fell on his heels. That position is exactly the dividing point of the floating ladder. Oh no. Huyu's heart trembled. This girl is not stupid. If she thought of, Huyu Huyu. Luo Jin sneered twice and slowly put away his beautiful legs. If you have the ability, don't run away. Click. A crisp sound was heard, and even if Huyu didn't look back, he knew what had happened. Luo Jin, she knows. This is the sound of the floating ladder breaking. Huyu heard it twice not long ago. Run. Run quickly. Huyu knew very well how horrible it was to make fun of a woman's figure. He hurriedly bent down, picked up the floating ladder below again, turned around, and put it on top, and flipped up again. In just 1 minute, Huyu repeated this action 6 times. On average, once every 10 seconds. This is the limit of his strengthened body. The 58th floor. We were 8 meters apart, so she wouldn't. Clang. A crisp sound came from beneath him, like the sound of an arrow hitting a stone slab. Huyu looked down and found that the woman was holding a crossbow and pointing it at him. My dear, why are you running? Luo Jin smiled and looked up at Huyu, who was 8 meters away. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage. You are too. Huyu didn't listen to her finish her words. He took out his M4 and put it on his shoulder, then loaded it. What am I to? Click. A crisp metallic sound was heard, and Luo Jin choked up, swallowing the words unromantic back into his throat. He then silently put away the crossbow, pinched the corners of his clothes with both hands, lowered his head, and acted coquettishly. Oh, I was just kidding you. Look, I have a crossbow, and I only shot at your floating ladder. I didn't mean to hurt you. Damn it. Why does this guy have a gun in his hand? This is a foul. Oh, who you deliberately dragged out the words. I thought you were going to fight me? It turns out that I misunderstood. Sniper? I need a sniper too, bastard. Luo Jin roared in his heart, but he could only smile and said, well, so, let's continue the game happily, okay? Okay, Hu Yu replied. Then, how about we make a new bet? Bet. Luo Jin tilted her head. She didn't know what this guy meant. Just use 1 gold coin. Hu Yu said casually. Let's bet a gold coin. Under the premise that neither of us will hurt each other in any way, whoever reaches the 100th floor first will win a gold coin. Do you agree or not? Agree. Luo Jin agreed without thinking, but she still didn't understand what Hu Yu's intention was. Let alone 1 gold coin. Even if it was 1,000 gold coins, there shouldn't be any consequences if you regret it. Fight. 2 prompt boxes popped up in front of Hu Yu and Luo Jin at the same time. The bet is established. Both parties have locked gold coins, *1, rule restrictions. Both parties cannot harm each other during the bet. It was the first time that Luo Jin saw this kind of prompt box. Skill gambler. Hu Yu smiled and put the M4 into the warehouse. As you can see, we can continue the game happily. After all, I'm not a devil, so it's best if we can live in harmony. This was a test of the gambler's skills, and there is no doubt that this attempt was very successful. In fact, without this attempt, Hu Yu could easily send Luo Jin away from this world, but as long as Luo Jin didn't threaten his life, Hu Yu didn't want to kill her. After all, it's not easy to meet an interesting girl, so there's no need to fight and kill, right? Yes. Luo Jin nodded obediently, with a sweet smile on his face. What a coincidence, I thought so too. Ahem. A female voice sounded, and Hu Yu subconsciously looked to the lower left corner and found that another survivor had seen through the mystery of the 50th floor and stood in front of them. You are from the Celestial Empire, right? Hu Yu looked closely and found that there was a blonde foreign girl below. His figure seems to be more muscular than Luo Jin's, but in terms of appearance, they are not on the same level at all. Right. Hu Yu took out the M4 again and pointed the gun at the foreign girl. You know China, but do you know an old saying in China? What did you say? Luo Jin took out his crossbow without hesitation and aimed at the woman. I planted this tree and built this road. If you want to pass by here, leave some money for passage. Mina? Hey, you can't interrupt others like that. Chapter 107. First collaboration. This is the wilderness. As long as they are within the effective attack range, everyone can be an enemy. Since they are destined to be enemies, it is natural to strike first. The moment Hu Yu took out the M4, Luo Jin made the same choice as him. However, the two of them now have a naturally harmless alliance, so the spearhead is naturally directed at the extra guy. Mina raised her hands and covered her head. She didn't know where Hu Yu's gun came from, but she knew that the black barrel was definitely not a fake. Two of you. We have something to discuss. Hu Yu ignored her and looked at Luo Jin. I'll take 7 and you'll take 3. Hey, how can you treat a girl like this? You act like a jerk right away. Luo Jin pouted, looking unhappy. Mina's mouth twitched. This girl. Child, your crossbow is still pointed at me. If you don't agree, I am willing to agree. Sir, as long as you point the gun at her, I am willing to give up any spoils. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the floating ladder under Mina's feet. Hu Yu didn't even look at her. Then you name a price. 5. Luo Jin uttered 2 words. The following will be the same. Hu Yu hesitated for a moment and asked, are you sure you can control it? Originally, he just wanted to rob this one person, but from Luo Jin's tone, she seemed to want to take all the guys on the 49th floor. Can she really handle it by herself? Look at you. Luo Jin replied, and she knew that Hu Yu had agreed. She looked at Mina. This should be Ms. Mina, right? Miss. Mina replied that even in this situation, she still needed to correct the other person's address to her. I'm not married yet. Oh, Miss Mina. Luo Jin smiled and sent her a transaction request using his notebook. I think. You should know what we want, right? Robbers. You are acting like robbers. Mina roared, gritting her teeth. Sorry, this is in the wilderness. Luo Jin shrugged. No matter which country's laws are, they are not effective here. The so-called robbers. In the absence of law, the term does not exist. That makes a lot of sense. Hu Yu silently kept this sentence in mind, intending to use it later, and then he silently pulled out a step and climbed to the 59th floor. The stairs to the 60th floor are right in front of you. Just like the floating ladders on the previous integer levels, there are no light balls on this level of floating ladder. Could it be that only the first 50 levels of the stairs can yield resources? Hu Yu was not in a hurry to climb to the 60th floor, but sat on the stairs, and looked down. Mina was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. Okay. Luo Jin smiled and waved his hands twice. Resources are no different from our lives. It is inhumane to use your life to force you to hand over resources. Even if it wasn't robbery, I couldn't do it. So, we can make a deal. Trade. Mina snorted coldly, her eyes full of coldness. You are just robbing. Even if you give it a high-sounding excuse, it won't change the essence. Remind you this is the first time. I don't like people interrupting me when I'm talking. Luo Jin's sweet voice sounded, and he shook the crossbow in his hand. If you do it again, I might be unhappy. The content of this transaction is, you can keep all the food and just hand in the coins, items, weapons, and unused building blueprints you have. After the other person reaches the 50th floor, you can use our name to rob. Oh no, trade with him. At that time, you only need to hand over 90% of the resources you get, and the remaining 10% will be yours. After all, I'm not a devil. Hello, who you shouted from 9 meters above. You stole my lines again. Bitch. Luo Jin ignored him, but Mina was shocked. If what the Chinese woman in front of me said is true, there are still 14 people staying on the 49th floor. If they have the same resources as you do, if each of them takes 10%, that would be 140% worth. Mina was not worried that Luo Jin would go back on his word. After all, she was alone. If this female robber really wants to make a big profit, she can't rely on just the two of them. Letting me join the gang will benefit both parties. How about it? Have you thought about it? Luo Jin said with a smile. Okay, I promise. After Mina finished speaking, she was about to put something on the trading interface. Then bring me the notebook. Mina was stunned, not understanding what Luo Jin meant. Notebook? Yes. Luo Jin still maintained a sweet smile. I will return the notebook to you after I take the resources from it. You think, if you want to join us, you must first make us trust you. If you don't hand over your weapons and stuff, will we trust you? That seems to make sense. Is it? Luo Jin narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand and hooked. Then throw it over. I will catch it. To give or not to give. Mina was struggling in her mind, but it seemed it wasn't her turn not to give it, right? She could only smile bitterly and threw the notebook in an arc in the air. The white-feathered golden falcon flew up from Luo Jin's shoulder, clamped the notebook with its long beak, and flew back to Luo Jin again. Be good, Xiaobai. Luo Jin rubbed its eagle head. I'll give you something delicious later. Hearing the name, Xiaobai and Hu Yu's arms moved, but ultimately did not wake up. As expected, his name is Xiaobai. Hu Yu smiled bitterly and muttered in a low voice. Why do names always overlap? Is it because this name is too popular? Luo Jin opened the notebook's warehouse and transferred everything inside except the food into his own warehouse. Boil the frog in warm water. Success. It's developed. In addition to these things, there are also 14 guys' warehouses. What a lot of money. As for that guy, Luo Jinwei raised his head for no reason, then looked back at his notebook. Anyway, the things are now in my warehouse, so it's up to me to decide what to do with them when the time comes, right? Hello? Is this Miss Mina? Hu Yu's voice rang out in the air. I think you might need to talk to me privately about how much stuff you have in your warehouse. Otherwise, if someone hacks me, I will be very unhappy. Okay. Mina nodded hurriedly. There would be nothing wrong in trying something like this to sow discord. Hey, don't you believe me? Luo Jin raised his head and looked up into the air, with fake tears in his eyes. If you don't believe me, you can tell me. Why should I let this woman tell you? Stop acting, okay? Hu Yu held his forehead with his hand. Now I doubt whether you are really my girlfriend. This tone is simply terrible. Actually, Luo Jin lowered her head again, shyly saying, if you are willing, I can do it. Now, business is business. We can talk about feelings later. Hu Yu interrupted her. Mina, send me the resource list via private message. Okay, Mina responded. You bastard. Luo Jin cursed inwardly, left 2 crossbows in the warehouse, and threw the notebook at Mina's face. She left those 2 crossbows on purpose in order to collect more resources. Bang. Hit the bullseye. Hu Yu looked at the things in the private chat interface and was instantly shocked. The hand hanging in front of the 60th step also froze. Oh shit. How did she find this thing? I think you should have seen that thing. Luo Jin's voice came from below. There is no doubt that the thing she was talking about must be the one she saw. Chapter 108. Dear, they are so easy to deceive. Suspected dragon egg. Hu Yu read it 3 times before confirming that this was the name of this thing. There is a word, E, in the prefix of dragon egg. Although I don't know the specific meaning, what is indisputable is, this is a dragon egg. Yes. Hu Yu answered calmly with 3 words and withdrew his frozen hand. Before deciding who would own the thing, he decided not to go to the 60th floor. How to divide it? Luo Jin continued to ask. There is only one egg. Unless you make it into fried eggs, boiled eggs, or poached eggs, it will definitely not be evenly distributed. But would there really be a fool who would fry or deep fry an egg that could potentially hatch a dragon? Mina's eyes flashed with a light, and it seemed as if two little people were sitting on her shoulders, clapping and cheering. Fight! Fight! Who hesitated for a moment and asked, do you like fried eggs or boiled eggs? Let's boil the eggs. I'm trying to lose weight recently, so I should eat less oil. Luo Jin answered without hesitation. Mina? What the hell? Are these two Chinese people really going to eat that egg? This is a dragon egg. Before Mina could come to her senses, the two people above and below spoke at the same time. Then I'll give you half. The three of them were stunned at the same time. Hu and Luo Jin raised their lips slightly. You stinky man, woman. If you take the eggs back, I will never be able to eat them. Or, Hu slowly said, keep it first and divide it up later? Make a deal. Luo Jin agreed immediately and did not mention the dragon egg again. Instead, he looked at the guy closest to Mina. Hey, Comrade Mina, that's our next target. Let's do it. Mina gradually came to her senses and could only say awkwardly, oh, okay. Okay. They are two thugs. After complaining in her heart, Mina cleared her throat and said, ahem, sir over there. You can come up by just smashing the two floating ladders on the edge. The so-called gentleman did not answer, nor did he look for the source of the sound. He just sat on the 49th step, seemingly meditating. Deaf? Mina asked back, looking at Luo Jin not far away. Look, that's your goal, so it's entirely your responsibility. Luo Jin simply replied and began to organize things in the warehouse. Although there was only one dragon egg in the warehouse, there was a lot of stuff in there, and it was not easy to split it into two. As for the survivors, they, at least the following 14, are no longer Luo Jin's target. Since they could hear Yu's voice, then her conversation with Mina was likely transmitted to their ears as well. If you want to rob them, they have to be willing to come up. Wait a little longer. If no newcomers reach the 49th floor, go after that stinky man. Anyway, I have gained enough so far. But this stupid woman in front of me, let her guard here until we reach the 60th floor. A survivor who has lost his weapon is no longer a threat to anyone. Hu waited for half a minute, confirmed that no new survivors had reached the 50th floor, then looked up at the stairs to the 60th floor again. Similar to the previous integer level stairs, there are no light balls or resources on this level of stairs. There is only a large floating ladder composed of 3 small floating ladders. It should also be a special staircase. Hu raised his hand and touched it lightly, and a prompt box popped up in front of him. Fight. Climbing the ladder may trigger return, treasure chest, blueprint, skill book, tool, weapon. You can exclude one of the options. Except for the return trip, warps, traps, blessings, and warps have all disappeared, replaced by some rewards. Isn't this a special staircase? Hu directly ruled out the return journey and then turned over. They are all good things anyway, so you can trigger any one of them. But when Hu arrived at the 60th floor, there was no white light in front of him, and nothing fell under his feet. Only a long corridor appears. Unlike the floating stairs mentioned above, the corridor has obvious continuity and does not look as dangerous as the floating stairs. Hu frowned. He always hated sudden changes. But there is no other way, just make the best of it. He looked at the corridor in front of him and found that there were 9 steps in total. The distances between them were the same as the previous floating stairs, with no difference. Etc. That is. Hu looked up along the corridor, and when he saw the top, his eyes suddenly brightened and his frown gradually relaxed. A ball of golden light hung at the top of the corridor. If the quality of a product is judged by the color of the light, then this is, at least, epic. Even if there are no light balls along the corridor. Just this one thing is enough to compare to most of Hu's previous gains. Make a fortune. Hey, stinky man. Luo Jin's voice came from below. Have you reached the 60th floor? What's up there? Ahem. Hu cleared his throat, suppressed the excitement on his face, and turned to look at Luo Jin below. This information belongs to intellectual property. If you want to know, there will be a fee. Oh, Luo Jin said perfunctorily, and directly put up the floating ladder in his hand. Then you hold it in, and I will come up and see it myself. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already reached the 51st floor. Her hand that was collecting the floating ladder had not stopped yet, as if she was about to climb to the 52nd floor. Hey, Mina suddenly realized something was wrong and looked at Luo Jin in horror. Please wait a moment. If you all go up, then You what? Luo Jin turned around and asked. Oh, You are afraid that they will come up and you won't be able to rob them without a weapon, right? Mina was stunned and nodded dully. See, you're wrong about that, aren't you? Luo Jin asked back, climbing up as he spoke, and had already reached the 54th floor. We are not robbing, but trading. Do you understand trading? If others don't agree to your deal, you can't force them, right? After all, we are not devils. Stealing my lines again. You muttered something on the 61st floor and looked back at Luo Jin, who was on the 55th floor. Originally, he thought Luo Jin had given up, but now hearing her say this female thief may not give up the resources on those guys. She said this just to paralyze those guys and make them think that she and Luo Jin had left so that they would try to climb up. After all, there is no way to go back to the 49th floor. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, there is no way they won't try. But Luo Jin seemed to have forgotten one thing. If there were only 1 or 2 idiots on the 49th floor, it would be fine. She could suppress them with force and use that rhetoric to easily deal with them. But what if there are more than 10 idiots? Apart from anything else, if these 10 idiots all mastered the bows and crossbows and resisted at the same time, then this would be a situation that she could no longer control. Huyu frowned, but took a step back and came to the 60th floor, took out the M4, and looked down at the scene below. Luo Jin had already reached the 56th floor, only 1 step away from him, while the survivors who were originally on the 49th floor had not moved yet. You're back after all, Luo Jin whispered, smiling sweetly, and gestured to Mina with his hands behind his back. No, Mina immediately roared. You can't abandon me. They will devour my body like a devil. This sentence was like a command, and all the survivors who had not moved before began to smash the floating ladder at their feet. The next moment, the 14 guys arrived at the 50th floor at the same time. Almost at the same time, Mina took out 2 crossbows from behind her and aimed them at 2 of the survivors. Luo Jin covered his mouth and chuckled twice, his eyes narrowed into a slit. Dear, they are so easy to fool, aren't they? Chapter 109. Boil the frog in warm water. Whoever jumps is a fool. Luo Jin's plan was successful. However, there are 3 prerequisites for the success of this plan. If any one of them is missing, it is likely to fail. First, you must show up. If the threat of guns is gone, they will never surrender easily. The second is Mina. She is born to stand on the side of other survivors. If you want her to cooperate fully, in addition to giving her benefits, you must also give her the capital to survive. For example, those 2 crossbows. But Luo Jin was really brave enough to actually give her the bow and crossbow. But think about it. There was a reason why she climbed the floating ladder so quickly. She must be afraid that Mina would do something to her. The last and most crucial point. Those survivors had no way of knowing what was happening above the 50th floor, nor could they communicate with each other. They could only judge by sound. If they could communicate with each other, things would never develop in the direction Luo Jin wanted. Sure enough, among the survivors who have survived to this day, few are easy to deal with, especially the guys on the survival list. Huyu complained in his heart. Aim at any guy who makes any small move and shoot him. Bang! The bullet hit the floating ladder, but no one was killed, but it was enough to serve as a deterrent. Is this also part of your plan, sir? Huyu asked with a wry smile. If you hadn't come out, I would have gone to the 60th floor and hidden there. Luo Jin said casually, holding only a crossbow in his hand, facing Mina, who was holding 2 crossbows. At this stage, only 3 people have weapons, and 2 of them will not hurt each other, so she only needs to control the 3rd person. It's funny, those who just came up. Either they had weapons in their mouths and were frightened by the sound of Huyu's gunshot before they could put them in their hands, or they had no weapons prepared at all and naively thought they were really gone. After all, they have to climb a floating ladder to reach the 50th floor. In this environment, how many people dare to climb a floating ladder with one hand holding a weapon in the other hand? Except for extreme sports players, I guess no one would dare to try it. The plan worked. Luo Jin smiled and said, Mina, according to what we just said, you can start collecting protection fees. Remember, leave the food for them. Yes. Mina responded excitedly, even putting down the crossbow in one of her hands. Ms. Luo, your method is really effective. Miss? Huyu tilted his head and looked at Luo Jin, who was standing to the side and below him. When did you become a lady? Well, as a young girl, I have to be on guard when I'm out there. Luo Jin said shyly, not daring to look Huyu in the eye. Just lie. If you want to use me as a shield, just say it clearly, okay? Huyu rolled his eyes. After this intimate contact, he finally understood what kind of person Luo Jin was. Apart from looking more angelic than gods, she is a complete fairy in other aspects. But also, as beautiful as she is, if she wasn't more careful than ordinary people, It would be difficult for her to live a stable life in this society until now. You are committing robbery. Armed robbery. There was a commotion from below, and the lines were almost exactly the same as Mina's at that time. Yes. Aren't you afraid that we will expose you? I say, brothers, it's over. What's the point of saying this? We are in the wilderness. There is nothing wrong with the strong preying on the weak. One of them said this and threw the notebook directly to Mina. Unfortunately, it hit her in the face. Who you had evidence to suspect that he did it on purpose, but he didn't say anything. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Mina covered her face, bent down to pick up the notebook, and said with a smile, don't say robbery is so ugly, okay? This is a deal. You can totally refuse it. Then I refuse. An idiot folded his arms and sat on the floating ladder. If you have the guts, beat me to death. When the time comes, someone will always publicize your evil deeds. We won't kill you. Mina said softly, we are charging for intellectual property rights. If you don't want to pay, just don't use our intellectual property rights. Right, Ms. Lowe? Not using it. Tai Henin asked back. Then I can only stay here? Yes. Luo Jin also replied. As long as you stay where you are, we won't charge you anything. Right, Mr. Hu? Have to. The ball was kicked here. Hu rolled his eyes. Thinking that half of the resources of 15 people were about to fall into his hands, he had to come out and support them. Well, if you are afraid of loneliness, you can also ask me to help you get rid of it. As he spoke, the muzzle of the gun slid to the top of Taiyanen's head. When doing things in the wilderness, it's better to be quick and hasty. There was silence all around, and no one mentioned not making the deal. One notebook after another was thrown at Mina's face. I don't know if these guys did it on purpose. Mina had no objection, and even had a smile on her face as she kept bending down to pick up the notebooks. That's right. Luo Jin saw that the last notebook was returned by Mina, so she spoke. Please send me a copy of the resource list in the notebook. If someone has something to hide, I will handle it appropriately. Mina shuddered and dared not say anything. Well, send me one too. Hu Yu added with a smile. Those people were quite efficient. After knowing Hu Yu and Luo Jin's names, they directly sent the list of resources to the two of them. Without any hesitation, this is human nature. Wait a minute. Mina put away one of the crossbows and was about to turn over and go to the 51st step, but was stopped by Luo Jin. Ms. Mina, you don't have to come up for now. Luo Jin smiled and said, first, trade the 2 crossbows and all the other weapons to me. These things are not included in the 10% of resources I promised you. Okay. Mina agreed verbally, but she was extremely conflicted in her heart. Now the resources in her notebook were more than she had ever seen before, and there were also weapons. If she resisted, the muzzle of the M4 was gradually pointed at her, and the thought that had just arisen disappeared in an instant. Mina hurriedly submitted a trade request to Luo Jin, put all the weapons on the trade bar, and immediately clicked confirm. Luo Jin also clicked confirm. Now, there are only 2 people above the 50th floor who have mastered the weapon. Boiling a frog in warm water. Hu Yu smiled bitterly. I just didn't expect these 15 frogs to be so stupid. Aren't they afraid too? Luo Jin replied, and suddenly turned back to look at Hu Yu. You don't think I will take all the resources away and really not leave any for her, do you? Hu Yu asked curiously, isn't it? Of course not. Luo Jin replied confidently, and then looked at Mina below. Mina, the 10% of resources I promised you are still valid. All the materials of excellent grade and below belong to you, and the rest can be given to me. Mina was stunned. Excellent grade or below? Can this be considered 10% of supplies? If we count by quantity, these things account for 60% of the total, but if we count by quality, that's only half of it at most. But what can she say? Okay. Mina submitted the transaction request again, and only then did she discover something. If Luo Jin had brought up the deal before trading weapons, would I still have agreed so readily? No, absolutely not. She would probably refute it. If she is pushed into a corner, it is not impossible for her to trade the weapons to someone else. The transaction request was sent, and as Luo Jin said, all resources above the excellent level were placed on the transaction column. Mina clicked the confirmation button reluctantly, but there was nothing she could do. Devil. These 2 Chinese are devils. Luo Jin clicked the confirmation button, but frowned. Damn it. How could this happen? Hu Yu looked at Luo Jin, who was not far away. What's wrong? Nothing. Luo Jin replied in an attempt to cover up his mistake, and then smiled and said, Dear, can you promise me one thing? There's something strange. Hu Yu smiled and said, Baby, tell me first. Judging from Luo Jin's attitude, he had actually guessed what it was. It's not a dragon egg, it should be. Chapter 110, the 70th floor. The coveted blueprint. Mina's voice sounded first. Ms. Luo, why don't you click confirm? Hearing Mina's voice, Huyu was more certain of the answer in his heart. Luo Jin, there is not enough space in her warehouse. The resources of 15 people are not something that just anyone can consume. Even if Mina herself intercepted nearly 60% of the garbage resources, this number would definitely not be small. Huh. So, Huyu's eyes fell on Mina. Her building level must be very high. Or, she might have picked up a notebook. No, that's not right. If it was the latter, then she wouldn't have used just a crossbow to fight the enemy, nor would she have reacted like that when she saw a gun. So it should be the former. Yes, I don't have enough space in my warehouse. Luo Jin admitted generously. Mina, give him the things first. Good. Mina became even more excited. As long as the warehouse of the Chinese in front of her was not big enough, she would be able to intercept more resources. Pity. Before she met Huyu, she only knew that there was a Chinese named Huyu who dominated the top 16 lists, but she didn't know what this man looked like, and she didn't even remember his voice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such naive ideas. Player Mina sends you a trade request. Do you accept it? Yes. Huyu responded and began to compare the items in the transaction interface with the list. After discovering that Mina did not hide anything, he directly clicked confirm. Transaction successful. A large amount of resources flowed from Mina's warehouse to Huyu's warehouse. Mina, confused face? Is this the end? Who is that man? Why can he collect so many resources? Even if I removed 60% of the junk resources, the remaining 40%, plus his own resources, should not be a small amount. Could it be that? A possibility popped up in Mina's mind. A Chinese man with the surname who owns such a large warehouse. Only one person could do it. That's right. Huyu suddenly spoke up and looked at Mina. What level is your base? Although it was unlikely that she had the notebook, it was still necessary to confirm. Wooden house. Mina replied, then stared into Huyu's eyes and said, Mr. Huyu. Huyu responded casually. If it was a wooden house, it would not be impossible to accommodate all these things. And Mina also got the answer. He is Huyu. Now that we know who the real culprit is, it is not impossible to take revenge if we have the chance in the future. Okay, look at the leaderboard. Once we reach the 70th floor, you can start climbing. Huyu turned around and climbed back up to the 61st floor. Remember, don't let me find out who's running away. From beginning to end, Huyu had no intention of hiding his identity. It is better to be cautious when operating in the wilderness, but at that time, when both sides were evenly matched. Apart from Luo Jin, is there anyone else in the entire wilderness who can compete with him? Even if I knew his name, what would it matter? I would come to him. We'll tell you when you can catch a bullet with your bare hands. No one answered below. Only Luo Jin silently climbed to the 59th floor. Hey, the guy upstairs, shouldn't we talk about the distribution of the spoils? Luo Jin had already reached the 60th floor. Huyu stood on the 62nd floor and found that the woman did not leave in any way, so he could only smile bitterly. I say, can't we go home and talk about it? Don't show off your wealth, my silly wife. Goddamn, don't show off your wealth. A group of people downstairs were complaining in their hearts. Aren't all your wealth contributed by us? What's the point of showing it off? Then you should at least wait for me. Are you hungry? How about we have lunch first? How about we chat while we eat? It would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but as soon as he said it, Huyu felt a tremor in his lower abdomen. Dining with a beautiful woman is an enjoyment in itself, and it seems it is not impossible. Huyu turned around and saw that Luo Jin, who had proposed the meal, was marching towards the 70th floor at a brisk pace, with no intention of stopping to eat. He also turned around hastily and ran towards his target. If you were a little more cautious, I might have believed it. Okay, I'm stopping. Look back if you don't believe me. Oh, woman, the sound of your heels has betrayed you. Then you can skip lunch. If you don't eat, then I won't eat either. Let's see who can hold on longer. Everyone on the 50th floor looked at each other and suddenly didn't know what to say. Or, the silly guy just now said, let's eat lunch first? It's better than eating dog food. Good idea. Hey, do you have any special food? Can we exchange it? I have tuna sushi here. Would you like to try some? Come on. Put it in the middle. Put it in the middle. A food trade fair was held on the 50th floor, but a man stood there and did not participate. He kept looking up at Huyu's back, muttering to himself, Huyu, the one who killed my brother? Oda Chuji tentatively placed a layer of stairs upwards, attracting the attention of everyone who was still attending the food festival. No one spoke, just watched his performance silently. Oda Nakaji smiled. Could it be that you forgot that there is a trap on the stairs? If any one of them triggers the trap, then the resources on them will be. The words were not finished, but it was enough for this point. But, from ancient times to the present, Interests and risks have always been linked. The more you take now, the greater the chance of picking up their post-death notebook, but the greater the chance of being discovered by them. Oda Chuji tried, but the others didn't move. Apart from enjoying the food, he did not climb the floating ladder with him, nor did he make any noise. That's enough. Oda Chuji stuffed a dumpling without filling into his mouth and continued to climb. The 70th floor. Huyu arrived here first, and Luo Jin followed closely behind. Even though the distance between the two sides was very close, he put his hand on it before climbing to the 70th floor. Bite. Climb the ladder. Possible trigger. Perfect building blueprint *1. Epic building blueprint fragment *1. You can exclude one of the options. Etc. Why are the words fragments appearing after epic architectural drawings? Could it be that the perfect grade architectural blueprints in front are complete? Huyu's eyes lit up, and without thinking, he eliminated the fragments of the epic architectural drawings, and then climbed up the ladder. The golden light dissipated, and a piece of brown paper slowly fell from the air. Huyu stretched out his hands, not looking at the situation in the air, but staring at the prompt box in front of him. It's here. It's finally here. The thing I had always dreamed of actually came into my hands. Chapter 111. Oda Chuji obtains a bow and crossbow. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect architectural blueprint. Soviet-style courtyard *1. Isn't this the perfect Chinese-style base that I have always dreamed of? Huyu was ecstatic and continued to look at the prompt box in front of him. Architectural blueprint. Su-style courtyard physical limit +100. Physical recovery speed +10/hour. Charm +20. Quality additional skills. Perfect wisdom increases by 0.1/day. Note, Mencius said, the place you live in changes your spirit, and the way you take care of yourself changes your body. Great is how you live. Living in a courtyard, the temperament of the residents will gradually improve, reaching a state of being majestic without being angry. Should we build a Soviet-style courtyard? Su-style courtyard. Perfect consumed materials. Wood, 245/3000. Rope, 375/2000. Iron nails, 0/4000. Exempt if having a falcon structure. Excellent grade or above stone, 12,000/2000. Wood with a diameter of more than 3 meters, 0/8. Construction score, 525/800. Su-style garden blueprint, 1/1. Tools, iron saw, wooden hammer, any ruler. Building requirements, rockery of good grade or above, lotus pond of good grade or above, corridor of excellent grade or above. Harsh. Apart from these two words, Huyu could not think of any other words to describe the architectural conditions of the Soviet-style courtyard. Even if the 3 buildings specified in the construction requirements are excluded, its cost is still quite high. If Huyu hadn't demolished the manor and villa last time, it would take who knows how long it would take to save up enough money to build a building like this. Cull. Huyu let out a long sigh and put the drawings of the Soviet-style courtyard into the warehouse. This is his next goal. European castle? What is that? I haven't seen it. I don't know. I don't understand. The beauty of Chinese architecture cannot be compared to those buildings that are just piled up with materials, right? And judging from the notes, the Su-style courtyard is more suitable for me. Wow. Luo Jin's voice sounded not far away, and it seemed that she had also arrived at the 70th floor. Huyu subconsciously turned his head and looked behind him, and found that a crystal treasure chest appeared in front of Luo Jin, with a key hanging on it. Fortunately, the return trip was not triggered. Hey, a crystal treasure chest. Huyu replied as a matter of course. No way, no way. Seeing how surprised you are, you haven't opened a crystal treasure chest yet, right? Snort. Luo Jin snorted and put the crystal treasure box back into the warehouse. I know this is a crystal treasure box. I was just surprised. Is it not possible? Oh, you're being arrogant now. Okay, you continue to be surprised. I'll go up first. Huyu was about to move forward when he found that the stairs in front of him were broken again. He subconsciously raised his gaze to see if the stairs to the 80th floor were still there. Just looking up made him doubt his life. Bite. A prompt box popped up in front of him, covering Huyu's vision. There are still 10 minutes until the E-level beast attack begins. Survivors, please be prepared. Beast attack. Didn't the beast attacks usually start at around 10 o'clock? It was almost 11 o'clock, and the beast attacks were just starting? Huyu paused, but was not too worried. After all, he had upgraded to a wooden villa and would automatically avoid attacks from beasts below level E, so he naturally had nothing to worry about. Bite. Detected that the host is wearing the title Dragon Slayer. The beast attack level automatically increases by 1 level. The current stage is D level. D level? Hu Yu's pupils shrank, and he instantly became nervous. The level of the D-level beast attack was probably about the same as the one we encountered last night. With Xiaohong here, the problem should be easily solved, as long as the level of the beast attack doesn't increase. But Hu Yu deleted all the prompt boxes and looked up into the sky. He found that the stairs that were originally empty began to slowly emerge and gradually merged with the corridor under his feet. They seem to have just been loaded, and I don't know if they are reliable. But we have to go up anyway, so we have to give it a try even if it's unreliable. Hu Yu stepped on the 71st floor with one foot and deliberately pressed down before landing. After making sure it was stable, he put his second foot up. But at the moment he reached the 71st floor, an imperceptible pressure fell on his shoulders. However, there was a little white cat on his shoulder, so Hu Yu didn't care and walked forward quickly. Like the 61st to 70th floors, there are no light balls in the middle 9 floors of this corridor. Only the 80th floor has an orange-yellow light ball. If Hu Yu guessed correctly, it should be another epic reward. Since Luo Jin was following closely behind him, Hu Yu didn't have to rule out that option, so the two of them climbed the stairs much faster, and in a blink of an eye they reached the 79th floor. Hu Yu subconsciously stopped, and Luo Jin, who had just arrived at the 78th floor, also slowed down his pace and did not rush forward. It seems a little strange. Hu Yu took the initiative to speak, firstly to attract Luo Jin's attention and tell her not to rush to climb. Second, he really felt something was wrong. Starting from the 50th floor, he did not have a moment to rest before climbing. But even so, climbing 10 floors in a row did not make him feel tired. That's when you need to pull out the ladder and put it down, but now, just climbing 10 flights of stairs made him feel breathless, as if he had exerted a lot of effort. You noticed that too? Luo Jin asked back. Her physique was not as good as Hu Yu's. Now her hands were on her knees, and a little sweat oozed from her forehead. Could it be that the distance between the stairs has increased? No, that's not the reason. With Hu Yu's eyesight, he could easily tell whether the distance between the stairs had increased, so he immediately ruled out this answer. Let's continue, otherwise the guys behind us will catch up. The 14 people who were having a lunch meeting on the 50th floor have already started moving. While they were having a meal, no other survivors went up to the 49th floor, so after Hu Yu and the other two passed the 70th floor, they began to climb slowly. Now, it's almost time to reach the 60th floor. If they reach the 70th floor and trigger the weapon option, and the weapon happens to be a long-range weapon, Hu Yu didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be. Where's the corridor? The former Iron Fool spoke first. Why is there no corridor in front of me? He turned his head and looked at the people around him. Although the shortest distance between them was 3 or 4 meters, he could clearly see the corridor in front of those guys. But the guys didn't answer him and just continued to climb up. Hey, speak up. Why? Why don't I have a long corridor? Did you give that vampire resources again? In exchange for other information? No, that's not right. The resources are all given together. Then what's going on? There are always stupid people in the world, otherwise they wouldn't appear smart to others. The 13 people continued on their way, and when they reached the 70th floor, 3 of them triggered the return trip and were directly teleported back to the base to face the attack of E-level beasts. Those who stayed behind included Mina, Oda Chuji, and the Chinese who was the first to throw the notebook to Mina. Shuren. He put the crystal treasure chest he got from the orange light into the warehouse and looked at the other 9 people. Crystal treasure chest. What did you get? Sho, look what that guy up there is holding. Mina pointed in the direction of Oda Chuji. Shuren looked in the direction of her finger and saw only the guy's back and a crossbow. Why does he still have a bow and crossbow? Could it be that? A thought came to Shuren's mind. It seemed that this was the only possibility. No. Be sure to notify Boss Hu immediately. Chapter 112. Luo Jin was shot by an arrow? Hey, what are you doing? Luo Jin asked curiously. She was waiting for Hu Yu to go up first to explore the way, but she didn't expect that this guy put his hand on the stairs and then closed his eyes to rest. It seems like he's performing a ritual? Is this the key to his good fortune? It always feels a bit ridiculous. Pray. Hu Yu said nonsense in a serious tone. Stones also have spiritual energy. As long as you pray sincerely, the god of stone will give you the answer you want. Oh, if I hadn't read so much, I would have almost believed it. Luo Jin complained from the side. The options given by touching the floating ladder are still the same as those on the 60th floor. At normal speed, Hu Yu only needs to eliminate the return trip and go straight up. But with Luo Jin's observation ability, he should be able to find some clues. In this case, why not pretend to be mysterious for a while and go up when he has enough? Hu Yumo spent dozens of seconds to eliminate the return trip and then turned over again. He had just climbed up the ladder, and before he had time to see what was on the steps, His whole body was pressed directly onto the floating ladder. This feeling is like someone suddenly threw a 10-kilogram bag of rice at me from behind. Although I can carry it, not everyone can withstand the force of carrying the weight all at once. Huyu groaned, and Xiaobai was so scared that he immediately jumped off his shoulder and moved to the side to stare at him. I'm fine. Huyu propped himself up and stood up, raised his hand and rubbed Xiaobai's head. Don't worry. What's going on? Luo Jin took a step forward, his tone full of concern. What on earth is up there? Have no idea. Huyu frowned and replied, then picked up Xiaobai and put him on his shoulder again. It just feels like something has fallen on my shoulder and the weight is increasing. Wait. Luo Jin frowned. After Huyu mentioned this, she also discovered this. It seemed as if starting from the 70th floor, a weight was constantly falling on his shoulders, but when he reached out to touch it, he couldn't feel anything. You'll know once you get up here. There shouldn't be any other danger. As Huyu spoke, he reached out and touched the orange light. A crystal treasure chest appeared directly in front of him, with the key hanging at the keyhole. He put away the crystal treasure chest and turned to look at the road leading to the 90th floor. Just like what happened on the 70th floor, a long corridor slowly appeared before our eyes, leading to the 90th floor. If it was just now, he would have gone up, but now. A transaction request appeared in front of him, and the signer was Shuren. It seems that the worst situation I had expected has happened. Huyu had already discovered that Shuren was on the 49th floor, so the moment he came up, he asked him to cooperate with him through a transaction request. After all, Mina will eventually leave their camp, so developing another inside player is extremely important. As for his resources, of course, it was returned at the original price, and Huyu also promised him a piece of red-winged dragon meat weighing 1 pound. The condition was that he could infiltrate the enemy and tell him if there was any movement. Originally, this was just a good thought in his heart. Before making this condition, he didn't know that there might be weapons on the 70th floor. I didn't expect. Something actually happened. Huyu clicked to accept, and a message popped up immediately. Boss Hu, a guy named Oda Chuji got a crossbow. It's probably epic. Now he's heading your way. Huyu frowned. He got a crossbow? Why didn't he rob others in the first place after he got hold of an offensive weapon? Could it be that, as I thought, this guy named Oda Chuji is related to Oda Chuchi? No. Huyu replied calmly. What about you? Didn't you catch up? I'm still on the road, but what? Some people had no way forward. The idiot stopped at the 60th floor, and a few others stopped at the 70th floor. The only ones who can move up now are Oda Nakaji, me, Mina, and a fellow villager named Chinua. No way out. Huyu frowned and placed a crossbow on the trading interface. I know the situation. Take this. You will know what to do when the time comes. I won't treat you unfairly. Thank you, Mr. Hu. I will definitely. Huyu didn't finish reading it, so he skipped the nonsense and clicked confirm. After closing the transaction interface, he turned to look at Luo Jin, who had already reached the 80th floor. It seems we have to go faster. Luo Jin snorted, but soon thought of something. So that guy is really yours? Who? Shuren. Luo Jin replied as a matter of course. I didn't notice it at first, but I understood it when he sent me the list in private message. Last time you had a conflict at the beach, but this time neither of you mentioned it, which proves that your conflict has been resolved. Now that it's resolved, then, he's ours. It's mine, not yours. Huyu said, and continued to move forward. Don't make a mistake. So what happened? Luo Jin followed behind him, following him every step he took, seemingly not taking the competition to heart. Does anyone in that group have weapons? In her opinion, this was the easiest thing to happen and also the easiest to deal with. Huyu had a gun in his hand, although the two sides were now in two horizontal and diagonal positions and could not see each other. But as long as he stayed where he was and waited for the other person to show his head, he could kill the guy with one shot. There was no need to rush up the ladder. Yes. So you don't want to kill anyone? Luo Jin didn't believe that this guy couldn't think of such a simple point. I just don't want to put myself in danger for the life of someone who doesn't matter. Huyu replied. Someone did not trigger the corridor to go upstairs, and will stay on that floor forever. I guess you will hear it soon. Tai Hanin's voice echoed in the cave, interrupting Huyu's words. Here I come. Huyu shrugged, but his feet did not stop moving. The stairs where we stop are different from the 49th floor. There is not such a long delay, so that guy should be. Fell down. Luo Jin's pupils shrank, and a pool of broken flesh and blood seemed to appear in front of his eyes. This is 60 meters high. If you fall down, there is no chance of survival. Right? Hey, didn't you ask me to scout the way? Why are you running so fast? Huyu watched this guy climbing up at a very fast speed, with no intention of conserving his strength at all. Nonsense. Luo Jin continued to move forward without even turning his head. If you don't take the initiative, I will run too slowly. What if that thing with the weapon comes to trouble me? That seems to make sense. As long as my teammates run slower than me, I'll be safe. As Hu Yu spoke, he also began to climb with all his strength, and his speed was more than twice faster than before. His agility attribute is as high as 87.6 points, so his speed is naturally much faster than Luo Jin. He climbed the stairs slowly before, just to save energy. However, he did not fully release his speed now, but limited it to be a little faster than Luo Jin. Soon, the two reached the 89th floor almost at the same time. Luo Jin climbed up without thinking, but Hu Yu stopped where he was, first holding his hand above it, waiting for the prompt box to appear. But at this moment, a sound of breaking air was heard in the distance. Hu Yu immediately turned his head, and a cold light reflected in his pupils. The convenience brought by a large amount of agility attributes allowed him to quickly turn sideways and directly avoid the arrow. At that moment, Hu Yu secretly said, "Oh no, I dodged the arrow," but according to the trajectory, the next point where the arrow would land would be Luo Jin. Hu Yu turned around hurriedly, only to find that she had stopped responding. Chapter 113, The Significance of Tossing a Coin. Luo Jin disappeared. It means disappearance in the true sense, and not the euphemism used in ancient language to express the death of a person. She must have triggered the return trip. Hu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but his furrowed brows did not relax. It wasn't because of the guy holding the crossbow in the distance, but because the crossbow arrow disappeared at the same time Luo Jin disappeared. Call out. Another sound of breaking air was heard. Hu Yu didn't even turn his head. He just closed his eyes and simulated the scene of the crossbow arrow approaching in his mind. Although the speed of the crossbow arrows is far less than that of bullets, according to the time it takes Luo Jin to climb the ladder and trigger the return trip, it is very likely that the crossbow arrow hit Luo Jin before she disappeared, and then she took it with her and disappeared on the ladder to heaven. But it's just a possibility. Damn it. Hu Yu opened his eyes slightly, and a silver light was approaching him. He was prepared this time, so he did not dodge. He just saw Hu Yu raise his right hand diagonally to the upper left and pinch it with his index and middle fingers. The arrow flashing with silver light stopped 3 centimeters in front of his chest, and just stopped like that. Weird. This kind of scene that can only appear in anime and TV suddenly appears. Not only Oda Chuji, but also those who stopped on the 60th floor were stunned. This is not something that humans can do. Hu Yu sneered, but said nothing. He just raised his eyes slightly and stared at the man not far away. A large amount of agility attributes brings Hu Yu not only physical speed, but also the transformation of the entire neural reflex system. It was under this premise, coupled with the fact that the shooting speed of the crossbow was far slower than that of the bullet and the target was much larger than the bullet, that he was able to achieve this. In fact, it is not only Hu Yu. Some professionals in the world today can catch arrows shot from wooden bows with their bare hands after a long period of training. But if the target is a bullet, I'd better go watch Kung Fu again. Oda Chuji was obviously frightened, but this did not stop him from wanting revenge. He gritted his teeth, raised the crossbow again, and shot at Hu Yu continuously. Excellent grade crossbows cannot do this. Even if an excellent crossbow can fire continuously, it still requires a short interval to coil the crossbow and prepare arrows. The epic crossbow has been improved to address this point. But a crossbow is always just a crossbow. Just like no matter how strong a child is, he can never do what an adult can do. Hu Yu snorted coldly. He turned his fingers into fists, wrapped his palms around the wooden shaft of the arrow, moved his arms slightly back, and exerted force suddenly. The arrow immediately turned into a silver light and went to find its original owner. Although the firing speed is far less than that of a bow and crossbow, but this is enough. The strength of 88.5 is even higher than the agility. Puff! The arrow pierced into the forehead, splashing a not-so-bright red flower. Oda Nakaji only had time to fire one more crossbow arrow, as the third arrow was still stuck in the crossbow, and he didn't have time to pull the trigger. His fingers trembled slightly, and he used the last bit of his strength to pull the trigger again, wanting to take someone with him. But unfortunately, as soon as the trigger was pulled, the second crossbow arrow, which was the previous one he had just fired, came back. This crossbow arrow closely followed its predecessor, providing it with a boost and directly piercing someone's head. The powerful inertia caused Oda Chuji to fall down. When he pulled the trigger, he was no longer aiming at Hu Yu, but the blue sky. Hu Yu's frown had not yet relaxed. He kept staring in the direction of Oda Chuji, watching quietly. This was the first time he sent someone away personally. It is commemorative in many ways, such as observing the death process of the survivors. Unfortunately, the imagined white light did not appear, and Oda Chuji's body just lay on the floating ladder. It was estimated that before long, he would be judged by the system as passively seeking survival and would be thrown back to his base. Huyu just looked for a while, then turned to face the 90th floor which belonged to him. Climbing the ladder may trigger return, skill book, tool, weapon. You can exclude one of the options. Eliminate weapons. He, this time, did not rule out a return trip. This is Huyu's explanation to himself. Although Luo Jin might be injured, although the culprit who caused her injury is dead, and although her injury has nothing to do with herself. But Huyu always felt a little uncomfortable, but apart from their flirting, the two of them didn't actually have any real relationship. If I rush back to see her, I always feel like I have lost. So let's eliminate the weapons first. If the return trip is triggered, then go back to see her reluctantly. If it's something else, let's talk about it later. Gulp. Shuren in the distance swallowed his saliva. He and the other two did not have weapons, so when the gods were fighting, when the gods were stepping on ants, they chose to stand aside and watch. Now that the ant had ended his own life, he witnessed for the first time the horror of Huyu. Is this something a human can do? Twice. He caught the crossbow arrows coming from the front twice. Oh, Mina dragged out her words. You said that person is not a human. Quick, hand over the crystal treasure chest and the key, or I will tell him. Shuren rolled his eyes. Before he could speak, the young man from the other side said casually, Idiot. Mina turned around, frowning and looking quite unhappy. Mr. Chun, this is a personal attack. Did I say something wrong? The young man whom Shuren called a fellow villager spoke slowly. What do you think that person wanted to do by keeping us here until now? Still want to take the crystal treasure chest? All of this is his spoils of war. It's just a matter of time before it's gone. But he's on top. Mina raised her head and looked at Huyu, who was standing still on the 89th floor. As long as we keep a certain distance, he can't kill us by force, right? So you're stupid. Chen Nua looked at Shuren beside him and said, You, Mr. Shur, you should be the hidden agent buried next to us, right? Click. Shuren's heart trembled. How did he guess that? Before he could speak, Chen Nua continued, Don't deny it. Your relationship is easy to guess. For example, two people who know each other insist on pretending not to know each other in front of us. This is a point that is very easy to see through. I am not exposing you to resist or anything. The resources, you can take them, but what? Shuren gradually calmed down. With the support of Boss Hu, he felt more confident. I think. Chen Nua turned around abruptly and bowed to Huyu's back. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Hearing the sound coming from afar, Hu Yogong's strength was diverted by 60%. Where did this funny thing come from? The wilderness is also a place where you can accept disciples. Do you want me to teach you stand-up comedy? No, get out. Huyu replied calmly with 3 words, turned around, and came to the 90th floor. For some reason, the skill book was not his first priority. That's just how it is sometimes. When you decide to make a decision by tossing a coin, it is often not the heads or tails of the coin that determine the answer, but the thoughts you have when you look at the coin. That thought is the answer you really want. So Huyu stood there, watching the orange light slowly dissipate, waiting for the system to give him an answer. Chapter 114. Drink dragon blood and climb the ladder to heaven. It's heavier again. Huyu was breathing heavily, and the huge weight pressing on him seemed to be telling him the answer to his choice. He did not trigger the return trip. However, a skill book wrapped in brown paper fell at my feet. As the saying goes, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. This return trip did not trigger the skill, but he did obtain a skill book. Epic. He hunched over, trying to reach out to pick up the skill book, but the more he pressed his body down, the greater the pressure would be. It seemed that if he went a little further, his spine would be completely broken. Xiaobai tilted his head, as if he realized something was wrong with his master. He jumped directly to the ground and handed the skill book to Huyu. Thanks. Huyu stood up with the skill book, and Xiaobai returned to his shoulder. It seemed unaffected by gravity. Huyu no longer found Xiaobai's strange behavior strange. Before he knew about the world level, he was a little surprised why an elite-level beast was more outrageous than the legendary Xiaojin. Now it seems that the answer is obvious. Xiaobai was obviously a creature from a higher plane, but as to which plane it was from, Huyu didn't know yet. Anyway, he has never seen a product similar to Xiaobai in the VIP mall. Huyu took out a bottle of mineral water from the warehouse and quickly replenished his water. Now, standing on the 90th floor is hard to breathe. If we reach the 100th floor, wouldn't it be pressed into a meat patty? Cull. Huyu took another deep breath and flipped open the skill book. Let's hurry up and go up. I feel like if I stay here for one more second, I'll have to eat a pound of meat to make up for it when I go down. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill book Kitchen Soul, Epic. Do you want to learn it? Chef Soul. Possessing the soul of cooking, you have extremely high requirements for food, and every meal you make should be a work of art. Quality additional skills. Epic. The effect of dishes cooked by yourself is plus 25%. Cooking Soul. It's a skill book related to cooking. Is there any need to consider this? Yes. The skill book disappeared instantly, and Who Use Mine now contained more detailed information about cooking. But he has no time to sort it out now. We will have to wait until we get back to the base to talk about delicious food, and the most important thing now is to get back to the base. About half a minute had passed since he arrived at the 90th floor, and the corridor leading to the 100th floor was only beginning to slowly appear. Call. Fortunately, I can still go. I still have a chance. Yu turned over and reached the 91st floor, and the weight on his body increased by about 50%. If he continues to increase at this rate, he can only reach the 98th floor at most. This is his limit. Yu gritted his teeth, and in order to save energy, he had to lift Xiaobai off his shoulders. Xiaobai, just follow me and don't climb on me. Your master, I can't hold on any longer. Xiaobai tilted his head, quite confused. However, Yu had no intention of explaining to it and continued to climb to the 92nd floor. When he reached the 92nd floor, Yu instantly collapsed on the floating ladder. The remaining strength was not enough to support his body. No. If this goes on, I will be judged as passively seeking survival. He took out his VIP notebook and said to the mall page, search for items that replenish your stamina. Searching, please wait. A total of 168,924 products were found. There are quite a lot, but I don't know if there are any that I can afford. After purchasing items for Chu Yang and Lao Yang, I still have more than 1,000 gold coins left. After all, according to the currency of the E-level world, it is only 10 gold coins. I really don't know if I can buy good things. Yu looked at the first item. F. Blood of Red Dragon. Epic red dragons are the most violent of all dragons. Drinking their blood can stimulate the potential of the body. Note, dragon blood is delicious, but don't drink too much. Price, 20 gold coins /L. What is professionalism? This is fucking professionalism. Xiaoxing, your husband misunderstood you. I thought you were jealous, but I didn't expect you still love me. Yu used the little strength he had left to stand up, opened the warehouse, took out the dragon blood sword, cut off a small piece of dragon meat, and then inserted it on the blade and hung it on a glass. The golden dragon blood flowed into the cup, filling almost 70% of the cup. He put the blood-drained piece of meat back into the warehouse and reached out to pick up the glass in front of him. Hope it helps. But before drinking, let's use our great identification skills to check it out. After being destroyed by the system so many times, Yu didn't believe that the last note of the red dragon's blood was aimless. Bite. Advanced appraisal. Red dragon blood. Legend: the blood of the red dragon lord's legitimate son contains a trace of the sacred dragon's bloodline, and its effect is 5 times that of ordinary dragon blood. Warning. Each person may consume no more than 500 milliliters per day. Otherwise, uncontrollable mutations may occur. Tip. Drink with ice cubes from the top of the snow mountain for a better experience. Note, dragon blood is delicious, but don't drink too much. This was the first time Yu used advanced identification after his intelligence was greatly improved. In addition to the original description, there are actually more warnings and tips, but the notes remain unchanged. I guess if he appraises the cabin again now, he should be able to develop its blueprints. But 500 milliliters. Yu stared at the cup in front of him, filled with golden liquid. This cup was about 500 milliliters, and it was only about 70% full. That is 350 milliliters at most. So if I drink it in one gulp, it should be fine, right? Yu let out a long sigh, lifted Xiaobai onto his shoulders again, turned around, and said earnestly, Xiaobai, you better hold on tight later. Xiaobai was stunned at first, then nodded quickly. This guy is probably going crazy. Yu closed his eyes, drank the dragon blood in his hand, casually stuffed the glass into the warehouse, and felt the changes in his body. The dragon's blood slid down my throat. It was not as hard to swallow as I had imagined. In fact, apart from a faint fishy smell, there was no other taste. If he hadn't killed the dragon himself and released the dragon's blood, which had also gone through an advanced identification, he would have almost thought that he had drunk fake dragon blood. Don't those movies and TV shows say that dragon blood burns the stomach? Burn a tortoise. However, the next second when the dragon blood fell into his stomach, Yu knew he was wrong. A tingling sensation exploded at the back of my head and spread throughout my body with my heartbeat, as if countless ants were crawling on my blood vessels. That gravity, seem to have disappeared. It's not the stomach that's burning, it's the whole body. But right now, this time, Puyu did not climb the stairs, but jumped up directly. This action is dangerous, especially on a floating ladder with no guardrails around it. But it is the fastest option. As the saying goes, the first push is good, the second is weaker, and the third is exhausted. He planned to reach the 100th floor in one go, and as for what happens after that, they'll talk about it when they get there. In a blink of an eye, the 99th floor was already under Huyu's feet. Huyu took a breath and stood up straight. Not only did he not reach out to touch the 100th step, but his eyes were full of panic. Because on the 100th floor, there is no staircase at all. Huyu subconsciously looked down at his feet. He wanted to use his old tricks to break the stairs under his feet. But he soon discovered something was wrong. This is a corridor. It's not a floating ladder. It can't be smashed open. Chapter 115 Two Systems? Call. Huyu was breathing heavily, and the feeling of fatigue surged into his heart again. He looked at the empty 100th floor in front of him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't panicked at all. Calm. Be sure to calm down first. Maybe this 100th floor is just like the previous corridor, and it will take some time to get out? Yes. It must be like this. Bang. Huyu couldn't support himself with one leg and half knelt on the 99th floor. It seems that the effect of the dragon blood has begun to wear off. If I don't leave before the 100th floor, I will probably have only two outcomes. Either you get crushed into a meat patty, or you get smashed into a meat patty. Oh, I'm so hungry. I'm still thinking about meat pie. Huyu smiled bitterly, and his right leg began to tremble on the ground. He was about to reach his limit. Xiaobai anxiously jumped off his shoulder and stood in front of him, calling out anxiously. Unfortunately, Huyu had not yet mastered the animal language, and he could not understand what Xiaobai was saying at all. But judging from her actions, she seems to be concerned about him. Well, Huyu raised his hand with great effort and rubbed the little guy's head. I'm sorry for making you suffer. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and brought you up here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. Before he could finish his words, a dazzling golden light appeared. This is... Huyu immediately looked up and saw a pure gold floating ladder appear in front of him. Floating ladder. It seems that God will not abandon me. Huyu sighed and was about to stand up and move forward, but what happened next disappointed him again. On the pure gold staircase on the 100th floor, there was no ball of light, only a token of unknown material hanging above. It's more like in the air than above. The straight line distance between the token and the stairs is more than 2 meters. Even if Huyu, who is 1.8 meters tall, stands on it, he has to raise his hand to reach it. Could it be that this is the ultimate reward for climbing the ladder to heaven? Let's try to see if we can trigger the option first. According to the previously ruled out options, there might be no way to trigger the option on the 100th floor, but he still wanted to try. The hand hanging above Xiaobai's head slowly raised up and touched the golden light. 1 second, 2 seconds. A full 5 seconds passed, and the prompt box still did not appear. It seems that I guessed right. If the situation is as he thought, as long as there are stairs above the 100th floor, he must go up 10 more floors to trigger the return trip. But does he have the strength to go up 10 more floors? The answer to this question is obvious. But there is no other way now. Burn your boats and cross the river. If you don't succeed, you will die. If you can't go back to the 99th floor, then you have to go to the 100th floor. This is the only answer. Let's do it. Huyu gritted his teeth, picked up Xiaobai, and put him on his shoulder. He used the little strength he had left to prop himself up and climbed up to the 100th floor. The exponentially increasing pressure instantly fell on the whole body, and the effect of the dragon blood disappeared at the same time. Click! Huyu collapsed on the spot and heard a crisp sound in his ear. It seemed to be the sound of bones breaking. He was completely exhausted now. But at this moment, a system prompt popped up. Bite! Congratulations to the host for becoming the first player to successfully climb the 100th floor of the ladder. Tip: you now have 2 choices. 1. Start the return journey, and you will return to the base with honor and rewards. 2. At this point, Huyu should have chosen the first option directly. However, as he was used to answering multiple choice questions, he naturally had to look at all the options before making a decision, even though he could hardly hold on any longer. But the font displayed by the system suddenly stopped. Huyu blinked his eyes to make sure he was not dazzled, and then waited quietly. Soon another prompt box popped up. Do you want to ask if the player has chosen the first option? If no choice is made, it will be automatically confirmed in 5 seconds. There's something strange. Huyu looked clearly at the prompt box in front of him. The second option had not yet appeared, but the system actually began to actively ask him whether to choose the first option. You're insulting the panda's intelligence by exposing this flaw in front of Xiaobai. What about me? No. He is a stubborn person, Otherwise, he would not have been so concerned about what ethnic group the naked folk dance belonged to. Now, the system is obviously trying to hide something. There is no reason for him not to explore. Confirm selection, no? A prompt box flashed by, and all the prompt boxes in front of Huyu disappeared instantly, including the previous one that gave a hint. What is this? At least you can reveal the second choice. However, this further proves that the system is hiding something. Huyu slowly raised his head and looked at the token about 2 meters away from him. If he guessed correctly, the hidden hint in the system should be related to this token. If only. Bite. A prompt box suddenly appeared, interrupting Huyu's thoughts. Hint. 2. The survivors will be automatically transferred to the base after obtaining the ascension order. The second option is out. The only difference from the first option is the token. It seems that I was right. As long as I get the token, I can still return to the base. But Huyu was the first player to do business with the system, and also the player who did the most business with the system. During these 5 days, he discovered something. The system's name for players will change. Sometimes they are called hosts, sometimes they are players, and sometimes they are survivors. In some specific environments, such as granting administrator privileges, prompting beast attacks, and starting night walks, the survivor is used. In notifications, announcements, and other situations, the player or host is used. Especially now, before the prompts appeared, the system used the player, but after the first batch of prompts disappeared, the second prompt given by the system used survivor. A creepy thought came to Huyu's mind. Could it be that there are 2 systems? Never mind. Even if there are 2 systems, it's not something I can consider when my life is at stake. Let's first think of a way to get that ascension order down. Something that is deliberately concealed by another system cannot be simple no matter how you think about it. So here comes the question. Huyu turned over and faced the token in the air. Now I can't even stand up. How can I reach the 2-meter-high token? Xiaobai suddenly came close to his face, covered his stomach with his 2 paws, looking very aggrieved. My goodness, I'm hungry too, but... Huyu smiled bitterly and pursed his lips towards the token above. Here, look at that thing up there. Only after I get it can we go downstairs to eat. Xiaobai tilted his head and pointed at the token in the air. Yes, that's it. Before he could finish his words, Huyu was stunned. Xiaobai suddenly raised his head and jumped into the air with ease. Chapter 116 Return. Divide the spoils. It held the token in its arms with its 2 paws and landed steadily on the spot, as if nothing had happened. The token was thrown into Huyu's arms, as if it was a trivial thing. Xiaobai is about 60 centimeters tall now, and the height of the token is more than 2 meters, so if we calculate it as 2 meters, Xiaobai jumped 3.5 times its body length. What is the concept? Can you imagine a human being jumping more than 6 meters in the air without the help of any tools? Huyu now looked at Xiaobai as if he was looking at a monster. A cute little animal. Xiaobai moved closer to Huyu's cheek again, pushing him with his 2 little paws, as if urging him to get down quickly. Okay, got it. Huyu knew that Xiaobai's life experience was not simple, but he quickly put the matter behind him and picked up the ascension order in his hand and placed it in front of him. After all, now is not the time to worry about this. Since there is no automatic return after obtaining the token, the key point of return lies in the system itself. Bite. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the Ascension Order legendary item. Triggering return. Please wait. The D-level Beast Raid has ended. The system will distribute rewards based on the ranking on the Beast Raid scoreboard. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first on the Beast Raid scoreboard. He will receive 1 gold treasure chest and 1 gold key. Huyu was stunned. Before he could react, he saw a white light exploding before his eyes. He closed his eyes subconsciously, and when he opened them again, the gravity on his body had disappeared, and he was back in front of his base. Is this coming back? Really back? Huyu confirmed it and looked down at the token in his palm. D. Ascension Order legendary item. It is indeed a legendary item from the D-class world. However, just like the silence, all information except the name has been hidden. Huyu didn't hesitate and used a powerful identification spell directly. Advanced appraisal, intelligence. Yes, as expected. Forget it. Let's put it in the warehouse and let it gather dust. Huyu's mind moved, and a prompt popped up immediately. Bite. This item cannot be placed in the warehouse. Please carry it with you. Can't place a warehouse. Huyu frowned. For some reason, he smelled a conspiracy. But none of this matters anymore. The most important thing now is he's back. Huyu turned his head to the left and cleared his throat. Ahem. Luo Jin, are you okay? The low voice echoed in the cave, and he quietly waited for the echo. But 10 seconds passed, and there was still no sound from the other side. A bad thought came to his mind. And who you spoke again? Luo Jin? Stop playing around. At least say something back. Echo, or only echo. Click. Who you clenched his right fist, making a crisp bone sound. He did not speak again this time. Instead, he picked up the legendary dragon tooth and walked slowly to the left side of his cave. Start digging. Xiaohong. Who you suppressed his trembling voice and shouted to Xiao Hong in the wooden villa. Help Xiao Bai and me prepare lunch, as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. In 10 minutes, you will have a delicious lunch. He had no intention of preparing lunch now. He only wanted to dig open this damn wall. An excellent copper hoe cannot dig it open, but a legendary dragon's tooth can. As soon as the sharp teeth pushed down, a layer of dust visible to the naked eye appeared on the wall of the hole. Digging started. As long as we follow this process, it won't take more than half an hour to dig through this damn wall. 5 minutes later, Hu Yu's hands were numb and his palms were red from being rubbed, but at this moment, a slightly tired voice sounded, as if it had just woken up. Why do I feel like someone is digging at the wall of my house? Could it be that that guy is back? This sound is Luo Jin. Hu Yu stayed where he was, and the hand holding Long Yi stopped unconsciously. Oh, you are not dead? Is it really you? Luo Jin stretched out his body in the cabin and said, even if you win the bet, you can't curse someone to death, right? No, that's not what I meant. Hu Yu put the dragon tooth back into the warehouse, collapsed on the ground, and leaned his back against the pit he had dug. It's good that you're not dead. It's good that you're not dead. Tired, really tired. He had just come down from climbing the ladder, and his body had not yet recovered to its best condition, but he was forced to carry out high-intensity poaching activities, and that was without even having lunch. He had been holding on with a single breath, but now that he knew Luo Jin was not dead, that breath naturally dissipated. I'm not dead, but shouldn't you give me an explanation? Luo Jin's angry voice came from the other side. Tell me, what is your intention in digging the cave wall? Dig the cave wall secretly? Do you have evidence to accuse me? Hu Yu pretended to be confused even though he knew the truth. He knew what Luo Jin meant, but he would never admit it. Oh, you don't admit it? I just heard the sound of soil sliding. I was building a small building, but I didn't expect you to find it. Don't be ridiculous. You must give me an explanation today. I want 60% of all the spoils. Waiting here. Hu Yu picked his ears and simply sat there waiting for Xiao Hong to bring him lunch. What trophies? Do we have any common trophies? Oh, Luo Jin snorted coldly. It doesn't matter if you don't give me the spoils, then I will. Don't. Everything can be discussed. Hu Yu said hurriedly. There are a lot of spoils, but the only one of real quality is the dragon egg. Apart from that, the best things are just 3 gold treasure chests. As for the other silver, brass, what can you get from those things? Then let's talk. Luo Jin shot over as soon as he sent a trade request. If possible, she didn't want the dragon egg, but the treasure chests and the resources that had been confirmed. Not for anything else, mainly. There's not enough food. It's enough for me and the white-feathered golden falcon to eat. If I had a dragon, I'm afraid I really can't afford it. Hu Yu accepted the trade request, and Luo Jin placed the dragon egg on the trade column without hesitation, as if he really intended to give it to him. The price of this item in the mall is 50,000 gold coins. Scarcity makes things valuable. Let's round it up to a whole number and calculate it as 100,000 gold coins. Is that okay? Luo Jin asked. Round up. I see you are quite good at bargaining. Come and learn how to chop trees for me. How can you round up like that? Why don't you just say round up? Can. Hu Yu slapped a blueprint of a wooden house on it. Judging from the fact that her warehouse was not full just now, she should be in urgent need of it now. Then this one is discounted by 5,000. Silver coins, Luo Jin asked tentatively. Come on, sell me one for 50 gold coins. You're asking a ridiculous price. Hey, be careful with what you say. Don't make me sue you for defamation. You. Luo Jin was silent for a while, then spoke again. Okay, dragon egg package price. All the treasure chests below the crystal treasure chest belong to me, and the building blueprints belong to me. The rest is yours. Hu Yu pondered for a while, then took out all the treasure chests, except for Shi-An's resources. The treasure chests below the gold ones belong to you. I only want one building blueprint, and all the remaining materials also belong to you. Treasure chests were lined up on the ground, and each treasure chest had a corresponding key inserted in it. He stood up and touched them one by one, and rows of prompt boxes popped up in front of him. He excluded those with treasure chest traps and put the ones with 2 treasure chest traps into another warehouse, and then took out a treasure chest of the same level. He didn't want such an interesting person to die. Even if she can't be my girlfriend, it's good to have an interesting rival. Anyway, there is no limit on the number of times you can exclude options, so just think of it as one good deed a day. Oh no, it's already more than 40 good deeds. 1. Luo Jin's voice sounded, and he began to search for the architectural drawings he had, wanting to see if the drawings were with him. What do you want? Yunlong Rockery. Pu uttered 4 words, with a smile on his face. It's just a sophisticated architectural blueprint. Hearing the name, Luo Jin also fell into deep thought. There were only 3 gold treasure chests harvested this time, but there were 18 silver treasure chests and as many as 24 bronze treasure chests. Taking into account other architectural drawings and materials, not to mention the value of the dragon egg, it almost makes up for the value of this dragon egg. Luo Jin finally agreed, but added, what does this smell like? Chapter 117, on the hatching method of dragon eggs. A scent of meat seeped into the cracks in the soil and went straight into the back of Luo Jin's head, causing her to ask subconsciously, "Oh." But you also looked forward following the scent and found Xiao Hong walking over with a plate in her hand. He smiled deliberately and said, "That's the lunch my maid made for me. Do you want to come over and have some?" Maid. Luo Jin quickly discovered the bright spot. This is the wilderness. Where did you get the maid? What? People are not allowed to have maids in the wilderness. Puyu stood up and took one of the plates. Xiao Hong, say hello to our neighbors. Yes, master. Xiao Hong responded and actually bowed to the cave wall. Hello, I am the master's maid Xiao Hong. Nice to meet you. Robot. Luo Jin easily distinguished it based on Xiao Hong's words, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. You have a gun and a robot maid. Could it be that you are the one who dragged us into this place? Sir GM Game Master. This sentence may be said as a joke, but it is actually a test. Judging from Huyu's current performance, this situation is not impossible. After all, everyone is now surviving, and he should be said to be on vacation. What makes you think that? Huyu asked back, if I had this ability, would I need to climb the ladder to heaven with you? You won't even get to taste the exhaust gas. What did you mean? Let's do the deal now. I have to eat lunch. Give me a share of your lunch. I'll trade it right away. Luo Jin blurted out without even thinking. When she just came back, she encountered a beast attack. She was exhausted after dealing with it. She was then awakened by the sound of Huyu poaching her employees and had no time to eat lunch. That's not. Then I'll go back to sleep. Before Huyu could finish his words, the other party canceled the transaction directly, showing a desperate momentum. Hey, I just want a bargain. You're being unreasonable by smashing the plate, right? The other party did not answer, as if he had been blacklisted. Okay, can't I just give you one? Huyu had no choice but to compromise, and opened the trading interface again, put the plate in his hand on it, and put all the items he promised before. Okay, can we trade now? What can you do? Who told your father to spoil you? Transaction successful. Congratulations on getting the dragon egg, 1 gold treasure box, 1 gold key. There were still 2 sets of gold treasure chests on Huyu's side, so Luo Jin only traded for 1 set. He put Shiran's resources aside, planning to give them to him after this guy comes back. If he doesn't come back, then he will have no choice but to accept them with a smile. Well, during the Qiming festival, the worst that can happen is that I can send him 2 bouquets of flowers as a commemoration. Xiao Hong. He looked at her with a wry smile. Please make me another lunch, a little more. Yes, master. Xiao Hong turned and walked towards the wooden villa without any complaints. That's right. Pu took out the dragon egg and tried to hatch it, but suddenly he remembered something. Where's Xiao Bai's lunch? Have you prepared it? Master, it has eaten and gone to sleep. Well, go ahead. Pu replied calmly. I was able to come back this time thanks to that guy, otherwise I might have died. But the risks and rewards are always proportional. After climbing the ladder, Pu obtained 2 complete perfect level building blueprints, an epic level skill book, an excellent level skill book, 4 sets of gold treasure chests, 1 set of crystal treasure chests, and a dragon egg. There are also various food resources. However, Pu did not take those things seriously. The only things that were truly valuable were those he had just mentioned. He took out the dragon egg from the warehouse, and a prompt box immediately popped up in front of him. Suspected dragon egg, an egg that looks like a dragon egg. The temperature is relatively cool, and it is unknown whether anything can be hatched out of it. Note, if you plan to incubate the eggs yourself, I suggest you prepare a spare sheet first. Otherwise, it would be bad if you crush the eggs and people misunderstand you. Just looking at it this way, you can't see anything. But you directly used a great identification spell. This skill is not very effective for products from higher planes, but it is quite useful for products from this plane. Before you could use his skills, a scent of meat wafted over from the other side. Cluck. My stomach growled. Hello. Huyu was a little dissatisfied. Can't you take it farther away to eat? Believe it or not, I will barbecue it for you tonight. Bulyalu, if you have the guts, come and bite me. Luo Jin was on the opposite side, not afraid at all. She lifted the silver lid, exposing the food inside to the air, and her mouth was filled with saliva. A 30-centimeter tall pagoda stands in the middle of the plate, and there are 9 hibiscus around the pagoda, and there are 10 scallops standing on the pagoda and the hibiscus. This is pagoda meat and hibiscus meat slices. The moment the lid was opened, caramel-colored juice slid down from the top of the scallops, as if some mechanism was triggered. The gravy poured over the pagoda and hibiscus, while the scallops fell to the innermost end of the pagoda and hibiscus. It seems that you have to eat all the dragon meat outside before you can enjoy the deliciousness of the scallops inside. Gulp. Just thinking about it, you can imagine how delicious those 10 scallops would be. Luo Jin couldn't help it and started eating. Puyu, who was standing next to him, had no choice but to swallow his saliva and walk away holding the dragon egg. If I can't afford to offend you, can I just hide away from you? Ever since he acquired the epic skill, Cooking Soul, his 5 senses have been greatly enhanced. Judging from the smell and the weight of the plate just now, Xiaohong must have made lotus meat slices and pagoda meat this time. And judging from the sweet aroma in the meat, she probably made some innovations. Well, it should be scallops. Cluck. My stomach is rumbling again. Puyu shook his head, throwing away all the imaginations of delicious food in his mind, and looked at the dragon eggs first. Bite. Advanced appraisal. Immature dragon egg. A dragon egg that was successfully fertilized but did not receive inheritance. Warning. Dragon eggs that have not experienced bloodline inheritance cannot be hatched, so it is recommended to eat them as soon as possible. Tip. Bloodline inheritance needs to be watered with the blood of a living dragon. The higher the grade of the living dragon, the easier it is to inherit successfully, and the grade of the dragonborn will also be higher. Living dragon blood? Since it is stipulated that it must be a living dragon, the red dragon in the warehouse should not be used. Puyu frowned and did not cook the dragon egg. After all, he had faced the dragon clan once in person. As long as he didn't meet the lord of the red dragon, would it be difficult to catch another living dragon? No. That's right. Speaking of the dragon clan, Puyu suddenly remembered that a D-level beast attack had occurred not long ago, so he walked into the house. Xiaohong, how did you deal with the beast attack just now? Master, it's already in the pot. In the pot? Did you cook something? Puyu was puzzled. He smelled some fragrance and guessed that she was cooking something, but he couldn't tell what it was exactly. Some of it looks like dragon meat, but there are some differences. The moment he arrived in front of the kitchen, the mysterious ingredient appeared in front of him. Xiaohong, what have you done? Chapter 1:18 Warning. Those who have not eaten should be careful. The milky white soup was boiling in the pot, and a piece of green dragon skull was floating in the soup. Judging from the maturity of the skin and flesh, the skull should have been stewed not long ago. In other words, Xiaohong killed a green dragon with her own hands. In other words, the D-level beast attack was facing a green dragon. I wonder if the remaining survivors are okay? A green dragon doesn't swallow food whole, does it? If it does, will its stomach still be warm? No, these are not the point. Puyu shook his head and stared at the green dragon skull soup in the pot. The point is, if this green dragon is not dead, then doesn't it meet the requirement of being a living dragon? As long as it is not at the epic level, you can have a dragon pet by using the dragon reins. Dragon pet. If you don't like the color, you can add the green dragon's blood to the dragon egg. Then you can experience the feeling of raising a dragon with your own hands. Isn't this more delicious than having a pot of tap soup? Organizing the logs. Xiaohong turned around silently, and after a while of loading, she replied, I've sorted it out. Here's what Xiaohong did today. A translucent virtual screen was projected in front of Xiaohong, displaying everything she had done today. I woke up at 6 in the morning to prepare Wellington dragon steak, and experienced a D-level beast attack at noon. Then I chopped off the head of the blind green lizard and used it to make soup to replenish my master's body at night. Yes, that's exactly what the event list said, but you didn't change it at all, including no eyes and big lizard. Especially when he saw the words replenishing the body, who you couldn't get angry anymore. After all, it's already cooked, how can it still fly? It's better to just drink the soup in peace. Who you had no choice but to walk to the 8 immortal table, sit on the wooden stool, and pick up Xiaobai, who fell asleep after dinner, and knead him in his arms. You continue to cook. I'm fine. Yes, master. Xiaohong turned around and continued what she was doing. Lunch will be ready in 5 minutes. Please wait. Logically speaking, dishes like pagoda meat and hibiscus meat slices take a very long time to prepare, and it is impossible to serve them on the table in a short time, especially when the main ingredient is dragon meat. But the cook is a robot. It is normal to pull out more than 20 gun barrels. But is it too much to have 20 hands when cooking? Of course, this is just an adjective. When Xiaohong was cooking, she also only used 2 hands. but her speed was far beyond the reach of human hands. 5 minutes passed quickly. When Hu Yu smelled the first hint of meat, Xiao Hong had already started to serve the food, and in a blink of an eye she came to him with the plate. The dinner plate was placed on the 8 immortals table, and Xiao Hong opened the lid with her own hands. 9 beauties compete for the top prize. Please taste it, master. Hu Yu stared at the plate in front of him, as if he saw a ray of golden light. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. In order to better control his own attributes, before feasting on the food, Hu Yu habitually sent out identification spells to Juyin Jinquai. Bite. Advanced appraisal. 9 beauties competing for the champion. Legend: a top-notch delicacy cooked with a legendary red dragon tail. The soup base is made from colorful scale fish soup, which is then cooked together with bear paws. The dragon tail and bear paws are then sliced into slices about 0.1 centimeters thick and overlapped to form a pagoda and 9 lotus flowers respectively. Then pour the abalone sauce made from black abalone on top, garnish with 10 scallops, and finally finish with 10 drops of fresh dragon's blood. This simple dish that combines the 3 fresh ingredients of land, sea, and air is ready. Tip: taste the hibiscus and pagoda first, and the scallops will fully absorb the dragon blood and gravy, and taste extremely delicious. Warning: because the host has eaten legendary dishes made with the same main ingredients, the effect is minus 75%. Note: it's such a simple dish, can't you learn how to make it by watching it once? After consumption, strength plus 39, agility plus 39, intelligence plus 39, only effective for the first consumption. Gulp. Hu Yu looked at the system's description of the 9 beauties competing for the title and drooled unconsciously. He reached out and picked up a petal of a hibiscus with chopsticks. The transparent slices of meat, like cicada wings, drooped on the chopsticks, one after another, and it was impossible to tell which piece was dragon meat and which piece was bear paw. Eat. When faced with this kind of delicacy, it doesn't matter what attributes it has. Hu Yu stuffed the piece of meat between his lips and teeth and slurped it directly into his mouth. The entire hibiscus flower went in, and the fresh fragrance filled his throat and went straight to the back of his head. At the same time, the scallop known as the essence also fell onto the plate. The originally pure white scallop meat had been dyed golden by the gravy, with a hint of crimson dotted on it. This should be the change brought about by dragon blood. Hu Yu chewed and swallowed the meat slice, then picked up the scallop. When the scallops fell into the mouth, the meat aroma that had just disappeared was instantly enhanced, and mixed with the sweet aroma of the shellfish meat, it increased several times, and the whole person seemed to be wrapped in a pool of wine and a forest of meat. After taking a bite of the clam meat, Hu Yu felt like he was sublimated. Cooked rice. This plate of 9 beauties is quite large. Even though it is just hibiscus wrapped in 0.1 centimeter slices of meat, there are a total of 108 leaves. The weight of pure meat alone is over 5 kilograms, but it was only enough to fill Hu Yu's stomach. Belch. Hu Yu burped symbolically and collapsed on the ground with Xiao Bai. Xiao Hong, you are such a devil. If you continue to feed us like this, Xiao Bai and I will definitely get fatty liver. If you want to change the menu, you can choose the vegetarian nutrition system. Xiao Hong answered respectfully. No. Hu Yu refused without hesitation. Vegetarianism and the like. Let's talk about it after I really gain weight. By the way, you used colorful fish soup and abalone juice. What about the colorful fish and other ingredients? Master, the leftovers are used for other cooking and fed to Xiao Bai. Hu Yu was stunned. Leftovers? The fish you buy for 1 gold coin each are just leftovers. But it's really delicious, and it's not wasted anyway. So just consider it as paying for the food. I'm full, and the soup for dinner is cooking in the kitchen. So, take a nap? I guess Sanyang Hot Spring will be ready by the time I wake up. I can have afternoon tea there. It will be so nice. But, before going to bed, let's see how many people are left. Hu Yu looked at the chat interface he hadn't seen for a long time. Before he could open his mouth, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Bite. Since there are no more than 10 people left in this area, they will be forcibly moved to a nearby area after 12 o'clock. Can the area be temporarily relocated? What does no more than 10 people mean? Could it be that only 10 people are left? Climbing the ladder plus E-level beast attack. This is not impossible. 12 o'clock. Hu Yu took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It was exactly 11:59. It took him more than 3 hours to climb the ladder, and about 20 minutes to eat, which was about the same time. However, the climb to the heavenly ladder had already ended, which meant that there were actually only 10 people left in the area he was managing. But the system had to move the base at 12 o'clock, but it was only announced now. It's hard not to imagine if there's some conspiracy. Before Hu Yu could figure it out, a white light flashed outside the window. When the white light disappeared, The scene outside the house changed from one cave to another cave. It's still a cave, and even the size is about the same. Could it be that the nearby area the system was talking about was fight? Regional reorganization is complete. Player who you will serve as the new regional administrator. Area, Green Dragon Lair. Regional rating A. Administrator, who you. Administrator authority, E 4/5. Number of people, 21. Manageable system, chat interface, take photos, send pictures. This is a level area. Who Yu's pupil shrank and his throat rolled involuntarily. This exaggerated area level was not what surprised him the most. What surprised him the most was the number of people below. 21. There were less than 10 people in my original area, so I moved to this area. However, after the merger, there were only 21 people in the two areas. This area is definitely not safe. Fight. Warning. The Dragon Slayer effect has been triggered. You have attracted the attention of the dragon. Hint. The dragon level you will face next time is mythical. Click. Hu Yu's heart trembled, and the figure of the mountain shadow appeared in his mind. Isn't this a coincidence? Maybe the dragon paying attention to me is just an ordinary dragon? It's not easy to meet a mythical dragon. Wait. Could it be that the huge cave I saw on the ladder is the lair of the Green Dragon Lord? If we look at the size alone, this is very likely. Chapter 119 is ahead of schedule. Area transfer. Hu Yu panicked. If it was a dragon of any other level, he would dare to fight even if it was a legendary one. But myth. The oppressive feeling brought by a creature as big as a mountain just standing in front of you is enough to make you breathless. What does he use to fight? Is it because the head is harder, or because there is someone to help clean up the ashes? Hu Yu? Is that the Hu Yu on the Dragon Slayer ranking? A message popped up on the chat interface, and then many people began to speak in it. It's him. It's definitely him. We are saved. Boss Hu, I want to learn how to slay a dragon, etc. Hu Yu interrupted them and said, what are you talking about? Where is the dragon? Although the area was labeled Green Dragon's Lair, looking around, there wasn't even a single subspecies of dragon, let alone a dragon of the same species. As soon as the question came out, the chat interface suddenly became chaotic. Even though there are only 20 people in the same area, the level of chaos is no less than pulling 999 WeChat merchants into the same group to raise goo. Stop. Be quiet. Hu Yu interrupted them forcefully. Who was your previous administrator? Ask him to come out and tell me. The chat interface suddenly became quiet, and a person named Su Yun sent a message. It's me, Su Yun. To put it simply, when the beast attack started, we were attacked by a perfect level green dragon. The death toll exceeded 80 people. 2 people killed the dragon and 10 people avoided it. According to statistics, the attack method is the same. The dragons came out from underground, and we had no time to defend ourselves. It is convenient to talk to smart people. They can explain what I want to know in just a few words. But the name Su Yun sounds familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere. I see. Hu Yu replied, and continued. But the beast attack is over. Why are you still so nervous? Because it's night travel. Su Yun. The system gave us a notice that high-level dragons will definitely descend again during the night walk. So, click. Hu Yu's heart trembled. Travel at night. The last time the Red Dragon Lord appeared was also at night. Could it be that this time? Shuren. Boss Hu last time. I see. Hu Yu interrupted Shuren. So far, they were the only 2 who knew the information about the Red Dragon Lord. In order to prevent other survivors from being too nervous, it is better to keep this news secret for now. He immediately sent a trade request to Shuren. Shuren, I will trade your resources to you. Okay. Shuren thought that he would never get his resources back, but when he opened the trading interface, he found that in addition to all his own resources of excellent grade and above, there was also 2 kilograms of red dragon meat. Boss Hu, this red dragon. For you. Hu Yu interrupted him. He didn't want to waste time now. Take it, don't talk nonsense about the Lord of the Red Dragon. Okay. I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Shuren clicked confirm and regarded the extra pound of red dragon meat as his hush money. That's good to know. The transaction was successful. Hu Yu looked at the sky with a frown in silence. According to Su Yun, traveling at night will inevitably trigger an attack from higher-level dragons, so the probability of the Green Dragon Lord appearing is higher than he expected. With his current strength, he is simply unable to deal with this kind of bug creature. Unless an idea appeared in Hu Yu's mind, but it only flashed through his mind, and he rejected it. No. This method must not be used until the last resort. He threw out the thoughts in his mind and forced a smile towards the chat interface. Okay, you don't have to worry too much. Aren't they just a group of dragons? I've killed legendary dragons before, so why should I be afraid of those big lizards? Rest easy. A bunch of flattering remarks popped up in the chat interface like mushrooms after rain. Huyu didn't even look at them and directly moved his eyes to the left. Luo Jin, are you still there? There was no sound coming from the left side, so I guess they dispersed when they moved to another area. Yes, the probability of being neighbors twice in a row is too small. Night travel. There are still about 8 hours before the night march, and Huyu has already come up with 2 general ideas on how to deal with the mythical dragon within this time. He ruled out the first one, so only the second one is left. Nirvana. As long as you turn on the killing mode of this black sniper, you might be able to compete with the Green Dragon Lord. Try it. I tried voice control last time, but I haven't actually launched it yet. It's a good time to experiment. Hey, let me confirm again. There's no one on the left, right? Huyu took Jaime out of the warehouse, aimed at the left wall of the cave, and waited quietly for a while. 3 seconds passed, and there was still no sound from the left. It seems that there is really no one, and even if there is, it can't be blamed on me. Start killing mode. Huyu muttered something in a low voice, put the butt of the gun against his shoulder, and pulled the trigger with his index finger. Call out. Another sound as light as a mosquito's buzz was heard, and Huyu thought it had failed, but the next moment, a light blue beam of light instantly emerged from the barrel of the gun and stabbed fiercely at the whole wall where he had just aimed. The whole wall that could only be grinded by the legendary dragon's fang was instantly pierced with a hole. This is actually a laser gun. Judging from the hole, the wall of the cave is more than 2 meters thick, but it was pierced through so easily. Huyu stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the cave in front of him. The power of silence was obviously beyond his imagination. No, to be precise, it was beyond his cognition. The laser penetrated the cave wall, and the soil and rocks in the cave wall were directly annihilated by the laser. It disappeared without even a sound, leaving only wisps of white smoke. If this gun lands on the Red Dragon Lord, an arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the night was safe. Lord of the Green Dragon, even if I give you 2 legs, you will die tonight. Well, you don't need to use your legs to shoot anyway. Can't you just move your fingers? Just imagine that in the future, the legend will be told in the martial arts world that Boss Huyohu can reduce a mythical dragon to ashes in the blink of an eye. This feeling can be summed up in one word. It feels so good. Sleep. Huyu put Jaime into the warehouse and returned to the wooden villa to prepare for the plan before the regional transfer. Take a nap first, soak in the hot springs after waking up, and have a set of afternoon tea. Add another hunt in the evening, and a beautiful day will be over. But he was so focused on the hole in the cave wall that he overlooked a point that was not easy to notice. A string of time appeared on the left side of Jaime's gun. 12 hours, 11:59:59. Xiaobai, come up and be my pillow. Huyu walked through the wooden door, picked up Xiaobai in his arms, and went upstairs. This guy is quite annoying when waking people up, but he is great when you hold him while sleeping. A warm and soft pillow is not something that everyone can have. Woo-woo, Xiaobai protested in Huyu's arms, but still couldn't break free from his clutches, so he had to let him carry him to the second floor. Nap time passed in a flash, and this time Huyu was not woken up by Xiaobai's licking, nor was he woken up by the system's ding. What awakened him this time was the smell of sulfur, a smell that only belongs to hot springs. Huyu opened his eyes and couldn't wait to run to the window holding Xiaobai. A pool of clear hot spring stands not far from the villa. Countless oval-shaped white jades are dotted on the edge and bottom of the pool. The light of water and the light of gems merge into one, making it impossible for people to look away. Kanda. Huyu's gaze was indeed directed elsewhere. To be precise, it should have been moved to the center of the hot spring. There was actually a dragon floating on the water. A dragon from the Celestial Empire legend. Chapter 120. Hot Springs, Murder, and Afternoon Tea. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully constructing a perfect level building, Sanyong Hot Spring, building score plus 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden condition of Sanyong Hot Spring, Dragon Vein. Sanyong Hot Spring has been upgraded to Dragon Sanyong Hot Spring. Dragon Sanyong Hot Spring, semi-epic 3 yangs composed of the same original creatures, but the grade will be automatically upgraded after the conditions are met. Next upgrade, you need to add dragon-related items such as Jiaoyang, Liang, and Haoyang, and the main building must reach epic or above. Hiss. Huyu took a breath of cold air. It is actually possible to achieve automatic upgrades by replenishing items. This is too abnormal. You have to know how hard it is to get a high-quality architectural blueprint. Not to mention the main building. Even an epic secondary building blueprint requires opening countless crystal treasure chests to come across it. What's more, after drawing up the blueprints, you still need to get the materials for construction. And now Sanyong Hot Spring only needs to meet a few requirements to achieve automatic upgrade. If this isn't winning the jackpot, then what is? Pu wanted to jump out of the window and swim in the hot spring, but thinking that he only had one set of clothes, he decided to give up. See you, bye. Let's go take a bath. Woo-woo. Shabby resisted very fiercely, pushing Huyu with his two claws. Except when it sleeps, it is just like a cat. Now, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Huyu held Xiaobai in front of him and said, as long as you promise me one thing, I will let you not take a bath first. Xiaobai blinked to show that he was listening. Your background. Huyu uttered 4 words. After 5 days of getting along, he had already discovered that Xiaobai was by no means an ordinary giant panda. It can understand what it says, complete complex instructions, and even exhibit high-level illogical thinking behaviors. Even when the Red Dragon Lord showed up and all the beasts in the forest were rioting, this guy was still sleeping like a pig and didn't react at all. Combined with the clues given by the advanced appraisal, no matter how stupid Huyu was, he knew that this guy was definitely not simple. Xiaobai tilted his head. Hey, don't try to get away with it. Woo. Xiaobai continued to stare at him, as if he didn't understand what he was saying. You. Huyu paused for a while, and finally put it down. Okay, if you don't want to answer, forget it. If you don't want to take a shower, just stay upstairs and continue sleeping. I'll take a shower and prepare dinner. Xiaobai immediately nodded happily, and Huyu had to smile bitterly, stuffed it on the bed, and stopped asking questions. That's the respect he has for it. In fact, Huyu never regarded Xiaobai as his pet, but as a partner. Especially after it saved him today, he wanted to tentatively ask about Xiaobai's background. After all, there are even dragons in this world, so it's not strange for a giant panda to become a spirit. The only thing we don't know is whether it is male or female. If it's a little panda girl, she would probably be very cute when she becomes a spirit. Owner. As soon as Huyu walked downstairs, Xiao Hong came up to him and asked, excuse me, should we start preparing afternoon tea? Huyu responded and continued to walk towards the hot spring, letting Xiao Hong follow behind him. But I remember that there seems to be no tea in my warehouse. How did you prepare it? Reporting to the master, I spent a total of 2 gold coins to buy English black tea, as well as the ingredients for macarons, cranberry scones, and strawberry cakes in the mall. These are freshly made. Do you need anything else? The focus is not on the food at English afternoon tea, but on. You can use them all to shop? Huyu was stunned. He remembered that his 2 notebooks were kept close to him, and Xiao Hong would have no way of getting them and using them. Yes, master. Xiao Hong nodded respectfully. My system is linked to your mall function, so I can use it directly. You can choose to limit my spending. Forget it. I'll eat it myself anyway. Huyu waved his hand. He was just surprised at Xiao Hong's operation, not feeling sorry for the gold coins. It's just 2 gold coins. Just spend it. As the richest man in the wilderness, you should have some dignity. He pushed open the wooden door and was greeted by a pungent smell of sulfur. Since the cave was closed, the smell was extremely strong. The hot spring was emitting hot smoke not far away. Huyu approached it cautiously and even took out the M4 and held it in his hand. He just saw the little dragon with his own eyes. Although it is not big in size and only about half a meter in length, it is a genuine celestial totem in terms of its body shape and other aspects. Which Chinese person would not be attracted by dragons? However, Huyu did not expect why the Western dragon materials purchased in the F-level world would create a Chinese dragon in the hot spring. Even if a mascot appears, it should be a Western dragon. Could it be that the Western dragon and the celestial dragon are related by blood? But apart from the name, the Western dragon is just a big lizard. How could they be related by blood? Huyu came to the hot spring with full of doubts in his heart. After taking a closer look, he realized that he was wrong. There is a dragon on the water, but that's just a pattern reflected on the bottom of the pool. Because of the refraction of water waves, Huyu only felt that the dragon was swimming when he looked down from above, but if he looked at it from a flat surface, it was just a simple totem. That really scared me. Huyu complained, took off his clothes and put them aside before getting into the hot spring. I thought they were giving away real dragons by building the hot spring, but I didn't expect they were just giving away real dragon totems. That's right. If Western dragons can be called myths in this world, then Eastern dragons must be even higher? How could they possibly appear in a semi-epic hot spring? This hot spring is neither big nor small. Huyu roughly estimated that its diameter was more than 3 meters and its depth was about 1 meter. He sat down and leaned against the edge of the pool, with the water just covering his chest. Everything is just as it should be. Cool. Huyu shouted happily, then turned around and looked behind him. Xiao Hong, bring us the afternoon tea. Yes, master. Xiao Hong bent down and took out 3 wooden plates, 1 large and 2 small, from somewhere. There are cups of English black tea on the large wooden plate, and macarons, scones, and strawberry cakes on the 2 small plates. She gently placed the 3 plates into the water, and they were lifted up by the buoyancy of the hot spring. Huyu looked at the teacup and found it was empty. Before he could open his mouth to ask, A stream of rose-red tea slid down from the air and poured steadily into the bottom of the cup, stopping when the cup was 70% full. That's right. Piyu suddenly asked, "This cup and plate?" "My lord, I bought it for afternoon tea, and it is included in the cost of afternoon tea." Piyu's brows gradually relaxed, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Well done." "Yes, Xiaohong will continue to work hard." Piyu looked at the afternoon tea in front of him, enjoying the hot spring at about 40 degrees, and suddenly felt, "This wilderness doesn't seem so bad." That's right. If I have something good, I have to share it with everyone. Although there are only 20 people in the area, that doesn't stop me from sharing. "Hi." Piyu greeted everyone on the chat interface. "Good afternoon, everyone." "Good? What's good about that?" "That's right. Where were you when we were looking for you just now?" "For people have died now. What do you think we should do?" A string of unfamiliar names appeared on the chat interface, and Huyu was stunned. "Looking for me? For people died? What is going on?" Piyu frowned and quickly browsed the chat messages during the time he was asleep. The more he looked, the tighter his brows furrowed. It seems that the plan that I excluded has been thought of and implemented by others. Chapter 121. Unimplemented Plan. An hour ago. Suyun, Boss Hu, are you there? Shuren, Boss Hu should be taking a nap at this time. Nap? A smile appeared on Su Yun's lips. Since he is not online, I don't need to ask for his opinion. As long as the plan is successful, it's fine. I'm sorry, everyone. For the sake of my own life, this should be the only way. Suyun continued to type in the chat interface. Not here? What should we do? I suddenly thought of a way that might allow us to get through the night safely, but he doesn't agree, and I'm embarrassed to make the decision. What is the solution? Miss Su, just speak frankly. If it is beneficial to us, there is no reason for Mr. Hu to refuse. Isn't it better to the Boss Hu here? Is there any other way? Hey, brother, what you said is wrong. Boss Hu can't take care of so many of us. Shuren, that's right. Shuren, who knew that the Green Dragon Lord might appear, responded quickly and asked, Miss Su, if you have any ideas, just tell me. Cave wall. Suyun said, you should have discovered that there are actually other bases around our cave. Because we are trapped in the cave, we have not yet determined the direction to explore. So, as long as we dig through the wall of the cave, we can reach the other party's base. Then the 21 of us will gather together and Boss will make all the arrangements. If we wait until we are through the night march and then return to our respective bases, wouldn't our chances of successfully surviving the night march be greatly increased? That's it. Shuren shook his head and suddenly lost the desire to participate. He was one of the few people who had seen the Red Dragon Lord with his own eyes, let alone asking Huyu to protect the other 20 people. If the Lord of the Red Dragon really came, Huyu himself might not be able to survive. That makes sense. That's true, but how can we dig through the cave wall? That's a problem. Yes, we tried it last time, but even the best tools couldn't dig it through. Mina, epic yes. I have an epic tool that can dig through the cave wall, but what? Suyun was like a thief who had caught a treasure map. Ms. Mina, are you worried that you might accidentally break into someone else's base? Don't worry. I found that after the regional integration, our base did not move. It's just that your base was integrated into our area. In other words, next to your base, there is a high possibility that there is a base of the survivors who have died. Mina's eyes lit up. Although Suyun didn't say it directly, her meaning was already very clear. The base of the survivors who have died, isn't it full of resources? Mina, no, that's not what I'm worried about. I have explored a distance in the air before, so the direction of exploration should be determined. The direction of exploration has not been determined. Luo Jin suddenly spoke up. The system didn't give us a prompt box to confirm exploration direction, so strictly speaking, we can still explore in other directions. Mina, is that so? I can try. But no matter what, if I break into a place where people live, it will be dangerous, right? Digging a hole makes noise. If Mina reveals the direction of her digging hole, the other party will have enough time to prepare to deal with her. Don't be afraid. Suyun smiled and slowly wrote in her notebook. You can ask first. If there is someone next to you who disagrees with this plan, then you can dig in another direction. If someone agrees and plans to attack you again, I guess he won't want to face someone who has epic tools. If he's quietly preparing to ambush someone, then there's nothing I can do. But this is our only chance. Mr. Hu is sleeping and won't answer you, so make your own decision. Kanda. Before Mina could express her concerns, Suyun sent another message. Don't worry. We are doing this to save our lives. Once you have dug into Boss Hu's base, you can trade the tools to another person and make him repeat your behavior. This way, the 21 of us will definitely be able to get together. Of course, if we exceed the exploration distance and still can't find Mr. Hu, then we can only blame him for his bad luck. Suyun continued writing. So, everyone online now please come out. If you agree to this plan, you will be deducted 1 point. Even if Miss Mina finds your location, you are not allowed to harm her. You can dig the cave wall together until you find Boss Hu's base. If someone violates it, I believe that Hu Lao would not want a guy with bad intentions to enter his base. Su-Yun is very good at using the tiger's skin and waving the banner. Soon a string of ones appeared on the chat interface, but apart from Mina and Su-Yun, there were only 15 ones. Is there anyone else? Su-Yun asked. Su-Yun. Luo Jin sent another message. Your plan seems to have not been approved by Hu Yu yet. Boss Luo. Su-Yun smiled and said, given my relationship with Boss Hu, you will definitely agree as long as he is here. Relation? Boss Su, are you still related to Boss Hu? Shuren. Wait, you are not talking about. A bad thought came to Shuren's mind. The relationship Su-Yun was talking about was most likely a sexual one. Right. Su-Yun wrote cheekily, you may not believe this, but he was indeed the first man I met in the wilderness. This is a very clever statement. When a woman mentions the term first man, it's hard for others to stop imagining things. In that case, we are relieved. Yes, Mrs. Hu. Why didn't you say so earlier? Greetings, Mrs. Hu. That's it. We'll take your orders. By the way, those of you who don't participate, don't wait to cling to Boss Hu's thighs when the time comes. Shuren was about to speak when he saw Luo Jin sending him a transaction request. He hesitated for a moment, but finally clicked it. Miss Luo, what are you doing? Never mind, let them play. Luo Jin sent out 6 simple words and then closed the transaction interface. She stood in front of the base with white light, a smile on her face, and said to herself, is it the first man? Using his name to do such a dirty thing, I would like to see how irritable that guy will be when he wakes up. But those people are really stupid. They couldn't see the obvious loopholes in the plan. Their deaths were in vain. Mina took out the epic tool she had obtained from the ladder and chose a direction. Then, shall I start digging? Su-Yun, let's get started. Let's get started. It's terrible. I just asked around, and it seems like there's no one around me. I wonder when Miss Mina will be able to find me. Me too, come on Miss Mina. Save me first, and I'll give you a copper treasure chest. I paid for it. Soon, cave miner Mina began digging her first cave wall with everyone's encouragement. Success. Mina made an excited sound. I can really explore in another direction. Oh, in another direction. Su-Yun snorted coldly, folded her arms across her chest, and looked at the chat interface with confidence. 10 minutes later, Mina dug through the first cave and obtained a large amount of resources. 20 minutes later, Mina received a call from the first survivor. The survivor died and Mina was seriously injured. She complained in the chat interface that someone attacked her and stopped digging. 30 minutes later, the second survivor suddenly lost contact and was pronounced dead 5 minutes later, causing widespread panic in the chat interface. 40 minutes later, the third survivor was declared dead. He wrote Su-Yun's name before his death. Su-Yun defended herself and told Mina to stop harming people, but Mina denied it. 50 minutes later, Mina lost contact. Someone reported hearing the sound of digging a hole and lost contact 5 minutes later. Su-Yun publicly denounced Mina and told everyone to be careful. Mina didn't answer. 60 minutes later, now. You finished reading all the chat records and heard the sound of digging the cave wall. Surprisingly, he actually found it. Chapter 122. He must be trying to play some letter game. The source of the sound is on the right side. You stretched lazily, picked up the black tea on the wooden tray in front of him, and took a sip. This doesn't smell like England, but more like Xiao Hong. You turned his head and looked behind him. What kind of tea are you using? My lord, it's Chiminchun. Xiao Hong replied respectfully. According to the table where you used, I did not buy Assam and Yuba black tea and deliberately chose the buds of Kimunchin. Hope it suits your taste. How could this not be true? How could this tea, one of the 3 major black teas in the world and known as the Queen of Black Tea, be any worse? You took another sip, wrapped the tea in his mouth, savored it for a moment, and then slowly swallowed it. An elegant orchid fragrance fills the lips and teeth, and when she speaks out, the whole garden is filled. I think the ancient description of breath smelling like orchid might be the result of drinking this fragrant tea. After drinking the tea, he turned his attention to the cranberry scones. I just woke up and must be hungry again. It's a good time to eat something to fill my stomach. But just as you reached out to pick up a scone, the right side of the whole wall broke. As luck would have it, the location where the cave wall was broken was right within Huyu's line of sight. When he looked up, he saw Su-Yun holding 2 little dragon horns in both hands. Silence. Deathly silence filled Huyu's base. Before Huyu could open his mouth, more than 20 gun barrels suddenly emerged from Xiao Hong's body and were all aimed at Su-Yun. Morning. Intruder detected. Do you want to enter cleaning mode? No hurry. Huyu uttered 2 words and fed the scone in his hand to his mouth. Take a light bite, and the crispy skin of the scone is cut by your teeth with a crackling sound. and the tender-dried fruits and cake inside gently wrap around your teeth. As you roll your tongue, the sour and sweet taste of cranberries and the hint of milky aroma instantly blend with the aroma of tea, creating a unique flavor. Not bad. Who commented, raised his hand and stuffed the remaining half of the scone into his mouth, then looked up at the woman opposite him. Have I seen you somewhere before? If it was Luo Jean, he would never forget her after seeing her once. If it was Han Ruer, who you would remember her appearance clearly even if she didn't show up. But Su Yun, a stranger you met 5 days ago, do you still remember his appearance? At most, we are just somewhat familiar with each other. Su Yun was still standing there in a daze, as if she didn't hear clearly what Hu Yu said, but in fact, she didn't listen at all. The moment she stepped into the Hu Yu base, she crashed. Her mind was instantly filled with everything she saw. Swimming pool, garden, villa, spa. This is the wilderness? I'm afraid I've strayed into some manor by mistake. And that robot? That's a robot, right? That's a gun barrel, right? Why would something like this appear in the wilderness? This is unscientific. No, even metaphysics can't explain this. What about science? And the man in front of me. Is he having afternoon tea? Yes, it must be. Otherwise, where does such a rich tea fragrance come from? When Su Yun thought about what she had eaten in the past few days, her eyes suddenly felt sore and tears rolled down her cheeks. No, I can't stand this humiliation. Su Yun subconsciously put away the dragon horn in his right hand and took out a crossbow from the warehouse. Anyone who lives better than me must die. Bang. A gunshot rang out before my eyes. White smoke slowly rose from under his feet. Su Yun came to his senses and stopped reaching for the crossbow. Ahem. Hu Yu coughed twice, picked up a piece of macaron on the same wooden plate as the scone and said, Miss, you trespassed into someone else's territory and wanted to take a weapon? Isn't that a bit too much? Su Yun was completely sober. She had just been blinded by greed, but now she realized what had happened. The person in front of me is Hu Yu. And there's that robot with more than 20 gun barrels on its body. Is this the combat power that humans can resist at this stage? Gulp. She sniffed the tea fragrance around her, looked at the macarons in front of her, swallowed her saliva reluctantly, and finally put away the crossbow and dragon horn. Oh, boss Hu, don't you recognize me? Put away your greed and continue to execute the plan just now. Feel sorry. Hu Yu stuffed the macaron in his hand into his mouth. Who are you? Well, it tastes good, but a bit greasy. Girls may like this kind of dessert. He took the plate of macarons off the wooden tray, placed it on the edge of the pool, and turned to look at Xiao Hong. Next time when you prepare afternoon tea, don't use macarons. Yes, master. If you don't need it, give it to me. Su Yun stood in front of the hole, not daring to breathe. She could only complain in her heart. It's me. Su Yun. Ah, I know you are Su Yun. Hu Yu picked up the teacup and took a sip to relieve his greasiness. It's the one who tricked Mina into scouting for you on the chat interface. But, do we know each other? It's over. The psychological preparation that Su Yun had just built up collapsed in an instant. He saw it. He even saw how he fooled Mina. If he saw me using his name. No, I would definitely die. How about? Su Yun stretched out her hand and placed it on her shoulder. Her fingertips fiddled with the corner of her clothes, which seemed to be sliding down. Make fake become real. Just because this guy didn't watch me dance folk dance last time doesn't mean he doesn't like my body. It must have been because of the distance at that time that he did not lose his bestial nature. But now, I've packed up and come to his house. He has no reason to refuse, right? I advise you to keep your paws to yourself. He put down the teacup and picked up the spoon to scoop up the strawberry cake on another wooden plate, never looking directly at Su Yun. He discovered one thing. The afternoon tea made by Xiao Hong was most likely made based on the taste of her previous owner, Han Ruer. Put your hands up high, don't move, and just answer my questions. Hands raised high? Su Yun had no choice but to raise her hands and pursed her lips, her mind still full of random thoughts. Could it be that he also wants to play some kind of letter game? Hey, if this is true, should I obey, or obey? It doesn't matter what game it is, as long as you give me that piece of strawberry cake afterwards. Her mind was now full of food, and she didn't hear the second half of Hu Yu's words at all. Tell me about it. Hu Yu raised his eyes and looked at the woman. What is your purpose in killing people? Just one glance and his attention was focused on the strawberry cake again. Apart from anything else, this cake is quite delicious. Especially the inner layer of the cake base, which is mixed with a layer of light milky ice cream. Simply delicious. Is that all? What else? Hu Yu asked back. He just popped up a bubble, and now everyone in the chat interface is looking for him for an explanation. Make it look like he did it himself. I am actually. Wait a minute. Hu Yu looked at the chat interface and turned on the voice collecting mode. Okay, you can talk now. This is an attempt. Last time, Hu Yu discovered that as long as he looked at the chat interface, the chat system would automatically collect the sound, and put the surrounding sounds onto the chat interface. In that case, there is nothing wrong with recording a confession. I just wanted to. Before he could finish his words, the sound of digging was heard from the left side of the cave. Even Hu Yu was stunned. Chapter 123. Are we still allowed to put on clothes? Hu Yu, Su Yun, and even Xiao Hong all turned their heads to the left at the same time, quietly waiting for the mole to dig the hole. Shu, Hu Yu put his index finger between his lips, signaling Su Yun not to speak until the mole showed up. Su Yun nodded silently, indicating that she understood what he meant. Soon, the soil was dug up and loosened, and a beautiful blonde with blue eyes appeared at the entrance of the cave. Mina? Hu Yu paused. He still remembered this guy who was tricked by him and Luo Jin on the ladder. Mr. Hu. Mina was stunned. She didn't even have time to put away the epic shovel in her hand. She ran directly towards Hu Yu in the hot spring. I found it. I really looked for. Before she finished her words, the barrel of the gun on Xiao Hong's body turned halfway and aimed at her excitedly. The smile on Mina's face froze instantly, so she had to take 2 steps back and raised her hands. Mr. Hu. Mr. Hu, I mean no harm. I know. Hu Yu replied calmly, then turned to look at Su Yun on the other side. You didn't kill her? Su Yun smiled bitterly and nodded. He had previously thought that Su Yun had met Mina and had dealt with her, so he unscrupulously threw dirty water on her in the chat interface, and Mina did not respond. I didn't expect that. The two of them are now standing in front of him, alive and kicking, and have both found their own positions. What is the concept? You can choose one of 8 exploration directions and find him in the exploration area. If there were a fortune teller here, one of these 2 people must be his wife, and the other one is his concubine. However, Hu Yu still looks down on these 2. Huh. Mina then realized that there was another person there, and turned to look at her. Who are you? Why are you in Mr. Hu's base? Who I am has nothing to do with you. Su Yin replied firmly. Judging from the tone of Mina and Hu Yu's conversation, this foreign girl seemed to be familiar with him. If Mina knew her identity, what if? It is better to have less trouble than more. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Mina retorted in the same tough tone. We are all under the protection of Mr. Hu now. Is it too much for me to know your identity? Hey, what do you mean? Shut up. Hu Yu interrupted their conversation and rubbed his temples. Let's continue with our previous topic. Su Yin, tell me your purpose. Su Yin, Mina exclaimed, turned around and glared at her. Oh, so you are. Bang. A bullet hit the ground at Mina's feet, and the entire cave fell silent in an instant. I'll say this one last time. Hu Yu glanced at Mina and said, Shut up. Do you understand what this word means? Mina quickly raised her hands, covered her mouth with both hands, and nodded frantically. This man's eyes are so scary. You continue. Hu Yu put the M4 back beside him, picked up the silver spoon, and scooped another piece of cake into his mouth. Okay. Su Yin took a deep breath and said slowly, I admit that I am selfish. But Boss Hu, this is our only chance to leave here. Don't take me with you. Just tell me your plan. Hu Yu rolled his eyes. She thought he didn't know about her little thoughts. He looked at the chat interface and added, The following remarks only represent Ms. Su Yun's personal views and have nothing to do with me. Those who want revenge, to summon spirits, or to stab villains, all go to her. The voice echoed in her ears, and Su Yun finally understood what Hu Yu meant. He wanted her to admit in the chat interface that she was related to the deaths of those people. Yes, I killed them. But so what? Su Yun simply gave up and admitted it directly. Along the way, I explored 5 bases and killed 3 people. All the resources of the bases are with me. But I'm doing this for you. You who are still alive. Only when our number is less than 10 can we leave this damn area. You don't know because you have never been an administrator, but I know. This is an A-level area. Do you know what the A-level area is? The second most dangerous area. We may face legendary or even mythical creatures. Do you think we can survive in this area? Even if Boss Hu is right in front of me, I have to say it. Impossible. Even with him, it's impossible. So the transfer area is our only chance of survival. We can only survive if there are less than 10 people left. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it. If you think it's dirty, I'll do it. If you're afraid of being sinned, I'll do it. I bear all the sins. Do you still want to blame me? As Su Yin spoke, it seemed as if her heart was touched. The tears lingering in her eyes finally flowed down, and she asked Hu Yu in front of her with a sobbing voice. I just want to survive. What did I do wrong? This sentence seemed to be questioning Hu Yu, and also seemed to be questioning the remaining survivors. Even Mina, who was standing aside, changed her look when she looked at Su Yun. He was full of resentment before and wanted to skin her alive, but now his eyes are full of pity. Actually, that's true. She just wanted to survive. Hu Yu sneered twice, put the silver spoon on the wooden plate, picked up the tissue beside him, and wiped the corner of his mouth. You are really bullying the dead who can't speak. If you say so, should I still kiss you, hug you, lift you up high, and praise you for being a good baby? Who you? Su Yun roared. Even if you don't want to accept this fact, you shouldn't laugh at me. I just want to survive. You want to be a saint? Go ahead. Don't stop me from living. Yes, to survive. Who wouldn't want to in the wilderness? Hu Yu nodded, but the mocking smile was still on the corner of his mouth. But you are wrong about one thing. I have never been a saint, and I will never have mercy on people I have never met or even know their names. If they were blocking my way to survival, I would kill them without even a second glance. After all, this is a wilderness. I don't have these psychological burdens, but your method is wrong. Yes, I was wrong. I was wrong to find you an indecisive idiot. Su Yun had already torn her relationship apart, so there was no need to keep it up anymore. You are in a righteous position now. If you have the guts, go and avenge those dead guys. I'll be waiting for you on the Yellow Spring Road, waiting for you and the rest of the people to come down to find me. Kill you. Hu Yu shook his head, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Why do you have to dirty my yard? Xiaohong, tie up these two guys and throw them aside. Don't disturb me while I'm taking a bath. Yes, master. Xiaohong nodded, took out two cowhide ropes from somewhere, and walked straight towards Su Yun. Run! Su Yun yelled, turned around, and ran without any hesitation. As long as she and Mina both run outside Hu Yu's base, he can only choose one to chase. Unlike Mina, who ran a few steps forward, she stood in front of the hole in the cave wall and got out easily. As for Mina, I can only wish them a spring dream without a trace. She took just one step and felt something piercing her neck. When I turned around, I found a needle as thick as my little finger stuck in the vein, and it was empty. Plop! There was a sound from each side, and both men fell to the ground at the same time. Tisk, Hu Yu didn't even look at the two of them, and picked up another macaron that he disliked and stuffed it into his mouth. The orange flavor is so greasy. I'd better not eat it. Hu Yu placed the half-eaten macaron on the wooden plate and was about to get up, tidy up, and put on his clothes. But at this moment, the soil in front of the base began to loosen. Hu Yu stood there in a daze, staring blankly at what was in front of him. Isn't it such a coincidence? This is the third one. Do you still let me put on my clothes? Chapter 124. A surprise gift from the administrator. Well, Hu Youshuai blushed and sat back in the hot spring. Just now, two female hooligans suddenly broke in. In order to protect his reputation, he had to sit in the hot spring and act like a fool. He finally managed to knock the female hooligan unconscious, and before he had time to put on his clothes, he realized that a third person might appear. What is this? Do you think this is a farm? You come here to steal vegetables for no reason. Hu Yu was a little angry. He stared quietly at the wall of the cave in front of him and made up his mind silently. Whoever comes this time, his ashes will be scattered on the spot. Owner. Xiaohong came over with two fainted female hooligans in her arms. Excuse me, where should we put these two pieces of non-recyclable garbage? It is recommended that incineration procedures be initiated. Hu Yu turned around and looked at Xiaohong in surprise. This was the first time he heard the second program from her. You also have the function of an incinerator? Yes, master. Your cakes and scones are baked in the incinerator. Hu Yu. Are you serious? You're not kidding me. Yes, master. Xiaohong has not loaded the joke section yet. Xiaohong replied respectfully. Then I'll ask you something. Answer me seriously. Hu Yu looked at Xiaohong seriously and said, your previous owner didn't use an incinerator to burn non-recyclable garbage, right? Replying to the master, no record of burning was detected. Cool. Hu Yu was relieved. That's good. Just throw these two non-recyclable garbage by the swimming pool. By the way, how long does the hypnotic injection you gave them last? The validity period is 6 hours. You can wake up at any time, master. Well, go ahead. Hu Yu nodded. He didn't have any other thoughts about these two guys. I don't want to throw them into the coffin, nor do I want to throw them onto the bed. I just want to let that ignorant guy see how effective my method is. As for those who died because of Su Yun, are you kidding? This person is not related to him and has no connection with him. What does this have to do with him? Could it be that because he is the administrator, he is also responsible for the rule of law in the wilderness? That will have to wait until he enacts the wilderness law. At worst, I can help to pray for the soul to be reborn in my heart, but no more. Hu Yu took another scone and put it into his mouth, silently looking at the whole wall opposite him. A minute has passed, and there seems to be no movement over there. Could it be that he heard me talking to Xiaohong, and that's why he didn't dare to come? It's better to wait a while. The temperature of the hot spring won't change anyway. It would be really embarrassing if someone caught me putting on clothes. Another 5 minutes passed. Except for the macarons. All the food on the wooden plate in front of me had been almost eaten. However, there was no movement on the cave wall directly opposite. Forget it, let's just come clean. It's not good to keep it in for a long time. Little comrade, Huyu opened his throat and yelled at the cave wall. Come out and talk. Don't worry, I won't do anything. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement from the other side. Huyu had no choice but to add, okay, I won't shoot. I won't be the first to use any weapons. That should be fine. Another 5 seconds passed, and there was still no movement from the other side. Could it be that the guy returned the same way? No, that's not right. I don't know why, but I feel like there's something on the other side. This is Huyu's intuition. At the same time, outside the cave wall of Huyu's base, a green dragon was facing away from the wall. Its tail was gently shaking, sweeping away a lot of dirt and rocks on the wall. A few minutes later, its head prostrated on the ground. Its dark green wings gradually folded, and the swinging amplitude of its tail began to decrease, gradually becoming calm. It seems that he fell asleep. Never mind. Huyu simply stood up, took the bath towel handed to him by Xiaohong, dried his body, and changed into the clothes she had just dry cleaned. As soon as he stood up, his eyes involuntarily fell on the wall of the cave. Judging from the messages on the chat interface and Mina herself, the direction of exploration is indeed not determined when climbing the ladder upwards. In other words, I can also redefine a direction for exploration. Not to mention the cave wall behind the wooden villa, the cave walls on both sides have been looted by Su Yun and Mina. If you want resources, just loot them when the time comes. If I plunder the resources on the cave wall ahead, isn't that a wave of fat? Well, it's still early, so let's not think about these things for now, and let's open the accumulated treasure chests first. Huyu took out 4 gold treasure chests and 1 crystal treasure chest stored in the warehouse and placed them on the ground. Unboxing. It was the first time for him to open so many high-quality treasure chests at the same time. Other resources are not important. Huyu just wants to open up another sustainable water source. Not for anything else, but just for one of the architectural requirements of a Su-style courtyard, a lotus pond and fish pond. Although I haven't received the construction drawings yet, I know from the name that this thing will require a sustainable water source. It's a pity that the sustainable water source that was previously removed from the manor has been built into Sanyang Hot Spring, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. Let's start with the gold treasure chest. Huyu reached out and touched the key of the golden treasure chest closest to him, and a prompt popped up immediately. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, epic props, perfect building blueprints, perfect tools. You can exclude one of the options. Eliminate the treasure chest trap. Huyu turned the button, and an orange light suddenly exploded from the treasure chest. Epic. The first batch was shipped. But the epic props. Huyu has opened so many treasure chests, but this is the first time he has seen the prop option, and he doesn't know what will come out. He soon found out the answer. When the treasure chest was opened, 2 fist-sized stone lions were seen sitting inside. Stone lions? What's the use of something so small? Huyu reached out and took the stone lion out of the treasure chest, and then cast a great identification spell on it. Advanced appraisal. House guarding stone lion. Epic prop. The stone lion guards the house, can ward off evil spirits, and improve fortune. When the base quality is not higher than stone lion, beast attacks below level B will be automatically reduced by 1 level. When the base quality is higher than stone lion, the fortune will be +7. Tip. Place the stone lion in the exact location. The size will be adjusted according to the level of the base. Warning. When placing stone lions, they should be placed according to the position of male on the left and female on the right, and stone lions cannot coexist with other houseguarding objects. Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. Note. One is playing with a ball, the other is playing with his son. Can you tell which one is male or female? Is there any need to guess? With his wife around, will the lion still take care of his son? Of course, the lion is the one playing the ball. Huyu identified it without thinking, and trotted to the middle wall of the cave and placed the stone lions neatly. At the moment the pair of stone lions determined their position, the fist-sized stone lions immediately grew dozens of times in size, reaching a height close to Huyu's head. Wow, it's quite impressive. Huyu praised with satisfaction, then turned around and went back to the remaining 3 treasure chests. Keep going while your hands are still red. He placed his hand in front of the second golden treasure chest, waiting for the prompt box to pop up. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, epic building blueprint, perfect building blueprint, excellent self-selected building blueprint. You can exclude one of the options. 3 architectural blueprints? But there seems to be something strange mixed in. Huyu looked at the last option carefully, and the system prompt popped up. Excellent self-selected architectural drawings. You can customize a building, and the system will automatically generate an excellent architectural drawing. Hiss. As scary as. Well, there's nothing scary about it. Even if you choose to be excellent, it is only excellent. How can it be as good as an epic blueprint? Eliminate the treasure chest trap. You opened the treasure chest, and as expected, there was a piece of brown paper inside. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an excellent self-selected architectural blueprint *1. Well, this thing really came out. Just think of it as a hand pad. Next. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, treasure chest trap, treasure chest trap. You can exclude one of the options. You was stunned. There were strange treasures every day, but there were especially many today. What the hell are 3 treasure chest traps? I've only encountered 2 at most. You frowned and was about to push the treasure chest back to the bottom of the box to trick people, but then his eyes unconsciously moved to the wall of the cave opposite. Since you want to cheat, why not he? You raised his eyebrows, did not touch the key on the treasure chest, but took out a rope. He cut it into 1/10 the length of a thin string and passed it through the keyhole to form a simple pull ring device, while holding the end of the string in his hand. Since the guy on the other side refuses to come out, don't blame the administrator. I'll give you a surprise gift. Chapter 125. See you on the plate. You left the crystal treasure chest where it was, holding the golden treasure chest in his arms, and walked towards the cave wall opposite. I don't know if that guy is still on the opposite side. To be on the safe side, it's better to keep a backup plan. Xiaohong. You shouted in a low voice. Come here. If there is any danger, you know what to do. Yes, master. Xiaohong responded and followed closely behind him. With Xiaohong here, there will be no danger even if I hold the treasure chest in my hands. Next, it's gift delivery time. You walked to the middle of the 2 stone lions, reached out and tapped the wall of the cave, and found that the space behind was empty. This is his last chance to the young comrade on the opposite side. If he has no desire for me, then now is the time to leave. But if you digs open the cave wall and finds someone else on the other side, I'm sorry, I might still complain about your ignorance during the Qingming festival next year. Start digging. You placed the treasure chest at his feet, took out the legendary dragon tooth, held it in his hand, and chiseled it against the wall of the cave. Click. A crisp sound was heard, and the wall of the cave broke. You looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but stand there in a daze. This is a surprise gift package for me. A thick green dragon tail drooped on the ground, swaying slowly and rhythmically. Looking up along the dragon's tail, one could see a sea of dark green dragon scales. From a certain perspective, it is definitely green food. Gulp. You swallowed his saliva, silently put the dragon tooth into the warehouse, stepped over the treasure chest at his feet, and tiptoed to the other side of the cave wall. That's it. Experimenting with a treasure chest trap. This is a living green dragon. As long as the level is not higher than epic, I will have a dragon pet. And from various angles, this green dragon was definitely asleep. So we even saved the trouble of making preparations before capturing it. However, before you dared to step over the cave wall, Xiaohong behind him instantly shot out more than 20 gun barrels. Yu's pupils trembled when he heard the voice, and he quickly turned his head to look behind him. Shoo. Xiaohong, don't move. And don't start the cleaning program. Just watch. Just watch. Yes, master. Xiaohong nodded silently, but did not put away the gun barrel. Bang. Yu's ankle was suddenly tapped, and the next moment, he knew what had tapped his ankle. Dragon's tail. There will be no other answer except dragon's tail. At that moment, Yu felt his heart was about to jump out of his throat. This dragon, could it be that he has awakened? Yu turned his head stiffly and found that the green dragon was still lying quietly there, and the tip of the dragon's tail that hit his ankle stopped for a while and began to move in another direction. Cull. He couldn't help but let out a breath, raised his right hand, and patted his chest. It was just a false alarm, just a false alarm. Be careful later, don't get hit by the dragon's tail again. Yu calmed himself down and continued walking forward, watching the swing of the dragon's tail out of the corner of his eye. He took out the dragon reins from the warehouse, held it in one hand, and kept approaching the dragon's horns. The reins. You can either put it on the dragon's horns or on the dragon's head. You can't just put it on the dragon's tail and think you have tamed it, right? So Yu had only two choices, either to kill the green dragon with silence before it woke up, or to take the risk of climbing up to the dragon's head and put a red veil on it with his own hands. Faced with this godsend opportunity, Yu could not choose the former. 3 minutes have passed. Yu looked at every step in front of him, making sure there were no stones, branches, porcelain pieces, or even holes under his feet before taking a step. So it took him 3 full minutes to walk from the dragon's tail to the dragon's head. This is an extremely necessary step. Things like branches are very strange. When you want to find them, they will never appear. When you don't need them, they will always lie at your feet. Just like the key when you go out. Otherwise, there wouldn't be things like stepping on branches when eavesdropping in so many movies and TV shows. And he completely put an end to this. However, when Lai Huyo arrived in front of the green dragon's head, he suddenly found a very strange spot. This green dragon is a little too big. The green dragon's head in the small red pot was only about half a meter long, and this one was almost as long as the legendary red dragon he had killed, etc. Damn, it can't be such a coincidence. Right. Identification technique. Let's try out the identification technique first. Huyu held the dragon reins in his left hand, raised his right hand slightly, and released an advanced appraisal towards the green dragon. Don't be a legend. Don't be a legend. Fight. Advanced identification. Growing green dragon. Legendary creature. The moment it came out of the eggshell, it was destined to be one of the future rulers of the world. Of course, it is also the main ingredient of the delicious 5-dragon stew, mythical level. Hint, it's sleeping. If you want to run, now's the best time. Warning, green dragons are good at venom. If you want to cook it, be sure to remember to remove the venom glands in its mouth. Note, don't be fooled by its green color. It will turn bright red when it gets angry. Finished ball. Huyu looked ashen. He thought it was a dragon pet that Xiao Xing had arranged for him, but he didn't expect it to be a food. By the way, are all of you descendants of the dragon clan sick of your brains? Why don't you stay by your legendary father's side? Why are you running around everywhere? Isn't this adding burden to my warehouse? Huyu complained in his heart, put the dragon reins back into the warehouse, and instead took out silence. Since you like to sleep, then sleep a little longer. Let me collect the dragon's blood first. Switch to sleep mode. He made this up. Huyu only knew that Jaime had a killing mode, and this was the answer he got from Hai Luo. As for the other modes, there is only one truth I can believe in. Just give it a try. It's free anyway. However, the moment Huyu finished speaking, a prompt really popped up. Bite. Tip. After switching to silence mode, you cannot switch again for 24 hours. Whispering sound. Huyu didn't feel it was a pity. Even if he knocked the green dragon unconscious, he might not be able to extract the dragon's blood. Since I can't switch, it would be easier to just kill it and eat the meat. He picked up the silence, stepped back a few steps, and pointed the gun at Green Dragon's forehead. Well, see you on the plate, comrade Green Dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, Huyu pulled the trigger, but the imagined laser did not appear. Instead, a bullet as thick as an index finger flew out of the gun barrel. The bullet was flying at an extremely fast speed, and even Huyu could not capture the size and shape of the bullet with the naked eye. As for why he knew that bullets looked like this, the moment the bullet hit the green dragon's skull, it was bounced off by the dragon's scales. Snap! The bullet hit the ground with a crisp sound, and at the same time, the green dragon in front of him raised its eyes. Chapter 126, Xiaohong's Cleaning Mode. The deep green eyes, wrapped with vertical pupils as dark as the abyss, looked at the two-legged ants in front of them, as if brewing anger. This was not the first time Huyu had faced such pupils, but every time he felt them up close, he would have a unique feeling, such as fear, uneasiness, and the perception of being closest to death. Cull. Huyu exhaled a breath. Although he didn't know what was wrong with the Jaime in his hand, he still raised the gun and aimed at the green dragon in front of him again. Before he could shoot, the green dragon propped up its body with its two front paws, raised its head slightly, and roared at the ant. It hates being disturbed when it sleeps. The fishy-smelling air sank down, enveloping Huyu completely. He had no choice but to hold his breath and take a step back. Oh no. The description of the green dragon in the identification art is, Green dragon, good at venom. This dragon's breath must not only contain bad breath. Bite. It is detected that you have inhaled the breath of the green dragon, legend, and resistance determination is being made. Really, it is detected that your physical fitness is lower than 150 and your intelligence is lower than 100, and the resistance fails. Strength minus 50%, Constitution -1/S. Warning, when your physical fitness reaches 0, you will automatically die. Damn, resistance failed. He remembered that his intelligence attribute was almost 100. If I had known, I should have eaten more. According to this description, I still have nearly 2 minutes. What can you do with 2 minutes left? You may not even be able to finish writing a suicide note. It seems that only. Huyu narrowed his eyes slightly and searched for its flaws under the dragon's breath. Yes, now Jaime is having intermittent convulsions and is unable to exert its true power. Huyu couldn't find the key to its convulsions for a while. But this is his only chance to turn the tables. As long as Jaime can still fire bullets and find the flaw, he still has a chance to turn the tables. After all, The red dragon in its growth stage also died in silence. At that time, silence had not yet turned on the killing mode. But if I surrender or run away? Huyuk didn't think that the green dragon was a herbivore just because it was green, nor did he think that it couldn't outrun him because of its weight. Even if you want to escape, you must give the big lizard in front of you a heavy blow. Otherwise, do you really think that I, who can only fool people? I have slayed dragons before. Why not slay them again? Huyu's mentality gradually calmed down, and the green dragon also stopped roaring. And just when it was about to close its mouth, Huyu found what he wanted, a flaw. No, it's not a flaw to be exact. That's the green dragon's throat. When it emitted dragon breath before, it tilted its head back. Apart from a piece of reverse scale which was known to be the hardest part of the dragon's body, Huyu could not find any other place to try. But now, the moment the green dragon lowered its head, its open mouth had not yet closed, giving him a perfect opportunity. The time is now. Huyu pulled the trigger without hesitation, and a metal bullet was fired. The next moment, he turned around without hesitation and ran towards his base. Regardless of whether this shot could cause damage to the green dragon, he could not find a second better shooting opportunity. Leaving now is the best opportunity. Xiaohong, help. Yes, master. A pleasant voice responded, and Huyu watched as more than 20 gun barrels emerged from Xiaohong's body, each barrel pointing in the same direction. Bang! There was a muffled explosion. It was as if more than 20 fireworks were exploding in front of his eyes at the same time, and the sound of fire and explosions filled his five senses. This was the first time he saw Xiaohong in cleaning mode, and other than shock, he had no other words in his mind. Huyu felt that the frequency of his eardrums vibrating was almost the same as his heartbeat, but his escape speed did not slow down at all. And the next moment, the more than 20 fireworks were ready again, still aimed at the same place. Xiaohong turned around and asked Huyu, "Do you want to start the second cleaning?" Without the worry of stepping on branches, and with the help of the escape buff, Huyu had already run to Xiaohong's side. Only then did he see clearly where Xiaohong was aiming. "No, don't move." Huyu smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid that if you shoot again, even if the big lizard is dead, its vengeful spirit will still haunt you. Whether it is a human or an animal, there are parts of the body that can trigger a fatal blow." As luck would have it, Xiaohong was aiming at the fatal point on the green dragon's body. Even though Huyu, who is also a male, watched, he couldn't bear to let Xiaohong do the cleaning a second time. That was a chill from the heart. What's more, the green dragon has no reaction now. The huge body had fallen to the ground, and the sound seemed to overlap with the sound of Xiaohong's rampage, so Huyu only discovered this when he ran to the wall of the cave. Except that the dragon's tail no longer swung, the green dragon's appearance was almost exactly the same as when he came. A bold idea came to Huyu's mind. Could this big lizard be dead? But think about it, it's time to die. Last time, its older cousin just took a shot from me and then went to see God. There is no reason why it could still be alive after Xiaohong stole its peaches and I deep-throated it, right? But Huyu didn't dare to conclude. Think about the bosses in the game. Which one of them doesn't go berserk when it's reduced to half health? What if this guy learns the Book of the Sunflower after being forced to castrate himself? Then wouldn't I be courting death if I go over to him? Let's try some identification first. Huyu raised his hand and cast an identification spell at the green dragon that was lying on the ground. Advanced appraisal. Green dragon corpse in growth stage. Legend: it must have been in great pain before it died. Corpse? Corpse. This guy is really dead. Cull. Although I am a little scared, this wave of profits is undoubtedly huge. Not only did they obtain the complete body of a legendary dragon, but they also. Huyu looked at the silence in his hand, and the smile that had just appeared on his face disappeared instantly. I also found a point that could kill me. Now he still doesn't understand what happened to Jaime, but at least he knows that something is wrong. If he hadn't discovered it in time this time, if this situation happened again when he faced the Green Dragon Lord, there would be only one outcome. The scientific name is Death, the nickname is Burp. Never mind, let's go back first. Huyu turned around and crawled through the cave wall, returning to his base. Xiaohong, store our spoils in the warehouse. Is there enough space? What he was asking about was naturally the warehouse belonging to the VIP notebooks. Those were the notebooks that had been used to build the interstellar mothership. Not to mention putting in the head of a growing green dragon. Even if you put all its aunts and uncles in there shouldn't be any problem. Yes, master. Xiaohong replied respectfully. Huyu passed through the cave wall, and just as he came back, he found two unrecyclable garbage, pretending to be unconscious. Suyin was fine. He didn't see any signs of her pretending to be faint, but Mina was different. This guy's legs were shaking as badly as a Parkinson's patient. I guess the noise just now woke them up. Yes, Based on the artistic behavior of Long Xiao and Xiao Hong just now, even a vegetative person would have to get up and water himself to calm down after hearing it. Besides, they were just two girls under anesthesia. Stop pretending when you wake up. Hu now needs to gather ideas from all sides. Even though Su Yun and that foreign girl are not smart enough, he still wants to hear their opinions. After all, a wise man will make mistakes even after careful consideration, and a broad-minded person will gain something even after careful consideration. The two guys didn't react, and remained in the same position as Xiaohong threw them over, motionless. Still pretending? Hu walked over slowly, looking down at the two of them. Just as he was about to speak, he was blocked by a system prompt. Bite. Warning, your physical strength has dropped to 50%. Please replenish it in time. This is... Hu stood there in a daze, and quickly used a great identification spell on himself. The other properties are fine, but there is a small line of text hanging on the last column of the status. Negative status, green dragon's breath. In other words, the green dragon is dead, but the dragon's breath is still affecting him. Chapter 127. While it's hot. Half a minute ago, violent noises filled her ears, and Su Yun forced herself to suppress her confusion and opened her eyes. This feeling is like finally getting a chance to sleep in on the weekend, and then seeing the renovations upstairs and downstairs, waking up and grabbing the phone, turning on the screen, and seeing an urgent overtime notice from the boss. Even if I wanted to sleep, I couldn't. The same goes for Mina next to her. She and Su Yun leaned against each other back to back, and couldn't help asking after hearing the voice. Hey, what do you think that man is doing? Is this the time to discuss this? Try your best to stand up. No matter what happened, now is the best time for us to escape. Su Yun rolled her eyes. If she didn't need to cooperate with her to escape, she would absolutely refuse to communicate with such a stupid person. Oh, that's right. Mina replied, and began to cooperate with Su Yun's actions. But just as the two men stood up, a man's voice came from outside the cave wall. Xiaohong, put our spoils into the warehouse. Su Yun frowned and whispered hurriedly. Pretend to faint. Originally, she didn't want to give a hint, but she was afraid that this foreign girl would reveal something and cause trouble for herself, so she had to give a hint. The two of them landed on the ground at the same time, and Su Yun sat on the ground in the same position as before, taking the opportunity to pretend to be unconscious to find out some information about Hu Yu. A guy who can live in a villa, soak in hot springs, and drink afternoon tea in such an environment cannot be without secrets. If she could find a way to obtain these resources, let alone sacrificing herself, what would it matter if she worked for him? If there's something a piece of strawberry cake can't solve, have a plate of macarons. However, such a perfect plan was perfectly broken by a stupid teammate. But this can't be blamed on Mina. Before Su Yun told her to close her eyes and pretend to faint, Mina had already seen the scene on the opposite side through the wall of the cave. Hu Yu walked in with his head down. The robot in maid costume walked forward, and in front of it, there was a giant dragon. In their culture, this big-winged lizard is a symbol of the devil. And such a demon was actually regarded as a trophy by the man in front of him. A man who can treat demons as trophies is either a god, an angel, or a being more evil than the demon. The answer to this question is obvious. After the first two contacts, in Mina's mind, Hu Yu was obviously not the former. When a demon came towards her, Mina couldn't keep her peace of mind. Soon Hu Yu came in front of them and exposed their disguise. Well, Su Yun sighed. She had no idea what to do with her stupid teammates, so she had to open her eyes. Boss Hu Yu. Before she could finish her words, Su Yun was stunned. The man who should be standing in front of me is gone. Hu Yu left as soon as he saw the status in his message bar. He ran into the villa, sat at the dining table, took out all the food he could eat at this stage, and stuffed it into his mouth frantically. It's not that I'm hungry, nor do I want to eat, but this is the only way to maintain my physical strength. Dragon breath. Damn dragon breath. Hu Yu stuffed a piece of sausage into his mouth, and before he swallowed it, he took another bite of chocolate. The taste was indescribable, but he still stuffed it into his mouth madly. He kept casting non-consumable identification spells on himself. His current stamina was only around 70. Every time it dropped, he would replenish it. Today's Conq Qa has been used up, and he doesn't know how to eliminate the impact of the dragon's breath, so he can only use the dumbest way to solve it. After finishing all the fast food, Hu Yu was still in the dragon breath state, so he had no choice but to walk to the door of the villa and shouted to Xiaohong, "Xiaohong, come back and cook." After saying that, he returned to the kitchen. There is also a pot of green dragon skull soup there. If you drink it all, you should be able to hold on for a while. Yes, master. Xiaohong responded, folded her hands on her skirt, and trotted back to the villa. Su Yun and Mina leaned against each other. She was a little puzzled. Have we been unconscious for a long time? Didn't this man just finish afternoon tea and he wants to have dinner now? Mina didn't answer. The departure of Hu Yu and Xiao Hong left her with no more obstacles in front of her. The green dragon has been put into the warehouse by Xiao Hong, but the impact of the green dragon and the explosion cannot be erased. The sunken ground just formed the shape of the green dragon. Hey, I'm talking to you. Su Yun frowned. She was a little annoyed by Mina's attitude. Su Yun. Mina's voice trembled. You said, can he really slay the dragon? Slay a dragon? I can do that. Su Yun snorted coldly. The perfect dragons are just slightly larger lizards. Fire breathing and dragon breath are just legends of your civilization system. They can't do it at all. So if these lizards want to attack us, they have to give up their air advantage and dive, or simply come to the ground. As long as you dodge in time and use your crossbow to attack the scales in the same place, you can easily kill the dragon. But what? That's just perfect level. Su Yun uttered 6 words and stopped talking. As she said before, this is an A-level area. The system prompt they received before said that a legendary dragon would descend. How big is the gap between legendary and perfect? It's probably like the difference between me and Hu Yu. There are hundreds of minus. So what do you think a legendary dragon would look like? Mina continued to ask. She was extremely curious about the dragon that left that mark on the ground. A perfect dragon is about 2 meters long, and a legendary dragon. Well, I haven't seen one, so who knows? Su Yun smiled bitterly. If possible, she would like to never know the answer to this question in her whole life. Then look here, is it this big? Mina stood up on her own initiative, supported by Su Yun behind her, and turned half a circle so that she was facing the cave wall opposite the villa. Su Yun was stunned. After drinking a pot of green dragon skull soup, Hu Yu did not feel the burning sensation in his mouth due to his overeating habit. He only felt the delicious taste between his lips and teeth. Different from the delicious colorful fish soup, the green dragon soup has a more mellow, meaty flavor. In terms of deliciousness alone, the two should be on par. Xiao Hong, it looks like you have to prepare a new dinner. Hu Yu smiled bitterly, and his previous anxious mood mostly dissipated. Because of the hint he got after drinking the green dragon skull soup. Bite. Hint. You have consumed green dragon skull soup. Perfect. Dragon breath effect minus 50%. Duration minus 50%. Perfect. Not only was the negative state brought by the dragon's breath alleviated a lot, but because it was the first time Hu Yu consumed green dragon skull soup, he also gained a lot of attributes. 10 points of physical strength, 10 points of strength. Unfortunately, the benefits brought by the chef's soul can only be counted on the ingredients cooked by hand. Otherwise, he can get another 25% attribute increase. And Hu Yu got the key information from the prompt. He has found a way to eliminate the dragon's breath. Eat dragon meat. But now is not the time. He no longer cares about reducing the dragon's breath in the future. The most important thing now is dragon eggs. It has been less than a minute since the green dragon died. If you use dragon blood to water the dragon eggs now, it might still be effective. Yes. Master, do you need to order? Xiao Hong replied respectfully. Just prepare it with red dragon meat. Don't use green dragon. Hu Yu gave an order and walked quickly out of the villa, holding the dragon egg in his hand. I've seen a dirty joke before, which mentioned that one should do it while it's hot. I didn't expect that he would really do it while it's hot this time. Hu Yu came to the open space in front of the villa, and without caring about the 2 people next to him, he directly took out the legendary green dragon from the warehouse. He hurried to the dragon's head, took out the dragon blood sword, picked up the dragon scales, and stabbed it directly into the green dragon's neck. Golden blood flowed along the sword blade. Hu Yu took a wooden barrel to catch it and put the dragon egg in the barrel. In order to satisfy his curiosity, he did not use any identification techniques on the dragon egg, but only observed the changes in the dragon egg with his naked eyes. Soon, a faint golden light exploded before his eyes. Chapter 128. The true sword bathed in dragon blood. Hu Yu's heart trembled, but he soon regained his composure, with a bitter and helpless look on his face. This golden light did not explode on the dragon egg, but bloomed from the sword in his hand. Bite. Hint. Due to bathing in high-level dragon blood, your weapon, dragon blood sword, has evolved successfully. I don't know whether I am lucky or unlucky. I bled the green dragon that just died. The dragon egg didn't hatch, but the sword that stabbed the green dragon evolved. But that's okay. The sword of bathing in dragon blood can increase the damage to dragons. If it is increased again, you will have more confidence the next time you face dragons. As for the dragon eggs, Hu Yu filled the wooden barrel with dragon blood, covering about 70% of the volume of the dragon egg. He was not stupid enough to soak the entire dragon egg in dragon blood. Wouldn't it become a pickled egg then? After a while, he still used identification magic on the dragon egg. First, check the condition of the dragon egg. If it is not in good condition, quickly pick it up. It will be no fun if something goes wrong. Bite. Advanced appraisal. Dragon egg, unstable incubation 1%. A dragon egg hatched with the blood of a recently deceased dragon, currently in an unstable state. It may hatch successfully, or it may produce some kind of mutation. Tip. The hatching process cannot be interrupted, but it can be replaced with live dragon blood during the hatching process. Warning. Mutation may cause the hatched dragon to evolve or degenerate, or may cause hatching failure. Who couldn't help but frown. If it were according to his idea, he would rather give up the possibility of evolution than risk losing the dragon egg by hatching it. But the incubation process cannot be interrupted, so he has no say in it. At worst, I can find a chance to replace it with dragon's blood later. Anyway, judging from the hatching progress bar, hatching this little guy is still a time-consuming task. Next, I should take some time to study silence and find out what is going on with its intermittent seizures. At night, you still have to face the green dragon's old father. If it really doesn't work, I guess I'll have to use the solution that I abandoned earlier. Huyu was always unwilling to exchange his own chance of survival for the cost of others' lives. It's not that he is a saint, but even if the area is moved, there is still a possibility that the Green Dragon Lord will come to find him, using someone else's life to exchange for a possibility. Well, let's wait and see. Huyu drew out the dragon blood sword, blocked the blood vessels on the green dragon's neck, and walked towards the villa carrying the wooden barrel. He hadn't taken 2 steps when he remembered that there were 2 unrecyclable garbage next to him, so he turned around and looked at them. I say, you two, don't even think about running away. Since you can come to me, it proves that I can go to where you are. So don't make me waste my time looking for you. Do you understand? Su Yun and Mina nodded in unison. Not to mention anything else, the green dragon in front of them alone was enough to dispel all their thoughts. Yes, very good. Huyu praised, carried the wooden barrel to the villa, and instructed Xiaohong, take good care of the eggs in this barrel. Don't let Xiaobai knock them over and eat them, and don't make them into dishes. Yes, master. Huyu glanced at the green dragon and the 2 people outside the window, and did not rush out. Instead, he walked into the living room and sat down. He took out silence and carefully observed its appearance. As soon as he looked at it, he immediately saw the time bar on the side of the gun. 8:45:56, 8:45:55. Looking at the time, he quickly figured out the logic. It should be 3 o'clock in the afternoon now, and it has been exactly 3 hours since the last shooting. In other words, if the killing mode of silent is used once, it will have to be cooled down for 12 hours. Damn, it makes sense, but it's very unpleasant. The gun that was originally used as a trump card was actually used for an experiment? What kind of thing is this? But since it has already happened, he can only accept his fate. Judging from the situation when he faced the Red Dragon Lord, he only had the killing mode of annihilation that could slay the dragon, and the rest of the means were not enough to cause harm to the Red Dragon Lord. The Green Dragon Lord is as famous as the Red Dragon Lord, so it is impossible for him to be much worse. What should I do? I can't really go. Oh, that's right. Huyu took out the newly evolved Dragon Blood Sword. As long as this sword evolved to a certain level, combined with the current silence, there might still be a chance. The evolved Dragon Blood Sword actually didn't change much, except that there was an extra golden line in the middle of the sword, which looked extremely eye-catching. The identification technique was thrown up casually, and a prompt popped up in front of Huyu. Bite. Advanced appraisal. True sword bathed in dragon blood. Epic. A long sword that has truly been bathed in dragon blood cannot be compared to those iron swords that have been soaked in the flesh and blood of dragon subspecies overnight. Increases damage to dragons by 5 times and slows down the bleeding process. Quality additional skill. Epic. Double the damage to epic dragons and below. Tip. Soak in high-level dragon blood to upgrade again. Warning. Since the original material of the iron sword is ordinary, it may be damaged when it is upgraded again. Note, shill. Don't say I didn't tell you. Using this sword to pierce meat will lock in all the juices except the blood. It will be so delicious when roasted. The notes remain the same, but everything else has changed. It causes 5 times the damage to dragons, and doubles the damage to epic dragons and below, which is 10 times. If this sword were in the hands of someone else, it would be a true artifact. With a sword in one hand and a crossbow in the other, you might be able to kill an epic dragon in seconds. Pity. The next time you will face a mythical dragon. 5 times the damage. Even if we multiply it by 5 times the Dragon Slayer's damage, what about a total of 25 times? That seems high, but what is 25 times 0? Although the damage caused by the current silence cannot be 0, How much damage can a bullet that can be easily blocked by the dragon scales of a legendary dragon cause to a mythical existence? Unless I get lucky like today and hit the vital point and trigger a fatal blow, it will be impossible to slay the dragon. Puyu scratched his head. This was the first time he felt upset since he came to the wilderness. He has never been a selfish person. Even if he encountered a crisis in the past, he was always the victim and had nothing to do with others. But now, with more than a dozen lives on my shoulders, it would be a lie to say that I don't feel any pressure. Never mind. This is in the wilderness. I can even not save them, abandon them, or even kill them with my own hands. The important thing is to save your own life. As for the rest, love whoever wants it. At most I can burn some incense and bow to you on Qingming Festival. Those who have wives will help take care of you, and those who have husbands will help you. Well, the most I can compensate you is 2 kilograms of dragon meat, no more. Puyu patted Jaime aside and turned to walk out of the villa. He was going to meet the 2 non-recyclable pieces of trash and see what the fools had in mind. It's possible that we might find a breakthrough. As soon as Puyu walked out of the villa, the 2 women looked at him eagerly, as if they saw a pile of gold coins. No, that's not quite the right description. They must have seen a bunch of Hermes bags, Chanel perfumes, Cartier jewelry, and Versace clothes coming towards them at the same time. Puyu had just walked up to them, and before he could open his mouth, he heard a roar exploding in his ears. Ouch! Originally, he thought that it was just the Green Dragon Lord who knew that his son had gone to accompany his eldest cousin and was grieving alone. But a shadow instantly blocked out the sunlight above. Puyu looked up and saw a giant dragon that covered the sky and the sun, filling his entire field of vision. It turns out that the phrase blocking out the sun and the sky can really be applied to living things. Chapter 129 Double Surprise. What is this thing? Mina shouted in panic. Su Yun beside her looked up and did not answer her question, as if she was stunned by the scene before her. They were not making a fuss. You have to know that when Puyu first saw the Lord of the Red Dragon, his reaction was not very calm. It seems that this guy is not as patient as the Red Dragon Lord. Puyu raised his head and complained helplessly. Both of them had lost their sons. The Red Dragon Lord waited until he woke up from his nap before coming to find him, but the Green Dragon Lord actually flew out not long after. You can tell at first glance that he is an impatient person. You two, stay aside and don't move. Puyu glanced down at the 2 of them, then turned around and walked to the Green Dragon's corpse and collected it. Xiaohong, come out for a moment. The only way now is to hide oneself first and integrate all existing forces. Once discovered, fight to the death with the Green Dragon Lord. As for the original plan, even if he was ruthless enough, it was too late to implement it now. This black shadow almost covered the entire cave complex. No matter how the area was adjusted, it was impossible to leave the cave. Xiaohong held the hem of her skirt and walked slowly out of the villa. She was not in a hurry. Master, what do you want me to do? Look up. Do you have a way to get this big lizard down to make soup? Puyu took out silence, aimed at the black shadow in the air, and held the dragon blood sword in his mouth. Xiaohong looked up, just glanced, then lowered her head and smiled at him. Sorry, Master, Xiaohong has not loaded the joke module yet. Puyu turned his head indifferently, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Well, even robots think I'm telling a bad joke. Since Xiaohong is unreliable, I can only rely on myself. Just when he was about to aim at a random spot and shoot, Su Yun suddenly came to his senses and shouted, "Wait!" Puyu's face turned cold, and he looked down at Su Yun. If you want to say something about protecting rare animals, I don't mind sending you to complain to the King of Hell first. No. Su Yun frowned, not joking. Help me untie the rope. There is something in my warehouse that can cause harm to the Dragon Clan. Oh yes. Puyu then remembered how Su Yun got here. What she was holding in her hand was the dragon tooth. Although not as good as the legendary or even epic dragons, they are indeed dragon teeth, not subspecies like the red-winged dragon. With the current means of survivors, this cannot be achieved without props like the dragon blood sword. I was so anxious just now that I didn't think of it. Xiaohong, untie her. Puyu stared into her eyes and said, I advise you not to play any tricks. I am the only one who can save you now. Nonsense. Of course I know. Xiaohong untied the ropes on Su Yun. She took out her notebook and took out a metal pendant from it. From the shape and appearance, there was nothing special about it. She didn't dare to get close to Huyu and just threw the pendant over to him. Huyu caught it and released the identification technique instantly. Advanced appraisal, dragon slaying seal, perfect level item. 1/3 a mysterious item left behind by a former dragon slayer that can cause double damage to dragons. Quality additional skills. Perfect, the damage caused will ignore the dragon's level. Tip. This item can only be used 3 times, after which it will self-destruct. Warning, please stay away from the item when it self-destructs. Note, only magic can defeat magic. Double. And it ignores the dragon level. This woman actually wasted such a precious opportunity on a perfect piece of trash. Very good, I'll take it. Hu Yu held the curse seal in his hand and turned to look at Xiao Hong. Tie it again. Hey, Hu Yu. Shu. Hu Yu was in no mood to listen to what Su Yun had to say, and just set up Jaime again. Stop arguing. After these two words were spoken, both Su Yun and Mina shut their mouths. They all knew how unwise it would be to disturb Hu Yu now, so they looked up at the same time and looked at the black shadow in the sky. I am lucky to witness the slaughter of such a huge dragon. Cull. Hu Yu closed his eyes and took a long breath to calm himself down, then opened his eyes again and looked at the black shadow in the air. Normally, there was no need to aim at such a large target, but he wanted to kill with one strike, so he had to find the legendary dragon's weakness. Reverse scale. The scale that grows upside down on the dragon's neck is known as the dragon's weakness. In some legends, it is also the hardest scale on the dragon's body. No matter what it is, Hu Yu's target is it. Unfortunately, the sunlight is now blocked, and he can only roughly judge the location of the inverse scale by observing the dragon's body shape and combining its proportions. Soon, he had a goal. As his index finger moved, a soft sound exploded in the ears of the three people. Originally, there was no sound in silence, but at this moment, the sound of gunfire was amplified countless times in their ears. The next moment, the bullet hit the black shadow in the air, and the huge figure was overturned, and it seemed to have found what it was looking for. The black shadow immediately flew into the air, and its body kept shrinking. Just when the three thought that the gun had repelled it, the black shadow swooped down again. Hu Yu froze in place, not even wanting to hide. Hide. Can you hide in Doraemon's anywhere door? But just when Hu Yu was about to close his eyes and wait for death, a dragon roar suddenly exploded in his ears. Ouch! What is this? Say hello to me before attacking? Hu Yu closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. Could it be that it was really like what was written in the novels, that shouting out the name of a move before attacking could increase its power? Wait, something's wrong. The direction from which the dragon's roar came was. Hu Yu opened his slightly closed eyes and turned to look at the sky on the left. Another dark shadow. The second black shadow rushed up from below. Its target was the green one in the air. What the hell was that green one? Isn't this the Lord of the Red Dragon? Did it fly over from the Red Dragon Forest? Hu Yu looked up along the flight path of the second black shadow, only to find that the black shadow he had hit before was actually his old friend. Previously, because the sunlight was blocked, he couldn't see the color of the dragon scales clearly. When the black shadow rose into the air, the sudden increase in brightness caused his visual sense to be reduced a lot. When the visual system adapted to the current light intensity, Hu Yu discovered the first black shadow. It was actually the Lord of the Red Dragon. Then the Lord of the Green Dragon should be the one who just flew up. Hu Yu sorted out his thoughts and simply put everything in his hands and mouth into the warehouse. There is no hope, just wait to die. The Red Dragon Lord can't even handle it himself, and now there's a Green Dragon Lord too. What the hell? It would be better to prepare the suicide note while there is still time, and then find yourself a good place with good feng shui and lie down in peace. Maybe you can even leave yourself an intact body. But before that, Hu Yu took out his wooden recliner from the warehouse, lay down on it, and looked up at the two dragon lords confronting each other in the sky. This scene is not common. I don't know why, but I suddenly envy Duan Yu. Although he was a couple who ended up being siblings, at least they were able to face two poisonous creatures and reap the benefits. If I could also wait, sit back and reap the benefits, it seems there is room for maneuver. A bold idea suddenly popped up in Hu Yu's mind, and he immediately jumped up from the recliner, looked up at the sky, and smiled kindly. Two brothers, you can't blame me for being cruel. You want to kill me, and I want to eat your flesh. Chapter 130, A Golden Rain. What is the difference between humans and beasts? Most people's answers would probably include things like using tools and complex logical thinking skills. Yes, these are all correct. But there is actually one more point that is not often taken to heart. That's emotional disguise. To put it simply, it's just acting. There is also camouflage in the world of plants and animals, such as pitcher plants, leaf butterflies, mimic octopuses, etc., but they are all superficial. Humans are different. They fake their emotions. When I am sad, I will pretend to be happy, and when I am happy, I will pretend to cry and scream. Humans can sometimes tell the disguise of emotions, but animals, not necessarily. Hu Yu was planning to take advantage of this. Just let the Green Dragon Lord see that the Red Dragon Lord's son attacked his son. It doesn't even need to actually cause damage, just a momentum. A momentum that can make the Green Dragon Lord have such thoughts. So before it knew whether the Red Dragon Lord's son was dead or not, it will regard the Red Dragon Lord who broke into its territory and driven his son to attack its cousin as a mortal enemy. As I talk about it, it becomes more like a tongue twister. To put it simply, it is just 3 words: alienation strategy. Moreover, judging from what happened just now, it is obvious that these 2 brothers do not have a harmonious relationship as cousins. Maybe there is some hatred among them that Yu doesn't know about. Even if there is no hatred, from the perspective of animals, a fellow who is as strong as oneself has broken into one's territory. This is not something that can be resolved peacefully. As for whether his performance would be seen by those 2 brothers, he was not worried. After all, he still had the Dragon Slayer on him, so as long as he made some noise, there was no doubt that these 2 would be attracted over. But just in case, it's better to be cautious. Xiaohong, Yu looked down at Xiaohong beside him and opened the VIP maul in his hand, searching for what he wanted. Do you have functions such as recording, projection, and cutting? He now wants to save every minute and every second. God knows how long these 2 brothers will continue to confront each other. It would not be fun if they suddenly reached a consensus and started looking for a common enemy who killed their son together. Yes, master. Xiaohong responded respectfully, and a small projection lens popped out from her forehead. Okay, follow me. Yu looked up at the sky and confirmed that they had no intention of coming down, so he immediately took out the corpse of the red dragon. Fortunately, this guy is big enough, and although he has eaten a lot of meat before, it has not affected his body size. The huge monster that suddenly appeared before their eyes startled both Su Yun and Mina. This dragon is not the one we just saw. How many dragons did this man slay? Huyuk was in no mood to explain to these 2. Now that the corpse of the red dragon's son had suddenly appeared, it was impossible for him not to attract the attention of the red dragon lord. He must hurry and complete his action before the 2 brothers find out. Although it is difficult, this is the last chance. But just as Huyu took a step forward and was about to help the son of the red dragon pose, a dragon roar was heard in the air. Oops. Huyu's heart trembled. He knew it was too late. This was originally a gamble. Even if I didn't take this chance, it would be a dead end once those 2 figured out their thoughts. Now that the corpse has been moved out, at least it can be considered a struggle. A fish that is cut in half and thrown into a frying pan will still toss around a few times, let alone a living person. Huyu was ready to die, but before closing his eyes, he did not forget to put the body of the red dragon's son into the warehouse. He was not like the jerk senior who left behind a notebook. He only left behind a notebook and a pocket watch. If someone later finds the notebook, at least they can get 2 legendary dragon corpses, which can be considered a small contribution to mankind. A smile of relief appeared on Huyu's lips, and he didn't know whether death was real death. Maybe it was just a dream? After death, I can return to the real world. Although life there is hard, and one cannot buy a toilet with a year's salary, but at least one can eat and drink enough, and there is no danger to one's life. Being alive is better than anything else, isn't it? Just as Huyu was daydreaming, a dragon roar came from the sky, interrupting his thoughts. Oh my god, kill if you want. Don't let me dream. Huyu opened his eyes, intending to stare at the 2 big beasts as they faced death, and at the same time, make an international gesture to despise their immoral behavior in order to maintain his last bit of dignity as a human being. But at this moment, the scene in the sky made him freeze in his tracks. One red, one green. The 2 huge monsters were entangled with each other. The sound of dragon roars is endless. With every flap of their wings, several or even dozens of dragon scales would fall from the sky, mixed with bright golden dragon blood. A golden rain fell from the sky. If this trend continues, I think these 2 will be able to beat the hell out of each other. But what's going on? My plan has clearly not been implemented yet. Could it be that the hatred for intruding into the territory is far greater than the hatred for killing my son? This is not impossible. After all, the red dragon lord has more than 20 dragon cubs, and the green dragon lord's head is still green, so there must be more or less. How big of a deal is it to lose a son? What's more, the lord of the red dragon arrived here so quickly, proving that the red dragon forest is not far from here. Maybe the 2 of them have some kind of personal vendetta. I don't know what color the hybrid of the red and green dragons will be. Although he was speechless, it did not affect Huyu's excitement. Damn it, Hu said. An unintentional planting of willows will bring about a great success? Please don't be polite to me. I will burn a few more incense sticks for you on Qingming Festival. Huyu. Su Yin also raised her head and asked with a trembling voice. Then, what's the situation with those 2? Can't you see? Huyu was in a very good mood. Judging from the situation in the air, the 2 brothers were almost ready to fight to the death. Isn't this a fight? What else could it be? Mating. Su-yun rolled her eyes. I know it's a fight. I mean, that red dragon. That red dragon should be coming for you. Hu-yu frowned and looked down at Su-yun. What do you want to say? I think. Su-yun stood up, not caring about Xiaohong next to him, but did not approach him directly. I want your method of slaying the dragon. As for the price, whatever you want, I can satisfy you. Even myself. Mina's pupils shrank. Oh my god, why didn't I think of this? She also hurriedly stood up from the ground and stared at Hu-yu with sharp eyes. Me too. Hu-yu rolled his eyes, ignored the two not-so-smart, unrecyclable garbage, sat back on the wooden recliner, and watched the fight between the dragon masters in the sky. Judging from the current situation, no matter who wins, there will be no problems with night travel. I don't know whether the system will rearrange another night activity. Given its nature, it would be impossible for us to fall asleep peacefully before midnight. Hu-yu. Su-yun called his name again, lowered her head, and whispered, You are alone in the wilderness. Don't you feel lonely? That's right. Hu-yu propped himself up and looked at the two dragon lords fighting in the air, and suddenly thought of something. The dragon blood they dropped is all the blood of living dragons. Chapter 131, The Fisherman and the Fish. You agree to this? Su-yun asked tentatively, lowering her head with a blush on both sides of her cheeks. Hu-yu's reaction was also within her expectations. Otherwise, what else can a man be good if he is not lustful? How are you? Even though he pretended to be a gentleman before, once his life was no longer threatened, he still thought about those things. Hate. Hu-yu didn't care about what Su-yun said. He came up to the two of them with a hint of excitement in his eyes. How many transactions do you have left? I wish Su-yun had just uttered 2 words when she froze in place. Number of transactions? What the hell? Is this the right time to ask that? For more times left. Mina said silently beside her. Previously, when she was climbing the ladder, she gave the notebook directly to Luo Jin, so she only used the transaction once, which was when she traded resources to Hu-yu. 5 times. Su-yun was puzzled, but still replied in a low voice. Good. Hu-yu looked at the two of them and said, You will be responsible for collecting the dragon blood that falls down for me later. The more the better. As long as you collect a certain amount, I will let you two go. After saying that, he looked at the chat interface without asking for the opinions of these two guys. They are just 2 prisoners. What else can you disagree with? It was quiet inside now. From the appearance of the black shadow to the fight between the 2 dragon lords, this visual feast is right before their eyes. I guess they have no time to chat in groups. Fortunately, as an administrator, Hu-yu broadcast the messages directly to this group of people. Everyone. Hu-yu's tone was calm, completely different from his excited tone just now. I think. You should have seen what happened above your head, right? I see. Shuren was the first to jump out. Boss Hu, are these 2 dragons mythical dragons? Hu-yu was not there just now, so he didn't dare to reveal the news about the mythical dragon, nor did he dare to contact him casually. Now seeing this person showing up, he asked without thinking. Yes. Hu-yu replied without hesitation. In addition to these 2, there should be 3 dragons of the same level in this F-level world. 3? Just one of them is enough to eat all of us, right? The one upstairs, be more confident. The rest of us are not even enough to fill the teeth of a giant dragon. What should we do? Boss Hu, you have slain a dragon before, so you tell us first. Sensible. Hu-yu smiled with satisfaction. He had originally planned to let Shuren start the conversation, but he didn't expect that such a sensible young man would take the initiative to speak. Just right. Yes, that's the problem, Hu-yu said with a hint of smile. If I'm not mistaken, if we humans want to survive, in addition to preparing sufficient resources, we also need to improve our own abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jin sent a transaction request. What does this goblin want to do now? Hu-yu paused and chose to accept it. As soon as the interface popped up, a line of text appeared next to Luo Jin's avatar. Luo Jin. Hu-yu, you are not going to tell them about the attributes, are you? Hu-yu frowned and did not answer her question. Instead, he asked, You seem to have some other ideas. Information gap. From Luo Jin's tone, it's not hard to tell that she's angry. Only a few people have this information now. We can use the information gap to gain a lot of benefits. Now tell the information too. Before she could finish her words, Hu-yu directly closed the transaction interface. Hu-yu naturally knew what she was talking about. But how much can those benefits be? These survivors will know about attributes sooner or later. No matter how many there are, they will never be more than a dragon egg hatched by the blood of a mythical living dragon. Hu-yu looked at the chat interface and continued. I think quite a few people should have discovered it. Food, or to be more precise, gourmet food. Delicious food cooked with high-grade ingredients can bring us some attribute enhancements. Although these increases do not seem to have any benefits in the early stages, and even without identification skills, we don't know what our attributes are. But I'll give you a precise answer here. The more delicious food is cooked with high-quality ingredients, the greater its attributes will be. And the improvement of attributes is the key to our dragon slaying. If you reach a certain level, it is not impossible to slay a dragon with your physical body. This statement is half true and half false. Attributes can indeed bring about changes in physical fitness, but even if it is improved to Huyu's current level, he will definitely not be able to slay a dragon. But in order for the dragon eggs to hatch, he had to say this. The chat interface remained silent. The remaining 15 people listened quietly to Huyu's lecture, while Luo Jin. She sent 2 transaction requests, but Huyu ignored them and kept quiet. So, Huyu has already put the bait on the hook, and now it's time to cast the rod. Everyone can look up. The dragon blood spilled from above is truly a mythical material. If it can be collected, then what benefits can it bring? I don't need to say more, right? Is this true? Damn it. Boss Hu, why didn't you tell me earlier? I just wasted countless drops of dragon blood. The furthest distance in the world is not that you are standing in front of me and I don't know that I love you, but that dragon blood is passing by me and I don't know its value. Still chatting. Hurry up and get the basin. The chat interface fell silent again, but a smile appeared on Huyu's lips. Done. Huyu, Mina said tremblingly. You want to use dragon blood to hatch dragon eggs, right? Huyu turned his gaze towards Mina and looked at her strangely. How did you know? Although she was the first owner of the dragon egg, she had no identification skills and should not know how to hatch the dragon egg. How could she know something that even Luo Jin didn't know? I found this dragon egg in a pit filled with golden liquid. Mina's tone was full of regret. I didn't know what it was at first, but later I found out it was dragon blood. You were such a waste. Huyu complained and waited quietly for things to develop. When fishing, you have to be patient, right? But your target is dragon blood. So why do you still need to tell them the importance of dragon blood? Suyin asked from the side. She didn't quite understand Huyu's approach. If he tells everyone the importance of dragon blood now, then if he wants to buy dragon blood from these people again, the price he pays will definitely be several times, or even dozens of times, of what it is now. Just because he told everyone how to slay a dragon? Not everyone is willing to repay this kind of favor. This is in the wilderness, after all. Human desires have been magnified countless times. Who would be willing to repay a favor to someone they don't know if they will ever meet again? Since I'll need you later, I'll give you a lesson. Huyu sat on a wooden recliner, with his hands behind his head, watching the 2 dragon masters in the air continue to fight. If I let them collect dragon blood before telling them the truth, and promise to buy it back at a high price, even if I give a reasonable reason for this action, they will still become suspicious and keep some of the dragon blood in their own warehouse. I can't get this part. They would do this regardless of whether they knew the value and function of dragon blood or not. This is curiosity at work, and it is also human nature. But if I tell them the true value of dragon blood, not only will they work harder to collect it, but they will also think of me as a fool in their hearts. Let alone them. Maybe you think so too, right? But if after they collected a large amount of dragon blood, they found that the value of dragon blood was not as high as they imagined, or even just a disposable item, then precious dragon blood can instantly transform from hard currency into beautiful decoration. At this time, as long as I, a fool, pay a price several times lower than before, I can get more from them than I imagined. Hee, disposable items. And this process can be completed with just a simple experiment. Huyu waited quietly. When the fish swam for a while longer, he would tell everyone about this experiment, and then pull in the net and pull the rod. But just when he was feeling proud of himself, the 2 giant dragons in the sky suddenly stopped. They separated into 2 groups, one on the left and one on the right, and stood at the 2 ends of the cave. Each of them had a dragon head extending from it, and a low roaring sound kept coming out of its throat. Fuck. Huyu couldn't help but curse out loud, looking up into the air with a pale face. Could it be that these 2 brothers have finally realized what's going on? Chapter 132. As long as there is health bar, I will kill you even if I am a god. The low roar of a dragon echoed in their ears. A group of humans stood at the bottom of the cave, looking up at the sky like ants. There were 2 huge monsters that would decide their fate. At this moment, they seemed to understand the feelings of ants looking up to humans. When human souls step towards the ant nest, no ant will be willing, but no ant has the ability to stop it, even though it is the most powerful ant in the colony. This is how Huyu feels at the moment. He looked up at the sky. Even if he held silence in his hand, it could not give him a sense of security. Helpless, weak, powerless. Similar emotions weighed on his heart, And he even forgot about collecting dragon blood. Sit back and wait for death? Leave your life to these two giant lizards? No. This is not me. Dragon? What the hell? Even if they are gods, demons, angels, and monsters, are they really nobler than humans? There's a saying that goes, as long as there's health bar, I'll kill you even if I have to. Since I am a human being, even if I die, I will sleep in the glory that belongs to mankind. This is the arrogance of human beings. Puyo looked up and glared at the Lord of the Red Dragon. He slowly raised silence, pointed the gun at it, and put his right index finger on the trigger. Aim. As long as he pulls the trigger, two results will be triggered. Either the seriously injured Red Dragon Lord was killed by the annihilation bullet that was enhanced 50 times. Judging from the shot just now, Jaime is not incapable of inflicting damage to it now. As long as he hits the vital point, it is not impossible to send him to reunite with his son. Or, as long as the Red Dragon Lord is not dead, the Green Dragon Lord will also find that there is a being in his territory that can threaten it. By then, the scene will be so beautiful that you dare not think about it too much. Now that he had made the decision, you did not hesitate any longer. The moment he aimed the gun at the Lord of Red Dragon, he took out the dragon blood sword and the pendant given to him by Su Yun. With the experience from last time, his movements this time were much more graceful. Puyo held the pendant in his hand and held the sword with his arm, which did not affect his aiming posture. Call. Puyo exhaled lightly, then pulled the trigger at the same time as the Lord of the Red Dragon groaned. A crisp sound rang in his ears, and he didn't even open his eyes, just feeling the relaxation of the moment. It was like the moment he jumped off the bungee platform. He felt truly liberated. Some people don't understand the meaning of this extreme sport of jumping off a rope, and may even think it is a stupid thing that only people with nothing to do would do. But when you really stand on the high platform and look down at everyone, even the most stable person will feel a little disturbed. Once you jump down, the waves will instantly expand thousands of times, impacting your inner defenses. After landing, it feels like a new life. Of course, this does not include those who bungee jump once a day. After the rebirth, Puyo still raised his eyes. He had to confirm what impact his bullet had caused, right? It wouldn't matter if he didn't look at it, but once he did, he almost thought he had just woken up. Those two dragon masters actually disappeared. It was almost dusk in the vast sky, the afterglow dyed the sunset red, and a few unknown birds flew through the air. Where are the dragons? Where are two such huge dragons? Puyo was stunned. This was obviously beyond his expectations. Not only did the Red Dragon Lord disappear, but even the Green Dragon Lord left his territory. Could it be that they were all scared away because I fired the gun? Come on, they have nothing to do with the Yin beast. How could such a ridiculous situation happen? Hearing Huyu's question, Mina actually answered. After you fired the gun, the two dragons flew away. I think they flew west. Huyu lowered his head and immediately looked at Mina. It left after the shooting? Did the bullet hit it? Probably not. Mina replied. Didn't hit? That proves that he was not the one who fired the shot. Is it because? Huyu thought of a possibility, but he didn't dare to confirm it, and there was no one around to ask. He could only suppress this possibility in his heart. What else could he do? He couldn't just go find the two dragon masters, step on their heads, and ask them why they didn't kill him, right? Daydreaming. Huyu didn't take this daydream seriously, but he never thought. Not long after, he really realized this daydream. It's just that the process is a bit tortuous. Now that we are safe for the time being then, it's time to close the net. Huyu smiled wistfully, opened the chat interface and asked, it looks like we are safe for now. How is it, everyone? How much dragon blood have you collected? No one answered his question. Since ancient times, wealth has not been shown off. This is genuine mythical material. Although everyone was only communicating in the chat group, it didn't mean that Huyu was incapable of finding them in their base. For your own safety, the best option is not to leak information. Oh, it seems that everyone has a strong sense of safety. Huyu joked, since it's safe now, I'll continue with the previous topic. Are there any students willing to continue attending the class? Come on, raise your paw so I can see. His tone was extremely relaxed, as if he really didn't take the dragon blood seriously. But Luo Jin doesn't think so. Previously, she firmly believed that this guy had lost his mind and was planning to do a good thing before he died. However, hearing Huyu's voice coming from her ears, her thoughts wavered. The crisis has been resolved. Even if he wants to do good things, he can't still be responsible for sales services. Be a good person to the end? Luo Jin knew that he was not such a person, but what exactly did Huyu want to do? She hadn't guessed it yet. Me. Shuren was the first to speak. He didn't believe that Huyu would harm him, his loyal lackey. Him, Mr. Hu, please stop keeping us in suspense and tell us what you were talking about. Yes, Mr. Hu, you're the best. Claw. Huyu smiled and didn't ask about the amount of dragon blood. These guys became more active. Well, let's continue. We talked about the composition of delicious food before, right? Students who listen carefully to the lectures will know that, strictly speaking, it is actually food, not high-grade ingredients, that can improve our abilities. Although the quality of ingredients also determines the grade of food, the two are ultimately not the same concept. Let me give you an example, such as the dragon blood in your hands. The attribute increase that mythical dragon blood brings to you is 0, but if it is made into mythical food, the attribute increase may be hundreds. But you deliberately dragged out the tone to catch their attention and curiosity. Shurin, but what? Yes. Boss who, please tell me what it is. My mother told me that if you say something halfway, your tongue will get rotten. Okay, I'll continue. Huyu smiled and said, but no matter how many kinds of food we make with dragon blood, it can only give us one boost. Even if it is not cooked properly, it will have the opposite effect and reduce the quality of the dragon blood. With mythical ingredients, you'd be lucky to be able to cook something epic. The chat interface suddenly fell silent. It's not that they don't believe what Huyu said, but they are skeptical. But no one would want to use the dragon blood in their hands for experiments, so the best way is to wait and see. Huyu knew they would think this way, so he added, you don't have to believe it, and you don't have to wait for others to help you experiment. After all, if someone in the chat group agrees with me, you will also think that it was arranged by me. So try it with a small portion of dragon blood first, as a small experiment. If the experiment fails, it will prove what I said. He was not worried about not having enough dragon blood. The golden rain just now was quite heavy. If I hadn't been busy guarding against the movements of the two dragon lords, it would probably have been as heavy as half a bottle of mineral water. Apart from the 3 of them who did not move, there were still 14 people in this area. Even if Luo Jin did not trade the dragon blood to him, the number would barely be enough. Huyu lay back on the wooden chair and was about to call Xiaohong to cook dinner when a transaction request popped up. Bite. Player Luo Jin sends you a trade request. Do you accept it? Again. Huyu was no longer busy, and it was a good opportunity to listen to what this woman wanted to say. Accept it. A trading bar pops up before your eyes. Luo Jin directly placed 500 milliliters of dragon blood on the transaction column and slowly sent a message. I guess. You should know what I want. Chapter 133. The owner of the notebook is still alive. 500 milliliters of mythical dragon blood. If someone else put this thing in the trading column, Huyu would only have to give a pound of legendary dragon meat at most, and he could be called a conscientious merchant. After all, he is the only one who can offer this price at this stage. The price of legendary dragon meat is obviously higher than dragon blood in the eyes of those who have consumed dragon blood. But if the trading party is Luo Jin, Huyu really couldn't figure out what she wanted. After all, she had already eaten dragon meat. M for rifle? She had seen herself holding a gun before, so it was not surprising that she had this idea. But Huyu would never let weapons of this level fall into the hands of others, no matter who that someone else is. Just tell me what you want. Huyu said coldly. It seems you really don't know. Luo Jin clicked confirm, and the transaction box flashed before Huyu's eyes. This is. Huyu's pupil shrank, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. She clicked confirm? Without me putting anything in the trade box, she confirmed the trade. Could it be that my hand slipped? That's impossible. If her hand slips, she will have to eat more chicken feet to make up for it. To be cautious, Huyu did not click to confirm, but asked again, What do you mean? What do you mean? Luo Jin asked back, and then teased, Can't you see this? This is my dowry for you. Don't be ridiculous. If it was Huyu a day ago, he would have accepted it without hesitation and given something as a bride price. But after a whole day of getting along, he already knew what kind of person Luo Jin was. Fairy? Monster? This is not enough to describe it. I guess we have to add the description of eating people without leaving any bones before these 2 words to make them look reasonable. No matter how beautiful such a girl is, he would not dare to marry her. Luo Jin, okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll keep a portion of the stuff, and this portion will be considered as a favor to you. Favor? Huyu couldn't think of any favors he could owe her. Could it be those 4 conditions? Don't think too much. Luo Jin added, I'm talking about the grace of not killing you when you climb the ladder to heaven. As for the 4 conditions, they are still valid. The meaning of grace of not killing should be that I didn't do anything to her, but made a bet, right? Huyu hesitated for a while and finally clicked confirm. After receiving 500 milliliters of dragon blood, Luo Jin closed the transaction interface and the 2 said nothing. Looking at the mineral water bottle filled with golden liquid in front of him, he also confirmed one thing. Luo Jin wanted to chase him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent a bottle of mythical dragon blood to repay the favor. It would have been fine if she had just thrown it in the store to make some extra money. He shook his head and threw the dragon blood into the warehouse. Seeing that the time was almost up, he turned to the chat interface and said, By the way, everyone. Because I was busy with other things just now and didn't have time to collect dragon blood. If you have extra dragon blood, I can exchange it for legendary dragon meat. But dragon meat is limited, so I only trade with the first 3 friends who want to trade. As for the rest, oh, I'm not a sucker. You'll know how much value the food you've eaten can have later. Hunger marketing. Who you dared to bet that within a minute, someone would be unable to resist trying the effects of the dragon's blood, and within a minute and a half, someone would be unable to resist looking for him to trade. In half an hour at most, all the excess dragon blood in this area will be concentrated in his hands. After all, the cooking requirements for dragon blood are very high, and Huyu is sure that these guys can't find more than 3 cooking methods. Especially after taking it for the first time. If they see the entry only effective for the first time, they probably won't try it. It's just a pity. He only has 1 chance to trade, and when doing so, he has to ask them to trade with Su Yun and Mina. There are 10 chances in total. It doesn't seem like enough. That's right. Didn't these 2 guys come from other survivors' base? They must have someone else's notebook on them. A new notebook represents 5 trading opportunities. Huyu hurriedly came up to the 2 of them and asked, "Where are your notebooks?" Su Yun and Mina looked at each other. What was supposed to happen finally happened. The 2 of them had already prepared themselves mentally and pointed to the backpacks behind them. Huyu didn't say much. He just took the backpack from behind the 2 of them, unzipped it, and took a look. He was stunned for a moment. Both the left and right backpacks are of high quality and are about the same size, but there is only a notebook in each. What is going on? Didn't they say that 4 people died? Even if they didn't cross the uninhabited base, there should be at least 4 more notebooks. Could it be that the murderer wasn't Su Yun or Mina, but someone else was secretly killing the survivors? Hiss. Huyu took a deep breath and felt a little uneasy. Let's ask these 2 guys first. What if they lost the notebook? He walked up to the 2 of them with his backpack, frowned and asked, "Where's the notebook?" Sian tilted her head and pointed to her bag. "Here. Isn't that it?" "I meant the other notebooks." "Others." Mina was puzzled. "What else is there?" "Don't know." She doesn't seem to be pretending. Huyu frowned and asked again, "Didn't you kill 4 survivors? Where are their notebooks?" "Oh." Siyun finally understood what he meant. "Are you talking about theirs? Why didn't you say it earlier?" "Nonsense." Huyu rolled his eyes and casually flipped open Su Yun's notebook. "If I don't ask them, how can I ask you?" "When a person dies, the notebook will naturally disappear." Su Yun answered casually. "Yes." Mina also responded. "Boss Hu, you killed Oda Chuji. You should know about this." "Oh, you were far away at the time, so you probably didn't know." "What?" A bolt of thunder directly hit Huyu's head. "When a person dies, the notebook disappears?" "Damn it, I really don't know. He only killed 2 people since he came to the wilderness, and neither of them died in front of him. What can you expect from a fool?" However, Huyu's first instinct was that these 2 guys were joking with him and lying. But the next moment, he came to a conclusion based on their expressions, tone, and situation. There is no way they could be lying unless both of their brains failed at the same time. This probability is even lower than winning $5,002 in the lottery, using the change from the prize money to buy a lottery ticket, and then winning the jackpot again. So, what's the matter with that VIP notebook in my hand? That person whose base is the interstellar mothership. Is he still alive? A chill ran through Huyu's heart. This feeling is more exciting than making soup with the Red Dragon Lord's son in front of him. You know, A-level administrator privileges can be transferred to a specific point. If that person is not really dead, but is just pretending to be dead or sleeping, what will happen when he wakes up? Even thinking about this with your toes is an insult to your intelligence. Huyu looked down at his feet, and an idea popped into his mind. How about I bury this notebook? That way, even if that person teleports to a certain place, he won't be able to teleport to me. This thought flashed through his mind, and Huyu immediately rejected it. Wait a minute. I will wait for Kong CD to reset tomorrow and ask first. If there is no danger, just leave the notebook with you. If there is danger, let's talk about it when there is danger. He is reluctant to give up this artifact. What's more, there are 2 legendary dragon corpses in this notebook. Huyu came back to his senses, and a system prompt popped up in front of him. Bite. Hint. Because the mythical creature in this area, the Lord of the Green Dragon, has left. The night walk will be conducted by another mythical creature, so please be prepared, survivors. Another one? Isn't this other mythical creature the Lord of the Red Dragon? Apart from this, Huyu could not think of any other possibility. Chapter 134 Dragon Egg and Xiaojing. Huyu stood there in a daze. Sure enough, what is coming will eventually come, and you can't avoid it if you want to. But before facing it, you can still have a good meal. If you ask what is more terrifying than waiting to die, One of the things is definitely waiting to die while being hungry. What's more, there are so many top-quality ingredients in Hu Yu's warehouse. If he really has to leave this world at night, wouldn't it be a waste if he doesn't finish eating them? Xiaohong, go prepare dinner. You have nothing to do here. Yes, master. Xiaohong asked respectfully. For dinner, we have colorful fish sashimi as the appetizer, braised abalone with tianjia wings, steamed Australian lobster, dragon wings with abalone sauce, and dragon meat burger with black truffle as the main course, colorful fish as the soup, and white truffle cake as the dessert. Do you have any suggestions? The colorful scale fish will be fine as sashimi. Hu Yu casually ordered. As for the soup, I'll do it myself. Yes, master. Xiaohong turned and left. The chef's soul skills only enhance the dishes he cooks himself. Otherwise, he would have given his stomach to Xiaohong long ago. What a pity. Gulp. Hu Yu looked to the side and found that the two piles of non-recyclable garbage were staring at him. The gulp sound just now should be the sound of them swallowing saliva. Don't even think about it. Have you ever seen a prisoner being fed a big meal? Before Su Yun could say anything, another transaction information popped up in front of Hu Yu. Bite. Player Shuren sends you a trade request. Do you accept it? Shuren? This guy already has a piece of dragon meat. If I want to trade with him for dragon meat, I guess it won't work. After all, they are our fellow villagers. We can't treat them unfairly, right? Hu Yu clicked confirm and planned to see what price he quoted first. If the price was right, it would be possible to negotiate. Boss Hu. Shuren put 300 milliliters of dragon blood on the trading board and said, "These are my gifts to you. Please don't despise them." As soon as he finished speaking, before Hu Yu could say anything, the other party clicked to confirm. What is this? Has my personal charm improved to this level? People are coming to give me gifts one after another? Wait, gift? Could Shuren be thinking the same thing as Luo Jin? Don't be impatient. Hu Yu raised his eyebrows and asked Shuren tentatively. Isn't it a token of some kind of relationship? To put it simply, it is a dowry. But he couldn't ask directly. He and Shuren only met once, so he didn't know what kind of person he was. What if he had a tendency to be a homosexual? Or a homosexual? Luo Jin's dowry is easier to accept, but if it's Shuren's? Hu Yu didn't dare to answer it carelessly. A token? Shuren asked back. What token? This is my thank you gift to you, boss. I was climbing the ladder this morning. If it weren't for you, boss, I would probably... Oh, forget it. I won't say anymore. Boss, please give me some face and accept this dragon blood. I have already kept some for making ingredients, so I don't need the rest. Who says good people don't get good rewards? Aren't there still good comrades in this wilderness who are grateful and repay kindness? Although his behavior inevitably contains some elements of flattery, it is a good idea to have this idea. Anyway, it's good that it's not a dowry. Oh well. Hu Yu responded, but did not confirm. Instead, he smiled and said, since you want to repay me, then do me a favor. Boss, you decide. As long as I can do it, I will do it without hesitation. It's simple, that is. Hu Yu told Shuren about the dragon blood transaction, but he was cautious and did not tell him that dragon blood was related to the hatching of dragon eggs. Otherwise, it would be bad if he could outweed us, hoard dragon blood and raise the price, or even cut off the trading resources of both parties. If using Su Yun and Mina's notebooks was a means, then asking Shuren to help with the transaction was undoubtedly a gamble for Hu Yu. Everyone will be happy if the bet is won, and Hu Yu will not treat Shuren unfairly. But if he loses the bet, Hu Yu will definitely let him know what hell on earth is. Soon, half an hour passed. All the mythical dragon blood in the area was concentrated in Hu Yu's hands. Except for a small number of people who ate some of it as food, there was a total of about 3 liters of dragon blood left. Shuren's approach was very lenient. Not only did he not embezzle the resources and dragon blood given by Hu Yu, he even repeatedly pushed back the rewards he deserved and refused to take any of Hu Yu's benefits. Hu Yu also returned the favor by throwing a piece of green dragon meat that he had not eaten yet to Shuren. Although both pieces are legendary dragon meat ingredients, they are of different types, and the enhancements they provide should also be different. Shuren finally accepted it. When the sunset faded, the aroma of meat drifted out from the kitchen. Hu Yu looked at the size of the wooden barrel. Unfortunately, 3 liters of live dragon blood were not enough to cover the volume of the dragon egg. He had no choice but to save the dragon's blood and exchange it together when he had enough next time. Otherwise, if you pour the blood of a living dragon in now, there will always be some dead dragon blood in the barrel if you want to change it later. If it's not pure, it's better not to change it. After dealing with the dragon blood issue, Hu Yu turned around and looked at the 2 unrecyclable garbage beside him. All the resources on them had been plundered, and Hu Yu left nothing for them except enough food for one person to survive for 3 days. To be honest, Hu Yu had no intention of killing them. After all, from a certain perspective, they just wanted to come here to seek help and had no intention of doing anything bad to themselves. At most, it's an uninvited admission. At least that's how Mina sees it. Suyun's words. Huyu couldn't see it either. She was restrained by Xiaohong the moment she entered the territory. Even if she had any thoughts, he couldn't see it. Tell me about it. He moved a stool and sat in front of the two people and asked indifferently. Buying lives, what else do you have? The resources have been plundered by him, and this question is about what is in their minds. Suyun tilted her head and didn't even look at him. You don't want your body. Then what do you want? Duong. Huyu took out a small wooden stick and knocked her on the head. What the hell is in your head? You want me to go to the 404 detention room to drink tea every day, right? Suyun felt aggrieved, with tears in her eyes, and dared not speak. Isn't she just greedy for Huyu's body? Is there anything wrong with that? Who wouldn't be greedy for 8-pack abs? Mina thought of something. Dragon egg. I'll tell you where I found the dragon egg. Will you let me go? Not enough. Huyu pondered for a moment and said, add another agreement. Agreement. Mina was puzzled. Is this kind of thing really useful in the wilderness? Or did he intend to let me go? Huyu, what a good person. Yes, the agreement. Huyu raised his lips slightly and said, we tell each other a secret and make a bet that whoever reveals the secret first will take out an excellent sword weapon and stab his heart. In a sense, this is a kind of agreement, right? It is called an agreement, but in fact it is just a variation of gambling. The reason why it is limited to the excellent level is because Huyu's gambler skills have only reached the excellent level. Okay, I agree. Mina had no reason to refuse, so she said, my secret is the location of the dragon egg. Not too stupid. Huyu nodded with satisfaction. Then my secret is everything you see here. Bite. A reminder tone rang in the ears of both of them at the same time. The bet is established. The secret has been notarized by the system. Once the bet is determined, it will be enforced by the system. Done. Now that the system announcement has come out, he has nothing to worry about. Huyu untied the rope on Mina, ignored the curiosity in Suyun's eyes, and took Mina to the wall of the hole where she came in. Tell me, the location of the dragon egg. Are you sure you only need this clue? After Mina gave him the nice guy card, she suddenly felt a little reluctant. How about you change the conditions? Even if the request is a little excessive, it's fine. Huyu didn't say anything, just waiting for her answer. Well, if you insist. Mina sighed and said, it was on an island. I saw a pale golden killer whale. A pale golden killer whale? Isn't that? Xiaojin. Chapter 135. The only way to slay the dragon lord? Huyu remained calm and listened quietly to Mina's story. I followed the killer whale, and then, etc. Huyu interrupted her. What do you mean by following a killer whale? Even if you have a wooden house, there is a limit to the distance you can explore. How can you follow? Oh, just like climbing the ladder this time. That time I was randomly sent to a small island. The base on the island cannot be moved, but the island can be moved. Mina explained. Is this okay? Huyu stopped talking and raised his hand to signal her to continue. I followed the killer whale and originally wanted to catch it, but it was too big and I failed. As Mina spoke, she stole a glance at Huyu, fearing that this foodie might suspect that she had hidden the whale meat. Seeing that he didn't move, Mina continued. I followed him for an unknown amount of time, probably from morning to noon, when I saw the second island. I originally thought that it was someone else's base, and I was almost scared to death, but then I found out. Stop. Huyu rolled his eyes. If Mina continued talking like this, she probably wouldn't be able to finish by tomorrow night. You just need to tell me the characteristics of the location where the dragon egg is, what dangers are around it, or what I need to pay attention to. As for the rest, I'm not interested in hearing stories. All right. Mina spread her hands and shrugged helplessly. The island is surrounded by palm trees. There are 2 moss-covered stone cones at the highest point. There are many small islands around it. It is easy to spot. Stone cone. Huyu frowned and thought of a bad possibility. The dragon egg is on an island with 2 stone cones. Is it possible that the island is also one of the 5 dragon masters? No, that's not possible. If that island really is a dragon, not to mention the dragon lord, even an ordinary dragon would not let Mina leave with the dragon egg. Oh, that's right. Mina suddenly remembered something. There is another feature. It was that pale golden killer whale that had been circling the island ever since I arrived there. It didn't even leave at night, so I guess that must be its nest. But do whales have fixed nests? Huyu rolled his eyes. Although whales are mammals, they are also fish. This isn't the world of ocean babies, so how could there be a fixed nest? Could there really be a sponge living in a pineapple? But Huyu thought of the magical conch in his backpack, and suddenly he was not so sure about this matter. Are there any others? Huyu asked. Where's the dragon egg? According to you, The island should be quite big. Where did you find the dragon egg? This? Mina smiled bitterly. If I said I was under a cloud that looked like a kitten, would you hit me? Who you, eh? He took out his Desert Eagle collection from the warehouse, loaded it silently, and smiled kindly at Mina. Then guess. What color is this bullet? Oh, I really don't know. Mina was so anxious that she took a few steps back. There is no navigation equipment on that island. I only remember finding the dragon egg very close to the 2 stone cones, and there was only one. Even if you go to the same location, you won't be able to find the second one, so you might as well look for it in another location. A series of explanations came out of her mouth quickly. If Huyu didn't know that she was just scared, he would have thought she was a rapper. Okay. Huyu put away the Desert Eagle and turned to walk towards Suyun. You can go now. Really? Mina didn't move, just looked at Huyu's back. You won't shoot me when I turn around. You've watched too much TV drama, right? Huyu rolled his eyes, didn't look back, just waved his hand. If you feel uneasy, you can leave backwards. Yes. Mina turned her head to look at the direction she left, then immediately turned her head back, staring at Huyu's back, and slowly backed away. Huyu had no intention of shooting, nor did he plan to say goodbye to her. He walked straight to Suyun and said, "How is it have you made up your mind? Is there anything in your mind that could save your life?" Suyun hesitated for a while and tried to struggle. Does the colored one count? Not really. Huyu rolled his eyes and sat back on the wooden recliner. You have 3 seconds. If you can't think of it after 3 seconds, I don't mind doing an experiment to see if the notebook will remain after killing someone. 3. With tears in her eyes, Suyun stared at Huyu, as if she wanted to use her tears to resolve his attack. Huyu closed his eyes, leaned back in the chair, and rocked gently, slapping the loaded Desert Eagle on the armrest. 2. Okay, I'll tell you. But you have to promise me that you will never tell anyone else about this. The method you used to deceive that stupid girl was not very clever. Isn't it enough if it's useful? Huyu opened his eyes and smiled. I can get a bulletproof vest, but she may not. Hello. Mina's voice came from behind. I haven't gone far yet. Can you two stop saying bad things about me in front of me? Haven't walked out yet. Huyu smiled bitterly, turned around and asked, why don't you leave quickly so that we can say bad things about you behind your back? Mina was about to say something, but looking at the eyes that were gradually filling up with coldness, she dared not say a word. She turned her head quickly, not caring whether Huyu would shoot her in the back, and ran away. Okay, the stupid foreign girl is gone. Huyu looked at Suyun and put his hand on his chin. I'm waiting for your money to buy my life. I don't think you would want to know the weakness of a dragon lord, right? Suyun said through gritted teeth. This weakness and the pendant were originally the trump cards she left for the dragon slayer. But now, the pendant has been consumed, and this information has to be sold to Huyu. From the sound of your voice, it seems like you still want to get something from me, Huyu asked tentatively. If that weren't the case, she wouldn't have kept the news secret until now. 2 pieces of dragon meat and a bottle of dragon blood. Suyun quoted the price, still staring into Huyu's eyes. Trust me, the weakness I give is worth this price. Okay, go ahead. Let's make a bet first. Suyun's mind worked quickly, and she immediately demanded. The bet must stipulate that before both parties reveal their secrets, they cannot hurt each other. Once one party reveals the secret, you must use your strongest means to inflict fatal damage on yourself. This woman's cunningness should be second only to Luo Jin. Okay, but Huyu considered it for a moment and said, the time during which we cannot hurt each other is set to 1 day. Is there a problem? No. Suyun agreed readily. Even if Huyu didn't say this, she would try her best to kill Huyu, especially after he knew the news. Okay then. After Huyu agreed, he repeated their bet again to trigger the gambler's skill effect. Fight. A reminder tone rang in the ears of both of them at the same time. The bet is established. The secret has been notarized by the system. Once the bet is determined, it will be enforced by the system. Can you tell me now? Huyu looked at Suyun. There is a white dragon on the snowy mountain. Judging from its size and other aspects, it should be the lord of white dragons. I picked up a backpack on the snowy mountain and found in the bag. Bylong Snow Mountain. It overlaps with an area given by the system. Get to the point. Huyu didn't care and scratched his ear. If you want to waste time and wait until the Lord of the Red Dragon comes again, I don't mind dragging you to be buried with me. You don't know how to ask me to do something else. Suyun muttered and continued. It's restraint. Bloodline restraint. There is a small notebook in the backpack that records that the blood of the 5-colored dragon kings restrain each other. Only by smearing the blood of another dragon master on the weapon can it cause fatal damage to it. Huyu frowned. Exact words. Exactly what I said. What about restraint relations? It's just a guess. It's not in the book. Original. You've seen my warehouse. You should know there's nothing like this in there. After I looked through it, it had disappeared. Hiss. Can cause fatal damage. Is it possible that no other method can cause fatal damage to the Dragon Lord? Okay, go now. Who you untied the ropes on her. Su Yun stared. Where are the things? Oh. Who you sneered and glanced at her. Do you really think I will give you the resources? This is not included in the bet. Who you? You. How about we try the betting loophole? Who you pointed at Xiao Hong, who was cooking in the kitchen, and said, You said I ordered her to attack you. Does that count as me attacking you? As soon as the words fell, Xiao Hong's head immediately turned 180 degrees, as if she had heard some instructions, and a gun barrel appeared from her back. Before the two could react, a flash of fire suddenly burst out from the gun barrel. Chapter 136. I suspect you are laughing at me. The person is dead. If a bullet penetrated her forehead and she could still survive, but you could only tie her up on the dissection table and see which galaxy she came from to gather information. But you turned his head to look at Xiao Hong in the kitchen. Now she had turned her head and continued to cook the reserved dinner, as if she didn't care at all about what had just happened. She doesn't care, but who you does. The hot blood splashed on the cheek. This temperature is something that those who have not witnessed death with their own eyes cannot understand. Although Hu Yojin had thought about keeping Su Yun here forever, you let a person who has lived in a society ruled by law for 20 years kill a person of the opposite sex who speaks the same language as him. It can be done, but it's difficult. Yes, he indirectly sent away a person who made him unhappy and personally killed a person who wanted to kill him. But these two guys died quite far away from him, so he didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion in his heart. But when a fresh corpse appeared in front of him, the disgusting smell of blood went straight to the back of his head, coupled with the shock of the passing of life. It felt like riding a roller coaster more than 10 times in a row, and then being forcibly tied to a bungee jumping machine dozens of times. Vomit. Hu Yu turned around and vomited all over the floor with his back to Su Yun's body. Hearing the reaction, Xiao Hong turned around and asked in a cold voice, Master, do you want to do the cleaning procedure before cooking dinner? Yes. Hu Yu didn't actually have much resistance to Su Yun's death. He just found it difficult to accept it physically. After he said this, he turned and walked into the wooden villa, poured 2 bottles of mineral water into the basin, and washed the blood off his face. Xiao Hong turned the fire to the minimum, turned around, and walked out of the villa, probably to carry out the cleaning procedure, etc. Hu Yu seemed to remember something and immediately called Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, you should continue cooking. I will clean up. Yes, master. Xiao Hong responded and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking dinner. Hu Yu closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He had to go and see it for himself. It's not about looking at Su Yun's body, nor is it about taking advantage of the situation as some LSPs thought, but about looking at the notebook. After Hu Yu vomited, Su Yun's body turned into white light and disappeared. The cleaning that Xiao Hong mentioned was cleaning up her own vomit. Although Su Yun and Mina were both certain that the dead survivors would not have the notebook, it was still better to see it with their own eyes. Once confirmed, you can prepare for what may happen later. Hu Yu walked out of the villa and slowly came to the place where he was just now. He remembered that the notebook should have been placed in her backpack, and he could see it as long as he opened the backpack. He first used the collect function on the vomit next to him and sold it to the system mall for 0.5 copper coins, then bent down and picked up the backpack on the ground. I opened the backpack and found nothing inside. Even the pocket watch that was originally placed at the bottom of the backpack was gone. Really, the notebook really disappeared, unexpected, but also reasonable. When Hu Yu thought that a stranger might suddenly come to him and ask for his notebook and his life, he felt like a stone was pressing on his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. A being that controls an interstellar battleship. How terrifying would that be? Never mind. Don't think about that for now. Hu Yu turned and walked into the wooden villa. He hated the air here. The most important thing now is what is in front of you. The system has already notified that another mythical creature will descend on the night parade tonight. No matter from which level, this so-called mythical creature is most likely the Lord of the Red Dragon. Hu Yu didn't know how it found this place from the Red Dragon Forest, but there was no doubt that it must have a way to track its location. Once the night march starts, he will face the same situation as last night. No, even worse. If Jaime could still make it sleep like last night, I could just sleep with it for a while, but now, not only can Jaime not activate the killing mode, it also cannot switch back to the original mode. This undoubtedly pushed Hu Yu to the edge of the cliff. All he can do now is wait. Ouch! As soon as he entered the villa, Xiaobai jumped down from the upstairs and fell into Hu Yu's arms. Just looking at its lumps of flesh, if Hu Yu's physique and strength had not been enhanced, it would have been smashed into at least a second-degree disability. You. Yu rubbed the panda's head in his arms, a smile on his face. Now you have learned how to sneak attack, right? He didn't know why, but no matter how upset he was, as long as he saw Xiaobai, all his worries would disappear by 80%. The remaining 20% will be gone after playing with it for a while. Woo woo. Xiaobai ignored him and raised his hand to point towards the kitchen. Yes, dinner will be ready soon, and there will be a portion for you. Yu said this and walked towards the kitchen holding Xiaobai. There was also a soup for dinner, which he had to make himself. As he was in a bad mood, he didn't plan to start a live broadcast of pictures in the chat interface that night. He would just send 2 photos of dinner to those animals. This is for their own good. Who wouldn't want to watch the luxurious Buddha jumps over the wall while eating instant noodles? At least it can stimulate appetite, right? Yu put Xiaobai aside and turned to look at it. Stay still and don't run around. Woo woo. Xiaobai nodded and looked at him with his head tilted back. Yu rolled up his sleeves, took out a piece of green dragon meat from the warehouse, turned to look at Xiaohong. Xiaohong, how do you think we should deal with this piece of meat to make soup? Joke. Although he has the blessing of the cooking soul, he was still the one who made legendary ingredients into epic dishes yesterday. In order not to waste ingredients, he must have asked the predecessors for advice. Master, I suggest you let me handle it. Xiaohong replied indifferently. Yu, I suspect you are laughing at me, and I have irrefutable proof. Yu took out the desert eagle, and, perhaps because he was used to threatening Mina and Su Yun, he slammed it on the table and asked, will you tell me or not? Xiaohong took a step back and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. Master, we suggest that you switch to a larger caliber firearm, otherwise the automatic defense system cannot be triggered. Yu rolled his eyes, stretched out his hand to hold Xiaohong's neck, and pressed his fingertips on the reset button. Dear, answer my question carefully. Xiaohong straightened her back immediately. It is recommended to fry the selected dragon spine meat with butter until both sides are slightly charred, then cut it into small pieces, stew it in a special broth overnight, and sprinkle less than 0.5 grams of white truffles on the soup surface when serving. To make the special soup stock, first use camellia chicken that is over 2 years old and Wushan fragrant pork ham that is over 10 years old to make soup. Then simmer it overnight on low heat. Add abalone and scallop powder. Stir constantly on medium heat for 5 minutes, and it is done. Yu was stunned. After thinking for a while, he put away the green dragon meat in his hand and replaced it with the tenderloin of red dragon meat. I have to have this for dinner tomorrow. Do you understand? Yes, master. Yu walked out of the kitchen with the tenderloin of green dragon meat. Forget it, with my cooking skills, I'd better just eat some barbecue. As soon as he walked out of the wooden villa, the last ray of sunlight in the sky disappeared into the clouds. Bite. The night walk will start in 10 minutes. Please be prepared. 10 minutes? Just right. Yu skillfully built a fire, replaced the green dragon meat with red dragon meat, and looked up at the sky. Is he the lord of the red dragon? I will roast your son's meat in front of you, and then throw it into your mouth. If I can't kill you, can I disgust you to death? Chapter 137, Arrival. A mythical creature never seen before. 10 minutes passed quickly, but it was enough time for him to do a lot of things. The appetizer prepared by Xiaohong, colorful fish sashimi, has been placed on the dining table. At Yu's strong request, the dining table was moved to the yard outside the villa. The dragon steak that Yu had roasted to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside was also ready. Unfortunately, due to Xiaobai's constant pampering, he had no choice but to feed it a large piece of dragon steak and let it go back to sleep. As for the small piece left, Yu didn't eat it, but just kept it at hand, ready to feed it to the green dragon lord at any time. But it's strange. Half a minute of the 10 minutes had already passed, but the figure of the red dragon lord had not yet appeared in the air. Not only Yu, but the other 15 remaining survivors were also equally confused. However, they were busy experimenting with the matching and combination of ingredients, and had no time to chat in the group. Even after Yu took a photo of the colorful fish sashimi and sent it, no one came forward to comment. It would be fine if it was just ordinary colorful fish sashimi, but Xiaohong, this crazy guy, actually put a living colorful fish on the table. This made Yu unable to help but show off his knife skills. Not only were the tiny fish scales and fish bones picked out, even the fish skin was handled cleanly by Xiaohong. The only connection between each piece of fish meat and the spine was a layer of fascia as thin as a cicada's wing, which could be easily peeled off with chopsticks. Yu also saw Xiaohong sprinkle the amber secret sauce on the fish meat, and the colorful fish's lips were still opening and closing. Fish lovers expressed strong condemnation. Xiaohong, don't make this dish next time. As Yu spoke, he picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. The moment the pure gravy and sauce blended in his mouth, He forgot what he wanted to say and was even reluctant to open his mouth to let the aroma escape. Xiaohong lowered her head and leaned forward. Master, I don't understand what you mean. Gulp. Hu swallowed the fish and looked at Xiaohong with a smile. I mean, we can make one more appetizer next time. No need to worry about the gold coins. I want to speak up for fish lovers, but this smells just too good. Yes, master. Xiaohong was as obedient as ever. However, Hu still can't figure out why Xiaohong, who was so obedient, would shoot at Su Yun after he made a joke. If you ask a robot about logic, it would seem too illogical. Hu could only assume that some kind of bug system loophole occurred when she was collecting information, otherwise her behavior could not be explained at all. After taking another bite of the colorful fish sashimi, he felt even hungrier. Is Brother Red Dragon coming yet? Hu looked up at the sky and realized that almost 2 minutes had passed. Not to mention his figure, even the voice of the Red Dragon Lord was not heard. Could it be that he was seriously injured in the fight with the Green Dragon Lord, and then died from excessive blood loss halfway through the fight? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Xiaohong suddenly turned around and looked at the hole in the cave wall opposite. Warning, an unknown creature is detected approaching ahead. Hu looked up, a piece of sashimi still on his chopsticks, in front. How is this possible? Unless the Lord of Red Dragon knows how to shrink, it would be impossible to approach from such a cramped space in front. But this isn't a magical world. There was a dragon, but Hu hadn't seen any magic or fighting spirit. Even the so-called dragon breath is just the gas produced by the dragon clan's special physiological structure, without even a spark. Zoom out. Is that possible? Hu was just wondering when a shadow suddenly emerged from the cave wall in front of him. It's a human figure. The Lord of Red Dragon can transform into a human? This is even more impossible. It smells so good. A sharp voice sounded from the other side. Sharp, not a sound that a human could make. Hu hurriedly picked up the silence and pointed it at the dark cave wall. Who is it? Me? TSK. Human. Are you asking me? The reflection was still getting closer, as if it didn't care about the threat in Hu's hand at all. Stop. Hu issued a warning, turned the gun a few centimeters, and fired a shot forward. Bang. The sound of the bullet hitting the ground was heard, proving that the shot had missed the target. This was within Hu's expectations, because his purpose was only to warn the other party, and the effect was obvious. At least the reflection stayed where it was and didn't move forward. Human, is this how you treat your guests? The owner of the voice seemed helpless. As I remember, you guys didn't seem to be so cowardly. Timid? Stop it. You keep calling me human, and everyone can tell you are not human. Plus the system's prompt. Even Mina should know you are the mythical creature mentioned in the prompt. Even if it is not the incarnation of the Red Dragon Lord, it is an existence of the same level as the Dragon Lord. Could I be more careful? But Hu frowned and asked, the art of hospitality? Where did you hear this term? Oh, my last human friend taught me that. The owner of the voice seemed extremely proud and asked Hu, by the way, are you from the Celestial Empire? This is what the word should be, right? My friend said that those who ask me this question are probably from China. Friend? Human friends? The Lord of the Red Dragon couldn't possibly be friends with a human, right? Even if he could be friends with a human, he shouldn't behave in this way when facing his son's murderer. If it didn't raise its claws towards me, even if it was a holy dragon, it would be useless to talk to it about its friends. So, the opponent might not be the Red Dragon Lord. Hu was not sure, so he simply asked, Ew, you said you have a friend from China? Yes. Don't you believe it? The owner of the voice was a little anxious. Her name is Han Ru. Do you know her? I heard that she is quite famous in your human world. Han Rue? Han Rue. Hu's heart trembled. How could this world be so coincidental? Hu didn't know whether she was famous in the human world, but this name was undoubtedly engraved in his heart. This guy is a big creditor. Really? It sounds familiar. Hu didn't dare to admit it, and even wanted to hide Xiaohong on the spot, but the next words from the other side made him give up the idea. Don't you know her? But why are the delicacies you make exactly the same as hers? Finished. Are you a canine spirit? You can smell the food from such a distance? However, since it has been confirmed that it is not the Lord of the Red Dragon, and is instead a mythical creature that can communicate, Hu doesn't mind broadening his horizons. What if the person on the other side really is a dog-eared girl? Then wouldn't that be? Ahem. The 404 divine beast will always be in my heart, and must not be offended. Then, do you want to come over and taste it? Hu asked tentatively. Judging from what happened just now, the guy on the opposite side should have thought about coming over a long time ago, right? Since he can be entertained by Han Ruer, he must not pose any threat to humans. even if there is a threat. At worst, I can use Han Rueyer's name to bully others. After all, in a sense, he is the man who inherited her estate. Really? Are you serious? The owner of the voice was extremely excited. Then I'm coming over. Let me make it clear first. You are not allowed to eat delicious food in front of me and not let me eat it. Huyu was somewhat speechless. You can remember the smell so clearly. Could it be that you have been abused like this by Han Ruer once? Okay, I promise. Huyu agreed. He also wanted to know more about Han Ruer, so there was no reason for him to refuse. But he looked at Xiaohong and whispered, "Make an extra serving of the dish, and don't use too good ingredients." "Yes, master." Xiaohong turned and went into the kitchen, and the owner of the voice appeared on the other side of the cave wall. The moonlight poured down, and Huyu stood there in a daze as he looked at the creature opposite him. This kind of creature really exists. You must be kidding, bro. Chapter 138, The True Master of Nirvana. A pair of pointed ears stood upright on both sides of his cheeks, and in the moonlight, one could easily see the wrinkles on his face. Pointed ears? Could this be an elf? Huyu frowned unnoticeably. Apart from the ears, everything else was completely different. Even that stupid foreign girl Mina, if she put on pointy ears, she would probably look more like an elf than the creature in front of her. As for this one, except for the pointed ears, the wrinkles on the face and the pale yellowish skin are very different from the legendary elves. Human. The creature stopped where it was and tilted its head to look at Huyu. I suspect you are thinking about something very rude. No. How could Huyu admit such rude behavior? It's just that this is the first time I see an elf, so… Elf? You said I'm an elf? The creature on the other side instantly became excited and jumped up to a height that almost exceeded Huyu's chest. Human. I declare that you will be my second human friend of Barif. All right. From your behavior, I already know that you are not an elf. But then again, this guy doesn't look like an elf, and his body shape doesn't look like an elf either. He's less than 1.3 meters tall, so calling him an elf cub is racial discrimination against elves. But what race is he? I don't know whether this kind of intelligent life can sense the existence of identification technology. If it can, wouldn't it be really rude? Forget it. I'll just try to get the idea later. Anyway, we are already friends, right? Huyu smiled amiably. Barif? My name is Huyu. So, are we friends now? Yes. Friend. Barif walked up to Huyu with a smile and put his hands behind his back, as if he was going to pick up something. Huyu subconsciously took a half step back, frowned slightly, and stared at his movements closely. He didn't know whether Barif's race would measure each other's strength after becoming friends. If so, it's better to be cautious. After all, he was exhausted from climbing down the ladder today, and he didn't want this guy to jump up and attack his tired knees. Yes. Baluf took out a bottle of bright red liquid from behind him. Baluf's fine wine. Fine wine should be shared with friends. Wine? Huyu stared at the wine bottle and was sure that it was Romani Kani from the present age, but the year was a little blurry, and he couldn't see clearly. But he had heard of this brand of wine, but even if it was of a slightly lower vintage, it would still be out of reach for the working class. Then I'll provide the food, and you'll provide the wine. Huyu turned to look at Xiaohong. Xiaohong, bring my dinner. He felt a little embarrassed. Others are drinking expensive red wine with him, but if I still treat him with low-quality food, that's unreasonable. Yes, master. Xiaohong responded in the kitchen. Huyu bought a set of bowls and chopsticks from the store, placed them opposite Barif, and pushed the colorful fish sashimi over to him. Barif, try this. Colorful fish, this is a good thing. Oh, by the way, can you use chopsticks? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had asked in vain. Barif raised his right hand and held the chopsticks. He easily manipulated the two wooden chopsticks and picked up a piece of colorful scaled fish into his mouth. If you have only seen a Chinese person eat, it is impossible for him to use it so skillfully. Huyu became alert, and after watching it swallow the fish, he began to test it. How is it? Is it delicious? Compared with the guy you mentioned, Han, what's his name? Whose is better? Tasty. Barif's pair of dark green eyes lit up immediately, and he immediately put his hands behind his back, took out 2 crystal glasses, handed one to Huyu, uncorked it, and poured him a glass. Ah, you mean Hanru? The Chinese who is like you. Huyu watched the bright red liquid fill the crystal glass and couldn't help but take a sip. That's it. Before he could finish his words, a sweet smell rushed into his throat. The sweet liquid wrapped around his tongue, washing away all the sweet smell of the fish. This is not Coke, and it's cherry-flavored. Who is so wicked? Using Romani Kani bottles to bottle cherry-flavored Coke. You are a student of Buffett. You have taken all the bamboo shoots on the back hill. Ah, delicious. Barif next to him howled, shaking the crystal glass in his hand slightly. My friend, what did you want to say to Barif just now? Ahem, it's okay. Hu coughed twice and put the crystal glass on the table. He was not going to touch this wine anymore. I want to talk about your other friend Hanruer. Which one is better, her food or mine? Just as delicious, Barif answered without thinking. But you are much more generous than her. Every time I go to her house, she doesn't want me to stay for dinner. Every time you go to her house. Hu continued to guide Barif. It sounds like you often go to her house. Yeah. Barif shook his head and took another piece of fish into his mouth. Don't you humans want us to come to your home? It's just that my friend, she seems to dislike me. Us. Hu grasped the key words in his words. We mean. Oh, that's right. Barif seemed to remember something and reached behind him, trying to take out a third thing. But what was taken out this time completely shocked Hu. A stone box, or to be more precise, a giant stone box. It is huge for both Hu and Barif. The stone box was placed next to the table. When it stood up, it was taller than Hu was sitting, and its width. Hu estimated that it was a cube. Where did he get such a big thing? Could it be that he has a Doraemon space pocket on his back? Hu shook his head, and when he looked at Barif again, he found that he had come to his side and stood in front of the stone box, his height only reaching 2/3 of the entire stone box. Come, my friend. Look, if you need anything, just tell me. As Barif spoke, he stretched out his hand and opened the doors on the left and right sides of the stone box. When this happened, Hu was stunned again. A bright golden light seeped out from the gap, and the things in the stone box were like bullets, piercing his heart accurately. A bowl of water, with a golden nameplate underneath that reads, Legend Hanshan Yuchuan. A roll of sheepskin, with Myth, by Yujing underneath that reads, Myth, 9,000 years of peach. A half-eaten peach, with Myth, 9,000 years of peach underneath that reads. Damn it, by Yujing, I'll just put up with it. But what the hell is this 9,000-year-old peach? Are there peaches the size of walnuts? Or the kind that are half-eaten? There were 7 rows of things like this, 7 items in each row, for a total of 49 items. The lowest level was legendary, and the highest was a black plate. The nameplate below the brand only had 3 words engraved on it, True Myth. Gulp. Hu swallowed his saliva, his eyes completely sunken into the stone box, and almost blurted out. You were able to go to Han Ruer's house so many times and come out alive. Not to mention Han Ruer, even he only has one thing in mind right now. Robbery. As long as we grab this stone box, we can save decades of hard work. This is much easier than hanging out with a rich woman. After all, there are no rich women's happy balls here. Robbery? Who? Rob me. Barif was a little confused and didn't seem to understand Hu's meaning. There shouldn't be any creature in this world that can rob me. Even the silence in Han Ruer's hand was sold to her by me. You are also a human being, so you should know the story of this gun, right? Nirvana. You sell it. In other words, this guy is the original owner of Jaime? Oh, that's right. Barif seemed to remember something, and looked at Hu with his dark green eyes. When you shot me just now, you used silence, right? So, why is Nirvana in your hands? Could it be? Oh no. Chapter 139 Other Intelligent Civilizations? Before Hu could figure out how to answer, Xiaohong came over with the first main dish, steamed Australian lobster. Judging from the size of the 2 Australian dragons, she certainly did not cut corners. This Barif has been to Han Ruer's house. How could he not know the existence of Xiaohong? No, 9,527. Even if there are 2 made robots of the same model in the world, when Jaime and she appear in the same person's home at the same time, it can prove a lot of things indirectly. For example, murder and robbery. Hu turned his head to look at Barif and found that the guy had returned to his seat, picking up the fish on the plate with his chopsticks, and the stone box was opened and placed in front of him. He really didn't seem to have calculated the possibility of him being robbed. Xiaohong quickly came to the table and respectfully placed 2 plates of Australian lobster in front of both parties. Master, there are 2 more main dishes that need to wait a moment. Well, go ahead and get busy. Hu said casually, his eyes fixed on Barif, observing his reaction. From the moment Xiaohong left the villa until she served the food and even turned to leave, Barif did not even look up at her. Even after swallowing all the fish in his mouth, he still lowered his head to savor the lingering fragrance on the chopsticks. There is a problem. Even if he had never seen 9527 in Han Ruer's house, he shouldn't have reacted like this to Xiaohong. Barif, Hu took the initiative to speak. You just mentioned extinction, and I just... Don't be impatient. Barif leaned over in panic, put one hand on Hu's arm, and lowered his voice to the lowest level. Can we talk somewhere else? He is scared. Hu saw it at a glance. I was worried just now that there was nothing to restrain him, but now, since you are afraid of Xiaohong, you can't blame me. Oh, my friend, what are you worried about? Hu exclaimed loudly. Don't worry, there is no outsider here. He is one of my butlers. There will be no threat to us. Chill. Keep your voice down. Barif's cheeks began to twitch, and the layers of wrinkles trembled rhythmically. It seems that he is really scared, but what is he afraid of? Cole. Barif let out a long sigh, and finally removed his hand from Huyu's forearm. Since you don't want to, let's complete the deal as soon as possible. Don't you want to eat anymore? What kind of fear can make a foodie give up the delicious food in front of him? But since Barif did not take the initiative to ask about the matter related to Jaime and Hanru, Huyu had no reason to bring up the matter. After all, he had heard from Barif that Hanru was his first human friend. Okay, deal. As soon as Huyu uttered 3 words, Barif came right in front of him. God knows how he got here. Okay, boss. Barif rubbed his slender hands, his dark green eyes flickering. What do you need? Your attitude has changed quite a bit. Huyu looked at the attentive Barif and instantly understood the relationship status in his heart. Boss, you are definitely more than just a friend. If that's the case, what if I treat Han Ruyer and Jaime's information as a commodity and buy it from him? Let's test the prices of these things first before trying this possibility. Huyu did not ask about the Hanzhan Yuchuan that he urgently needed first, but looked at the only 2 pieces of parchment inside. How many gold coins are there? That volume contains architectural drawings marked with myths. Myth by Yujing. Gold coins. No. We don't accept gold coins. Barif was extremely excited, but he still took down the parchment he was pointing at and handed it to Huyu, as if asking him to inspect it. No gold coins. Huyu took the parchment and threw an identification spell at it. So what do you want to trade? If it's Romani Kani cherry cola flavor, I promise to buy you a truckload of it. Advanced appraisal by Yujing, mythical building blueprint fragment, 1/16. There is only a name and a level. The rest of the information cannot be identified at all. But this information is enough, as it is just a 1/16 fragment of the drawing. We'll talk about the items for trading later. Barif stared at him longingly. Boss, are you satisfied with this cargo? They even used honorifics. Huyu returned the blueprint to him. It's just a fragment. I don't really want it. Are you kidding? Who would want a 1/16 piece? There are 15 left, and I don't know when I will find them. Fragments. Barif was stunned. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. He even dragged the stone box behind him and took 2 steps back. How? How do you know this is a fragment? Isn't it just as simple? Huyu was about to tell others that he knew the art of identification, but he swallowed the words back as they reached his lips. There was something obviously wrong with Balif's reaction. If identification skills were just an ordinary common thing, he wouldn't be so nervous. Could it be that? Is there any other clue in the identification technique? It would be fine if you didn't think about it too much, but if you think about it too much, Huyu suddenly discovered something unusual that he had never noticed before. The level of advanced appraisal is just perfect. But no matter whether it is the legendary Shao Jin or the mythical Red Dragon Lord, it can roughly identify them. It can even identify a yellow grade key of the same perfect grade and find the location of the golden treasure chest. This clearly goes beyond what a skill of this level should do. Simple what? Barif asked, and his expression looked much more surprised than when he saw Xiaohong just now. Owner. Xiaohong's voice rang in my ears. She came over with the second main course, the black truffle burger. Please eat as soon as possible. If you exceed the best consumption time, it will ruin the flavor of the dish. Oh. Huyu then remembered that there were still 2 large lobsters on the table that he hadn't eaten. He turned around and started using his knife and fork. He also looked up at Barif, who was hiding behind the stone box. Barif, I think we should do the deal after dinner. No, even if I starve to death and drown in my own saliva, I will never eat any food cooked by this devil. Barif was extremely excited and almost got angry at Xiaohong. But Huyu clearly remembered that when Xiaohong first came out, he picked up a piece of colorful scale fish meat with his chopsticks. It seems that foodies become hard when they are full, just like a man who has just pulled up his pants. Xiaohong. Huyu was afraid that he would do something extreme, so he had to wave his hand at Xiaohong and said, You go back first, leave the remaining dishes here, and come out when I call you. Yes, master. Xiaohong never looked at Barif from beginning to end. She turned around and walked into the wooden villa. After seeing Xiaohong leave, Barif came out from behind the stone box. He stood opposite Huyu and said earnestly, Human friend, I advise you to destroy this demon as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Mutual Aid Association will not let you go. Cooperation Society? Huyu heard a new term again. It seemed that Barif knew more than he thought. Is Han Rueyer really famous? Why did my identification skills shock him so much? Why is he so afraid of Xiaohong? And what is the Mutual Aid Association? Could it be that, besides humans, There is a second intelligent biological civilization in this world? That's not right. He remembered what was written on the cover of the notebook. There is no civilization in this world. Apart from your kind, there are only beasts left. But what about this guy in front of me? Who had too many doubts in his heart. He couldn't help but frown and said to Barif, "My friend, I think we really need to talk carefully." "Chat? Why should I chat with you?" Barif became more and more excited. "Wait, we can talk. If you kill this demon, I will talk to you. It even lets you pick 3 items from the stone chest. 3 free things." Hiss. You are tempting me to commit a crime. Chapter 140. It is written as mineral water and read as holy water. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Hu agreed with a smile. "Then go quickly. Why are you still standing there?" Barif was still very excited and didn't even think that this might be a lie from Hu. "Shoo." Hu came up to him and put his index finger between his lips. "Speak softly. Aren't you afraid that this demon will hear you? If you want to get closer to others, the best way is to put yourself and them on the same communication level. For example, the fairy tale world imagined by children or the bizarre world imagined by mental patients. You want to talk to a guy whose mind is full of demons about the third industrial revolution? That's really a big leap." "Yes, yes. Keep your voice down." Barif approached Hu again, as if he really believed that he would kill Xiaohong. "My friend, do you need my help?" "Well, I need it." Hu nodded and took advantage of the guy's mental disorder to start asking questions. "What is the Freemasonry you are talking about? How come I have never heard of this organization? How could you possibly have heard of it?" Barif acted as if it was a matter of course. "Freemasonry does not exist in this world. And you probably haven't been to the higher planes yet, right? World plane? Could it be that Barif knows that there are other worlds above this world?" "That's right. If the world recorded on the cover page of the notebook refers to the world they are in now, then there may be other civilizations in the higher level E-level and D-level worlds. At least judging from Balaf's performance, this situation is possible. Why would a civilization from an advanced world be afraid of products from the E-level world?" Hu was puzzled and continued to ask. "Then, which high-level plane does Freemasonry belong to?" Freemasonry was originally called the Carbon-Based Biological Freemasonry Research Association. Barif mentioned this and changed the subject. "I can only tell you this much. The rest is not something you should know now. Carbon-based life? So Xiaohong, whom they call the devil, should belong to the type of silicon-based creatures. Then the Han Rueyer you mentioned. Is she also a member of the Freemasonry?" Hu brought up the next question. "No, Rueyun is like most of you humans. She is neutral." Rueyun. Hearing Hu's doubts, Barif looked at him strangely. "Don't you know Rueyun? Isn't that the title you humans gave to Han Rueyer?" "What the hell? The account has been banned. Let's not talk about this for now." Hu didn't dare to ask about Han Rueyer again, fearing that he might be exposed. So he took out Jaime from the warehouse again, held it in his hand, and asked Barif, "You want me to kill the demon, right? Do you have a way to activate the killing mode of Jaime?" This is his real purpose. Only by activating the killing mode of silence can he have a trump card to deal with the Dragon Lord. "Yes, you have Nirvana." A smile broke out on Barif's face, and he reached out to take silence, as if he wanted to do it himself. But how could Hu let him succeed? If he just raised his hand, he would not be able to touch silence due to his height. Barif, taking a weapon from its master is not what a friend should do. Hu stared at him closely. If he made the slightest movement, the bullet of silence would surely hit him first. "Hu," Barif called out his name. "I don't know how you got silence from Hanroar, but you have to know. I, the great Barif, am the true master of annihilation." Falling out. Hu sneered, took a half step back, raised Jaime, and aimed at Barif. "Really? Then I guess Jaime's bullet must miss you a lot. How about you two have some affection?" He also wanted to see what this strange creature had in mind. "You." Barif pointed at Hu's nose, the wrinkles on his face trembling with anger. "Xiaohong." Hu looked at Barif coldly. In order to better intimidate him, he decided to invite the devil out. "Come out." "Yes, master." Xiaohong walked out of the villa slowly, but before she reached Hu, Barif took action. A blazing red light suddenly exploded before my eyes. It felt like a small sun was flying towards me. Faced with the rising temperature, Hu subconsciously dodged to the other side. Fortunately, the red light was not fast. It just brushed past his shoulder and quickly flew towards the wooden villa. But it was a fireball. What would happen if a fireball hit a wooden villa? Even Neolithic humans would know the consequences without having studied physics or chemistry. "Xiaohong." Hu blurted out that he had no means to stop the fireball from falling on the villa, and the only person he could put his hope in was Xiaohong. "Fire." "Yes, master," Xiaohong answered, and a water pipe emerged from her shoulder, spraying a stream of water to hit the fireball. The white smoke produced by the evaporation reaction filled the air, and Huyu couldn't help but turn his head to look at Balaf. He now needs to take another look at this strange creature. But since they have already fallen out, it wouldn't be rude to show off my identification skills. It just so happened that the distance between the two sides was not too far, so Huyu threw an identification spell over through the air. Bite. Advanced Appraisal. Goblin Merchant. F. Mythology/C. Perfect creature. Excellent merchants traveling across various planes. They always have things to sell that you can't imagine. Reminder. Don't make them angry, otherwise your knees will hurt. Warning. Do not attempt to use any electronic technology in their presence. Note. For a race that claims to be distant relatives of the elves, it is recommended that you do not mention dwarves when communicating, but talk more about elves. Goblin. Turns out this guy is a goblin. No wonder he is so short. It seems like it's to be more down to earth. Humans. Barif lowered his head, his hands hanging beside his knees, and 2 more fireballs gathered in his palms. Barif declares that you are no longer my friend. Really? I think you're going to regret this. After Huyu knew his information, an idea suddenly came to his mind. No, Barif never regrets any decision he makes. As Barif spoke, the 2 fireballs in his hands grew bigger and bigger, and he raised his hand to throw them at Huyu. At this moment, Huyu walked sideways to Xiaohong, took out a bottle of mineral water from the warehouse, and poured it directly on her face. Almost at the same time, Huyu issued an order. Shut down and put it into hibernation. Don't answer. Don't turn it on without my permission. Drop. A crisp sound was heard, and Little Red's head drooped, shutting down and going into sleep. Barif was stunned. His palm-sized little brain had no idea what was happening. He only knew that his friend suddenly turned against him and called on the devil to attack him. Just as he was about to fight back, his friend, he actually killed the devil again. What the hell is going on with this human being? Balaf. Huyu smiled and threw the mineral water bottle in his hand to him. I think you don't know that this thing can be used in this way. What is this? Barif was stunned when he saw the mineral water bottle that rolled to his feet. The bet was right. Huyu's face showed joy. From Barif's reaction, he knew that he knew nothing about mineral water. Or, he didn't know that humans put the water they used to quench their thirst into plastic bottles. I guess other than humans, no other race would do this, right? Besides, there's no way a goblin merchant who only has 2 human friends would be able to come into contact with such things. This is the information gap. Now that there is an information gap, we should do something with it. This is holy water for killing demons. Huyu smiled calmly and said, You don't really think that Jaime can kill this evil demon, do you? I was just acting with you just now, just to get closer to this demon and kill her with holy water. Holy water? Barif was stunned, and then his face was full of surprise. Holy water? My friend, do you still have this kind of holy water? We'll talk about this later. Huyu reached out and patted Xiaohong on the shoulder. Now that the devil is dead, the 5 items you promised me. Chapter 141, Magic? Taoism. After Huyu saw that the goblin came from the higher world, he completely gave up the idea of turning against him. Joke. This is a person who can cast fireballs with his hands. Even if you shoot him for 5 minutes, can you learn how to make fireballs? Cannot. All you get is an ugly corpse that probably isn't very tasty. It would be better to coax him into submission. Maybe he can even teach you how to cast a fireball. Isn't this better than getting a corpse? The moment he received the information, Huyu made the plan. As long as there is no problem with Xiaohong, he believes that a goblin who is afraid of electronic technology like a tiger will not know that a robot of Xiaohong's level is absolutely waterproof. And maybe he was just trying to trick the robot into exchanging mineral water for a high price. No. What mineral water? This is a deadly weapon against electronic technology. If electronic technology is the devil, then you can compare it to holy water. 5. Barif was stunned. Although he was known as the worst of the worst class of goblins, he could still solve simple math problems. Didn't you say 3 just now? But, Barif, Huyu looked embarrassed. We were still friends at that time. When you trade with your friends, you often choose a more favorable price, but we are not friends now, isn't it? No. Barif came forward with an apologetic smile on his face. Friends. We are still friends. Balaf's father said, if we are friends for one day, we will be friends for life. But you just. For the sake of our friendship, Barif is willing to give you 1 more item from the stone box. Barif said hurriedly. Huyu smiled. We are still friends. He stopped there. He didn't think that he could get Barif to give him 2 more things from the stone box with simple words. Even if I gave it to him, since we are no longer friends, the matter of the fireball technique is naturally hard to talk about. Since Barif is willing to offer an apology, this is the best outcome. For pieces. For legendary items, you only exchanged them for a bottle of mineral water. No wonder Baluf just said, humans all like them to come to their homes. I really like it. The holy water. Barif glanced sideways at the mineral water bottle, not hiding the desire in his eyes. No hurry, no hurry. You walked towards the stone box, ready to pick out the 4 things that belong to him. We Chinese have a saying, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Let's talk about this after we pick out your gift for me, okay? Okay. Barif felt a little disappointed, but still came to the stone box. As soon as he got to the stone box, his whole goblin demeanor changed, as if he had gained some confidence. My friend, you can take whatever you want. I will give you whatever is inside. Except, before he finished speaking, you took out the black sign placed in the middle. This is the first one. The smile on Barif's face froze, and he looked at the token in Huyu's hand in a daze. Barif? Huyu noticed that something was wrong with him and waved his hand in front of him. Barif? Are you planning to go back on your word? Barif did not answer, but just stared blankly at the black sign in Huyu's hand. Barif? Huyu called him again and pushed his head with his hand. What's wrong with you? Huyu swore that he definitely didn't mean it. He originally wanted to push Barif's shoulder, but the distance was too far, so he just pushed his head. You know what? It feels really good, like a tumbler. Oh. Barif came back to his senses and looked at the black token in his hand, his eyes still unwilling to move away. It's okay. Since you chose it, then it is yours. Fine. If I believe you, my brain will be filled with water. Your expression just now was the same as Jam Xiao's when he saw the sun. It was like he saw a ghost. How could everything be fine? Or, you tentatively put the black tag into the stone box. I'll change it. No. Barif stopped in front of the stone box and said, since it chose you, it is yours. Did it choose me? Why? I always feel like I've unlocked a hidden mission. Huyu was unwilling to give up the only true mythical item in the box. After thinking for a while, he threw it into the warehouse. But to be on the safe side, he threw it into his own warehouse. Well, since you asked for it. Huyu smiled and continued to look at the stone box. There are 3 more. Barif reminded him. My friend, pick 3 more items, and then tell me about the holy water. Don't worry, my friend. Huyu showed a kind smile. I will not deceive you. Oh, I heard another friend of mine say this too. Right? We Chinese are the most hospitable. Huyu and Barif chatted while picking out the other 3 items. One of them is the legendary Hans Han Yuchuan, which is something he urgently needs. As long as we find the blueprint of the Lotus Pond and Fish Pond, we can build one of the ancillary buildings of the Su's courtyard. One is a fragment of a mythical architectural blueprint by Yujing. There is a white jade palace in the sky, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal touches my head, and I am blessed with immortality. It is understandable that this kind of building, which only exists in poetry, is praised as a myth. Even though it's just fragments, it's free anyway, so why not take it? If he collects all 15 pieces in the future and finds that only this one is missing, he will be so angry that he will die. As for the third one, who you picked for a long time, from the half-bitten walnut to the stick that was said to have been used by someone, he didn't even look at them. Not for anything else. As businessmen, there are always some exaggerated products, which are undoubtedly gimmicks. Otherwise, it would have been sold long ago. How could it be his turn? So the third item, who you made a request to Barif, a request that he didn't think was too excessive. What? Barif looked at Huyu in surprise. You want to learn magic? Why? No way. Huyu scratched his ears. Barif's voice just now was a little exaggerated. I saw you rubbing your hands to cast the fireball spell. Don't say you can't do it. I will, of course I will, but... Barif stared at him and said, don't you humans look down on magic? Look down on magic? Huyu was a little confused. Although modern technology can completely replace magic and even surpass it, judging from the technological products of the E-level world, they are already superior to most magic. But magic seeks personal power and is a backup plan when technology is limited. Huyu believes that anyone who can learn magic will not look down on magic just because technology has surpassed magic. Unless, what better alternative to magic? Taoism. Barif clearly uttered 2 celestial words. I remember saying this. Don't you celestials all want to learn Taoism? If you learn Taoism, you can't learn magic. Taoism. Huyu was stunned and squatted down excitedly, looking straight into his eyes. Then I will learn Taoism. You should have a Taoist book here. Right? Chapter 142 This is not Nirvana. Sorry, no? Barif's smile was ugly, as if a few wrinkled orange peels were stuck on his face. Really? Not even the most basic kind. Huyu asked back. He is a goblin merchant from a sea-level world and knows about the existence of Taoism, which proves that the plane with Taoism is definitely not at sea level. In this case, as a perfect creature in a sea-level world, it is not excessive for him to own a most basic book from a low-level plane. Really not. Barif shrugged. Let's not talk about whether I can get that kind of thing, even if I do. When we go to a lower plane, we are only allowed to bring products that can be produced in that world, otherwise it will be considered a violation. If it is against the rules, let alone Freemasonry, even that, ahem. Anyway, we can't sell interdimensional things. Then this half-bitten peach is also a product of this world? Who you pointed at the stone box. Hey, don't say that. Barif took down the so-called peach and said, this peach really grew in this plane. It is said that a certain big man ate the peach and threw the pit somewhere in this plane. It is said that there was an oasis there. After the fruit core fell, the entire oasis instantly turned into a desert. All the nutrients were absorbed by the fruit core, and the fruit core turned into a peach again. It's just because there are too few nutrients that the core itself becomes this size after turning into a peach. Hey, don't underestimate these peaches because they are small. They are genuine 9,000-year-old peaches. One bite can increase your lifespan by thousands of years. This sounds like a lie. Who you naturally didn't believe it. So he looked at Barif and said, what about magic? You know magic yourself, so it shouldn't be against the rules if you teach me magic, right? I'm sorry, my friend. Barif laughed again. If I can trade a simple fireball spell for an item, there's no reason for me to refuse. But I cannot pass on the knowledge of the power system that I possess to any being in the lower planes. Damn. Puyu rolled his eyes, but as long as Barif didn't want to, he couldn't do anything to this guy. Then what else can you give me, besides the one in the stone box? Barif groaned for a moment and said, a piece of advice. I think you can definitely use this advice, my friend. Oh, Puyu responded and looked at the stone box again. Since there is nothing that can be taken out of Barif's mind, let's take out the stone box. However, the remaining things are either weapons or tools. Even the slightly more precious mythical dragon blood, Puyu still has 3 liters of it as a spare. Could it be that you really want to take that peach? Forget it. It's a mythical thing after all. At worst, I can use it to feed Xiaobai. Just this peach. Puyu made his choice, took the peaches out of the stone box, and put them in his pocket. Okay, you can go now. After all the commotion just now, the time is almost 11 o'clock. There is more than an hour left, and it will be almost midnight. If nothing unexpected happens, he will faint at that moment again. Puyuk doesn't want to leave an unstable factor in his base at this time. By the way, play hard to get. From the moment Xiaohong turned off her phone until now, Barif's eyes have not left the mineral water bottle for more than 3 seconds. But if I were to take the initiative to offer to trade holy water, it would always feel a bit far-fetched. It would be more reasonable to send the guest away first and let him take the initiative to propose a deal for holy water. Leave? That's not possible. Barif was anxious and pointed at the bottle of mineral water at his feet. Holy water. My friend, don't forget the holy water. Really? Puyu stood up, lowered his head and frowned. Barif, it's not that I don't want to sell holy water to you. It's mainly, alas. You know, most of us humans are neutral. If I sold the holy water to you Freemasons, 1 bottle. I just want 1 bottle. Barif raised a finger. In exchange, you can choose another item from the stone box. Come on, I can't even pick out the peaches to make up the number, and you still want me to choose? It's okay for me to choose, but I can only choose 1. Young man, you are too narrow-minded. No, Puyu flatly refused. I have already taken enough. If I take more, you goblins will think that we humans are greedy. 2. Upon hearing this, Barif closed the stone box and put it behind him. For the honor of your race, I will not force you. Puyu. Confused face? Damn, do you know what politeness is? Can't you even hear the sarcasm? The way you bargain is enough to drive people away. What kind of business is this? Barif did not see Huyu's expression, but turned around and sat back in his seat, clasping his hands together and resting his chin on them as he thought. What should I do? Holy water, this thing is so valuable. If I take it back, it will definitely be valued by the elders. It would be nice if we could trade spells. This human seems to like those things. What a pity. Puyu was stunned. He listened to Barif muttering in his ear, and for a moment he didn't know whether to interrupt him or pretend not to hear him. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Could I tell him? Hey, my friend, the thoughts in your head are coming out of your mouth? Got it. Barif suddenly spoke, startling Huyu. My friend, do you know about dragon breath? No. Then I will use a method to avoid dragon breath 100% in exchange for a bottle of holy water. Do you agree? 100%. 100%. Hiss. Puyu took a deep breath. If this method was true, let alone a bottle of mineral water, even a truckload of bread and people would be enough to give him. Good. Yu solemnly took out a bottle of mineral water from the warehouse, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Barif with both hands. Here. This should be one of the last 2 bottles of holy water in the world. It seems too fake to say it is the last bottle. It would be better to say it is the last 2 bottles. The last 2 bottles? Barif was stunned and didn't even reach out to take them. Yes. Yu felt a little regretful and shook his head as he looked at the mineral water. What a pity. This is the holy water that one of my predecessors got from a high-level plane, and there are only 3 bottles in total. Now I have used 1 bottle, and if I give you another one, I will have 1 bottle left. Such precious holy water Here, Yu said as he placed Jaime on the table. As my friend, you shouldn't reject my kindness. You tell me how to avoid dragon's breath, and then tell me how to use silence, and we'll be even. Good. Barif was quite straightforward. He put the mineral water behind him and picked up the bottle of silence. But at the moment when Jaime was in hand, he threw the gun on the table, his voice trembling slightly. This is not Jaime. Chapter 143. Hello, is that brother Yu? Yu tilted his head and his expression froze instantly. He immediately suspected that he had heard it wrong. Isn't this Nirvana? Could it be a fire stick? This old man is definitely trying to fool me. But the next moment, he suddenly thought about the possibility that Barif mentioned. If you were facing death and were ready to fake your own death, would you keep your most useful weapon by your side? This is obviously impossible. If conditions permit, I would definitely make a fake one and keep it. So this Nirvana could really be fake? Wait a minute. Yu looked at Barif, who had already put down the silence. You said this silence is fake? But it is clearly a mythical weapon. It is a mythical level, yes, but it is only the mythical level of your world. Mythical level in our world? Yu reacted for a moment and suddenly remembered the goblin merchant's appraisal results. F. Myth/C. Perfect. From C to F there are 3 levels, and from perfect to mythical there are also exactly 3 levels. In other words, the myth of F class is just a legend in the E class world. If it was just a legend, then with Han Rueyer's collection, it was not impossible for him to forge a fake silence. What is that? Barif smiled a little embarrassedly. Since it is a fake Nirvana, the method of use may be different from what I know. My friend, how about you? No. Yu reached out and took Jaime off the table and put it back into the warehouse. Barif, I am a man of integrity. Now that we have made the deal, you just need to tell me how to use it. You are such a generous human, Barif smiled. For some reason, Yu always felt that there was a hint of sarcasm in this guy's smile. If he wasn't afraid that he would bring down heavenly fire, Yu would definitely press his face to the ground and let his nose have an intimate contact with the soil. Soon, Barif told Yu how to avoid dragon's breath and how to use Nirvana. After he finished speaking, the clock hand was almost pointing to 12 o'clock. Before Yu could see him off, Barif stuffed all the food in front of him into his mouth, then happily walked to the hole in the cave wall. With a lobster whisker hanging from the corner of his mouth, he waved at Yu from the other side of the hole. See you next time, my friend. Goodbye. Yu simply replied, but in his heart he prayed that he would never see her again. Judging from his movements and expression when he left, Barif obviously knew that the survivors would move their base after midnight. So, this guy knows more than I thought right now. But would such a smart guy really be deceived by the holy water I mentioned? Or was it part of his original plan that I used the holy water to deceive him? But what is his purpose in doing this? Just to give me something? Is that the question in the black sign? Or for annihilation? No matter what, at least the benefits are real. Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Barif's back completely disappear from his sight. He walked over to Xiaohong and said, "Turn on the phone." Butler robot, Xiaohong. At your service wholeheartedly. Xiaohong's green eyes lit up again and she bowed to him respectfully. Well, clean up the dishes on the table. Yu gave an order. He was busy trying to get information from Barif, so the food on the table was hardly touched. There were even a few main dishes still left in the kitchen. There is no time to eat now. We can only wait until tomorrow. Yes, master. Xiaohong went to clean the table, while Yu returned to the villa first. The base is about to be refreshed. If you don't go back, it will affect the system's judgment and it will be boring. Yu took out his pocket watch and found that the 3 needles just overlapped at 12. But he did not faint this time. What's going on? As doubts arose in my mind, a system prompt sounded. Bite. Warning. Due to the next time you move, all survivors' base will be locked in the Red Dragon Forest. Warn. The same warning popped up 3 times in total. Unlike all the previous prompt boxes, the color of the prompt box this time was blood red. It was the color of the Red Dragon Lord's scales. It was also the color of Yu's eyes. Red Dragon Forest. That's the Red Dragon Lord's lair. If he could be found in this shabby place, how much more so in that place? System, isn't this sending him to death? Mad, Hu Yu cursed and looked up into the air. Are you targeting me? Before he could utter the word, the 3 prompt boxes disappeared at the same time, and Hu Yu fainted and fell heavily to the ground. The night fell into silence. Red Dragon Forest. A figure in a red dress was strolling in the moonlight, with a half bottle of Fat House Happy Water dangling from her hand. She was walking aimlessly, as if looking for something. The system prompt flashed before her eyes, and she just smiled without even stopping. It seems that the big lizard is really angry and actually used the power of rules. That's perfect. It saves me from searching the world for him. But Han Ruer frowned slightly. Looking at the almost identical trees and grass around her, she was a little stunned. This red dragon forest is too big. How can I find it? Oh, that's right. 9527 should still be with him. The next day, Hu Yu felt the warmth on his cheek, his eyelids trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. Bai? What am I? Before he could finish his words, what happened last night came flooding into his mind. Those 3 blood-red prompt boxes are really hard to forget. He immediately stood up, without even paying attention to Bai beside him, turned around and walked to the door and put his hand on it. Options. Give me the trigger option. 1 second, 2 seconds. The door was pushed open from the outside. From thatched huts to wooden villas, the doors have always been 2-way switches. Hu Yu knew this, but he had never experienced the situation where someone outside opened the door when he wanted to. His heart trembled violently. Before he could take out Jaime, Xiaohong came in with a basket in her hand, which contained several brown mushrooms. When Xiaohong saw him, she greeted him softly. Master, breakfast will be ready soon. Please wait a moment. You almost scared me into not having breakfast, you know that? Hu Yu complained expressionlessly, looking up at the scene outside the house, and his heart instantly sank. A forest. Judging from the types of trees, this is most likely the Red Dragon Forest. Please confirm. Do you not need to prepare breakfast? Xiaohong turned and looked at Hu Yu. No. Hu Yu replied, and Xiaohong turned and went into the kitchen. I really don't know what that goblin is worried about. He actually calls such a cute and silly robot a devil. He took a step forward and was about to go out to trigger the administrator interface, but the wooden door closed automatically and triggered a system prompt. Reminder, it is not yet 8 o'clock, please wait. Isn't it 8 o'clock yet? Hu Yu took out his pocket watch and saw that it was only 7:45, and there were still 15 minutes before the exploration officially began. What can you do in 15 minutes? Maybe it's just enough for breakfast. Hu Yu carried Bai to the kitchen and looked at Xiaohong, who was preparing breakfast with the leftover ingredients from last night. He suddenly remembered something and blurted out, I don't know what happened to your original owner. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be resurrected, right? After hearing this, Xiaohong turned her head sharply and looked at Hu Yu expressionlessly. Contacting the user. Han Ruer. Contact the user? What do you mean? Hu Yu was stunned for a moment. He had just woken up so early in the morning that his cerebral cortex had not yet fully activated. But this shock had already startled him. He immediately yelled at Xiaohong, Don't. Before she could finish her words, Xiaohong made a light sound. Ding. The other party has answered. Hello, is this brother Hu Yu? Chapter 144 The Prophet? A familiar yet strange voice sounded, and Hu Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. He just stood there, staring at Xiaohong. Demon. For the first time, Hu Yu felt that what Barov said was right. This guy is the devil himself. Hello. Another question came from the other side. Is the little brother still there? Little brother? This was the first time Hu Yu heard this name. For some reason, he felt guilty as if he had been caught stealing something, but he still couldn't bear to hang up the phone. Which man would refuse a cute girl to call him little brother? Apart from men like Wei Zhongxian, Hu Yu couldn't think of a second situation. Exist. He simply responded, confirming his identity. There was nothing to deny anyway, are you? Han Ruer? It seems you listened carefully to my last words. It's serious. Hu Yu laughed and put a piece of lobster meat that Xiaohong had just prepared into his mouth. Some of the relics you gave me are still treasured by me. Silence. But she said in her will that she wanted to give it to someone else. In a sense, it can be regarded as her legacy to Hu Yu, right? Really? Han Ruer asked back, with a hint of laughter in her tone. Then, does this collection of relics also include my lovely maid and my house? Although the question was asked with a smile, Hu Yu felt a chill down his spine when he heard it. House. He pretended to be confused even though he knew the truth. What house? Oh, are you talking about your base? By the way, why didn't I see your base when I went there? Joke. He accepted the destruction. If Xiaohong wanted it, he could return her. But the base? Can you give this? Whether it was a manor or a villa, they were all turned into materials and lying in his warehouse. Even if he returned the materials to them, what about the drawings? Could it be that he would peel off his skin and give it to her as a blueprint? Apart from this, you could not think of a second way to extinguish her anger. Don't you know? Han Ruier asked back. 9527. Report the warehouse situation. Is this woman dreaming? Now 9527 is already a little red. How can? Yes, master. Xiao Hong suddenly spoke, and Hu Yu was stunned. Stop. Hang up the line. Before Xiao Hong could continue to report, she carried out Hu Yu's order and cut off the communication. Yes, master. What's happening? Didn't Xiao Hong restore the factory settings? Why did she follow Han Ruier's orders? This is so damn unscientific. Owner. Xiao Hong looked at Hu Yu and spoke again. Han Ruier requested to communicate. Do you accept it? No. Blacklist me. Permanently. Accept a ghost. In this situation, what if she lets Xiao Hong start the cleaning mode and sweeps herself? Yes, Han Ruier has been blacklisted. Xiao Hong answered while still processing the ingredients in front of her. Hu Yu was suspicious and asked her directly, Xiao Hong, why does Han Ruier's order also take effect on you? When dealing with artificial intelligence, it is best not to beat around the bush. Just ask directly if possible. Otherwise, it will only add unnecessary trouble. Master, as the creator, Han Ruio has the lowest level of control over Xiao Hong. Creator? Xiao Hong? No. 9527 was created by her? That nerdy girl also knows high technology. But if that's the case, then the possibility that Jaime is a fake is even higher. Hu Yu was stunned for a moment, and then continued to ask, what is the lowest level control permission? Can I delete this permission? Replying to the master, the lowest level of control authority includes, but is not limited to all the authorities you have, and you cannot actively delete this authority. Well, I brought back a time bomb. Hu Yu sighed. Okay, turn off your phone and put it into hibernation mode. Yes, master. Xiao Hong turned off her computer and went into sleep mode, but she still had the kitchen knife in her hand put down. It seems, I have to make my own breakfast today. Hu Yu stretched himself and simply heated up the ingredients in front of him, then put the Tianqiu fin braised abalone, dragon wings with abalone sauce, and dragon meat burger with black truffle on the table. In the morning, let's eat something light. 14 minutes later, Hu Yu and Xiaobai were full and satisfied. The latter continued to sleep on the floor, while the former slowly walked to the door. It's 8 o'clock. No matter what lies ahead, it's time to face it. Hu Yu raised his hand and pressed on the door, but still did not trigger the option. After taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open. As I took a step forward, I heard a system prompt sound in my ears. Byte. The settlement of various lists has been completed. Congratulations to the host for winning 240 gold coins. 10 gold coins/item for the first settlement of epic chapters. 20 gold coins/item for the first settlement of legendary pedigrees. 204. This is not right. Including the Ascension ranking, there are a total of 17 rankings, and I should be at the top of all of them. Counting the legendary and mythical items I got from the goblin merchants, this amount of gold coins is far from enough. Could it be that? Hu Yu calculated carefully and found that when the system settled the gold coins, it did not settle the items he purchased and robbed. The legendary level only included the Green Dragon Corpse and the Ascension Order, while the epic level included the True Dragon Bloodsword, the House Guarding Stone Lion, and the Kitchen Soul. Even the semi-epic Sanyong Hot Spring was not counted. Moreover, the mythical Dragon Blood had not been settled, and even the mythical list had not been opened, not to mention the mythical items obtained from Barif. It seems, the items recognized by the system will only be settled if they are opened through treasure chests or made or found independently. That's reasonable. But where is my administrator's salary? Could it be that? Hi, everyone. Just when Hu Yu was stunned, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. This is Han Ruier. That's right. Since she is in this area, it will never be her turn to be the administrator. But her administrator privileges should, may, probably, maybe not reach A. Otherwise, Hu Yu could take off his clothes, lie in the hot spring, and prepare to be skinned. Without the translucent chat box in front of him, Hu Yu felt a little uncomfortable, but also felt a sense of peace. He took out his notebook and looked at the messages scrolling across the chat interface. Wow, beautiful administrator. Finally, I can hear a nice voice waking me up. Wait, why isn't the administrator who? Yes, same question. Didn't they say last night that all of us would be transferred to the Red Dragon Forest? Boss Hu should be there too, so why isn't he his administrator? Shuren, could it be that Boss Hu is dead? I can lend you my good words. Hu Yu rolled his eyes and sent a message. If I die, you will be the first one to die with me. Luo Jin. Then the question is, this administrator, who are you? Hu Yu, who ranked first on the survival list, is still alive, but he is not the administrator. This incident is enough to make everyone who is awake doubt. Some people with more creative imaginations have probably already identified Han Rueo as the culprit that brought them into this world. Then let me introduce myself. Han Rueer smiled, as if she was used to this kind of scene. My name is Han Rueer. I'm 161 centimeters tall, 89 kilograms, and I like anime, Lolita, and collecting figurines. Now, you can call me a prophet. Fraud. The first thing who you heard from her was a lie. As someone who had measured Han Rueo himself, he knew that this girl was only 1.55 meters tall at most. As for her weight, she probably wasn't lying. A prophet. Are there any werewolves? The prophet has already jumped out. Why don't you draw your swords? It's not even night yet. You little idiot. Just wait. Wait. I heard dragon roars around me. Are there really dragons in the red dragon forest? When there are too many people, the chat interface becomes very messy, but Han Rueo is obviously very good at handling such incidents. She immediately muted everyone, and then unmuted one person. Okay, let's talk about the prophecy next. I predict the Lord of the Red Dragon will appear in 5 minutes, and the purpose of its appearance is to find one of us. As for the reason, because he killed grass. This girl knows that the Lord of the Red Dragon came for me. If these guys knew about this, they would drown me with saliva. Then, should I still hang around in the chat interface? No. We must control public opinion before she does. Luckily, she unbanned me. I guess she wanted me to take the initiative to confront her, but unfortunately. Little girl, you've got the wrong person. I am Huyu. That person is me. Huyu immediately wrote in his notebook. I killed the Red Dragon Lord's son. But, so what I'm trying to save your dogs. Crossed out life. Chapter 145. Brother Huyu, come out and chat for 50 cents. I almost wrote the word dog's life when I was writing it smoothly. Although these guys have been banned and cannot express any opinions, it still feels a bit bad. Oh, Han Rueer's voice rang out. You came out on your own since you admit it. I have nothing to say. You have nothing to say in the first place. Huyu interrupted Han Rueer's speech. Fearing that she would ban him, he immediately wrote on the chat interface. I killed the Red Dragon Lord's son to save all of us. Leave this lawless world. I learned from a notebook that only by killing all 5 Dragon Lords can we have a chance to escape from this world. If we don't kill the Red Dragon Lord, are we going to wait here to die, or have you fallen in love with this ridiculous world? Apart from himself, Huyu believed that not many people would like this world. You're quite eloquent. Han Rueo praised and even clapped. Thank you for the compliment. Huyu replied inexplicably and continued. Everyone, if you believe me, don't listen to anything this woman says. Just me. Only I can slay the Red Dragon Lord and bring us back to our original world. Making big promises and bragging. As long as no one jumps out to oppose in a short period of time, as time goes by, even if some people do not believe what Huyu said, they will engrave his words in their hearts and chew on them from time to time. If nothing else, the thought of returning to the original world is enough to shake everyone's faith. It's about time. Han Rueo said something inexplicably, and before Huyu could react, a roar exploded in his ears. Ouch! If he had not heard the same sound before, Huyu would rather believe that this was the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth breaking apart. Unfortunately, he had heard the same sound before. Just as long, just as shocking, just as despairing. What really made him despair was not the Lord of the Red Dragon, but Han Rueo. This woman. How could she know the movements of the Red Dragon Lord? Could it be that the profession of prophet really exists? A red shadow emerged from the mountains in front of us. The speed was so slow that Huyu could even see the scratched scales and torn scars on its body. This should be the result of yesterday's fight with the Green Dragon Lord. The Lord of the Red Dragon flew into the air, but did not come to look for Huyu. Instead, he flew all the way east. There, something seemed to be waiting for it. The dragon's roar stopped, and the dragon's shadow also disappeared into a mountain range, and Huyu could no longer see it. The first prophecy is over. Do you want to hear the second one? Han Rueer's voice sounded slowly without any ripples. She unbanned everyone, but no one answered her question, as if they were banned again. Han Rueer, Huyu wrote solemnly in his notebook. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Han Rueer asked back. Please. I told you from the beginning. Okay. I just want my house. The base. Do you know the base? Do you think I want to stay in your dimension? If you just return the base to me, I can't wait to leave. Idiot. Huyu blushed. When he moved the manor and villa away, he didn't know that he would meet Han Rueer again. And even if they met, Han Rueer shouldn't know his name. But not only did she name the person she was looking for the dead, she did it in front of all the survivors. What can Huyu do? Recognize? Of course not. If I could recognize it, I would have just recognized it. So, where is the base? Huyu retorted loudly. I told you, When I carried you into the cellar, your base was already gone. I found you on a pile of red-winged dragon carcasses. Let go, huh? Hanruer was about to swear, but she held it back. You are lying. If the base is gone, how can the cellar still exist? And there is 9,527. If the base is gone, will she still be there? How should I know? Huyu quickly wrote in his notebook. The warehouse has its limits. Your base is so big. Can I move it? Hanruer caught the loophole in his words. Do you know how big my base is? So you must have seen my base, right? You said you found me on the body of a red-winged dragon. You are lying. Huyu raised the corner of her mouth. She fell into her own trap. Who said you have to see your base to know how big it is? Huyu asked back. Isn't it possible for me to know the answer by inferring the distribution of the red-winged dragon carcasses on the ground? Can't you think about who might move your base and put you on a pile of red-winged dragon corpses? Hanruer was silent. What he said is not without reason. After all, such people really exist. She looked up at the sky, stretched out 4 fingers and swiped downwards in the air, as if sorting out something, and suddenly said to the chat interface, "Time is almost up." Huyu was stunned. He hasn't even changed the subject yet, but Hanruer has already done it? Could it be that she really believed in herself? The second prophecy. Hanruer didn't wait for Huyu to speak before she said again. In half a minute at most, all of you will be transferred to the Red Dragon Cave, which is the core of the Red Dragon Forest. I have only one piece of advice for you. Rob, steal, burn, even kill, you can do it. But if any of you put your own people in your mouth, don't blame me for shoving a gun barrel in your mouth. The last sentence didn't sound like the cute girl who got angry just now, but more like a Empress. Hey, what Red Dragon Cave? Huyu didn't quite understand what she said. Just as he was about to pick up his notebook to ask a question, he suddenly felt his vision blurry. A flash of white light passed by, and the forest in front of him disappeared instantly, replaced by pitch darkness. With Huyu's eyesight, he could only guess that this was in a cave. However, unlike yesterday's cave, this cave was a normal cave. There was no sunlight, and a cold wind with a fishy smell was blowing from the front. A white light suddenly lit up, illuminating the scene in the cave. 1, 5, dozens or hundreds of wooden houses appeared before our eyes. Some stood on the protruding stones of the stone wall, some fell on the ground, and some fell from the air and broke into pieces of wood on the ground. Huyu was lucky. In a corner of the tunnel, he could see a white light, but was not illuminated by it. As for this light, Huyu guessed that it must have come from a flashlight, and the person holding the flashlight could only be her. Hanruer. Once again, she predicted what was about to happen. What the hell? What's going on? What the hell? Why is there someone next to us? Fuck. So many people. Where is this? Fuck. Have you never been to school? Why can you only shout these 2 words? But I am uneducated, so I can only say wow. There are too many people, right? The noisy sound was endless. In just a few dozen seconds, Huyu had heard no less than a dozen people talking. Please everyone be quiet for a moment. Hanruer's voice seemed to have some kind of magic. The cave suddenly became quiet. Everyone was looking for the source of the sound, including Huyu. Brother Huyu, I know you are here. Come out and chat for 5 minutes. Mad. It's true that there is a cycle of fate. I didn't expect that the words I used before would be used on me again. Chapter 146. The little expert who lingers on ghosts. Shuren. To go out? Or not to go out? That is the question. Judging from the white light just now, Hanruer obviously didn't shine on her. Even if she had Xiaohong's location, it would be impossible for her to come here from a high place. Bang. A figure fell from the sky and landed directly in front of Huyu. She was wearing a red dress, had long hair, a smile on her face, and was holding a flashlight in her hand. This is not Hanruer. Huyu was trying to persuade himself in his heart. But who else could it be but Hanru? Us. Hanruer smiled, with 2 dimples on her face. Is this our first meeting? Well, nice to meet you. Huyu replied calmly with 5 words, stretched out his right hand, and walked towards Hanru. Please pay more attention. There was still a word, ja, that she hadn't said yet. Hanruer also stretched out her hand at the same time, but the moment she stretched out her hand, Huyu ran away without even thinking. With an agility close to 100, he quickly escaped from the base. And his target was exactly the direction from which the fishy wind in the cave came. That should be the location of the Red Dragon Lord. But Huyu has no other choice. Either run to a safe place, and then be caught up by Hanruer and face unknown dangers, or run to the territory of the Red Dragon Lord. As the saying goes, when 2 tigers fight, one of them will be injured. Hanruer wants him alive, while the Lord of the Red Dragon wants him dead. The 2 have conflicting interests, and a fight will occur whenever they meet. At worst, I can ask Brother Red Dragon to help me delay for a while. But the problem is, there is a limit to the exploration distance. 140 meters. Can this reach the Red Dragon Lord? Never mind. Run first. You can't just stand there and wait to die? Running again? Seriously, is there any use running so fast? Han Rueer shook her head, looked at the wooden villa in front of her, and saw Xiaohong's figure from the window. 9527. Start. In less than a second, Xiaohong's pupils lit up again and she responded to her command. Butler robot Xiaohong, at your service. Xiaohong. Han Rueer frowned slightly. This name is too ridiculous. Woo-woo. Hearing the sound coming from outside, a little head climbed onto the windowsill and looked outside through the glass window. Hiss. Han Rueer took a deep breath and didn't even bother to pay attention to Hu who was rushing forward. She walked directly into the yard and looked at Xiao Bai through the glass window. Is this a panda? So cute. No teenage girl can resist a panda, especially an underage panda that can be held in arms. Ouch. Xiao Bai roared and scratched the glass window with his two claws, as if protesting against Han Rueer. You're his pet, right? Han Rueer's eyes flickered, and without opening the window, she spoke to Xiao Bai through the transparent glass. Your master is gone. Do you want me to take you to find him? Woo. Xiao Bai tilted his head and looked left and right, as if he really didn't notice Hu Yu's existence. It lowered its head and thought for a while, then pushed open the glass window, leaned forward, and looked at Han Rueer for a few seconds, sniffed twice, and quickly stepped back. Woo-woo. Nonsense. It smells good. Han Rueer seemed to understand what it said. She lowered her head and smelled her clothes to confirm. It smells good. Woo-woo. Xiao Bai called out twice, then closed the window and jumped off the windowsill, as if he was not going to pay any attention to her. It's all because of that bastard. Han Rueer cursed and turned to the hot spring. I should have taken a bath when I woke up. 9527. Prepare some bathing supplies for me. Yes, master. Xiaohong responded, pushed open the wooden door and walked out, waiting by the hot spring with a bath towel, flower petals, spare clothes, and Han Rueer's favorite shower gel in her hands. In addition to her, there was a group of people lying in their base and watching. If you still want eyes, I advise you to take back your turtle heads. Han Rueer had a cold face, which was completely different from the way she looked when she was coaxing Xiao Bai just now. I'm just looking at the scenery. Why do you say I'm looking at you? Said a fat man with a wretched look. Another blonde man responded. Yes. Beauty, you may not have heard of the nude plaza. Let me give you some basic knowledge. Before he could finish his words, a bullet shot into the man's head. When the gunshots were heard, everyone who could see in that direction lowered their heads. Han Rueer was holding a desert eagle in her hand, with white smoke coming out of the muzzle. This was just handed to her by Xiaohong, and she had never given the order to take the desert eagle. She put the desert eagle aside, turned to look at Xiaohong, and shook her head. Has this also been eroded? It seems that it is time to make number 9528. Xiaohong doesn't understand what you are talking about. You don't have to understand. Han Rueer said, took off her clothes, stepped into the hot spring with one foot, and let the hot spring water gradually submerge her. When you understand, you will become a demon. After saying that, she picked up the desert eagle next to her and fired a shot. A bullet pierced through the fat man's head. Just so you know, I don't mind playing whack-a-mole in the shower. Han Rueer smiled outside and said, but I hope the mole is smarter and doesn't think he can peek at me by digging a hole. Do you understand, Mr. Mice? Ms. Han, Ms. Han. Mina's voice sounded not far away. She was not concerned about Han Rueer's figure, but her behavior. Don't you need to go find Mr. Hu? He will be back. Han Rueer said this confidently, then reached out and grabbed a handful of flower petals and put them into the hot spring, seeming to quite enjoy it. Hu Yu ran for a long time, wanting to stop when the system prompted him to explore the restrictions, but he never did. So he looked for a place with fewer people and stopped there. He turned his head and looked behind him, and found that the woman was not chasing him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Cull. A gasp attracted many people's attention. Although there are not many people here, there are 3 or 4 wooden houses, 5 or 6 small wooden cabins, and Hu Yu even saw a few thatched houses. What are you looking at? Hu Yu put the M4 on his shoulder and said, have you never seen anyone exercising? Once this threatening weapon appeared, no one would stick their heads out. Even if they had some ideas, they would hide in the dark and prepare to ambush someone. But this is a cave. Even Hu Yu, who has mastered shooting, finds it difficult to aim, let alone them. Who? Boss Hu. Boss Hu, is that you? This voice is Shuren. You are an expert at haunting people. I really can meet you everywhere. Shuren. Hu Yu looked in the direction where the sound came from and found this guy. He was hiding in a wooden house, and he instantly put away the crossbow in his hand, showing no intention of doing anything bad to Hu Yu. Shuren immediately walked around the window to the door. Just as he was about to open the door, he turned back and said, "Who? Boss who, can I come out?" "Come out." "Well, you are quite sensible and know to ask for my opinion first." Huyu nodded with satisfaction, watching Shuren put his hands behind his head and slowly approach. He didn't ask Shuren to do this. It was all his spontaneous behavior. I have to say, this guy really knows what's going on. There were still about 20 steps left when Shuren stopped in front of Huyu and said, "Boss who? Do you know what's going on?" "Have no idea," Huyu replied, turning his head to look behind him. "But it's either related to the Lord of the Red Dragon, or it's related to that woman." While he was talking, his heart was beating fast. Han Ruer hasn't caught up yet? Could it be that the woman used his base to pay off the debt? But can he go back now? Obviously not. Or has she reached the limit of her exploration area and is unable to track me? It shouldn't be like this. She doesn't even have a base anymore. So how could there be any restrictions on exploration? Wait, explore the limits. From pushing the door to running away, he did not see any prompts to choose the direction to explore, just like when he climbed the ladder yesterday. As for exploring the limits, he was sure that he had run no less than 200 meters. But what about the warnings and tips? Not one. Could it be that I have already left the base, but the system prompt did not appear for various reasons? No, no way. He must go back and take a look now. Chapter 147, Open Air Hot Springs. What a treat. Go back. When Hu Yuxing had this thought, he wanted to slap himself. If we go back now, we will be courting death. Unless someone is covering for us. Shuren, you call me boss, right? Hu looked at the increasingly attractive classmate Shuren in front of him, walked up to him, and asked, "If the boss asks you to do a favor, you won't refuse, right?" "No, I won't." Shuren responded verbally, but he was muttering in his heart. "You're here in front of me. How dare I refuse you? Then let's go." Hu put his hand on his shoulder and turned to walk towards his base. "Let's go to my base and have a drink. It's my treat." "Ha ha." Shuren laughed awkwardly twice and could only follow Huyu's steps and walk forward. "Then I would like to thank Boss Hu first." "You're welcome. We're family." Huyu continued to move forward, bringing Shuren all the way to the vicinity of his base. For some reason, all the doors and windows of the surrounding bases were closed, and there was no sign of anyone coming out, especially the base on the stone wall. If someone in the base below went forward to look for a way out, then the group of survivors in the base on the stone wall couldn't all jump down, right? Everyone. Han Ruer's voice suddenly rang out, and Huyu immediately pulled Shuren to hide under the fence of a wooden house. "Boss who this is?" Shuren was puzzled. Huyu put his hand on his shoulder, put the index finger of his other hand between his lips, and shook his head slightly. He didn't even dare to make a hush sound, for fear of being heard by Han Ruer. Shuren understood what he meant and nodded without saying anything. The two of them just squatted in the corner, holding open notebooks in their hands, listening to the delicate and gentle voice coming to their ears. The third prophecy. Han Ruer smiled as she soaked in the hot spring. "In 1 minute, 10 to 20 people will randomly appear in front of the Red Dragon Lord. I suggest you prepare your weapons first, and the moment you see the Red Dragon Lord, attack it with your strongest means of attack. Remember, it's best to attack the scales under its neck. So, Mina, can we survive this way? Or can we slay the dragon this way?" "No." Han Ruer smiled, picked up the half glass of red wine provided by Xiaohong, raised her head, and drank it all. "This way, you will die with more dignity." The chat interface was completely silent, and even Huyu couldn't help but twitch his lips a few times. Who the hell is this person? "Everyone, I wish you good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, Huyu heard the sound of a crossbow arrow leaving the string not far away. He turned around and saw a survivor looking down from above, holding a crossbow in his hand and aiming at a certain spot below, firing at least 3 crossbow arrows in succession. And the direction he fired was exactly where the Huyo base was. Cole. Huyu breathed a sigh of relief, not because he was lamenting that someone had attacked Han Ruer, nor because he was glad that the crossbow arrows were not shot at him, but because his base was still there. Otherwise, there wouldn't be crossbow arrows shot at our base, right? Bang. Just as the survivor above was about to fire the 4th crossbow arrow, a gunshot rang out. Huyu watched as a streak of blood exploded in the air, and the man turned into white light and disappeared. He prayed silently in his heart. 3 pure ones above. May there be no Han Ruer in heaven, Amit Ba. This brave man who died heroically helped Huyu confirm 2 things. First, his base had not disappeared. Second, Han Ruer was still in his base. At least it was a worthy death. Boss who this? Shuren was shocked. He had never expected that there was another person in the world who could master guns. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Hu Yu frowned and turned to look at this little brother who suddenly lost his mind. Shoo! Stop shushing. Han Ruer's voice came from not far away. Hu Yu, should I come to find you? Or do you want to come out by yourself? Damn it. This woman is definitely mutated. Her normal hearing is almost as good as the woman caught cheating. Don't say that, okay? Hu Yu knew he couldn't escape, so he had to stand up from the corner and scratched his head embarrassedly. If you speak in this tone, the onlookers will misunderstand what's wrong with us. Who, boss who? Shuren's panicked voice sounded beside him. What happened again? Hu Yu was somewhat displeased with this confused younger brother, but when he looked down, he was stunned for a moment. Is this still a human being? Shuren's entire body became transparent. Hu Yu could even see every blood vessel in his body, and even his internal organs. Even the contraction and expansion of his heart was fully visible. What's wrong with me? Shuren looked at his hands in horror. He wanted to grab Hu Yu's arm, but he could only grab nothing. Don't be impatient. The next moment, Hu Yu thought of the third prophecy Han Ruer had mentioned. Maybe this was the method by which the Lord of the Red Dragon brought people there. He immediately bought a desert eagle from the mall and popped up a transaction interface for Shuren. Fortunately, the transaction interface can also pop up. Shuren chose to accept it, but before he could put the desert eagle on the trading interface, he disappeared from the spot. Hu Yu clicked confirm, and Shuren also confirmed the transaction at the same time. The desert eagle fell into Shuren's hands, and Hu Yu, the only thing he could do was to send a message in the chat interface. Shuren, try your best to survive. No matter what, Shuren was also his compatriot. Although there was some unpleasantness at the beginning, he still took the words boss to heart. As the boss, don't you have to protect your younger brothers? It seems your little brother is not very lucky. Han Ruer, Hu Yu approached the base with anger in his heart, and his tone became heavier. What do you want to do? Before he could finish his words, he had already kicked the door open and walked into his own base. This is a habit. When you enter your own house, you can't knock on the door. But it was this habit that made the two of them stunned at the same time. Bright red roses are scattered on the water, and the tender white skin is hidden under the petals and the water. Hu Yu couldn't see anything, but he could think of everything. He and Han Ruer looked at each other, and they both froze in place. One didn't expect Hu Yu to dare to push the door and come in, and the other didn't expect that this woman would take a bath in her own hot spring. A few seconds passed, and apart from their rising heartbeats, the two of them showed no reaction at all, just staring at each other, until Xiao Hong turned to look at Hu Yu and bowed respectfully. Master, shall I prepare bathing supplies for you? This sound interrupted the stalemate between the two. Hu Yu. Han Ruer covered her chest, her face flushed with shame. Turn around. Hu Yu also turned around and walked out the door almost at the same time, hurriedly closed the wooden door, and hid in the corner without daring to show his head. Why are you so fierce? This is my home. The outdoor hot springs and all. It's awesome. Chapter 148, I'm telling you my cards. No more pretending. This is a bit cowardly, but it is safe. The person soaking in that hot spring pool is not only a sweet and cute legal lowly, but also a woman who has unlocked her genetic chain and possesses deadly weapons. Bang! Just as he was debating whether to run away again, a pair of black patent leather shoes kicked open the wooden door. You old pervert. If you can, don't hide. But Yu turned his head and looked at Han Ruer from bottom to top. Unlike the red dress she wore last time, this time she wore a pure black Lolita dress, and her pair of white and translucent calves were extremely dazzling. I have to say, this woman gets dressed pretty fast. Hu Yu forced himself to look away, slowly stood up, and looked down at her eyes. Ms. Han, don't make personal attacks when you speak. I'm only 21. I'm not old. Han Ruo, _. You're still flirting with me, aren't you? Han Ruer stretched out her leg to kick him, but her speed was not fast, and he dodged it easily. Hu Yu flashed into the house and hid behind Xiaohong. Hey, you are unreasonable, woman. Not only did you break into a private house, but you also want to attack me. Then I apologize to you, okay? Han Ruer asked back, and a sword of silence appeared in her hand, aiming at Hu Yu behind Xiaohong. Stand still. Mr. Hu, please accept my apology. Xiaohong. Cleaning mode. Hu Yu gave the order hurriedly. He didn't dare to take out the fake one in his hand, so he could only struggle to survive by giving the order to Xiaohong. Xiaohong was considerate enough to pull out more than 20 gun barrels and start preheating. 95-27, sleep mode. Han Ruer also gave the order, and before Xiaohong could launch, she had already fallen into hibernation. Hu Yu started running backwards, preparing to hide in the wooden villa. Han Ruer was stunned for a moment, then looked up into the air, as if she had discovered something in the air. She frowned slightly and slung Jaime over her shoulder, with the butt of the gun only 20 centimeters away from the ground. Come out here. I have something to tell you. Do you think I'm a fool? Huyu's voice rang out in the wooden villa. He had already hugged Xiaobai and hid in a corner of the villa's load-bearing wall. If I come out, won't you kill me with one shot? Humph. Do you think that if you don't come out, I can't kill you with one shot? Hanru snorted coldly and did not pick up the silence. She just said in a normal voice, activate the killing mode. Killing mode? These 4 words fell into Huyu's heart, and he had no choice but to take them seriously. Don't move. Anyway, it's a trap. Handsome guy. Why not go out and see what she wants to do? Just as she said, the killing mode of false silence can destroy the epic cave wall, then the killing mode of true silence. I guess his ashes can be liberated at the same time. Huyu held Xiaobai in his arms and walked out of the villa gate with the last bit of warmth in his heart, without holding any weapon in his hands. After all, he also knew that when facing a survivor like Hanru, holding a weapon would only make him die without dignity. The moment he appeared holding Xiaobai, Huyu clearly saw a change in Hanru's eyes. This look is exactly the same as when I first saw Xiaobai. Come on, what are you talking about? Huyu spoke first and stood about 5 meters away from Hanru. Base. Hanru stared at him fiercely. Are you sure you didn't take my base? I took it. What's wrong? Huyu said righteously. Since Xiaohong was in charge of his warehouse, and Hanru could order Xiaohong around, she had been with Xiaohong for so long, so she knew everything she should know. There's no point in quibbling anymore. Hanru seemed to have not expected that he could admit it so confidently, and the rhythm of his questioning was interrupted. This man, is he so shameless? You said before that you didn't take it. I'm laying my cards on the table. No more pretending. I'm going to wipe out your base in one fell swoop. Huyu interrupted Hanru's question and took out the 9,000-year-old peaches that Barif mentioned from the warehouse. Hey, this is a 9,000-year-old peach. After eating it, you will be immortal and have an everlasting beauty. Consider it as me buying your base. No matter how luxurious your base and manor are, they can be reproduced, but these peaches are different. That is the essence of 9,000 years. Won't you consider it? Negotiation. Always keep the rhythm in your own hands. Hanru really looked at the peach carefully and then slowly said, do you think my base can be exchanged for this peach pit? Negotiation failed? Huyu took a step back, wanting to hide again, looking for an opportunity to leave. But before he could retreat, he heard Hanru continue to say, you have to pay more. Do you understand? Huyu. Can you please stop panting when you talk? I was so nervous that I almost crushed the skin on the back of Xiaobai's neck. But now that you have given in, it means there are no irreconcilable contradictions. Having said that, Hanru is quite reasonable. If I were in this situation, I would have shot the person unconscious and then searched him for his notebook. Isn't it always more pleasant to have a buffet than to order food? She actually wanted to negotiate with me. Could it be that she was attracted by my masculinity? Or is she afraid to do anything? It seems that the former is more likely. Then tell me, what else do you want? Huyu asked. She should already know all of my assets, so there's no need to negotiate prices one by one. Just ask her what she wants. As long as it's not too outrageous, Huyu will agree. Materials. I don't care what you use, but you must return all the remaining materials to me. You also have to compensate me for the legendary Hans Han Yuchuan. It's reasonable, I agree. Huyu suppressed the heartache and nodded in agreement. I didn't expect that I would be robbed today after I robbed Barif yesterday. Drawings. I also want your Sioux-style courtyard and all the supporting drawings. Hanru spoke again. Soviet-style courtyard? This won't work. Sustainable water sources are easy to find, but complete perfect-grade blueprints are hard to find. No, Huyu replied firmly, taking a step back. I can give you the 2 blueprints of the European-style castle, plus the peaches and materials. This is enough to make up for your loss. Make up for my losses? Huyu, are you kidding? That's an epic building. Do you understand what that means? No wonder so many materials were removed. Huyu muttered something, intending to compensate with something else. Then I'll add more. Before he could finish his words, he froze. Pure white particles floated before his eyes. He looked down and found that his whole body had become transparent, just like Shuren just now. Hanru, Huyu subconsciously looked at the person in front of him. I say, let's negotiate the price. Let's not do anything behind the scenes, okay? You think I did this? Hanru asked back, pointing at Jaime behind him. Do you think I need to do this? Well, she already had an absolute advantage, so there was no need for her to do such a thing behind the scenes. I was the one who was nervous. But doesn't this prove from the side that this is really the work of the Lord of the Red Dragon? Huyu looked into his arms, quickly put Xiaobai down, then looked up at Hanru. It seems I have to go slay the dragon first. Hey, if we add in the corpse of a mythical dragon, can we resist? Cannot. Hanruer interrupted him. I want the architectural drawings. Complete, and they must be. Before he could finish his words, the transparent version of Huyu disappeared before his eyes. The power of rules and such are so annoying. Hanruer frowned, looked down at the bewildered Xiaobai on the ground. Then a smile returned to her face. She squatted down and opened her arms. Little cutie, now I am the one who smells good. Shall we go find your master? Woo. Xiaobai tilted his head, neither agreeing nor refuting, but just staring at the direction where the fishy wind was blowing. The one who pissed me off? This big lizard doesn't want to live anymore. Chapter 149 Huyu, I'm sorry. Huyu didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. Lucky, because I escaped from Hanruer's clutches, at least my life is not in danger. Unlucky. The red dragon brother he had been thinking about found him and summoned him to him, using some unknown method. However, the word in front of doesn't seem to be accurate. To be precise, it should be in front of the house. This is no longer a cave. In a sense, it would be more appropriate to call it an underground palace. A dazzling array of gems and gold are inlaid on the cave walls. The lowest piece is at least 10 meters high, and the tallest is like a star hanging in the sky. At least Huyu couldn't judge how high it was. The huge black shadow was not far away, and its low breathing declared its sovereignty, but it did not seem to care about these ants. Its pair of eyes like the sun and the moon were fixed on the present, as if it was concentrating on doing something. Soon, Huyu understood its behavior. Every 2 breaths, 10 dark shadows appeared in front of the red dragon lord. Like Huyu who had just arrived, they all looked up and stared blankly at the scene in front of them, like a bunch of stupid geese. But there is one that is quite beautiful, the kind that you will never forget once you see it. Luo Jin, Huyu shouted and waved at her. Since the two were once allies, then they can be allies now. Who? Luo Jin turned her head, looked at him waving, and subconsciously wanted to utter his name, but she only uttered one word before she held it back. Huyu was originally a powerful figure, but after Hanruer's propaganda and 3 predictions, this identity. It's easy to be used as a sacrifice. This feeling. Luo Jin himself knows it, so it's better not to expose it for now. Many people around looked at the two of them. To be more precise, most of the people's eyes fell on Luo Jin. There is no way around it. This attribute is something you are born with, and if you don't have it, then it's gone. Luo Jin had long been accustomed to this feeling, so he didn't care. He slowly walked towards Huyu. Why are you here too? I don't want to, but... Huyu raised his finger and pointed at the red dragon lord above. This one really missed me too much. Huyu? You are Huyu? A passerby exclaimed. He recognized Huyu's voice. It's me. Huyu never thought of hiding anything from the beginning and responded casually. How about it, young comrade? Do you want an autograph? Sorry, I'm busy right now. More and more people gathered around, and since people did not leave, there were already nearly 40 or 50 people gathered here. Huyu. It's really Huyu. Then the person next to him is Hanru. No, I've seen Hanru. That woman should be Luo Jin. She's so beautiful. Such a delicate face. If you punch her, she'll probably cry for a long time, right? Yeah. Something's wrong with you. Why are you thinking of throwing a punch? There was originally a lot to discuss about Huyu, but when these animals saw Luo Jin, the topic of discussion quickly turned to her. Hello, Huyu asked helplessly. Are you guys visiting a zoo? Get out of my way. That won't do. A blonde guy emerged from the crowd, wearing heavy armor and holding a knight's sword. Huyu. The prophet said that you are the target of the red dragon. As long as we hand you over to it, we can all survive. So, I advise you to be honest and not to put up unnecessary resistance. Before he finished speaking, Huyu turned his head and looked at Luo Jin beside him. You said, is compulsory education in the West no longer effective in recent years? Why would someone with cerebral palsy say something like that? Before the man could finish his words, Huyu pulled out his M4 and fired a shot. The armor is quite thick and he's pretty thick too, but nothing can stop a bullet. Blood splattered all over the faces of the people around. Those who wanted to speak, were about to speak, or didn't want to speak all shut their mouths. They watched as a beam of white light exploded in the crowd, and everyone froze in place. So, Huyu glanced at the people around him and said, who else wants to offer me as a sacrifice? I'll take the trouble to help you to save your soul. Whoosh. Huyu's answer was a crossbow arrow. He saw with his own eyes a cold light shooting out from not far away, and the target was his head. Huyu. After the arrow was shot, Luo Jin warned her that it would be too late even if she wanted to block it. Quite smart. Knows how to use long-range weapons. Huyu muttered, his right hand already grasping the arrow. But, unfortunately, I got a passive skill last time, called 100% barehanded crossbow arrow catching. There is also an active skill that goes with it. Do you want to know what it is? No one answered, and most people just stared at him blankly. Catching a crossbow arrow with bare hands? Is there really such a ridiculous skill? That is. Huyu raised the corner of his mouth, turned his wrist, and sent the arrow back to his master. Throw the crossbow arrow with bare hands. This name is a bit lame, but I swear, this is the name of the skill. The joke was told, but no one laughed out loud. In just half a minute, 2 people died in front of them, both at the hands of Huyu. The first one was okay, as he died from a bullet, but the head of the one behind was pierced directly, and the murderer used a crossbow arrow thrown by him with his bare hands. Everyone was stunned, and this was exactly the result Huyu wanted. He had long expected that his appearance would inevitably lead to a group attack. For the sake of their own lives, these people could not fail to consider Han Ruer's plan. To solve this problem, we must do 2 steps. The first step is to shock them. At least let them know that I am not that easy to kill. In this case, the inevitable step is to catch 2 fat chickens and kill them in front of the monkey. Fortunately, after having his face smeared with blood yesterday, Huyu was mentally prepared. At least he did not vomit like some of the other monkeys. As for the second step, Huyu is ready. All right. Huyu clapped his hands with a smile and looked at the people in front of him. Is there anyone else who wants to try it? I will stand here and offer. Before he could finish his words, a dagger was suddenly placed on his neck. Huyu, I'm sorry. Luo Jin's eyes were sparkling, and his hand holding the dagger was trembling a little, but he didn't move at all. I just want to stay alive. Luo Jin, Huyu seemed a little flustered, and his hands unconsciously reached behind his back. Don't move. Luo Jin exclaimed and looked at someone in the crowd. You, come over here and tie him up. Everyone looked in the direction Luo Jin was looking, but that person looked around, as if he didn't know that he was being called. Stop looking. It's you. Okay. The man walked forward and stood opposite Huyu, blocking everyone's view with his back, and tied Huyu's hands with a cowhide rope. You follow him. Follow me. Luo Jin took off his M4 and glanced at everyone. I will go and present him to the Dragon Lord. You, stand still. Faced with this proposal, no one had any objection, and many people even took the initiative to make way. Foolish. Huyu spat out 2 words and stared at Luo Jin. You stupid woman. Only I can kill that dragon. Only I can save you. Shut up. Don't force me to hand over a body to the Dragon Lord. Luo Jin snorted coldly, grabbed one end of the leather rope, led Huyu and walked towards the direction of the Dragon Lord. There is a vacuum area there, and no one dares to approach the Dragon Lord to that location. Chapter 150. To slay the dragon, you still have to use a sniper. The 3 of them approached the Dragon Lord. When the closest guy was more than 10 meters away from the 3 of them, Huyu gently bumped Luo Jin with his shoulder. Hey, is that enough? I said. Luo Jin rolled his eyes at him and used a dagger to pick the rope off his hand. Your acting teacher must like you very much, right? What? Are you indirectly saying that I'm a drama queen? Huyu loosened his wrist, and a smile appeared on his face. All this was part of his plan, relying on one person to suppress dozens or hundreds of people. No matter how confident Huyu was, he knew that he didn't have that strength yet. Not to mention anything else, one shot from a bow and crossbow from each person can turn him into a hedgehog to meet the king of hell. Even if he could exchange for a few grenades and throw them out, the end result would be mutual destruction. Even if he managed to survive by chance, he would attract the attention of the Red Dragon Lord, not to mention that the crowds of onlookers around him were still increasing. If I kill this batch of people, why would I waste my energy if there are a few more iron-headed ones in the next batch? So while showing off his prowess in front of others, he popped up a transaction interface for Luo Jin and Shuren at the same time. The one given to Shuren was blank, while the one given to Luo Jin contained a dagger. The former didn't understand what was happening, while the latter clicked confirm. Even if he didn't say anything, Luo Jin understood what he meant. After all, if it were her, she would also choose to use this method to get out of the situation. First scare everyone, and then plan to leave. This way you not only have time to prepare, but also you don't have to worry about someone shooting an arrow from behind when you leave. After all, Luo Jin was doing what they wanted to do, and they had no reason to cause trouble. The program went smoothly. Although Shuren, that silly boy, didn't understand what was going on, when he saw Luo Jin also pop up a blank transaction box for him, he followed Luo Jin's instructions. Boss who? The plan was successful, but Shuren was not excited at all. Instead, his tone was a little panicked. Do we really have to get so close to this giant lizard? Will it be stepped on to death? Rest assured, Huyu said, without slowing down his steps at all. Boss, is there ever a time when you are unreliable in what you do? Luo Jin glanced at him, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it, and just asked, are you really sure you can slay the dragon? Closer. Hu Yu replied, let's find a shelter for ourselves first. Otherwise, I'm afraid that when this big guy dies, he will take us all away in one go. In front, there is a stone platform in front. Shuren had already found a position. He had made up his mind that if these two were determined to cause trouble for the Lord of the Red Dragon, he would hide under the stone platform and take the opportunity to slip away. However, hearing Hu Yu's relaxed tone, he still chose to believe him. Right there, Hu Yu turned his head and looked behind him, frowning slightly. But we are a little close to the location of these guys. What he feared was not the Lord of the Red Dragon, but those guys behind him who might shoot sneaky arrows at him. Smoke bomb? Luo Jin asked back. No. Hu Yu uttered the two words naturally. He lowered his head and flipped through his notebook. It looked like he was searching the inventory, but in fact he was searching them all. In the E-level world, a smoke bomb costs 1 gold coin each. But here, it costs 100 gold coins. Saving is the basis. Hu Yu closed his notebook and said seriously, moreover, smoke bombs only treat the symptoms and not the root cause, and will also arouse the suspicion of these guys. It's better to let them leave on their own initiative. How is this possible? Shuren asked back. Nothing is impossible. There were about 20 steps left to the stone platform that Shuren mentioned. Hu Yu seized the opportunity and sent a transaction request to Han Rueer. Hello. Han Rueer immediately clicked to accept. Not dead yet. Thanks to you. Hu Yu joked in his notebook, but he's about to close his eyes. I'll treat you to a feast then. Han Rueer was speechless for a while. She really didn't expect that this guy still had the mind to make a joke. By the way, I need your help with something. Hu Yuk didn't have time to wait, and immediately wrote, I think your predictions are quite useful. How about helping me predict as well? Han Rueer's interest peaked. What do you want to predict? Love? Friendship? Wealth? Or career? Hu Yu was stunned for a moment. This little witch was quite enthusiastic. Just predict that the Red Dragon Lord will riot later. Just let those guys stay away. Han Rueer paused, then said angrily, this is not a prophecy. This is a lie. As a serious prophet, I will not help you do such a thing. I thought about it. If I died, all the lovely drawings in the notebook warehouse would disappear, right? Then wait a moment. Han Rueer disconnected the transaction interface, stamped her feet helplessly, and looked at Xiaobai in her arms. Little thing, your master is really not cute at all. Woo woo. When Xiaobai, who had been curled up in his arms, heard these words, he actually raised his head for the first time and nodded, expressing his full agreement. Forget it, for the sake of my base. Han Rueer raised her hand and rubbed the little guy's head, then looked up at the chat interface. I see. Now is also the time to tell you the fourth prophecy. When Hu Yu and the other two heard the voice ringing in their ears, they just walked under the stone platform and hid. The group of guys behind them had already run away when they heard Han Rueer's prediction. The Red Dragon Lord's figure can be seen from here, but the head higher up cannot be seen. For the Red Dragon Lord, this is his blind spot. Hu Yu firmly believed that as long as he hid fast enough after firing the gun, that guy would not be able to find him. But it's strange. It has been estimated that more than 3 minutes have passed since I was summoned here. But this big lizard did nothing except summon more survivors. This doesn't seem like normal behavior to avenge the murder of one's son. Could it be that its target is not only itself, but also wants to take advantage of this group of survivors? Yes, even if it lets the first group of survivors who arrive here run 50 meters first, it can still stretch out its 51-meter-long neck and put them into its mouth. But this is no longer something Hu Yu should consider. He took Jaime out of the warehouse and glanced sideways at Luo Jin, who had already raised the M4 and was aiming. What is that? Hu Yu put his hand on the barrel of the M4. Guns are toys for boys. A pretty girl like you should be more suitable for playing with fairy wands. What he meant was that he wanted to take the M4 back. He can catch a crossbow arrow with his bare hands, but he can't catch a bullet with his bare hands. Who told Luo Jin's credit rating in his eyes was not as good as Shuren's. Luo Jin understood what he meant and let go of M4 without any resistance. Stingy. I can't do anything about it. Who told me that I can't withstand the bullets? Hu Yu shrugged helplessly and put the M4 into the warehouse. Don't worry. You will get a piece of red dragon meat when the time comes. As he said this, he turned to look at Shuren, who was trembling with the desert eagle, and smiled at him. There's a piece for you too. Shuren understood and immediately put the safety on the desert eagle and handed it back to him with both hands. Then I would like to thank Bossu first. We are all brothers. You are welcome. Hu Yu put away the desert eagle and M4, tucked the dragon blood sword under his arm, confirmed that the countdown on the barrel had been reset, and walked out of the stone platform. To slay a dragon, you have to use a sniper. Chapter 151 Humanity. Ouch! A dragon roar echoed in the cave. Even creatures that did not understand dragon language could hear the grief and wailing in it. Han Ruer held Xiaobai in her arms and stood in the deserted base. She stopped and looked into the distance. That guy. Did he attack the red dragon with a low-profile version of silence? That's really stupid. She hurriedly called up the transaction column and sent an invitation to the person with whom the last transaction was unsuccessful. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 full seconds passed and still no one responded. Stupid. How stupid. Han Ruer knew that her conjecture was correct, so she had to look at the chat interface. The fifth prophecy. Everyone, get away from the red dragon's lair immediately. No matter what happens, don't get close. Don't get close. Half a minute ago, who you carried silence, walked out of the stone platform and pointed the gun at the red dragon lord who was performing the summoning spell in the air. Start killing mode. Just in case, who you deliberately whispered the instructions again. His finger rested on the trigger and he pressed it lightly. A light blue beam shot out from the barrel of the gun, straight towards the head of the red dragon lord. A hit. He didn't bother to check on the red dragon lord's injuries and immediately hit under the stone slab. Even if the lord of the red dragon dies, he may not be safe. Once its huge body loses its support, the chain reaction that will occur is something no one can bear. Hiding under the stone platform can only be considered a psychological comfort. But what happened next was beyond the expectations of Huyu and everyone else. Ouch. The red dragon lord did not fall down, but let out a wail, and then pink mist began to fall from the sky. A fishy smell hits my nose. This is dragon breath. The moment Huyu smelled the scent, he immediately took out 3 silk scarves. He soaked it in the mythical dragon blood for a moment, then hurriedly took it out and squeezed it dry, leaving only a tiny amount of dragon blood on it. Cover your mouth and nose. Huyu handed 2 silk scarves to Luo Jin and Shuren and covered his mouth and nose with one of them. This is the method that Barif gave him. Soak any silk fabric with dragon blood of the same level, and then cover your mouth and nose with it, and you will be able to resist the judgment of dragon breath. Although they saw how he made the scarf, Luo Jin and Shuren did not hesitate at all and covered their mouths and noses with the bloody scarf. In times of crisis, even if there is urine on the scarf, no one will hesitate as long as it can save lives. Bite. It is detected that you have inhaled the breath of the red dragon, mythical, and resistance determination is being made. Resistance successful. Done. There was no attribute determination, but it succeeded directly. It seems that the dwarf goblin did not lie to me. Who? Boss who? Shuren's voice trembled. Didn't you say you were sure? Stop making noise. Luo Jin replied and turned to look at Huyu. Which link went wrong? Can it be fixed? It's difficult. Huyu only answered her last question. Let's wait until it calms down and see what happens. If anything goes wrong, you must retreat immediately. Yeah. Luo Jin nodded. She and Huyu had a friendship, but it was not to the point of living and dying together. Soon, it became quiet outside. Under the stone platform, Huyu could even see the body of the red dragon lord shrinking inward, as if he was afraid and wanted to seek some kind of protection. Shoot again. Boss Hu, why don't you shoot again? Shuren shouted anxiously behind him. Shut up. Huyu didn't even turn his head, but just replied to him coldly. The talkative little brother is not cute at all. Second shot? If finishing up the gun is useful, wouldn't you do it yourself? When Huyu heard its roar with his own ears, he knew he was wrong. He made a mistake in considering Xiaohong's suggestion. The killing mode of silence that Xiaohong mentioned at the beginning is very likely the real silence, and not the fake one in his hand. But now the bullets have been sent out, and the Lord of the Red Dragon has become furious. If he wants to leave, it's obviously too late. The fifth prophecy. Han Ruer's voice suddenly rang out, pulling Huyu out of his thoughts. He just wanted to listen to what Han Ruer wanted to say, but the voice suddenly stopped, as if it was blocked by something. Huyu frowned and wanted to pop up a transaction box for Han Ruer to ask what was going on, but before he could open his notebook, a scream came from beside him. Huyu. Luo Jin suddenly spoke, pointing forward. Look ahead. The Lord of the Red Dragon seems to be. Shrink. Huyu, and she spoke at the same time. One person might make a mistake, but 2 people reduce the probability to the lowest. The Red Dragon Lord's majestic body, like a mountain, was indeed shrinking, and at a very fast speed. Originally, when looking straight ahead from the bottom of the stone platform, I could only see its heels, but now I can almost see its calves. It proves that the gun just now still worked. Huyu muttered. He looked at the silence in his hand, and then looked ahead. If we could wait for it to shrink a little more, and then fire a few more shots at its vital points, maybe this big lizard would be dead. This way I can obtain a whole body of a mythical red dragon. And I don't have to worry about being hunted down anymore. Right. Besides, the Red Dragon Lord had just played a friendly match with the Green Dragon Lord last night, so it was reasonable for him to have suffered some injuries. As long as I last hit well enough, the treasure that fell from the sky will be right in front of me. The roots of greed emerged from the depths of his mind. He didn't know why he thought so, but he agreed with the echo in his heart. The original idea of sending the transaction interface disappeared in an instant. Try firing a few more shots. He walked forward holding silence in one hand and found that the pink mist was turning into light red and visibility was decreasing again. He can no longer see the figure of the Red Dragon Lord. I'll go over and take a look. He made a prompt decision, holding Jaime and preparing to move forward. Wait for me here. The protective measures of dragon breath indirectly proved the weakness of the Red Dragon Lord. As the saying goes, strike while it's sick. He couldn't let this opportunity go, etc. Luo Jin grabbed the corner of his clothes. I'll go with you. Piyu turned around and looked at her. You know. Luo Jin smiled bitterly and shrugged helplessly. If I go back now, the situation may be worse than going forward. After thinking for a few seconds, Piyu nodded. Okay, this is your own decision. Certainly. Then I. Shuren hesitated for a while, but still stood still. I'll meet you here. Good. Piyu had no objection. Everyone has their own choice. He covered his mouth and nose with a silk scarf with his left hand, put away Jaime with his right hand, grabbed Luo Jin's other hand, and slowly walked into the pink mist. This is the most convenient way to avoid getting separated. Luo Jin had no objection and just followed him. Soon, a dragon-shaped figure gradually appeared in front of the two men. Just as Huyu was about to let go of Luo Jin's hand and prepare to shoot, a hoarse and low voice suddenly sounded. Humanity. Chapter 152 Sexy Tutor, Online Application. Huyu turned his head to look at Luo Jin, and almost in an instant, he confirmed that the voice was not made by her. Luo Jin was also looking at him, with an indescribable look in his eyes. Since the sound wasn't made by either of them, then, who else could it be? Red Dragon spoke. Luo Jin's voice trembled a little, but it was easy to tell from her tone that she was trying her best to control herself. If someone wasn't playing a trick on us with a tape recorder, then it would be correct. Piyu grabbed Luo Jin's hand and pulled her behind him. The moment the Red Dragon Lord opened his mouth, the situation was out of control. Walk. Piyu made a prompt decision, immediately let go of Luo Jin's hand, and took out Jaime again. Run as far as you can. If the danger level of a Red Dragon is 1, and the danger level of a Red Dragon Lord is 100, then a Red Dragon Lord who can speak human language, in a sense, is at least 900 or more. As for letting Luo Jin go first, it's not heroism, nor is it sympathy for women, but he understands that the Red Dragon Lord's target has always been him. No matter how he runs, he needs to face it. In that case, why not die more heroically? Humanity. The Lord of the Red Dragon repeated the same 2 words again, but compared to the awkward pronunciation just now, the pronunciation was obviously more standard. Brother Red Dragon, let's have a discussion. Huyu did not shoot easily, but shouted to the front. Do you need a Chinese teacher? I can open a tutoring class for you. 98% off for a monthly subscription, 97% off for a yearly subscription. All he has to do now is delay time. Not only for Luo Jin to leave smoothly, but also for Hanruer. He believed that this prophet in black Lolita would definitely come to find him. If for no other reason, just for the materials in his warehouse, she would definitely come. He originally left this person on the back of the Red Dragon Lord. Since she is still alive, it proves that she must have the means to deal with the Red Dragon Lord, not to mention that the authentic nirvana is still in her hands. Hold on. As long as we can hold on, there is still a glimmer of hope. Tutoring class. The Lord of the Red Dragon repeated Huyu's words with almost the same tone and pronunciation, and he spoke in Chinese. Just looking at the accent, it's no different from that of foreigners who have lived in Kyoto for more than 10 years. Well, it seems that my position as a Chinese teacher has been lost. Wait, how about telling it a tongue twister? Chinese culture is broad and profound. I don't believe it can stump this stupid lizard. Who you? Luo Jin's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Let's go together. Its state seems to be a little wrong. Why haven't you left yet? Huyu frowned and wanted to look at Luo Jin and talk, but the dragon-shaped shadow in front of him made him dare not move his eyes away. I have my own arrangements here. Don't worry about it. Then I'll leave. Luo Jin replied cheerfully, and then there was no more sound. Huyu didn't look back. He didn't have time to confirm whether Luo Jin had left. He shouted again to the front. Hey, if you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. The tuition fee. Ouch. A dragon roar suddenly sounded, interrupting his question. A light red dragon breath that was 10 times stronger than before blew towards him. Huyu couldn't help but close his eyes. His 2 feet slipped and left scratches on the ground, but he still held the silk scarf on his mouth and nose tightly. Damn it. With so many gyms at home, are you really going to be stingy with the tuition fees? When the dragon's roar ended, Huyu discovered that the pink mist had completely dissipated. The visibility returned to its original state, and the red dragon appeared in front of him. The body that was originally as big as a mountain shadow shrank to only 1/10 the size of a legendary red dragon. Although it was still big enough to crush Huyu, it was only about 3 times his size. The body. The red dragon did not rise into the air. It just held its head high and stood opposite Huyu, repeating 2 words in its mouth: corpse, corpse. Corpse? Could it be that he wanted his son's body? You should have said it earlier. If I had known this, I would rather eat more of your eldest nephew's meat and not touch your son. Kinda. Now your son's body is missing pieces here and there. If you saw it, I would be the first one to fill in the gaps with me. How about taking a gamble on the possibility that he is red-green colorblind and using the Green Dragon Lord's son to impersonate him? Who you? Luo Jin's voice sounded again. You, look over there. Haven't left yet? Huyu didn't listen to what Luo Jin said at first, but turned to look at her. I said, you are not in love with me, are you? I asked you to leave, but you didn't leave? Why not just let Brother Red Dragon be our witness and worship the heaven and earth here? Luo Jin rolled his eyes and said nothing. He put his hands on Huyu's head and turned him in the direction of his finger. Look there. Huyu's face froze instantly. At first, he was blocked by the huge figure of the Red Dragon Lord, and then by the dragon's breath. He never noticed what was behind the Red Dragon Lord. But now the Red Dragon Lord's body has shrunk, and the dragon's breath mist has disappeared, revealing the scene behind it to the two of them. Corpses piled up one after another, forming a total of 6 small hills of roughly equal size, and every rock on the hill was a red dragon corpse. The smallest one among them is at least 3/4 the size of the grown red dragon that Huyu killed with his own hands, and the largest one is even almost 1/10 the size of the real body of the Red Dragon Lord. However, unlike the corpses in Huyu's warehouse, every corpse here only had a layer of scales left on the surface. To be precise, the flesh and blood of these corpses are gone. Could it be that this is the tomb of the Dragon Clan? The lair of the Red Dragon Lord is built on top of this tomb? No. Impossible. 1 or 2 would be fine, but it's impossible that all these red dragons died of excessive indulgence. Even if dragons are lustful by nature, they can't be so skinny. Then, there is only one other possibility left. Another creature other than them used some means to cause them to end up like this. But, is there another creature here besides the Red Dragon Lord? There is an old saying, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Obviously, Chinese culture has not been passed on to the other world, and there is no old saying that a dragon won't eat its own cubs. Huyu choked up, having never expected things to unfold this way. Did you see it? Luo Jin confirmed it and put his hand down from Huyu's face. I think it wants the body of its offspring. It should be to complete some ritual. What do you mean? Luo Jin pointed in that direction again. Didn't you notice that the 6 hills are arranged in the shape of a hexagram? I didn't notice. Huyu replied. After being reminded by Luo Jin, he also realized this, the 6-pointed star. Could it be that its current mutation is also related to this ritual? Corpse. Before Huyu could finish his words, the Lord of the Red Dragon pounced on the two of them like a madman. If it was the former Lord of the Red Dragon, he could still dodge calmly with leisurely steps, but when the Lord of the Red Dragon shrank, his speed changed qualitatively. As soon as a red light flashed in Huyu's eyes, the Lord of the Red Dragon appeared in front of him. I can't hide, so I can only kill. Chapter 153. This is definitely not Xiaobai. Huyu picked up the silence and fired a shot at the Red Dragon Lord who was slowly falling in front of him. The killing mode was in cooldown, so the shot fired was just an ordinary bullet. The bullet hit the Red Dragon Lord's head, but before it could cause any damage, Huyu turned around and fled backwards. Joke. This kind of bullet can't even break the defense of the legendary Green Dragon, and you still want to kill the Red Dragon Master? Unless Huyu's brain is filled with tofu pudding, he wouldn't even dream of doing this. At most, this can only delay the time. And just as Huyu turned around, he saw Luo Jin still standing there. This stupid woman. Could it be that she still thinks she has a trump card to fight back? Run. What are you standing there for? Huyu shouted while running. There was no telling when the Lord of the Red Dragon would catch up with her. If Luo Jin didn't leave after he reminded her, he would abandon her without hesitation. As the old saying goes, when a bear is chasing you and your teammates, you don't have to outrun the bear, you just have to outrun your teammates. Although it is very realistic, but reality is so cruel. But just when he took the 3rd step, a whistling sound came from behind him. A shadow passed over his head and landed right in front of him with a sharp sound of wind. Damn it. No wonder the proverb says bears, not leopards, flying dragons, or other creatures. If it were one of these creatures, it would be useless even if you ran past your teammates. No matter how many of you there are, as long as you don't have the means to cause fatal damage to it, then when you see it, you are already surrounded by it. Corpse. Corpse. The Lord of the Red Dragon was still muttering these two words, and Huyu also retreated back to Luo Jin at this moment. You want your son's body, don't you? Since we can't escape or kill him, we can only use the third method. Innate talent. Bullshit. As long as the Red Dragon Lord's IQ is high enough, Huyu can mediate. If it's too low. Have you ever seen a fraudster defraud a mentally handicapped person? Even if you promise him more benefits, he won't have the concept. Corpse. Corpse. The Red Dragon Lord responded, his tone sounding very anxious. It's over. Huyu couldn't help but mutter. Judging from this old man's performance, his IQ is unlikely to be over 60. How about, give him a piece of meat to try? No. No. If Luo Jin's guess is correct, then his son's corpse is most likely the source of his power. If I hand the body over to it now, wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? Unless I'm really desperate, I can't use this method. Huyu. Luo Jin suddenly approached and whispered, do you have any other tricks? Han Ruer. Huyu did not hide anything and said directly, she is on her way. As long as she arrives, we still have a chance of survival. Then have you ever tried to contact? Before Luo Jin could finish his words, the ground suddenly shook violently. Careful. Huyu saw with his own eyes the Lord of the Red Dragon raising one of his front paws, but he never expected that this fellow's stomping of his foot could produce such an effect. At the moment the trembling occurred, he tried his best to steady his body, but he still couldn't hold it and finally fell to the ground. The same thing happened to Luo Jin next to him, and the two of them just lay on the ground. Human corpse. Give me the corpse. It seems that the Lord of the Red Dragon still has a quick temper. In such a hurry, I actually completed the evolution from vocabulary to short sentences. It's really outrageous. Stupid damn lizard. Huyu cursed, and when the shaking stopped, he turned himself over. This flip made him completely stunned. The Lord of the Red Dragon actually stretched his neck in front of him, with a row of fangs exposed from his mouth, less than 2 meters away from the two of them. It stared at Huyu with a fierce look in its eyes, and slowly uttered a complete sentence. Human, give me the body. If that was the case, it wouldn't be enough to stun Huyu, but he saw the Red Dragon Lord's face begin to change. The originally long and protruding jaw began to shrink inward, somewhat like the degeneration from ape to human. Once the jawbone retracts to be almost parallel to the cheekbones, then its face shape will be not much different from that of a human. Huyu, get ready to run. Luo Jin's voice rang in his ears. Huyu didn't understand what it meant for a moment, so he turned to look at her. Huh? Run away? This guy's teeth are almost hitting my face. How can I escape? Can't I just run into its mouth? Now, Luo Jin didn't have time to answer Huyu's doubts. He suddenly stood up, holding something in his hand, and jumped directly into the bloody mouth of the Red Dragon Lord. Damn it. You really want to run into its mouth. At this moment, Huyu suspected without hesitation that she wanted to commit suicide. But the next moment, Luo Jin landed safely, and the thing in his hand disappeared, as if it was stuffed onto the head of the Red Dragon Lord. She pulled Huyu and ran forward quickly. Huyu also reacted and quickly moved closer to her, but it was still a bit difficult to surpass her. That's right. Luo Jin was one of the first people to discover that delicious food could enhance attribute effects. Like himself, he had also eaten a portion of the legendary 9 beauties. Although his attributes are not as good as his gluttony self, they are probably not much different. The two of them ran one after the other, and Huyu asked the question in his mind. How did you do it? Perfect item. Luo Jin did not hide it. But this prop must be attached to the body of the dragon to work. In a situation like just now, it's not easy to find. How long can it last? It depends on the grade. An epic grade 1 takes half a minute, but I don't know about legendary grades and above. That's it. Huyu had just uttered 4 words when a roar came from behind him. Ah, there is no way. Huyu took out a small piece of red dragon meat from the warehouse, threw it behind him, and continued running forward without looking back. How long will it take for Han Ruer to arrive? Luo Jin asked beside him. I don't know. I can't get my laptop out. I can't send her a message or pop up the transaction interface. Huyu replied that the Lord of the Red Dragon had not yet caught up with them, proving that the piece of red dragon meat had indeed worked. Someone can. Luo Jin pointed to a huge rock shelter in front of him and said, over there. Huyu looked in the direction of her finger and found a figure running out of the bunker. If he guessed correctly, it should be Shuren. Shuren. Huyu hurriedly shouted to the front and threw out the second piece of red dragon meat. Contact Hanra. Ask her when she can arrive. Don't run. If you run, I will send you to see the Buddha first. Believe me, I can do this. The figure ran forward 2 steps, then stopped, and immediately took out a notebook and wrote quickly, complaining, "The big lizard is indeed a beast, but boss who? You are really not a human either. Stop talking nonsense. Have you asked me?" Huyu was in no mood to joke with him. He had already thrown out the third piece of dragon meat, but the fishy wind behind him became even stronger. He didn't look back, but he estimated. The Lord of the Red Dragon was not far from them. I asked, "But no." Ta-na. 3 soft sounds echoed in the cave. Huyu and Luo Jin couldn't help but look forward, and Shirin also turned back at the same time. A figure appeared in front of me. From her outline, it was not difficult to see that she was wearing a small skirt, high heels of no less than 5 centimeters, and she was holding an oval object in her arms. Nothing. Han Rueyer's voice rang out in the silence, and the oval-shaped object jumped out of her arms and ran towards Huyu. Is that Xiaobai? No, this is not Xiaobai. Absolutely not. Chapter 154. Bower, this is not an output. It is a mockery. What is Xiaobai like in your memory? Soft, cute, and adorable. Apart from eating a lot and sleeping a lot, there are no other shortcomings. But this monster in front of me. A pair of silver-white fangs emerged from its mouth, and its body, which was less than 1 meter long, instantly expanded more than 10 times, and the originally soft fat swelled into small lumps. Those small pieces are covered with blue veins, and anyone with normal vision who sees them will have no doubts about its power. In fact, its size is almost larger than the shrunken Red Dragon Lord. The huge size coupled with absolute strength caused the ground to tremble slightly every time Xiaobai took a step forward, and at the same time, the eyes of Huyu and the 3 people around him also trembled. If there is anything scarier than seeing a monster, then it must be witnessing the birth of a monster. Not just humans. When the Red Dragon Lord sensed the movement behind him, he immediately turned his head to look behind him, but this time, it also stood there in a daze. A pair of scarlet vertical pupils trembled slightly, and the deformed jaw opened slightly, uttering a syllable, strange. Bang! Before it could utter a word, Xiaobai had already arrived in front of it and put a thick bare paw directly on its face. Standard. There is no more standard slap in the face than this. Huyu saw with his own eyes that the Lord of the Red Dragon was knocked to the ground by Xiaobai, and he felt numb all over. He now understood why the demon god Qiyu chose such a cute creature as his mount in ancient times. If this thing gets angry, even a dragon may not be able to stop it. But this slap didn't knock the Red Dragon Lord to the ground. When it reacted, it immediately raised its head and opened its bloody mouth towards Xiaobai's face. That is dragon breath. Small. There was still a word heart that he hadn't uttered, and the palm that Xiaobai had just swung out was pushed back with his backhand. The Red Dragon Lord's neck instantly bent 90 degrees, and a wisp of light red dragon breath drew a wavy line in the air. Bang! Xiaobai raised his leg and stepped on the Red Dragon Lord's face with 1 foot. He bent his body slightly and roared into the Red Dragon Lord's ear. Ah! Gulp! Huyu consciously shut his mouth. I must be dreaming. Hello. Luo Jin reached out and poked Huyu's arm. Is this the grandfather of your panda? Huyu turned his head and looked at her. If possible, I would rather believe that it was possessed by its ancestors. In short, it's definitely not my Xiaobai. Pity. He had just seen with his own eyes how Xiaobai grew bigger, so this speculation was totally untenable. Originally, when Huyu saw Xiaobai jumping down, he was thinking about whether he should let Hanru take it back. But now it seems, he should have gone to the mall to buy a bucket of popcorn and some fat otaku happy water. After all, no movie can be more exciting than watching the real scene. The Lord of the Red Dragon is gone. It was stepped on by Xiaobai and struggled to get up, but no matter how it flapped its wings, it could not cause any damage to Xiaobai's body. Some even looked like young sparrows fluttering in front of an eagle. Huyu didn't know why he had this illusion. Obviously, there is not much difference in their body sizes, but the difference in strength is so huge. As if seeing that the Red Dragon Lord had no strength to resist, Xiaobai stepped on its head and walked towards Huyu. Normally, when a normal person sees such a huge monster approaching, they will subconsciously step back. Even though he knew Xiaobai would not hurt him, Huyu still had this thought. He even raised his right foot, but a moment later, he stepped back down. Even if Xiaobai turns into Giant Bai, it will be impossible to hurt him. Huyu repeated this thought in his mind and stood there waiting for Xiaobai to come towards him. Even though Luo Jin desperately pulled his sleeves and tried to lead him back, he did not move an inch. Noob! Huyu raised his head and shouted at the huge monster in front of him. At this moment, he seemed to understand the feelings of the woman who brought King Kong out of the jungle. I really can't afford it. I was so small before, and I could eat so much. If I can maintain this size in the future, Brother Red Dragon, let's make a deal. How about we open a dragon farm together? The kind that specializes in supply. No worries about shipping. Xiaobai made a cute sound out of habit and subconsciously pounced towards Huyu. Huyu's upper and lower eyelids instantly fluttered open. Although he opened his arms subconsciously, he still took a half step back. Xiaobai, don't joke. If it was Xiaobai who was less than 1 meter tall, he would have hugged him without saying a word. But this, do you think I'm driving a Gundam? Or do you think I can take out a voice changer and turn into a giant of light? But just when Huyu was about to turn around and evacuate, Xiaobai began to shrink rapidly in the air. The speed was much faster than when the Red Dragon Lord shrank before. Just before it was about to fall into Huyu's arms, its body had returned to its original shape. Huyu also took the opportunity to hold it in his arms. Cull. Almost at the same time, Huyu and Luo Jin both breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiaobai had pounced down and killed, it would definitely not just be Huyu. You say? Luo Jin looked at Xiaobai in Huyu's arms and couldn't help asking. My Xiaobai's ranking is higher than yours, right? Stop it. Don't even mention your eagle. Even my whale can only fill it to 60 full, and that has to come with soup. Huyu complained expressionlessly, but Xiaobai in his arms did not respond, because this guy fell asleep again. As if it had expended too much energy, it was already drooling on Huyu's arm. Only at this time did Huyu dare to be sure that it was indeed the creature he raised, which was written as panda and pronounced as lazy pig. But you can sleep, but at least kill the dragon in front of you before you sleep. When Ultraman found that he didn't have enough time to transform, he at least knew to use his ultimate move and then run away. But you just slapped him twice and kicked him, and that's it. Bauer, you are not outputting, you are fucking mocking. And you're putting all your hatred on your master. Aren't you afraid that I'll throw you over to feed the dragon? Even though he complained, Huyu only dared to mutter a few words in his heart. There was no time for him to grab Xiaobai's ears for a battle lesson, because the Lord of the Red Dragon has already crawled up from the ground. Although there was still gravel and dust on its scales, it was not seriously injured overall. Only a few drops of golden blood dripped from the corners of its mouth. It's not even as much as the amount of blood it lost when fighting the Green Dragon Lord. It seems that's the only way. Huyu took a deep breath and shouted to the Lord of the Red Dragon. Hanru, why don't you do it? Are you planning to wait until my funeral to fire the gun? The one sleeping in his arms definitely can't be relied upon. Now he can only pin his hopes on his creditors. Then give me Nirvana. Hanruea shouted from the opposite side. The Lord of the Red Dragon had not yet launched an attack, but was looking at Huyu with extremely fearful eyes. To be precise, he should be looking at Xiaobai in Huyu's arms. Damn it. Huyu couldn't help but curse, but he didn't dare to move at all. Isn't the original copy of Jaime in your hands? Why are you asking me for it? This woman, she wouldn't even plan to take back a pirated copy of Silence. Despite the curses, Huyu still opened the trading interface. After all, no matter how important Nirvana was, it was not as important as his own life. If Hanrueo is really determined to get Jaime before shooting, there is nothing he can do. But he has sent the transaction request 3 times, and the system prompt still hasn't popped up. Not only did the acceptance prompt not pop up, but even the rejection prompt did not pop up. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Hanrueo's voice sounded again. Only when the 2 swords of silence are combined together can their true power be unleashed. You quickly trade it to me. Otherwise, I can't save you. Can? Huyu paused for a moment, raised his eyes and looked forward. I can't seem to open the trading interface. Chapter 155. I'll only eat 2, and the rest are yours. Damn it. Hanrueo uttered 2 words. She knew what had happened, but there was no way to solve it. Judging from the current situation, unless one of her and Huyu comes to the other side, there is no way to break the deadlock. Huyu obviously couldn't move, so the only option was stand still and don't move around. I'll buy 2 oranges and come back. Huyu, are you here? You think you're funny? This is a matter of life and death. You're still trying to be clever. These words could only be kept in his heart. After hearing Hanrueo say this, Huyu could only reply speechlessly. I will only eat 2, and the rest are all yours. There was no response from the other side, but hearing the clear trample sounds constantly ringing in my ears, she should be moving towards this side. Doesn't she want to come over? Luo Jin asked from the side. I think so. I'll go join her. Huyu said, and handed the M4 to Luo Jin casually. You cover me from behind, and shoot at any time if necessary. Good. Luo Jin thought for a few seconds, then reached out to take the M4. He loaded the gun skillfully and aimed at the Lord of the Red Dragon. By making this decision, she was obviously putting her life in Huyu's hands. If he and Hanruer decided to escape, Luo Jin, who was trapped inside the cave, would have no chance of survival. Even if the Lord of the Red Dragon does not deliberately deal with her, just a flick of his dragon's tail is enough to send her to hell. I'll be back soon. Yu said this without turning his head, which was considered a promise to her. Of course, if he still has the ability to come back. Yeah. Luo Jin replied neither lightly nor seriously, and it was unclear whether he believed it or not. Yu hugged Xiaobai in his arms, breathed in what might be his last breath in the world, and walked forward. Neither he nor Luo Jin said a word, because they both understood one thing. The reason why the current Red Dragon Lord did not attack them was entirely because he was afraid of Xiaobai. But who knows how long this fear can last? It would be best if they could hold on until Han Ruier came to support them, but if there was even a slight delay, Yu and Luo Jin would pay with their lives. Neither Yu nor Luo Jin would be willing to put their lives in the hands of someone they just met. So there is only one way, moving forward. Even if the person in front of him is the Lord of the Red Dragon, he must move forward at the risk of being eaten. However, as long as the Lord of Red Dragon is still afraid of Xiaobai, this risk will be reduced to a minimum. Yu had already taken 3 steps forward, and the sound of high heels hitting the ground rang in his ears for more than 10 times. Calculating the distance, we should be there soon. He couldn't help but look up and found that the Red Dragon Lord was still looking at him. The originally sharp jaw has gradually become flat. Just looking at this face, if it weren't for the red scales on it, Yu would definitely mistake him for a weird-looking human. A ridiculous idea popped up in his mind. If I really gave him the complete Red Dragon corpse, then would he really become a human? Life. The Lord of the Red Dragon suddenly lowered his head, and Yu was so scared that he hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Luo Jin's finger was already on the trigger, ready to shoot at any time. Don't move. Yu stopped and raised a hand in the direction of Luo Jin to stop her action. He seems to want to communicate with me. It took the Lord of Red Dragon less than 10 minutes to go from simple vocabulary to the current awareness of communication. In just these 10 minutes, what took the evolution from apes to humans tens of millions of years to accomplish was completed. But as long as we can communicate, it's a good thing. In a group of intelligent beings, the most commonly used weapon is often not powerful weapons, but language. Life. The Lord of the Red Dragon uttered the same words again, stretched out his dragon claws, and pointed at Yu. In exchange for the corpse. Is he trying to exchange my life for his son's body? That's a pretty good plan. But I'm sorry. If you met someone else today, maybe they would have changed it for you. Unfortunately, you met me. Good. Yu agreed immediately and took out a piece of red dragon meat from the warehouse. Put it first. He had just uttered 3 words and hadn't even finished stating the conditions when the completely deformed dragon head was buried. The speed was extremely fast. The target was the dragon meat in Yu's hand. Run. Han Ruier's voice sounded again. Yu threw the red dragon meat onto the high stone wall without any hesitation and ran towards her in a hurry. The 2 of them rushed towards each other, and while the Red Dragon Lord was pouncing on the piece of dragon meat, they had already met up. Cole. Yu couldn't help but breathe heavily. He was not just very tired, but he was really panicking. Even if a tiger in the zoo pounces on you through the bulletproof glass, you would feel a chill in your heart. What's more, it's a giant dragon. Fortunately, this guy valued quality over quantity and would rather give up himself to eat the red dragon meat. Otherwise, Yu could hardly believe how it felt to have his waist cut off by the dragon's tooth. Take it. Han Ruier handed over a black sniper rifle, which looked exactly like the silence in his hand. Yu was stunned for a moment and did not take the black sniper casually. For me? He thought Han Ruier would take Jaime back. In order to save his life, Yu even planned to give up the pirated artifact. But now it seems, this loli has a little problem with her brain. Stop talking nonsense. She stuffed Jaime directly into Yu's arms and took Xiaobai away with her. Hurry up. Return them to me after you shoot. Okay, boss. Yu agreed very readily, but now that he has the gun, he still won't return it. Isn't it my decision? He took out his own silence from the warehouse, holding 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right. Just as he was about to turn around and ask how to combine them, one of the silence turned into a ball of white light and merged into the other silence. It's surprising, but now is not the time. Yu immediately looked at the countdown next to the gun and found that the original 12-hour countdown had been reset to 0. What does this mean? Of course he knows. Start killing mode. Yu raised the muzzle of the gun, aimed at the dragon's head that had just turned around, put his index finger on the trigger, and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. It's not just villains who usually die from talking too much. In order to avoid any unnecessary trouble, let's wait until Red Dragon closes his eyes completely and then cremate him before telling him anything extra. Bang. Unlike the previous blue beam, a thumb-thick dark purple beam emerged from the gun barrel, went straight through the Red Dragon Lord's head, and hit the top stone wall. If it was any other creature, Huyu would confirm it was dead without hesitation, but facing the Lord of the Red Dragon, Huyu was not sure. He turned to look at Han Ruer. Boss Han, do you think, is he dead? I don't know whether it's dead or not, but Han Ruer stretched out a white little hand and gently placed it on Huyu's shoulder. What did you just say, eat too? No way, sir. You were the one who took advantage of me with backview first, so I can't respond to you with camel xiangzi. If Mr. Laoshi knew about this, he would definitely not accept it. Two big guys, stop joking. Shi An's voice sounded in the distance. He raised his hand tremblingly and pointed forward. Red. The Lord of the Red Dragon has resurrected. Resurrection? Huyu was very dissatisfied with this word at first. If the Red Dragon Lord had not died, it could only be considered that he had gotten back up again, which was not worthy of this word at all. But when he turned around and looked forward, he found that Shuren was not good at other things, but his choice of words was quite rigorous. Chapter 156. Han Ruer's last words? Dark golden blood flowed all over the ground. I don't know if it's because the light is too dim, or because of the mutation of the Red Dragon Lord, but the originally golden dragon blood is now shrouded in a layer of darkness. The source of this dark golden pool of blood is precisely the head of the Red Dragon Lord, which is almost turning into a human form. If the pool of blood gradually expands and brings out some tender white paste-like substance, you will be able to declare the demise of this mythical creature, and then set up a table for hot pot and have lunch with the two beauties and a younger brother. You can even use local ingredients and try what Borneal tastes like. Before the paste could flow out, the pool of blood seemed to have grown eyes and drilled back into the head of the Red Dragon Lord. The whole process didn't even take more than a second, and in that second, the Red Dragon Lord's body instantly expanded back to its original shape. The huge body blocked the entire cave, blocking both sides. Ah! A roar sounded. Huyu felt his eardrums trembling, and he quickly covered his ears. Fortunately, the Red Dragon Lord just roared briefly, and then stopped, then lowered his head and looked in the direction of Huyu. Dark red dragon breath overflowed from its nostrils and mouth, as if declaring its rage. Huyu shook his head, feeling that he was on the verge of going deaf. This is fucking terrible. I can accept a boss that runs wild at low health, but show me your health bar. What bad luck. Hanru muttered something beside her, her voice so low that it sounded like she was talking to herself. What did you say? Huyu saw her open her lips, but he couldn't hear what she said, so he shouted, I can't hear you. Say it again. What a fool. Han Ruer was speechless. She glanced at Huyu, then looked at the Red Dragon Lord in front of her. She seemed to want to make a decision, but couldn't make up her mind. Finally, she looked at Huyu and raised her voice. Hey, give me what you promised. Hiss. Huyu Gang dripped 2 drops of the potion Xiaohong had prepared earlier into his ears, which was used after the last round of salvo bombing in the manor. You don't have to be so loud. I can't hear you. It's okay to give it to you now, but careful. Luo Jin's voice suddenly rang out. Before Huyu could finish his words, he turned around and saw the Lord of the Red Dragon rushing towards them. He felt like he was going to burn his boats. What is this? Wasn't its brain damaged? How did it become smarter? It knew that it was better to strike first. Huyu had no time to react, and he lay down subconsciously, pulling Han Ruer beside him and protecting her under him. Damn it, why am I protecting her? Huyu didn't understand his subconscious actions, but it was obviously too late to regret it now. A faint fragrance penetrated into his nose and throat. If it were any other time, he would definitely be immersed in this fragrance and unable to extricate himself. But now, just think of it as my last romantic opportunity before I die. After all, in a sense, this can be considered as dying under the peony flowers. As for whether one can be a romantic ghost, that depends on whether the King of Hell has opened a branch of the Hell Palace here. Imperial decree, do not move. Fight. You are under attack, true myth, and are currently resisting. It is detected that your physical fitness is lower than 5,000 and your intelligence is lower than 3,000. Resistance failed. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Huyu was stunned where he was. He wanted to ask Han Ruer what she meant, but the words came to his lips, and he couldn't say them. It's like waking up in the middle of the night and finding yourself sleep paralyzed. He was clearly conscious enough, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move even his little finger. The Imperial decree. Is this the magic that the goblins talk about? But whose magic is so simple? Forget about talisman paper and wooden sword. Han Ruer didn't even draw a single stroke of the talisman. She just opened her cherry mouth and said one sentence. Coach, I want to learn this too. Han Ruer ignored the curiosity in Hu Yu's eyes, raised her hand, and pushed him away, put Xiaobai in his arms, stood up calmly, and muttered, "It's really troublesome. In the end, I still have to use this trick." Trouble? Hundreds of years ago, the Taoist priests who had to perform rituals just to pray for rain died with regrets. Hu Yu turned over, and the only part of his body that could move was his eyes. He looked up at the sky and saw an even more incredible scene. The Lord of the Red Dragon was frozen in place just like him. Unlike Hu Yu's zombie, the Red Dragon Lord had its hind two limbs on the ground, with its front two limbs suspended in the air, grinning forward. But it looked no different from a sculpture. The whole world seemed to have gone quiet. Whether it is a dragon or a human, they are all like lambs to be slaughtered, crawling under the butcher's knife, and the person holding the butcher's knife. It's Han Ruer. She walked slowly in front of him in her high heels with crisp tapping sounds, and reached into his arms with two slender fingers. That place is a notebook. But it's just my notebook. Hu Yu knew that Han Ruer was definitely not someone he could contend with, so he had already allocated resources when he escaped for the first time. He put everything that Han Ruer could take in his notebook, and the things that he didn't want to give away. All are placed in the VIP notebook. Even if it is Xiaohong, she can only view and call the resources in her own notebook. The VIP notebook is not bound to her. So even if Han Ruer asked Xiaohong to broadcast the resource list, that was what Hu Yu wanted her to know. As for the location of the VIP notebook, Hu Yu believed that no matter what happened, Han Ruer would not be able to find it. The notebook was pinched out by her fingers. Han Ruer skillfully flipped through the shopping mall page, opened the warehouse, and then froze in place. She looked at Hu Yu in disbelief. How many women do you support? You only have these few resources left after spending them. If Hu Yu could speak, he would definitely spit at her for 82 years. Don't insult someone's innocence like this. With my appearance, do I need to use my resources to support other women? If this gets out, will I still have this handsome face? Pity. Han Ruer didn't seem to want to listen to his explanation. She just took out her notebook and completed the transfer of resources. She put the notebook back on Hu Yu, squatted down, and started chatting with him. Let me make it clear first. I didn't take anything extra. I just took all the resources that belonged to me and 2 fragments of the European castle. Remember, these are fragments of 2 blueprints of European-style castles. You still need me 1 fragment, as well as the architectural drawings of the racecourse, the golf course, and the garden. Don't forget it. That's it. Hu Yu remembered that he had put more than 300 gold coins, no less than 100 kilograms of red dragon meat, and even the crystal treasure chest and key that he had not opened last time because he was too busy in his notebook. These are the compensations Hu Yu prepared to give her. After all, if there were too few things in the notebook, Hu Yu had reason to believe that she might kill him to vent her anger. But did she really only take the resources she was supposed to take? Are there really such stupid, cute girls in this world? And there is extinction. Han Ruer's eyes fell on the black sniper rifle, biting her lower lip and hesitating for a moment. Forget it. Since I said I'd give it to you, then I'll give it to you. But you have to remember this. Firearms are always external things. The only thing that can really bring about human evolution is humans themselves. Don't rely too much on them. I'll leave it to you to deal with the Red Dragon Lord. If you can't kill it, then you'd better just hold it and disappear. After saying that, she actually stood up and slowly walked towards the Lord of the Red Dragon. Could it be that what she just said were her last words? That doesn't make sense. If it was a will, there was no reason for her to bring resources to be buried with me, right? Forget about burial. This world even saves on cremation. How can there be a concept of burial with me? Since he wasn't buried with the dead, there was only one possibility. Chapter 157. Even Bing Cece can't fight. She is going back to the E-level world, or even a higher level world. But Hu Yu couldn't understand how she could return to the E-level world and ascend on the spot. If it was really ascension, he looked at the stone wall covered with gems above his head and felt a headache for Han Ru just thinking about it. I have headaches on both the physical and mental levels. 30 seconds left. Han Ru uttered 4 words, turned around and looked at Hu Yu. Remember, if you can come up, tell everyone Ryun's name. Maybe it can save your life. After all, there are too few of us in China. There are too few people in the Celestial Empire? What does that mean? Have the survivors in the upper world split into different camps? Hu Yu couldn't help but frown. If this was true, then wouldn't he be considered to be letting down his future teammates? Oh, there's more. Han Ruer turned her head again, and half of the 30 seconds she said had passed. 95-27. That's your Xiaohong. When you get back, tear it apart. Don't hesitate. If you can't tear it apart, use the silence to destroy it. Don't leave any parts behind. Remember, it's any part. Hu Yu. Dismantle Xiaohong? Are you kidding? After you dismantle it, you must make me another robot that is so obedient and sensible. It's a pity that Hu Yu can't speak now. Otherwise, if Han Ruer heard this condition, she would agree without hesitation. But now, Han Ruer assumed that he had agreed, and turned around and walked towards the Red Dragon Lord again, leaving only his back to him. Imperial decree: physical combat is prohibited. Another ban was issued, and before Hu Yu could react, a white light appeared on Han Ruer's body, exactly the same as when he was summoned here by the Lord of Red Dragon. However, it was obvious that the one who summoned her was not any Dragon Lord, but a being from a higher plane. The Imperial decree. Han Ruer spoke again, her figure gradually becoming transparent. Move freely, double the damage. When the last 8 words fell to the ground, Hu Yu's 2 arms, which were frozen in the air, fell to the ground instantly, and the figure in front of him also disappeared. She really ascended. At the same time, a prompt box popped up in front of everyone. Fight. Administrator authority disappears and is transferred to the first-line successor, Hu Yu. Hu Yu looked at what was in front of him in disbelief, but he was not overly surprised. It was not because he was mentally prepared, but because the Lord of the Red Dragon pounced on him, so there was no time to be surprised. He subconsciously raised silence and was about to shoot, but before he could pull the trigger, he saw the giant dragon claw waving towards him. It's too late. Hu Yu aimed at the scale under its neck and pulled the trigger with his index finger. Let's die together, you bastards. Even if the second killing mode can kill the Red Dragon Lord, he may be beaten into a meat patty by the falling dragon claws. However, there is a dragon buried with him, so the situation is considered good. Bang! A deep purple beam shot out, but this time it pierced not the head, but the neck of the Red Dragon Lord. Golden blood gushed out, directly soaking Hu Yu, who was right below. The smell of blood wafted into his nose, along with a hint of warmth. Hu Yu closed his eyes, ready to end his life in this absurd ceremony of praise. 1 second, 2 seconds. The expected dragon claws had not yet fallen. Hu Yu could not help but open his eyes and turned his head to look to the side. There was indeed a dragon claw there, but it was hanging less than 10 centimeters away from his head and could not move any further. Call. Hu Yu heaved a sigh of relief, raised his hand and wiped off the dragon blood on his face. It seems that Han Ruer's imperial decree is really useful. Previously, because the system determined that it had not sounded, even if Hu Yu heard the content of the decree, he thought that she was comforting him and wanted him to appear calm before his death. After all, he had no reason to believe a nerdy girl who could even say, "Die with dignity." But now it seems that he really misunderstood Han Ruer. A smile spread across Hu Yu's lips. What could be more fortunate than surviving a disaster? He turned sideways 90 degrees, facing the dragon claw that almost took his life, and stretched out his hand to slap it. Yeah. Bang. The Lord of the Red Dragon fell to the ground, followed by a muffled sound. Hu Yu was stunned for a moment, looking at the back of his hand, making sure that he had not touched the dragon claw at all. It seems that this Red Dragon brother is not a decent person. He even brought a fake car accident after his death. But it doesn't matter anymore. It's harvest time. Hu Yu took out the VIP notebook hidden below his waist and put the entire corpse of the Red Dragon Lord into it. The huge cave suddenly became empty, revealing Luo Jin on the other side of the cave. Hu Yu? Luo Jin stared blankly at the scene in front of him and put down the M4 he had just raised. Are you still alive? Yeah, we're all still alive. Hu Yu said this with a smile and soon heard the sound of running behind him. Boss Hu? Shirin ran towards the two of them with a crying voice. We survived. We survived. In order to avoid the possibility of him hugging him from behind, Hu Yu slowly turned around, smiled at him, and pointed the muzzle of the gun at him. I remember a joke circulating on the internet. If a gay guy and a stunning beauty were sleeping on either side of you, would you choose to face him or her? It was hard to answer before, but now. He would take out the Desert Eagle without hesitation, put it against the head of the person named G, respectfully ask him to get out of bed, and close the door and turn off the lights. Well? Shirin seemed to have noticed something. He looked at Hu Yu's kind smile and gradually stopped. Boss Hu, what are you doing? It's okay. There's dragon blood on your body. It's dirty. Don't come over here. Hu Yu smiled and raised the muzzle of the gun of silence, aiming it at the top of the cave. Shirin touched the back of his head and stopped less than half a meter away from Staobai. Seeing that he had behaved himself, Hu Yu turned to look at Luo Jin. It would be better to take the M4 back. Before he could open his mouth, 2 system prompts popped up in front of him. Bite. Congratulations to the host Hu Yu for successfully killing the mythical creature, the Lord of the Red Dragon. Do you want to announce it? Congratulations to the host. The title/achievement is automatically upgraded. Dragon Slayer, Myth. Dragon Slayer, mythical title/achievement when you kill a dragon. your name will be engraved in the memory of all living beings in this world. The favorability of creatures with the same title is increased by plus 1,000, respect, and the favorability of dragons is reduced by 10,000, fight to the death. Plus 5,000% damage to dragons. When you have this title, the dragons you face will be at least one level higher than the title level. The level of the dragon you face next time. True myth. Note, it is said that a dragon slayer will eventually become a giant dragon. Unfortunately, this rule does not apply in this world, because a dragon slayer will eventually become a corpse under the feet of a giant dragon. Damn, there is a true myth? Could it be that there is another being above the red dragon lord? Are you sure you are not kidding me? You choked up, and the third prompt popped up right after that. However, this third prompt, it popped out in front of everyone's eyes. Bite. Warning. All survivors, please note that due to the fall of one of the pillars of the world, the Lord of the Red Dragon, all beast attacks and night walks will be upgraded by one level, and the countdown to collapse will begin. Countdown to collapse? What the hell? Before who you could react, another public reminder appeared. Bite. B-level beast attack is about to begin. Survivors, please be prepared. B-rank beast attack? Who you was stunned for a moment. Not to mention that the level of the beast attack was ridiculously high. The surrounding area was completely empty. It didn't look like a place where a beast attack could happen. Can you resurrect the corpse of the Red Dragon Lord in my warehouse? Funny. Boss who? Shuren suddenly spoke. Stop it. He interrupted Shuren and prepared to study what happened to the collapse time. No. Shuren raised his hand and pointed behind Huyu and Luojin. You, look over there. Huyu frowned and turned around. His disgusted expression instantly turned into horror. Go. Quickly. Run. He shouted, picked up Staobai and ran forward. The Lord of the Red Dragon could still fight, but the one in front of him, being Cece, couldn't even fight. Chapter 158. There are people in front and dragons behind. I saw 6 small hills of corpses slowly dispersing, and there were slight tremors like a volcano before erupting. Amid the tremors, the corpses of red dragons slid down from the top, causing the height of the hill to decrease continuously. But these corpses did not become like rubble or lava, which would stop moving after falling to the ground. They flapped their wings like toddlers. Their movements were extremely stiff, as if they would fall to the ground at any moment. If this scene was shown on a TV screen, you would definitely watch it silently, waiting for them to completely master the flying skills, and then silently say, wonderful. But now, after seeing the first red dragon resurrected, you turned around and ran without hesitation. Joke. There are at least hundreds of red dragons here. Not to mention that they're all legendary. Even if they're all epic, he will never be able to contend with them. Nirvana? If this thing could be transformed into a laser cannon, or have a sweeping mode, you might give it a try. But now, apart from running, he couldn't think of a second solution. He once experienced a D-level beast attack. To say it was an experience wasn't quite accurate, as he was still on the ladder at that time, and it was Xiaohong who dealt with the situation directly. I estimate that it is at most an excellent level beast attack. But now the B-level beast attack he is facing looks like a strengthened existence no matter how you look at it. Boss who? Wait for me. Shuren was complaining behind him, but Huyu and Luojin had already left him at least 10 meters away. Although he also had a piece of legendary dragon meat, it was not cooked properly, so the effect could not compare to Huyu and Luojin's. But it's okay. The group of red dragons are still trying to take off and are not busy chasing Huyu and others. They still have enough time to escape. Huyu. Luojin was not far behind Huyu. She shouted to the front. Did the Imperial Decree just now have any effect on them? Have no idea. Huyu replied without slowing down at all. He had already thought of this without Luojin's reminder. If this group of red dragons were also affected by the decree like the Red Dragon Lord and would not have physical contact with them, then Huyu would be able to deal with them one by one like playing a VR shooting game. But who dares to gamble? What if the decree does not take effect? Wouldn't that mean we are just handing ourselves over to them? After all, Han Rueer gave the order before they were resurrected. No one can tell for sure before the experiment. Unless Shuren is sacrificed and made the cute guinea pig. Huyu thought about it and looked back, and soon confirmed one thing. Even if he didn't say it, when the group of red dragons flew over here, he would be the guinea pig. So, you don't have to be the bad guy yourself. Careful. Luojin's voice suddenly sounded, and his expression became panicked. Huyu immediately turned his head and saw a crossbow arrow shooting directly from the front. It's over. Now it's too late for him to dodge. The two vehicles were moving towards each other, and their speeds combined. Even if he stopped forcibly now, there would not be enough time for the brain to issue commands and for the body to execute them. But just as Huyu frowned, a hand fell on his collar from behind. Before Huyu realized what was happening, a small force came from behind and directly threw him to the ground. Luojin, she saved me. Call out. The arrow flew past his ear, accompanied by the sound of a violent heartbeat. Call. Huyu breathed a sigh of relief, but a cold light flashed in front of him, forcing him to hide further inward. Unfortunately, the surrounding stone walls are extremely smooth, and the nearest stone that can serve as a cover is dozens of meters away. It's the group of people from before. Luo Jin analyzed from the side. She hid behind Huyu, not revealing even a bit of her slender body. Huyu has no obstruction, but she has Huyu. Huyu didn't know what to say when watching this scene. After all, this person had just saved him. Although there was a suspicion that he was used as a human shield, he was saved anyway. After all, if he were behind her, he would make the same choice as her without hesitation. But now, Huyu still wouldn't threaten her with a gun while standing in front of him. Firstly, her body could not stop him, and secondly, they were surrounded by wolves in front and tigers behind. Fighting among themselves now would undoubtedly be the most stupid thing to do. Hide first. Huyu uttered 3 words and pulled Luo Jin towards the stone wall. Maybe there were few people who discovered them, or maybe there were only a few people who had bows and crossbows, so not many people were shooting at them now. A few crossbow arrows were shot at them sporadically at this distance. With their agility attributes of nearly 100, the two of them could still dodge them easily. The 2 men leaned against the stone wall and Shuren's voice rang out. Boss. Here. Huyu turned his head and looked behind him, and found that this guy was hiding behind a horizontally extended stone, waving at the 2 of them. This guy is pretty lucky. Shuren also discovered the crossbow, but when the crossbow focused on the 2 big guys in front, he had already found a hiding place. That was a rock behind them, about 10 meters away from the 2 of them. As long as they wanted to retreat, they could still retreat. What do you mean? Luo Jin looked at Huyu. She didn't want to retreat from the bottom of her heart. Although there are rocks behind, there are also a group of red dragons. Forward. Huyu didn't hesitate too much and directly bought 2 grenades from the store. 1 is 100 gold coins, 2 is 200 gold coins. This made the already poor warehouse even worse, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Since you want me to die, don't blame me for showing you the real art. But now comes the problem. From the angle of the crossbow firing, it is not difficult to see who is in front, but the distance is difficult to estimate. There was no light in front of him, let alone a human figure. Even a ghost figure might not be visible. Otherwise, Huyu would not have thought of using a grenade. Not to mention annihilation, just use an M4 to blow up a few of those tough-minded guys' heads, and it will stop. But now, a good cook cannot cook without rice. However, it is precisely because of the dim light that Huyu and his team are not easily discovered when hiding here. It's about 170 meters, less than 200 meters. Luo Jin suddenly spoke up and took a grenade from Huyu. This grenade is about 300 grams. I can't throw it over. Huyu stared at her in surprise. Don't look at me. Luo Jin's face actually turned red. Multiply the time from when the crossbow arrow is fired to when it hits the ground by the approximate speed, and it will be easy to calculate. Huyu looked her up and down and said something inexplicable. I know why you were so light. Luo Jin was stunned for a moment. Then he looked down at his chest following his gaze and instantly understood what he meant. She couldn't help wanting to twist his head off, but thinking about the current situation, she finally held back and just cursed inwardly. Asshole. Ahem. Huyu coughed twice and turned to look forward. The crossbows stopped firing for a while, probably because they saw that we didn't move forward and started to gather people. After all, when a beast attack comes, we have to make some preparations. So I have a bold idea, but I don't know if you dare to follow it. Chapter 159. Have you seen the fireworks? Where are the people? Why aren't you coming over? Those 2 guys are almost here. Here they come. Haven't we seen them yet? They must be hiding. Turn on the lights, and we'll hit them with firepower. Are you stupid? He has a gun in his hand. Once the light comes on, we will be the ones to die. Noisy sounds echoed in the simple gathering place, and more people gathered towards the front line with bows and crossbows. After Han Rueer made the 4th prophecy, they retreated to this place and quickly cleared out the original owner. They all have no base, so they are naturally in the same camp. As for those who have a base, go back to the real world peacefully. At least that's what they advised these people before they died. But only a few remain here. They thought they could no longer find their original base, so they thought of occupying the original base, while the other survivors continued to move forward together. Soon, gunshots and dragon roars broke out in front. Some people returned to the front line from the rear, while those at the front line all held bows and crossbows, facing forward alertly. The 5th prophecy from Han Rueya sounded, and more people rushed back. It's not that they want to be the mantis catching the cicada, but because they can't get out. There was a transparent barrier in the cave not far away, trapping them inside. If they wanted to get out, they could only turn into a beam of white light. Not long after, a beautiful girl in black Lolita dress walked in from outside the barrier. Many people wanted to take advantage of her, and of course some people were attracted by the little white boy in her arms. But when she broke one of them's neck with her own hands, no one wanted to go up anymore. They watched the big man go away and tried to cross the barrier again, but still failed. Someone said the phrase, "the man is stalks the cicada," which led to more and more people gathering at the front line. They all seemed to be determined on one thing. Whether it is a human or a dragon, only one will come out alive, and the one that comes out will definitely be seriously injured. Even if the injuries are not fatal, it is absolutely impossible to treat them like ants. With this idea in mind, a simple organization was established on the spot. The demand is simple: whoever comes from the front, whether it is a human or a dragon, must die. More than 30 crossbows are facing the dark cave. As long as there is any slight movement, the crossbow arrows will be shot at the same target. For no other reason. Since we can't get out anyway, why not play a shooting game? But they didn't know yet that it was this shooting game that caused a fireworks feast to bloom on the ground. I agree. Luo Jin uttered 3 words, staring into Hu Yu's eyes. Anyway, this isn't the first time I've gone crazy with you. Haha. Hu Judas laughed 3 times, with no intention of lowering his voice. Then, I hope we can go crazy again next time. There. Shoot. Shoot. The commander's voice was heard from the front of the cave, and several arrows were shot straight towards the direction where Hu Yu's voice came from. The nearest one was even stuck at his feet. I see clearly. Hu Yu turned around and gave an order, pressing the M4 in Luo Jin's hand. Don't miss the target. I know. Luo Jin uttered these 2 words and said nothing more. He watched him stand up and gradually walk towards the center of the cave. Everyone. Hu Yu's voice was so loud that it echoed in the cave. Are you surprised that I'm still alive? Before he finished speaking, he clicked yes in the system query bar. Announced the news that he slaughtered the Red Dragon Lord. Bite. Congratulations to player Hu Yu for successfully killing the mythical creature, the Lord of the Red Dragon. The myth is unlocked. Myth? Epics are chapters, legends are genealogies, and myths are just myths? Hu Yu was stunned for a moment, but he had not forgotten his plan. He had exposed himself, but due to the system prompt just now, those people with bows and crossbows did not shoot at him. People who haven't experienced it will never understand this feeling. When the system notification sound came out of my head, that feeling. It's like soaking your entire brain in Red Bull for a while, then taking it out and stuffing it back into your head. It's so sour and refreshing. No matter how used you are to it, you will lose your mind for a moment when you hear this sound. But you knew this feeling, so he dared to give it a go. When everyone's attention was not on the shooting, he immediately said the second sentence. I think you also saw. The Red Dragon Lord is dead. I killed him. Now his body is in my notebook. If you want to survive, you must first prove your worth. He didn't believe that these guys who gathered together without any low restrictions would not kill people. As long as you kill someone and know that the notebook will disappear after the person dies, you can continue to operate. Fart. Some people didn't believe it and shouted at Hu Yu. How big is the Lord of the Red Dragon? How can you pretend? Bang. Before he could finish his words, Hu Yu took out the body of the Red Dragon Lord from the notebook. The cave was filled with corpses as high as a mountain, hitting the face of the person who had just asked the question in every way you can imagine. Sorry, I'm just good at pretending. Do you see clearly? You ants. Hu Yu asked and took back the corpse of the Red Dragon Lord. He was not worried that the fact that he owned a huge warehouse would be exposed. Anyway, this group of people were destined to stay here forever. It was doomed when they didn't fire crossbows at Hu Yu in the first place. If you see it clearly, let's talk about the terms. Hu Yu's tone was smiling. Due to the dim light, he could only express his kindness in this way. Before he could finish his words, a trading box popped up in front of him. Player Mina requests a trade. Mina? Why is this guy here to join in the fun? Could it be that she is also on the other side? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that a trading interface suddenly popped up? When I was planning to leave with Luo Jin, I didn't see her there. Could she have been summoned later? Hu Yu hesitated for a moment, then continued with the prepared lines and clicked to accept. Since I can kill the Lord of the Red Dragon, it won't be too much trouble to deal with you. There is only one reason why I want to negotiate with you. We are all human beings. As long as you are willing to put down the crossbows in your hands and aim them at the group of red dragons coming behind me, the distribution of the spoils is not beyond negotiation. There was no sound from the other side. No one fired crossbows, and no one spoke. Mina, is it really you across from me? Yes, this foreign girl is really right across from me. Hu Yu remained calm and took over the administrator privileges again. He was able to talk directly to Mina. It's me. Are you on the other side too? Mina, good man. Spare my life. Hu Yu? Looking at the inexplicable message sent by Mina, Hu Yu was stunned. Why would you spare my life? I haven't even shown my fangs yet, and you're already kneeling down to beg for mercy? Could it be that you've learned the art of prophecy from Han the Witch? Stop it. Huyu was wary of being tricked and continued in a low voice. What do you mean by spare my life? I should be begging you to spare my life. Are you the only one holding a crossbow? Since I let you off last time, please don't go after me, okay? Mina, don't make trouble. The last time you spoke in this tone, you killed Su Yun. The last time you spoke in this tone, you teamed up with that woman to rob my resources. Last. That's enough. Huyu interrupted her. Although he didn't know what happened the last time before that, he knew. This foreign girl must be a tape recorder. She can tell what I'm thinking just by her tone. It's a pity that you don't go to play and overheard. But since she is here, then my plan will be much simpler. Have you seen fireworks? Huyu asked Mina, and put something on the transaction board. This is the price you pay for your life. Mina was silent. She looked at the transaction column in front of her and asked in fear, Are you sure what to do? Certainly. Chapter 160, White Light, Blood Flowers, the Noise of Ascension and Fall. Grenade? But you would never give such a dangerous thing to Mina. To put it another way, even if you dared to give it to her, she might not dare to use it. If she were to drop it in such a crowded place and fail to escape, she would have to go to see her beloved god. So he only gave Mina a Desert Eagle, but the method of use was similar to the hand tumor bullet. Okay, you asked me to do this. Mina made up her mind and finally clicked confirm. Huyu smiled with satisfaction, closed the transaction interface, and then looked at the other side. How is it? Have you thought about it? I wasn't kidding when I said there were dragons out back. Of course, if any of you are confident that you can handle a whole group of B-rank beasts by yourself, you can also treat me as a joke. After a while, a voice finally came from the other side. Come over here, but hand over all your weapons first. Yes. And the notebooks. Hand them all over and we'll let you come. I said. Huyu sneered twice and said calmly, Is your brain connected to your large intestine? What isn't it? What did you say? Believe it or not. Before he could finish his words, Huyu raised his gun and fired a shot towards the source of the sound. Bang! A white light suddenly exploded, illuminating the people on the opposite side and Huyu. Now that we have a light source, it will be easy for anyone to launch an attack. Luo Jin raised his gun at the same time, but Huyu put his hands behind his back and made a prohibitive gesture. Luo Jin snorted. Although she didn't quite understand, she still took her finger off the trigger and looked ahead quietly. It seems to be remembering the location of each of them. Dozens of bows and crossbows on the opposite side were raised at the same time, all aimed at Huyu in front of them, but no one took action. If one more person dies, we will get less profit. As long as Huyu is targeting individuals rather than groups, who would avenge someone with whom they have a conflict of interest? Idiot. Huyu spat out 2 words and faced the crossbows in front of him without dodging at all. Instead, he smiled at them and said, Everyone. I don't think you want to be represented by an idiot, right? Huyu. A rough voice sounded from the other side, and the tone seemed very steady. Kill another one if you have the guts. See if we dare to touch you. Of course you dare, I have no doubt about that, but... Huyu still maintained his smile. Handing over weapons is obviously unrealistic. However, I also understand your concerns about your own safety, so why don't you choose a convincing leader? As long as you deploy your forces in moderation, when we come over, you will clear the left or right side of the cave, so that we can change from a front-to-back confrontation to a left-to-right confrontation. The safety of both parties is guaranteed. After we destroy the dragons, we can discuss the division of the spoils in this environment. Bang! Before he could utter the word match, a gunshot rang out from the front. White light, shine again. Who fired the gun? Who? Everyone stand still. Don't make a scene. Huyu. What tricks are you playing again? The noisy sound rang out again, and with the remaining white light, you can clearly see the faces of everyone in front of him. Anxious, flustered, looking around. Everyone was shouting, their eyes darting back and forth at the people they suspected the most. The people on the sides all leaned towards the stone wall at the same time, and the people in the middle either moved forward or backward, or at the cost of death they would squeeze into the gap between the crowd and leave their backs to the stone wall. No one wants to stand in the middle. It's a target. Not to mention that everyone's attention was on Huyu just now. Even if someone saw who fired the gun, no one would hear his voice in this environment. I'm playing tricks? Don't get me wrong. I wasn't the one who fired the shot just now. But it seems some of you already want to be the leader. Huyu shrugged and just stood there, taking advantage of the situation to put away Jaime, and raised his hands behind his head, as if afraid that they couldn't hear him, and deliberately said to the chat interface, Don't worry, I'll stay here. After you guys decide the winner, we'll talk about it slowly. But I hope you guys can hurry up, because those guys behind me don't have as much patience as I do. No one answered his question, no one looked at him, no one even suspected that this was a divisive tactic, because they were all attracted to one place, and reason was trampled under the feet of desire. The open space in the middle. The last afterglow of that white light was there, but it was not it that attracted everyone's attention, but what it illuminated. A desert eagle. At least 70% of people have seen it. Almost at the same time, those who were holding bows and crossbows turned their arrows around and aimed them at their original teammates. That's a gun. Although there is not much difference between a bow and a gun, especially at short range, the deterrent power and lethality of the two are almost the same. But not everyone has a bow and crossbow now. Those who have mastered the bow and crossbow do not want those who have not mastered it to have better weapons than themselves, and those who have not mastered the bow and crossbow want to use it to turn the tide. So, the riot began. Some people who didn't have bows and crossbows rushed forward, while those who had bows and crossbows began to order these guys. Tell them to stop, don't move, stay where they are quietly, or even threaten their lives with crossbows. But who will listen? Finally, a guy with a slightly hot temper pulled the trigger. A crossbow arrow hit a guy, but he didn't die immediately, just seriously injured. With the first shot, there will be a second shot. Soon, the sound of the bowstring being stretched and then released became incessant. Bang! Someone got a gun and shot at one of the guys with a crossbow. At the moment the bullet was fired, it seemed as if he was the king of the world. All of them are for me to live in. Before he could even utter the word, hand, the king fell. He was shot through by about a dozen crossbow arrows at the same time. And the desert eagle was bathed in white light again. The second king, the third king, the kings kept taking over power and kept dying. Fireworks. Is this fireworks? Following who use instructions, Mina put the gun under the unlucky guy's body and hid in the corner. She looked at the scene in front of her and finally understood what Hu meant by fireworks. White light, blood, mixed with the noise of enthronement and fall, constituted this fireworks display. Almost. Hu turned his back to the place where the white light was flashing and looked at Luo Jin. They don't have time to deal with us now. Luo Jin turned his head and looked behind him and found that Shuren was already running towards him. Where is that guy? If you can keep up, then keep up. If you can't keep up. Hu shrugged. I'm not their nanny, so why would I care about the feng shui of their grave? Let's go, Luo Jin said, and handed the M4 back to him. Now she has no use for it. Their original plan was to attract the other party's attention, then find the position of one of them, shoot him to death, and then use the white light that flashed when that person died to quickly kill the others. It is said to be fast, but it is time-consuming, and there is a chance of being discovered by others. But now, the fireworks finally bloomed, and I didn't have to do it myself. She thought she knew him well enough, but judging from this incident alone, this man was far more terrifying than herself. Chapter 161. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. You take it first. Hu pushed the gun back and took out 2 hand tumor bullets. They will be useful later. He tied a thin steel wire to the pull ring and tied the 2 ends to the 2 ends of the stone pillar. As long as something touched the steel wire, the pull ring would be pulled out, causing an explosion. This is just a simple trap. It may not be useful against humans, but to deal with that big headless lizard, it's more than enough. Who? Boss Hu? Hu had just set the trap when Shuren ran over and looked at him breathlessly. What's going on in front? In front? I don't know. Hu turned around and gave him a kind smile. Okay, let's go. I'll be the last one this time. Okay. Shuren didn't doubt it and rushed forward directly. In his eyes, compared with humans, the group of red dragons that had resurrected from the dead behind him were even more terrifying. But Hu didn't think so. About 5 minutes had passed since he escaped. At this time, even Shuren had arrived in front of them, but the group of people with wings behind him had not arrived yet. Please. If you don't need the wings, can you please give them to Coke? Isn't this a waste of resources? Hu guessed that something unexpected must have happened in the cave behind. If you master it well, then you can easily get the top spot in B-rank beast attack. The top of the list of C-level beast attacks is the crystal treasure chest, so the B-level beast attacks must be above the crystal at least. As for whether it is black jade or white jade, you didn't know, but it should be one of these 2 materials. Because in Han Rueyer's treasure chest room, besides the crystal treasure chest, there were only these 2 types of treasure chests. I just don't know which one is more advanced, black jade or white jade. Aren't you leaving yet? Luo Jin suddenly asked. At this moment, Shuren was still running madly and was about to reach the base of that group of people. No hurry, I want to go back and take a look. Hu did not hide his goal. He carried Xiaobai, who was sleeping on the ground, back on his shoulder, started walking forward without any intention of taking her with him. This was also one of the reasons why he left the M4 to Luo Jin. With this, it won't be a problem to deal with the remaining ones. I'll go with you. Luo Jin followed without any hesitation. Hu turned to look at her. Are you in love with me? Nonsense, What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Jin turned his head, his cheeks slightly flushed, and turned his back to Huyu. I'm just worried about the spoils on you. You haven't given us your share of dragon meat yet. If you die, where will I get the mythical dragon meat? Haha, woman. Huyu knew that this guy was just being arrogant, but he didn't say anything. He cut off 2 kilograms of mythical red dragon meat and said, Hey, this is for you. Luo Jin turned his head and saw a piece of dragon meat with blood on it thrown towards him. He subconsciously caught it with both hands. The dragon meat is now given to you. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. Before Huyu finished speaking, he saw Luo Jin letting the red dragon meat fall to the ground and immediately raised the M4 and aimed it at him. He frowned slightly and was about to ask a question when he heard a buzzing sound in his ear. Bang! Luo Jin pulled the trigger and a bullet flew past him. Buzz. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, and before Huyu could open his mouth, he saw Luo Jin pulling his hand, opening and closing his lips a few times, and then hurriedly running forward. What she seemed to be talking about was, the dragon is coming. Huyu ran forward, but he did not forget to look back. Just this one glance made him completely stunned. The red dragons, which were originally skin and bones, have now all bulged up their muscles, but their numbers have shrunk from hundreds to less than 30. A full 2/3 is missing, but at first glance, it still looks overwhelming. Could it be that they, like the red dragon lord, can also evolve and become stronger by devouring their own kind? Ouch! A dragon roar was heard, and Huyu came back to his senses completely. He turned his head and looked at the stone not far in front of him, then he braked immediately and stopped Luo Jin. Wait a moment. Regardless of Luo Jin's struggle, Huyu directly picked her up by the waist and placed her behind the stone, facing the flying red dragon in front, leaving her back to Shirin and Mina. Although there are more than 2 of them behind now, soon there will be only these 2 guys left. Luo Jin paused, then turned to look at Huyu. Huyu, do you know what you are doing? They stopped, but the 20 or so red dragons did not. The distance, which was originally not far, was rapidly shortened. In less than half a minute, the red dragon would catch up with them. Believe me. Huyu leaned against a rock, watching Shirin walk into the base group unharmed, and uttered only 3 words. He believed in his own judgment and hoped that Luo Jin could believe in him. Now is definitely not the time to run away, at least not before killing all these red dragons. If he evacuates now, he will most likely face another red dragon lord in the near future. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Since your father has been served on the plate, wouldn't it seem that I am unsympathetic if I don't give you a barbecue grill? Luo Jin hid herself behind a rock, curling up into a ball. She was not afraid of the red dragon attacking her, but she was afraid of the trap set by Huyu just now. 2 300-gram high-intensity hand tumor bombs piled together, once detonated in such a cramped cave. That scene must be beautiful. She was still holding Huyu's hand, and sweat was oozing out of her palm. Believe in you? Tell me what I believe in you for. Asshole. Bang. Before he could finish his words, flames and sound waves flew over their heads. Luo Jin covered his ears and unconsciously stuffed himself into Huyu's arms. This feeling is much more exciting than setting off fireworks during the Chinese New Year. Bite. Huyu felt like he was almost going deaf, but he still heard a system prompt popping up in his mind. Beast Raid scoreboard. Congratulations to player Huyu for killing the growth stage red dragon epic. Asterisk 10. Points plus 10,000. With 10,000 points in his pocket, Huyu believed that unless someone could deal with all the remaining red dragons by himself, the top spot on the B-level beast attack list would belong to him. However, Huyu discovered something very strange. These red dragons are the same as the first one he killed. They are all growing red dragons, but their grades are 1 level lower. One is a legend, but these are merely epic. Bang. His arm was suddenly hit, and Huyu realized that Luo Jin was gesturing in front of him, as if saying something. What did you say? Speak louder. Luo Jin rolled his eyes, pointed at his ears, and simply took out his notebook and wrote, I say, what on earth do you want to do? Oh, I'm deaf again. Huyu took out the small green bottle again and dropped 2 drops into his ears. He felt that this thing was more and more practical. I'll ask Xiaohong for 2 bottles when I get back. No, for the ears. Click. As soon as Huyu regained his hearing, he felt something shattered, a sound somewhat like bones breaking, but not quite like. He threw the small green bottle to Luo Jin, motioning for her to drop 2 drops into her ears as well, then turned around and stood up against the stone. Click. The crisp sound just now rang out again. Huyu poked half of his head out from behind the stone and looked at the scene in front of him. He felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his scalp. He had never seen or even thought of such a scene. If time could go back, he would rather use other more complicated methods to eliminate the root of the problem than leave those 2 hand tumors where they are. Chapter 162. I am a very smart person. Huyu overestimated the power of the hand tumor bullet. He thought that this top-notch weapon, which was rich in human wisdom, could at least cause serious damage to these red dragons even if it couldn't kill them. When the Beast Raid rankings prompt appeared, he even thought he had seen it wrong. 10 heads. 10 red dragons died in the explosion. This is clearly impossible. But Huyu, immersed in joy and the aftermath of the explosion, pushed this idea deep into his mind. It wasn't until the scene before him came into his mind that he gradually came back to his senses. White smoke filled the air and countless bright red minced meat flew in the air. They are like moths, flying through the white smoke, looking for fireworks that can bring them warmth. And these fireworks are exactly those red dragons. A few pieces of minced meat fell on a red dragon, squirming constantly and corroding the outer scales. With a slight sound, the scales gradually disappeared, while the minced meat continued to expand. In about 5 or 6 breaths, a red dragon was eaten to death, and the originally tiny pieces of meat expanded dozens of times. There were more than one scene like this. 10 red dragons rushed to the front, and the minced meat fell on these 10 red dragons, which meant that there were 10 petri dishes breeding these monsters. Yes, monster. He believed that he was not the only one who thought so. The remaining dozen or so red dragons hiding on the other side of the cave should have the same idea. But he did guess what the minced meat was. Red dragon meat. The piece of red dragon meat that Luo Jin didn't catch and fell to the ground. But, is this still meat? A certain blue slime is an expert. What's wrong? Luo Jin asked. She had already dripped the medicine into her ear and turned around to stick her head out to take a look. Wait a moment. Piyu raised his hand to hold her head down, then turned to look at her. Answer me a few questions first. Have you seen a mermaid in a sewer? No, I heard it's disgusting. Then you'd better not watch it. Piyu gently pressed her head down and rubbed it. Not to mention, it feels pretty good. Let me handle this matter. Piyu uttered a sentence, stood up, and took Jaime in his hand. Since we are sure that the living red dragons are not a threat, we don't have to worry about them attacking us when we shoot. As for the mincemeat, is there a better way than laser sterilization? Bathe in the truth of science, you assholes. Piyu aimed at a pool of meat that was nearly 10 square meters in size and fired. The deep purple laser pierced through it instantly. This shot could destroy even the red dragon lord's true body, let alone a pool of flesh and blood that has not yet taken shape. But the incident did not develop as Huyu imagined. How thick can a laser beam be? No thicker than 2 fingers put together. The laser penetrated the flesh and burned that part of it, but the remaining flesh remained intact, and it seemed that they were stimulated by external factors, causing them to devour the corpses even more frantically. Finish ball. For words popped up in Huyu's mind, but he didn't think of running away. He knew that if he lost his way, he would be letting the tiger go back to the mountain. If he wanted to kill it, now was the only and best time. But even the killing mode of Jimia didn't work. What else can I do? That's right. Method. I have no solution, but there is something I can do. Piyu hurriedly took the magical conch out of the warehouse, and without paying attention to Luo Jin beside him, he asked directly, Conch, is there any way to kill these pieces of meat? Okay. This time there are caves everywhere, above, below, left, and right. I wonder if you can still spit out the direction. Piyu was waiting anxiously. The fastest contestant in front of him was about to devour the entire red dragon corpse. If it weren't faster. Buzz. The conch in my hand vibrated and uttered only 2 syllables. In front of me. In front of you? Although strictly speaking, this is also a direction, it is much better than up, down, left, and right. But what does in front of me mean? Piyu was stunned for a moment. Could it be that it was talking about the conch itself? Never mind. It's better to give it a try. Even if you lose the conch, it's better than facing this monster alone. Piyu handed the conch to his right hand, preparing to throw it into the pile of flesh and blood in a perfect parabola. The red dragon meat that originally weighed only about 2 kilograms now weighs at least 200 kilograms. But it's time to say goodbye to you. You bastard. A standard Hunan dialect came out from the top of his head, and his palms were slightly vibrating. Piyu was stunned and slowly looked up. The conch was shaking wildly, and a series of words popped out quickly. Fuck you. What do you mean by that? You bastard, you haven't been to school, have you? What? What the hell? Hai Luo continued to complain. You've never heard of something so close yet so far away? You deserve it for being uneducated. Did you understand this time? Don't even think about throwing your grandpa over there. Just walk over there by yourself and all the problems will be solved. Did you hear me, you son of a bitch? Piyu put the conch down, with only one thought in his mind. One of my brain and the conch must be broken. It must be the latter. If it's broken, throw it away. Piyu raised his hand again, ready to throw the conch into the pile of meat. But just as he was about to exert force, something suddenly flew from the front. It was so fast that he had no time to react. This is red dragon meat. Piyu figured out what this thing was, but it was already too late to stop it. The conditioned reflex made him close his eyes immediately, and the hand holding the conch suddenly exerted force. Damn it! Is he going to end up like those red dragons? But why do I still feel nothing on my face until now? Puyu slowly opened his eyes and found that there was indeed a piece of meat floating in front of him, but it was about a fist away from him. Unlike normal pieces of meat, this piece was not only covered in blood, but also had countless tentacles like a jellyfish. Each tiny tentacle was wriggling towards him, as if greeting him. You idiot! Hold out your hand. The conch's voice came again, this time in Sichuan dialect. Reach out your hand? Do you really think I'm a fool? I'm very smart. As Huyu spoke, he took the conch in his hand and began to approach the piece of meat. You bastard! The conch trembled madly, as if it was afraid of the piece of meat. Don't you want to have the power like the Lord of the Red Dragon? The conch stopped 1 centimeter away from the piece of meat. Huyu held it in front of him, as if he hadn't heard clearly what it had just said. What did you just say? The power of the Red Dragon Lord. Conch repeated, but his tone was not as excited as before. The power to manipulate. Rules. The Lord of the Red Dragon can make all survivors come to its territory, can summon hundreds of survivors to the same place, and can transform into a human. Everything it did was beyond Huyu's imagination. If I could control the same ability, then in this wilderness, he is no longer a human being, but God. Huyu paused, the greed in his heart reached its limit. He tried his best to keep his mind calm, but his voice still trembled slightly. Tell me, what should we do? Chapter 163, The Fate of the Dog. Hell is never scary. What is scary is the door of desire that leads to hell. Now Huyu is very close to the door. He only needs to push it gently to step into a new world. Simple. Hai Luo replied with 2 words, finally feeling relieved. However, due to the rules, I have already answered all the questions today. Boss, please come back early tomorrow. Huyu? You're keeping me on suspense, aren't you? Huyu asked back, and brought the conch closer to the meat again. It seems I have to let you know the fate of the broken chapter dog. Don't. Even if you destroy me, I can't answer your second question. This is the rule. The conch kept trembling. At this time, it was less than half a centimeter away from the piece of meat, but it still did not let go. It seems that it is indeed not possible. Huyu frowned and threw the conch, which had gone from quiet to noisy, into the warehouse. Rule. If this kind of power really exists and the Lord of the Red Dragon has control over it, then the conch that is bound by the rules will naturally have no way to break free. In that case, then you can only rely on your own research. Huyu looked at the piece of meat in front of him and first confirmed one thing. There is no way it can cause harm to itself. After such a long time, the piece of meat was still suspended about 10 centimeters in front of his eyes. No matter how active its tentacles were, it could not get close. This may be because of Han Rueer's decree, no physical combat. These flesh and blood are also part of the Red Dragon Lord, so the decree will naturally apply to them as well. Kanda, why wasn't I blocked when I approached the piece of meat with the conch? Huyu frowned. When facing unknown events, the best thing to do is to do a related experiment. He raised his right hand and punched the piece of meat. Before his fist could hit the piece of meat, an invisible force stopped his fist 10 centimeters in front of the piece of meat. It doesn't work. It seems that Han Rueer's decree prohibits physical proximity and the possibility of causing harm. If I simply approached without causing any harm to the piece of meat, I would not be stopped by the decree. If that's the case, then what would happen if I and the piece of meat existed at the same time within the forbidden distance of the decree, and one of them attacked the other? Practice makes perfect. Huyu stretched out his 2 hands and quickly surrounded the piece of meat. Bang! With a crisp sound, Huyu felt like he was electrocuted, and his palms became wet instantly. Damn! Is this stuff going to splash all over my hand? If I had known earlier, I would have let Luo Jin do the experiment. If it doesn't work, I could have brought Shirin over for the experiment. Huyu frowned and slowly spread out his hands, but he did not see any bloody stain. His hands were still as clean as usual, without even the slightest odor. The piece of meat disappeared? But just now he clearly felt the minced meat splattering on his palm. What was going on? Careful. Luo Jin's voice suddenly sounded. Huyu raised his head and looked away from what was in front of him, but before he could react, Luo Jin pounced on him to the ground. The familiar fragrance penetrated into the nose and throat, the falling hair gently swept across the face, and the heartbeats of the 2 people echoed in the silent cave. Bang! A piece of rubble fell from the sky and hit the place where Huyu had just stood. Luo Jin also slowly climbed up from him with a red face. Ahem. Huyu coughed twice and looked up at where the rubble fell. It's probably structural instability caused by the explosion. It shouldn't be a big problem. Yeah. Luo Jin responded softly without saying much. Click. There was another light sound from above, hitting someone's handsome face on the spot. Huyu and Luo Jin looked up at the same time, looking at the faintly trembling mountain top, and had a bad feeling in their hearts. No, that's not right. This doesn't look like simple structural unrest. Bang. There was another muffled sound, and a piece of the top of the cave was directly chiseled open. Huge pieces of rubble fell from the sky, and the sudden sunlight pierced Huyu's eyes. He had to close his eyes and flashed back behind the stones. He raised his head and wanted to see what was happening in the sky, but the human visual system was simply unable to adapt to such light differences. Bang! An even louder crash was heard, and a second boulder fell from the sky. Huyu vaguely saw a shadow in the air in the weakened light. Judging from the size, there is absolutely no other possibility except a Dragon Lord-level existence. Walk. Without hesitation, he immediately slung Jaime over his shoulder, picked up Staobai, and pulled Luojin along, preparing to leave. Never mind the meat. He doesn't have time to care about it now. No matter which Dragon Lord comes, Huyu believes that he will help him deal with all the flesh and blood. Even if this increases the Dragon Lord's strength, Huyu will not worry. After all, a Dragon Lord who can be killed by silence is much cuter than these guys who proliferate infinitely. Due to the damage to the cave, the front is no longer dark. Huyu could clearly see two figures occupying one on the left and one on the right, running forward like himself. If I'm not mistaken, one of them is Shurin, and the other should be Mina. As for the others, Huyu didn't see the third figure. Huyu, I'd better run by myself. Luojin said behind her that her speed was still not as fast as Huyu's. Instead of being dragged along and unable to keep up with the pace, it would be better for her to run slower. Huyu didn't want to waste his energy, so he let go immediately. Just now, I helped Luojin, which was considered as repaying the favor she had done for saving me. Bang! As the third boulder fell, the light in the cave became brighter. Huyu also officially ran into the base group just now, and now he is at least 100 meters away from the previous position. He turned and glanced behind him, trying to determine what had happened. I saw a giant creature covered with dark green dragon scales slowly descending and crushing the corpse of a red dragon with one foot. Ouch! A dragon roar echoed in the cave. For some reason, Huyu heard 3 parts of sorrow and 7 parts of excitement. It is definitely the Lord of the Green Dragon. Damn it! I should have thought of that earlier. The last time the Red Dragon Lord crossed over to the Green Dragon Lord's territory, it only took him one morning. This proves that the two territories are not far apart. If the death of the Red Dragon Lord could be sensed by other Dragon Lords, then this guy would have rushed over like a madman. But now is not the time to think about these things. The correct thing to do is to escape back to the base as soon as possible before the Green Dragon Lord discovers that his enemy, who killed his brother and son, is here. As for extinction, Huyuk didn't want to face countless small pieces of meat after firing a shot. He was not going to shoot at random again until this problem was completely resolved. He turned around and started running forward. Fortunately, the cave is still straight without any branch roads. Otherwise, he would have to struggle for at least half a minute due to his fear of making choices. Ouch! Ouch! Countless dragon roars sounded behind him. Huyu knew without even looking that the Green Dragon Lord must have started eating. Bite! The last red dragon was eaten, and a system prompt popped up. B-level Beast Raid has ended. The system will distribute rewards based on the ranking on the Beast Raid scoreboard. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first on the Beast Raid scoreboard. He will receive 1 black jade treasure box and 1 black jade key. Congratulations to player Luojin for being the second on the Beast Raid ranking list and receiving 1 crystal treasure chest and 1 crystal key. Tip: the rest of the players are not on the list and cannot get any rewards. Black jade treasure chest? Not to mention the black jade treasure chest. Even if it was a diamond treasure chest, Huyu would be willing to give it up in exchange for a chance to return to the base. It would be great if Xiao Bai was still awake. It would be better to have him lead the way than to go blindly on my own. Etc. Why did the 2 guys in front stop? Still, stopped at the same place. Chapter 164: The difference between administrators and managers. The chances of this happening are almost 0. Even if Shurin and Mina both didn't want to live, it was impossible for them to stop and wait for death at the same time. Unless what happened gave them a reason to stop. But from Huyu's point of view, there was clearly nothing in front of him. What are you doing? The 4 of them were not far apart, and Huyu shouted directly to the front. What are you standing there for? Do you think that without the syrup, the guy behind you won't chase you? No, boss Hu. Shurin turned his head, with an expression that looked like he was ready to eat. There's something blocking the way ahead. We can't get through. Bang. Mina didn't hesitate. She took out the Desert Eagle and fired a shot in front of her. Huyu saw with his own eyes the flames coming out of the muzzle of the Desert Eagle, and then a bullet just hung in the air. It looks exactly the same as the piece of meat just now. Rule. These 2 words popped up directly in Huyu's mind. No wonder the Red Dragon Lord ignored the survivors after summoning them, and no wonder those guys just blocked their way instead of retreating. It's all because of this invisible wall. Bang, bang, bang. Mina fired several more shots in disbelief, but the bullets remained suspended in the air and no longer moved forward, just like before. At this time, Hu Yu and Luo Jin also ran to the wall. Good man. Mina turned to look at Hu Yu and handed over the Desert Eagle without thinking. You must have a way, right? Good man. Luo Jin looked at Hu Yu with a very strange look. This title seems too inappropriate to be applied to a murderer who has just indirectly killed hundreds of people. I don't know when I got the nice guy card. Hu Yu also replied that what he and Luo Jin heard were completely different. He took the Desert Eagle and threw it to Shuren. That's not the point. The key point is how to break this wall before the Green Dragon Lord arrives. Judging from the message prompts, Brother Green should have killed all the revived red dragons, so the next target should be them. Hu Yu didn't hesitate, raised silence, and fired a laser cannon. This thing can even kill the Lord of Red Dragon, so he doesn't believe that it can't break the barrier built by the Lord of Red Dragon. But unfortunately, the lasers, like the Desert Eagle bullets, were blocked by the barrier. This moment may be the most glorious moment of Desert Eagle. Damn it, Hu Yu put away Jaime and didn't even notice the countdown that appeared on the gun. His attention is now focused on the wall in front of him. Men always have an inexplicable desire for things that can be broken, especially when the goal is more difficult to break. Their desire will be stronger. For example, rankings, records, and something about people. Height. Anyone who has evil thoughts should go out and face the wall. Since physical attacks can't break it, try magic attacks. Hu Yu took out a small piece of flesh and blood from the Red Dragon Lord. I don't know if it's because it wasn't blown into pieces or for some other reason, but this piece of flesh and blood is not as full of vitality as the previous ones. He handed the flesh and blood to the barrier, trying to untie it. But before the flesh and blood touched the wall, a fishy wind blew up behind him. Ouch! This is dragon breath. Damn it. I guess it was the smell of blood and flesh that attracted Green Brother. I guess this is the only chance I have to try it. Hu Yu continued to move forward holding the flesh and blood. His arm directly passed through the position where the Desert Eagle bullet was suspended in the air, without any obstruction. Oh my god, Shuren exclaimed. Boss Hu is awesome. How did you do that? Haha, it's just basic operation. Don't make a noise. Although he was shocked inside, Hu Yu still kept a calm face. Seeing this, iron-headed Mina took a step forward, but was still bounced back. She stared at the flesh and blood in Hu Yu's hand, as if she had found the key. Hu Yu didn't say a word. He passed through the barrier and threw the dragon meat to Shuren. Come here. Even though the flesh and blood is safe now, there is still potential danger. He must find someone to conduct the experiment first. Mina was not blessed by the imperial decree. Luo Jin had seen how he was afraid of flesh and blood, so Shuren, the silly one, was more suitable. Thank you, Boss Hu. Shuren held the flesh and blood in his hands, his face full of excitement, and walked towards the barrier. The one that Boss Hu trusts the most is bang. Before the word I could come out of his mind, Shuren bumped headfirst into the barrier. No, the four people were stunned at the same time. Mina didn't hesitate. While Shuren was stunned, she snatched the flesh and blood from his hand and walked forward. Bang! Another sound of Iron Head Boy's appraisal was heard, and Mina was declared a failure. I don't have to try. Luo Jin said something beside him. His willow leaf eyebrows knitted tightly, staring at Hu Yu and said, the problem should be with you. Hu Yu did not deny it. He reached out and easily passed through the barrier and took back the flesh and blood from Mina's hand. The barrier has no effect on him at all. What should we do? Boss Hu, you have to save us. Shuren shouted in panic. Safe. The best thing to do now is to turn around and run away. What little brother? What beauty? Is life more important? The answer is obvious. And they can use their lives to delay the Green Dragon Lord. So why not do it? Hu Yu raised his left foot and took a step back, which was a sign of turning around. Just as the tip of his left foot touched the ground, Hu Yu gritted his teeth and stepped back again. Damn conscience. For the last time. Try it one last time. If this method doesn't work, then they deserve to die. Reach out your hand. Hu Yu stretched out his hand, put his arm through the barrier, and extended a palm towards them. Since the flesh and blood of the red dragon can follow him through the barrier, then perhaps the flesh and blood of humans can also do so. The only variable is the difference between living things and dead things. If Hu Yu can only travel through time with dead things, then I wish these three a happy Qingming festival. But Xiao Bai, who was still dozing in his arms, clearly contradicted this. Shuren was the closest and was the first to put his hand on it. Boss Hu, push harder. I can hold on. Hu Yu rolled his eyes. He now disliked this little brother even more. He is really not good at anything, and his first priority is to escape. But it's just right. In case the living things become dead after passing through the barrier, it will also give the remaining two beauties a chance to choose. Hu Yu exerted force with his arms and pulled Shuren over. The barrier passed through. Hu. Boss Hu. I'm coming. Okay, got it. Hu Yu let go of Shuren and reached out again to pass through the barrier. But this time there were two. As a man with normal emotional intelligence, he naturally would not extend a hand. The two of them put their hands on Hu Yu's palms at the same time, and he pulled them over without much effort. The four of them crossed the barrier at the same time, but before Hu Yu turned around, he felt something behind him being pulled away. That's a notebook. VIP notebook. Click. A slight sound was heard, and the cold muzzle of a gun was pressed against Hu Yu's head. Hee hee. Now the Green Dragon Lord is behind the barrier. Shuren sneered twice, holding the notebook in one hand and the Desert Eagle in the other. Boss Hu, no. Comrade Administrator, you should also tell me how your notebook can hold such a large corpse, right? You? Shameless Chinese. Mina reached out to grab the gun, but was kicked away by Shuren. Don't move. Shuren held the Desert Eagle in his hand and never moved the muzzle away from Hu Yu's head. Don't you find it strange? The resources this man has obtained are obviously much better than ours. The Lord of the Red Dragon, the strange barrier, he can easily solve them. And this notebook, it can hold so much stuff. Have you ever doubted that our administrator is probably the real administrator here? Administrators and managers. A difference of one word makes a huge difference. Chapter 165, Uneasy Xiaohong. Desire is like this. It will always drive your body and soul to do something incredible. Shuren looked at the notebook behind Hu Yu. His heart was conflicted for 1,000 times, but in the end he reached out his hand. The moment he touched the notebook, he couldn't turn back. The gun is pointed at Hu Yu's head. At this moment, Shuren really wanted to end his life just like that. The villain dies because he talks too much. This is common knowledge known to everyone in China. So even if he couldn't get the resources in the notebook, Shuren was unwilling to put his life on the wire rope. An interest more tempting than the Lord of the Red Dragon emerged in his mind. Go home. If his guess is true, then it shouldn't be difficult for Hu Yu, as the manager, to let him go home. Speak. Speak. Shuren's hand holding the gun was shaking. In just a dozen seconds, he had thought about shooting several times. He kept telling himself in his mind that as long as Hu Yu evaded or refused to admit that he was the manager, he would shoot on the spot. It doesn't matter even if we can't get the complete body of the Red Dragon Lord. Ha ha. Hu Yu sneered twice. He had been fighting wits and courage with the Dragon Lord, but he never expected that the guy he had rescued from the dragon's mouth would actually put a gun to his head. Go home. Huh? I promise you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shuren's pupils trembled. Just as he was about to speak, he felt his wrist being hit hard. Hu Yu turned around suddenly, hit the inside of Shuren's wrist with the back of his left hand, grabbed the gun barrel with his right hand, and took it away. The Desert Eagle fell into his hands. Shuren's eyes were full of fear, but before he could say anything, Hu Yu raised his right hand and pointed the gun at him. Remember, Hu Yu smiled kindly. A gun is a long-range weapon. Don't use it as a dagger in your next life. Don't. Boss Hu, bang. Hu Yu frowned impatiently, slapped the guy in the face, interrupting his endless chatter, and took away the VIP notebook in his hand. Excuse me? Beg for mercy? What's the point of this? It's not like I'm buying vegetables at the market. Can I give you 5 minutes more time? This nearly 100 strength attribute is no joke. Shuren's left face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. He wanted to beg for mercy, but found that Hu Yu had already put away the Desert Eagle. He won't kill me. An emotion called joy surged in his heart. He now wanted to kneel on the ground and call Hu Yu daddy a few times. Imagination is always much better than reality. Hu Yu walked up to him, pressed his neck down, and slammed his head towards his right knee. Bang! Blood dripped onto the ground, but Shuren still had a smile on his face. Just don't kill me, just don't kill me. He is just venting his anger. As long as he doesn't kill me, everything is fine. Don't you want to go back to your original world? Hu Yu's voice rang in his ears. Shuren raised his face with blood all over his nose, and the smile on his face became even brighter. You promised me? Sure, why not? Hu Yu replied as a matter of course, just like a kindergarten teacher promising to give a child a piece of apple. I'm ready. The speed of the car going back is a bit fast. Okay. As soon as Shuren replied with one word, he felt like he was flying. Before he understood what was happening, he found himself on the ground, and in front of him was the Lord of the Green Dragon running towards him. What is going on? Shuren turned his head and found that Hu Yu and the other two were only less than half a meter away from him. But at this moment, it was as if one was in heaven and the other was in hell. Boss Huyu. Shoo. Huyu didn't want to hear anything more from him now. If he didn't dislike the feeling of killing people with his own hands, he would have shot the guy to death long ago. But think about it. Compared to being shot to death and being entertained by Green Brother, it is obvious that the latter is more suitable for this ungrateful thing. Let's hope that Green Brother will chew his food thoroughly before eating. Otherwise, the feeling of being surrounded by a large amount of stomach acid and then slowly corroded would be even more uncomfortable. The matter of the traitor has been resolved, and Brother Green is almost reaching the barrier. If we don't leave now, and the barrier can't stop the Green Dragon Lord, that's going to be a lot of fun. Good luck to you. After Huyu finished speaking, he turned his head and ignored Sure and who was struggling on the other side of the barrier. Instead, he glanced at Luo Jin. To be precise, it should be the M4 she is carrying behind her. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was already very clear. Having a gun pointed at your head only happens once. If possible, it is best not to let these dangerous items out. Don't worry, I'm not like some idiot. Luo Jin complained and handed the M4 to Huyu. But her eyes fell on the notebook in Huyu's hand. That guy is a little stupid, but what he said does make some sense. Oh, Huyu asked back, put the M4 into his notebook and shook the notebook towards Luo Jin. So you also think I'm that kind of manager? If the manager can also be immobilized by someone. Luo Jin chuckled, obviously joking. Two of you. Now is not the time to be talking about this. Mina stood up from the ground and looked at the Green Dragon Lord who was approaching from behind. She wished she could run away right now. If she hadn't been afraid that Huyu would shoot her from behind, she would have run away long ago. Just running away is too boring. Huyu complained, pulling Luo Jin and himself to the same level. Come on, let's see who is faster. Hurry up. The big guy behind is really coming. As long as they can leave here, Mina has no objection to anything, and she directly stands beside Huyu. I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and we'll run when we count to 3. Huyu and Luo Jin nodded at the same time, indicating that they had no objection. 1. Just as Mina uttered a syllable, a strong wind blew past her. The two guys started running at the same time, not even giving her a chance to say the second number. Hello. Mina was stunned for a moment and hurriedly started running, but she could not keep up with the speed of the two people. You are cheating. Cheating. The two ignored Mina's cries. They only wanted to return to their base, or just run out of the cave. God knows whether this Green Dragon Lord will do something incredible like the Red Dragon Lord. Fine. At least so far, the cave has not branched. The three of them ran all the way and had no time to see where the Green Dragon Lord was behind them. However, Shuren was very concerned about this. He clearly saw the Green Dragon Lord approaching him, and in order to save his life, he had no choice but to hide himself in the corner. If I'm lucky enough, I should be able to survive, right? Bang. Shuren saw the Green Dragon Lord land with his own eyes and found that it had landed in front of the barrier before it even touched the barrier. It should be able to see this barrier. If it can be seen, does that prove that it has a way to pass through the barrier? Shuren's heartbeat kept getting faster and faster, and he found a glimmer of hope for his survival. As long as the Green Dragon Lord passes through the barrier and ignores his existence before that, he can survive safely. You can even follow it slowly without any danger. If you're lucky, you might even see Huyu and the others being swallowed by it. Get through. Let me pass through it. Shuren kept praying in his heart. He watched the Green Dragon Lord stretch out a dragon claw and gently dig twice, making a slight metal collision sound. A tiny crack appeared before my eyes. Just when Shuren was about to shout out in excitement, he found that the area he was in was covered by a shadow, and he looked up. A dark green vertical pupil appeared above his head. If it weren't for the slit in the pupil, Shuren would even suspect that this was the full moon hanging in the sky. You're dead now. Shuren closed his eyes, ready to meet his fate, but the next moment, things took a turn for the worse. Humanity. The voice of the Green Dragon Lord is very similar to that of the Red Dragon Lord, but a little different. Do something for me. In the only wooden villa, a robot in a maid outfit had already prepared lunch. She looked at her built-in time and stood up uneasily. Normally, the emotion of uneasiness shouldn't appear in her, but for some reason, this emotion just came out of her processor. Owner. Without anyone's command, Xiaohong took the initiative to speak and looked outside the door. Command. Find the master. Start executing. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaohong pushed open the wooden door of the villa and walked out. Her target was the red dot about 1 kilometer away from her. Chapter 166. Xiaoer's mother opens the door for Xiaoer, who led the two of them to run for about a few minutes. But they didn't hear any dragon shadow, let alone the sound of a dragon's roar, etc. When he arrived at an empty wooden house, He simply stopped and turned to look behind him. Long didn't see it, but he saw a bunch of onlookers sticking their heads out to look at him. To be precise, he should be looking at the two guys who are still running. After all, whether it is Luo Jin or Mina, in the eyes of any race, they are women with a turning head rate of more than 200%. 100 means going back once, and 200 means going back twice. The green dragon hasn't caught up yet. Luo Jin ran to Hu Yu, breathing slowly. I guess the barrier blocked it. Do you believe it? Hu Yu asked back. Can the barrier set up by the Red Dragon Lord stop beings of the same level as him? Then I don't know. Luo Jin shrugged and found that more and more survivors were sticking their heads out around them. Maybe I was curious about them, or maybe I was curious about something on him. Although Hu Yu had already put both guns into the warehouse, the thing he was holding in his arms was enough to arouse the greed of many people. Noob. As soon as this guy shows up, anyone who is not blind or deaf should know Hu Yu's identity. Coupled with the earlier dragon slaying reminder, it was hard for them not to think of the spoils after slaying the dragon. But I say, this isn't your base, right? Luo Jin moved closer to Hu Yu. Why are we stopping here? I can't leave. Hu Yu moved his lips slightly, trying to appear calm and composed, and casually took out a pair of binoculars. Look behind you. This is what he just exchanged. Later, Luo Jin was stunned for a moment, turned his head with the telescope to look behind him, and then quickly turned his head back. Fire. Countless flames were densely distributed in front, and under each flame there was a human face. A rough estimate is that there are at least 30 people. The number is not large, but when they are connected together under the firelight, they look extremely spectacular. What's going on? Luo Jin was stunned and even forgot to hand the telescope to Hu Yu. You know? Hu Yu pointed to his eyes and said, as an administrator, I can see the chat interface anytime and anywhere. After we ran for a distance, a man named Chen Nua started contacting survivors who had not seen us yet, preparing to block the road in front of us. Now it seems, in 10 minutes at most, a team of at least 40 people will gather and arrive. Chen Nua. Luo Jin frowned, as if he remembered something. Sound familiar? Hu Yu smiled bitterly and said, it's the guy we robbed last time when we were climbing the ladder to heaven. If they had found my base before this time period, I could have easily neutralized their offensive, but now, there is only another way. Luo Jin looked at him with a hint of surprise. Can you still exchange for a tank? In her mind, this was the only way to protect her own safety and deal with these people. What's a tank? I have a better way. Hu Yu smiled. If Mina was there, she would probably start calling him a good guy again. Way. Luo Jin repeated it, frowning as she thought about it, but she couldn't think of a second solution. Just wait. Hu Yu looked at her and found her inexplicably cute, but he didn't intend to tell her the solution right away. After all, the fewer people who know about this method in advance, the more likely it is to work. While the two were talking, Mina also rushed over. Why? Why did you stop? Her physical fitness was obviously not as good as the other two, and now she could hardly breathe. Luo Jin handed the telescope to Hu Yu, and Hu Yu put it away calmly. He had no intention of letting this useless guy know about this. Nothing. Hu Yu forced a smile and naturally changed the subject. Have you found your base? How about we go in here and rest for a while? Found it. Mina replied as a matter of course, and then pointed at the wooden house behind Hu Yu. Look, isn't this it? Hu Yu? It was really Xiao's mother who opened the door for Xiao, and Xiao has arrived home. Why is it that finding a random wooden house is your base? Why don't I have such luck? Ahem. Hu Yu coughed twice, pulled Luo Jin, who was still struggling with what to do, and walked in. It seems we have to visit your house. You won't reject us, will you? Of course not. Mina seemed extremely enthusiastic. She pushed open the wooden door and made an inviting gesture. Please. Bang. Before she could finish her words, a crossbow arrow pierced her door panel. Who was so bold? Mina turned her head and glared at the front. But before she could utter a word starting with F and ending with K, she instantly turned into a well-behaved kitten and hid behind Hu Yu. At least 20 people holding torches were approaching this side, and the crossbow arrow just now was fired from the front. Damn it. Why didn't I see so many people behind me just now? It came quickly enough. Hu Yu complained, casually pulled the crossbow arrow off the door panel, and spun it on his fingertips. Originally, I said I would go in for a cup of tea and a rest, but it seems that's not possible now. Nirvana. Luo Jin next to him suddenly said, have you mastered other modes of Jaime and are planning to use them to shock them? This girl, is she still guessing? No. Hu Yu replied and turned to look behind him. Perhaps because the troops in the front were about to arrive, the guys behind also began to speed up. It won't take 10 minutes, just 3 to 5 minutes at most, and they will gather here. 5 minutes at most. Hu Yu was in a very good mood now. He rubbed Luo Jin's head and relived the feeling from before. Think carefully. If you guess correctly, I'll reward you with a bottle of Fat House Happy Water. Fat House Happy Water. When Mina heard this from behind him, she popped her head out and asked, "Guess what? Word puzzle? Can I join in?" Method. Huyu did not refuse. He did not believe that this guy with such a good figure could guess something that even Luo Jin could not guess. He pointed to a fire in front of him and said, "The solution to this problem. Let me give you a hint. This matter may not involve bloodshed." No need to see blood? Luo Jin was stunned for a moment and fell into deep thought again. No bloodshedding method. I see. Mina suddenly uttered 4 words, but did not attract the attention of either Huyu or Luo Jin, because none of them believed that this guy could guess the solution. But her next words made Huyu look at this guy with a new eye. Chapter 167. I am the leader of this world. You must tell them your true identity, right? Huyu turned to look at Mina, his eyes sliding downwards. Such a big pair, it's impossible to fake it, right? Before Mina could react, he looked away, exchanged a bottle of Coke from the mall, and poured half of it into an empty mineral water bottle. He handed it to Mina. You guessed half right. Real. Real. The same word with 2 different tones coming out of 2 different people's mouths. Mina took the Coke and her throat slid up and down a bit, but she still didn't unscrew the cap. She put the Coke into her warehouse and started thinking again. I guess she wanted to get the other half of the Coke. Luo Jin looked at Huyu strangely. She knew what Mina meant by the real identity. This guy must have been intimidated by Shuren's words and still believes in the ridiculous statement that Huyu is the manager. But Luo Jin wouldn't believe it, let alone anything else. The fact that this guy was hit by the waves and looked like a dog eating shit doesn't even look like a manager. So, Luo Jin nudged Huyu with his shoulder and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Are you planning to fool these people? How can this be considered a scam?" Huyu immediately disagreed with her statement and then said righteously, "I am giving them hope to survive. Besides, you probably haven't checked the collapse prompt yet, right? Collapse reminder? It's the prompt box that appeared after the Red Dragon Lord died." Huyu said, and made a square shape with his hand. "Go and have a look. Maybe you will know what the method I am talking about is." Huyu. Before Luo Jin could look at the so-called collapse prompt, a Chinese accent that was clearly different from the translation tone came from the front. Huyu felt that the name sounded familiar and thought that it should be the young comrade named Chinua. Comrade, you still can't keep calm. If it were me, I would definitely stand at the front of the team and never show my head until the opponent is completely controlled. After all, it's very easy to get shot in the head if you shout like this. However, Huyu had no such intention. He just took a step forward, indicating that he heard his voice, but said nothing. Sometimes, silence is much more powerful than words. That's it. The speed of the red light in front began to slow down. They were already very close to Huyu and the other 2, and both sides could even see each other's faces and the weapons in their hands in the light of the fire. More than 20 bows and crossbows, plus support from behind. In this situation, any normal person would think that Huyu's side had no room for resistance at all. They should divide the spoils as quickly as possible and then go their separate ways to avoid causing unnecessary complications. But the result was just the opposite. The fire stopped about 10 meters away from the 3 people. Huyu was both disappointed and excited. I was disappointed that I had overestimated Chinua. Originally, he thought that the guy who could plan this conspiracy was at least on the same level as Luo Jin, but now it seems he still had a bit of cowardice and hesitation. The excitement is in. More than 20 people against 3 people, with nearly 40 people supporting them behind them, but they are still afraid of me. Then the success rate of my plan later will increase by at least 30%. Chinua, right? Huyu smiled and uttered 4 words. Facing an opponent of this level, there was no need for him to hide his weakness. We should have met before. If you're talking about the last time you robbed us, then you're right. Chinua is a young boy. Whenever Huyu sees his face that is as young as his own, he always feels that he is too old. He stood at the front of the crowd, holding a torch and a loaded crossbow in his hands, facing Huyu. But, at that time, you probably didn't expect that you would end up like this, right? Huyu smiled. He took a step forward and walked directly towards where Chinua was, seemingly ignoring the more than 20 bows and crossbows in front of him. Stop. Chinua was a little flustered. He raised his crossbow a little higher. I told you to stop. Did you hear me? Huyu ignored him and continued walking forward at his own pace. At this distance, if you run, you will arrive in no time. But in order to create momentum, Huyu had to walk over at this speed. Bang! A crossbow arrow was fired from the front, targeting Huyu. But it wasn't Chinua who did it, but someone behind him who was already trembling with fear. The man in front of him, named Huyu, is the one who killed the Lord of the Red Dragon. If this was put in ancient times, it would be enough to stop a child from crying at night. It is normal for people with poor psychological quality to be afraid. The crossbow arrow shot towards Hu Yu and went straight into his heart, in the ground 1 meter away. The master of human body outlining calls himself an expert. Hu Yu suppressed his inner smile and continued to walk forward with a cold face. There is still about 4 meters distance. What are you doing? Seeing that the crossbow arrow did not hit Hu Yu, Chin Nua turned to look at his new recruit behind him and said, "Quick, take his crossbow arrow for me." "Why are you yelling so loudly?" The man who fired the crossbow arrow just now shouted at Chin Nua. "What do you mean by that? Do you really think you are our leader? You said you had seen Hu Yu, so we let you lead the way. You are just a dog. You can't even get on the second ring without a leash. You, believe it or not, I will bite you. Then do you believe me and I'll tie the rope for you?" Hu Yu listened and had to bite the soft flesh in his mouth, trying hard not to laugh out loud. Wow. I can tell from the looks of it that these two have listened to Dayun Club a lot. 4 meters were reached in the blink of an eye. Chin Nua glared at the guy who was about to tie him up and turned his head away. He still knew what was important. But when he turned around, he was greeted with a heavy slap. Bang. A crisp sound was heard, and Chin Nua covered his face, still standing there. He didn't know when the crossbow in his hand was taken away, and Hu Yu stood in front of him, stroking the back fur of the giant panda in his arms. This time, Hu Yu only used less than 30% of his strength. Otherwise, even if this guy didn't fall to the ground, his face would be swollen like a bun, like the guy who fell into Green Brother's stomach. "Do you know why I hit you?" Chin Nua was filled with rage and wanted to take action, but reason told him not to seek death. Faced with Hu Yu's question, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and shake his head. "That's right, I don't know." Hu Yu replied, glanced at the guys in front of him, and then set his eyes on Chin Nua again. "You know, I actually don't like killing people. After all, as an artist, no matter how bad his works are, he would never think of destroying them, but your stupidity today gave me this thought. Artist? Work? What is this guy talking about? Is he crazy? Hush. Do you want to die? This is the man who killed the Lord of the Red Dragon. He doesn't look like he has a Chinibyu. Maybe he's crazy." Bang. Hu Yu raised the Desert Eagle and shot a guy in the head. The promise of no bloodshed is just a possibility. But now, it's better to see blood. The sudden gunshot interrupted everyone's discussion, and Hu Yu laughed twice and raised the Desert Eagle in his hand. "Haha, you idiots. Have you ever wondered why I have this thing but can't find it in your mall? That's because I am the guide who will lead you into this world. If I'm the witch can act as a prophet, then it's not too much for me to act as a guide, right?" Chapter 168, the so-called truth. Hu Yu seems to be as steady as an old dog, but he is actually very panicked inside. In fact, it is relatively simple to disguise your identity to make them believe it. You just need to show some difference. The really difficult part is the next step. Deal with the riot. Once these guys who have been tortured in the wilderness for 6 days know that I was the one who brought them here, most of them will riot like Shuren. Use a series of means including coercion, inducement, and threats to force you to send them back. Why are most? As for people, there are always some who are unhappy in this world, but become happy when they come here. Of course, there are also some masochists and die-hard fans of Bear Grylls or Hungry Devil. You. Chun Nua was stunned for a moment. The fear in his eyes gradually turned into anger. "You are the one who brought us to this place?" In order to attract these guys' attention, Hu Yu slapped Chin Nua in the face again. Bang. This time he didn't hold back and slapped the guy to the ground and stepped on his face. "When speaking to your savior, remember to use honorifics." Hu Yu replied calmly, and then glanced at the guys holding crossbows in front of them. "And you? If I hadn't uploaded your consciousness to artificial intelligence, you would still be in prison eating compressed biscuits that taste like dead earthworms. How could you have the life you have now?" The best way to deal with riots is to stand on the same front with the mobs. Whether it is the survivors in front of him or Luo Jin behind Hu Yu. When they heard this, they were stunned. Consciousness? Uploading? Artificial intelligence? Why can't we understand a word he said? Actually, I wanted to keep it a secret from you all the time, but now an accident has happened, and I have no choice but to tell you the truth. Hu Yujian aroused the interest of these guys and continued to make up stories. Have you ever thought about why such a low probability event as time travel would happen to so many of us? Because this is not a time travel at all. It is a deliberate experiment. There are not enough resources on Earth anymore. For the better development of mankind, our respective countries have randomly selected some criminals sentenced to death and life imprisonment, and you are the ones to participate in this experiment. After signing the agreement, they projected your consciousness into your current body and came to this planet that may become the next Earth. Things like weapons, food, and treasure chests are actually things that are transported here using space technology. The reason why we turn into white light after death is that our current body is not our real body. It is just a bionic person constructed by nanorobots. In order for us to better explore this planet, they even brainwashed us and made us forget all memories that were not conducive to exploration. including the process of the crime, the specific agreement, and the possible relationship between us. It even changes our perception of the world. Just like this thing I'm standing on. He doesn't even remember that I'm his uncle. Uncle? Uncle? Shin Nuo was stunned. How could you beat your own nephew's uncle like this? Do you think you're a Yang Jian and I am Qinxiang? At least you can tie a dog and pretend to be Erlangshan. Silly boy, you finally recognize me? But you also looked down at Qin Nuo at his feet, moved his foot away from Qin Nuo's face, and pulled him up. As for why I know this. That's because I'm different from you. I wasn't a death row inmate selected by lottery, but I took the initiative to join this exploration team. Taking the initiative to join? A curious kid in the crowd asked. What's wrong with your brain? Who would volunteer to join such an experiment? Yes, unless you can provide some substantial proof. Otherwise, we won't believe you. Substantial evidence? If I had this thing, why would I waste my breath on you? But since someone was shaken by his words, it proved that Hu Yu's plan was half successful. He didn't want to be the leader of this group of guys, so there was no reason for him to insist on being the leader. As for the other half of the plan. Oh, evidence? Of course I have it. Hu Yu sneered. Remember what I said about artificial intelligence? The reason why I was able to join this exploration team is because I am the creator of this artificial intelligence. And I have been against this plan from the beginning to the end. That is why I joined this exploration team to save you. Now the carrier of artificial intelligence is in my base. As long as you can find my base, I can transfer your consciousness back to your original bodies. But I don't recommend you to do this. Because our bodies are now strictly monitored, even if we go back, there will only be two outcomes. Either they will be sent here again, or they will be considered as violating the agreement and shot on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, someone couldn't help but ask a question. So what should we do? Yeah, if we get sent back again, what's the point? Then, did those who died really go back? No. But you had guessed this question a long time ago. Conscious death means real death. This is also part of the agreement, and it is also a proposal made by those countries without the death penalty to cleanse you. As for why I am telling you the truth now, it is also because of this matter. As he spoke, he clicked on the upper right corner of the system. Ever since the announcement of the Red Dragon Lord's fall, a countdown had appeared on it. Countdown to collapse. 311:37:51. 311:37:50. Did you see the countdown in the upper right corner of your chat interface? Because Hu Yu is the administrator, he can see the countdown directly in front of him. Other survivors should open their notebooks to see it. Whether they had noticed it before or not, they now paid attention to the countdown. 311 hours, or about 13 days. The appearance of this countdown is a program I originally planned in artificial intelligence. But you continued to fool around. As long as someone uses artificial intelligence to set up a collective cleaning program for us, this countdown will appear. It is said that there are 311 hours, but in fact, on Earth, the execution procedure has already been triggered. It just requires a 13-day insurance cooling-off period before the cleaning can be triggered normally. And our last chance is also within these 13 days. Chance? What chance? The sound came from behind. The 40 guys had already arrived at the wooden house, but when they heard Hu Yu's loud talk, they wisely put down their crossbows and listened to the lecture silently with the guys in front of them. Now that Hu Yu had mentioned the key point, some people couldn't help but interrupt. Remember what I just did? Hu Yu raised two fingers. Dragon Slayer. Only by eliminating the creatures in this world that pose a threat to humans can we return to the real world as redeemers. This is also part of the agreement. I came here so that this silly nephew can complete the agreement. So, now you understand what to do. Chapter 169, Xiao Hong suddenly appears. Clear? It's a wonder these guys could understand. This is just a big pie that Hu Yu painted for these guys. That's how human beings are. If two possibilities are placed before them, they will always choose the possibility they are willing to believe, no matter how outrageous this possibility is. All right. Hu Yu uttered two words and his eyes fell on the base outside the fire. Some of them did not have the courage to step out and confront him, while others did not have the right weapons and did not want to be the hunter and then become the prey. But now they are undoubtedly the best catalyst. Everyone, stop hiding. Hu Yu put his hand on Qin Nua's shoulder and pushed him towards the nearest cabin. He knocked on the door cordially and sent a full-channel announcement to the chat interface, "Come out. Now we have to have a meeting to discuss the next plan." After a few breaths, only the wooden door of the wooden house where Hu Yu knocked opened. A bald man with an untidy beard came out and raised his hands above his head to show that he did not carry any offensive weapons. It's not because he believed it, but because he was afraid. If a muscular man with a gun is knocking on your door and asking you to go out, who wouldn't be scared? Yes. But you didn't even think about it, and directly exchanged for a crossbow and threw it into the uncle's arms. Take it. It's considered a subsidy from the organization. For me. The uncle was obviously stunned, somewhat unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Huyu nodded heavily and placed his other hand on the uncle's shoulder. Comrade, I remember you. You have a beautiful daughter outside the prison. I heard she's getting married in 13 days. If we can go back, we should be able to catch her wedding. So, for our goal, you must not give up. The man talked so much that not only the people around him, but even the uncle holding the crossbow was a little stunned. Daughter? Marriage? Although I am bald, in my memory, I am not just a 25-year-old programmer. You have a daughter now? Even if my body agrees, the Civil Affairs Bureau won't agree. Before he could express his doubts, Huyu turned his gaze to another comrade, who pushed the door open. Without saying anything, he threw a shot of bow and crossbow diplomacy in his face and said a few words of encouragement, and the man was standing at the door waiting like an uncle. As for the method of daughter's marriage, Huyu did not use it a second time. This kind of rhetoric only needs to be used once or twice. If it is used too much, it will arouse suspicion. In about 10 minutes, the number of people surrounding the wooden house increased from 60 or 70 to nearly 300. Not only did the survivors around open the door and come out, but those in the distance also rushed over. Whether you believe Huyu's words or not is put aside for now. It's worth it just to get a crossbow for free. Unlike the crossbow he got from the copper treasure chest last time, this crossbow was only of the fine grade. Not only was its power smaller than that of the excellent grade, but it also needed to be manually reloaded. This kind of crossbow is what most people use now, and the price is only 1 gold coin. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a kid. Besides, it's just over 200 gold coins, just 1 day's salary. What does it matter if you can achieve your goal? The number of people displayed on the administrator interface is 579. Now about 60% of the people have gathered here, which is about right. Huyu stopped distributing crossbows, walked to the center of the crowd, and climbed onto the roof of Mina's wooden house. Everyone, I think, you all know the truth of the matter, right? Knew. Mina shouted the loudest. She excitedly thought that she must have had some relationship with Huyu before she came in, so he took special care of her. And Luo Jane. She looked around in a daze. From the moment the man knocked on the door, she had no idea what was happening. Logically speaking, after fooling a few people, shouldn't they be ready to retreat? Why would they bring in more people? Isn't this just finding a loophole for yourself? In this situation, if the loopholes in the statement are discovered, then even taking out the entire corpse of the Red Dragon Lord would not be enough to appease the public anger. Listening to the sporadic sounds, Huyu smiled. What matters is not how many people respond, but how many people remain silent. Because silence is a signal of consent in itself. He took out the half bottle of Coke that he hadn't given out just now and drank it all under everyone's gaze. Hiccup. It seems that you still don't quite believe what I said. How about this? Since there are still more than 12 days left, we can slow down the pace a bit. Those who don't believe in me, please stand to the left. Those who believe in me, please stand to the right. No one moved. No one knows what the person who walks to the left will face, sugarcoating or cannonballs. Most people think it's the latter. Oh. Huyu sneered and sat on the roof of the wooden house. If I wanted to kill you, would I need to waste this effort? Very smooth. Those who don't believe me, come with me to find artificial intelligence. I'll let you go back and take a look. Life or death depends on your own luck. Maybe you can bring back your original memories? As for you, trust me, we will discuss how to slay the dragon later. As soon as the words fell, Mina, who was originally standing on the right, immediately stood on the left. If for no other reason, she just didn't want to participate in the task of slaying the dragon on the right. Soon, more than 70% of the people stood on the left, and about 20% stood on the right. Huyu glanced at the guys on the right and found that most of them were young and enthusiastic. I guess they stood on the right not because they believed in me, but because they wanted to realize their dream of slaying the dragon. But none of this matters. What matters is that they have started to listen. Obeying orders is a habit. Once you develop this habit, even if Huyu asked them to die, they would probably only doubt for a few seconds, and then rush out with other teammates with simpler brains. Stay where you are. Back off. Are you waiting to be trampled to death by your teammates behind you? Okay, the teams are divided. Huyu sat on the roof, his legs swinging unconsciously. The one on the right stays where he is and report any unusual movement in the chat interface. As for the left side, turn back. Only half of the people reacted at once, but in less than a second, the rest turned and faced the direction specified by Huyu. This is a good start. But Huyu was still not satisfied. He stood up from the rooftop and looked down at the heads below. One more time. Turn around. Now everyone was more united. They looked up at the same time. It seemed that the person standing on the roof was no longer a young man in his 20s, but the god who saved them. Oh, except for one person. She stood in the team on the left, looking at Huyu along with the 200 people. There was no trace of admiration or excitement in her eyes, only an emotion called fear. 20 minutes. In less than half an hour, this man turned more than 300 people into his soldiers. What on earth is he doing in this world? Just barely qualified. You almost laughed out loud in his heart, but his face still showed a hint of disappointment. Turn around. We should embark on a journey to find memories. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu looked into the distance with the crowd. For some reason, he seemed to see a pair of red pupils in the darkness, which seemed, it's Xiaohong. How come she is in front? Chapter 170, the most basic trust between people. Since those people started to obey and turn around, Yu's plan has been completed 3/4. The remaining quarter is to find the base and Xiaohong, and all remaining threats will be solved. As for the more than 200 gold coins invested in the early stage, at that time, Yu only needs to soak in the hot spring, eat cranberry scones, drink Chishan black tea, and let his maid go out to buy the life money. With more than 200 survivors, each of them can squeeze out 1 gold coin on average. If all else fails, just recycle the crossbow. Although those guys who were knocked out by me seemed innocent, but this is the wilderness. What can innocents get in return? Bread? Milk? Or a beautiful girl? Not even one. As long as they control the resources, it is original sin. Let me bear this original sin alone. Revenge? As long as I leave Xiaohong outside and hide in the base, what does it matter if you have a crossbow? Can you still use it to penetrate the wall? This is Yu's complete plan. But now there is a change. Xiaohong suddenly appeared in front for some reason, and according to a rough estimate, she was less than 200 meters away from the main force. Yu confirmed almost immediately that Xiaohong's location was definitely not his base. At that time, he was frightened by Han Rear and ran away, but he ran no more than 200 meters. At that time, he had never seen Mina's wooden house. But now the arrow was on the string. Yu had no choice but to jump down from the roof, walk to the end of the team, and give the order, move on. I hope there is a fork in the road ahead. Otherwise, it will be a tough ending. After the team moved forward, Luo Jin broke away from it, stood beside Yu, and moved forward side by side with him. Just when she was about to say something, she found that another person was shamelessly approaching her. Chinua. Uncle. He called out the name without any psychological burden, and then turned to look at Luo Jin. This must be my aunt. Bang. Yu slapped the guy on the forehead, but the force was not strong, not even 1/10 of the first slap. Go back. I'm upset just looking at you. The movement behind made many people look back, but they quickly turned their heads back. It's not easy for an uncle to risk his own life to save his nephew. Facing a nephew like this, it's normal to get angry now. Chin Nua covered his head, not daring to say a word, and hurried back to the team. Before leaving, he did not forget to say to Luo Jin, "Goodbye, aunt." Luo Jin's mouth twitched, not knowing what expression to use to face a junior of the same age as himself. She followed Yu and deliberately slowed down her pace, watching the team move away from the two of them, and asked in a low voice, "Is this your plan?" So far, yes. So far, Luo Jin didn't quite understand this wording. There may be a surprise later. Yu smiled bitterly. If you don't want to die, I think you'd better find a deserted base within 200 meters to hide in. He just opened the cover of the notebook and confirmed one thing. The red dot belonging to Xiaohong had indeed disappeared in the base. Then there is a 99% chance that the red light he saw just now was Xiaohong Benhong. The remaining 0.1% is left for Mr. Bat, who has grown into a human form. What's going on? Luo Jin didn't quite understand what Yu said and was ready to get to the bottom of it. But before Yu could answer, a cry of surprise came from the troops in front. Robot. There really is a robot. Didn't that guy lie to us? But why is the robot wearing a maid's outfit? He's a programmer. It's not surprising that he has some weird habits. Hey, who said that just now? Believe it or not, I will give you a head-on blow. Too fast. Yu couldn't help but frown. According to the speed the team was moving, it would take at least a few minutes for them to meet Xiaohong. How come I met him just a minute after coming here? Get out of the way. Yu didn't dare to hesitate. He grabbed Luo Jin's hand and ran forward quickly. If someone discovered the clues from Xiaohong, he would be stuck between two groups of people, and his situation would be back to where it was before. The crowd naturally made way for him, and no one blocked his way. Yu walked through the team and came to the front. As expected, he saw his maid at a glance. The red pupils instantly turned into a harmonious green. Xiaohong put her left hand on her chest and bowed 90 degrees. Master. Yu's pupils shrank, and he found that this guy's movements were a little strange. She never pressed her chest when she bowed before. Is there still the most basic trust between people? In order to maintain the character he had constructed, Yu simply responded, and pulled Luo Jin behind Xiaohong. It wasn't that he wanted to protect this woman. It was mainly because she knew his true identity and knew that all this was a lie. If I don't protect her, she will definitely expose me at the first opportunity. Then she might be able to save her life, but I will be in trouble. So we still have to take her with us. Grasshoppers, it's better to be on the same rope. More and more people gathered at the front, and the formation that had just been formed was suddenly dispersed. They all looked at Xiaohong in front of Hu Yu. Is this really a robot? What's the difference between it and a real person? I just don't know if it's realistic. Huh? This isn't realistic? Is there anything wrong with your eyes? Hey, brother, that's not what the elder brother just said. Car. What a fast car. Hu Yu rolled his eyes. These guys were really bold. They actually dared to make dirty jokes to Xiaohong. Also, people who have never seen her cleaning mode will never know the power contained in this body. That's right. Shin Nuo came up again without knowing when, poked his head out, and looked at Hu Yu excitedly. Uncle, since the artificial intelligence has found it, then my memory. You have a woolen memory. No hurry. Hu Yu didn't blush or get nervous, and directly threw out the second big pie. We have artificial intelligence, but we still need a repair cabin to restore memory. This thing is difficult to move and can be easily discovered by the people above, so I have kept it in my base. Not enough yet. Shin Nuo looked regretful. Why are you in such a hurry, little brat? Hu Yu was very used to the identity of uncle. He scolded the boy directly and turned to look at Xiaohong. Xiaohong, take us back to the base. Yes, master. Xiaohong responded, turned around and walked forward. And Hu Yu? He turned around and glanced at the messy group of people. What are you standing there for? Line up. As soon as he finished speaking, those who had gathered together to study Xiaohong hurriedly lined up and restored the previous order. Originally, these people only trusted Hu Yu 4%, but now that Xiaohong appeared, their trust value doubled. Now that robots have appeared, how can they not be obedient? Hu Yu turned around while holding Xiao Bai. While there was only Xiaohong in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a breath. I managed to get through this level with just barely enough. As long as nothing unexpected happens along the way, my life will be saved. Deep in the cave, at the urging of the Green Dragon Lord, Shuren came to an area they had never explored before, behind 6 small hills of corpses. That was the innermost end of the cave. He wanted to ask the Green Dragon Lord about his true purpose more than once, but every time he felt the breath behind him, he suppressed this suicidal thought. Arrive. The Green Dragon Lord uttered 2 words, and Shuren also stopped, like a puppet. Bang. The Green Dragon Lord raised a claw and smashed the stone wall in front of him, revealing a pool of golden blood before his eyes. This is dragon blood. Shuren's pupils shrank, and he was obviously shocked by the scene before him. However, what surprised him the most was not the pool of dragon blood, but, under the dragon blood pool, there is a treasure chest soaked. Judging from the material, it should be white jade. Chapter 171 Rebellion. Hu Yu continued to walk forward. He didn't know how long he had been walking. There was no riot behind him, and no news of the Green Dragon Lord in front of him. Just when he thought everything was calm, suddenly, goo! A pigeon cry echoed in the cave, just like disturbing a pigeon nest, and the sound of pigeons suddenly rang out around it. Hu Yu couldn't help but turn his head and found that the believers behind him all had expressions of asking for food on their faces. He pretended not to see it and turned his head away silently. Free meals? What are you thinking about? I'm glad I didn't turn you into dumplings. Master, we're here. Xiaohong's voice suddenly sounded, and she raised her hand and pointed not far forward. Hu Yu looked in the direction of her finger and found that his 2-story villa was in a corner not far away. I guess I was hungry just now and didn't pay attention to look for it. Otherwise, I would have seen it a long time ago. Arrive. Arrive. Who among you wants to try it first? How about I turn back first? Just tell me after you try it. Many people behind heard Xiaohong's voice and started to make a noise. Some were excited, some were afraid. But Hu Yu ignored any of them. Since this group of people saw Xiaohong, they have believed 80% of the worldview constructed by Hu Yu, and the remaining 20%. Either he doubted Hu Yu's identity was not so great, or he firmly believed that he had not committed any crime. Therefore, when faced with experiments that might be discovered by the higher-ups, many people chose to back off. Of course, except for some iron-headed kids. Hu Yu took advantage of their heated discussion to glance at Luo Jin, and the 2 of them quickened their pace at the same time. The best thing to do is to return to the base first. In a blink of an eye, the 2 of them brought Xiaohong and Xiao Bai to the base and stopped. When Hu Yu stopped, the group of people also stopped. They thought Hu Yu would turn around and say something, and then give themselves a choice. Those who wanted to restore their memories would stand on the left, and those who wanted to go to the front would stand on the right. In order to choose whether to stand on the right or in the middle, many people think about the pros and cons. As for restoring memory, it's funny, who would want to be a guinea pig in an experiment? Squeak. The sound of the wooden door sliding was heard, and Hu not only did not look back, but also opened the door of his base. Before everyone could react, the two of them took Xiaobai in and left Xiaohong outside. Bang! A light sound was heard, interrupting everyone's thoughts. The door. It's actually closed. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, as if it had been rehearsed hundreds of times, and they didn't even have the slightest chance to interrupt. Many people were stunned, especially Chun Nua. He watched Hu walk to the door, then he began to leave the team and move forward, intending to be the first person to recover his memory. But before he got halfway to the line, the door was already closed. He could not help but stand there stupidly, feeling like he was experiencing the despair of being abandoned by his first love again. Uncle! Chun Nua rushed out of the crowd and wanted to throw himself on the door, but he was a little afraid of Xiaohong outside the door, so he had to throw himself on the ground. It's broad daylight. You can't just throw me. Your nephew. Out here just to make trouble with your aunt. Hu stood behind the door and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why didn't I realize that this kid deserved a beating just now? However, in order to stabilize these guys, Hu still looked at the chat interface and explained with a smile. Due to various reasons, my base cannot be open to the outside world. After all, I don't know if there are any spies sent by the higher-ups or some fanatics who want to commit suicide, hiding among so many people. So in order to ensure the safety of the repair cabin, I have no choice but to isolate you first. As Hu spoke, he walked towards the wooden villa. He turned around and glanced at Luo Jin, motioning for her to follow. Xiaohong should have prepared lunch, right? Let's talk about it after we eat. All right. As Hu walked, he looked at the chat interface and said, time is running out, so quickly nominate the first 3 people who are willing to have their memories restored. When I'm ready, come in quickly. 3. Chun Nua quickly got up from the ground and faced everyone. As my uncle's nephew, I will take one of the first batch of places. Is that okay? No one answered, as if they were eager for this fool to be a guinea pig. After all, it was he who proposed the plan to encircle and suppress Hu. With him doing the experiment, the credibility of the plan can be said to be very high. As for the second one, everyone looked at each other. No one was willing to come out first, and they didn't know who to nominate, etc. The bald man suddenly walked out of the team and faced everyone, holding a piece of paper with charcoal writing on it. I have an idea. Maybe I can know the truth without reviving my memory. But you have to cooperate with me in acting out a scene. Hu brought Luo Jin and Xiao Bai to the villa hall and saw 9 silver plates placed on the table. This seems to be lunch prepared for 2 masters, so the portion is a little larger than before. Please sit down. Make yourself at home. Hu put Xiao Bai on the wooden bed in the guest room, then turned to go to the kitchen to get tableware, seemingly not worried at all about the group of guys outside the door. Luo Jin smiled bitterly. Since the person involved is not nervous, why should I be nervous? She simply sat down at one side of the dining table and watched Hu place a set of tableware in front of her. Taking the cutlery, Luo Jin looked up at the man in front of him who still had a smile on his face and couldn't suppress his curiosity. Aren't you worried? Worried? Worried about what? Hu sat opposite her with the cutlery in hand and opened the first silver plate. Oh, you mean those guys outside? If I want them to die now, I don't even have to scatter their ashes myself. What is there to worry about? A burnt aroma wafted towards him, and Hu couldn't help but close his eyes and take a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he saw 9 golden and crispy rectangles placed in front of him. The moment the fragrance entered Hu's nose and throat, a hint popped up in front of his eyes. Advanced appraisal. 3 immortal meat. Excellent. The belly meat of yellow croaker, crab meat, and the softest piece of meat from the palm of a bear's paw are mixed together, then coated with black truffle powder, colored with olive oil, and then scalded with boiling butter to make fried meat cubes. Tip: since you have already consumed all the main ingredients, there is no way to increase their properties. Note: dip it in a layer of royal jelly to make it taste better. Royal jelly? Isn't that the orange-red liquid on the edge of the plate? Before Hu could speak, Luo Jin also lifted the silver cover in front of her. A gourd-shaped meat dish appeared in front of him, and Hu cast an identification spell over it without hesitation. Advanced appraisal. Sweet skin 8 treasure duck. Excellent cut. Open the duck's belly. Take out the internal organs. Fill it with pickled abalone, fish maw, shark fin, ham, and morel soup. Then sew it up with goat intestine. Put it in the oven and bake for an hour. When the skin is crispy and tender and has thoroughly absorbed the soup, coat it with a layer of syrup. Tip: since you have already consumed most of the main ingredients, You will only get a 30% increase in attributes. Note: be careful of the burn when eating. Hu Yu and Luo Jin looked at each other and opened the remaining lids at the same time. There are 9 dishes, 8 of which are exquisite and numbing, and the remaining one is a plain and simple 9 beauties contest. Compared to these excellent dishes prepared with low-end ingredients, the legendary 9 beauties competition does seem plain and simple. Gulp. Hu Yu felt like his gluttony was about to come out of his throat. This Xiaohong is definitely a devil. Just when Hu Yu was about to pick up some food with his chopsticks, a muffled sound suddenly came from outside the door. Bang! Hu Yu put down his chopsticks, frowned, and looked outside the door. It seemed someone was knocking on his door. How can this be? Could it be that the group of people outside are rebelling? Uncle, help! Uncle! Shin Nua's voice rang out from outside, and the knocks on the door continued. Chapter 172. You have to pay for my flesh. You eat first, I'll go out and take a look. Hu Yu put down his chopsticks. As far as he could remember, no one would be stupid enough to bang on the door. I'll go with you. Although he was a little reluctant, Luo Jin still took his eyes away from the food and stood up with Hu Yu. Okay. Hu Yu said this, then walked to the hot spring in his courtyard and shouted outside. What's going on? Are there any rules? Spies. There are spies. They've started killing people. Boss Hu, help me. Puff. Blood. Lots of blood. Bang. There was another muffled sound outside the door, and Hu Yu frowned even more. It shouldn't be like this. Logically speaking, if Xiaohong were guarding outside the door, even knocking on the door would trigger the cleaning program, let alone banging on it. But now Xiaohong didn't react at all. That proves there is only one possibility. Acting. Luo Jin uttered 2 words and turned to look at Hu Yu. They should have realized something and started to test you. Hu Yu also agreed with her and even thought of 3 solutions to the problem. 1. Throw away the hand tumor bullet, and the world will be at peace. 2. Once Xiaohong's cleaning mode is turned on, the world will be at peace. 3. Hu Yu took a step forward, knocked on the wooden door, and shouted to the outside. Stop acting. Do you know that artificial intelligence has its own camera? It's so embarrassing to see you guys acting like this while eating. I still can't bear it. After all, we haven't plundered all the benefits from these guys yet. If the world is at peace now, wouldn't we have lost more than 200 gold coins in vain? This won't do. My money is not like the wind. No, it seems like it was really blown away. But you can't waste what you've scraped off like this. The noisy sounds outside suddenly disappeared, and it was so quiet. Hu Yu could even hear his own breathing. Camera? There's no camera. Even if there is, I don't have a screen to watch it, right? But judging by the reactions of these guys, Luo Jin and I had indeed guessed correctly. Okay, I'm going back to eat. Call me when you find someone. Hu Yu turned around again and gave Luo Jin a look, indicating that she should go back to eat. However, as soon as he took a step, he thought of an idea to give these guys a stern warning. Luo Jin. Hu Yu shouted in a low voice, then quickly ran to the dining table, holding up the bottom of the table with both hands. Come on, give me a hand. Luo Jin was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. She already knew what he wanted to do. You are really good at torturing people. But I like it. Here I come. Luo Jin responded and worked with Hu Yu to move the dining table and chairs to the position closest to the wooden door. Have a meal. Hu Yu sat back in his previous seat, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of Sanxian meat and put it into his mouth. The tip of my nose smells the woody fragrance brought by the truffle, my teeth cut into the crispy skin, making a crisp sound, and my mouth feels the pleasure of 3 different meat textures exploding at the same time. Gourmet food. Only food that brings pleasure to the whole body and mind is real delicacy. At the same time, outside the wooden door, the crowd who had just finished a big show formed a circle and were about to start discussing the second candidate to participate in the experiment. The bald uncle stood up and said without hesitation, I'll go. I made a mistake in the plan just now, so if that's the case, I should fill in the gap. Pretend to be a spy and rebel, massacre everyone, and lure Hu Yu out. If Hu Yu didn't show up or pretended to be dead, it would prove the loophole in his statement. But the bald uncle never imagined that the robot had a camera. The plan failed, and he wanted to make up for his mistake. Good. Shin Nua was the first to lead the applause. He turned around and glanced at the silent people around him. One more person is missing. Who's coming? He now wishes that the 3 of them could get together as soon as possible so that he can recover his memory sooner. But this last position, everyone looked at each other, clearly unwilling to fill the vacancy. Sniff. A guy near the wooden door twitched his nose. What is this smell? It smells so good. The smell seems to be coming from inside the wooden door. It seems to smell like seafood. Damn. Could it be that boss who is cooking seafood mushroom soup again? As soon as these words came out, everyone rushed towards the wooden door, and the sound of people swallowing saliva could be heard everywhere. Chen Nua choked up and quickly shouted to Xiaohong, "Uncle, uncle, I haven't eaten yet." "Oh." Hu Yu's cold voice came from inside the door. From the sound of it, it seemed that he had something in his mouth. "Then eat. No need to wait for me. I'm eating here. Come, Xiaojin, try this sweet-skinned treasure duck. It has both the crispiness of the sweet skin and the moistness of the broth. One bite, and it's just one word, delicious." "Really? Let me try it." Luo Jin picked up a piece of duck meat and put it in his mouth and took a bite. Cas. The crisp sound even came through the wooden door. "Really?" Luo Jin followed suit and introduced the 9 Beauties competition. "Try this. Red dragon meat. The texture is soft and the soup is rich. It feels like there are dozens of soup dumplings oozing out soup in your mouth." Hu Yu took a bite and started introducing the 3 immortal meats. The people outside couldn't stop drooling as they listened. If it weren't for Xiaohong pointing more than 20 gun barrels at them, these guys would have broken in long ago. "What sizzle? What should I do?" Just as the bald uncle was about to speak, saliva oozed from the corners of his mouth. He had to suck it in with great difficulty before he could speak normally. "What should we do? Why don't you guys go eat some bread?" Chen Nua glanced at everyone coldly, then threw himself in front of Xiaohong again. "Uncle, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me for my mistakes, so let me serve you a meal." "Serve me? I'm not paralyzed in bed. Do I need you to serve me?" Hu Yu said, exchanged a piece of bread from the warehouse, dipped it in the soup from the 8 treasure duck, and put a piece of duck meat in it. "But, since you admit your mistake, your uncle is not a cruel person. Next, your lunch." As soon as he finished speaking, a piece of bread was seen thrown out from the house outside the door. Not only Chen Nua, everyone outside the house was looking at it. No. To be precise, you should be staring at the piece of meat in the bread. It's not like they haven't had meat in the past 6 days, but apart from barbecue, what else can they have? Frying, stir-frying, or deep frying? Do you have a pot and a stove? Even if Luo Jin had sufficient funds, she was reluctant to use gold coins to exchange for these things. She just ate bread and drank mineral water to fill her hunger. At worst, you can be a little more extravagant and add a sausage to the instant noodles and celebrate the Spring Festival in advance. 8 treasure sweet duck? They can't even make syrup. How sweet is it? One can imagine how attractive this thumb-sized piece of duck meat is to this group of people. Ouch! One guy seized the opportunity, jumped up, bit the bread, and stuffed it into his mouth without saying a word. In Chen Nua, his eyes changed from anger to resentment to helplessness, and finally a trace of tears seeped out of the corner of his eyes. You have to pay for my flesh." Chapter 173, My Lies Were Exposed, that is, the guy who just swallowed the bread didn't care about that. He took out a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. Then he smiled at Chen Nua and said, "Your meat? Why don't you call him and see if he responds to you?" "Uncle." Chen Nua knew that even if he killed this guy, he couldn't get a piece of edible bread, so he simply turned around and played the victim. "Someone stole your nephew's food. It's none of your business." "Of course I care." Hu Yu smiled and actually opened the door, exposing himself to everyone. But none of these guys paid attention to him. They all stared at the plate in his hands. Inside, there are 2 pieces of golden and crispy Sanxian meat. He smiled kindly, picked up one of the pieces with chopsticks, dipped it in the few royal nectars next to it, and put it into his mouth under the gaze of everyone. Click. "Do you guys want to eat?" Everyone nodded rapidly, and some even nodded so quickly that they almost bit off their tongues. Gulp. Hu Yu swallowed the 3 immortal meats roughly, and under the gazes of these guys, he picked up the second piece of meat that looked like gold. "If you want to eat, you naturally have to pay some price. 10 gold coins." Before Hu Yu could even open his mouth, Mina quoted her price. As one of the few wealthy women in the wilderness, she could still take out 10 gold coins occasionally to taste delicious food. But what Hu Yu wants is not one person's resources. He just spent more than 200 gold coins worth of resources. One person's resources? Not enough. "Gold?" Hu Yu asked back and shook his head. He put the 3 immortal meat back on the plate, raised his hand behind the door, and opened his warehouse. Crash. Countless golden coins flowed out from his palm and instantly piled up into a small hill. Seeing that the balance in his warehouse was about to reach 0, Hu Yu just happened to withdraw his hand and glanced at everyone with contempt. "Do you think I still need these things? Gold under firelight is far more dazzling than gold under sunlight." If Xiaohong hadn't been standing in front of them, these guys who knew the usefulness of gold coins would have pounced on them long ago. Fortunately, they still retained a trace of rationality. Otherwise, world peace warning. Okay, stop looking at me like that. Hu Yu said, placing the plate of 3 immortal meat in Xiao Hong's hand. I only want 2 things. Blueprints, skill books. Anyone who can produce these 2 items of excellent quality or above can exchange them for a piece of this delicacy. But there aren't many of them. Chen Nuo ran up without saying a word. Having climbed the ladder to heaven before, and although he was robbed by Hu Yu once, he still had the spoils from the 50th floor firmly in his hands. He came over without thinking, holding a roll of brown paper in his hand, etc. The bald uncle suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Regardless of how much Chen Nuo wanted to send him to the west, the bald uncle kept his eyes fixed on Hu Yu. Mr. Hu, allow me to ask a question. As a guide, you should have backup copies of all the blueprints and skill books. Why are you asking us for them? It seems that he is hopelessly stupid. For some reason, Hu Yu finally felt a little bit of fun in playing the game. He said nothing, but took 2 steps forward, stood opposite the bald uncle, and smiled at him. Are you doubting me? I just don't understand. Hu Yu looked away and glanced around. You two? Those people did not answer, but were just waiting for Hu Yu's answer. In that case, as Hu Yu spoke, he turned and walked to Xiaohong. Under the gaze of everyone, he swallowed the last piece of Sanxian meat into his mouth. Without chewing, he puffed his lips and said, Xiaohong, prepare for cleaning mode. Click. A slight sound was heard, and more than 20 gun barrels popped out. Xiaohong's eyes turned red, and she uttered a cold reply. The cleaning mode is ready. Please confirm whether to turn it on. Everyone was stunned, but Hu Yu just shrugged and said, Look, you exposed my lies, and you missed my kindness. Now, men stand on the left, women stand on the right, and those who are neither male nor female stand in the middle. Take out your notebooks, everyone. And you, take off your wig. It's an eyesore. The last sentence was said by Hu Yu to the bald man. Lie? This is all a lie? The bald man was stunned. He originally thought that only Hu Yu's identity was fake, but he never expected that even the worldview he had just constructed was fake. If the worldview is false, then what about these robots? Hallucination? Or am I dreaming? Yes, it must be an illusion. This should be the effect of some skill. As long as the caster is killed, everything will be solved. As the bald uncle thought so, his hand unconsciously reached for the crossbow behind him, which was handed to him by Hu Yu himself. He raised his crossbow, cocked it under everyone's gaze, aimed the crossbow arrow at Hu Yu's face, and put his finger on the trigger. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. White smoke came out of the gun barrel on Xiaohong's body, and everyone shook their shoulders unconsciously, as if they were frightened by something. The bald man fell to the ground and pulled the trigger, and a crossbow arrow flew out. But it did not shoot towards Hu Yu, but flew into the air, accompanied by a burst of white light. In the silence, many people did not react to what happened. Everyone watched the white light gradually disappear, sorted out their thoughts, and finally understood a truth. They were surrounded by someone. Ahem. Hu Yu coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention to him. What are you still standing there for? Take off your clothes. No, hand over your notebook. Class representative who is watching the show over there, come over and collect the homework. Mina looked left and right, as if she was not sure whether Hu Yu was calling her. Stop looking. It's you. Hu Yu waved at her, and then warned everyone. Be honest and don't think about running away. I don't ask for much, just the blueprints, skill books, and half of the gold coins in stock. The rest are yours. Mina, remember? Remember. Mina nodded. She didn't know why she suddenly became an accomplice. Just remember it. Once you've finished your business, come in and eat. Hu Yu said this, turned around and walked into the house, put away the pile of gold coins in front of everyone, and closed the wooden door. Bang! Everyone's shoulders trembled again, and they all turned to look at Mina. Although his eyes were full of resentment, he didn't dare to say a word. Are you kidding? There are more than 20 gun barrels pointing at us. Say. What? Last words? Well. Mina scratched her head and took 2 tentative steps forward. When she found that Xiaohong did not shoot at her, she smiled and said, Everyone, could you please hand in your homework? She finally became the person she hated the most. A little cotton-padded jacket in the eyes of teachers, a thorn in the flesh in the eyes of classmates. The class representative. Cole, Hu Yu walked into the wooden door, sat in his seat, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally done. It doesn't look that difficult. Luo Jin smiled beside him and handed over his notebook. Teacher, would you like to check my homework too? Full marks. Hu Yu slapped her hand back and said, As a reward for 3 good students, if there are duplicate drawings and skills later, I will sell them to you at the store price. So, should I take a shower first? Stop it. Hu Yu immediately interrupted her. I don't want to be hunted by the 404 beast yet. His feelings towards Luo Jin are very strange. He feels that she is the person who understands him best, but he doesn't want to have a relationship with her beyond friendship. If I have to use a word to describe her, it would be a confidant. To be more precise, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she is the female version of myself. So as long as she doesn't defect, you will always treat her as an ally. After all, there are many smart people in the wilderness, but not many can keep up with the same frequency as you. It's better to save as many as you can. Who says there are bigger threats besides humans here? That's right. I don't know whether the Green Dragon Lord has left or not. It's been almost half an hour. Why is there no response at all? Just as Hu was thinking of this, a message popped up on the chat interface. Mr. Hu, something terrible has happened. Dragon Man, no? Human Dragon, that's not right either. Forget it. You should just come and take a look. Chapter 174 Stone Dragon Man. Dragon Man, Hu's pupils widened instantly, looking at the chat interface in front of him in disbelief. Wasn't the ultimate goal of the Red Dragon Lord to evolve into a Dragon Man? Could it be that the Green Dragon Lord succeeded? A common man with great power is not scary. What is scary is that this common man also has wisdom. As the saying goes, hooligans are not to be feared, but hooligans with culture are to be feared. But if the Green Dragon Lord really evolved into a Dragon Man, then what was his purpose? Seek revenge on yourself? Or do you want the body of the Red Dragon Lord? If it is just the latter, then it may not be impossible to discuss. Don't worry. You comforted those on the front line. Did he attack you? Did he make any demands or say anything? Find a representative. Stop making such a messy speech. He still maintained his previous personality. After all, the guys who knew the truth had already started to hand in their homework, and he didn't have the courage or the tools to inform these guys. Let me tell you. Okay, you go ahead. You saw a message pop up and responded without thinking. But when he saw the prefix of the message, he was completely stunned. Shuren, he's still alive? This level of impact is even no less than what those people outside the door felt when they learned the truth just now. Mr. Hu, that Dragon Man didn't hurt us, but he seemed to be holding a notebook in his hand. He seemed to be writing something. Another piece of message came out, like a sledgehammer, hitting Hu directly on the head. Dragon Man, notebook. Shuren is still alive. When these three conditions are combined, it is easy to create an incredible possibility. Hu looked up at Luo Jin, as if wanting to get confirmation from her. But when he looked up, he found that she was holding a notebook and looking at him with the same eyes. Why? Are you surprised? Shuren, I'm surprised too. I've never felt this kind of power. Boss Hu? No. You, in the end. I still have to thank you. Thank you for your vicious hand, which gave me the opportunity to master this power. All right. This has been stated so clearly, let alone you. Even Mina should know the true identity of this Dragon Man. Shuren, I don't know what he went through. He actually turned from a human into a Dragon Man. Shuren, you knew that he had planted the weeds, and he would have to face them himself in the end. Tell me, what do you want to do? Shuren, what? If I twist your neck off and put it in brine to make it into a duck neck, does that count? Very violent. You frowned slightly. If it was the old Shuren, he would have just given him a handful of peanuts, but now? Shuren was one of the few people who had personally witnessed him using silence to kill the Lord of the Red Dragon. The fact that he spoke to him in this tone proved that he had the confidence to deal with him. Just because he mutated into a Dragon Man, that's obviously not enough. Unless he still has something that cannot be seen on the surface. Shuren, why aren't you talking? Are you scared? Or are you afraid? Don't worry. Soon this emotion will leave you. I will repair your grave and pee on it when the time comes. At least, your grave will be more prosperous next year. Are you just talking nonsense? There's no fun in this low-level approach. You turned his eyes away and began to think about how to break the deadlock. He took out Jaime, glanced around, and saw the ticking countdown. He was busy escaping, and after escaping he was busy fooling those guys, and he didn't notice that silence was in countdown. Kill mode is no longer available. You frowned, put Jaime aside, and started searching the warehouse again. The true sword of bathing dragon blood was an epic weapon, but it was just a cold weapon, not suitable for me. The iron saw that worshipped the chainsaw killer had a long name, but it was just a perfect saw, and was useless, the 9,000 years of peach. If eating it can make me immortal, I might as well give it a try. So, the only weapon that can deal with Stone Dragon Man and is silence. But this is obviously inappropriate. Shuren knew that he had mastered the power of annihilation, but he still dared to provoke him, which meant that he had ways to defend himself. If you still use this to deal with things, you're just like an old man licking his lifeline. You think your life is too long. As if seeing Yu's anxiety, Luo Jin asked from the side. Do you have any more cards? Have. Hu Yu raised his head and replied, pointing in the direction of the wooden villa. There is a beast sleeping there. Legend has it that if a princess is willing to give her heart and kiss him, he will turn into a knight and rescue Princess Alice, who is trapped under the Five-Finger Mountain by the Seven Gourd Brothers. Luo Jin. You are stringing together several fairy tales. Believe it or not, a company that makes a castle icon will come to you to ask for royalties. After sorting out his thoughts, Luo Jin rolled his eyes. You can still joke. It seems you are not in a hurry. I'm so anxious I'm dying. Hu Yu said, picking up another piece of sweet-skinned 8 treasure duck and feeding it into his mouth. Seriously, why don't you try it? If Xiaobai wakes up, I'll have at least 10% more chance of success. So how much have you achieved now? Seeing that he was not worried, Luo Jin started eating too. Hu Yu pondered for a while. Conservatively speaking, only 90%. Luo Jin had just eaten a piece of red dragon meat and almost choked to death. Only 90%? Do you think you are a brave warrior who can kill slimes with his ultimate move, or an ordinary civil servant in heaven? How dare you say that? Eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you. Hu Yu said this, and took out his remaining confidence. 2 treasure chests. A crystal treasure chest, and a black jade treasure chest. If you can get what you want from it, then you have a 90% chance of success, but if you don't, Hu is 90% sure that Shuren will trick him badly. After all, Xiaohong is just a housekeeping robot. From a certain perspective, her single-target killing ability is not as good as Jaime. As for the 90% I just mentioned to Luo Jin, this is just because he doesn't want this girl to rebel again when he faces Shuren. Forget about Shuren alone, he doesn't want to have another difficult opponent, so it is better to use words to calm her down first. Unboxing. Luo Jin looked at him curiously. Are you unpacking now? Yeah, I've been holding it in for a long time. I'm afraid it's expired. Hu Yu said, reaching out and grasping the key to the crystal treasure chest. What a fucking shelf life. Treasure chests have a shelf life? Why don't you say that looking at expired clouds in the sky will cause dizziness? Luo Jin complained in his heart and began to learn Hu Yu's unboxing posture. The one who dominates the top of all the charts must have some special unpacking skills, just like me. If I learn a thing or two, maybe I can even become the 2nd or 3rd place in the imperial examination. Under Luo Jin's gaze, Hu Yu grasped the crystal treasure chest, turned the key directly, pointed the treasure chest at his face, and opened it, etc. Luo Jin tried to stop him, but it was too late to stop Hu Yu, so she had to hide under the table herself. This man, is he so depressed that he wants to commit suicide? Opening a treasure chest facing your own face? Even a newbie wouldn't be so stupid. Forget it, I'll find a better place to bury him later, as a way of repaying him for the meal. But just as Luo Jin was about to collect Hu Yu's body, a ray of orange light shone into her eyes. Wow, golden legend, etc. What's that golden thing? Chapter 175. Is your teacher's last name Kato? Huh. As soon as Hu Yu opened the crystal treasure chest, he found Luo Jin hiding under the table. It's not even the new year yet. Why are you giving such a big gift? Ahem. Luo Jin coughed twice, hiding his embarrassment, and stood up from under the table. Nothing. I just saw something slipping under the table, but it seems I was mistaken. Well, that must be a mistake. Hu Yu didn't expose her. He reached into the treasure chest and took out the things inside. Legend. His first legendary item. No, to be more precise, it should be armor. The unique coolness of metal touched his skin, and Hu Yu grabbed the top of the thing and pulled it out of the treasure chest. A shield. A shield as tall as Hu Yu. The dazzling golden light slowly dissipated and was replaced by several dark golden lights that floated on its surface. The shield was engraved with patterns that Hu Yu had never seen before. Some of them looked like overlapping characters, but he couldn't recognize what the characters were. In the middle of the shield, there was also a dragon head engraved. The appearance was exactly the same as the posture of the Red Dragon Lord when he wanted to eat a child. But Hu Yu couldn't figure out how such a big thing was stuffed into the treasure chest. He held the shield and looked at the crystal treasure chest in front of him, trying to put it back, but no matter how he placed it, he could only fit less than 1/10 of the shield in. After trying a few times without success, Hu Yu threw a high-level appraisal at him. Looking at the prompt box that popped up in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Don't bother with this box. Luo Jin walked closer to Hu Yu and looked at the shield in his hand. Is this a legendary shield? Dragon Master. Hu Yu replied with 2 words and handed the shield to Luo Jin, motioning for her to take a look. The name of this shield is quite plain and simple. Dragon Control? Defend against a giant dragon? Luo Jin put his hands under the shield and was about to take it, but the moment Hu Yu let go, the weight of the shield fell entirely on her, and the powerful inertia brought her to the ground. Fortunately, Luo Jin reacted quickly enough. The moment she realized she couldn't catch the shield, she withdrew her hands. But the strong inertia still pulled her down, and there was no time left for her to steady herself. Bang! The shield fell to the ground, and Luo Jin fell into Hu Yu's arms. "Are you okay?" Hu Yu asked. Unlike some idol dramas, Luo Jin did not close her eyes or blush, but quickly stood up from his arms. "It seems that he is on guard against something." "Fine," Luo Jin replied, his eyes falling on the shield. "This thing must weigh hundreds of pounds, right?" Hu Yu took a step forward, picked up the shield with 2 fingers, and turned to look at Luo Jin. "What do you think?" Luo Jin was stunned for a moment, then frowned and asked, "Your teacher, his last name is Kato, right?" "Kato? What the hell? Or are you talking about the 2-finger Zen master from Neon Country?" Hu Yu smiled bitterly. "I did learn some skills from him, but it has nothing to do with the shield." He took out an empty mineral water bottle, laid it flat on the ground, and pressed the shield on top of it. "Not to mention hundreds of pounds. As long as the weight of this shield exceeds double digits, a mineral water bottle will be crushed instantly." But it was as if a leaf was floating on the water bottle. Not only did it change shape, but the wind even caused the shield to roll a few times. "This is..." Luo Jin frowned for a moment, then suddenly realized. "I understand. Just like Thor's hammer. Only the recognized owner can use it." "Yes, but the conditions are not as harsh as Thor's hammer. Instead, they are quite simple." Hu Yu took the dragon back to the warehouse and said, "Just kill a dragon above the legendary level." Luo Jin had no expression on his face, so he could only respond speechlessly. "Yes, that's too simple." "It's so simple. Do you think everyone has a sniper that can slay a dragon?" In fact, Hu Yu didn't need to go through so much trouble. He only needed to send a copy of the high-level appraisal information to Luo Jin, but there were some things in the information that Hu Yu didn't want anyone, including Luo Jin, to know, but he also wanted to dispel the tiny possibility that Luo Jin coveted the shield, so he had to use this more complicated method. Advanced appraisal, Dragon Tamer, legendary armor, a mysterious shield made from the scales of the Holy Dragon King. It was soaked in a pool of dragon blood for 49 days and then engraved with 81 runes to form its shape. Held in the hand, it can defend against all types of attacks of legendary level and below, regardless of type. Quality additional skills, Legend Dragon Slayer's Heart. Dragon Slayer's Heart. It can only be used normally after the user kills a legendary dragon or above. Caster. Qinwu. Tip. Holding this shield, you will get a surprise after killing a mythical dragon or above. Warning. Do not learn to throw the shield like a captain from a certain country. This item does not have the functions of spinning or guiding. If you lose it, please pick it up by yourself. Note, Anointed One. Keep moving forward with my dream. We will be able to slay the dragon one day. Prove to all races that we humans are the creatures standing at the top of the food chain. Qinwu. Different from those props and weapons, there is a very special point in the information given by advanced appraisal. Caster. In other words, this shield is not a product of the system, but a product created by a survivor. As for why it fell into the treasure chest and was obtained by him, Hu Yu guessed that only this fellow villager named Qinwu could tell him. There is also the Saint Dragon Emperor in the description. If Hu Yu guessed correctly, this title should belong to a true mythical creature. In order to prevent Luo Jin from having unnecessary concerns, Hu Yukai chose to conceal these 2 important pieces of information. Alright, time to open the second treasure chest. Hu Yu said this and walked to the front of the black jade treasure chest. Just as he put his hand on the key and was about to turn it, Luo Jin suddenly ran over. Etc. She placed her hand on Hu Yu's and looked at him with a strange look. "Are you planning to open the box like this?" "What else?" Hu Yu was a little confused and even suspected that this girl wanted to steal his first blood. After all, the Black Jade treasure box rankings haven't been released yet. Shield. Shield. Luo Jin loosened his hand and gestured anxiously. "Can't you put the shield in front of you and stretch out one hand to open the box? No matter how you look at it, this will be safer. Is this how you always unpack boxes before, without taking any precautions?" There is no Roman time. Hu Yu complained that he had spent a lot of time introducing the shield just now, and now he was counting on the delivery of the Black Jade treasure chest to give him a glimmer of hope. Hu was still considering preventive measures. He placed his hand on the Black Jade key again, and a prompt box popped up immediately. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, legendary tools, legendary building blueprints, mythical weapons, mythical items. You can exclude one of the options. Damn it. Among such a row of pleasing prizes, there is actually something as vicious as a treasure chest trap. Eliminate the treasure chest trap. Ignoring Luo Jin's obstruction, in her panicked eyes, Huyu turned the key of the black jade treasure chest. Mythical weapons. Give them to me. The black jade lid slowly opened, and what lit up was a color Huyu had never seen before. Rainbow. A rainbow emerged from the treasure chest and reached the sky. Huyu and Luo Jin looked up at the same time, looking along the rainbow bridge, and found a dark shadow slowly approaching from the other end of the rainbow bridge. What is that? Chapter 176. Huyu, long time no see. It's true that things are myths. But if Huyu was not mistaken, that black shadow should be a key. In less than 3 seconds, under the gaze of everyone, the black shadow slowly slid into the treasure chest on the rainbow in the sky. Ding! A sound of jade colliding was heard, and a prompt popped up in front of Huyu's eyes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythical item, the white jade key. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to open the black jade treasure box. Should we announce it? Huyu was stunned. He looked at the bright white dotted in the black jade treasure chest and froze in his place. At this moment, it seemed as if countless panda emojis were echoing in his ears. The keys are $3 apiece, $10 for 3 keys. Do you have a pair? Do you have it? How many do you have? Damn. Huyu cursed inwardly, resisted the urge to die together with the black jade treasure chest, and took the white jade key out of the treasure chest. The moment he got the key, he couldn't help but throw a high-level appraisal at it. Bite. Advanced appraisal. White jade key. Mythical item, a key made of white jade that can open a matching treasure chest. Tip. Distance to the white jade treasure chest. 103 m, 102 m, 101 m. Warning. Not suitable for children under 3 years old. Be careful not to swallow. Note. You need to use the identification technique on keys. Shit on you. Huyu didn't care how the notes at the back mocked him, but kept his eyes on the prompt and refused to move away. If he saw it correctly, the distance between him and the white jade treasure chest was actually shrinking. In terms of relative distance, if I did not move, then the one that moved must be the white jade treasure chest. But now most of the survivors are under his control, either waiting outside the door to hand in their assignments, or preparing to be cannon fodder on the front line. Huyu raised his head and glanced up at the sky, confirming that the distance from the bottom to the top of the cave was definitely more than 200 meters. So with a little more reasoning, the answer became very obvious. Shuren, the white jade treasure chest must be with him. Firstly, he was one of the few moving sources approaching him. Secondly, he survived the Green Dragon Lord. If there was no adventure, Huyu would not believe it. Thirdly, he had become a little dragon man now. It would not be strange if a white jade treasure chest dropped after his death, right? It seems that there is no way to avoid it. Huyu muttered, put the 2 treasure chests back into the warehouse, turned to look at Luo Jin. There are still more than 100 meters. That guy will be here soon. How do you know? Luo Jin asked, and sat back in her previous seat. After the several stimulations just now, she urgently needs to eat something delicious to calm down, which Han told me in a dream. Huyu said perfunctorily, picked up another piece of dragon meat, and put it in his mouth. He took a few bites and swallowed it. He began to think about the pros and cons of Luo Jin staying in the base. If I lose to Shuren at that time, will this girl stab me in the back or fight alongside me? Never mind. To be on the safe side, it is better to let her leave first. By the way, Luo. Just when Huyu was about to let Luo Jin leave the base first, Mina's voice was heard outside the door. Mr. Hu. Teacher, the homework has been collected. Would you like to come and check it? Luo Jin began to try to dip the dragon meat into the soup of the 8 treasure duck. He looked up at Huyu and said, were you calling me just now? It's okay, eat yours. Huyu said this and stood up to open the door. There is still a glimmer of hope. If Mina can get a useful skill book, then my chances of winning will increase. But who would store skill books in a warehouse without learning? The reason why Huyu brought out the blueprints and skill books was just to hope for a little luck. The wooden door opened, the gun barrel on Xiaohong was still on her body, and the guys outside the door were still standing there. Only Mina was standing closest to Xiaohong, holding all of their notebooks. You put away all their notebooks. Huyu thought that Mina would at most take out the things he wanted from the notebooks, but he didn't expect that this girl was so straightforward that she actually collected all the notebooks. This is all the wealth these guys have. Didn't she encounter any resistance? Mina tilted her head. Didn't you ask me to collect the homework? The notebook is the homework. I just want the blueprints and skill books, dear. But this is also good. It prevents someone from embezzling money and also provides a glimmer of opportunity. Forget it, just bring it up. Huyu waved his hand and said to the guys in front of him who were unwilling to give in, don't worry. Who? Will keep my word. They said they only wanted half of your gold coins, not a single silver coin more. They said they wanted your skill books and blueprints, not even a single crossbow arrow. I'll check the homework here, and after I'm done, you can come up and get your notebooks and leave. Hu Yuk didn't want these guys to watch the show while he was facing Shilongrenin. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it. Let's drive these people away first, so that these guys won't take advantage of the situation and make up for it. There are still 100 meters to go. I hope I can make it in time. Mina brought the notebook up. Hu Yu picked up one and opened the warehouse page. His face turned a little ugly. Not to mention the skill books. There wasn't even a single gold coin. All they had was a lot of cheap food, and the only valuable thing was the crossbow that Hu Yu had given them. He opened the title page and found that this guy's base was just a thatched hut. It's quite pitiful. Kevin. Hu Yu read out the name on it and threw the notebook out. Take the notebook and get out. The crossbow. He didn't take it back. He promised not to take weapons, and he did not break his promise. Hu Yu opened the second book again, and the name of an architectural drawing instantly caught his eye. European-style castle 1/3. Hiss. This architectural drawing is destined to be with me. Hu Yu searched through the contents of the notebook, glanced at the name, and threw it away, his hands starting to move faster. Soon, the notebooks of nearly 200 people were all searched. Hu Yu found a total of 13 excellent-level architectural blueprints, 8 outstanding-level architectural blueprints, and 1/3 perfect-level architectural blueprints. As for skill books, he didn't see a single one. And just after he sent the last person away, Shuren also appeared in his sight. 2 towering dragon horns protruded from his head, roughly estimated to be at least half a meter long, and his height was also raised to more than 2 meters. Even in the light of the fire, you could still see the layers of light red dragon scales on his face, and his pupils had turned green. To still say that he is a human being now would definitely be considered racial discrimination. Maybe because it looked too much like an animal that wanted to eat children, those guys who originally wanted to escape from the Huyo base actually backed off. One by one, they either hid in the base nearby or simply ran directly to Huyo. In short, no one was willing to leave Shuren. Huyo. Shuren seemed to have seen him as well, revealing 2 fangs hidden in his mouth, and waved at him. Long time no see. Chapter 177. Compared to Senior Godzilla, you are too ugly. This guy's enthusiasm doesn't seem like he's here for revenge, but rather like a desk mate I haven't seen for a semester. And it has to be the type who often copies the same homework. Yeah, long time no see. But you also responded enthusiastically, took out silence from the warehouse, and fired a bullet without hesitation. Welcome the gift from your desk mate. Monster. The bullet whizzed through the air and landed between Shuren's eyebrows in the blink of an eye. Click. A crisp sound echoed in the cave, and before anyone could react to what was happening, a second crisp sound was heard. Despair. The shell fell to the ground. Your response is so passionate that it's a little hard to bear. As Shuren spoke, he raised his hand to wipe the scales between his eyebrows and stepped over the bullet shell under his feet. Really? In its normal state, silence could no longer cause any harm to him. Judging from the hardness of his scales alone, his defense is now comparable to that of a legendary dragon. Although I don't know what happened, it must be related to the Green Dragon Lord. Uncle, Mr. Hu, what kind of monster is that? Chin Nua didn't know when he shrank under his feet, looking at Shuren in front of him with fear. Hu smiled helplessly. It seemed that Shuren's appearance had already affected the appearance of the city. It turns out that you have to deal with the monster you let go by yourself. I can only take a gamble. Now Jaime's killing power is not enough, and Xiaobai is still dormant, so that is the only way to save himself. Hu waved at Chin Nua, signaling him to leave in a smooth manner, and then turned to the maid behind him and said, Xiao Hong, follow me. Yes, master. Xiao Hong responded without retracting the gun barrel. After doing all this, he took a step forward, towards Sher Onlai's direction. It's okay, mainly because I haven't seen you in a long time. He walked slowly, put the silence in his hand back into the warehouse, and still kept a smile on his face. By the way, how's the salinity of the Pacific Ocean? Is the temperature still suitable for diving? What about seafood? Have you caught any octopuses with more than 20 tentacles? Shuren was stunned and almost didn't react. Later he realized that this guy was talking about a joke that was circulating in the world. He stopped, snatched the torch from a guy's hand, and held it about 20 centimeters in front of his face. The ferocious face became clearer under the light of the fire, and Hu discovered that the scales on his face were different from dragon scales. The scales on the dragon's body are stacked on its skin, with the distance between each piece almost the same. The scales are also extremely smooth, without any sense of incongruity. Kinda. The scales on Shuren's face looked like pieces of cut skin, messy and disorderly. As long as he breathes, the scales will rise from the flesh and bones like fish gills, exposing the inner texture to the air. So explicit. How is it? It looks like a monster mutated by nuclear radiation, right? Shuren asked with a smile. He stretched out his other hand and touched the scales on his face, seemingly without feeling any pain. Uh-huh. He nodded twice. Compared to Senior Godzilla, your transformation is too ugly. Then Shuren lowered his hand holding the torch, lowered his head, and then raised it slightly. I'm so sorry. The torch fell to the ground, and before Huyu could react, he felt a black shadow passing in front of him and rushing towards him. With his dynamic vision, he could see the trajectory of even the slower crossbow arrows and easily dodge them. But now, facing Shuren who was rushing towards him, he seemed to be able to only see his afterimage. Xiaohong, Huyu shouted. With Jaime banned, Xiaohong was undoubtedly the best weapon. Clear. Puff. After only shouting out 3 words, Huyu felt something hit his lower abdomen hard. It was the first time he experienced the feeling of his stomach churning. A sweet and warm liquid flowed into the mouth from the throat. Huyu Shun couldn't catch his breath, and he just sprayed it out from his mouth. There is a fishy smell in the dark red, that is. Blood. When I watched those movies and TV series before, I always felt that those guys who vomited blood after being punched in the stomach were too weak, but it was not until now that Huyu discovered. Damn it, it's better not to experience this kind of empathy in my lifetime. Tisk. Shuren smacked his lips lightly, slowly withdrew his hand from Huyu's stomach, and wiped the blood off his face. So, you are not the manager. He took out a handkerchief from the warehouse and slowly wiped the blood off his face. It seemed to be the same handkerchief that Huyu had stained with dragon blood last time. Huyu raised his head and was about to say a few more words. But before he could say anything, he felt something grabbing his arm, and when he turned around, it's Xiaohong. She pulled Huyu behind her, and more than 20 gun barrels were preheated at the same time, and they shot at Shuren, who was only half a meter away in front of her. 1 round. 2 rounds. He didn't know how many rounds of gunfire had exploded beside his ears. He only saw puffs of white smoke spreading in front of him. Then, later, a scaly hand stretched out from the smoke and directly pinched Xiaohong's neck. Being close enough, you could clearly see the bulging blue veins on his fingers. The blue veins on the fingers. This is not in line with the basic structure of the human body. That's right. It can't be considered a human being now. Click. Another crisp sound was heard, but Xiaohong's neck was safe and sound, but a monster's fingers seemed to be broken. Is it still too much of a stretch? Shuren said, turning to look at Huyu behind Xiaohong. I say, can you turn this thing off? Dripping water wears away a stone, but that's not how it wears away a stone, right? Xiaohong, stop. Huyu knew that this was not a solution, so he reached out and patted Xiaohong's shoulder, and a hot feeling passed into his palm. Even if he was a mechanical idiot, he should have known that this was a sign of overload. Yes, master. Xiaohong replied, fired another round of volleys at Shuren, and then stopped attacking. That's right. As Shuren spoke, he brushed off the dust on his body and emerged from the white smoke. He looked at Huyu, with a slight smile on his face. How is it? Do you have any more cards? There's another one sleeping inside. Why don't you wait until it wakes up before coming back? Shuren recalled how Xiaobai ravaged the Red Dragon Lord, and his cheeks twitched, and even his scales trembled a few times. Forget it then. Do you want to live? Isn't this nonsense? Huyu did not answer, but just looked at him silently, waiting for him to state the conditions he wanted. Judging from the situation just now, if Shuren wanted to kill him, he could just do it directly. There was no need to talk so much nonsense. So, there must be some bargaining chip on me that he wants but cannot get after killing me. This should be my only hope of turning the situation around. 3 conditions. Shuren raised 3 fingers, which was 90% similar to his previous actions. First, I want the body of the Red Dragon Lord. All of it. Huyu was silent for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. He knew that this was no longer the time for him to bargain. But, wait, I think I still have a hidden card to play. He looked at Shuren in front of him and seemed to have thought of a fatal move. Chapter 178 GM Authority is being activated. You don't need to have studied physics to know that anyone who has been hit on the head by an apple knows that the heavier the apple, the more painful it will be. But you looked at Shuren's head. Thinking about it, if a whole corpse of the Red Dragon Lord fell from the sky and smashed on this disgusting head, then will the scene be as beautiful as a painting? Let's do it. The second one. Shuren was about to state his second condition, but Huyu didn't wait for him. With Xiaohong standing in front of him, he turned the notebook to the warehouse page and directly released the Lord of the Red Dragon. A mountain of corpses fell from the sky, burying Shuren in the pile of flesh. Wait, no. He looked in front of him in disbelief and found that the corpse of the Red Dragon Lord did not bury Shuren, but was hanging above his head. What is this? The lid of Mr. Newton's coffin can no longer be held down. Go and ask Mr. Lin Jingying to come over. This was originally a surprising way to achieve victory, But when he saw the scene before him, he remembered something. Hanrueo's decree. When the decree takes effect, Shirin, Luo-jin, him, and the Lord of the Red Dragon are all within the range. Now that the Red Dragon Lord's physical body has become harmful to Shirin, he will naturally be rejected by the Imperial Decree. Huyu frowned. If the Imperial Decree also applied to Shirin, then why did he attack him just now? It's the tiger. Shirin seemed to see through his thoughts, so he raised his right hand and showed it to him. Excellent grade iron knuckles, not very useful, but it feels good to hit people with it. Yeah, no wonder it hurts so much. Huyu laughed awkwardly and watched Shirin walk out from under the dragon and walk around to an open space. Bang! Freed from the constraints of the decree, the body of the Red Dragon Lord fell to the ground, splashing up a lot of dust. Now it's time to talk about the second condition. Shirin seemed to have already won. He stretched out a hand and stretched it in front of Huyu. Notebook, give it to me. I'm talking about the one that can hold the Red Dragon Lord. Don't play dumb. Damn it. If I had known earlier, I would not have taken the easy way out and would have shot him dead right then. Huyu felt a sense of pressure in his heart. In the past, he was the butcher and others were the meat. Now the situation is reversed. But for the sake of my own life, I still. Boom. Just as Huyu was about to hand over the notebook, the sound of a crossbow firing exploded behind him. Shirin's pupil shrank, and he quickly retracted the hand hanging in front of him and reflexively reached out to grab the flying arrow. Even though this thing can no longer cause any harm to him. That's Luo-jin. Only she can launch an attack from this position. Huyu did not hesitate and quickly opened the transaction interface with her, placed the M4 on it, and clicked confirm. Although this thing has limited lethality to Shirin, it is more than enough to help contain him. As long as Xiaobai wakes up, everything will be fine. Shirin broke the crossbow in his hand and looked up at the second floor of the villa. Little bitch. Wait until I finish my business. I will come to greet you later. I guess you'll have to wait a little longer. Huyu placed Jaime on his shoulder, aimed at Shirin's right eye and pulled the trigger. If this distance and this position still cannot cause any harm to him, he might as well use Jaime to burn on the fire. Bang. A bullet was fired, but it did not penetrate Shirin's head, but embedded in his eye socket. Dark red liquid flowed out of his eye sockets, and it seemed to be mixed with a hint of golden dragon blood. One of his eyes is useless. The moment Huyu pulled the trigger, he picked up Jaime and ran behind the Red Dragon Lord. This is the best option at the moment. The villa is not far away, but there is not only a containment point there, but also a dead end. Running there is simply seeking death. The only way is to delay time by circling around the corpse of the Red Dragon Lord. Shirin covered his right eye and let out a sharp scream. It seems that this guy's body has been modified, but the pain sensation has not disappeared. Huyu. Shirin slowly stood up and looked around for Huyu's trace. I regret it. You deserve to die. You deserve to be torn into pieces, you deserve to be tortured to death, and you deserve to be trampled under my feet. Xiaohong. Huyu didn't have the heart to talk trash now, cleaning mode activated. Yes, master. Xiaohong responded, and the barrel of the gun, which had been cooling down for a while, went out of control again, while the M4 on the second floor of the villa was still motionless. I guess her target should be Shirin's left eye. Will this help? Shirin asked, seemingly not caring about the fire suppression brought by Xiaohong at all, and began to look for Huyu who was hiding somewhere. Huyu. Be a man. Stop hiding like a rat. Come out. Huyu was listening. He was hiding under the left wing of the Red Dragon Lord, only 10 meters away from Shirin. Jaime is already set up. As long as Shirin shows his head in front of Long Yi, he will pull the trigger and destroy its left eye again. As long as both of my eyes are destroyed at the same time, you won't be able to find me even if you are the Lord of the Green Dragon. Call. Huyu took a deep breath, listened to the footsteps getting closer, and found that his heartbeat was getting faster and faster. He freed his left hand and placed it on the dragon's wing, preparing to adjust his position slightly so that he could shoot better. But at this moment, something strange happened. A hot sensation like magma came from his palm. Huyu immediately let go of his left hand, but his palm had turned red, and Long Yi. At this time, a small half of it disappeared. Bite. A dark golden prompt box popped out from the palm of his left hand. Different from the one produced by the system, this prompt box looked more refined and more weird. GM, Game Manager. Permissions are being activated. 5%. What the hell? Game Manager? GM? Is this the GM I know? Come out, bastard. Perhaps because the noise was too small, Shirin did not find where Huyu was. Listening to the shouting outside, Huyu looked at his red palm and made up his mind. Never mind. Let's give it our all. If I'm lucky enough to unlock some golden finger, then everyone will be happy. But if not, then this is my fate. Huyu closed his eyes and pressed his left hand on the dragon corpse's chest, and the burning feeling came again. 10%, 15%, 20%. Listening to the prompt sounds constantly coming to his ears, Hu Yu felt more and more that he might have guessed right. Apart from anything else, the prompt tone alone is different from the normal mechanical female voice. It sounds like it was dubbed by a cute girl. It's just, I always feel that this voice sounds familiar. Ahaha. Shuren's voice suddenly sounded, and a head popped out from the other end of the dragon wing. So you are here, little mouse. Right, your mother. Hu Yu raised the sword of silence with one hand and shot Shuren in the left eye. However, this guy seemed to be prepared and even gave up the advantage of attacking, raising his hand to block his left eye. Clang. A buzzing sound came from the palm of his hand, and the bullet was blocked in his hand. Shuren smiled and threw the bullet on the ground. The same move will not work on me again. What a joke. The same move doesn't work. Where did you come from, Saint Seiya? Bite. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the lovely and sweet voice echoed in his ears. Permission unlocked successfully. Random code in progress. Welcome to join us, Huangjio. Chapter 179 Shu. My game has just begun. Code name? Huangjio. Before Hu Yu could react, the dark gold prompt box instantly expanded to half the size of the chat interface, occupying his right field of vision. Huangqi, welcome newcomers. Either photos or measurements, choose one. Huang-san, Huangqi, stop messing around. Newcomers to the group will definitely be given the fruits first. Huang-san has been muted for 5 minutes. Huang-yi, welcome, newcomer. As your senior, I must congratulate you on becoming one of the administrators of this world. If you want to speak, it's the same as the chat system, but you don't have to speak, just say it in your mind. I will be responsible for your enlightenment later. Believe me, we have no ill intentions. Is this a chat group? Hu Yu was stunned for a moment and found that this dark golden box was not similar to the chat interface. It was exactly the same. So I almost cooked my elbow, and you dragged me into a chat group? All of them are anonymous, and I can't see any ladies. What I want is the golden finger, not a chat of bragging and gossip. Wait, who says chat groups can't be used as cheat codes? Hu Yu stood up, threw Jaime to the ground, raised his hands high, and signaled to Shuren in front of him. Okay, the game is over. We can talk about the third condition now. Delay time. Hu Yu, with the mentality of giving it a try, turned his gaze towards the dark golden chat box and said silently in his heart, "Don't welcome me yet. Now I am being chased by a little dragon man. His physical strength, power, and speed are stronger than mine, and he is already in front of me. What should I do? Waiting online. Very urgent. Huangqi, little dragon man? Does he have horns on his head or a tail behind him? Huangxi, Didi Darren, I am here to serve you wholeheartedly. It only takes 20 units of truth to airdrop to you and solve all your troubles. Whether it's digging graves or scattering ashes, we are professionals. Huang Lu, those who advertise, please get out of here. I say, you are a manager, but you were chased and beaten by a little dragon? You should just commit suicide to apologize, Huangjio. Okay, stop teasing the newbie. Huang spoke like a big brother, and all those monsters shut up. In this case, let's start the enlightenment. Huangjio, there is a number in the upper left corner of your chat interface. Check to see how many there are. And at this moment, Shuren also smiled. Ha, ha, ha. Who you? Shuren laughed wildly twice. His shaking body and raised eyes all declared his joy. Are you begging me? You are begging me. But begging someone. You should act like you're begging someone. Kneel down. Kneel down in front of me and kowtow. Then maybe I'll let you go. Kneel? You are not afraid of shortening your life. Hu Yu frowned slightly, then relaxed after a moment. Well, how about we make a deal? I'll tell you a secret about slaying a dragon, and you'll let me go. Huangjio, 21. That's the number in the upper left corner. Huang Yi, 21. It's a little less, but it's enough. Enough? What does that mean? Before Hu Yu could figure it out, another piece of news popped up. Huang Yi, by the way, do you want to die or live? Although he didn't know what Huang Yi meant, Hu Yu made a decision quickly. Alive. Die? Death is the easiest thing for humans to escape. There are so many things scarier than death. For Shuren, letting him die. Wouldn't that be too much of an injustice to him? Erasure. Well, then, you do as I say and direct your authority. The location where you absorbed the truth unit, towards your opponent. Authority? Truth unit? Two new words caught Hu Yu's eyes, and he quickly understood what he meant. As for authority, it should refer to my left hand. Shuren. Hu Yu suddenly spoke slowly, put his left hand behind his back, took out the VIP notebook, and pointed it at Shuren. Don't you want this notebook? Come here. I'll give it to you. You can take the corpse of the Red Dragon Lord with it. If it was just now, I might have accepted it with a smile. Shuren grinned and suddenly changed the subject. But, Hu Yu, shouldn't you pay a price for what you just did? As soon as he finished speaking, Shuren turned into a black shadow and rushed towards him. Almost at the same time, Huang Yi's next message popped up in front of him. Huang Yi, reset. Just say these two words. Are you telling a joke, bro? Hu couldn't help but wonder if this guy had a problem with his brain. Why did he think that simply saying 2 words would be enough? The person in front of him is a dragon man. A dragon man who can only withstand the ordinary bullets of Jaime. How is it possible? Bang. Another punch hit the lower abdomen. Hu had no other choice but to throw away the notebook in his hand and point his left palm at Shuren. Reset. The syllables were accompanied by blood gushing out of the mouth. Shuren was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't understand what he said. He tilted his head and asked him, "What did you just say?" As expected. Am I being fooled? Hu opened his mouth, letting the blood drip from the corner of his mouth, and smiled at him. I said, "I'm going to fuck your mother for 3 days and 3 nights. You were still stubborn even when you were about to die." Shuren taunted, holding his collar with one hand. "I hope you can still speak later." Bang. Another punch hit Hu's lower abdomen. He was even ready to die heroically, but this time, he actually found that he didn't feel any pain at all. Both of them seemed to have noticed something was wrong, so they lowered their heads at the same time and looked at Hu's lower abdomen. The brass knuckles were still on Shuren's fingers, and they had indeed fallen on Hu's abdomen, but for some reason, there was no effect at all. Could it be that the behavior just now worked? Huang Yi, is that enough? Huangjiu, I wish you a happy revenge. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. The message popped up. Hu glanced at it, and then set his sights on Shuren. How about, you try another punch? Shuren frowned, did not answer him, and punched Hu in the face again. The brass knuckles landed on the tall nose bridge. Hu could even feel the cool touch of the metal, but he couldn't feel any pain at all. Tisk. Hu Yuqing smacked his lips and tried to raise his hand to hold his arm, but was bounced away by the order left by Han Ruer. He had no choice but to grab Shuren's collar with his hands and smiled at him. It seems, your transformation time has passed, Mr. Ultraman. Bang. Hu lifted Shuren directly over his head, threw him 180 degrees, and smashed him to the ground. Hu. Shuren wanted to speak, but saw a kind smile on Hu's face. Shoo. He put his index finger between his lips and whispered, "My game has just begun. Don't talk." Chapter 180, on the development of a cross-dressing gangster. Hu exerted force with his arms, combined his waist and horse, lifted Shuren up again, turned him 180 degrees, and smashed him to the ground on the other side. The same fate as Loki, who was hit by the Hulk. But the frequency is just a little slower and the duration is a little longer. About 10 minutes later, the corpse of the Red Dragon Lord disappeared, and 2 figures were exposed to everyone's sight. Luo Jin subconsciously raised the muzzle of his gun and was about to shoot at the left eye of the standing figure, but he found something wrong. Height. Hu was over 1.8 meters tall, but after Shuren's mutation, his body became obviously hunched over, and he is only about 1.7 meters tall at most. Although these 10 centimeters are not long, when applied to height, they appear to be a natural barrier that is difficult to ignore, especially in the eyes of women. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Hu's voice echoed in the smoke and dust as he dragged the half-crippled Shuren towards the wooden villa. During this time, he did not forget to greet the people around him. The pet at home ran out and played with the owner for a while. "Sorry to make you laugh." "Pet? Owner? We all saw you being beaten like a dead dog and spitting blood just now." This sentence comes to the mind of many people, but no one dares to say it out loud. Joke. This guy is dragging a living dragon man in his hand. Even the dragons are treated as mops. What do you want to do now? Are you going to be hung on the balcony like bacon? Xiao Hong. Hu called out to the overloaded maid, who had already dragged Shuren in front of her. "Yes, master." "Here." Hu held Shuren's ankle and handed him to Xiao Hong in front of him. "First find a rope to tie him up and tie it to a wooden stick." "You know roast suckling pig? Just tie it up like that, but don't light the fire first." "Yes." Xiao Hong took the ankle and put the still smoking barrel back into her body. "Master." Watching Xiao Hong turn around and enter the villa, Hu glanced at Mina, who was dumbfounded, and asked, "Can you still eat?" Mina was stunned, obviously still not out of the scene just now, but after a while she realized what Hu meant. "Eat food." He said that as long as I put away my homework, I would have to treat myself to a meal. People who work hard have a strong desire to eat. With such a delicious meal in front of them, how can they not work? "I can eat it." Mina responded in a shocking voice. "Then follow Xiao Hong in." Hu replied casually, but he took a step outside the wooden villa and faced the crowd who were still watching the show. "What about you guys? Do you want to stay for dinner?" "Eat? What to eat? Are we having a feast?" Someone was the first to react and immediately turned around and ran to the other side of the cave. Then the second one, the third one. Soon most people left the wooden villa without any hesitation, because they knew that even if the answer was the same as Mina's, they would never receive the same treatment. Finally, there is only one left. Chen Nua. He was still holding the crossbow in his hand, huddled in a corner outside the wall of the wooden villa, looking at Hu Yu tremblingly. What about you, nephew? Hu Yu turned to look at him, raised his hand, and wiped the corner of his mouth, wiping off the last trace of blood. You're not still thinking about me helping you recover your memory, are you? No, no. Chen Nuo stuttered a few words, no longer with the aura he had at the beginning. He leaned against the wall and slowly crawled up. I want to say, class representative. What? Hu Yu really didn't hear clearly what the boy said, so he walked closer. Class representative. Chen Nuo uttered 3 words loudly, knelt on one knee, and clasped his hands in front of his eyes. Mr. Hu, I also want to be your class representative. Being a class representative not only allows you to hold the upper hand, but also to bully others with power, and you can even sit in the courtyard and eat that kind of delicious food. Who can not love this kind of class representative? Mina, come out for a moment. Hu Yu finally understood and shouted to Mina, who had just walked in. What's the matter, Mr. Hu? Mina trotted out, not knowing what was going on. Stand over there. Hu Yu pointed beside Chen Nuo. Mina was confused, but she did as she was told. After all, they are fellow villagers. Unless they have a complete falling out, Hu Yu doesn't want to take another life. After all, he is not a devil. Did you notice the difference? Hu Yu asked Chen Nuo with a smile. What's the difference? Of course. Hu Yu deliberately dragged out his voice, then walked towards the courtyard of the wooden villa. You are not as cute as her. Stupid boy. After saying that, he walked into the wooden door. Mina was stunned and hurriedly followed, fearing that she would miss a great meal. They both left, leaving Chen Nuo alone outside the door, thinking about Hu Yu's last words. Cute? Could it be? Does he want me to do that kind of surgery? Wait, if I can get the same treatment as Mina after the surgery, it doesn't seem impossible. Wrong. He just wants cuteness, not a woman. If that's all. I see. Chen Nuo shouted to the wooden villa. Mr. Hu, sooner or later, I will become cuter than Mina. After saying that, the guy opened the mall page of the notebook. Search, cute women's clothing. Hu Yu didn't know what this guy had understood. Now he only knew one thing. I have opened the door to a new world, and I am one step closer to the truth of this world. He looked at the black and gold prompt box again and found that the number in the upper left corner had dropped from 21 to 11. That is to say, to clear Shuren, he spent 10 units of truth. So besides clearing, are there any other uses for the truth unit? For example, Han Rueyer's decree. Is that also a miracle accomplished by using authority? Hu was still puzzled, but he was not in a hurry to ask questions in the black gold chat group. As a newbie, if you rashly interrupt the conversation of the old people, there are usually only 2 outcomes. Either you are fooled or you are despised and xenophobic. No matter what the outcome, Hu Yu was unwilling to accept it. What's more, he had just experienced a major change and his mind was still not at peace. So, it's better to dive first. After dealing with the little dragon in front of me, I will slowly explore this new world. Owner. Xiao Hong had already tied up the unconscious Shuren and bound his hands and feet to an iron rod. The mission has been completed. Do you have any other instructions? I said. Luo Jin also came down from upstairs carrying the M4. How did you do that just now? Facing his ally's question, Hu Yu simply shrugged his shoulders. Do I have to tell you that I know the thatched palm? But I didn't see you falling from the sky. Oh, maybe I didn't use the version that Star-Lord used. Whose thatched palm has different versions? Luo Jin complained helplessly, but he couldn't help but smile. She walked up to Hu Yu and handed the M4 to him. Here, it's back to you. No. Hu Yu didn't hesitate at all and pushed the M4 over. As a thank you for saving my life just now. If it wasn't for Luo Jin's arrow just now, I wouldn't have been able to activate GM permissions. It is no exaggeration to say that it saved his life. Not to mention, with the power he currently possesses, guns may no longer pose a threat to him. Then I'll take it. Luo Jin was straightforward. He threw the M4 into the warehouse and turned to look at Shuren, who was tied up like a suckling pig. So, what are you going to do with this guy? You should all know it. Hu Yu said as he walked into the villa alone and took out a wooden barrel from the kitchen. Dragon Man. Is he a kind of dragon at least? Chapter 181. Shuren Awakens. After an unknown amount of time, Shuren slowly recovered from the dizziness caused by the concussion. Although I'm awake, I still feel very uncomfortable with my head full of mush. From his vague memory, he saw the scene of himself being picked up by Hu Yu and spinning around. That must be a dream, right? Logically speaking, he should have killed Hu Yu, obtained the notebook and the red dragon's corpse, and should be on his way back to report to the green dragon lord. As for why I fell asleep, maybe I was too excited and drank a little wine and got myself drunk. Alcohol is such a nuisance. I must drink less next time. Hey, Mr. Hu, this guy is awake. Suddenly, a familiar woman's voice came to my ears. Shuren looked in the direction where the sound came from and found Mina hanging in the air, looking down at him with her nostrils, holding a string of grilled chicken wings in her hand and chewing something in her mouth. When will she fly? Awake! A male voice came from farther away. Shuren's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked into the distance in disbelief. That is, who you? The man took a pork elbow from the grill, put it to his mouth, took a bite of a lot of collagen, and walked slowly towards him. Why didn't he die? Could it be that the illusion I just saw was real? No, this is impossible. Shuren struggled and wanted to launch another attack forward, but found that he had no strength in his hands and feet. He looked up and found that both his wrists and ankles were tied to an iron rod with ropes. Rope? How can this mere rope possibly tie me up? Oh, that's not right. Why? Is my arm bleeding? There are so many cuts on it. Did you find it? Huyu walked forward while gnawing on a pork elbow, pulled out a small dagger, and skillfully slashed Shuren's arm. A thin crack appeared between the two scales, and dark red blood slowly flowed out into the wooden barrel under him. Hiss! Shuren took a deep breath and yelled at Huyu. Asshole! What do you want to do? Anyway, it won't be something like making love, something you do. Huyu did not let go of the dagger, but finished gnawing the rest of the elbow in 2 or 3 bites and placed the bone on Shuren's chest. The aroma of meat mixed with a hint of wood slowly drifted into Shuren's nose and throat. But he had no appetite at all now and just wanted to know what on earth was going on. What a pity. Huyu looked at the barrel that was already half full and recalled the results of the blood test. He couldn't help but sigh. The system prompts that your blood cannot be considered dragon blood, but can only be considered dragon blood. It's the same grade as the red-winged dragon. You should understand this, right? Cub. 1 hour ago, Huyu used advanced identification on Shuren's blood. Advanced appraisal, Dragonman blood, epic after being transformed by dragon blood. The blood of the dragon man has lost the purity of human blood and gained the tyranny of dragon blood. Tip. Using it to water plants will produce unexpected effects. Warning, do not drink it directly. Do not use it as a substitute for human blood or dragon's blood. Note, it is said that blood curd is quite delicious. Of course, the premise is that you can eat it. Of course, Huyu couldn't eat it, but when he saw that there were more than half of the various flower seeds left in his warehouse, he decided to give them to Shuren for bloodletting treatment. Those flower seeds were looted from Han Rueyer's base. I returned half of them to her last time, and the remaining half is lying in the warehouse gathering dust. It just so happened that Mina and Luo Jin were both there, so I asked them to help with the sowing. As for Shuren, just be a living fertilizer quietly. 3 people and a robot quickly buried 40 purple spider lilies and purple roses in the garden. For the sake of beauty, Huyu even spent 100 gold coins in the mall to buy 3 kinds of seeds: purple lily, purple tulip, and lavender. What? Why not purple lavender? Because lavender is purple. A total of 200 seeds were scattered in the garden, and they were deliberately divided into 5 flower fields for sowing. Just thinking about the flowers blooming makes me feel relaxed and happy. It took Huyu and others about half an hour to complete the task, and the living fertilizer that was bleeding nearby also supplied about 8L of liquid fertilizer. If an ordinary person had this amount of bleeding, he would have bled to death countless times. The normal amount of blood in a male's body is approximately between 7% and 8%. According to Shuren's weight, he only has a maximum of 7L of blood in his body. According to this standard, there should not be a drop of blood left on Shuren's body. But this guy still maintains a normal heartbeat, and his face doesn't even turn pale. It is estimated that the mutation leads to enhanced hematopoietic function. Adhering to the principle that practice makes perfect, Huyu was not in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he wanted to see how much he could dig out of his body. After all, there is still the most crucial thing that he has not found yet. White jade treasure chest. I searched Shuren's notebook and all the places on his body where things could be hidden, but I couldn't find any trace of the treasure chest. Huyu even used an advanced appraisal again to make sure that the white jade treasure chest was within 1 meter of him, so he did not give up. But after the intense activity just now and working for such a long time, I was already hungry. Out of concern for Xiaohong after the overload, Huyu did not ask her to prepare afternoon tea. Instead, he bought a lot of barbecue supplies and ingredients from the store and suggested barbecue to Luo Jin and Mina. It was definitely out of concern for Xiaohong, not to satisfy the strange desire to have a barbecue with 2 beauties. The 2 readily agreed, and then, what happened next happened. It's almost 9L. Huyu lifted the wooden barrel and said, I say, species mutations can't possibly mutate to this extent, right? I'm evolving. You know shit. The fact that his mouth was not blocked did not affect Shuren's bad breath at all. Evolution. Hu sneered and used a dagger to peel off a scale from his arm. Oh, the scales were peeled off, just like a piece of meat was cut off alive. Shuren couldn't help but scream. You call this level of mutation evolution? Hu held the dagger and tapped his forehead a few times. Your ancestors spent millions and tens of millions of years to learn to think here. You are in this state now, and you still dare to talk to me about evolution? You are just jealous of me. Before he could finish his words, Hu hit him on the bridge of his nose with a friendly punch. Without holding back at all, nearly 100 strength attributes burst out in an instant, breaking Shuren's nose bone. And what he used was the iron brass knuckles he had used earlier. Don't say bad words. There are girls here. Hu retracted his fist, picked up the remaining wooden barrel from Shuren, and handed it to Mina. Go, water the flowers. Oh, Mina responded, complaining to herself. Just because you're not allowed to swear in front of girls, does that mean you can make girls do hard labor? Tell me about it. Hu looked down at Shuren and asked the question he had always wanted to ask. Where is the white jade treasure chest? Where is it? At Nima's grave? Bang. Another punch hit the nose. Hu smiled kindly again. You're being stubborn, aren't you? It doesn't matter. We still have a long time to play before the sun sets. How about having some grilled chicken wings to fill your stomach first? I'll grill them for you. Chapter 182 Shuren. My mother asked me to go home for dinner. It was about one afternoon. After a series of practices, Hu hand-painted a sketch titled, A Brief Discussion on the Body Structure of Dragon Man. The general body structure of the Dragon Man is marked above, including but not limited to the fact that there are 366 scales on the Dragon Man's body. The distance between each scale is between 2 and 4 centimeters, and the blood production speed is dozens of times that of humans. After all, there are no professional measuring tools, so we can only make a simple summary. If there was still a Nobel Prize in biology in this world, it would not be a problem for Hu Guang to get a nomination based on his research on this new intelligent mammal. Certainly, this is also thanks to the full cooperation of one person, Shuren. Hu peeled off the 365th scale with a dagger and threw it into a small wooden box. This job is quite tiring, don't you think, Xiaoshi? By the time the 243rd scale was peeled off, Shuren's voice had become hoarse, and he was probably unable to answer this question. Yes, I forgot you have a bad throat. Hu stood up and turned to look at the two people who were playing chess in his living room with the doors and windows closed. Ever since Shuren started screaming like a ghost, these two guys hid in the house under the pretext of looking after Xiaobai, unwilling to look at this spooky scene any longer. There is only Xiaohong. Only she was still standing beside Hu, holding a pure white towel in one hand and warm water in the other, waiting for his instructions. Hu had no choice but to look at Xiaohong. Xiaohong, do you have any way to help his voice recover? Yes, master. Xiaohong replied. Put away the towel, walked to Shuren, pressed his jaw with 2 fingers, and poured the glass of water into his mouth. Although it won't heal, at least you can speak. Just being able to speak is enough. Hu smiled, took the white jade key out of the warehouse, and waved it in front of Shuren. How is it? Have you thought about it? Devil, you are a devil. Shuren roared wantonly, but his voice was not even 1/10 as loud as before. Thanks for the compliment. Hu replied with 4 words and stabbed the dagger again towards the 366 scale on his neck, the reverse scale. You said that this thing inherited nothing else but the dregs of the dragon clan. How shameful. Shameful in every sense of the word. The sun is setting and my patience is running out. If you ask me, people living in this world have only 2 wishes. One is to live happily, the other is to die happily. Comrade Xiaoshi, you may not be able to get the first one, but don't give up on the last one. Hu tried to persuade him earnestly, but Shuren could no longer see his face. This was an idea proposed by Luo Jin. Since the white jade treasure chest cannot be found, the most unlikely option will be the answer to everything. Shuren became the real body of the white jade treasure chest. Although this statement was ridiculous, Hu still tried all the holes of this guy with the white jade key. The right eye is the first one, and the left eye is naturally the second one. However, the answer was not ideal. The system prompt did not appear, and Shuren's crown did not open. Hu had no choice but to pick up his old dream and draw a human figure sketch for Shuren. Even if the process is bloody, the wishes are ultimately good. Even though Shuren turned into a dragon man, he made outstanding contributions to human biological science. Hu waited for a while, but Shuren still didn't speak. Well, he sighed, as sad as a teacher who saw his students go astray. Lingqi, or livid. This is my last mercy to you. From a personal perspective, I suggest you choose the former. After all, there are no carriages and horses here, and even if you choose the latter, the former will be automatically executed. By then, just think about your blood-forming ability and you will know that I will be very tired. You. Shuren finally spoke. He turned his head towards the direction of the voice, even though he couldn't see anything now. Do you really have a pleasant way to die? Certainly. Huyu replied excitedly. It's awesome. This is more than just an adjective. After saying this, he looked down at Shuren, waiting for him to give the answer he needed. He was not worried that this guy would not cooperate. After all, Shuren had already wanted to say something when about the 50th or 60th scale was peeled off. It's just, he didn't want to listen at that time. Shuren opened his mouth but said nothing, as if he was hesitating about something. But before he could finish his breath, 2 syllables still popped out from between his teeth. And Lin, you just need to put the key into the reverse scale. As for what will happen, I don't know. You won't become a sacrifice to summon the Green Dragon Lord once I insert it, will you? Shuren rolled his eyes, indicating that he didn't want to talk. If it were a few hours ago, he would still have the courage to scold Huyu, but now, his nose bridge was completely broken, and he didn't want to be tortured to death by some demon just for a momentary verbal pleasure. Then I'll take action. As Huyu spoke, he placed the key close to the scales on Shuren's neck, but when there was only 1 centimeter left, he stopped. By the way, do you have any last words? Shuren was stunned and didn't react. Last words. Huyu repeated. I'm not sure if your brain will flow out when the treasure chest is opened, so I'll tell you now. It is a part of, so that you can die without regrets. Last words. Shuren raised his head slightly, as if he saw the dusk in the sky. If possible, I want to say sorry to my mother, and I love you to her. And also, it's fucking real. I can travel to this damn world just by squatting in a toilet. What did I do wrong? You thief, God, have to punish me like this. Yeah, that's fucked up. Huyu sighed and said no more. He slowly inserted the key into the gap between the scales. In just a moment, the expected yet unreasonable system prompt sound rang in my ears. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger. Treasure chest trap. Mythical building blueprint. Mythical weapon. Mythical skill book. You can exclude one of the options. Only myths. Where is this huge myth of mine? Where did you swallow it? Spit it out. Did you hear that? Shuren's voice suddenly came. Huyu was stunned and looked down at the mutilated face. They are calling me. It seems they are asking me to get up and eat. Huyu was silent for a while. In the end, he said nothing, but removed the treasure chest trap and twisted the key in his hand. Click. Like all treasure chests, a crisp sound rang in my ears. Shuren's head fell off, and a rainbow appeared in the dusk dyed red by the afterglow. Unfortunately, this was not the rainbow bridge to pick up Shuren for dinner, but a simple express delivery procedure. With a flash of white light, Shuren disappeared under the iron rod, and a black shadow fell in front of Huyu. That is, Chapter 183. Huang Er is looking to purchase a European-style castle. A roll of brown paper. Since the craft paper is in the shape of a stick, if this is not some alien, vibrating, mythical object, then it must be a mythical architectural blueprint. The brown paper was right in front of him, but Huyu was a little afraid to take it. Don't ask. The question is fragmented PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, syndrome. Last time, we finally got together 2 fragments of the European castle, and Hanruer took it over directly. Let's just forget about it after taking over. Luckily, I found the 3rd fragment again. How can we reason with this? But before he reached out to pick it up, the system's prompt sounded in his ears. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythical architectural blueprints. Forbidden City, 1/6. Congratulations to player Huyu for becoming the first player to open the White Jade treasure chest. Do you want to open the White Jade treasure chest ranking? Sure enough, given the nature of the system, it is absolutely impossible to give me the complete drawings. But, the Forbidden City. This is the Forbidden City. Compared with the illusory Baiyujing, the Forbidden City is more likely to arouse people's desires. Because he had seen the grandeur of the building with his own eyes. Huyu, what did you find out? Luo Jin's voice sounded in the front. Huyu looked up and found that the 2 of them had given up the Go game and were walking towards him side by side. The curiosity in those 2 pairs of beautiful eyes could not be suppressed at all. It's just a simple mythical blueprint. There's nothing to see. Huyu said as he took the blueprints back to the warehouse, then turned to Xiao Hong and ordered, clean up here. After Shuren died, he turned into white light, but bloodstains and other things remained there. In order not to affect the mood for bathing at night, it is better to tidy up. Stingy. Luo Jin puffed his lips and uttered 3 words, then looked up at the sky. It's getting late. I should go back to the base. Are you leaving without having dinner? Mina was about to respond to Luo Jin's words, but when she heard Huyu say this, she immediately shut her mouth and turned to look at Luo Jin. The look in the rice eater's eyes speaks volumes about what he wants to say. No. Luo Jin smiled and refused, as if he had already thought of an excuse. But if possible, can you give me another portion of the Red Dragon Lord's pork belly? Although I know this may be a little embarrassing, after all, you have already given me one. It doesn't matter if I have another one, but are you sure? Who hesitated? Although this was the trophy promised to her before, she had also seen with her own eyes what harm this thing had done to the entire group of red dragons. Yes, I'm sure. Luo Jin didn't hesitate at all. Oh well. Yu cut out another 2 kilograms of Red Dragon Lord's pork belly and handed it to Luo Jin. This is your own decision. Certainly. Luo Jin took it with a smile, threw it into the warehouse, and waved to Hu Yu. See you next time. I hope to see you again. Hu Yu replied, watching Luo Jin push the door and leave, then turned around with some confusion and looked at Mina, who was still standing there. Well? Mina hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, then I'll leave too? Well, take care. Hey, that's not the line you just said. Where's dinner? Where did I lose my dinner at such an old age? Hu Yu tilted his head and raised the corner of his mouth. Which one is that? Although she wanted to say the word dinner, Mina held back. After all, the person in front of her was not a gentleman in a suit and tie, but a murderer who had just sent a dragon man away. Talk to him about dinner? What if I end up being his dinner? Mina took a deep breath and said in a shocking voice, shouldn't you say goodbye to me? Hu Yu was almost knocked down by her momentum. Is this what the legend says, using the bravest tone to say the most cowardly words? I have seen it. Okay, let's go. Hu Yu said as he took out a piece of green dragon meat weighing about 1 pound and handed it to Mina. The flesh and blood of the Red Dragon Lord is too troublesome to handle. Just consider it a consolation prize. Mina really wanted to say it's no trouble, but looking at the dragon meat covered with dark green scales in front of her, she didn't go any further. Quit while you're ahead. She immediately put on a flattering smile and put the green dragon meat into the warehouse. Then I'll leave now. Goodbye, Mr. Hu. Goodbye, he replied, watching Mina walk to the door. That's right. Mina suddenly turned her head, as if she remembered something, and looked at the album on the wooden table. Mr. Hu, your paintings are very good. Have you learned it specifically? Hu Yu was stunned for a moment. Thinking back, the last time I received such praise was probably a few years ago. It's just a hobby. Thank you for the compliment. He replied sincerely, and then watched Mina turn and leave. Bang. The wooden door was closed, and the entire villa was once again left with only one master, one servant, and one panda. It's time to see what kind of monsters are in that chat group. Hu Yu said as he took off his clothes and got into the hot spring. Xiaohong, bring dinner over right after you're done. I ate it in the hot springs. Good master. Oh, so cool. Hu Yu sighed and moved his gaze to the black and gold chat box. Ever since Huang Yi said we'd talk about it later, no one showed up in the chat group anymore. It seemed like everyone was busy. It seems like it's time for dinner. How about I get a head start? Hu Yu was thinking in his mind, and just as he was about to send out what was in his mind, he saw a code name speaking that he had never seen before. Huang Air, do you have any fragments of an ancient European castle? They are of perfect F-grade quality. I will buy them at a high price. Hu Yu, it can't be such a coincidence. Known condition 1. Han Rueer needs a complete base map, and she now has 2 fragments of a European castle. Known condition 2. Han Rueo has mastered the same command as GM Authority. Known condition 3. What the hell are the known conditions? Putting these 2 conditions together, this Huang Air is obviously Han Rueer. Huang Yi, Huang Air, you should know the rules. Huang Yi, who had been diving for a long time, surfaced again. As for what the rules were, you didn't explain it clearly. It's like being on guard against someone. Huang Air, I know. But Huang Yi, I really have no other choice. I will offer 5 times the price. I can trade within half an hour. 5 times? Although I don't know what the reserve price is, I can feel the breath of heavy bleeding. Half an hour limit. Hu Yu glanced at his pocket watch and found that it would be dark in at most an hour. If Han Rueer wanted to finish building the castle before dark, excluding the transaction time, 1 hour would not be enough to build a perfect grade building unless she used her authority. Huang Yi, okay, this is your decision. I won't interfere anymore. It's time. Hu Yu saw the right moment and said silently in his heart, Senior Huang Yi, can you tell me what this rule means? Huang Lu, hey, our newcomer is still alive. Huang Yi, you want to know? However, this kind of social experience is not included in the novice gift package. Hu Yu rolled his eyes and was too lazy to even throw a dog over. There is also a newbie gift pack. The teaching you promised has been postponed for an entire afternoon. I finally asked a question, and you told me that you wanted to buy the expansion pack. Your company's logo must be a penguin. Hu Yu glanced at the number in the upper left corner and decided to ask, how much do you want? Before Huang could reply, a system prompt popped up. Byte. Player Han Ruea requests a call. Do you accept? Chapter 184. Look at what you said. Am I not robbing someone? What the hell? Puyu looked at the prompt box in front of him and was stunned. Could it be that I was too obvious and was discovered by Han Ruea? It shouldn't be like this. Judging from her figure, her IQ is about the same as Mina's, right? How could she have guessed it so quickly? Now that we are here, we might as well make the best of it and see what this fortune teller has to say first. Agree. Puyu uttered 2 words, and then waited silently for the other party to speak first. Huangjio. A familiar voice sounded in her ears, and it was a voice call. It seemed that she continued to work as an administrator in the E-level world. Out of caution, Puyu was stunned for a moment and asked in a confused tone, "Yellow wine? Sister, what are you talking about?" There was silence on the other end for a while. After a few breaths, the person said nothing and simply hung up the phone. "Is it true that you were cheating me?" The next second after Han Ruea hung up the phone, Wang Yi's message came. Sure. As for the price, 1 unit is fine." 1 unit? It's not much. It's considered as teaching fee. Good. Puyu silently said this in his heart, and then asked, "Then how can I give you the truth unit?" Wang Yi, send red envelopes. As long as you click on our names, you can see the exclusive red envelopes in the private chat interface. It's very easy to operate. Speaking of giving out red envelopes, you seem to be very excited. Puyu followed Huang Yi's instructions, and a secondary interface popped up in front of him. In addition to the exclusive red envelope option, there was also a private chat option. But there are only these 2 options. Puyu clicked on the exclusive red envelope again, and an input field popped up. After entering 1, click Confirm. The number in the upper left corner flashed, and 11 turned into 10. Byte. Huang Yi sent a private chat request. Do you accept it? Yes. Another small box popped up, and the message who you wanted appeared on it. Sure. This rule is very simple. You should know what a truth unit is. In our chat interface, you can trade a truth unit to someone by sending an exclusive red envelope. This operation will not expose our real information. However, goods cannot be traded directly within this interface, but only through the system's mall page. Therefore, when trading goods, the seller may use other channels to let others do the trading on his behalf, but the buyer will usually do it himself because the goods are too precious. This means that you have to reveal your identity to the seller in advance, so we usually try to avoid such transactions. It's just exposing my identity. What's the big deal? Wrong. If it was just his identity being exposed, Huang Yi would not have warned Han Ruea so seriously. Unless. Huang Yi. After all, truth units can not only be actively traded, but also passively transferred. If a powerful person who also holds power knows your identity, then what do you think he will do to you? Oh yes, this message is a free gift, no charge. Then I really thank you. As for the novice gift package. Arakashi, did there exist a company with a penguin logo during your time? Puyu was stunned for a moment, then answered truthfully, yes. Huang Yi, oh, then you can just use this as his most famous software. You can't say they are similar, they are exactly the same. Puyu? Your newbie gift pack is a bit too perfunctory. Without waiting for Huyu to ask again, Huang Yi closed the private chat interface. The black and gold chat box was exposed again. There was no movement in the entire chat group, and no one responded to Huang Er's request to buy. Puyu pondered for a moment and decided to trade the European castle to Huang Er. He not only wanted to earn some truth units, but also wanted to use them to confirm Araji's true identity. If it really is Han Ruea. But you can also use this method to get to know the situation of the E-level world first. Huangjio, Huat Air. I have the blueprints of the European-style castle. Tell me your price first. Huang Air. For a blueprint of this level, if we calculate it based on the lowest price of 1 truth unit, 5 times that would be 5 truth units. 10. Puyu sent out 2 words without thinking. This is a bargaining skill taught by the Annies in the small market. Whether you are bargaining or bidding, there is absolutely nothing wrong with starting with double the price. However, be sure to be careful when using this skill and observe whether there are any sharp objects such as kitchen knives around you. Otherwise, please be sure to plan your escape route in advance. Huang Er, impossible. At this price, you might as well just go and grab it. Huangjio, look at what you said. Am I not robbing it? Huang Er, the bloodstained kitchen knife.jpg. Picture. This small group can actually fight with pictures? Puyu was stunned for a moment, then changed the subject. If you don't agree, then forget it. Araki, I'll give it to you. Let's make a contract. Contract? Before Huyu could react, he saw a page of yellow paper in the chat box, which contained the details of the transaction item and the transaction price. Araji's name and signature were already on it, only his was missing. Sure, young man, are you confused? How about I explain to you what a contract is, where it only takes 1 unit? Fake businessman. Puyu did not answer, but just signed the code name Huangjio on the contract. The yellow paper disappeared instantly, and a red envelope popped up in front of him with a traditional Chinese character printed on it. Wow, can you even imitate this? It's exactly the same. Piyu stretched out his hand and 10 gold coins came out of the red envelope and floated to the upper left corner of the chat box, adding 10 truth units. Another private chat box popped up. Huang Er, you have 18 minutes left. Trade the blueprint of the European castle to a survivor named Han Ruer, and we'll have a deal. It's you, Bauer. Huang Jiao. Okay, boss. Please wait a moment. Piyu stood up from the hot spring, took out the clothes from the warehouse, put them on directly, and walked out the door in a pair of slippers. Xiao Hong, you cook first. I'll be back soon. Yes, master. Piyu pushed the door open, randomly selected a lucky audience member, walked to the door of his cabin, and knocked on the door. Ding ding. Is anyone home? There was a slight noise from inside the door, and then the wooden door was pulled open from the inside, and a crossbow was pointed directly at Hu Yu's face. Who is it? The man just uttered 2 words when he saw Hu Yu's smiling face and changed his voice, knocking on my window. The crossbow was immediately put behind his back, and the middle-aged man's legs began to tremble. Good singing. Hu Yu smiled and praised him. His hand unconsciously fell on his shoulder and patted him to show encouragement. Can you do me a small favor? Okay. How could the middle-aged man dare to have any objection? Hu Yu handed him the fragments of the European castle and said, send a transaction request to a person named Han Ruer and give this thing to her. The middle-aged man looked up and asked, No problem. What about the price? Don't ask for anything. Just do it. Good. In less than a minute, Hu Yu completed the transaction with Huang Er, but he did not return to the courtyard to continue soaking in the hot spring. Instead, he stood at the position where he had just released the Red Dragon Lord and released the Red Dragon Lord out of the warehouse again. Last time, I absorbed a small piece of the Red Dragon Lord's corpse and gained 21 truth units. What if? Did it absorb the entire corpse of the Red Dragon Lord? Chapter 185. Can this damn thing be ruled out? Practice makes perfect. Hu Yu took a deep breath, then walked to the dragon's head and placed his hand on its mandible. It's not that he doesn't want to press on the dragon's head and experience the pleasure of being a conqueror, it's mainly because this thing is too big. This dragon head alone was almost as big as an entire grown red dragon. Even if Hu Yu stood on tiptoe and stretched out his hand, he couldn't reach anywhere other than the guy's jawbone. When my left hand touched the dragon scales, the familiar hot feeling came again. Hiss. Hu Yu subconsciously flicked his hand away. The number in the upper left corner did not increase, but the layer of dragon scales became blurred. It looks like it can continue to absorb, but it's too damn hot. He glanced at his left hand, thinking about the usefulness of the truth unit, and finally he hardened his heart, gritted his teeth and pressed his left hand back to the same position as before. A little. I just need to take a little. Hu Yu stared at the number in the upper left corner and found that 1 unit of truth was added every 5 seconds. The speed is not slow, but for the huge body of the Red Dragon Lord, 5 seconds, the amount of energy consumed is not as much as that consumed while taking a bath. This is too slow. Hey, wait. What if you use truth units to speed up the absorption of truth units? Anyway, the dragon hair comes from the dragon, so as long as it doesn't consume too many units, it is completely acceptable. Hu Yu imitated the method of emptying Shuren before, stared at the head of the Red Dragon Lord, and whispered 4 words, accelerate absorption. As soon as he finished speaking, the data in the upper left corner began to increase rapidly at a rate of 1 jump per second. In fact, each jump did not only increase by 1 point, but by 10 points. Hu Yu only managed to make it to the 3rd jump before his vision went dark and he passed out. But his left hand seemed to be sucked by something and remained frozen in its previous position. Dizziness, nausea, and a bit nauseous. Hu Yu slowly opened his eyes and found himself still lying in the master bedroom of the wooden villa, but it was already dawn. His Xiao Hong. He rubbed his temples with the heel of his palms and slowly stood up. What's wrong with me? Are you awake? Xiao Hong suddenly poked her head out and said something horrifying with her cold face. The operation was successful. You can wear a pretty little skirt and compete with those stinky girls for men in the future. Nanny. Hu Yu subconsciously reached out and touched his lower body to confirm that his good brother was still there, and concluded that this guy was making fun of him. But can Xiao Hong make people laugh? Obviously not. So the person in front of me should be Han Ruer, I said. Hu Yu smiled bitterly, and there was nothing he could do about this guy. If this happened in the past, I would have sued you for peeping into someone's privacy, you know? Then go ahead and sue me. Han Rue's voice rang out in Xiao Hong's body. I came to see you for something serious. What business? Why don't you destroy it yet? Ding. Before Han Rue finished speaking, Xiao Hong sounded a reminder. The call has been disconnected for unknown reasons. Do you want to reconnect? No. Hu Yu refused decisively. Although he didn't hear clearly what she said at the end, his mind was a mess and he wanted to sort out his thoughts first. The last thing he remembered was that he placed his hand on the Red Dragon Lord's jawbone. The rest? That's right. Speed up. I fainted after absorbing the truth unit at an accelerated rate. But how did I end up in my own bed? Never mind. I haven't lost my virginity at all. Let's see what the harvest is first. Huyu looked up and was about to see how many truth units he had absorbed, but suddenly he was stunned. Blank. There was nothing in front of me except a blank space. The chat box is gone. Both of them are gone. If the original chat box of the system is not there, it may be that after one night, the title of administrator was temporarily removed, but what about the other one? I have such a big GM chat interface. Bio. As if hearing Huyu's call, the black and gold chat box reappeared in front of him, with a record of Huang Lu mocking Huang Si for getting beaten. Call. Just come out. Huyu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the number in the upper left corner. 94. There are only 94 truth units in total? Including the 20 I had before. I am such a big red dragon, and you told me that I have produced 74 truth units? No, we also have to take into account the truth units that accelerate the absorption and consumption. But even if we add that in, it's still too far off. It's a pity that there is no consumption record of the truth unit, otherwise it would be possible. Bio. There was another prompt, and a black and gold prompt box covered the chat box, recording various data. He took a closer look and realized that this was all the records from the time he activated his authority to the time he absorbed the corpse of the Red Dragon Lord. Accelerate absorption, -5. Absorb truth unit, +79. I feel numb. It feels like you bought a lottery ticket for $2 and found out you won the first prize. When you went to claim the prize, people told you that the prize money was calculated in Zimbabwean dollars. Who can bear this? Owner. Xiao Hong's voice rang in my ears. I've prepared Red Dragon Lord bone soup porridge for you for breakfast. Do you want it served to you now? I have no stomach. Wait, what soup did you say? Red Dragon Lord bone soup porridge. Take out a section of the Red Dragon Lord's left calf, and then bring it here. But you didn't want to listen to Xiao Hong continue to introduce the menu. Instead, he took out his VIP notebook, called up the warehouse page, and looked carefully at the items listed there. The corpse of the Red Dragon Lord was lying under the building debris of Baiyujing. The body is still there. Owner. Xiao Hong came over carrying a small square table, on which was placed a bowl of hot soup and a row of thin slices of meat. Breakfast is ready, please enjoy. Good. The square table was brought to the bed, and Huyu placed a pillow behind his waist. By the way, Xiao Hong, how did I get back last night? You fainted outside the door. I carried you back and retrieved the supplies you left outside the door, and you have been sleeping until now. Listening to Xiao Hong's story, Huyu looked at the thick porridge in the bowl and performed a high-level appraisal. Advanced appraisal. Red Dragon Lord bone soup porridge. Mythology. Remove the lean meat from the large bones, and boil the large bones and lean meat separately. When the bone soup is thick and white and the minced meat melts in your mouth, use the bone soup to wash the rice. After the rice is half cooked, remove the rice, drain the water, and put it into the minced meat soup and simmer over low heat. When the minced meat and rice grains are integrated and cannot be separated, they can be removed from the pan. Tips. After consumption, strength +190, agility +190, intelligence +190, only effective for the first consumption. Warning. After consumption, the blood in the body will be slightly affected and may produce subtle changes. Note. Drink it. Drink it. He who slays a dragon will eventually become a dragon. This is not an empty statement. Huyu looked at the last warning and couldn't help but frown. Giving up one's own bloodline is a prerequisite to improve strength? What's the difference between doing this and Shuren? He reached out and picked up the porcelain bowl, wanting to hand it to Xiao Hong and ask her to change the ingredients for breakfast. But just as his fingertips touched the porcelain bowl, a prompt popped up. Bite. Taking food may trigger blood mutation, unlocking some gene chains. You can exclude one of the options. Hiss. Can this be eliminated by the method of elimination? Is there any need to think about this? Rule out bloodline mutation. Huyu ruled out the option and poured the whole bowl of meat porridge into his mouth. An indescribable meaty aroma lingered between the lips, teeth, and throat, and at the same time, a tingling sensation grew from the back. Chapter 186. Sibai wakes up. Bite. When the numbness and soreness reached its peak, a series of system prompts popped up. Affected by the genes of dragon creatures, judgment is being made. Physical strength is lower than 200, strength is higher than 240, intelligence is higher than 240. The judgment is successful. The first gene chain is unlocked, 19%. The first gene chain has been locked, the Dragon Clan. Call. Huyu let out a long sigh and felt a lot more relaxed all over. It's not a complete transformation, but at least it's at the level of cleansing the bones and marrow. But besides that, Hu Yu reached out and touched his back. Not to mention wings, even his muscles hadn't grown any weight. What's the point of unlocking the gene chain? It would be better to give me more attribute points. But then again, after drinking this bowl of mythical dragon meat porridge, except for physical strength, his attribute points have begun to move towards the 300 mark. In my current state, if I were to meet Sharon again, not to mention picking him up and beating him up, it is definitely not a problem to fight him to a 50-50 draw. I just don't know what will happen after the first gene chain is completely unlocked. Xiao Hong, Hu Yu had an idea, and he looked up and instructed Xiao Hong, for the recent meals, you should use the Red Dragon Lord as the ingredients, and we can talk about it after we finish eating. Good master. There are still nearly half a mountain of corpses that have not been moved. I don't believe that if I eat them all, I still can't unlock the first gene chain. But you put the bowl on the table, got out of bed, took out his pocket watch and checked the time. 7:57. There are 3 minutes left until 8 o'clock, so I might as well go down and see where I'll be randomly sent to today. That's right. Hu Yu had just walked out of the bedroom door when he remembered that his panda had been unconscious for most of the day. Xiao Hong, where is Xiaobai? Has it woken up? I'm awake, but... Just what? You'll know when you go down and take a look. I'll help you clean the table first. Oh, you've learned to keep us in suspense. Hu Yu smiled bitterly, turned around and walked downstairs. For some reason, he always felt that Xiao Hong had become a little strange recently, but he couldn't tell exactly what was strange about her. Could it be that after coming into contact with Han Ruer, she secretly set up some program for Xiao Hong? But what is her purpose in doing this? Could it be that he is trying to spy on me through Xiao Hong's eyes? No way. Hu Yu was thinking all the way, and just as he walked down the stairs, a white figure suddenly pounced on him. He reacted immediately and hugged her in his arms. Small? As soon as he uttered a word, Hu Yu was stunned by the creature in his arms. Although it is still a panda and just as cute, but this is definitely not Xiaobai. The original Xiaobai could only hit his knees when he jumped, but the one in his arms was at least half his height. Which panda grows twice as long after sleeping? Even if it drinks growth hormone as water, it won't grow that long. Woo-woo. A familiar coquettish voice rang in his ears. Even if Hu Yu didn't understand, he had to admit that the person in his arms was Xiaobai. Well, the plus version. No wonder Xiao Hong asked him to come down and take a look. Could it be that even robots couldn't understand this growth rate? Ugh. Ugh. Seeing that Hu Yu ignored her, Xiaobai started to move around in his arms, as if she was acting coquettishly, or more like she was playing tricks. Okay. Hu Yu rubbed its panda head and apologized with a smile. I didn't recognize you just now. I was wrong, okay? I'll ask Xiao Hong to make you something delicious later, so don't act like a jerk. Xiaobai looked up at him, stretched out a bare paw, and stared at him with a pair of dark eyes. Okay, 5 portions is 5 portions. Can you come down now? Kiki. The plan was successful. Xiaobai jumped out of his arms, ran to the wooden recliner, curled up into a ball and fell asleep again. As if it was afraid that someone had forgotten, it deliberately stuck its head out and shook its paw again, as if to remind someone. I know. I'll let Xiao Hong prepare it now. Hu Yu couldn't persuade this lazy bear, so he raised his head and shouted upstairs. Xiao Hong, prepare 5 servings of meat porridge for Xiaobai for breakfast, but don't use the meat of the Red Dragon Lord. Good master. He can avoid suffering from blood mutation by eliminating options. But what about Xiaobai? What if it turns into a dragon bear after eating the meat porridge? You know what? This doesn't seem completely unacceptable. Wait, the flesh of the Red Dragon Lord. Thinking of this, Luo Jin's figure suddenly appeared in Hu Yu's mind. That girl still has 2 kilograms of this stuff in her hand. What if? No. Be sure to contact her immediately. Hu Yu hurriedly took out his notebook, but as soon as he opened the cover, he was bombarded with unread system messages from last night. Fight. Due to the death of the Red Dragon Lord, the other 4 Dragon Lords rioted, causing the world to collapse faster. The remaining time is 10 days. Due to unknown reasons, all survivors will not be able to obtain any resources from the system, including but not limited to mall purchases, leaderboard rewards, transactions between players, etc. Opening treasure chests or collecting in the wild are not counted. The chat interface for the entire server is opened, in the top of the survival list. Hu Yu will serve as the administrator of the entire server. This position cannot overlap with that of a regional administrator and will take effect after 8 o'clock the next day. 10 days left. Survivors, do your best to survive. 4 prompts in a row made Hu Yu break out in a cold sweat. The world will collapse in 10 days. This is not the most fatal thing. The most fatal thing is the mall function is disabled. Trading between players is prohibited. What does this mean? This means that the nearly 2,000 gold coins in Hu Yu's warehouse are useless. The VIP notebook is also useless. If anyone wants to continue to survive, they must forage for food. Forage for food. Forage for food. The value of all food will get higher and higher. If it were possible, when survivors meet other survivors again, it will not be a collision between people, but the relationship between hunter and prey. Gulp. Huyu swallowed his saliva and continued to flip forward. These are all later stories. The correct thing to do first is to prevent Luo Jin from eating the flesh of the Red Dragon Lord. Turning to the mall page, Huyu skillfully opened the transaction interface, entered Luo Jin's name, and sent in a transaction request. Byte. Due to unknown reasons, this function is temporarily prohibited. Depend on. Unable to trade with players. Even the trading interface cannot be opened. This means that private chat has also become a problem. Then Luo Jin. No. There is another way. Chat with all servers. I have become the administrator of the chat room for the entire server. Isn't it easy to find a Luo Jin among them? Now I just hope that girl doesn't stuff the flesh of the Red Dragon Lord into her stomach before 8 o'clock. Otherwise, even the Golden Immortal can't save her. Huyu frowned and took out his pocket watch. 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 49 seconds. The time is almost up. Huyu put away the pocket watch and walked straight to the wooden door. The moment he put his hand on the wooden door, the second hand pointed to 12. Byte. Push open the door. You may encounter the top of White Dragon Snow Mountain, S, the center of Blue Dragon Sea, S, or the Yellow Dragon Desert, B. You can exclude one of the options. Is there any need to think about this? Eliminate the Huanglong Desert. With force in his palm, the wooden door was slowly pushed open. Chapter 187. As soon as the door opens, Xiaobai runs away. If we only talk about the degree of danger, the Huanglong Desert is naturally the least dangerous among the three areas. Although there are fewer resources available for collection. Is Huyu afraid of this? Apart from anything else, the corpse of the Red Dragon Lord alone is enough for him to consume until the world is destroyed. But, now that he has the power, is he really willing to live a lazy life? Judging from the last time it absorbed the Red Dragon's corpse, the Truth Unit should only produce creatures at the Dragon Lord level, and Dragon Lords, there are only 4 left now. Those are scarce resources, even more scarce than Xiaobai. Not to mention, there is a dragon egg hidden in the bottom of his warehouse, which has not yet hatched. If I randomly arrive at the Blue Dragon Sea, won't I be able to hatch it successfully? By then, Dragon Knight. Yin Jeeping. Everyone despises Yin Jeeping, but which man doesn't want to be Yin Jeeping? The wooden door was pushed open, and a gust of sea breeze blew towards us. Although he couldn't see the outside world yet, just from this salty and fishy kiss on the cheek, Huyu knew that he had arrived at the sea. Byte. Before Huyu stepped out of the wooden door, a system prompt flashed out. It is detected that you have become the administrator of the entire server. The regional administrator's authority is moved down. The current regional administrator is Mina. How old are you? Why is it always you? In terms of lingering ghosts, this foreign girl is almost as good as Shuren. Do you want to hide information from regional administrators? Yes. In order to avoid being harassed, Huyu clicked confirm without thinking. It is detected that you have become the administrator of the entire server, triggering a special task, rescue. Task. Since he traveled through time, this was the first time that Huyu saw the system issue a task. He fixed his eyes on the last 2 words, and a new prompt box popped up. Save. As the strongest person in the human race, you should shoulder the responsibility of the race. Mission details. Try to protect the lives of all survivors until the last second before the world collapses. Mission reward. Rage, legendary skill. Mission penalty. For every 1% of existing survivors that die, all attributes will decrease by 1%, with no upper limit. For every 10% of the current survivors who die, 1 item will be randomly dropped, with no upper limit. For every 30% of the current survivors who die, they will randomly lose a skill, with no upper limit. For every 50% of the current survivors that die, you will randomly gain a permanent curse, with no upper limit on stacking. Do you want to accept the mission? Not to mention that the rewards and punishments are totally disproportionate. The main body of the task alone is outrageous. Throw the life and death of mankind on my shoulders? Who am I? Isn't it better to live a good life? If you have the ability, then just save a few beautiful girls that you like. In the wilderness, this kind of behavior is something only a saint would do. As for the survivors, sorry, I'm not familiar with those guys. Why should I bother with them? What's more, not all human beings live in this one world. Even if all human beings in this world died, wouldn't there still be fire in other worlds? It's not my turn to worry about it. Besides, the punishment is so severe. So, of course the answer is no. Huyu's mind moved, and the prompt box in front of him flashed. The task interface did not disappear, but a line was added below the task reward. For every 5% of the current survivors that survive, all attributes increase by 1%, with no upper limit, and can be offset by penalties. This includes bargaining. The auntie at the vegetable market calls her an expert. Puyu narrowed his eyes and smiled. No. As if knowing what he was thinking, a new line of text appeared under the task reward. For every 20% of the current survivors who survive, you will get a random building blueprint. There is no upper limit for stacking, which can be offset by penalties. No. For every 50% of the existing survivors who survive, you will get a random skill book, with no upper limit for stacking, which can be offset by penalties. Buddha. Before who you could finish his lines, two prompts came out in succession. 90% of the current survivors survive and can randomly obtain a permanent blessing. Who you, don't push your luck. The point is not the first one, but the second one. This is no longer something the system can say. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. No matter how much the reward for this task is, the punishment is by no means easy, so I just won't take it. Before who you could refuse again, the word yes in the lower right corner of the task interface flashed for a while and then disappeared. The mission has been accepted. Tip: the total number of humans can be obtained in the all-server chat interface. Hiss. But you took a deep breath. He never thought that missions could be forced to buy or sell. Never mind, let's make the best of it. The translucent chat interface has appeared in front of you, side by side with the black and gold chat box. Since it is a server-wide chat, many talkative players and bubbling players have started to flood the screen with messages. The total number of humans is listed in the upper left corner. 684. Excluding myself, there are 683 people left. Byte. It is detected that you are the administrator of the entire server, and the administrator authority upgrade progress is +2. Administrator authority, D, 6/30. Manageable system, chat interface, take photos, send pictures, video communication. Upgraded. The last time I had the administrator privilege in the Ascension Cave, it was E, 4/5. I inherited Han Rueer's administrator privilege in the Red Dragon Lord's lair, but my progress did not increase. Therefore, after adding 2 progresses this time, I officially became a D-level administrator. Let's study this video communication later. The important thing is to find that girl first. Who you saw the mute button on the lower left corner and pressed it without hesitation, then cleared his throat and said to the chat interface, Ahem. Little Luo Jean, your old friend brought Wang Xinyou. No, your old friend wants to see you. That crappy ad was so brainwashing that I almost made a mistake. After saying this, Who you lifted the ban. Maybe yesterday's incident had too profound an impact on these guys, so even if the ban was lifted, not many people dared to speak. Soon, Luo Jean also began to emerge. Luo Jean. Seeing someone coming, Who you continued. There's something wrong with the food I gave you yesterday. It's best not to eat it. As for pets, you can try a little bit. Luo Jean. I know. I've already fed it to Xiaobai. You don't really think I dare to eat that, do you? Noob? Oh yes, her eagle is also called Xiaobai. It's good that you didn't eat it. Puyu was relieved. No one could accept that a beautiful woman turned into a monster. A stone fell from his heart, and he walked towards the door. Passing the hot spring and walking through the garden, Puyu came to the door, reached out, and pushed it open. As the azure blue came into view, the orange-red sun in the sky seemed so insignificant. Judging from the only clues available, he should be on an isolated island. The beach is 2 or 3 meters away, with several pieces of pebbles of different sizes laid out on it, and many coconut trees around it. It is no exaggeration to say that his current base is the Sea View Villa. As for how big this island is, you still have to go out and see it for yourself. Looking into the distance, there are a few treasure chests scattered on the sea, some made of wood, some made of iron, and the highest level is a silver treasure chest. Now, he no longer takes treasure chests of this level seriously. Instead of spending time opening boxes, you might as well find a few lucky people to rob. Wouldn't that be faster than opening boxes? Speaking of robbery, last time, I found 13 excellent architectural blueprints and 8 excellent architectural blueprints. It's a pity. Only the drawings of the rockery and the lotus pond are useful. The rest are all a waste of materials. All you need is an excellent level veranda before you can start building a Soviet-style courtyard. Just put in a little more effort. Puyu raised his eyes and looked further away. Wait, what is that? An island. An island exactly like the one Mina described. Hiss, can it be such a coincidence? Although Huyu's goal is that island. But when the island appeared before his eyes, he was still a little overwhelmed. Xiaobai's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Puyu was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked behind him, only to see a black shadow passing by him and running out of the door. New. Chapter 188. Don't move. Unless you want to die? This is on an island. What if it encounters any danger? Never mind. Let's just pray that it won't hurt other small animals. Xiaobai ran straight to the beach, stopped in front of the sea, and tilted his head as if looking at something. Puyu hurriedly followed him, came to the side of this guy, stretched out his hand to rub its bare head. What are you running for? Not sleeping. Xiaobai jumped up and down and pointed to the sea in the distance. Woo-woo. Puyu followed its line of sight and found that apart from the huge island, there was nothing else worth noting on the sea. It must be very difficult to cheer up such a lazy bear. Could it be that there are not only dragon eggs on that island, but also something else? Don't worry. Let's find a way to get there first. Puyu said this and turned to look at the villa behind him. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. The entire deserted island was visible at a glance and was estimated to be only about twice the size of his courtyard. Rather than calling it an island, it is more like a slightly larger reef. Not far from his courtyard, there was a huge stone nearly 2 meters square lying in the sand, with a wooden sign next to it. I ran over here in a hurry just now and didn't look carefully, but I guess the method to control the island is here. Puyu ignored Xiaobai's acting up and hugged the guy in his arms and walked towards the boulder. Fortunately, his current strength attribute is almost 300, otherwise he might not be able to carry this guy so far. When you arrive in front of the boulder, the words on the wooden sign come into view. You can manipulate the big rock by pushing the small rock on the rock surface. There is no need to thank the latecomer. This is what a knight should do. William Austin. William Austin? This name looks a little familiar. It should be the guy who was jumping happily when he was barbecue last time. It really is fate. Puyu put Xiaobai down and looked at a white pebble on the boulder. He guessed that this was what Xiaoshi was talking about. He reached out and grasped it, then gently pushed it forward against the stone surface. The isolated island suddenly trembled and moved about 1 meter ahead of the sea. When Huyu stopped, it stopped too. It really works. Huyu raised the corner of his mouth and turned to look at the anxious Xiaobai beside him. Well, let me be frank with you. When we go to the island later, you can't run around. You must stay by my side. If you want to go somewhere, just point the direction, okay? This is definitely not about worrying about Xiaobai's safety, but about worrying about his own safety. This is right in the middle of the Blue Dragon Sea. If he were to meet the Lord of the Blue Dragon and Xiaobai wasn't there to protect him, he would probably have no choice but to fight it with silence. But, have you ever seen an archer fighting a dragon in close combat? Isn't there still a MT, a protective role in the game, holding the front so that the output position can dare to shoot and fire? Xiaobai nodded vigorously, seeming a little too anxious. I don't know if there are bamboos or bamboo shoots on it. It's not easy to force a sloth bear into this state. Huyu continued to push the pebbles, driving the isolated island closer and closer to the giant island ahead. Because of the big waves, he didn't dare to push too fast, nor could he continue pushing the stone. When the wave was about to submerge him, he stopped and waited until the wave receded before continuing to push. After about 5 minutes, Huyu saw, for isolated islands. An isolated island, not a giant island. For isolated islands of different sizes are located next to the giant island, clinging to a cliff that is only 3 or 4 meters high. There are also 2 isolated islands side by side, but there are no signs of damage. It looks like they landed on the island together, and there are 2 isolated islands that are far apart, as if they landed alone. There was no one on the cliff. If he wasn't imitating RNG and stealing the base, he should have logged in successfully. Considering the distances between the 4 isolated islands, even if they did not encounter each other when they landed, they would most likely run into each other during the exploration process after landing. Huyu couldn't help but frown. If this had happened in the past, he wouldn't have cared whether he saw it or not. When 2 brave men meet in a narrow road, the brave one wins. Whoever wants to fight may fight, but now, I have a mission to accomplish. What if these guys decide to kill each other? Wouldn't it be their own interests that would be harmed? How is this possible? Huyu hurriedly sped up and, regardless of the waves, quickly approached the giant island. If for no other reason, I have to go just to stop the fight. After about another 5 minutes, Huyu finally stopped the boat in front of the cliff. He was just about to ask Xiaobai if he could climb the cliff when he felt a cool breeze blowing beside him. Before Huyu could react, Xiaobai had already crossed the beach and climbed up the cliff. Damn, are you a bear or a cat? You're running so fast. Please pay attention to your racial attributes. Huyu complained and was about to chase after it, but then he remembered something and turned to Xiao Hong and ordered, Xiao Hong, keep an eye on the house. If there are any creatures invading, don't kill them first. Leave them alive. Regardless of whether Xiao Hong knew what leave someone alive meant, Huyu immediately ran forward. While he was talking, Xiaobai had already climbed most of the cliff and showed no intention of waiting for him. Hu Yu hurriedly chased after him, but when he reached the cliff and was about to climb up, Xiaobai had already disappeared. Damn it! What on earth is on this haunted island? Hu Yu frowned, not daring to delay any longer, and hurriedly climbed up using both his hands and feet. By the time he landed, Xiaobai had already run off to who knows where. Depend on. Hu Yu yelled angrily. When I catch you, I'll starve you for 3 days. He squatted down and checked the traces on the ground, trying to find the direction Xiaobai left. But this is not a beach, it's a piece of grass surrounded by bushes. Although I could see a lot of bent weeds, I couldn't tell whether the footprints belonged to humans or pandas. Judging from the traces in the bushes, there are 2 obvious traces of crossing. One is larger and the other is smaller. It would be nice if this could also be done by the process of elimination. Hu Yu sighed and had to walk in the direction with the most footprints and where the bushes were most damaged. As soon as he took a step forward, the system prompt popped up in front of him. Bite. The exploration direction has been determined. The remaining exploration distance, 130 meters. Adding insult to injury. Once this message popped up, it proved that he could only find Xiaobai within 130 meters in this direction. Otherwise, all we had to do was use a loudspeaker to tell this guy to go home for dinner. No, that won't work either. Now shopping malls are banned and loudspeakers cannot be purchased. No matter what, there will always be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. Let's go first. Hu Yu trotted forward, hoping to find it before Xiaobai ran out of the exploration range. As for the dragon egg, that doesn't matter anymore, does it? Hu Yu ran out of the bushes and saw a familiar figure sitting on the ground, wearing a dark purple deep V dress. That's Mina. What was she doing sitting on the floor? Why was there a strange ball of cloth stuffed in her mouth? Before Hu Yu could react, a hand strangled his neck from behind, a cold dagger was placed next to the artery, and a crossbow arrow was aimed at him 3 meters away. Don't move, unless you want to die. Chapter 189. Are domestic eggs not as fragrant as wild eggs? A feeling of loss suddenly came over me. Hu Yu couldn't help but frown. He was not worried about this threat, which was not really a threat, but because of Xiaobai. Judging from the current situation, it may not go down this path. If Xiaobai had gone here, these 2 people would not have stayed there to set an ambush. They should have gone to catch it long ago. That's a panda. In the eyes of these foreigners, pandas are not only cute, but can even be made into emergency food. No matter how you think about it, it is more valuable than ambushing here. I'll give you 3 seconds to put down what you have in your hand, otherwise. Hu Yu is in a bad mood now. If it weren't for the rescue mission, he would have thrown this guy into the sea to feed the sharks. Ha! Arrogant laughter coming from the front interrupted Hu Yu's exhortation. The white man holding the crossbow laughed wildly. Furs. Look, this should be what the Chinese often call chinibyu, middle school syndrome, right? I didn't expect that we could actually see it with our own eyes. 3 seconds passed. Hu Yu simply raised his hand and crushed the wrist bone of another white man behind him, interrupting the man in front of him. The hand that was broken was the one holding the dagger. Click. There was a crisp sound, and the dagger fell to the ground. Physical interruptions can be more shocking than verbal interruptions. Out of concern for his ears, Hu Yu turned around and covered the mouth of the guy named Furs before he could even scream. Shoo. Hu Yu's voice was still as calm as before. Speak more quietly. I can't stand noisy sounds. Do you understand? As if frightened, Furs endured the pain and nodded twice stiffly, ignoring the tears that were already rolling in her eyes. Sensible. Collapse. Just as Hu Yu was praising this man, another white man hiding behind a tree trunk immediately pulled the trigger. I guess he's probably jealous. Teacher Hu only praised little Furs and didn't praise him, so he got angry. The crossbow has long been useless against Teacher Hu. It would be almost the same if it were replaced with bullets. Hu Yu didn't even turn his head, but just listened to the sound of the wind getting closer and closer. He tilted his head, did some neck exercises, and easily dodged the crossbow arrow. Kung Fu. Chinese Kung Fu. The man behind the tree trunk screamed loudly, as if he saw something in a dream, and turned around to escape. Effort. Hu Yu asked back, crippling Furs' other hand, and turned to look behind him. Not many of us in the Celestial Empire know Kung Fu. While he was talking, he had already run to the man and blocked his way, with a kind smile on his face. For someone like me, it's just brute force. One punch. Hu Yu only used 30% of his strength in this punch, but it hit the guy in the face. Oh. When the scream was heard, Hu Yu frowned and hit the guy on the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. I have to say, the facial structure of white people with high noses and deep eye sockets makes the fighting feel different. I highly recommend giving it a try if you get the chance. Hu Yu grabbed the guy by the scruff of his neck and threw him next to Mina. He slowly walked behind Mina and cut the ropes on her body with a dagger. I say, how did you get kidnapped by these two guys? Isn't this too embarrassing for our administrators? Pooh. Mina took out the cloth from her mouth, spat at the fainted guy, and then turned to look at Hu. Mr. Hu, why are you here? Don't worry about that. In order to verify his guess, Hu deliberately asked, did you see the panda running over here just now? A panda that is almost twice as big as Xiaobai. Although I am a white person, think about it. White people may be face blind when looking at Chinese people and when looking at pandas. I guess the only way to tell them apart is by their body shape. So it's better to be clear. Panda? Mina was stunned, raised her hand, and pointed to a place not far ahead. It should have run over there. Even if you didn't see it, what did you say? Hu was just seeking psychological comfort, but he didn't expect Mina to really see Xiaobai. He ran over there. Mina repeated it, carefully describing what had just happened. Just now these two guys were originally going to chase the panda. But I saw you coming over from the bushes, so I didn't go over and ambush you here. Fortunately, you subdued them all. As she spoke, Mina reached out and took a notebook from the man on the ground, then picked up the crossbow on the ground and aimed it at the man's neck, etc. Hu interrupted Mina's upper string. Don't kill them. I'll keep them for later use. Oh. Mina responded glumly and put away her crossbow. After knowing where Xiaobai was going, Hu didn't plan to stay here, so he told Mina, bring these two guys with you. If you see a person or a panda on the road, send me a private message. Damn, private chat is no longer available. When the time comes, just send a 1 in the regional channel, understand? Understood. Mina nodded quickly. Hu was just about to catch up with Xiaobai when he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Mina. Oh, right. You have been to this island before, and now you are heading in this direction. So, is the dragon egg? It's not far ahead. Mina raised her hand and pointed in the same direction as before. It's also in that direction. Dragon egg and Xiaobai were both heading in the same direction. Could it be that it is heading for the dragon eggs? It shouldn't be like this. Isn't there one soaking in the kitchen at home? There's no need to go far away. Could it be that it thinks domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers? No, it should be homemade eggs. Hu shook his head, stopped talking nonsense, and hurriedly chased forward. There are 4 isolated islands next to the giant island. 3 people have appeared now, and the other guy is nowhere to be found. If he met Xiaobai, it would be hard for something unexpected to happen. 20 meters, 50 meters. Hu moved forward, exploring a distance of about 100 meters, and actually crossed the entire grassland and came to a muddy area. The muddy ground is different from the grass. As long as there are creatures walking on it, you can clearly see the footprints on it, but there wasn't even a panda footprint to be seen, let alone Xiaobai's figure. Hu couldn't help but frown. There were only 2 possibilities now. Either Xiaobai is good at Qinggong, or Mina has fooled herself. First of all, if we rule out the possibility that Xiaobai has Kung Fu Panda bloodline, then the answer is obvious. Hu turned around and was about to go back to question Mina, but before he could take a step away, a familiar voice came from the front. Woo woo, it's Xiaobai? There was also a hint of grief in the sound. It might have been attacked. Hu turned around again and ran directly on the muddy road in front of him. But before he could get through the mud and see Xiaobai's figure, a reminder stopped him in his tracks. Bite. Warning, you are about to exceed the exploration area. If you move forward again, you will lose ownership of the base. Damn it. What should I do? Chapter 190. The Hatched Dragon Egg. Judging from the sound, Xiaobai was indeed not far ahead. If Hu continues to move forward, he will definitely find it. But what about the base? Once you lose ownership of the base, it means you have to build it from scratch. Moreover, with the mall system banned, the difficulty of rebuilding has increased by more than a level. Unless Hu clenched his teeth and raised his left hand slightly, with his palm overlapping the prompt box in front of him. Whether we can continue to move forward depends on this time. Clear. It was the same command he had used to sanction Shuren, but this time he didn't want to clear someone's status, but to clear the command given by the system. It sounds a bit far-fetched, but if it can be done, he doesn't care even if he pays a lot of truth units. I saw the number in the upper left corner suddenly dropped from 94 to 74. It worked. Although it took 20 truth units, it was definitely worth it. The prompt box in front of him seemed to have never appeared and disappeared in front of Hu in an instant. Woo woo. The mournful cry was heard again. Hu didn't dare to delay any longer and ran forward in a hurry. God knows what that stupid bear is going to do. He ran all the way to the island and now put himself in danger. How stupid is that? They say that pets become more like their owners as they are raised. How come this stupid bear didn't inherit any of my cleverness? Not long after running out of the muddy ground, Hu saw Xiaobai's back. You can't tell anything just from the back. I just saw this guy's shoulders shaking constantly, and from time to time he made two strange sounds that sounded like screams, but not exactly like them. Could it be that it found a little female bear? Is it doing something shameful? That's not right. My cub is a female, so did it find a male bear cub? Otherwise, how could such a sound be made? Huyu did not speak to disturb Xiaobai, but walked slowly closer, wanting to see what this guy was doing. When he was less than 5 steps away from Xiaobai, the guy seemed to sense something, and hurriedly stood up and hid something behind him. He also looked at Huyu with a horrified look, as if questioning why he came here. Don't hide, don't hide. Huyu walked forward, wanting to see what it was hiding. Let the master see if you are developing normally. But Xiaobai lowered his head and refused to let him see. If it weren't for the overabundance of hair on its face, I would have seen its cheeks flushed. Hey, don't be shy. Just take a look. Huyu made a fake move to the left, and when Xiaobai hid in the opposite direction, he turned to the right and saw at a glance what it was hiding. Bamboo. A piece of tinder bamboo less than 1 meter long with a few bamboo leaves growing on it. Woo, woo. When Xiaobai saw that he could not hide, he simply threw the tinder bamboo on the ground and lay on the ground, starting to act like a spoiled child. Huyu, who originally wanted to blame the lazy bear, couldn't get angry at all when he saw it. What did Xiongxiong do wrong? Xiongxiong just wanted to eat Juju. But, is this tinder bamboo real tinder bamboo? Is it for eating? Huyu really wasn't sure. So he simply found a small rock nearby to sit down, picked up the young bamboo, and poked Maobai, who was still rolling around next to him. Hey, stop rolling. If you get dirty later, you will have to go back and take a shower. Xiaobai looked back at him and saw that he was looking at the bamboo with a strange look in his eyes. This guy is definitely thinking of something very rude. In order to prove its innocence, it immediately stood up, snatched the tinder bamboo from Huyu's hand, and stuck it into the ground. Before he could react, a bamboo shoot immediately emerged from the soil. Is this the birth of a baby? It's true that bamboo can give birth to cubs, but this speed is too unscientific. If this unscientific growth rate is coupled with that pocket watch, I guess we can feed all the pandas in the world, right? It's like bending down to pick up a gel pen during math class. When Huyu came to his senses, he had no idea what was happening. He only knew that he and Xiaobai were already in a bamboo forest. There were countless bamboos and young bamboo shoots all around, and he even saw a few bamboo rats popping out from under the bamboo leaves. This is no longer simply rapid reproduction. It is actually the construction of a simple ecological environment. Woo! Xiaobai's voice sounded in his ears, pointing at the tinder bamboo that was still only about 1 meter tall, as if questioning Huyu. Did you see it clearly? Don't let your imagination wander. Okay, I was just thinking the wrong thing, okay? Huyu rubbed Xiaobai's head, his eyes looking at the tinder bamboo. But it's just eating bamboo. Is there any need to hide it? Isn't this the nature of pandas? Nature? Xiaobai tilted his head, indicating that he didn't understand what he meant. Isn't it the nature of the iron-eating beast to eat iron and meat? Eating bamboo is a symbol of cowardice and waste in the tribe. If it was the nature of our tribe to eat bamboo, would I have to run away from home? When he came to this low-level world, he lost his food rations. I found this with great difficulty, but was misunderstood by this guy. So angry. Okay, great Sagebai, put away your magical powers. Huyu turned around and looked around, feeling that something was wrong. Something is not right here. Let's go back first. Woo-woo. Xiaobai nodded and reached out to pull up the tinder bamboo on the ground. The moment the young bamboo left the ground, the surrounding bamboos, bamboo shoots, and even bamboo rats disappeared, as if it had never existed. The moment the bamboo forest disappeared, Huyu also remembered what was wrong. That muddy ground. The air on the island is very humid, so it is normal for some places to appear muddy. But such a large area of mud must have been formed by water sources around it, or by a slight depression in the terrain. But he walked all the way through the grass and through the mud to find Xiaobai. It's such a long journey, and there's no water source, let alone a puddle. As for the depressions, the entire muddy ground does have some depressions, but they don't look natural. Instead, they look like they were dug out by some creature. Biology? Yes, it's a dragon egg. Those pits must be where dragon eggs are buried. Mina lied to herself when she was in the cave. There must be more than one dragon egg, but she could only get one. The locations where oviparous creatures lay and hatch eggs are mostly concentrated, such as snakes, turtles, and birds. There is no reason why it would be different for dragons. As for why she only took one egg, from the time I landed on the coastline, it was about 110 meters to the muddy ground. With the distance Mina explored at that time, it was impossible for her to touch the muddy ground, and even if she could, it would be very difficult. She didn't tell herself that there were dragon eggs on the island mainly so that she could come back and get more next time. Even Puyu looked up and saw that the moss-covered stalagmites that Mina mentioned were still far away. In other words, even the location of the dragon egg was a lie to him. I can't tell. This girl has a big heart and is really good at pretending to be silly. Puyu immediately understood the logic, but problems also arose. Now that we know for sure that the dragon egg is in this location, then where's the egg? Not to mention the egg, even the dragon blood in the pit is gone. First of all, we have to rule out the possibility that after the dragon eggs were stolen, the big lizards moved their egg hatching location. So, there is only one possibility left. The dragon egg has been hatched. Chapter 191. Your train of thought is quite weird. Ouch. As if in response to Huyu's guess, an unusually childish dragon roar sounded not far away. Huyu turned his head and saw a little blue dragon the size of an adult rooster. Hiss. This must be at least 3 or 4 pounds, right? The joy is beyond words. For some reason, no matter how Huyu looked at the little dragon, he felt that it looked like it had suffered from heat stroke. Let Doctor Who help you with treatment. As we all know, if you want to treat someone with heat stroke, you first need to help them cool down and maintain adequate oxygen and heat dissipation space. If this still does not relieve the symptoms of heat stroke, you will need to notify professionals to come to the scene. Don't get me wrong. It's not the kind of guy named Ni who wears a black suit and uses his shoulders to hold the coffin, but a professional medical staff. But our doctor, who is a very kind and skilled doctor. After he peeled off all the scales on the blue dragon that were causing it to heat up, he deliberately brushed a layer of rice wine on it to help dissipate the heat. After simply cooling it down, he used local materials, mixed the surrounding soil with mineral water, and covered the little blue dragon's body with a layer of bamboo leaves. This is the legendary physical cooling method. Pity. The rescue of the little blue dragon was ultimately ineffective. Soon after the mud wrapped around it, it stopped breathing. As the saying goes, send the Buddha to the west, who you also presided over its cremation ceremony. Well, along with the lust shell. As if she smelled the fragrance, Mina's voice rang out not far behind. Mr. Who? Mr. Who? Are you roasting something? Wow, you really dare to follow me. Huyu raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the soil under his feet, feeling that it was almost cooked. He casually took out the excellent copper shovel from the warehouse, shoveled up the soil, and walked slowly towards the muddy ground. Delicious food should always be shared with good friends. Huyu brought Xiao Bai to the other side of the muddy field and saw Mina and her 2 compatriots standing opposite. The white man who was knocked unconscious has woken up. The moment he saw Huyu, he shrank behind furs, as if he had seen something terrifying. As for Mina, looking at the clod of earth on Huyu's shovel, her eyes lit up. This should be the legendary delicacy in China, beggar's chicken, right? Who sizzle? Mina forced her saliva back and reorganized her words. Mr. Who? What you did is beggar, dragon. The ingredients themselves are different, so the suffixes naturally have to be changed. Dragon. Mina was stunned. Ew. You mean, you roasted a dragon? Judging from the size of this lump of soil, the dragon who you was talking about must be a cub. That's a dragon cub. If it is trained a little, then it can be used as a mount. Yes. Huyu Kai, who had a dragon egg and a dragon ring, didn't care about these things. He said nonchalantly, dumped the dirt in the shovel onto the ground, and asked in an inviting tone, "Wanna eat?" Think. Mina answered without hesitation. Click. The shovel broke up the soil, and a sweet meaty aroma accompanied by the fragrance of bamboo wafted out. If you smell it carefully, you can find the aroma of aged wine. Gurgle. All the creatures present, except Xiao Bai, swallowed their saliva at the same time. Who can bear this? Just as Mina was about to take a step forward, she retracted her raised left foot. A system warning popped up. If we move forward, our base will be confiscated on the spot. Tisk. Huyu squatted down and looked at the roasted dragon in front of him, which looked like a roasted chicken but had a pair of front legs. It smells so good. Mina, why don't you come over? If you don't come over, I'll eat by myself. Mina smiled bitterly. Mr. Who? I have explored the area to the limit and can't get through. Nonsense. Huyu naturally knew that her exploration area had reached its limit, and he was deliberately preparing to eat roasted dragon here. Who asked this foreign girl to lie to me before? Zhang Wuji's mother was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Although Mina's level was far inferior to Luo Jin's, just by pretending to be stupid, she really fooled Huyu. Then I can't help it. Huyu's tone was full of regret, and he looked down at the little blue dragon in front of him. It's already roasted. It's hot. You can't ask me to take it to you again, right? Of course not. Mina still had a wry smile on her face. She seemed to understand why Who You did this. He must be blaming myself for cheating him last time. But, how can I not lie? That's a dragon egg. Forget it, I'll just bear with it for a while. No, she can't bear this kind of pain alone. Seeing that Hu Yu was about to tear off the dragon's hind legs, Mina hurriedly said, "Please wait a moment." Hu Yu paused, raised his head, and looked at Mina with strange eyes. What's wrong? Could it be that she really wanted to come over? To give up her base just for a bite of dragon meat? Then it's not pretending to be stupid, it's really stupid. Mr. Hu, Mina said in a very serious tone. As a survivor, I strongly condemn your behavior. Do you know? While you were eating dragon meat, some of our companions were eating dry instant noodles, bread, sausages, and even tree bark and grass roots. Listening to Mina's story, the two white men next to her nodded silently, seeming to agree with what she said. Oh, Hu Yu's face turned cold, and he forced out a kind smile. Then what do you want me to do? Be kind and open the warehouse to release the grain? Or are you planning to rob the rich and give to the poor? No, none of them. Mina continued righteously. As the administrator of the chat group for the entire server, shouldn't you post the food in the group? Let us, the survivors, eat better and work harder to live a life like you. This is what you should do. Otherwise, your current advantage will be meaningless. Holy shit, you are a genius. How come Hu You couldn't think of this way to motivate people? I previously did 2 simple food live broadcasts, but because they were both picture-based, the response was not very good. But this time, he has unlocked the video function, so he can definitely start the live broadcast. Look, the 2 compatriots beside her were completely stunned. Hu Yu was stunned for a moment, then gave Mina a thumbs up. Your train of thought is quite weird. I don't know how the system will translate this sentence to Mina, but judging from her expression, she seemed quite happy. Thanks for the compliment. Okay, I'll reward you with a dragon calf later. Punishment is punishment, and reward is reward. When Mina heard this, she laughed almost as hard as the kindergarten kids who received the red flowers. Hu Yu immediately looked at the general chat channel. Just like the photo function, he silently said, "Video," in his mind, and a camera function bar immediately appeared in front of him. In addition to the functions that a camera should have, there are 2 additional options. One is perspective switching, and the other is smell. Could it be possible that this video can also synchronize the smell? It's really Bulbasaur eating Cheetos and entering Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. So cool. Chapter 192. You can't imagine how happy I am. Hu Yu checked this option without hesitation, and then clicked Start Video. Ahem. He pointed at the golden and crispy roasted dragon in front of him and said, "Everyone, can you hear me? What the hell? Why is there a roasted dragon in front of me? You have one too? Why do I have this thing in front of me too? What do you mean? Dreaming about online games? Is it a mirage? No. How can a mirage have a smell? Am I finally going crazy? No. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear Boss Who's voice just now? I guess. He is doing something weird again. Be careful what you say upstairs. Warning of silence. The atmosphere is quite harmonious." Hu Yu raised the corner of his mouth and continued to explain. Hey, what we are seeing now is a roasted little blue dragon. As a giant dragon cub, there are 2 cooking methods that are most suitable for little blue dragons. One is to make soup, and the other is what we are doing in front of us, traditional roasting. Here, can anyone tell me how to close this broken interface? Give it up. Last time, Mr. Hu was broadcasting live with pictures, so we could close the laptop and not watch it, but this time, I guess there is no way for us to avoid it except to cut our necks. Holy crap, live video has a smell? My mouth is watering. Team up to capture Judas the Devil, 1 out of 100. Are you interested? Please find a simple way to die, and don't bother the masses. The rebellious sentiment is quite serious. But this won't work. The main reason I do food live streaming is to motivate these guys. It would be ugly if I ended up making things worse. Well, let's first find a way to steer the topic towards survival. Could it be? Hu Yu's tone was a little low, like a pure boy who was hurt by a bad girl. Am I the kind of person who builds my happiness on your pain? Will I be happy if I grill meat and live stream at the same time? No. You can't imagine my happiness. The second half of the sentence naturally cannot be spoken out loud. At most, you can just think about it in your mind. He stretched out his hand and tore off a dragon thigh, holding it in front of his eyes and questioning everyone. You only see a dragon leg? Can't anyone see something deeper? That's enough. Don't use too much force. Hu Yu didn't continue talking. Instead, he wanted these guys to think about it for a while before throwing out his ideas. Just like giving a lecture, imparting knowledge in this way will make it easier for people to remember it. Mina's eyes lit up not far away, and she quickly responded in the chat channel. Could it be? Could it be that Mr. Who wants to motivate us? Let us work towards a better life. The guy above, did you eat croton this morning? What kind of spy spiral fart is that? Can that be considered motivation? It's obviously just showing off. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Who has good intentions and uses this behavior to inspire others. This is the style of a famous official. You are just talking nonsense here. If this Who guy wants to motivate us, why doesn't he just open the warehouse and release the grain? If he does that, I will kneel down and kowtow to him and call him Who das Hanren. There are mixed reviews, but at least half of the people believe what Who you said, which is not a low proportion. Next. I guess we'll have to take some drastic measures. A great man once said it well. Who you said with emotion, do it yourself, and you will have enough food and clothing. If you want to rely on others for support to survive, you might as well die. I also told you clearly. Starting from noon today, I will share a delicious dish with you every day. As you can see now, the live broadcast cannot be turned off in the normal way. So you only have two choices. Either prepare the food when I go live and eat while watching my live broadcast, or come and kill me. If you have this idea, I can publish my coordinates to you every day. As long as you can find me, everything I have will be yours. Villas, guns, cute pets, obedient maids, and even mythical ingredients that you can't finish eating in a lifetime. Don't you want it? 6 days have passed. The people's desire to survive is obviously not as strong as before, and if normal means are used, it may not achieve the desired effect. So in order to arouse these guys' desire to survive, Who you tried every possible means. The show started at noon, which prevented some people from going to bed early at night and also minimized the suffering of those who really couldn't find food. Then put yourself in opposition to everyone and force them to form a group of interests. Finally, release the hook, give them a possibility to get rich quickly, and mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. With this combo, almost no one can withstand it except the salted fish with a salinity of 99%. That's right. Who you raised the corner of his mouth, and his tone was like a devil. I will give you another benefit. The first person who finds me every day, I will invite him to have lunch with me. As for whether he wants to kill me or do something else after lunch, I will let him do it. Then today's lucky person is this lady. As the camera turned, everyone's attention shifted from the golden and crispy dragon legs to Mina in a dark purple dress. The deep purple color envelopes the huge evil, enough to make people forget all their worries. Who you took the roasted dragon and took Stabby through the muddy ground to Mina. Mr. Who. Mina was a little nervous. After all, not everyone can see themselves in the video. Although it is similar to looking in the mirror, any girl would be nervous just thinking about appearing in front of everyone in the world. Take it easy. Who Yuzhe moved 2 chairs and a simple wooden table out of the warehouse and placed them on the ground. Even he didn't know when this set of things came out. He probably bought it when Xiaohong had nothing to do. Sit. He placed the dragon meat on the table, tore off a dragon leg with his own hands and handed it to Mina. Please have it. Mina sat nervously on the chair and took the dragon leg with both hands. Gurgle. A disappointing voice sounded from the side, and Furs and the other white man could only watch. Steal food? They now understood that the man in front of them was Hu Yu, the one who had personally slaughtered a mythical dragon. How to take it? Okay. Hu Yu's voice appeared again in the live broadcast. He deliberately pointed the camera at Mina, and then slowly spoke. It's not easy to meet a young lady. We will have to exchange survival experiences later. I won't talk to you guys anymore. I wish you a pleasant meal, and see you tomorrow. The video function was turned off, but Mina raised her head and looked at Hu Yu with some excitement. What did she just hear? Sharing survival tips? This exchange is obviously not a serious one. Mr. Who finally figured it out. But, right here? Isn't this a bit hasty? He should have taken me back to the villa to take a shower first. I've wanted to soak in that hot spring for a long time. Of course, I also want to soak in this man. Why are you looking at me? But you always felt that Mina was a little strange. Isn't it just about exchanging survival experiences? He rescued her from those 2 white men, so shouldn't he collect some protection money? Is it really that surprising? In Mina's experience, most men would follow up with take off your clothes after saying this. In order to appear more considerate, she should have taken off her clothes and pounced on him without waiting for him to speak. But there's someone else next to him. Could it be that he just likes this tune? No matter. Just take it off. Chapter 193. Dragon eggs are endless. So that's what I say. The culture of the Celestial Empire is extensive and profound. If this sentence is not explained clearly, huge misunderstanding will occur. When Mina reached out to pull the shoulder strap, Hu Yu realized something was wrong, frowned, and took a step back. What are you doing? Mina was stunned and answered honestly. Yeah. Hu Yu? What kind of lewd words are you using? Children can't read this at all. Stop it. Hu Yu said righteously. Put on your clothes. I have something to ask you after you finish eating. Mina was stunned for a moment, and the shoulder straps were not pulled up yet. As if she was unwilling to give up, she deliberately asked again. So you want to finish eating and then? Before she could finish, Puyu rolled his eyes and said, do you think? I forgot how you lied to me when I went to the Tian cave. As soon as the words Ding Tian cave came out, Mina's face turned pale instantly. This base is random every day, and the probability of two people meeting is extremely low, not to mention that two people meet in a specific area. This probability is even lower than the director of welfare lottery winning the first prize in the sports lottery. How could she have imagined that her lie would be exposed one day? You can't say that. Mina hurriedly stuffed the dragon leg in her hand into her mouth in 3 or 5 bites, fearing that you would regret it. You only told me the clue of the dragon egg, but you didn't say whether the clue was true or false. So I didn't break the bet. If you break the bet, I won't have to waste so much time talking to you. The system has sanctioned you. Puyu rolled his eyes, sat back at the table, and began to dismantle the remaining little blue dragon. He was just about to throw a piece to Xiaobai, but then he remembered that this guy loved to eat bamboo, so he stuffed it into his own mouth. You can see the current situation. The dragon egg is probably already hatched. Judging from the time you last saw dragon eggs, they should have hatched not long ago, and the possibility that they have mastered the ability to fly is not high. So what? Mina had already finished eating the dragon leg and was staring at Huyu with her big, flashing eyes. It was still easier to talk to Luo Jin. If it was her in front of him, she would have guessed what he wanted to do long ago. Forget it. People's physical constitutions cannot be generalized, and the same goes for intelligence. Huyu pointed at the blue dragon in front of him and said, roasted dragon, do you still want to eat it? Yes. Then go catch it. Huyu pointed at the muddy ground behind him and said, there's not a single dragon egg left in such a large hatching area. In the short term, the dragon father and mother will not come to pick them up, so this is our chance. But I don't have enough area to explore. Who asked you to catch it? Huyu held his forehead and shook his head, and said more clearly, don't you have 2 good brothers beside you? They can only choose one between survival and base. As he spoke, Huyu slapped the desert eagle that he had given to Shuren on the table and said, it doesn't have to be too far, just capture it within the range. Do you understand? In fact, he also has a way to let Mina bypass the system restrictions and explore the island directly, but 20 truth units. He couldn't bear to do this. Of course, if the opponent is Luo Jin, he will definitely use 20 truth units. But he won't let her catch the little dragon, but will pull her to explore the stalagmites in the distance. I understand. Mina put away the desert eagle and nodded quickly. Okay. Huyu tore off another large piece of dragon meat, leaving 1/3 on the table. The rest is for you, and we will split it 20-80 after we catch the blue dragon. As for them, I'll leave them to you to deal with. It's best if they don't die. The word used is best, not definitely. After the rewards for rescue missions were increased, Huyu carefully calculated. 1% of the deaths reduce the attribute by 1%, and 5% of the survivors increase the attribute by 1%. When the two are combined, as long as the number of survivors remains above 85% in the end, he can get a 2% attribute bonus. There is still 15% room for maneuver, so it is not necessarily impossible to kill people. Okay, Mr. Hu. Mina stood up excitedly, not sure if it was because of the desert eagle or the dragon meat on the table. I will definitely not let you down. I hope so. He was about to cross the muddy ground again with Xiaobai, but he seemed to remember something and turned to look at Mina again. Oh, right? Do you have any other instructions? This gun was used by Shuren. Huyu warned solemnly, I don't want another him to appear. You should understand that. As if she thought of the guy who was tied to the iron pole and had his scales and tendons pulled out, Mina's body trembled and the hand holding the gun shook. Mr. Hu. Mr. Hu, I won't. That's good. After Huyu finished speaking, he turned and walked forward. He also has his next target, the Lord of the Blue Dragon. If he guessed correctly, the 2 stalagmites towering above the island should be the dragon horns of the Blue Dragon Lord. Even if not, we will definitely find some clues. So he had to move forward. After Huyu walked away, Mina ate up all the dragon meat on the table. The white man hiding behind furs spoke slowly. Miss Mina, right? If you need to solve any physical needs, I can do that too. Mina's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she turned her head to look at him with only her left eye. Heh, are you worthy? Click. The bullet was loaded, and Mina pointed the gun at him. I think. I don't need to repeat what I just said, right? Now, go find the dragon. 10 is the limit. If one is missing, a limb will be cut off, and we will start from the middle one. Huyu had already walked past the place where he had just found Xiaobai. On the way, he also found a little blue dragon that was short of water, and he threw it directly into the warehouse. It's not because he couldn't eat it, but because he wanted to try using the little blue dragon's blood to hatch his own dragon eggs. When he was treating the blue dragon that had suffered from heat stroke just now, it was not because he didn't think of this, but because He looked down on it. The last time I identified dragon eggs, I said that the higher the level of the living dragon, the easier it is to hatch successfully, and the higher the level will be after success. The red dragon blood collected in the Dingtian cave was useless after the death of the red dragon lord, and the blood of the green dragon lord was also melted together and could not be separated at all. Therefore, this little blue dragon can only be regarded as the last backup plan. If that doesn't work, you can still use it for breeding. When the time comes, I will open a breeding farm. I don't care how high the level of the dragon is. I just want eggs to lay dragons, dragons lay eggs, and there will be endless dragon eggs. Wow. There was a strange shaking sound coming from the bushes ahead, and Huyu's eyes immediately lit up. Judging from the experience of the previous 2 times, this should be a lone dragon. No, this time it should be the turn of the blue dragon with a broken bone. Shoo. Huyu turned around and made a gesture to Xiaobai, indicating that it should encircle from the left while he would go over from the right. Xiaobai nodded to show that he understood. The man and the bear carefully moved towards the bushes. It happened in the blink of an eye. Just when Huyu was about to pounce on the little blue dragon like a hungry tiger and knock it into the bushes, a girl wearing a golden hairpin and light blue hanfu stood up from the bushes. Ah! A gentle voice sounded in his ears, and Huyu couldn't help but stand there in a daze. How come there are people here? Could it be? This is the 4th person. Before Huyu could come to his senses, an ancient longsword appeared in the girl's hand and was placed directly on his neck. Chapter 194. Yuji forced herself on him. The girl blushed, shy but slightly annoyed. You turn around. The icy sword light pierced his neck, and he didn't even need advanced identification to know that this thing was definitely not an ordinary thing. It's not that he didn't think about resisting, but for some reason, his subconscious seemed to be warning him. Don't do anything to resist. Otherwise, the consequences will be something he can't afford. Okay. Don't get excited. Whether it's robbing money or raping women, we can talk about it slowly. Huyu raised his hands, slowly turned around, and began to analyze the current situation in his mind. First of all, this girl is definitely not from this dimension. Whether it was her reaction, her clothes, or the objects in her hands, she should be like Han Rueer, someone who came down from the higher world. Secondly, judging from her reaction when she saw me, her position just now, and the smell around me, Huyu had already guessed what she was doing. It is said that it is easy to make a woman angry. You only need to do 3 things. The first one is that she is ugly, the second one is that she is fat, and the third one is that she is old. However, Huyu felt that a 4th thing should be added after these 3 things today. That was when I ran into her pulling Yi Xiong in the mountains, and it was the first time I met her. In this situation, he will definitely be killed to silence him. Panic. That was really panic. Etc. Is it too late to play dumb now? As long as she doesn't find out that I discovered something I shouldn't have discovered, I should be fine, right? Huyu hurriedly looked at the black and gold chat box where not much was said. He can't do anything now, so he can only ask the veteran drivers in the group for any solutions. But before he could ask, a dialogue box popped up in front of him. Aroroku, question. What should you do if your friend is caught by the opposite sex while having sex in the wild? Hiss. A chill rose from the lungs to the throat. Damn it, it can't be such a coincidence. Could this Hanfu girl behind me be the Huanglu who mocked me yesterday? In order to confirm this conjecture, Huyu began to test it from the side. Huangjiu, this physiological activity you were talking about, is it serious? Araki, is there any need to think about this? Of course I'll make him take off his pants together. Oh, Hanrueer, I never thought that you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be so unrestrained after putting on a vest. But from her tone, she seemed to know that Huang Lu was a woman. After all, it's him that's shown in the chat box. The possibility that the Hanfu girl behind him is Huang Lu has risen to 50%. Huang San, a large reward for live streaming. I haven't seen such an exciting video in a long time. Huang San has been muted for 5 minutes. He has been banned again. It seems that this LSP comrade has never finished a complete sentence. Huang Si, Huang Lu, the friend you were talking about, is you. Huang Lu, yes. My friend. Huang Yi, this situation. My suggestion is to see if the other person is handsome first. If he is handsome, a him, right? What a lousy method. If you're handsome, what else do you want? Overlord. No, Yuji forced herself on him. But judging from Huang Lu's previous personality, he probably wouldn't answer. Huang Lu, a him, my friend didn't see clearly just now. You really agreed. Comrade Huang Lu, your account has been hacked. Where is you, the one who was so rude to everyone? Give her back to me right now. Huang Air, then take another look. All the girls in the group were single, and you are the only one left who has never been single. As a father, I am really worried about you. Huang Lu, what are you yelling about? Aren't you still single? And I already told you that you are my friend. Araki, how can this be the same? I'm a bachelor. I'm not the same species as you huskies. As soon as you finished speaking, he was about to speak to stop them when he heard a tender voice behind him. You, turn your head. Hiss. You took a breath of cold air. Now the possibility that the person behind him is Huang Lu has risen to 80%. Thinking about the warning Huang Yi had given him before, he must not reveal his identity in front of her. Otherwise, what you lose is not only your body, but also your wealth. As for the counterattack, if the person behind him was just a survivor from a higher plane, who you could still find an opportunity to use his power to defeat the enemy. But as both of us are holders of power, and I am a rookie at that, it is obvious that I cannot beat this guy. If you take action, you will only expose your identity. Hey, little sister, let's stop talking nonsense. The girl interrupted him directly. Turn around, or die. Woo. Xiaobai's voice sounded from behind, and Huyuk didn't dare to let it fight with this person. So he immediately turned around and looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, be quiet. Woo-woo. Xiaobai lowered his head, and the girl discovered that there was a panda not far behind her. She turned her head, was startled at first, then took a breath, and hid behind Huyu in a flash. Eat Iron Beast. Yeah, what's wrong? Huyu was puzzled. This shouldn't be a girl's first reaction when she sees a panda. In a situation like this, shouldn't you jog over, give the child a kiss, hug him or her, and lift him or up high? No, this should be a panda, not a ferocious beast. It is impossible for an iron-eating beast to appear in this world. The girl explained to herself, as if separating pandas and ferocious animals into two different creatures. Huyu listened and his eyes suddenly lit up. This woman, she might know Xiaobai's true identity. No matter what, we must get the words out. Before the two of them could respond, a new message popped up in the black and gold chat box in front of them. Araki, how is it? Handsome or not? Huang Lu, he is quite handsome, but he has a pet next to him. I can't tell whether it is a ferocious beast or a panda. It's confirmed. Huyu is now 100% sure that the person who kidnapped him is Huang Lu. Araki, panda? Iron-eating beast? Aren't these the same animal? Huang Wu, it's different. In the D-level world, the iron-eating beast is a prehistoric species of pandas. Its genetic sequence is basically the same as that of pandas, but its habits and abilities are completely different from those of pandas. They even have their own social system and have mastered rudimentary intelligence. Science master. In this group, Huang Wu should be the most normal manager I have ever seen, right? Huang Lu, yes. You haven't been to the D-level world yet, so you don't know much about it, but survivors who have actually been to the D-level world know how terrifying the iron-eating beast is. Huang Er, I don't know anything about iron-eating beasts, but Huang Lu, ask your friend to ask. That handsome man, is his name, Huyu. Huang Lu, what's wrong? Do you know him? Huang Er, ask first. Hello. The girl's voice sounded again. What, is your name? A real man never changes his name or surname. Huyu said in a clear and loud voice, my name is Chinua. You can kill me if you want. Then just erect a monument for me. As the saying goes, when you are in the world, you are bound to get hurt. In this situation, of course you should use your trumpet to save your life. Huang Lu, he said his name is Chinua. Araki, if he says yes, then it is. Please help me search his notebook to see if there is anything of mine in it. Huang Lu, your stuff? What did you give to that stinky man? Huang Er, don't worry about it. Just search and you'll know. I want to die. When did this woman become so smart that she even knows how to verify? No. If Huang Lu could find Jimia from the notebook, it would be a lot of fun. We must find a way to stop her. Chapter 195, the fourth person on the island. Before Huyu could resist, a new message popped up in the black gold chat box. Huang Lu, don't worry yet. I think this guy is pretty handsome, so I'll try to develop a crush on him first. After all, it's really rude to look at someone else's notebook or something like that. Huyu? Develop? Sister, your sword is still on my neck. Are you planning to take me to hell? Before Huyu could figure it out, a scream came from behind him. The long sword slipped from his shoulder and fell to the ground. What's wrong with me? The gentle voice contained 7 parts of confusion, 2 parts of panic, and 1 part of bewilderment. Huyu slowly turned his head, wanting to see what she was doing. But before he could say anything, he saw Han Fuji retreating repeatedly and hiding behind a coconut tree, only sticking out half of her head to look at him. You, who are you? Why am I here? This line, is she trying to pretend to have amnesia? Before Huyu could speak, Huan Er in the black and gold chat box spoke first. Araji, I say, you're not going to use the amnesia trick again, are you? Again? Could it be that Huang Lu is a repeat offender? Huang Lu, don't worry about it. Last time was just an accident. There will definitely be no problem this time. Huang Jiu, last time? The bench is ready, waiting online for the melon to eat. Huang Lu, get down from here, you useless piece of shit. You must not climb. In order to grasp the next rhythm, you must know how the plot developed last time. But in general, the initial crisis has been resolved. After all, this is in the wilderness, and people have 3 urgent things to do. Who doesn't have the behavior of caring for flowers and plants? The key point now is to conceal your true identity. No matter whether I am Huang Jiu or Hu Yu, Huang Lu cannot know. Once exposed, the consequence would be bankruptcy at the very least. Therefore, Chen Nuo must wear this vest tightly. Ahem. Hu Yu didn't dare to be stunned for too long, so he coughed twice, bent down and picked up the long sword on the ground. Girl, when I came over just now, I saw you fainted on the ground. I finally woke you up, and you pointed a sword at me. I don't even know who you are. You can't. You are so beautiful, and you still want to touch me, right? The first part is all lies, only the second half seems to be true. This Huang Liuqi is a little bit strange, but it is really beautiful. Different from Luo Jin's stunning beauty and Han Rue's cuteness, her beauty is more of a temperamental one. It feels like something that can be viewed from a distance, but not touched. If Hu Yu hadn't seen her taking care of flowers and plants, this feeling would have been even stronger. Is that so? Huang Lu was a little nervous, but still walked out from behind the tree trunk. Then, did I know you before? Huh. Hu Yu was stunned. Why? I always feel like I've seen you before. Huang Lu walked slowly to Hu Yu and looked him over carefully. Ew. Your name is Chen Nuo, right? I remember the name. What kind of a development is this? After losing your memory, you mistake passers-by for relatives, and then sparks of love fly on the road? If you had suffered a cerebral thrombosis less than 10 years ago, you would never be able to come up with such a script. But now the situation is beyond our control, so let's just continue acting with her and see how it goes. Hu Yu quickly sorted out his thoughts and forced a smile. Yes, my name is Chen Nuo, but... Before he could finish explaining the situation, Huang Lu lowered his head and began to mutter to himself. Your name is Chen Nuo. Then my name is Shang Yun. Yes, my name is Shang Yun. Shang Yun? This name sounds good. Damn, isn't this the Shang Yun mentioned in Han Rue's last words? No wonder Han Rue was so sure that she could find her base. It turns out, Shang Yun is Huang Lu, the same manager as her. Then Harris, maybe he is also the name of some manager? Chen Nuo, seeing Hu Yu in a daze, Shang Yun stretched out her right hand with the jade bracelet and waved it in front of him. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Not bad, not bad. I was fine, but my heart almost jumped out of my throat. Then, do you know what we are doing here? Shang Yun continued to ask questions, pulling him into the same camp as her. I remember I came here with you, right? You can't abandon me just because I forgot something. This is trying to stick to me. Hu Yu doesn't dare to continue acting with her now and just wants to send her away as soon as possible. Acting with others would waste your brain, but acting with her would waste your life. He hurriedly shook his head. Miss Shang, let's stop pretending, okay? We just met by chance, and you have nothing to lose. How about I give you some gold coins as an apology? Meeting is fate, Shang Yun said, looking eagerly at Hu Yu in front of her. You can't just leave a little girl like me who has lost her memory in this desolate mountain alone, right? If I really leave you here, you should be afraid of the wilderness and mountains. I've made my point so clear, but she's still pretending to have amnesia. It seems that if I want to get rid of this sticky candy, I must first stop her from wanting my body. But if the refusal is too abrupt, the probability of being killed to silence you is quite high. What should I do? Wow. The sound of trembling leaves came from behind, and Hu Yu and Shang Yun turned their heads at the same time. I saw a young man just walking through the bushes, and he made eye contact with the 2 men. Then he was stunned where he stood. Uncle. Just what? Hu Yu didn't wait for the boy to finish his words and interrupted him directly. How many times have I said this? Shuren, I am not your savior. Just stop following me, okay? Of course, this young man is not Shuren, but Chen Nuo who still wants to call Hu Yu uncle. Hu Yu never thought that the 4th person on the island was this guy? Didn't I check the almanac before I went out today? What is all this? Shuren, Chen Nuo hadn't reacted yet. Uncle, have you lost your memory? I am Chen Nuo. Finished. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Even if it was Mina who came over, she would probably guess that something was wrong and continue talking along with what I said. But this guy just didn't understand what I meant. Chen Nuo? Uncle, Shang Yun uttered 4 words calmly, then turned to look at Hu Yu, who was sweating profusely. Chen Nuo, don't tell me that you and your nephew have the same name. How can this be possible? Hu Yu was still holding on. Mine is Erdong Chun, and he is Hiku Wang's Chung. This is just a name, right? What? Before Shang Yun could question him, Chen Nuo spoke up. Uncle, mine is Erdong Chun. Okay. And you're not called. Shut up. Hu Yu interrupted him forcibly. He now suspected that this kid had seen through something and was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him. Oh, it seems you have objections. Shang Yun teased and stretched out her hand in front of Hu Yu. How about, take out your notebook and let me see it. Isn't there a name on it? Chinua? Chapter 196. In this life, I serve you as my master. Can I take out the notebook? The answer is obvious. Whether it was the VIP version or the normal version, Hu Yu didn't dare to take it out. The former will expose one's secrets, and the latter will leave one's body torn to pieces. As the saying goes, choose the lesser of two evils. But the lightest punishment is death penalty, so what's the point of choosing? How? Shang Yun uttered two words and stopped pretending to have lost her memory. Are you shy? Do you want me to help you? Hu Yu's brain was working rapidly, thinking of all possible ways to break the impasse. If I told her my name was Hu Yu, given her relationship with Han Ruer, she would definitely search my notebook, intending to find anything related to Han Ruer. But now Jaime is in the VIP notebook, and there is nothing in the original notebook. So once your identity is exposed, your VIP notebook will also be exposed. The corpse of the Red Dragon Lord and several legendary and mythical items are all inside. Once exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. As for Huang Jiao's identity, that's even more impossible. It seems that there is only one solution left. Hu Yu set his eyes on Xiao Bai, who was not far away, and felt a little relieved. Fortunately, our Xiao Bai is really not a panda, but a carnivore. What's wrong? Seeing Hu Yu didn't say anything, Shang Yun moved closer, her long eyelashes almost touching his face. Handsome boy, do you really want me to do it? Hu Yu closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, put his hands behind his back, and spoke in a dignified tone. Huang Lu. Coming from the D-class world, you've learned to bully newcomers, right? Shang Yun was obviously stunned and took a step back, but soon recovered her expression. Scalper? What scalper? Handsome boy, are you frightened? Oh. Hu Yu sneered, stretched out a hand and rubbed Xiao Bai's head, not even bothering to look at her. You should know what I am talking about. He looks as steady as an old dog, but in fact he is very panicked. Hu Yu is gambling now. Like him, the gambler Yun is afraid of other managers in the group and does not know the identities of all the managers. He didn't dare to use Huang Jiao's identity, but it was possible for him to borrow the identities of others except Huang Er. As long as Shang Yun is afraid, she will never dare to act rashly. Shang Yun didn't say anything, but just took another half step back and kept a safe distance from Hu Yu. Ding! A new message suddenly appeared in the black and gold chat box. Huang Lu, who are you? She believed it. Before Hu Yu could speak, Han Ruer, who had been waiting to eat the melon, spoke. Huang Er. What? Who are you? Huang Lu, what are you talking about? Where's that handsome boy? Take a picture and come over to see it. You think? Hu Yu looked at what was in front of him and spoke slowly. Would I be stupid enough to reveal my identity in the group? Shang Yun didn't say anything. Now the evidence is enough. I know my code name and can answer my questions in the group at the first time. The person in front of me must be one of the managers in the group. As for who it is, Shang Yun is not sure. After all, as long as this person is not stupid, he will never reveal his identity. But judging from the iron-eating beast beside him, he is at least a manager with a sequence of 4 or above. After all, there are very few people like Era Air who are lucky enough to get a high sequence but have never been to a higher plane. What do you want to do? Shang Yun spoke slowly. She didn't dare to tease Hu Yu anymore, but put him on an equal footing with herself. It's not about what I want to do, but what you want to do. Hu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a helpless smile. Originally, I came to this plane to deal with personal matters, and I happened to observe that there were colleagues here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect. At this point, Hu Yu glanced at Chen Nua next to him and said, I didn't expect that he would come out just after I used the name of my stupid nephew. This has ruined my plan, otherwise, forget it, I won't say anything more. Now that everything has been said, let's get straight to the point. Huang Lu, what exactly do you want to do in this low-level plane, tell me? What if we can still cooperate? Uncle, you. If you don't want to die, shut up. Chen Nua wanted to speak more but was interrupted by Hu Yu. The more he talks, the easier it is for him to be exposed. The best outcome now is that Shang Yun's business has been completed, and I can use this identity to force her to go back. Otherwise, the longer she stays, the easier it will be for her to be exposed. Shang Yun lowered his head and said nothing, as if he was thinking about something. How? Now it was Hu Yu's turn to force her. Do you still want me to help you? The order to ascend to heaven. Shang Yun uttered 3 words, and then stared at Hu Yu's expression. You should know that legend, right? Ascension order? This thing cannot be put into the warehouse, and now it is lying in Hu Yu's arms. How could he not know? But the problem is, He really doesn't know what that legend is. Does it refer to the grade of the Ascension Order? That shouldn't be the case. Judging from her context, this legend should refer to something. I don't know, but now the character has been established. If you say you don't know now, isn't that nonsense? So, who you can only have one answer. You know that too. He replied as a matter of course, as if he was surprised that Shang Yun knew this. But I'm not sure if the legend you and I know is the same one. It should be the same one. Shang Yun frowned slightly, as if she had made a very difficult decision. Since you said you want to cooperate, then I agree. I have run through more than a dozen F-level planes, and this is the last one. If the Ascension Order still can't be found, then there is only one possibility. The Ascension Order has been taken away by someone. She actually guessed it right. I don't know what the use of this thing is. It can actually allow an administrator to come down from a D-level world and run to more than a dozen F-level planes. Let's try it out first. Both Xiaobai's identity and the Ascension Order seem to be related to the D-level world. Without revealing his identity, Huyu still wanted to obtain as much information as possible. But before he could open his mouth, he heard Shang Yun continue, but the possibility is very low. Before I came here, I used the Truth Unit to search and found that the Ascension Order was roughly in this area. As long as we open all the treasure chests above crystal level in this area, we will definitely find the Ascension Order. Open a treasure chest? This is good. I still have a gold level treasure chest in my warehouse that I haven't used for 3 consecutive kills. How about you drive this? This is awesome. Of course, I can only think about this in my mind at most. In front of Shang Yun, who you just nodded solemnly. Logically speaking, the less he said now, the less mistakes he would make, but he still couldn't help asking, it's very unlikely. But there is a possibility that it was taken away by someone. How can you be sure that the Ascension Order was not taken away by someone? Shang Yun stared at Huyu suspiciously. So the Ascension Order is with you? What? You want to search my notebook again? No, that's not what I meant. Shang Yun smiled helplessly. This Ascension Order can only be obtained by those who have been to the D-level world. So besides me, you are the only one in this plane who can do this. If you really got it, I would. What do you mean? Who you asked? Shang Yun looked up and stared into his pupils, then said solemnly, in this life, I will serve you as my master. But the premise is. Chapter 197. Coach, I want to learn how to fly a sword. What is the premise? Huyuk didn't want to fall into any huge trap, so he had to ask about these things first. Although every man wants a girl with Aka's appearance and Schwanger's personality to serve him, but the premise of getting this girl is that you give up your second brother. Can you agree to it? Yes. It is a fact that the Ascension Order is now in his arms, but that doesn't mean he has to admit it. It would be better to listen to her premise first. Does it make sense to say it now? Shang Yun raised her eyes and glanced at Huyu. The things are here. I told you too. If you can really get it out of the treasure chest, it won't be too late for me to tell you then, right? Huh? You're using this to test your cadres? Even the team leaders in the village may not be interested, okay? The interests are laid out, and I have the things too, so you should at least speak out the truth. Only then can the cadres help you solve the problem, right? But Shang Yun's reaction also indirectly proved the importance of this matter. Otherwise, she would not have kept the premise so secret after telling Huyu about her slave oath. Huyu smiled helplessly and turned to look at Chin Nua, who was not far away. Nephew, come here. Uncle has something to tell you. Okay. Chin Nua didn't know what happened from beginning to end, but judging from the current situation, it's better to follow Huyu's instructions. He walked slowly to Huyu and stood beside him like a quail. Uncle, what do you want? Look over there. Huyu pointed in the direction he came from and said, there's an old acquaintance of yours over there. He needs your help with something very important. I think you won't refuse, right? He still wanted to get some information from Shang Yun, so it was impossible for him to keep such a useless teammate around him. So Chin Nua must be transferred away. Although he had the Ascension Order, Huyu was not afraid of Shang Yun knowing any of his identities, but in order to do his job better, it would be better to let Chin Nua fly first for a while. Old acquaintance? Chin Nua was puzzled. You'll find out when you go there. Huyu showed a kind smile on his face and patted him on the shoulder intentionally or unintentionally. You don't want to reject me, do you? How could it be? Chin Nua immediately jumped away and walked towards where Mina was. Goodbye, uncle. Goodbye. Huyu replied, then turned to look at Shang Yun. Miss Shang, then we. Let's go to the Blue Dragon Lord first. Shang Yun directly gave the target. Although the Ascension Order is only a legend, there is a chance that it is in the White Jade treasure chest. Even, not low. Kill the Blue Dragon Lord first, and then slowly look for the next treasure chest. That is. Huyu finally discovered it. This girl is good in every way except that she has a lisp. It can really drive people with obsessive-compulsive disorder to death. Fortunately, my symptoms are relatively mild, otherwise I would have been driven crazy by her. It's just that we have less than a day left. Seeing that Hu didn't respond, Shang Yun continued. There are only 5 crystal treasure chests on this island, but there are 12 in total on other islands. There is one on each of the 7 islands, and we may not have enough time to find them all. Is the golden treasure chest possible? Hu was still thinking about his 3 consecutive kills in the treasure chest. After all, this thing is not suitable to be used in front of survivors. First, he is afraid of others getting suspicious, and second, Hu himself does not want to kill for no reason. Now that he has accepted another rescue mission, it is even less likely that he will use the survivors as test subjects. What a coincidence. There was a big manager in front of me. It's just a golden treasure chest. There's no way it can cause her serious injuries, right? Yes, but the possibility is very low. Let's look for something above crystal first. Shangyan said this and started moving towards the stalagmite. Hu also followed. A gold treasure chest might be good too. If she can't find it at the last minute, I can just say that I touched a golden treasure chest when I went to the island and haven't opened it yet, and let her try it one last time, right? Full marks for reading comprehension. As expected of me. The two walked side by side, neither of them willing to turn their backs to the other. After walking about 100 or 200 meters, Shang Yun suddenly stopped and looked up at the treetops. Zhan Lu. As soon as he finished speaking, before Hu could react, he saw the long sword in Shang Yun's hand unsheathed, turning into a white light and shooting up into the sky. This is Yu Jian. Depend on. Could it be that the magic that the goblin guy was talking about really exists? And he was not just fooling me? Coach, I want to learn this. The sword named Zhan Lu fell from the air. A crystal treasure box appeared on the sword and it floated in front of Shang Yun. Hiss. Hu took a breath of cold air. He felt an impulse now. I have the urge to take out the Ascension Order and let Shang Yun teach me how to fly a sword. This is a flying sword. In terms of handsomeness, isn't it far better than the giant lizard? Are you going to do it, or should I? As if not noticing Hu's expression, Shang Yun directly handed over a crystal key. Since it is a cooperation, then we will each take one at a time. Whoever gets the Ascension Order first will get it. Quite generous. Crystal treasure chest plus key, given to me just like that. But it's also true that the crystal key we have here will be at most a silver key after reaching the D-level plane. As a manager, it would be embarrassing if you can't even produce these, right? Hu was not pretentious. He just took the key and inserted it into the keyhole. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, legendary props, epic building blueprints, epic weapons. You can exclude one of the options. Generally, there is only one legendary option when shipping. After Hu eliminated the trap in the treasure chest in his mind, he simply unscrewed it. He performed this scene with ease and very normally. But when Shangyan saw this, she was almost scared to death. This person, isn't he afraid of the treasure chest trap? Even though it was just a crystal treasure chest in an F-level plane, if the treasure chest trap was really opened, if you fell on it, you would be seriously injured even if you didn't die. Especially some weird traps. For example, some itchy curse, or diarrhea curse, or something like that. Could it be that he has so many truth units in his body that he doesn't even bother taking precautions? That's too scary. Click. The treasure chest opened, and a deep purple light lit up in the treasure chest. A roll of brown paper lay quietly in the treasure chest. Epic architectural drawings. Bite. Congratulations to host to you for obtaining the epic architectural blueprint, Landscape Fish Pond. Fish pond? Another fish pond? I already have a lotus pond and a fish pond. Why don't you give me a veranda? Hu reached out and took it out, then turned to look at Shang Yun, who seemed a little surprised. What's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy? No. I'm fine. Shang Yun smiled stiffly. Mr. Chin is very skilled and bold. After leaving the novice period, I haven't seen such a straightforward way of opening a treasure chest for a long time. Damn it. I opened the treasure chest so easily that I forgot to hide it. I don't dare to continue talking about this matter. Let's change the subject first. But before Hu could speak, Shang Yun's voice floated over from his ear. Think about it. With Mr. Chin's identity, he shouldn't use that kind of inferior method to open the treasure chest, right? Could it be that you have developed some new way to use your authority? Mr. Arago. Chapter 198. Yu, Leon Lang. Huang Wu. She mistook me for Huang Wu? The science expert in the group? That's right. There is an iron-eating beast around him, who is also a manager and is suspected to have mastered new ways of using his authority. When these 3 conditions are added together, there are definitely not many people who can meet them. As a science popularization expert, Huang Wu must be one of them. However, Hu doesn't dare to change his identity casually. The safest identity is always unknown. Huang Wu. Hu sneered and pretended to be profound. That kid is just playing with the things I left behind. That kid. Shang Yun frowned when she heard this, but then quickly relaxed. Then this method. Don't even think about it. You can't learn it. Hu said perfunctorily, put the drawings of the landscape fish pond into the warehouse, and walked forward slowly. Hurry up, Miss Shang. There was a hint of murderous intent in Shang Yun's eyes, but she finally endured it and continued to follow Hu. Just now, that was a test. Although Shang Yun had long believed that Hu was the manager of the group, she had been looking for opportunities to test him because she didn't know his background. The phrase Mr. Huang Wu was a test for him. Huang Wu. Shang Yun has dealt with him before. Although she didn't know her true identity, she was sure that Huang Wu was definitely a woman. In this matter, Huang Wu also admitted it in person in the group, before Huang Qi came. In other words, the person in front of him is indeed the manager of the group, but he is either Huang Qi, Huang Ba, or Huang Jiu. It definitely can't be the person in front of me. The matter has been settled, but Shang Yun did not dare to take any risks. After all, after surviving in the wilderness for so long, the most important thing is stability. Let's wait and see first. What are you still standing there for? Hu pointed to a pool of water not far in front of him and said, isn't there a crystal treasure chest underneath? Do you still want me to get it myself? Oh, okay, right away. Shang Yun answered happily, but he made up his mind secretly. Don't let me find your foxtail, otherwise I will drain you dry. Not a single drop, not a single unit of truth left for you. Zhanlu. With another soft call, the flying sword turned into a stream of light and dived into the pool of water, and the next moment it stopped in front of the two people. This time it should be Shang Yun's turn. But she still handed the key to Hu. Mr. Chen, since you have a unique way of opening the box, do you mind if I watch you? The second attempt. This unboxing method can be said to be unique, and of course it can also be said to be stubborn. Huang Qi and Huang Ba are old men now. There is no way that they would use such crude means to open the box and risk their own life to pretend to be cool. If a treasure chest trap is revealed after the treasure chest is opened, then the person in front of him must be Huang Jiu, a stubborn newcomer. I will arrest you on the spot. The crime is deceiving an ignorant pretty girl. Okay. Hu accepted all the things that came to him. After all, he opened the box himself, so the things must be his. She let me open the box under the pretext of learning. Does she want to take it back? Don't even think about it. The key sank into the hole again. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger treasure chest trap, legendary weapons, legendary items, epic building blueprints. You can exclude one of the options. The quality this time was pretty good. Hu eliminated the treasure chest trap and opened the treasure chest directly. Another deep purple light lit up. Bite. Congratulations to host Hu for obtaining the epic architectural blueprint, 9-turn corridor. Veranda? Yu. The Angkor Gallery. I now have my own corridor. Soviet-style courtyard. Your master is coming to favor you soon. However, isn't it a bit too extravagant to use 2 epic-level sub-buildings to build a perfect-level main building? And now the mall function is also closed, and the materials are also, etc. Hu turned and looked at Shang Yun. My own mall function is closed, but that doesn't mean her mall function is closed. Even if her mall function is closed in the F-level world, she can go back to the D-level world and pack the things for herself. As for postage, when the time comes to take out the Ascension order, we are all family members, so what is the point of paying for postage? Isn't that too formal? But it's too early to take out the Ascension order now. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Hu suppressed his smile and put the blueprint into the warehouse without changing his expression. Did you see it clearly? Without. That's right. Hu stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at a 45-degree angle towards the breeze. Mortals cannot understand my methods. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Come on 3 more times. If you figure out any details, what if I teach you the method? Good. Shang Yun almost bit her teeth to pieces. 3 times. It just so happens that there are only 3 crystal treasure chests left on the island. I don't believe that you can get goods every time. An hour later, in the middle of the 2 towering stalagmites, the sun at noon was extremely hot. It might be because the island was close to the equator, so the surroundings seemed extremely hot. Hu and his companion walked all the way, and including the previous 2 times, they opened the crystal treasure chest a total of 4 times. As for the result, of course it is obvious. 4 times. Hu obtained a total of 2 epic building blueprints, an epic sustainable water source, and an epic skill book. Even he himself did not expect that this sustainable water source could actually be found in the treasure chest. This is also thanks to Comrade Shang, treasure hunter Yun. Otherwise, let alone an hour, even if Hu went around the entire island, he might not be able to find these 4 crystal treasure chests. The top of the tree canopy, the bottom of the pool, this is all child's play. Hu even saw with his own eyes her pulling out a rope from under a cobblestone. At the other end of the rope was a crystal treasure chest tied to it, and she pulled it out from a big pit underground. In other words, he has to maintain his character, otherwise he would have already worshipped him as his master and learned treasure hunting techniques. One more time. Before Hu could speak, Shangyun looked at a huge rock not far away and said, "This is the last crystal treasure chest on the island." Yu paused for a moment, then stood there waiting quietly. He really couldn't see where the treasure chest was. It couldn't be hidden in a rock. Jianlu. Another soft call was heard, and the flying sword flew over the stone. Yu didn't even see the sword blade touch the stone. It just flew past, and the huge rock was shattered into pieces. Sure enough, the crystal luster overflowed from the inside of the boulder, and it was the fifth crystal treasure chest. It's really hidden in the stone. The rock strongly urges you to turn on the microphone to communicate. Please. Shangyun said this and handed the crystal key to Huyu, just like the previous 4 times. For the last time. Huyu took the key with a smile and walked towards the crystal treasure chest. If you still don't understand this time, I won't teach you. Of course. Shangyun replied with a smile. Don't teach? If you fail to deliver the goods this time, you will just wait to die. If you ship out, I will definitely dissect you. Don't even mention that you might be the rookie Huangjiu. Even if you are Huangqi, be prepared to accept your fate. Shangyun called Jianlu back and stared at the key in Huyu's hand. She is just waiting for the moment when the treasure chest is opened. Chapter 199. The sky and earth are dark and yellow. The universe is vast, desolate. Xiaobai followed Huyu to the treasure chest. It seemed to sense something, looked back and happened to meet Shangyun's eyes. That woman must be thinking of taking action. When Shangyun saw Xiaobai's eyes, the Jianlu in her hand couldn't help but tighten. Although she was sure that this guy was not an iron-eating beast, she still couldn't help but tremble in her heart when this look appeared. This kind of look is not something an ordinary panda would have. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Is this person really a big shot in the group? Or should I ask Wang Yi? As long as he pays enough, he should tell him the true identity of this person. Right. It's better to be safe. After all, you only have one life, and you can't get it back. Shangyun put the Jianlu in her hand back into the scabbard and sent a private chat request to Huang Yi. Seeing this, Xiaobai's eyes softened a little. Snort. You still want to touch my people? I'll chew up all my bones and swallow them. Believe me? Forget it. Now that we can eat bamboo, why do we still eat bones? Huyuk ignored the battle of wits and courage between the two guys. He was looking at the new prompt box that popped up in front of him, and his whole body turned square. Bite. Opening the treasure chest may trigger legendary items, legendary building blueprints, legendary skill books, legendary weapons. You can exclude one of the options. This is the best treasure chest option he has encountered in the past 6 days. No doubt about it. There are 4 options in total. Not only are there no treasure chest traps, but all of them contain the highest quality and top-level items that can possibly be obtained. Except for the legendary weapon that is not suitable for me, all of them are good things. Excluding legendary weapons. You did not hesitate. There was nothing to hesitate about. Click. The key turned slightly, and the treasure chest opened. A beam of orange light reflected on his face. It's not brown paper, it's not a book, it's a fucking Simmons mattress. Mattress? The crystal treasure chest opened up a legendary mattress. Bite. Congratulations to host Huyu for obtaining the legendary item, the sleeping mattress. Well, this name is quite sexy. Sleep well? Even if you change the last 2 words to coffin, grave, or something like that, I wouldn't feel the slightest bit of incongruity. But you still didn't want to believe this fact, even though the system prompt was already in front of him. Mr. Chen is lucky. Shangyun's voice sounded not far away. She did not choose to take action, but wanted to listen to Huang Yi's advice first. That guy, although he was ruthless when it came to taking money, he was still quite reliable when it came to doing things. The information, speculations, and thoughts of taking action have all been sent to him. As long as he has an answer, he will definitely give me the most appropriate advice. That's the consulting fee for 10 units. There is always time to take action, so it doesn't matter if you wait a little longer. Oh, it's just average. You put away the mattress without changing his expression. How is it? Do you understand? I am dull, so. I also know you can't understand. Before she could finish, Huyu threw out a bait. Do you want to learn? Learn. Shangyun was stunned. Right. Huyu showed a kind smile. Learn how to open the treasure chest from me. If his behavior is compared to fishing, then the method of opening 5 treasure chests in a row is called laying a nest. If you want to hook the fish, you must first let her see a real case. I can open 5 treasure chests without any problem. Even if you don't believe it, then you should at least be half believing. You are willing to teach me? Shangyun couldn't believe what she heard. If she had this kind of means, let alone letting others learn it, it would be a sin to let others look at her for even a second. Of course, but... Huyu dragged out the ending tone. You have to pay some price, don't you? 100 units. Shangyun quoted the price without hesitation. This price is definitely not low. From the time she became a manager till now, she has accumulated less than 400 units in total. This offer is January 4th. She doesn't believe Chinua will refuse. Once he agrees, then when the transfer takes place, she will also be able to know how powerful he is. Truth unit. Yu shook his head. This was not his goal. I have too many of these things. No matter how many more I have, they are just numbers. How useful can they be? Shangyun. Underscore? I feel like you're in Versailles, and the evidence is solid. Say something real. Yu dusted himself off and said in a somewhat boring tone, I don't really lack anything. I give you this opportunity purely because I like you, and we have a connection. Just make an offer, and if I think it's suitable, then we can reach a consensus. Like it or not. He couldn't possibly want my. No, this is absolutely not possible. Birds. Shangyun uttered a word and was about to take action when she saw a private message pop up in the black gold chat box. Huang Yi, don't do it. Not allowed to take action? Shangyun paused and swallowed the word beast at the end. Gene what? Who you didn't understand and thought the girl's macroglossia had recurred. Ahem. Shangyun coughed twice. I want to say, please explain clearly. Never mind. Huang Yi told me not to do anything, and he must have his reasons. If I can't beat him, can't I just run away? If he really wants to use force, at worst I can break the gate and teleport to the E-level plane. But Shangyun hurriedly looked at the chat interface with Huang Yi. What's going on? You can't take 10 units for nothing. Explain it to me clearly. Huang Yi, there are 10 units. I can't say much. Just remember 8 words. Huang Lu, I am a big talker, but you are not. Why are you keeping me in suspense? Huang Yi, the sky and earth are dark yellow. The universe is vast and wild. The remaining information. 100 units are available for sale. The sky and earth are dark and yellow, and the universe is vast and ancient? Shortage. Could it be that our Huang means this? Wouldn't there be Hong, Yi, and Zhou Yi above? Shangyun thought of an extremely terrifying possibility, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Hu Yu suddenly became different. Typing with the mind is obviously much faster than verbal communication. After Shangyun finished discussing everything, Hu Yu spoke slowly. It's clear, simple. There's nothing wrong with me, except that I don't like to listen half-heartedly. Last time you said you wanted to recognize the master of the Ascension Order as your master, and you also mentioned some prerequisites. Tell me the prerequisites, and then help me do something within your ability, and I will teach you. How? Do what I can. Shangyun was still worried. Although the premise is not a secret, you can't get yourself involved, right? Rest assured. Hu Yu also saw what she was worried about. I will not infringe on your personality, insult your dignity, or touch your body. Are you satisfied with this? Real. Shangyun agreed immediately. Under these 3 major conditions, she had no reason to refuse. Certainly, Hu Yu pretended to be calm, but he was actually very excited. So the premise is, he originally planned to teach her how to open a few treasure chests, but he didn't expect that this girl actually believed it. Anyway, you can give the treasure chest to others to open after you have eliminated the options. In a short period of time. You don't have to worry about being exposed. The premise is to be careful. Before Shangyun finished speaking, there was a tremor under their feet. A dragon head, supporting the 2 stalagmites, rose directly from the ground, instantly lifting the 2 people to a height of 100 meters in the air. Chapter 200. To slay the dragon, you have to do it yourself to feel the sense of accomplishment. Although Hu Yu was mentally prepared, his heart still couldn't help but tremble when he experienced this scene personally. These 2 stalagmites turned out to be the dragon horns of the Blue Dragon Lord, and they were standing on the head of the Blue Dragon Lord, overlooking the entire sea. Because the amplitude of the trembling of his feet was too great, Xiaobai jumped onto Hu Yu's back in the first moment. He almost lost his balance and nearly fell from the air. Zhanlu, Shangyun called out the name of the sword softly, and a flash of sword light immediately flashed in front of Hu Yu. He had no other choice. He immediately supported himself on the sword blade with his right hand and managed to stand firmly. Thank you, Miss Shang. Hu Yu thanked him, looked down at his feet, and frowned. He is not afraid of heights at all, but he cares about other people on the island. If the Blue Dragon Lord is the same size as the other 2 dragons he has seen, then at least half of this giant island must be made up of its body. It would be easy to handle if Shangyun and I were standing overhead, but what if Mina and the others were around this guy's wings? That would really mean flying straight up to the sky and standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. For people close to 1%, we can't just throw it away like this. Have you found the target? Shangyun's voice sounded again. Oh. Hu Yu was stunned and turned to look at Shangyun, not quite understanding what she meant. I'm asking, have you found a target? A target to help us slay the dragon. Although they were not far away, Shangyun still raised her voice. How about asking your nephew to come? He is from this world, right? Hu Yu was dazed at first, but then he quickly understood Shang Yun's meaning. Choose a target. Help us slay the dragon. These two conditions seem strange, but if we consider Han Rueyer's previous behavior, it is easy to understand. The survivors from the upper world should not be able to kill the mythical creatures of this world by themselves. They can only assist the survivors of this world. So Han Rueyer had only used the decree to restrict the Red Dragon Lord's actions, and had also deliberately left silence to him. Need not. Hu Yu refused on the spot. Things like slaying a dragon. Of course it would be more fulfilling if you did it in person. He turned to look at Shang Yun. I'll do it. You go down first and protect my nephew. You're going to do it? I'll do it. After confirming again, Shang Yun's eyes became even more respectful. As expected, he is a big shot of the Hong sequence, or even a higher sequence, who can actually ignore the basic rules of the system. His truth units should have accumulated over 1,000. Okay, Zhanlu. Shang Yun immediately agreed, called Zhanlu over, and stepped on the sword. A flash of light passed by, and she disappeared from the dragon head. It was estimated that she went to find Chen Nua. Cole, Hu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, raised his hand, and patted Xiaobai behind him. Hey, don't be so timid, okay? You slapped the Red Dragon Lord in the face yourself. Why are you so scared now? Woo-woo. Xiaobai didn't care about all that. He held Hu Yu's neck tightly with both hands, and even tried his best to clamp his short legs around his waist. It feels like one would rather die than leave the front line. But who the hell would rely on their comrades' backs when they are on the front line? Even if you were trying to steal the bulletproof vest business, at least block the front. Never mind. Seeing that it didn't come down, Hu Yu could only pamper it. Then don't move around later. If you fall, I won't be able to catch you. Xiaobai agreed immediately, but didn't understand what he wanted to do. Ouch. The Blue Dragon Lord seemed to sense 2 small bugs on his head, so he shook his head slightly. This, gently, is naturally formulated according to the standards of the Blue Dragon Lord. Hu Yu didn't dare to hesitate for a moment. He immediately ran to the nearest dragon horn and held it tightly with both hands. Xiaolonlon, you were the one who was unkind first, so you can't blame me for being unjust. Raise your left hand and press your head hard. The whole action was done in one go, without any hesitation. Feeling the familiar heat slowly coming over him, a smile appeared on Hu Yu's lips. The Death Star belonging to the Blue Dragon Lord has lit up. If this was in any other part, Hu Yu wouldn't dare to guarantee it. But this is the dragon's head. Except for those monsters with 3 or 4 brains. Any creature whose brain is destroyed will end up dead. The Blue Dragon Lord let out a roar, and a small mountain range in the distance suddenly cracked. That is, its dragon wings. Hu Yu's eyes suddenly widened. Now he could finally understand how those mosquitoes felt when they were slapped to death. If I slap you in the face, not only will your body be bloody, but if you can even see a human shape, I will lose. Hu Yu had no choice but to turn his head and look at his left hand, silently repeating the 2 words that caused him to faint last time. Accelerate. Not necessarily fainting, but definitely dying. Any normal person would choose the former. The absorption speed of the truth unit immediately soared, and at the same time, the degree of dissipation of the Blue Dragon Lord's body also increased. It only took a moment. Hu Yu has already seen the skull of the Blue Dragon Lord. Beneath the silvery white skeleton is the yellow and white brain marrow. In terms of capacity, this one brain alone is probably big enough to hold the capacity of all the existing humans in this world. But in terms of quality, the sleepy and gluttonous Xiaobai is miles ahead of it. What a pity. It would be great if we could capture this big guy alive. What other living dragon's blood can compare to its? Etc. Hu Yu looked at the brain in front of him, and suddenly a bold idea came to his mind. From a scientific point of view, although blood and cerebrospinal cord have different compositions, their properties are similar and they are both a type of body fluid. From a metaphysical point of view, the brain and spinal cord are even more important than blood. There is a saying that goes, 1 essence is equal to 10 bloods. That 1 drop of cerebrospinal fluid can certainly be compared to 100 drops of blood, right? What's more, the Blue Dragon Lord is not dead yet. All the conditions for hatching dragon eggs can be met. Just when Long Yi was about 10 meters away from hitting Hu Yu on the forehead, he made a decision. He took the dragon egg that had been soaked in a wooden barrel out of the warehouse, placed it on the ground, reached in with his right hand, and fished out the whole dragon egg. If the eggshell wasn't covered with dragon blood, Hu Yu would definitely kiss the eggshell and give it his own good luck. But now, forget it. I have no appetite. Go Pikachu, Hu Yu shouted in a low voice and threw the dragon egg into the blue dragon's head. Ouch! A scream rang out at the same time. Hu Yu immediately withdrew his left hand that was pressing on the skull of the blue dragon lord and imitated Xiaobai's posture, holding onto the dragon horn beside him tightly, without daring to let go. It is doomed to die? Forget about dragons, even if it's a god. If you open its head and throw anything in it, it will die? This is true damage that corresponds to a percentage of life. As long as you are still within the biological scope, you cannot be immune. All who you can do now is to ensure that he is not traded one-on-one by it. Tisk. Shang Yin stepped on Zhan Lu and looked up at the sky at the same time as the four people below. Your uncle. I don't know whether to say he is stubborn or brave because of his skill. Shen Nua was a little overwhelmed and turned his envious eyes away from Zhan Lu. Yes, yes. Mina also raised her head and said unintentionally, Mr. Hu has always been so arrogant. He is very skilled and daring. Boss Hu. Shang Yin narrowed her eyes, as if she suddenly remembered something, and turned to look at Shen Nua behind her. Your uncle's surname is Hu? Then his name is